Isaiah's alchemy furnace burned fiercely as each ingredient was placed inside. Refining a 5th grade elixir was always an extraordinary process. The external layers of the furnace emitted intense heat, making it difficult to breathe nearby. This is an extremely challenging 5th grade elixir. Even the slightest mistake can be fatal. xiuxian gloated internally. Isaiah's impatience was bound to lead to failure. A powerful cultivator in alchemy though he might be, insisting on refining 2 5th grade elixirs at once was courting disaster. The alchemy furnace began to tremble. xiuxian couldn't help but laugh. It wouldn't be long before the furnace lost control. That boy is bound to fail. Serves him right for being so arrogant, he muttered under his breath. Just a young man. Such arrogance deserves to be punished. He will pay a high price soon enough, one elder commented. The furnace is losing control, they whispered among themselves. With a bang, xiuxian crouched down quickly. Everyone, take cover. But nothing happened after a short while. xiuxian looked up cautiously. What was previously an unstable furnace now appeared peaceful, with much gentler flames. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to explode? xiuxian wondered aloud. Isaiah closed his eyes, ignoring everything around him. His hands controlled the primordial energy, guiding the formation of the elixir inside the furnace. He's forming the elixir, Fife observed. An hour had passed already, but the refinement time was unusually short for a 5th grade elixir. Such rapid refinement usually led to mistakes. Fife decided not to disturb Isaiah. Isaiah seemed to be overexerting himself, sweating profusely but not stopping the refinement or the flames. Would Isaiah succeed? Fife watched expectantly. With a roar, the alchemy furnace released a pillar of light, knocking everyone back. Haha, it exploded, xiuxian sneered, reveling in Isaiah's apparent failure. But then, the broken lid of the furnace released a faint aroma. Even the easily angered xiuxian paused upon smelling it. He showed a gentle expression, clearly captivated by the elixir's fragrance. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a 5th grade elixir? They had never seen one before, let alone 2 successful ones. Incredible. And in such a short time, they murmured in awe. Earlier, these elders had mocked Isaiah, but now they looked at him with envy and admiration. Isaiah took out 2 xiuxian dawn. The elixirs emitted a mysterious aura and faint halos. Everyone stared intently at them. xiuxian's shock turned to fury. Quick, give one to Cooper. Isaiah handed one elixir to Fife. Fife held the xiuxian dan in his palm. This was a 5th grade elixir? Oh, right, Fife responded, still dazed. Cold sweat poured from xiuxian's body. How could this young man succeed? It defied all principles of alchemy. How did Isaiah achieve this? This person was truly incomprehensible. His skill in alchemy was simply otherworldly. Why did he succeed? 2 5th grade elixirs? Is this some kind of joke? xiuxian gritted his teeth. Seeing his most hated enemy hold what he most desired, xiuxian felt like dying. Suddenly, xiuxian was forced to kneel as Isaiah slammed his forehead into the ground. Pang! Blood gushed from xiuxian's head. Isaiah, you actually... xiuxian clutched his bleeding forehead. Let me help you bow since you seem to have forgotten, Isaiah said coldly. Pain shot through xiuxian's forehead, but seeing Isaiah's stern expression, he dared not curse. In front of everyone, being forcibly made to bow, xiuxian lost all face. Isaiah, Lord Galen, I was wrong. Your alchemy skills are astounding beyond belief. xiuxian feared Isaiah's wrath. Thinking of Isaiah's unpredictable nature, xiuxian was genuinely terrified from within. Chapter 287. Regulations. Fortunately, the wager earlier wasn't about giving up one's life. Otherwise, xiuxian would already be in heaven now. Isaiah grabbed xiuxian and casually tossed him aside. Worthless alchemist, don't appear before me if you're this useless. It's very annoying. Yes, young Master Galen is absolutely right, xiuxian said, nodding obediently. Fletcher heaved a sigh of relief. Each time seeing Isaiah perform like this, he felt as if they were worlds apart. Congratulations, Isaiah. I'll refine some more 4th grade pills as backup. Fletcher nodded. Refining 4th grade pills was quite easy for him. Isaiah, I can't believe you successfully refined 2 5th grade pills. Fletcher exclaimed in surprise. Next came the most challenging test. Fletcher was deeply pensive. This challenge gave him quite a headache. Cooper has recovered. It's wonderful that he got his life back. Fife rushed over, pleasantly surprised. All credit for this went to Isaiah. Without him, Elder Cooper would have been dead. It's almost time for the final test. Fletcher, I'm sure you've prepared a lot. I hope you pass. With Isaiah's help, I should be able to. Fletcher looked at Isaiah hopefully. Isaiah didn't care much about this final test. He was thinking about how Ambir was doing and couldn't wait to visit the capital city of Nonyu Empire. This time, Fletcher had prepared plenty of 4th grade herbs. After finishing refining the pills, both of them planned to return. Take a good rest today. The day after tomorrow is the final test. Fletcher advised. Don't worry, it's just a test, nothing major. Isaiah responded indifferently. For him, it wouldn't be too difficult. After resting for a day, Isaiah originally planned to take the xiuxian pill, but he decided to save it for when it mattered most. It was too early to advance his cultivation yet. The day of the highest test arrived. Isaiah? Fletcher was puzzled. Why wasn't he opening the door today and stayed inside his room? It was almost time for the test. If they were late, it would count as giving up. Fletcher became anxious. Usually, Isaiah wouldn't do such things. What was wrong with him today? An elder was responsible for leading them to the location of the final test. Time is running out. If you don't go, you'll lose your chance, the elder warned. Elder, please wait. Isaiah will come out soon. He might be scared. This highest test is the toughest, and failing could cost one's life, the elder sneered. No, just give him a bit more time. Isaiah will definitely come, Fletcher replied. Hurry up. You won't be able to enter the test if you're late. I think you've trusted the wrong person, the elder scorned. The The door opened, and Isaiah walked out. Sorry to keep you waiting. On such an important day, and you show up so late. With this attitude, you won't pass, the elder scolded. Isaiah glared at him, causing the elder to immediately fall silent. All right, let's get going. The elder led them to the place where the highest test took place, located further behind the deep sea area. Many inner disciples gathered, seemingly wanting to witness the event. Look, Fletcher finally arrived, almost late. How unprofessional. They are only 2 people? For the highest test, having more people is better. Aren't they just entering to die? In my opinion, Fletcher can't match his younger brother, Hardy. His network and power are much stronger. Fletcher simply can't compare. Many disciples weren't optimistic about Fletcher. Passing the Insight C's highest test meant not only advancing in cultivation, but also reaping significant benefits and improving martial arts physique greatly. But for such an important test, Fletcher only brought 2 people, seeming extremely casual and even late. On the other hand, Hardy's team already had 5 members, 2 martial artists, 2 alchemists, fully prepared and looking very determined, as if determined to pass the test. There were 3 teams participating in the test. Enoch group Isaiah had never seen before, with a leader who smirked at him, exuding great authority. People around him seemed wary of him. Their team also had 5 people. The man seemed to have a huge grudge against Isaiah, apparently a formidable disciple within the sect. However, Isaiah didn't pay much attention. Brother, the rules allow 5 people for the test. Can't find 5 people? Need some help? Hardy asked in a seemingly helpful tone. We're fine, 2 of us are enough. Fletcher shook his head. Brother, maybe you don't understand. My 2 martial artists. One is very strong in defense, and the other excels in offense. My 2 alchemists. One specializes in healing, and the other in antidotes. Only then do we stand a chance. Isaiah smiled disdainfully. Fife approached, announcing loudly. This test was highly valued by the entire sect. You all know the rules. Be cautious, as failure means death. Gather the 3 teams. Fife scrutinized Hardy's team and the other group, unable to resist praising them. Not bad. Finding such strong allies is impressive. This test should go smoothly with these people. Even I recognize their worth. Seeing Isaiah, Fife raised an eyebrow. What did this mean? They were only 2 people? The highest test wasn't a joke. 2 people going in was practically suicide. What's this? The rule requires 5 participants to reduce risk through teamwork. 2 people are just kidding around? Haha, this kid has the wrong attitude, showing such contempt. Galen, why not disqualify him? Such arrogance defies the rules, Hardy suggested. Fife's expression changed slightly. This doesn't quite meet the requirements. It's fine. We'll be alright and definitely pass. Extra people would just be a burden, Isaiah said. Fife truly admired Isaiah's abilities, but this was too risky. Losing someone of Isaiah's caliber would be a huge loss. Disciples began to discuss among themselves. That Isaiah is the 3rd on the heavenly rankings. He's so arrogant, completely disregarding the test. I bet they'll fail and end up dying. That would make me happy. Can he really replace 4 people? I've never thought much of Isaiah. Sarcastic remarks abounded. Everyone thought Isaiah was overly confident, almost arrogant. Isaiah, do you think you're highly accomplished in other aspects, thus so confident? Fife asked curiously. Chapter 288, Demonstration. Facing Fife's question, Isaiah nodded. Yes, that's correct. For a moment, Fife's expression turned solemn, and the disciples began to chatter among themselves. Fletcher's team only had 2 members, while other teams each consisted of 5 individuals with various capabilities to handle different crises. Alright, since it's like this, I won't say much. The content of the ultimate test is simple. Anyone who can obtain the trial token will win. Fife stepped forward. The abyssal land is where you need to go for the test. You must secure at least 5 abyss stones to have any chance of getting out. The person who secures the most abyss stones wins. The sect takes no responsibility for any life-threatening situations. Mentioning Hardy's team, Fletcher's team, as well as Kent, the 2nd on the heavenly ranking board. Many people exclaimed in amazement. Is that person really Kent, 2nd place? No wonder he's so intimidating right from the start. The aura around him is terrifying. Even Kent, the 2nd on the heavenly ranking board, has shown up. This test should be fiercely competitive. Hardy expressed deep dissatisfaction, intentionally sneering. Vice Sect Master is defying the sect rules. Do they still need to give them the qualification to participate in the trial? Isn't this going to create chaos? Isaiah smiled. Are you afraid of me, Hardy? Worried about not passing the test? Do you really think 1 person can match 4? Not just 4 people. I believe even 5, Isaiah smiled. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in a frenzy. Too arrogant, and still boasting in front of the Vice Sect Master. No matter how skilled he is alone, he definitely can't surpass a team of 5. He won't win. Although he is 3rd on the heavenly ranking board, many within the sect hate him. You are indeed very arrogant, thinking you can match 4 people. Do I seem arrogant? Isaiah took a swift step forward. I'm a martial arts prodigy, an alchemy prodigy, and also a weapon master. Isaiah waved his hand, and instantly dozens of swords flew into the sky. Only a weapon master could control weapons like this. I am also a restriction master. Isaiah quickly recited a spell, and a restrictive array appeared on the ground. Everyone present held their breath upon seeing this scene. Their eyes went blank. Even Fife raised an eyebrow. For cultivation professions? And looking at Isaiah's skill level, it was clear he was far from being a beginner. His mastery was incredibly high. The inner disciples swallowed hard, feeling astonished. This young man was too formidable. What kind of demon was he? Is he really proficient in all 4 fields? Am I seeing things? It's incredible. I thought he excelled in only 2 fields, but now he knows 4. This 3rd-ranked individual on the heavenly board is truly monstrous. Scary indeed. Someone as gifted as Isaiah was almost unprecedented. Fife observed the restraining technique, which was at least grade 3, along with his level of weapon manipulation, suggesting he was at least a 3rd-grade weapon master. The crowd was thoroughly stunned. Being proficient in both martial and alchemical arts was already extraordinary. Isaiah, however, excelled not only in these but also in restriction and weapon techniques. Worst of all, he was only 18. How would he peak in the future? Hardy's face darkened. He originally wanted to disqualify Fletcher, but after seeing Isaiah's display, Hardy became worried. Such a formidable enemy was difficult to deal with. No matter how talented a genius was, there should be limits, yet Isaiah seemed boundless. Kent's expression was equally grim. His view of Isaiah changed significantly. He used to look down on him, but now he was more serious. The members of the three teams were about to undergo the ultimate test. They were all powerful experts, and all inner disciples awaited anxiously, filled with excitement. Only inner elders could observe the trials via perception stones, while others waited for the final results. Enoch by one, the members of the three teams entered the abyssal land. Isaiah and Fletcher moved forward slowly. This place looks more mysterious. It's easy to enter this abyss, but it seems very hard to leave. The key is finding the abyss stone, making it appear simpler. Fletcher shook her head. It would be fine if only the token was needed, but I fear the other two teams might try to snatch our finds. So what? We don't have numerical advantage. If they come for our findings, we have to be careful, Fletcher said worriedly. The abyssal land was like a maze. After walking a few steps, Isaiah sensed something. They passed several intersections with 4 paths to choose from. At first, Isaiah and Fletcher didn't think much and chose one randomly. It seems the first test is clear. A maze, Isaiah remarked casually. You found out that quickly? I thought there was still a long way ahead. Fletcher was slightly surprised. Indeed, after walking for a long time, the path ahead seemed endless. What do we do, Isaiah? It's not that hard. Through my senses, each path has a different aura. I know which leads to the right path. Isaiah pointed to one of the paths. Isaiah, I've heard some stories about this place, Fletcher said apprehensively. Some previous teams never managed to leave. The sect wouldn't rescue them either because if they can't get out, they'll remain trapped forever. Does that mean there are other teams here? Isaiah asked. That's possible. Encountering those teams could be troublesome. Fletcher also worried they might not escape. Isaiah stopped, and Fletcher curiously asked, what's that? Probably a restraining array. After witnessing Isaiah's restraint technique earlier, Fletcher felt relieved. What's the purpose of this array? Isaiah inspected it and shook his head. It's not simple. There are 3 stone statues on the array that need to be released using a restraining spell. If we fail to unlock it, the 3 stone statues will be reactivated. They should be very strong fighters. If successful, we will gain access to that. Isaiah pointed to the final abyss stone glowing eerily. That's the abyss stone we need to retrieve. Fletcher looked nervous. To find the abyss stone this quickly is unexpected, but will it be so easy to obtain? Fletcher raised an eyebrow. The stones in the ultimate test were naturally challenging. Isaiah sensed the strange aura emanating from the stone, seemingly harboring some energy. Chapter 289, Directly Enter. Isaiah heard footsteps and turned around to see 3 people approaching slowly. Their long robes were tattered, looking extremely disheveled. These people were likely those trapped in the abyssal land. They looked arrogantly familiar with this place. Finally found an abyss stone. You two better scram. Why would a young brat like you come here? Aren't you just looking for death? The 3 disheveled individuals sneered at Isaiah. Isaiah remained unperturbed. These people clearly intended to snatch the abyss stone. We've been here too long. We must get this stone. The leader of the group clenched his teeth. A scar was visible on his forehead, and it was clear he craved that abyss stone desperately. You two kids, if you want to live, scram. Why should we? That stone is there. Am I supposed to give it to you? Isaiah said calmly. The trio was momentarily stunned, not expecting such defiance from the youngster. You're courting death, speaking to me like that. Remember, my name is Galehong. Galehong wasn't on the Heaven Gale list yet, but getting there wouldn't be hard. He was also one of the most powerful disciples in the Sea of Enlightenment, having reached the late 2nd stage martial respect realm. He had never lost to anyone of equal cultivation. Now, Galehong felt confident. After all, he faced only a brat, while Fletcher was utterly negligible. Galehong leaped forward, punching Isaiah. His attack was mighty and fast. However, as his punch landed solidly on Isaiah's body, Galehong felt intense pain in his arm and was sent flying. Isaiah didn't even move a muscle. Defeated, Galehong's face paled as if he'd seen a ghost. Clutching his injured arm, Galehong's expression was grim, and the others were equally shocked. Impossible, Galehong's punch actually failed? Did I miss-see? Galehong, who has reached the 1st realm, shouldn't lose to a kid. Not only did the attack fail, but Galehong's arm got seriously injured. What bad luck. Galehong gritted his teeth. Enoch move decided the battle, and the gap between them was huge. Isaiah hadn't even moved. Such a young kid was strong like an ancient monster. This was truly Galehong's first experience. You don't have the right to fight over the abyss stone with me. I'm too lazy to kill you, so scram, Isaiah sneered. Why like this? Galehong couldn't believe it. Haha, you're just trash, Isaiah laughed. Hearing this, Galehong almost spat blood. No opponent matched him within the sect, yet today, he was beaten by a kid. Hateful, to be humiliated by a kid. Galehong thought angrily, yet dared not act further, as life was more important. Humph, don't celebrate too early. Others will come. Too many teams venture into the abyssal land, and we have backup. Galehong grinned as he retreated. Damn, more people are coming. Fletcher's face darkened. Isaiah saw 3 burly men approaching behind Galehong. They didn't seem like ordinary warriors, radiating formidable auras, their eyes fiercely fixed on the abyss stone. Kid, my brother's here. Let's see how you handle this, Galehong mocked. We're 2 against their multiple teams? Fletcher regretted more deeply. This test in the abyssal land far exceeded their expectations. Earlier, they'd seen many teams trapped here. That guy isn't simple, Galehong's face fell. Called Zoltan, this man had a vicious demeanor. His dark skin and ferocious gaze made Fletcher dare not meet his eyes. Waste of space. Zoltan raised his sword, sending Gale Hong flying, creating a wound that killed him instantly. Our team doesn't need failures. Can't even handle a kid, Zoltan sneered disdainfully. Zoltan glared fiercely at Isaiah, expecting fear, yet Isaiah only smiled back unexpectedly. Zoltan's face darkened, accustomed to instilling fear. Determined, Zoltan resolved to let this kid die here. Kid, you're quite capable. Haha, my skills surpass yours. Now scram, Isaiah shrugged, looking very casual. Ha, what arrogance. You're just making me laugh. I found this abyss stone with difficulty. If I miss it now, I might stay here forever. Zoltan chuckled coldly. Come and fight me. If you win, it's yours. Enough talk. The kid was exceptionally confident. Zoltan was slightly intimidated. Furthermore, with the restriction array after the abyss stone, no one among them could break it. Kid, why don't we solve the restriction array together instead of fighting? Zoltan surprisingly suggested, astonishing his followers. Zoltan was usually hot-tempered, yet now spoke amicably to Isaiah. His subordinates were puzzled. Isaiah felt disappointed. You're a coward. I'm too lazy to join forces. We'll solve it separately. Fine then. As you say. Zoltan smirked, inwardly delighted. The restriction array contained countless bones, hinting at many deaths, a truly bone-chilling sight. Even a fourth-rank restriction master could fail here. Could this kid be a restriction master? Zoltan hoped Isaiah would walk into his doom. Restriction arrays weren't to be taken lightly. To Zoltan's surprise, Isaiah walked into the array swiftly, expecting hesitation or fear. The kid was rushing to his doom so quickly, typical youth acting recklessly. Among Zoltan's group was a second-rank restriction master, who couldn't help but mock. Ha, the kid just walked in. He won't last long before dying inside. It's easy to enter, but perilous to leave, especially with 3 lethal statues inside. Now I don't even have to lift a finger. Let's see how difficult this array really is. Over time, the restriction array in the Abyssal Land grew stronger. How could a mere kid ever solve it? Chapter 290, Broadening Horizons. Isaiah was inside the formation, and it seemed that the restriction technique had already activated, emitting a purple mist. Oh, Isaiah. Fletcher raised an eyebrow. If Isaiah were to die here, he would likely not survive either. That kid is dead. Such a restriction technique is abnormally bizarre and powerful. Isaiah closed his eyes and indeed felt very uncomfortable. Ding. The master is in a 4th-rank restriction technique, the purple netherworld restriction technique, triggering a 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, master has learned the purple netherworld restriction technique and has become a 4th-rank restrictor. Just as Zoltan hoped to see Isaiah's corpse, he had already walked through that formation and directly held the abyss stone in his hand. No way. He just got the abyss stone? What happened with that formation? That kid just strolled right through. It's incredibly bizarre. Who could have thought this would happen? What on earth happened just now? Zoltan's eyes were wide open in disbelief. They all thought Isaiah was definitely dead. Yet that kid actually walked straight through the restriction technique formation? It was simply too incredible to believe and couldn't be explained. Especially Zoltan, whose expression turned grimaced. He had seen some of these restriction techniques formations here before, most of which were deadly. He's like a freak. Zoltan gritted his teeth. Even if he solved it quickly, it wouldn't be that fast. That kid didn't suffer at all, and the formation was already broken? The 2nd-rank restrictor was dumbfounded. There were 3 life-taking statues within that formation. If there was any mistake during the solving process, it could be extremely fatal. Without those revival statues, Isaiah strolled through effortlessly. How deep was his restriction technique proficiency? Damn it, no way. To meet such a monster. What kind of prodigy is this? Fletcher couldn't stop laughing. It was lucky for him to encounter Isaiah. Compared to the monstrous Isaiah, Fletcher was nothing. But now Fletcher could become friends with Isaiah and always receive his help, feeling deeply grateful from the bottom of his heart. Isaiah played with the abyss stone in his hand, Zoltan's eyes turning red with envy. That stone was something they all longed for. Boss, he took out the abyss stone. Should we make a move? A martial artist beside him asked. Zoltan naturally thought about this issue, but Isaiah was so formidable, and his restriction technique was incomparably strong. If they made a move and failed, wouldn't Zoltan and his people lose their lives? After careful consideration, it was better to find another opportunity. Blindly attacking now wouldn't end well. Forget it. Why, boss? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Should we just watch that kid take the abyss stone? Zoltan didn't want to explain much, slapping the martial artist away. This kid was unfathomable and also a restrictor. If they couldn't kill him, Zoltan would die here. Despite his rough and burly exterior and violent temper, Zoltan remained calm at this moment. You're pretty good, kid. I didn't expect you to be such a master, truly broadening my horizons. Zoltan tried to ingratiate himself. Just lucky. I didn't know the formation was so simple. For me, it's nothing, Isaiah smiled. Isaiah's words were almost infuriating. If it were really that simple, many wouldn't have died there. Why are you still following me? Isaiah asked. Well, we have nowhere else to go. Let's proceed together. Don't you trust us? Afraid I might attack you? Zoltan said sheepishly. It's not about whether you dare to move or not. I'll kill you if you do. Isaiah's words clearly showed no respect for them and didn't even consider them. Haha, quite the joke. May I ask the young man's name? I'm not your friend, so forget it. Talking to Isaiah was driving Zoltan mad. We've met. Why not walk together? Zoltan insisted thick-skinnedly. Gathering 5 abyss stones was necessary to get out. Since arriving here, Zoltan had endured countless hardships over half a year. However, Isaiah managed to obtain 1 stone in less than a day. It was impossible not to feel envious. Following this kid was the only hope Zoltan had to escape this place alive, having barely survived by hiding for 6 months. Look, the formation is changing, someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up to see that the formation indeed started emanating eerie energy, followed by a spring gushing out water. What's happening? Everyone watched in confusion as the spring's water looked peculiar. The essence is abundant. The surroundings seem perfect for cultivation, Zoltan's companion remarked. The second-rank restrictor trembled. I've seen similar springs elsewhere. Their essence is suitable for cultivation, but there's a price. If one cannot endure the restriction technique within the spring, absorbing that essence could be fatal. So, it can't be used for cultivation? Too bad. The essence is so appealing. If you try to cultivate near it, you're certain to die. Faced with such rich essence, some couldn't resist. I don't believe it. I must try. The essence is excellent. Why can't I cultivate? A long-haired martial artist rushed over and sat down to meditate, absorbing the spring's essence. Zoltan and others watched in anticipation. The cultivation speed seems increased. At first, the long-haired martial artist appeared fine, with essence swirling around him, indicating faster cultivation. But the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. The martial artist screamed in agony, his body rapidly deteriorating until only bones remained within minutes. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, witnessing such a bizarre and shocking event. How is this possible? That person had an exceptionally strong physique and was a third-rank martial venerable specialized in physique-enhancing techniques. How could he die so quickly? I told you, cultivating with that spring's essence is lethal, the second-rank restrictor shuddered. Zoltan swallowed hard, breaking into a cold sweat, then noticed something strange. A figure slowly approached. Chapter 291. He broke through. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Isaiah approached the spring. Without much thought, he sat down and began cultivating. Fletcher was the most worried. Clearly, someone had just died there. Why would Isaiah take such a risk? Isaiah, what are you doing? Fletcher hurriedly advised. There's an abundance of primordial energy here, which is very beneficial for cultivation. I need to cultivate. But you saw someone die right here. Didn't you see that person die suddenly? Isaiah smiled. It won't happen to me. Seeing Isaiah's serious demeanor as he immersed himself in cultivation, Fletcher couldn't say much more. Zoltan shook his head, thinking this kid really wasn't afraid of death, especially after witnessing the demise of the long-haired martial artist. Yet Isaiah chose to cultivate here. The spring's primordial energy was indeed abundant, a great temptation for any martial artist, but it could be fatal. Zoltan narrowed his eyes. Well, if Isaiah dies, wouldn't the abyss stone then belong to him? Zoltan calculated in his mind. This Isaiah was truly courting death. Did he think he could handle everything? He had just witnessed the drawbacks of the spring's primordial energy, likely possessing a powerful restraining technique that led to the martial artist's sudden death. Strands of primordial energy rapidly entered Isaiah's body, and he cultivated vigorously, causing distortions around him. Zoltan's lips curled upwards. This kid didn't know how to keep a low profile. Boss, this is perfect. That guy is committing suicide. Hee, we just have to wait. The abyss stone will soon be in our hands. Once we get an abyss stone, being near others will trigger some resonance, allowing us to find new ones or even snatch them. Zoltan's eyes gleamed sinisterly. Isaiah had been cultivating for a while now, with the distortions around him becoming increasingly severe. So much primordial energy gathered that a strange phenomenon occurred. Fletcher was at a loss, watching helplessly from the side. If those people were to make a move, Fletcher would warn Isaiah first, or even fight alongside him. The phenomenon around Isaiah was worrying. Fletcher swallowed hard, fearing he might meet the same fate as the long-haired martial artist, disappearing instantly. Ding! Master absorbs one special breath of primordial energy, gaining experience 1000 by 1000 times. Ding! Master absorbs one special breath of primordial energy, gaining experience 1000 by 1000 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master has reached late-stage 4th level martial veneration realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master has reached peak 4th level martial veneration realm. With a boom, an immensely powerful aura surged towards the sky, dispersing and converging the primordial energy, forming a formidable array that sent chills down anyone's spine. This aura caused everyone to feel a cold sweat. Zoltan swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock. How can this be? Zoltan was utterly baffled. This kid actually broke through? Is this even possible? The long-haired martial artist had died during cultivation, yet Isaiah not only survived but also advanced. This genius was indescribable. Zoltan had hoped for Isaiah's demise, but now felt bitterly disappointed. Isaiah felt his power surge. The spring's primordial energy was extraordinary, though absorbing it did have its dangers and effects, a lethal restraining technique. However, Isaiah easily broke through the restraints, rendering them useless against him. Now stronger, Isaiah wasn't worried about encountering any formidable opponents. Moreover, he possessed 2 5th-grade pills, xiuxian pill and water meditation crystal pill. Isaiah wasn't particularly concerned. For him, this ultimate test wouldn't be too difficult. His sole desire was to reach the southern Xia Empire capital early and bring Amber back. Watching Isaiah break through his cultivation, Zoltan felt a mix of emotions, feeling he was now farther from the abyss stone. Suddenly, Isaiah opened his eyes, startling everyone. People are approaching from this direction, and there are quite a few, one of Zoltan's subordinates reported. Isaiah slowly stood up, a ball of primordial energy clenched in his hand. Zoltan raised an eyebrow. This kid had grown stronger again? Haha, isn't this Zoltan? I didn't expect you all to gather here. What are you doing? A proud and disdainful voice rang out. The speaker was a man in his 30s with some white hair on his forehead, looking extremely arrogant in his clean black robe, standing out from the ragged group. Fulton, I never expected it to be you, Zoltan said, his face darkening. Fulton's group consisted of 10 people, their aura stronger than Zoltan's. You lot haven't died here yet, and surprisingly, you even obtained an abyss stone, Fulton sneered, his eyes filled with coldness, completely disregarding Zoltan. Humph, don't celebrate too soon. Alright, old acquaintances should skip formalities. Hand over the Abyss Stone, or I'll spare you death. Fulton lifted his chin arrogantly. I'm sorry, but the Abyss Stone isn't with me. What nonsense. Abyss Stones resonate with each other. I know it's among you. Zoltan glanced at Isaiah. It's with that youth. Fulton focused on Isaiah and laughed out loud. Haha, this kid dares hold an Abyss Stone? Zoltan, I never thought you lacked the courage, scared by a mere child that you dare not snatch the Abyss Stone? Fulton mocked. Isaiah stepped forward, surprising Fulton, who hadn't noticed him approach. A fierce punch struck Fulton's face, sending him flying. With a loud bang, Fulton flew 10 meters away, shocking his subordinates. How dare this kid hit our boss? Boss, are you alright? Fulton's face turned black, spitting out a mouthful of blood before standing up quickly. Boy, you dared to hit me? Fulton roared in anger, his pride replaced by fury. Why not? Aren't you trying to seize my Abyss Stone? Well, come on then. Isaiah smiled. That punch made Fulton tremble, feeling deeply humiliated. Kill him. Don't let him live. Fulton bellowed furiously. At that moment, a dark-faced man stepped forward, his face adorned with peculiar runes. Yes, boss. This boy mustn't live. That's a 4th-grade restraining master. Zoltan exclaimed. Boy, prepare to die. Kareem's restraining technique will claim your life. Fulton wiped the blood from his mouth. Kareem didn't waste words, immediately casting his restraining technique. What could the boy do now? Chapter 292. Can't even kill a Galettal demon? An array instantly appeared beneath Isaiah's feet, followed by the growth of bizarre trees that latched onto him like hands. Haha, that kid can't move, Isidro laughed out loud. Once someone is caught in the Blackwood restriction technique, there's almost no hope of survival. It seemed that Isaiah was about to be swallowed by the trees. However, he remained expressionless, finding this array rather weak and not worth his time to learn. Compared to the purple netherworld binding technique, this one was far inferior, and Isaiah saw no need to learn it. Kid, you're done for. Do you have any last words before you die? Isidro stared at Isaiah, puzzled by his calm demeanor despite facing imminent death. Isaiah, are you okay? Fletcher looked at Isidro. Without hesitation, she jumped and attempted a flying kick. Fletcher's attack was blocked by Isidro's 3 subordinates. You don't need to intervene, Fletcher, Isaiah said calmly, causing Fletcher to nod reluctantly. Isidro laughed smugly as the trees had almost completely enveloped Isaiah. He believed that it was only a matter of time before Isaiah would meet his end. Hand over the Abyss Stone, and I might spare your life. The tree-like hands were grotesque and emitted a sinister aura. Any warrior trapped within would surely perish. What a useless binding technique, wanting my life. Ha, what a joke, Isaiah scoffed. What did you say, brat? How dare you speak so boldly? It looks like you can't bluff anymore, Kareem snarled. Kareem increased the power of the array to hasten the process. That kid has been trapped for so long and still can't break free. Now it's impossible for him to get out, Kareem sneered triumphantly. More hand-like trees sprouted, growing taller, almost reaching 7 or 8 zhang high. A restriction master is a terrifying cultivation profession. Even powerful warriors will die if they can't break free. Though he managed to solve that stone statue array earlier, each restriction technique is different. If he encounters one he doesn't know, he'll still die. That kid can only go to hell. Zoltan's group felt their hair stand on end, extremely fearful of restriction masters. Zoltan frowned, deeply concerned. Restriction masters were originally used against hell demons, but these masters showed no ethics and used their skills against warriors. Rumors spread that many 4th and 5th realm powerhouses had met their deaths this way. Even if the restriction techniques didn't kill the warriors, they would severely injure them to the point of being crippled. As everyone watched the eerie, towering trees, Isaiah remained silent, presumed dead. Zoltan felt a mix of emotions. Such a talented young man had just broken through his cultivation level, yet now he seemed fated to die, illustrating the unpredictability of life. While Zoltan was sighing for Isaiah, an ear-piercing sound came from the trees. Kareem clenched his fists tightly, making the tree's grip even tighter. Zoltan couldn't bear to watch, imagining the gruesome state Isaiah's body might be in. Isidro laughed. You dared to punch me, little bastard. Now you know the consequences. This is what happens to anyone who opposes me. Zoltan shook his head. Anyone with a restriction master became overly arrogant, dominating the area. I thought this restriction technique was so powerful, nearly falling asleep. Sorry about that, came a light-hearted voice. Kareem and Isidro froze. Where did that voice come from? The voice emerged from within the tree-like hands. This restriction technique is utterly ineffective. Hearing Isaiah's voice, Kareem was terrified. So much time had passed, yet Isaiah was still alive. A beam of sword energy shot out, creating a hole in the trees. Isaiah slowly stepped out, looking relaxed as he stretched lazily. How is this possible? Absolutely incredible. No one should survive inside my restriction technique, Kareem yelled. And Isaiah had been inside for so long yet walked out unharmed, astonishing everyone. Kareem, what are you doing? Can't you even kill this kid? Isidro asked angrily. This restriction technique made me sleepy. I took a short nap earlier. Now it's my turn, Isaiah smiled. A purple array filled with complex inscriptions appeared, drawing Isidro and others into its center with an irresistible force. The attraction is too strong. There's no escape. Kareem's face turned ghostly pale. Isidro and 10 others were now trapped in the restriction technique array, as Isaiah extended his hand. You dared to use a restriction technique on me. Now it's my turn. The purple array conjured a huge phantom of a bullhorn demon, roaring incessantly, driving Isidro at all to the brink of despair. Why? Why were you unaffected in my array? Kareem was extremely unwilling to accept this. Your restriction technique is too weak. With your limited mastery, it has no effect on me, Isaiah chuckled. Kareem had never seen such a powerful restriction master. Isaiah cast the technique in mere seconds. Moreover, the strong attraction left Isidro and others no place to run. realizing they had encountered a formidable restriction master. Sir, please spare us. I don't want to die. I'll agree to anything. Isidro writhed in pain. Ghostly shadows began to appear within the purple array, torturing everyone mercilessly. Zoltan felt chills down his spine. This restriction technique was too powerful. People turned into this after just a few minutes inside. He was glad that he hadn't attacked Isaiah earlier. Zoltan trembled. Spare us. I'll give you the Abyss Stone, Isidro pleaded pitifully. Isaiah smiled dismissively. Isaiah, killing him now might not be wise. The forces behind him shouldn't be underestimated, Zoltan warned. At this point, you're still worried about his background? Isaiah shook his head, not taking them seriously. Just when Isaiah thought Isidro was done for, Kareem emerged from the array, somehow sustaining himself. Upon closer inspection, Isaiah saw a treasure on Kareem's body, an upper-grade amulet emitting protective light, safeguarding both Kareem and Isidro. Isaiah was genuinely surprised. Chapter 293. So you have it too. It seems they can hold on for a while longer. Whether Bryn lives or not depends on you. Hurry and break this formation. Isidro was clearly terrified. Boss, at this point, it's nearly impossible for me to break the binding art formation. I can only hold out for a little while. What do you mean? How could this happen? Isidro broke into a cold sweat. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Bryn to have such skills, as none of them had immediately been incapacitated. Isaiah, are you really going to kill them? Isaiah shook his head. They used the binding art on me. I'm just returning the favor. His words sounded like it was no big deal, but this single binding art could nearly be fatal. Just hand over the Abyss Stone. Since I'm in a good mood now, I might consider sparing you, Isaiah said indifferently. Isidro was naturally a coward, and the recent torment had thoroughly frightened him. All right, no problem. Forget the Abyss Stone. If there's anything else valuable, I'll give it all to you. Isidro dared not entertain any other thoughts. Without the power of the Abyss Stone, he had no choice but to give up. Better to live than die here and now. As Isaiah lifted his hand, the binding art formation dissipated, and Isidro let out a sigh of relief. Isidro hastily stood up. Thank you for sparing my life. Here is my Abyss Stone. Holding that piece of the Abyss Stone, Isaiah now had two of them. But the next second, Isidro found himself trapped in another formation, his eyes wide open in shock. You would go back on your word? Isidro trembled, realizing how ruthless this young man could be. Was he truly going to doom them all? Haha, did you not know that in war, deceit knows no bounds? I've already obtained what I wanted. Why wouldn't I kill you? Isidro's face turned pale with dread. He regretted everything deeply, yet no matter what happened, they were going to die. Seeing their deathly expressions, Isaiah almost laughed. He just had a perverse desire to scare them. If you dare to kill me, you won't fare well. You should know who stands behind me, Isidro said with little conviction. At this point, Isidro and his men were powerless against Isaiah, trapped within the formation once again. Why did you do this, Isaiah? Fletcher asked, puzzled. We are only two people after all. If they gather more allies against us, it wouldn't end well, Isaiah chuckled. Fletcher nodded slightly but still felt uneasy about it. Besides, it seemed like Isaiah was joking. Zoltan, please plead on my behalf. I don't want to die here. Isidro pleaded. How could Zoltan even speak? He himself was terrified and kept shaking his head, unsure of the boy's ruthlessness. Haha. Isaiah couldn't stop laughing. But I was just scaring you. You can stay inside for a few days. I won't take your lives, but neither will I let you off easy. Isaiah shrugged, and Isidro's face darkened like ink. It turned out to be a joke. Isidro was utterly frightened, unable to utter a word as Isaiah's figure faded into the distance. That kid is really despicable. Zoltan's followers shivered. They swallowed hard, having experienced the terrifying combat prowess of that youth. Who would have thought Isidro's team was so formidable yet crumbled before the boy? That kid is also a 4th rank binder. Why is he so powerful? He has gained 2 Abyss Stones in just one day. What are we supposed to do? The crowd sighed. Zoltan knew he had to act. Sir, wait for me. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, his expression stern. You're still following us? Oh, Sir Galen, why don't you take us along? We'll serve you faithfully in front and behind. Zoltan kneeled down. His subordinates were taken aback. They couldn't believe their boss had actually knelt. They were completely overwhelmed by Isaiah's power. Not only was his martial cultivation high, but he also excelled in binding art, making him incredibly formidable and terrifying. Isaiah narrowed his eyes and smiled, noticing Zoltan's trembling body. You lack sincerity. Isaiah shook his head. Why do you say that? Sir Galen, staying longer with more people can't be a bad thing. Isaiah pondered for a moment. More people could indeed help him investigate certain areas. He wanted to gather Abyss Stones quicker and complete this ultimate test. Here, Isaiah wouldn't improve much and naturally thought about leaving for the Imperial City sooner. With 2 Abyss Stones already in his possession and 3 more needed to leave, Zoltan knew he had to seize this opportunity. You're not being honest. Sir Galen, my men know of another team that collects Abyss Stones rapidly. Are you interested? Isaiah narrowed his eyes. Oh, really? Who are they? They are new teams as well but astonishingly fast at collecting stones, one led by Hardy and another by Kint. Isaiah contemplated. These people shouldn't know each other this well. They must have used some means. Rumor has it they already have 3 Abyss Stones. Isaiah examined the Abyss Stone. Its energy was bizarre, and its use went beyond just being a token. This ultimate test seemed to conceal many things, and Isaiah sensed something was amiss. Thanks for the intel. Sir Galen, it would have taken you much longer to find them otherwise. Isaiah smiled, sensing Zoltan's attempt to prove his usefulness. Your information does seem useful. In that case, finding their team and taking those Abyss Stones solves our problems. Do you accept us, Sir Galen? Zoltan asked excitedly. No. Why not? I said you're dishonest. There's something you're hiding from me. I hate those who lie to me. Zoltan's face darkened, trembling. Did the youth see through something? Must I say it out loud? You have an abyss stone yourself, so don't pretend otherwise. Isaiah's eyes blazed with killing intent. Zoltan froze, having concealed the abyss stone's aura entirely. Isaiah hadn't detected it earlier. Why had he suddenly noticed it now? Shouldn't you give me your stone too? Isaiah asked with a grin. Sir Galen, you're joking? I don't have an abyss stone. If I did, wouldn't you have found it earlier? Zoltan stammered guiltily. You're still lying. No one can deceive me. In that case, Zoltan's eyes hardened. Chapter 294, containing the sword aura. Isaiah squinted his eyes, gazing at Zoltan as the atmosphere turned heavy. I didn't expect you to uncover this. However, you won't be able to snatch this abyss stone. It belongs to another person. I knew there had to be someone stronger backing you. Is it Hardy? Actually, it's Kent who might even be stronger than him, Zoltan said calmly. Fletcher noticed several figures approaching from afar. Isaiah, someone is coming. The arrivals were none other than Kent, ranked second on the Heaven Gay list. He exuded arrogance and was thoroughly disdainful, looking down upon everyone. Kent's group consisted of 4 individuals. Fletcher felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Kent's mere presence shook people within miles around, his thick and terrifying yuan energy overwhelming. Well, my leader has arrived. Do you still think the abyss stone will end up in your hands? Zoltan spread his hands, asking rhetorically. Isaiah smiled faintly, then let's wait and see. Kent strolled over slowly, with an insolent look on his face, sneering at Isaiah. This was the kid who disgraced the top 3 ranks of the sect. Surprisingly, Kent felt unexpectedness rather than admiration. The rumors suggested he was a genius that came once in 10,000 years, but Kent wasn't impressed. You actually dare to try and snatch my abyss stone? You've got some guts, Kent spoke threateningly. Fletcher was completely intimidated by Kent's imposing aura. Indeed, being second on the Heaven Gay list, he was an anomaly, a monstrous level character. Great, you've come right into our hands. Hand over the abyss stone and save me the trouble of hunting you down, Isaiah said with a smile. Huh, kid, don't brag in front of me. Do you really think you can handle all of us alone? Kent laughed coldly, his arrogant demeanor scaring quite a few people. Do you plan to fight one by one, or all together? Isaiah asked. This conversation is absurd. The dead will definitely be you soon, Kent replied haughtily. Enoch of your men can deal with him. It's laughable that he managed to obtain 2 abyss stones, remarked someone from Kent's group, their faces red with fury. Don't rush. Let's make each of you confront him one by one. This kid must have some power to be so cocky, Kent observed Isaiah closely. Don't underestimate him. He's third on the Heaven Gay list, not falsely ranked. Still, come all at once. Fighting you one by one leaves no chance, Isaiah stated calmly. Kent grew increasingly irritated with the young man, finding his arrogance insufferable. All right, since you're so confident, I'll let my men take care of you. Who wants to go first? Kent asked coldly. How about this? To avoid accusations of outnumbering you, if you beat my 2 companions, I'll give you the stone. If you lose, you hand over yours, Kent grinned wickedly. Fletcher was worried this might be a trap. He had heard before that Kent was a despicable fellow who never kept his word. Isaiah, don't believe a word he says, Fletcher warned. Fine, whatever you say. Either way, I'm indifferent. You can't win against even one of us, Kent asserted confidently. Kent's companions were exceptionally powerful, each a master in different fields. Alchemists, restrainers, and martial artists alike. Their martial prowess was formidable, none here being weaklings. You talk too much. Let's get to the duel. Then I can get the stone and leave, Isaiah responded coldly. A short-haired martial artist stepped forward. Master Kent, let me deal with him. I believe the 3rd place on the Heaven Gay list can be mine. Don't be careless, Javier. End this quickly, Kent advised. Master Kent, don't you trust my strength? I am at the 4th level of venerated warrior and definitely better than this kid, Javier boasted as he stepped forward. I know you've comprehended the sword aura, but that doesn't mean you're unbeatable. I'm stronger than you. Javier's hand glowed with white yuan energy. Fletcher tensed. Is that? Not just that. It's the shield aura, the most effective against sword auras. It perfectly resists sword attacks and can be considered the nemesis of any sword aura, Ken explained with a smirk. Yes, exactly. Any sword aura is useless against me, Javier chuckled. The shield aura could effectively defend against sword aura attacks, and Javier had practiced for a decade, gaining ample experience against such techniques. Even the sword aura of Sea Insight Sect's elders could be blocked by him. Isaiah's sword aura was reportedly high-ranking, making Javier an ideal counter. Interesting, but I find it useless. After my shield deflects your attack, you won't even have time to cry. Don't celebrate too early. Since mastering this shield aura, no one has ever hurt me with a sword, Javier sneered. Even if shield aura counters me, yours is too weak and too low-ranked. A single stroke will finish you. Javier gritted his teeth, infuriated by this audacious youngster. A single strike to defeat me? Let's see if you have what it takes. Javier shouted angrily, throwing punches with yuan energy swirling, forming a massive shield in front of him. Fletcher was amazed. This aura was incredibly potent, capable of both offense and defense, seemingly flawless. Isaiah raised one hand and easily neutralized the force, surprising Javier. This kid has some skills, countering my attack so quickly. A powerful blow pushed Javier back. So, this kid can block one of my moves. Initially, Javier planned to use his shield aura aggressively due to Isaiah's arrogance. If I don't defeat you in one stroke, I'll give you the Abyss Stone, Isaiah offered. What? Are you kidding? Javier raged, deeply offended. Isaiah drew his sword swiftly, the sound piercing. The air seemed to tear, and a freezing wave surged forward. A massive blade of energy aimed straight at Javier. The shield aura will block your sword, Javier confidently proclaimed. In front of him stood an impregnable shield, solid without any gaps. In a flash, ethereal sword energy clashed with the shield. Javier's eyes widened as countless slashes hit him. What would happen next remained uncertain. Translation note. Ensured names are converted using pinyin, and the narrative tone and structure are preserved while maintaining fluency in English. Chapter 295, Poison. Javier watched in disbelief as his shield aura was effortlessly nullified. The icy sword aura, flawless and invincible, sent Javier flying like a trembling leaf. Spit. Javier crashed to the ground far away, spitting out blood. He looked almost lifeless. That terrifying sword aura had left a stark, visible wound on him. How could one strike finish off Javier? Isn't sword aura usually countered by shield aura? That single sword attack was truly horrifying. It's astonishing. If even the shield aura couldn't block the sword aura, that boy has some right to be arrogant. Zoltan's men stood nearby, completely stunned by Isaiah. Is he really just a youth? To possess such formidable power, knowing that Javier's shield aura is the perfect counter to sword aura. Unless there's an overwhelming difference in cultivation, such a result shouldn't happen. Javier couldn't resist at all. Isaiah ended the battle with a single sword stroke. Kent raised an eyebrow, understanding that Javier's shield aura should have been able to withstand the sword aura. However, Isaiah likely reached the fourth realm of sword aura. Kent quickly realized Isaiah would be a threat. Indeed, a tough enemy. When Kent first heard Isaiah's name, he was utterly dismissive. Just recently achieving comprehension realm strength, he shouldn't be so powerful. But now, it seemed Isaiah had reached either the first or even second realm. Your people aren't up to par, Kent. The first person who challenged me was too weak. Why don't you step up yourself? Isaiah smiled slightly. Kent's eyes grew fierce. This kid had no place in his sight now. Just winning against one person. What's there to celebrate? My next guy will teach you. His face darkened. Isaiah stood still when suddenly several needles flew towards him, piercing his hand. Fletcher was startled. Why didn't you dodge, Isaiah? It's not lethal. Why should I dodge? A black-robed man appeared, his skin unnaturally discolored, hinting at severe poisoning. Rest assured, young Master Kent. No one can survive my poison unless they're alchemy masters capable of antidotes, Colton said insidiously. Quickly, Isaiah. Use a pill to detoxify yourself. Fletcher cried. Don't underestimate my poison. This is grade 4 snake venom, equally hard to refine as medicinal pills. You'll soon feel excruciating pain. Isaiah's skin began turning black, a very dangerous sign. This is bad. What should we do, Isaiah? Are you alright? Fletcher panicked, pulling out prepared pills. Grade 4 pills won't detoxify you. They only delay, allowing residual toxins to resurface, sealing your fate. Colton sneered. You're a grade 4 alchemy master yet you refine poisons. Impressive indeed, Fletcher commented sarcastically. Is it? It's all because others despised my pills, leading to this. Colton grinned, confident Isaiah would fall soon. Isaiah, are you alright? Fletcher asked anxiously. I'm fine. No need to worry. Isaiah remained calm despite Fletcher's evident unease. Kent laughed, believing Isaiah was doomed since Colton's poison had never failed. Solving this issue eased his mind. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, sensing something wasn't quite right. If things continued like this, wouldn't he be in trouble? Boy, I know you're strong, but this poison ensures your death. Even a grade 4 alchemy master died under my hand before. Seeing Isaiah silent, Colton couldn't help laughing. Why so quiet? Not so cocky now. You're dead. With no expression, Isaiah replied, You mean only a grade 5 pill can detoxify this? Correct, only a grade 5 pill can. But that's impossible. You can't possibly have one. Colton shook his head nonchalantly. Fletcher sensed something was amiss, worried Isaiah might lose if the poison affected him badly. Hand over the abyss stone and maybe you'll live, Colton taunted. As if, surrendering the stone now? Dream on, Isaiah scoffed. What? You're defying me to the end? You don't want to live? Colton arched an eyebrow. This poison isn't much for me, Isaiah responded calmly. If so, why haven't you detoxified yet? You're bluffing, Colton questioned. Isaiah took out a brocade box. If only a grade 5 pill can detoxify, then let's use one. I don't believe you can produce a grade 5 pill. They're exceedingly precious. If you did, I'd rather die. Colton was skeptical. Opening the box revealed an extraordinary pill emitting mysterious energy and a ring of light around it. Isaiah indeed had a grade 5 pill, which shocked Colton into disbelief. A mere 18-year-old youth. Too incredible. How did this happen? Unbelievable. Shock gripped Colton. Isaiah genuinely held a grade 5 pill. Isaiah looked at the pill, finally ready to use the long-stored water meditation crystal pill. Swallowing it, a strange aura enveloped him. Even Kent felt envious. This kid's luck was beyond belief. Getting hold of a grade 5 pill. Where from? Even Kent had never tasted one. Soon, Isaiah's skin returned to normal, clearly free of poison. How can you have a grade 5 pill? Colton was stunned. Expecting the grade 4 poison to finish Isaiah, the boy actually possessed a grade 5 pill. Colton was frustrated, never having failed before. But now, this kid survived. Why do I have a grade 5 pill? I'm already a grade 5 alchemy master. Is owning a grade 5 pill strange? Chapter 296, Do Not Miss. Isaiah shrugged and continued, I told you this poison can't harm me. In the next instant, Isaiah flipped and delivered a side kick that sent Colton flying. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth, making him look utterly pitiful. Kent's face darkened. This kid was actually fine again, not even a scratch on him, with an incredibly high level of alchemy skills. Indeed a troublesome bastard. Zoltan's people cast envious glances at this young man who was too powerful for words. Wow, he just swallowed a 5th grade pill so casually. Usually they're used for breaking through major realms, right? Comparing people really makes one feel dead inside, seeing how amazing others are in both martial and alchemy arts. The two beside Kent couldn't do anything to that youth. How powerful is he really? Once again, Isaiah left everyone speechless, unable to describe the shock he caused. The one who looked the worst was Kent, Who would have thought Isaiah was so proficient in both understandings and surpassed others in these areas? When he came for the trial, Ken assumed this kid was just boasting. But it turned out he was serious, not joking. His martial arts were no joke, and his alchemy skills were also very high, capable of producing a 5th-grade pill. Not only in the Sea of Enlightenment but even throughout the entire Southern Xia Empire, there were only a few like him. An 18-year-old youth, how did he achieve such heights in 2 understandings? How is that possible? Even with talent, shouldn't he be less over the top? Alright, according to our agreement, I've already beaten your 2 people. So give me the Abyss Stone now. Kent's face was grim, as if unwilling to acknowledge defeat. You've only beaten those 2, not me. Why should I give you the Abyss Stone? Kent said disdainfully. How can you go back on your word? You're second on the heavenly rankings. Is your word not credible? Isaiah asked. Haha, even if I retract my word, what's the problem? Unless you defeat me with your own strength, don't think about getting the stone, Kent said smugly. Kent was confident. Although Isaiah might be strong, he knew this kid couldn't win against him. Kent's current strength was extraordinary. Even an 18-year-old genius would be powerless. The Abyss Stone was crucial. This test wasn't just for enhancing power but primarily for escaping from here. Without it, everything else was useless. Even killing Kent wouldn't make him hand over the Abyss Stone. This Isaiah was truly a formidable opponent. Kent didn't want to play any longer. Once he was dead, everything would be settled. Isaiah, no matter how strong you are, my restrainer will take your life, Kent growled menacingly. Beside him, the restrainer stepped forward. Remington, don't mess up. This brat defeated my 2 people. It's truly detestable. Remington wore a serious expression, not daring to be careless after the loss of the other 2. It was better to get rid of this kid sooner rather than later. Remington immediately launched an attack. Chanting strange incantations, flames ignited in his hands. Under Isaiah's feet, a restraining formation appeared, engulfed in roaring flames. Oh no, we've run into a restrainer again, Fletcher muttered, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This fire restraining formation looked even more lethal. Zoltan seemed uneasy. Leader, this Isaiah is also a formidable restrainer. Kent smiled coldly. Even if he is, it won't help. Remington is a mid-ranked 4th-grade restrainer. No one has ever broken his ghost fire formation. The formation instantly blazed into flames, forming pillars of fire that looked terrifying. Shadows of resentful spirits could be seen within the flames. Isaiah. Fletcher could no longer stand it, launching an attack at Kent. Emph! You piece of trash, Fletcher. Step aside, Kent countered, punching Fletcher into the air. Fletcher's team consisted of only 2 people. It was a foolish move that got them into this situation. If they were smarter, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Kent still had 2 people by his side, their faces gloomy, smiling sardonically. Although Isaiah is quite impressive, it's unfortunate he became our enemy. This is the consequence. Once trapped in the ghost fire formation, only bones will remain. That's unchangeable. This is the fate of those who oppose Kent. That kid was too arrogant. Dying is what he deserves. Flames burned skyward. Fletcher struggled to stand. Kent was too powerful. With a single punch, he had been incapacitated. But how was Isaiah doing? Trapped inside, he fell silent. The intense heat from the fiery flames made everyone around shiver, and the sight of resentful spirits added to the horror. Remington wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. Following Kent, he rarely engaged in battles. Rest assured, Mr. Kent, that boy will definitely die. I have never let you down, Remington smiled faintly. Who would have thought such a terrifying restraining technique would be used? Even if Isaiah is a restrainer, he might not survive, Zoltan sighed in relief. Actually, facing Isaiah had been nerve-wracking for him, causing immense stress. You bastards, using such despicable means. Attacking a few against one. Aren't you ashamed? Fletcher protested angrily. Haha, blame Isaiah for bringing 2 people here for the trial. They're practically asking to die. What does it matter that we have more people? Now it's too late to regret. Winning is all that matters, Kent sneered. It was Isaiah's overconfidence that led to his doom. That brat must be dead. In such flames, even if I went in, I might not survive. Remington folded his arms, waiting for Isaiah's end. Silence for so long. Fletcher's face darkened. What should he do now? With Isaiah dead, Fletcher gritted his teeth, resolved not to live alone. Since you killed Isaiah, I'll fight you to the death. Fletcher lunged forward again. Haha, you're funny, Fletcher. With your strength, you think you can fight. Kent waved his hand, sending Fletcher flying once more. The flame pillars of resentful ghosts burned fiercely, growing larger. Even the strongest would be reduced to ashes. Chapter 297. 3 elements unite as Enoch. The pillar of roaring flames burned for a long time, and Fletcher was almost in despair. Could Isaiah really not survive this time? Fletcher, you still haven't given up hope? You can't seriously think that Isaiah can live through this situation, Fife said mockingly. Damn it. Remington seemed unconcerned but felt extremely smug. Young Master Kent, that brat is dead now. I've removed a major threat for you. The ghost flame restriction spell is quite interesting, but I've had enough here. It's time to get out. Upon hearing Isaiah's voice, Remington widened his eyes in shock. This kid wasn't dead yet. I'll unlock the restriction spell immediately. Isaiah's arrogant voice made Remington doubt its possibility. Just boasting while you have the chance, talking big only now. Remington didn't believe this boy could be fine. Remington, what are you doing? That kid isn't dead? Faced with Kent's questioning, Remington appeared a bit panicked. Don't worry, young Master Kent. The kid is probably just barely holding on. My restriction spell is the strongest, Remington reassured himself. Could he not even handle a mere kid? Remington raised his hands, intending to intensify the flames. Ding. The Master is within the 4th rank Ghost Flame Restriction spell formation, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining experience of 1000 by 1000 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master has learned the Ghost Flame Restriction spell, reaching mid-level 4th rank Restriction Master. Isaiah could have left much earlier but was merely playing around inside the flames. You call this shabby restriction spell capable of trapping me? Watch me break free in 5 seconds. The flame pillars suddenly shrank, as if being sucked away by some force. Remington watched helplessly as the flames vanished. This can't be. What kind of trick is this? The ghostly flames disappeared quickly into the ground within those 5 seconds. Remington stared at the scrambled patterns of the restriction formation on the ground. Kent and others were stunned. This kid stayed in the restriction spell for so long and came out unharmed. Even if Isaiah didn't die, at least he should have been injured. It seemed as if he were playing around inside the flames, a dreamlike occurrence. This Isaiah was simply too extraordinary. His sword technique broke Javier's shield momentum, and he casually took out a 5th-rank medicinal pill to neutralize the intense poison in his body. He could even effortlessly unlock a 4th-rank restriction spell. Such a terrifying ability left everyone speechless. To what extent was Isaiah truly monstrous? Impossible to describe. Having 3 realms of cultivation, he showed such remarkable proficiency, shocking the hearts of everyone present. He was literally a living monster. How is this possible? Remington's face was filled with astonishment. His expression was one of disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. That was the Ghost Flame restriction spell, among 4th-rank restriction spells, the hardest to break through. Anyone who falls into it usually doesn't survive. Was Isaiah's restriction spell mastery really that high? How did you do that? Isaiah smirked disdainfully. I stayed in there longer because I wanted to play with you. As long as my understanding of restriction spells is thorough, no restriction spell can confine me. So good, Isaiah, you're safe. I was worried sick, Fletcher said emotionally. Seeing Fletcher's injuries, he had intended to fight to the death. Not bad for a friend. Isaiah shook his head. You don't need to rush to act in the future. Ken also found him difficult to deal with. This kid was incredibly proficient in restriction spells. Despite their numbers, they would be helpless if trapped in a single restriction spell. Even a martial arts powerhouse like Kent felt wary of restriction spells, which could wipe out a formidable warrior anytime. Kent, now your restriction master can't kill me, so why don't you hand over the stone proactively? I'm tired of playing with you. Humph, never will I hand over the abyss stone to you or anyone else. Kent's face darkened. Only I can pass this trial, not anyone else. No need to shout. Soon, I'll make you kneel and beg. Forget about giving me the abyss stone. I can take your life if I want, Isaiah said in an overwhelmingly domineering tone. Kent's face changed instantly. Kid, let's see if you have the strength. Kent leaped forward, shouting, Earth tier martial skill, celestial fist. After this move, everyone's faces changed dramatically. The atmosphere was filled with a sharp, overpowering force, almost pushing several people back. Kent landed a solid punch on Isaiah's body. With a loud bang, Isaiah stood there unmoved. Is that all? I thought you were tough. You beat Fletcher pretty badly, but now I'll return the favor. How is this possible? With my mid-4th level martial venerable realm, I can't hurt you? Kent was taken aback. He had reached the 2nd realm of comprehension. Normally, he should have been able to injure any opponent. Yet his full strength punch was useless against Isaiah? At this moment, the other 2 men beside Kent launched an attack, striking with powerful momentum. Isaiah dodged their attacks, retreating hastily. Let's deal with him together, young Master Kent, said one of the black-faced men, while the other man had a square face. Their cultivation level seemed slightly weaker than Kent, but both were still at the 4th level martial venerable realm. Powerful surges of momentum rushed toward Isaiah. He resisted, but was forced back quite a bit. For a moment, Kent saw a glimmer of hope. 3 against 1. The situation has changed. Even if Isaiah surpasses Kent 1-on-1, the odds are now 3-1, completely altering the scenario. Fletcher stepped forward. Isaiah, let me help you. No need for that. You're already this badly injured. Isaiah shook his head. Fletcher clutched his chest. His injuries were indeed severe. Zoltan watched from the side, feeling quite anxious. He knew such a battle wasn't for him to join. His intervention would be counterproductive. Zoltan's subordinates watched Isaiah and couldn't help but marvel. Now, let's combine our powers to reach the highest state. Our energies will complement each other, enhancing our strength and defense, Kent commanded. The 2 men nodded. Standing together, their energies swiftly swirled and became something incredible, making them far more powerful than before. Ultimate state of comprehension. 3 elements unite as Enoch. With Kent's cold command, their energies became overwhelmingly strong, momentarily astonishing everyone. Chapter 298, Stefan. The entire area was trembling slightly. Galik this, even a 5th stage Wuzun realm warrior will die at our hands. Our Trinity convergence is that powerful, Kent roared as he immediately unleashed a palm strike. Primordial energy formed a destructive force wave that was incredibly terrifying wherever it reached. Isaiah immediately dodged the force wave. A massive trench appeared on the ground, and one couldn't see its end. Anyone hit by it, no matter how strong, would be reduced to powder. Zoltan's men watched in shock. The strength was too overwhelming, far exceeding their imagination. Do you see? That boy is starting to dodge. He must have been intimidated by that power. Ken, after all, with Trinity Convergence now, making 3 people's strength so frightening, there's no chance for him alone to win. The last time Kent used Trinity Convergence, he defeated a peak 5th stage Wuzun realm warrior. Just imagine how terrifying it is. They trembled watching it. Isaiah probably had no hope now. Trinity Convergence, a rare combined martial skill by 3 people, wielded powerfully by Kent, made it nearly impossible for Isaiah to win. Boy, are you only going to run now? Kent laughed wildly. His heart-piercing palm strike sent another force wave with immense destructive power. Isaiah dodged once more. Kent raised an eyebrow. Though the force wave's destructive range was extensive, the boy still managed to dodge nimbly. He didn't believe the boy could hide forever, and Kent smirked coldly. Be careful, Isaiah. If you're hit, you're dead, Fletcher said anxiously. It's okay. They just look formidable, putting up quite a show, Isaiah replied with a faint smile. In such a situation, he actually smiled. astonishing everyone? Was he unclear about the situation or overconfident? He was clearly terrified, fleeing nonstop. Haha, if you can handle it, why are you running around? Ken asked. The primordial energy from their trio swelled continuously, shaking the surroundings with a force of heaven and earth. The onlookers retreated hastily, fearing instant death if caught in the crossfire. Fine, I'll break your Trinity convergence, all this flamboyance. Isaiah began unsheathing his sword. His eyes hardened instantly, sending chills down everyone's spines. Isaiah charged towards Kent. This surprised Kent. Instead of dodging, the boy dared to charge forward. Boy, this is you looking for death. Kent exerted all his might, releasing a super strong force wave. To face it head-on, everyone thought Isaiah had gone mad. Who would do such a foolish thing? Many felt pity for Isaiah, not wanting to see his gruesome death. Zoltan sighed bitterly. A young man indeed, acting impulsively like that was courting death. Facing such overwhelming power, where did Isaiah get the courage to confront it head-on? Within seconds, he'd be pulverized by the force wave. How terrifying. Isaiah drew his sword, his gaze demonic-like. Instantly, 1,000 miles turned icy, an unprecedented coldness sweeping through everyone. A fierce force wave clashed with a sword beam, emitting cold light. The space seemed to freeze in time under the sword's momentum. The force wave vanished upon contact with the sword beam. Kent's eyes widened in disbelief, dreaming of Isaiah's powerful sword momentum. The sword beam instantly hurled Kent and his companions into the air, their screams blood-curdling, blood splattering everywhere. They fell like broken kites, completely out of control. An extremely sharp sword beam left everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. Kent collapsed on the ground, several horrific sword wounds on his body. He could barely stand, while the other two lay unconscious. Zoltan felt his scalp tingle, as if witnessing a ghost. Could anything be more terrifying? How devilish was this boy? 3 4th-stage Wu Zun realm experts using Trinity convergence together couldn't withstand one strike from Isaiah. Fletcher took a long time to recover, suspecting he had seen wrongly. Kent knelt, his face black with terror. Isaiah's sword was the most fearsome he had ever seen. Never thought their Trinity convergence would lose so thoroughly. Could it be you've attained the 3rd level comprehension? Kent stammered. Isaiah shrugged, a faint smile on his face. 3rd level comprehension belonged only to inner sect elders and high-ranking officials. How did Isaiah reach it? If Isaiah achieved it, why undergo the supreme test? This was nonsense. Of course, this was just Kent's guess. If Isaiah reached that level, how did he do it? By his own insight? Kent accepted defeat wholeheartedly. He felt only a breath remained, Isaiah's sword glinting menacingly. Hand over the stones. Otherwise, I won't be polite, Isaiah said coldly. Okay, no problem. Take the abyss stone if you want it, just don't kill me, Kent shivered. Fletcher sighed in relief. Isaiah's strength surpassed his imagination. Without him, Fletcher would never have survived this test, let alone be free. Kent handed over the abyss stone, and Zoltan followed suit. 3 stones plus the 2 Isaiah already had. They now had 5 stones, meaning Fletcher passed the supreme test. Thinking of it, Fletcher felt extremely excited. Never in his dreams did he imagine collecting 5 abyss stones so quickly. Having a good friend truly changed one's life, Fletcher sighed. Without Isaiah, passing this test would have been impossible. Great, Isaiah. Now we can pass the test and leave, Fletcher said excitedly. Isaiah nodded. Take this pill first. Seeing the 4th grade pill Isaiah offered, Fletcher felt grateful. It eased his injuries significantly. Few people were as generous as Isaiah, offering a 4th grade pill. Great, we should be able to leave now, Fletcher smiled. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Someone seemed to be approaching nearby. Didn't expect so many people here. Kent's face paled further upon seeing the newcomer. I didn't expect, Kent, you would lose to someone like him, came a very arrogant voice. Stefan, you're still here? Kent looked uneasy and surprised, asking curiously. Chapter 299. He must become even stronger. Hemph, it's a disgrace for a junior brother to lose to someone like that. The man glanced disdainfully at Isaiah, his haughty expression intimidating everyone who saw him. Stefan Andreas, this Isaiah isn't simple. Kent seemed to want to explain but was too heavily injured. Andreas sneered. All right, boy, you're called Isaiah, right? You look powerful, but that stone might as well be mine. Otherwise, you'll be dead soon. You want to take my stone? Ha, that's absolutely impossible. Isaiah shook his head. Andreas laughed coldly. Boy, don't think you're something special. You could beat 3-fold unities, Kent, but so can I. There's nothing worth boasting about. Andreas struck with a palm beside him, releasing an overwhelming momentum accompanied by a deafening explosion. Everyone was thoroughly shocked, their ears almost deafened. The chasms on the ground were even more exaggerated than the destruction caused earlier by 3-fold unity. Andreas wasn't joking. His casual palm strike was stronger than the 3 of them combined, showcasing superior strength. Kent raised an eyebrow. Andreas had reached the peak of the 2nd realm of enlightenment, nearly reaching the 3rd realm, even comparable to those within it. Kent was somewhat curious if Isaiah had truly attained 3rd realm enlightenment, considering he hadn't admitted it. If Isaiah had achieved it, it would be unexplainable under normal circumstances. Considering you've seen the power of 3-fold unity, let me tell you, I have mastered 4-fold unity. My primordial energy will increase 4-fold. Andreas's face turned grim. The surge of primordial energy from his body instantly sent many bystanders flying, shattering even the stones on the ground. The power and momentum were indeed stronger than Kent and the others. Zoltan's expression darkened. These people were all monsters. Enoch after another, they possessed earth-shaking power, which was terrifying. That Isaiah is indeed strong. But now Stefan Young has come out, and Andreas's power is overwhelming. He effortlessly obtained 5 abyss stones, and now they are being taken away. If he loses, he'll be furious. I don't believe Isaiah can still win against 4-fold unities Andreas. Look, his primordial energy has disappeared. Zoltan's subordinates trembled, having never witnessed such intense battles since arriving here. And the main character of this battle was just a kid, making the situation even more surprising. They looked at each other in fear, completely intimidated by Andreas's power. Fourfold unity equaled nearly the strength of 4 martial venerables. Isaiah smiled, nonchalantly asking, "Oh, really? This power looks quite impressive." Isaiah became very interested. This martial skill seemed intriguing. Perhaps he should try to comprehend it himself. System notification. Owner observed fourfold unity, triggering 100 times comprehension, gaining experience 1000 by 1000 times. System notification. Congratulations, owner learned fourfold unity. Isaiah closed his eyes. This martial technique boosted power immensely. To think I've learned much from the Sea of Enlightenment. Thank you all. A smile tugged at Isaiah's lips. Brat, what are you gloating about? Do you think you won't die? Andreas's face showed murderous intent. Just as threefold unity lost quickly, adding 1 unity won't change much. Isaiah retorted sarcastically. His audacious words left Zoltan's subordinate speechless. Did this boy know what he was saying? Wasn't fourfold unity formidable enough? He would understand the concept of there's always someone better when he faced death. Without mastering even Enochnis unity, Isaiah was mocking someone who had fourfold unity. This boy was overly confident, drawing disdain from many. Previously, Isaiah won because he didn't face Andreas. Such arrogance. Only Isaiah could act so self-important. Ha, you have guts. Soon, you'll understand true power. You merely defeated threefold unity. There's nothing to brag about. Andreas's eyes sharpened, like venomous snakes. The terrifying momentum of fourfold unity surrounded Andreas, slowly pressing towards Isaiah. Gallica flood. The pressure rushed towards him as Andreas threw a punch, which Isaiah immediately dodged. The punch's energy blasted a massive crater into the ground, its destructive force unimaginable. He smiled faintly. This power looks strong, but it stands no chance against me. Andreas, who had mastered fourfold unity, was undeniably more experienced and powerful. Despite Isaiah being a prodigy, this showdown thrilled everyone. The clash of absolute power. Andreas gathered the energy of 4 people, distorting space in a horrifying manner. Isaiah, your sword technique is powerful, but before me, it will snap. Ha, I think not. My sword won't break, but your head might, Isaiah chuckled. Everyone tensed up. If Andreas was enraged, Isaiah would be bloodied. Didn't Isaiah realize this? Without comprehending fourfold unity, why dare mock Andreas? Wasn't this suicidal behavior? Let's see if you can sever my head. Andreas refused to believe Isaiah had the ability. He was merely boasting. With only 4th tier martial venerable status and no comprehension of fourfold unity, how could he possibly defeat him? The power of fourfold unity will end your life now. Andreas's palm seemed capable of toppling a mountain. A thunderous boom echoed, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. People wore expressions of panic. The scene was shocking. Isaiah used his scabbard to counter Andreas's momentum, cracks forming beneath his feet. Haha, brat, how do you feel about my strength? Andreas asked triumphantly, convinced Isaiah was doomed. Fletcher panicked. What would happen if Isaiah accidentally lost? But with such formidable energy, approaching Andreas meant severe injury or death. Look, Isaiah can't handle the pressure. He's done for. The power of fourfold unity is terrifying. The earth is collapsing. Andreas's power is immense. How will Isaiah meet his end? How long could Isaiah hold out? Fletcher watched nervously as Andreas's pressure intensified. Chapter 300. Unwilling to admit defeat. Trevor's fierce assault caused him to burst into laughter. Well, little boy, speechless now? This power of mine is enough to obliterate you into ashes. The formidable momentum made the surroundings tremble. Everyone retreated in awe, stunned by the sheer force. Isaiah slowly unsheathed his sword, revealing a cold gleam before Trevor. With a clang, Isaiah immediately drew his sword. Trevor's eyes widened in shock as an intense chill filled his heart, making him shudder all over. The sword's might was like the glint of a star in the Milky Way, leaping across 1,000 years. People momentarily saw a streak of sword light. Trevor's 4 elements combined strength abruptly ceased and vanished without a trace. Everyone was bewildered, hurriedly observing what had happened between the two of them. It seemed as if time had frozen for that moment, immobilizing everyone. The chilling sensation spread from head to toe, leaving their minds blank. Trevor flew 10 zhang away, lying on the ground, with the overwhelming sword chi cutting through him, especially a prominent and fierce wound on his chest, which left everyone with goosebumps. Now, everyone looked at Isaiah with horror. Although they knew his swordsmanship was powerful, it was astonishing to see it reach such heights. A single strike had defeated Trevor, who, despite his 4 elements fused power, was utterly defenseless against Isaiah. What kind of monstrous talent could achieve this? Trevor lay on the ground, eyes vacant, almost unconscious, soaked in blood, nearly dead. Just this, and you wanted to snatch my abyss stone? Must be a joke, Isaiah sneered coldly. Kent swallowed hard, completely dumbfounded. Even at the level of 4 elements combined, he was still dealt with in one strike. Originally, Kent thought Trevor would seize all the abyss stones, but reality turned out to be the opposite. Who could have predicted Isaiah's immense power? Was that 4 elements combined? Kent asked in astonishment, noting the elemental energy around Isaiah, which was different from usual, somewhat resembling the energy at the 4 elements combined stage. Isaiah's frosty expression left Kent hesitant to speak more, fearing a slight displeasure might result in being cut down by a sword. Although Isaiah did not explicitly say so, Kent was almost certain this kid also possessed the 4 elements combined realm. It was too terrifying. How did this kid attain such a realm, considering Trevor's decade-long rigorous training, almost reaching the pinnacle of the realm of enlightenment? Kent felt increasingly alarmed and fell silent. Fletcher, you're really lucky to have a friend like Isaiah, Gale Jim Nickig remarked, trembling all over. Well, yes. Without him, I wouldn't have passed this trial. Fletcher marveled at Isaiah's strength, finding it truly formidable. Hold on, Ken interjected. You still aren't convinced? Isaiah asked. If it were anyone else, they would ask, but not you. You're certainly peculiar, Kent said, showing the second-ranked Heavenly Scroll token. Isaiah wasn't overly concerned about this, so he let Kent retrieve Trevor's identity token. This is what you deserve. Kent sighed. Despite his reluctance, Isaiah's power had thoroughly awed him. Isaiah held the second-ranked Heavenly Scroll token with a stoic face, neither excited nor moved. After a brief silence, he turned and walked away. Fletcher followed behind him. Holding 5 abyss stones, Isaiah sensed their strange energy. Let's leave. The ultimate trial has been passed, Isaiah said calmly. I've broken through in cultivation, but it seems I haven't achieved much. Fletcher muttered dejectedly. Don't worry, your journey is long. Next time will surely be better, Isaiah reassured him. Fletcher nodded in agreement. Watching Isaiah and Fletcher leave, Kent's face was complex. They now had no abyss stones, wondering how they would exit. He too would be trapped here, feeling intensely frustrated. Isaiah inspected the 5 abyss stones for some time, then smiled faintly. These stones resembled an array formation capable of opening a portal, explaining the energy within the abyss stones. For Isaiah, skilled in sealing formations, deciphering these stones was not difficult. What kind of formation is this, Isaiah? Fletcher asked curiously. A formation that can get us out, likely transporting us back to the sect. Thus, we passed the trial. Isaiah swiftly set up the formation, the 5 abyss stones emitting light. Soon, they were back at the sect's plaza. Outside the abyss region, everyone waited, unsure who would pass first. Of course, it was possible no one would pass. Senior elders like Xiuxian and Fife, seated on high platforms, watched intently. Fife squinted, noticing the beam of light indicating someone had passed. His heart leaped with joy, standing up to see which team it was. The strongest should be Hardy's team, Fife thought, expecting to see Hardy. Unexpectedly, it was Isaiah and Fletcher. Can't be. With just 2 members, they passed so quickly? How absurd. Not only did they finish so fast, but Isaiah isn't even injured. Now Fletcher has an edge over Hardy, possibly becoming deputy leader. Disciples of the Realm of Enlightenment buzzed with discussion. No one expected Fletcher and Isaiah to be the first ones out, especially since it seemed impossible. Fife greeted them with a smile. Congratulations. I didn't expect you two to be so impressive. Thanks to Isaiah, I hardly did anything, Fletcher laughed bitterly, noting bloodstains on his body. Fletcher, you have surpassed this trial. The sect will assist you to reach the first and second realm soon. Work hard during this period, Fife said. Thank you, deputy leader. Fletcher was elated, knowing this would help him become stronger, even though he still lagged behind Isaiah, but now closer to him. Fife looked at Isaiah, raising an eyebrow. Mr. Galen, indeed formidable, passing the trial so swiftly. Just good luck, Isaiah replied modestly. Regardless, setting up the formation with 5 abyss stones so quickly, you must be very talented. Many couldn't manage it, thus remaining trapped inside. Such praise would have flattered others, but Isaiah remained calm and composed, not saying much more. Isaiah. Fife looked serious, seemingly wanting to say something. Chapter 301. Just Galikyo. You've already received the reward for the ultimate test in advance. I can't think of any other rewards suitable for you. Your level of comprehension is quite formidable. Fletcher looked at Isaiah in surprise, not fully understanding what was meant. He didn't dare to ask further. Fife could tell that Isaiah had reached the 3rd realm of comprehension. Not only that, he had also grasped a new realm after entering the abyss testing ground. Enoch could say that the Sea of Comprehension had nothing left to teach him. Isaiah was absolutely a prodigy, truly exceptional and against the heavens. Nothing escapes the Deputy Sect Master's notice. Considering it's a unique realm specific to our sect, if I couldn't recognize it, that would be unacceptable, Fife said with a bitter smile. No one knew what battles Isaiah might have faced inside, but his rapid comprehension of the 4 elements unification astonished even Fife. Yet, Fife maintained his calm demeanor throughout. Come to my residence, let's enjoy some tea, and I'll show you something good, Fife said. The disciples were shocked upon hearing this. They were actually going to the Deputy Sect Master's residence? These inner disciple members, who had spent years in the Sea of Comprehension, didn't even know where the Deputy Sect Master's residence was. Rumor had it that it was akin to a treasure trove, a place both internal and external powerhouses within the sect longed to visit. Yet none had ever had such an opportunity. Xiuxian paused slightly. Despite being an elder in the sect, he too did not know where Fife's residence was, and his eyes betrayed a hint of envy. With a wave of his hand, Fife raised a puff of white smoke, and the 3 disappeared immediately. They soon arrived at Fife's residence. Fletcher felt fortunate to be there, all thanks to Isaiah. The residence was grand, leaving Fletcher speechless. Isaiah, however, wasn't particularly interested. Please come in, Fife gestured courteously. Isaiah noticed the trees in front of the hall. They were 3rd-grade medicinal herbs, which were rare and extremely valuable. For them to be here, it was clear how wealthy Fife was. All the trees were medicinal herbs, and the artificial mountains emitted unique auras. Everything here was extraordinary, built with gold coins, as Isaiah could tell. Fife ordered tea to be served. After taking a sip, Fletcher was greatly surprised. This tea is too delicious. Compared to Fletcher's astonishment, Isaiah remained calm and composed. The tea had a refreshing effect, much like smelling pill, fragrance. Isaiah sensed it must be a royal item. Isaiah, I can see that you took a 5th-grade pill. The essence should still be stored in your body. With today's practice, it might help you break through your cultivation. Isaiah smiled faintly. He had taken water crystal Dan to detoxify earlier, and indeed, a 5th-grade pill significantly accelerated cultivation speed. He should seize an opportunity to cultivate thoroughly, thus enhancing his realm. Is Isaiah about to break through again? Fletcher, listening beside him, was envious. To treat 5th-grade pills like snacks, probably only Isaiah could do that. I called you here this time to give you a pill formula. Keeping it here is pointless, so why not pass it on to someone who can use it? Isaiah's eyes lit up with interest. How could I accept that? You passed the ultimate test, so you deserve some reward. Please take this 5th grade pill formula. An ancient scroll was handed over. Isaiah took it and examined it carefully, then couldn't help but laugh. A 5th grade royal pill, truly a rare treasure. Deputy Sect Master, you have far too many good things, Isaiah praised involuntarily. Royal 5th grade pills, especially ancient ones, had greater effects than ordinary 5th grade pills but were incredibly difficult to refine. I can't refine it anyway. Isaiah squinted his eyes. Anything Fife took out seemed related to the royal family. This person had a truly complex background. Isaiah studied for a while. This is the royal 5th grade pill, xiuxian. Isaiah's expression turned serious, the first time Fletcher had seen him like this. The effect of this pill is astonishing. Fife originally wanted to ask what it was, but decided against it. Since he had no chance of obtaining it, knowing would only make him feel imbalanced. But the most challenging part is the heavenly fruit. This fruit has reportedly been missing for decades, with no one able to find it. Isaiah sounded disappointed. Really? It seems familiar to me, Fife pondered. Can you provide any clues, Deputy Sect Master? The Southern Xia Empire holds an annual alchemist convention, where one of the prizes is this heavenly fruit. It takes place in Xiaoyi City, not far outside the Imperial City. Then I'll definitely attend. Right, Isaiah, I know Ziva was taken by royal people, and you're very upset, but you don't have the qualifications yet. Even if I lack qualifications, I still need to go. Ziva has been away for quite a while. Actually, it hadn't been long, just a few days. But perhaps these few days were significant to Isaiah, making him eager to bring Ziva back quickly. If you want to enter the Imperial City, you need certain qualifications. Even with them, you may not necessarily succeed, but having them increases your chances. Oh, what are they? First rank on the heavenly gay list. Even now, you might not win if you challenge it. Fife shook his head. Oh, I see. That sounds interesting and would give me a chance to enter the Imperial City. If you're first on the heavenly gay list, you will have a chance to enter, but the Imperial City can't be stormed. At this, Fife's expression changed, as if recalling something. Yes? There was once a talented individual, almost exactly like you. His martial arts cultivation was heaven-defying, and he tried to storm the Imperial City. What happened? I don't know. Some say he died. Others claim he succeeded. But the entire incident was sealed off. Fife shook his head. That person, just like you, entered the sect in just a few days, comprehended various realms, challenged those on the heavenly gay list, and defeated each one, creating a legend. It does sound intriguing. He was named Tianhe Jim, equally formidable, but vanished mysteriously 10 years ago, Fife sighed. Isaiah sipped his tea. But you're equally remarkable, reaching the 3rd realm, and that, the 4 elements unification realm, Fife did not finish. How such a prodigy genius came to be was truly unfathomable. Especially with the 4 elements unification realm, Isaiah seemed to have grasped it without guidance, a truly bizarre occurrence. Perhaps geniuses simply didn't require explanations for their achievements. Hashtag chapter 302. The position of 0. I understand. I'll challenge the top ranker on the Tian Gay list next, then I'll participate in the Alchemy Congress. Fife nodded. He truly had no idea what heights this kid would achieve in the future. Just don't disappear like Amnon did. That evening, Isaiah specifically went to deliver a challenge letter. After all, the opportunity to challenge the number 1 on the Tian Gay list wasn't always available. The challenge letter needed to be delivered in advance, and Isaiah had prepared accordingly. Fletcher accompanied him to the Hall of Affairs beside the Tian Gay list. Are you Isaiah? The officer's voice was somewhat shaken. After all, as the top scorer in the highest test, Isaiah's name had become well known. Yes, I've come to issue a challenge letter. I've heard challenging the top of the Tian Gay list is incredibly difficult. Upon hearing this, the officer's eyes widened. His words attracted several elders who were also quite surprised by the news. Fletcher sensed something amiss with the atmosphere. It felt eerily silent around them. After a while, the officer finally came back to his senses. Isaiah actually said he wanted to challenge the top ranker on the Tian Gay list. The officer's face darkened. Although Isaiah was the top scorer in the highest test, that didn't mean he could challenge the Tian Gay list first place. This Tian Gay list first place holder, even Vice Patriarch Fife, couldn't easily win against. They fought without clear results. Isaiah, do you know who the Tian Gay list first place is? Isaiah raised his eyes and saw only the word first written at the top of the list, making the person seem quite mysterious. At this moment, Isaiah noticed something. The position above first was labeled 0. This seemed to be an even higher position. The name on the 0 position was clearly written, Amnon. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, instantly memorizing the name. The Tian Gay list first place is Stephen. You have no idea how terrifying he is, the officer said, trembling slightly when mentioning the name. Stephen was incredibly powerful. 5th and 6th ranked martial venerable experts from outside the sect had challenged him, but they were all dealt with in one move. Anyone who challenged Stephen ended up with their cultivation ruined, limbs broken, and forever unable to cultivate again. For nearly 2 years, no one dared to challenge Stephen for the top spot on the Tian Gay list. In recent times, Isaiah had been a hot topic, rising from 5th to 3rd on the Tian Gay list, but it still wasn't enough. There was a vast difference between 1st and 2nd, not even in the same league. Isaiah wouldn't assume that just because he was 3rd, he could qualify to challenge 1st. Even though you have the right to challenge, Stephen might not take you seriously. No, he will agree to duel me. Isaiah's lips curled into a smile. Tell him if he agrees to fight me and wins, he can get a 5th grade Imperial Alchemy pill. The officer stared at Isaiah in disbelief. Are you serious? Just tell him. I'll be at the square beside the Tian Gay list tomorrow. If he doesn't come, he's a coward. Isaiah hadn't used the xiuxian pill yet, so using it as a condition would attract attention even from the top rankers. After Isaiah left, news spread rapidly within the sect, causing chaos. The next day, The arena was packed with inner disciples waiting for Isaiah and Stephen. A 5th grade alchemy pill as stakes. Wow, Isaiah is really generous. That guy sure has people admiring him, but Stephen has never lost. Isaiah challenging him is suicide, especially offering an imperial alchemy pill to the winner. Isaiah thinks winning the highest test qualifies him to challenge the top of the Tian list? That's laughable. He won't know what hit him. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, knocking many off their feet. When they regained their composure, they were shocked. Stephen, the legendary figure at the top of the Tian list, was already there. On the stage stood a man in his late 20s, eyes closed, meditating. All inner disciples trembled under his oppressive aura. No one could believe that Stephen had actually appeared. The overwhelming pressure made everyone feel separated by a powerful barrier. Stephen sneered contemptuously. You're late. How dare you stand me up? I'll kill him once he shows up. Hearing this, everyone believed Isaiah was doomed. Isaiah challenged others yet was late himself. Had he known Stephen's prowess and fled? It's been 10 minutes. Isaiah isn't coming. Maybe he's scared. Isaiah's cultivation is good. Better to run and lose some face than lose his life. Facing Stephen, who does he think he's dealing with? As everyone laughed, a figure descended from the sky. You're Isaiah? Stephen's lofty tone suggested Isaiah was beneath him. Yes, sorry for being late. Stephen sneered. It doesn't matter. You're dead anyway. Hand over your alchemy pills. Isaiah shrugged and produced a brocade box. A 5th grade xiuxian pill and 2 4th grade pills. You'll get them if you win. Stephen fixed his gaze on the xiuxian pill, intensely desiring it. Even a monster like him yearned for such power. He couldn't help but chuckle. Isaiah was almost a gift from heaven. If you want to kill me, I won't hold back. I'm taking that top spot. Do you really think beating the 5th to 3rd rank makes you a genius? In my eyes, you're nothing. Stephen's eyes filled with killing intent, eager for the xiuxian pill. Isaiah sized up Stephen for a moment, then shook his head disappointedly. They speak so highly of you here. I thought you'd be incredible, but now, not so much. What? You dare say I'm not much? Stephen's eyes blazed with fury, incensed by the statement. An 18-year-old's mockery infuriated Stephen, compounded by the weight. Isaiah, I suddenly don't want to kill you. Stephen's lips curled into a cold smile. This statement stunned everyone. Why the sudden change? Hashtag translation ends here. Hashtag chapter 303. Unable to withstand. Stephen's words left everyone speechless. You're actually a 5th rank alchemist, which indeed gives you the right to be arrogant. I won't kill you. I'll spare your life and make use of you in the future, Stephen said, his eyes filled with coldness. Everyone swallowed hard, intimidated by the aura emanating from Stephen. After all, he was the top person on the heavenly rankings, endorsed by both the sect and the royal family. Stephen's ruthless and profit-driven demeanor made it clear that if Isaiah were to serve him by refining pills in the future, Stephen would advance further, surpassing many in martial cultivation. This top position on the heavenly rankings carried significant weight, possibly even leading to candidacy for the position of sect leader in the future. I've heard Stephen's cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th level of martial venerable realm. No wonder his aura is so terrifying, someone commented. He's almost at the 6th level now. This means Isaiah stands no chance at all, another added. Isaiah is very strong, but challenging Stephen is tantamount to suicide. None of the disciples held any hope for Isaiah's victory. Stephen's formidable combat strength, combined with having mastered 2 of the highest realms of comprehension in the Sea of Enlightenment, made him virtually invincible. You don't have the qualification yet, Isaiah said coolly. Stephen's eyes widened as he lunged forward with a punch, causing the air to explode with a massive burst of primordial energy. The tremendous sound and force reverberated through the surroundings. Isaiah didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he launched a frontal attack. Everyone watched in shock as Isaiah chose not to dodge and faced the punch head-on. It was estimated that one punch from Stephen could incapacitate him entirely. A loud bang echoed as 2 powerful surges of primordial energy collided like 2 meteors smashing into each other. The 2 men stood deadlocked for a moment. Isaiah noticed the 4 streams of primordial energy converging in Stephen's body and instantly recognized it as the realm of 4-fold unity. Ding! Master used the 4-fold unity, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, Master has reached the mid-stage of the 4-fold unity realm. At first, Stephen was able to hold his own against Isaiah, but suddenly his opponent's strength multiplied several times over, leaving Stephen unable to withstand it. Stephen instantly felt an overwhelming impact radiate from his arm, forcing him to retreat some distance. He looked at his own fist, shocked, while Isaiah remained almost motionless. Blood dripped from Stephen's hand onto the ground. The inner sect disciples were stunned, their expressions revealing disbelief. Isaiah had traded blows with Stephen, and the one who ended up at a disadvantage and injured was Stephen. The number 1 on the heavenly rankings, who had never been hurt since claiming the top spot, was now injured by Isaiah with just a single punch. Could it be fist momentum? The term xiuxian translates to fist momentum, or fist force in English. In the context provided, using fist momentum reads more naturally and fluently in English. No fool, it's sword momentum, but applied to his fists. This kid is so strong that even without a sword, he can reach the pinnacle of momentum, a senior disciple remarked grimly. Note, I have replaced xiuxian, sword momentum, with sword momentum, to ensure the text reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning. Using sword momentum on his fists turned out to be stronger than Stephen's. The crowd couldn't help but shiver with fear. This person was truly terrifying. Do you know Isaiah has already reached the 2nd stage of comprehension? Could it be he has also reached the 3-fold unity realm? An inner sect elder asked skeptically. Upon hearing this, all the disciples erupted in commotion. Isaiah had only been in the Sea of Enlightenment for a short time and had supposedly achieved these 2 highest realms? These two strongest realms were said to be mastered only by the Grand Elder, Galen, and sect leader, with fewer than 10 people possessing this ability. Could Isaiah really be that monstrous? They call you a once-in-a-millennium genius, but you won't be stronger than me, Stephen spat, his face darkening as he realized he had been injured. This enraged him. Isaiah appeared unperturbed, remaining calm even in the face of Stephen's overwhelming aura. No, there's a vast gap between us. You can't even match a tenth of my strength. Isaiah completely disregarded Stephen, who had never been disrespected in such a manner as the top-ranking individual. I'll let you see the power of fourfold unity. My fist technique is unbeatable, Stephen roared. Primordial energy gathered around Stephen's fist, crackling with lightning. His speed and strength increased several folds as he threw a heavy punch. It was like a massive wave crashing over, sending several people flying who were standing behind Isaiah. Just a momentary lapse in attention. You only wounded me slightly, Stephen claimed, though he wasn't panicked. Isaiah punched back. Heavenly Fist of Earth rank advanced martial technique. Stephen bellowed, summoning a spectral fist in the sky that caused a powerful shockwave. Xiuxian flame. Isaiah's fist ignited with intense flames. A fierce surge of pure energy clashed with scorching flames, and the two powerful forces collided again. Stephen had only just entered the initial stage of the fourfold unity realm, while Isaiah had already advanced to the mid-stage. The fiery fist nearly overwhelmed Stephen. His primordial energy provided no protection as he was consumed by roaring flames. With a deafening boom, Stephen flew backward, utterly defeated. He lay there, barely conscious, his robes smoldering and bloodied. All the disciples watching from below gaped in disbelief. What kind of monster was this? The number one on the heavenly rankings was helpless against him? The flames on Isaiah's fist intensified, and the four streams of primordial energy began converging within him. Stephen struggled to kneel on the ground, his face blackened. You've also reached the fourfold unity realm? Stephen couldn't believe this boy had surpassed him. Stephen clasped his hands together, trying to shield himself with primordial energy. He knew he was in grave danger. Isaiah moved swiftly, landing a vicious punch that deformed Stephen's face, sending him flying once more. This time, Stephen didn't get up. His eyes rolled back, and he lay there unconscious, covered in blood. Fourfold unity realm, an inner sect elder exclaimed. Has he already reached the third stage of comprehension? Every disciple's forehead broke out in cold sweat. They had initially thought Isaiah was at the threefold unity realm, but now they knew it was actually fourfold unity. #### translation note. Chapter 303. Can't withstand anymore. Stephen's words left everyone baffled. You actually became a 5th grade alchemy master. You do have the right to be arrogant, but I won't kill you. I'll spare your life so you can serve me in the future. Stephen's eyes were filled with coldness. Everyone swallowed hard, intimidated by Stephen's aura. He was the top of the heaven rankings, acknowledged by both the sect and the royal family. Stephen's ruthless and greedy look suggested that if Isaiah really served him in the future to refine pills, Stephen would reach even greater heights in martial cultivation, surpassing few others. This position as the top of the heaven rankings was extraordinary, and could lead to the position of sect leader in the future. I heard that Stephen's cultivation has reached the peak of 5th level martial venerable. No wonder his aura is so terrifying. He must be close to the 6th level. In this case, Isaiah has no chance at all. Isaiah is indeed powerful, but challenging Stephen is suicide. The disciples unanimously did not see any hope for Isaiah. Stephen had an extremely strong combat power, having comprehended the two strongest realms in the Sea of Enlightenment. His fighting strength was simply unmatched. You don't have the qualification yet, Isaiah said indifferently. Stephen's eyes widened slightly as he launched a punch towards Isaiah. The air burst with energy, creating a loud noise and shockwave. Isaiah didn't choose to retreat, but instead met the punch head-on, leaving everyone astounded. Isaiah chose to confront the punch directly, and Stephen likely thought one punch would cripple him completely. A loud bang echoed as two powerful energy forces collided like meteorites striking each other. They remained deadlocked for a moment. Isaiah saw 4 streams of energy converge on Stephen, recognizing it as the fourfold convergence realm. Ding! Master used fourfold convergence, triggering a 100x comprehension bonus, gaining 1000 times 1000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your fourfold convergence realm has advanced to mid-stage. At first, Stephen could still hold his ground against Isaiah, but suddenly, the opponent's strength increased several folds, and Stephen could no longer withstand it. Stephen instantly felt an intense impact through his arm, forcing him to retreat. Stephen looked at his fist, astonished at Isaiah who stood almost motionless. Blood dripped from Stephen's hand, dropping onto the ground. The inner sect disciples were dumbfounded, their disbelief evident. Isaiah and Stephen exchanged punches, yet Stephen ended up at a disadvantage and was now injured. The top of the heaven rankings, Stephen, was actually injured. Since ascending to the top spot, he had never been injured. Moreover, his boxing technique was the strongest, yet Isaiah managed to injure him with a single punch. Is that also a fist momentum? No fool, that's sword momentum applied to the fist. This guy can be this strong without using a sword, maximizing his power. An elder disciple grimaced. Applying sword momentum to the fist resulted in a force stronger than Stephen. Everyone was chilled to the bone, utterly terrified. This person was incredibly formidable. Do you think Isaiah reached the 2nd level of enlightenment? Did he also reach threefold convergence? An inner sect elder raised an eyebrow. As these words spread, all the disciples were shocked. How long had Isaiah been in the Sea of Enlightenment? To reach both of the strongest realms? These two highest realms were only mastered by a few individuals, no more than 10 people in total. Could Isaiah have become this extraordinary? They call you a genius of 1,000 years, and it doesn't seem exaggerated. But you can't be stronger than me. Stephen's face darkened. Being injured infuriated him. Isaiah showed no concern, remaining calm even facing Stephen's overwhelming aura. No, there's a huge gap between us. You're not even 1/10 as good as me. Isaiah treated Stephen with complete disdain, something the top of the heaven rankings had never experienced before. I'll let you see the power of fourfold convergence. My boxing technique is invincible, Steven roared. Steven gathered immense energy on his fist, which sparked with lightning. His speed and power increased several times as he struck heavily. It felt like a massive wave crashing over, sending the people behind Isaiah flying. Isaiah, I was just careless. You only wounded me slightly. Isaiah showed no panic and punched back. Earth-class high-level martial skill comprehension fist. Steven bellowed as a phantom fist appeared in the sky, causing powerful energy to shake everything. Phoenix flame. Isaiah's fist blazed with intense fire. A powerful shockwave and scorching flames collided once again. Steven's fourfold convergence was only at the initial stage, while Isaiah's was at the mid-stage. The fiery fist nearly crushed Steven, whose energy couldn't protect him, engulfed immediately by the blazing flames. With a thunderous boom, Steven flew out, thoroughly defeated, almost entirely incapacitated. He crashed into the ground, forming a deep pit and spitting blood, appearing terribly disheveled, with lingering flames on his robe. Watching this scene, every disciple below stared wide-eyed at Isaiah in disbelief. What kind of monster was he? Was the top of the heaven rankings, Steven, truly helpless against him? The flame on Isaiah's fist grew hotter as the four energies converged within him. Steven struggled to kneel, his face blackening further. You've also reached fourfold convergence? Steven couldn't believe this boy's realm was stronger than his own. Steven tried to shield himself with his hands, fearing the worst. Isaiah swiftly approached, punching Steven in the face with such force that his face nearly deformed, sending Steven flying again. Steven lay motionless, unconscious and covered in blood. Fourfold convergence realm, an inner sect elder exclaimed. Could he have already reached the third level of enlightenment? Each disciple broke into a cold sweat. Initially, they thought Isaiah was at the threefold convergence, but now they realized he was actually at fourfold convergence. Chapter 303, Can't Withstand Anymore. Steven's words left everyone bewildered. You're actually a fifth-rank alchemist, indeed giving you the right to be arrogant. I won't kill you. I'll spare your life for future use, Steven said, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Everyone swallowed their breath, subdued by the intimidating aura emanating from Steven, the first on the heavenly gay list, acknowledged by both the sect and the royal family. Steven's ruthless and profit-driven demeanor suggested that if Isaiah were to refine potions for him in the future, it would elevate Steven even further, making him one of the top martial cultivators. Being first on the heavenly gay list was significant, possibly leading to eligibility for the position of sect master. I heard that Steven's cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th stage Wuzun realm. No wonder his aura is so terrifying. Almost reaching the 6th stage, which means Isaiah stands no chance at all. Isaiah is indeed powerful, but challenging Steven is suicidal. None of the disciples held any hope for Isaiah. Steven possessed not only formidable combat strength, but had also comprehended 2 of the highest realms within the Sea of Insight. His fighting power was unmatched. You haven't earned that right, Isaiah said coolly. Steven's eyes widened as he launched a punch towards Isaiah. The air exploded with primal energy, creating a deafening sound and shockwave. Instead of retreating, Isaiah charged forward, astonishing everyone with his audacious move. Choosing to face Steven head-on without dodging, it seemed Isaiah would be crushed by a single punch from Steven. A massive bang echoed as 2 powerful surges of energy collided like 2 meteors crashing into each other. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Isaiah noticed 4 streams of energy converging on Steven, instantly recognizing it as the quaternary union realm. Ding! The master has used quaternary union, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, master has reached the middle stage of the quaternary union realm. Initially, Steven could match Isaiah, but suddenly the latter's strength multiplied several times over, leaving Steven struggling to keep up. Steven felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, forcing him to retreat several steps. Looking at his own fist, Steven stared in disbelief at Isaiah, who stood almost motionless. Blood dripped from Steven's hand onto the ground. The inner disciples were dumbfounded, their faces revealing incredulity. In a direct clash of punches between Isaiah and Steven, Steven ended up at a disadvantage and was injured. This was the first time Steven had been hurt since ascending to the top of the list. Steven, known for having the most potent boxing technique, was now injured by Isaiah's punch. Is that also fist momentum? No fool, it's sword momentum applied to a punch. This kid is incredibly strong. Even without a sword, his momentum reaches its pinnacle, a senior disciple remarked, his expression grim. Using sword momentum in a punch proved stronger than Steven's technique, sending chills down everyone's spines. Isaiah was truly terrifying. Do you know Isaiah has reached the 2nd realm of insight? Could he have achieved the quaternary union realm as well? An inner elder raised an eyebrow. This comment caused a stir among the disciples. How long had Isaiah been in the Sea of Insight? Had he really mastered these 2 highest realms? It seemed unbelievable. These 2 supreme realms were known to be mastered only by the Grand Elder, Deputy Sect Master, and a few others, no more than 10 people in total. Could Isaiah have become this monstrous? They call you a once-in-a-millennium genius, and it doesn't seem exaggerated, but you won't surpass me, Steven growled, enraged by his injury. Isaiah remained unperturbed, facing Steven's formidable aura calmly. We are worlds apart. You can't even compare to a 10th of my strength. Isaiah didn't take Steven seriously at all, knowing he was the first on the heavenly gay list, never having been belittled before. I'll show you the power of quaternary union. My boxing technique is unbeatable. Steven roared, gathering immense primal energy on his fist, accompanied by crackling lightning. His speed and power multiplied, delivering a heavy punch. Gallic waves crashing. Isaiah's companions behind him were sent flying. Isaiah, I was just caught off guard. You only managed to injure me slightly. Unfazed, Isaiah countered with another punch. Earth rank advanced martial technique insight fist. Stephen roared, a phantom fist appearing in the sky, causing powerful vibrations. Zhuke flame. Isaiah's fist ignited with fierce flames. A powerful shockwave of primal energy and scorching fire clashed again. Stephen's quaternary union was at the initial stage, while Isaiah's was at the intermediate stage. The fiery punch overwhelmingly dominated, leaving Stephen wide-eyed. His primal energy offered no protection, swiftly engulfed by raging flames. With a colossal boom, Stephen was thrown back, utterly defeated and nearly incapacitated. Upon hitting the ground, Stephen created a deep crater, coughing up blood, looking battered and disheveled with remnants of flames on his robe. Watching from below, the disciples stared in disbelief at Isaiah. What kind of monster was he? Was the first on the heavenly gay list, Stephen, truly powerless against him? The flame on Isaiah's fist intensified, four streams of energy gathering around him. Stephen struggled to kneel, his face blackened to the extreme. You've reached the quaternary union realm too? Stephen couldn't believe that this youth had a higher realm than him. Stephen clasped his hands together, trying to shield himself with primal energy, sensing imminent danger. Isaiah quickly approached, delivering a devastating punch to Stephen's face, deforming it entirely, sending him flying again. This time, Stephen lay motionless, eyes rolling back and unconscious, covered in blood. Quaternary union realm, an inner elder exclaimed. Has he already reached the third realm of insight? Every disciple broke out in cold sweat. Previously assuming Isaiah was at the ternary union realm, they now realized he was actually at the quaternary union. Chapter 304, Heavenly Sect Trial. Isaiah's comprehension wasn't merely at the second level. It had reached the third level. It was as if he had the qualifications to vie for the position of sect leader. Among all those who had come to the realm of enlightenment to comprehend their realms, no one had ever achieved this. Not only did Isaiah reach the third realm of enlightenment, but he also mastered the four elements unification, a feat that took inner disciples many years to grasp. Just how long had Isaiah been here to master all these? Isaiah could no longer be described simply as a prodigy. He was heaven-defying. Everyone was in an uproar. The prodigious abilities Isaiah displayed were indescribable, terrifyingly formidable. Everyone looked at Isaiah with fear in their eyes. Isaiah had taken the first place token from the heavenly rank. Now he was the undisputed number one, though he was not overly surprised. Everything had happened just as he expected. Stephen was not his match, and he barely exerted any effort before his opponent fell. To Isaiah, it even felt somewhat easy. Clap clap, a round of applause rang out, and everyone turned their heads. Vice Sect Leader Fife slowly walked up, flanked by a few elder members, all of whom wore smiles as they looked at Isaiah. Incredible, incredibly powerful. Who would have thought you could defeat Stephen? Fife marveled. Quick, look, it's Vice Sect Leader. We didn't expect Vice Sect Leader and elders of such high rank to be here. The disciples began to buzz with excitement, witnessing the birth of a new champion. There was no doubt that Isaiah was an even more prodigious disciple than before. His overpowering strength dwarfed Stephen's, being several times stronger. But the sect leader didn't show up, which is a pity. To meet the sect leader must be rare. The title of first on the heavenly rank isn't just hype. It grants numerous qualifications. I wonder what Isaiah will do next. Will he go to a higher ranking sect? With the mention of a higher ranking sect, everyone grew tense and swallowed hard. Quick, look at who that person is. Beside Fife stood an elder who did not belong to the realm of enlightenment. He seemed to be an elder from another, more prestigious sect. This elder had white hair, and though he was old, he exuded extraordinary aura. Everyone looked at him with caution. Fife, this young man is no ordinary individual. At such a young age to be top of the heavenly rank is astonishing. The elder remarked with surprise, having only seen individuals aged 25 or older, who trained day and night, achieve this feat. This youth looked far from fully mature yet already held the top spot. Fisher Elder, I'm genuinely surprised you came personally. Fisher was glad he came. Otherwise, how would he have witnessed such a prodigious talent? Stephen has missed several opportunities to join the heavenly sect due to failing its trials. I've always found it regrettable. The disciples shuddered upon hearing this. If Stephen couldn't pass the trial, how difficult must it be? Isaiah approached Fife. This is Fisher, inner elder of the heavenly sect. What is the heavenly sect? Isaiah asked curiously. The heavenly sect is among the top sects of the Southern Xia Empire and the closest major sect to the imperial city. If you become its disciple, the capital won't be far away. Isaiah wasn't initially interested in this sect, but hearing about the imperial city piqued his interest. Moreover, being among the top sects in the empire, it might be filled with powerful individuals worth meeting. Lee, would you like to take the trial? The heavenly sect welcomes geniuses like you, Fisher inquired. That would be fine, Isaiah replied with a light smile. Fisher smiled back and pulled out a peculiar lamp from his spatial ring. Lee, channel your essence energy into this lamp. The 9 stars on the lamp will release a beam reaching the heavens once a single star is activated, Fisher explained, watching Isaiah eagerly. Isaiah squinted, scrutinizing the lamp. To pass, you need to activate 7 stars. Activating all 9 is considered the best score, Fisher added casually. Considering how easily Isaiah defeated Stephen, there was a chance he might pass the heavenly sect's trial. Isaiah scrutinized the lamp for some time. Ding! Master observed the heavenly sect trial lantern, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining experience 1000 by 1000 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master comprehended the test. The trial began as Isaiah channeled his essence energy into the lantern. Fisher raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased, but then something unexpected happened. The stars on the lantern did not light up at all. Everyone stared in disbelief. Time passed, but the lantern remained unresponsive. A sarcastic smile spread across Fisher's face. Hee, so this is Isaiah's strength? I thought he could light up quite a few stars, but now it seems he can't even compete with Stephen. Perhaps his victory over Stephen was just a fluke. He can't even activate a single star. He doesn't deserve to be top of the heavenly rank. Stephen still managed to light 6 stars. The disciples seemed to have a lot of complaints about Isaiah, some even mocking him gleefully. Fisher had started with a sarcastic smile, but soon realized something was off. Fife couldn't understand why Isaiah, who was so much stronger than Stephen, couldn't activate a single star. Where was his essence energy going? After waiting a while and seeing no stars light up, some disciples grew more agitated. Haha, Isaiah probably won't get into the heavenly sect in this lifetime. If he can't even beat Stephen, maybe he should return the first place token. Isaiah ignored them, continuing to inject his essence energy, completely unaffected by their remarks. Enough, stop wasting energy. It's clear you can't pass this trial, Fisher said, shaking his head. Fife wanted to defend Isaiah but had no argument. After all, if Isaiah couldn't pass the trial, entering the heavenly sect was impossible. This meant Isaiah wouldn't be able to reach the Imperial City. But Isaiah's performance baffled Fife too. Not being able to activate even a single star was beyond strange. Fisher now viewed Isaiah unfavorably, even comparing him unfavorably to Stephen. Just wait a moment, Isaiah said calmly. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. With such talent, you'll never enter the heavenly sect, Fisher retorted. You'll be surprised in a moment. Fisher scoffed, unconvinced that this young man dared to boast before him. Suddenly, thud thud, the stars on the lantern lit up, 6 stars in succession. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, not a single star was lit. Now all 6 are on. Chapter 305, Xiuxian City. Is this kid even stronger than Stephen? The 7th and 8th stars actually lit up. No way, how can this be happening? Just moments ago, not a single star was lit, yet now so many had suddenly illuminated. It felt like a dream. The disciples were all stunned. Fisher's face showed disbelief. After the 8th star lit up, the 9th one followed suit. The spirit origin lamp emitted 9 beams of light that shot directly into the sky. The heavens began to change, with clouds swirling in the center as a beam shone upon Isaiah. At this moment, everything around became deathly quiet. Everyone fell into an unspoken silence. All 9 stars had lit up. This was something Fisher had never seen before. This kid's talent has reached the 9th level. It's unbelievable. It's the first time I've encountered someone with such talent, Fisher said in surprise. Someone who didn't have a single star just moments ago now had 9 stars light up simultaneously. Fife raised an eyebrow, equally shocked by Isaiah's 9th level talent. This kid was certainly full of surprises. As Fisher mentioned, the spirit origin lamp had tested many geniuses, none of whom managed more than 7 stars. But Isaiah achieved 9. This meant that Fife now saw boundless potential in Isaiah's future. He might even reach the 6th major realm, the realm of martial deity. How does that feel? Surprised? Isaiah asked. Clap, clap. Fisher couldn't help but applaud. Amazing, absolutely amazing. I never thought you could be so extraordinary. Then Fisher took out a silver token imbued with some mysterious energy and personally handed it to Isaiah. Welcome to Heavenly Sect. You are now officially part of it. Isaiah took the token and smiled faintly. Then I need to go to the Heavenly Sect as soon as possible. Though you can join the Heavenly Sect, that doesn't mean you're already powerful. Be humble there. It's full of monsters, Fisher said calmly. After speaking, Fisher vanished instantly without a trace. What kind of strength was needed to do that? Isaiah squinted his eyes. Isaiah turned back to see Adira and Fletcher walking over together. I didn't expect you to defeat Stephen so quickly, Fletcher exclaimed. Isaiah hadn't seen Adira in a while, and she seemed even more beautiful now. You've been quite busy recently, Adira remarked casually. Sorry, cultivation has kept me busy, but you look well too. I came specially to find you. Thanks to Fletcher sending someone to fetch me, Adira smiled. Isaiah thought for a moment. Are both of you coming with me to the Heavenly Sect? Yes, I hope we won't trouble you. That's fine. It's good to have company on the journey. Fife stepped forward. The location of the Heavenly Sect is Xiuxian City, where the alchemy conference will also take place. If you want to participate, you need to hurry, Fife reminded. Thank you, Vice Sect Leader, Isaiah bowed. Time waits for no one. Let's set off now, Isaiah said calmly. Fletcher had already prepared a carriage for them, and the 3 departed together. After Isaiah's group left, Hardy slowly approached, and Fife sneered at him. Things didn't go smoothly, did they? No problem. We'll get plenty of chances in the future, Hardy said solemnly, staring straight at Isaiah's carriage. If not for you, Amber wouldn't have been taken away by the prince. Fife shook his head. Vice Sect Leader, if you and Isaiah are such good friends, why didn't you tell him directly? Hardy was puzzled. Hee, I don't belong to any side, Fife replied, then walked away with his hands behind his back. Hardy found Fife hard to fathom, especially with those few people following him. Leaving the Sea of Enlightenment, Isaiah did not linger, his serious expression betraying deep contemplation. I heard that Amber was captured, and you seemed very anxious, Adira asked. That's not true. When you were in trouble, didn't I also rush to save you? No, I heard you were rushing around like an ant on a hot griddle. Isaiah opened his eyes. Where did Adira get this information from? She was supposed to be at North Sky Marshal Mansion, yet here she was, finding him. By the way, why are you going to the Heavenly Sect? Isaiah asked. I'm going to talk to an elder there. An elder wrote to invite me, though I'm still not clear what it's about. Adira seemed happy. Isaiah couldn't help but laugh. He had worked so hard to earn the right to enter the Heavenly Sect, whereas Adira had received an invitation from an elder. Fletcher glanced out the window. I'm going there for cultivation too, but not as a disciple, only as a guest. Of course, during the alchemy conference, I can offer some help, Fletcher added. Isaiah nodded. The 5th class elixir provided by the Imperial family was valuable to him, and participating in the alchemy conference was important. Adira looked at Isaiah with complex emotions, seeming to have much to say. What's wrong? Seeing you risk your life to save Amber, men are all the same. Adira's tone was cold. Isaiah shook his head. It's not like that. The carriage moved at a decent speed. reaching Xiaoyi City in 2 days. Xiaoyi City was an immense and imposing fortress. Isaiah marveled at the sight, noting the countless soldiers stationed on the city walls. Inspection for entry, a thick voice announced as a guard approached. Isaiah got down from the carriage. Non-residents entering must pay 1,000 gold coins, the guard stated coldly. That wasn't a small sum. Fletcher stepped forward. I'll pay the gold. Wait, are you Isaiah? The guard asked, surprised. Isaiah nodded. Oh, it's you. Then you don't need to pay. Go on in. This took Fletcher and Adira by surprise. Why was Isaiah exempted from payment? Isaiah didn't ask further questions and nodded. The three entered the city smoothly. Isaiah, do you know someone here? Adira asked. I've never been here before. How could I know anyone? Certainly, someone must have made arrangements for you. Wonder who that person is. The guard watched Isaiah's departing figure and couldn't help but shake his head. This number Enoch on the celestial gay list is different from what I imagined. Let's go to the Alchemist Guild first to understand various matters. I have a connection there, Fletcher suggested. Xiaoyi City was incredibly prosperous, bustling with warriors who exuded powerful vitality. Arriving here filled Isaiah with anticipation. He wanted to explore thoroughly. Look, we're almost at the Alchemist Guild. Just as they entered, they heard loud shouting. A dispute had erupted, attracting many people. Isaiah caught sight of the commotion immediately. ##### Chapter 306, his form. This was, after all, the Alchemist Guild, where people gathered in abundance. Isaiah glanced around to take in the sights. He saw a stunning beauty with dark hair like a cloud, gently flowing. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a crescent moon. Her almond eyes sparkled brightly, and she had a charming nose. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips like droplets of cherry blossoms, her cheeks as white as congealed fat, her skin smooth as snow, and her figure absolutely exquisite. Everyone stopped to pay homage to her. Almost no one could tear their eyes away from this beauty. She looked even more like an immortal in her silk gown. Rarely do I see you with that green light in your eyes, Adira remarked from beside him. Isaiah composed himself for a moment, unsure what to say. Beautiful women are hard to come by at the Alchemist Guild. Now that Pauline has met Hampton, it looks like she's in a bind. I've heard that this Hampton is a tycoon with a large family business, a famous rich boy from Xiaoyi City who is particularly fond of beautiful women. Many of them have not escaped his clutches. The Grand Elder of the Alchemist Guild is not here. Hampton must have timed his arrival well. Hampton blocked Pauline's path with a mischievous grin. Pauline, I've been pursuing you for so long. Can't you spare me the time for a meal? Hampton asked with a wicked smile. Don't think about it, Hampton. You despicable person. Last time when you took that girl out for dinner, you drugged her. Don't think I don't know, Pauline replied sternly. Hampton grabbed Pauline and was slapped back. Immediately disgruntled at being struck by a woman, he retorted, Pauline, you really dare to hit me? Today you're asking for death? With a push, he knocked Pauline aside. Even if I take you by force now, no one in the Alchemist Guild would dare stand up for you, Hampton arrogantly proclaimed. The elders nearby turned pale and backed away, too afraid to intervene. Pauline's face turned ghastly white. This Hampton would stop at nothing. She truly had encountered a serious problem today. Pauline turned to run but bumped into Isaiah and fell into his arms as she lost her balance. Seeing Pauline in Isaiah's arms, Hampton's face turned dark with displeasure. Pauline, come with me, or my men will forcibly take you away. Sir, please save me, Pauline pleaded. Isaiah remained expressionless, giving a slight smile, while Adira raised an eyebrow. It's fine, I'm here, Isaiah calmly said, steadying Pauline on her feet. You dare compete with me over a woman? Hampton asked in shock. What do you mean compete? She came willingly, which just shows my charm is greater than yours. Hampton's face darkened. Where did this audacious young man come from, daring to act so boldly before him? Others in the guild stared in surprise at Isaiah. Normally, people couldn't escape fast enough from Hampton, a notorious scion of the Hong family known for his tyrannical behavior. This kid is too young and doesn't know his place. The enforcer will take his life soon. Probably from out of town. Who dares provoke Hampton in the city? To speak to Hampton like this, he might be the first. Hampton gnashed his teeth. He had always wielded immense authority, and hearing his name alone made others tremble. This young man dared to look down on him. You've got quite a nerve, boy. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so reckless. Provoking me means only one outcome, death. I advise you to leave while you can, or you'll regret it later. Unable to tolerate Isaiah's arrogance any longer, Hampton prepared to teach him a lesson. In an instant, Isaiah threw a swift punch, visible only as a blur to the strong. Hampton's face was struck, sending him flying backward into a table. Damn brat, you dare hit me. Hampton roared, standing up and feeling blood trickle from his nose. Years had passed since anyone dared lay a hand on him. Before Hampton could finish speaking, Isaiah slapped him across the face, sending him spinning to the ground. The crowd gasped, amazed that Isaiah dared to be so brazen. Not only had he hit Hampton, but he had actually injured him. This was undoubtedly the first time anyone had dared strike Hampton. People watched Isaiah with initial awe and admiration, followed by pity and regret. Judging by his strength, Isaiah seemed like a martial arts prodigy, but the Nan family was one of the 3 major clans in Xiaoyi City. There was no doubt Isaiah was headed for a terrible end. That was good, daring to injure me. I'm the 5th legitimate son of the Nan clan. You're going to die, Hampton spat resentfully. Shut up. Another slap from Isaiah sent Hampton spitting blood. His face flushed red. He froze in terror. Isaiah might very well kill him. Hampton grew increasingly worried, backing away to a safe distance. He took a pill to heal his injuries. Boy, if I don't kill you today, my name isn't Nico. Hampton roared furiously, his body beginning to change. Oh, he's transforming. The ancient bloodline power of the Nan family, someone exclaimed in shock. Hampton's yuan qi became extremely turbulent, terrifying yet formidable, frightening many present. He's turning into a demon wolf, first time seeing a Nan family member transform. Now that boy is dead for sure. Attacking someone from the Nan family will cost him dearly. Roaring, Hampton's aura intensified. Pauline turned pale, filled with guilt for involving Isaiah in this situation. Fletcher pulled Adira back slightly. Hampton's yuan chi surged as he laughed coldly. Let you witness the power of the demon wolf lineage. I will rip you apart. Hampton snarled, bellowing to the sky. The crowd retreated as Hampton's body transformed into a demon wolf. The demon wolf was imposing, covered in silver-white fur, with blood-red eyes and menacing claws, eyeing Isaiah fiercely. Hampton's magic wolf form elevates his Wu Zun level 2 to 3. Everyone watched in shock, marveling at the elegance of his transformation. Isaiah paused momentarily. If not for witnessing this transformation, he might have forgotten. He could also turn into a wolf, something he learned previously from an enemy. Dealing with the wolf clan, Isaiah acquired the bloodline power of the Kaden. Recalling, that person was called Nangong Gala. Were they related? Chapter 307. Such qualifications. How does it feel, boy? Are you scared? Haha, now you can't hurt me. My bloodline power is incredibly strong. No matter how high your cultivation is, you cannot harm me. Hampton laughed out loud. You, this four-eyed dog, really enjoy barking. I'll kill and eat you shortly. Isaiah smiled. Hampton was first taken aback, then flew into a rage. How dare someone call him a four-eyed dog? He was a formidable demonic wolf, and such an insult was unbearable. Hampton roared wildly, the air filling with violent energy as the demonic wolf's presence changed the surrounding atmosphere dramatically. The wolf lunged forward, its sharp claws extended, spinning in a vortex that seemed capable of shredding Isaiah to pieces. Isaiah performed a graceful somersault, sweeping his legs sideways and kicking Hampton directly into the air. Everything happened so fast that no one could make sense of what transpired. With a bang, Hampton was kicked into the wall, which collapsed under the impact. Isaiah stood confidently, his smile broad. That kick nearly knocked several teeth out of Hampton, leaving him in a sorry state. The demonic wolf had been reduced to a near-death condition by just one kick, shocking everyone who witnessed it. After a while, some people finally regained their composure. What happened? How could Hampton, possessing bloodline power, be beaten by that boy? Exactly, it makes no sense. The protection of the demonic wolf form's bloodline power means even a 7th stage Wu Zun realm powerhouse couldn't hurt him. Why did Hampton end up so badly beaten by that boy, who hasn't even reached the 4th major realm? Everyone was puzzled, finding the young man too powerful. An 18-year-old youth was this strong, capable of defeating Hampton in his demonic wolf form. Where did this genius come from? Isaiah slowly walked over, Hampton having reverted to human form. How is this possible? Why can you hurt me? Hampton asked in disbelief. The proud demonic wolf bloodline power of the Nan family was supposed to be untouchable by others, yet this boy could strike him. Leave, or you'll die here, Isaiah said calmly. Covered in bruises, Hampton clutched his face as he limped toward the guild entrance. Boy, you'd better watch out. You won't get out of Xiuxian City alive. I will have people kill you, Hampton snarled. Oh, I'll wait for you. Isaiah waved casually, infuriating Hampton. Seeing Hampton defeated in his demonic wolf form, Fletcher sighed, realizing there was more to Isaiah's strength than he knew. Just how strong was this person? But isn't provoking such a person dangerous? Fletcher asked, clearly worried. Don't worry about it. By the way, who do we need to see for registration to the Alchemist Assembly? Isaiah asked. Pauline approached. Thank you so much, sir. If not for you, I would have been in grave danger today. No problem, don't mention it. When Isaiah spoke, those nearby were startled. The registration office is inside the Alchemy Building's hall. I can take you there. Pauline smiled. Let me find Elder Keith. Is he here? Fletcher asked. Sorry, Elder Keith is out at the moment and hasn't returned. Oh dear, what are we going to do? Without him, registration might be difficult, Fletcher fretted. There were many people waiting in line at the registration office, forming a long queue of alchemists. Well, we'll just have to wait, Isaiah said, unfazed by the queue. Pauline thought someone of his caliber would try to cut in line but was surprised he didn't. Sir Galen, I suggest you leave right after the Alchemist Assembly ends. Hampton has a strong desire for revenge, Pauline warned. I won't leave. Even if the entire Nan family comes, I'm not afraid. Pauline was speechless. Was Isaiah too confident? The Nan family was one of the top powers in Xiuxian City. After waiting for quite some time, Isaiah pondered various things. Pauline and Adira exchanged glances, both looking somewhat strange. Who is that? Isaiah asked curiously. Pauline gasped in surprise. Oh, that person is quite remarkable. A distinguished-looking individual walked by, wearing a medicinal pouch and jade pendant at his waist. Dressed in an alchemist's unique robe, with long hair flowing down, he looked elegant, though some gray streaks marred the effect. That's Gerardo, a peak 4th rank alchemist at the age of 30. It's said he's almost reaching 5th rank. He's very talented, Pauline said enviously. I didn't expect someone like Gerardo to attend the Alchemist Assembly. Truly a rare talent in alchemy, Fletcher noted. Gerardo's arrival amazed many, and his presence promised to add excitement to the assembly. Half an hour later. Finally, it's our turn. Just as Isaiah was about to register, that boy dares to show up for registration here? Forget it today, came a haughty voice. Isaiah turned around to see Hampton approaching, his face bandaged and injuries partially healed. Elder Gale, this person and I have a feud. Don't let him register, Hampton commanded. Elder Gale, called upon, immediately darkened in expression, eyeing Isaiah disdainfully as if harboring deep animosity. Hampton gloated, wanting Isaiah to suffer for daring to provoke him. How could he return so quickly? Pauline looked troubled. It's all because of you. Otherwise, Isaiah wouldn't have provoked him. Xiuxian quipped from beside her, causing Pauline's expression to change. This isn't her fault, Isaiah intervened. Isaiah, you're taking her side? Xiuxian asked anxiously. Now wasn't the time for arguments. Isaiah ignored Adira. Isaiah expected Hampton to bring reinforcements but saw none. However, seeing Gerardo standing beside Hampton clarified their alliance. Lee, how dare you provoke young Master Hampton? Unfortunately, you lack the qualifications to register for the Alchemist Assembly. What great authority you have. As an elder responsible for registration, you can decide my participation, Isaiah retorted sarcastically. Elder Gale's face darkened. Yes, I can decide whether you stay or go. An 18-year-old brat thinking of participating in the alchemy competition. Furthermore, you aren't even an alchemist. I doubt you'd have a recommendation letter. Elder Gale belittled Isaiah. Isaiah presented his 5th rank alchemist badge. Dare you say I don't have an alchemist badge? Open your eyes wide and look properly. Fletcher produced a letter. This is an introduction letter from the Deputy Patriarch of Enlightenment C. Fife. If Elder Keith were here, he could confirm our qualifications. Elder Gale's face turned pale. What kind of prodigy was this young man? Chapter 308. In front of his eldest brother. Not only did Isaiah have an introduction letter, but more alarmingly, he was actually a 5th rank alchemist? Elder Gale was worried. Provoking a 5th rank alchemist would be fatal. What was Hampton's intent in wanting to provoke such a young 5th rank alchemist? This was certainly not a wise choice. Even if his clan was powerful, acting so impulsively wasn't good at all. Hampton was also stunned. This kid was really a 5th rank alchemist? Absolutely impossible. Even Gerardo was only a 4th rank alchemist, which was already quite an achievement. Hampton quickly believed the badge was fake. Haha kid, I don't know how you obtained this badge, but it's definitely fake. There are too many swindlers these days, Hampton sneered. You should know that this is Xiuxian City, where I can interfere with many matters. Don't think about participating in any alchemy conference. Hampton displayed a look of arrogance. Are you done talking? If I find you annoying, do you believe I might just kill you? Isaiah smiled. A strong chill instantly spread out. Hampton couldn't help shivering. Was this kid serious? The Nan clan was one of the 3 major clans. It was the first time someone had openly declared an intention to kill Hampton, undoubtedly the most outrageous thing anyone could say. Even the imperial family of the Nansha Empire had to respect the Nan family. This teenager was incredibly presumptuous. To challenge fate and provoke them was shocking indeed. Even as a 5th rank alchemist, killing Hampton would mean ruining his future. The Nan family would undoubtedly execute Isaiah, regardless of who supported him from behind. Haha, kill me? You're saying this in front of my eldest brother Gerardo. What nerve you have? Hampton said through gritted teeth. In an instant, Hampton drew his sword, stabbing toward Isaiah. Isaiah stood still. Assuming the sword would strike Isaiah, its direction suddenly changed, turning towards Pauline instead. Isaiah kicked the sword away, but the sword aura still managed to injure Pauline. Isaiah's face darkened. This bastard dared to attack a woman. He was a complete scumbag. In the next moment, Hampton felt an overwhelming wave of murderous intent. He trembled, having never felt so terrified before. Ah! Hampton screamed as Isaiah punched him hard, sending him flying. Isaiah was about to continue when 3 chaotic sword energies came surging toward him. Reacting quickly, he drew his sword and deflected the attacks. With a series of bangs, the sword energy flew wildly, leaving deep cracks wherever it struck. Everyone was shocked. Their battle generated terrifying spiritual energy, proving they were both extraordinary powerhouses. Isaiah glanced up to see a pair of claws, a sign of South Wind's attack. Gerardo sneered coldly. You dare to try to kill my brother right in front of me? Do you take me for air? Gerardo asked coldly. Seeing the claws, Isaiah couldn't help but think they looked somewhat cool. Everyone was trembling now, seeing even Gerardo engaging in battle. Oh, Gerardo hasn't killed anyone in a long time. This kid is in for trouble. This kid is too arrogant. Threatening to kill Hampton in front of Gerardo. Does he even have a brain? He will definitely be torn apart by Gerardo's wolf claws. Gerardo's spiritual energy grew increasingly terrifying, his aura far stronger than Hampton's. My brother's bloodline strength isn't impressive, but mine is 10 times stronger. Soon, you'll see what happens, Isaiah laughed lightly. That aura is different, indicating a unique realm, Isaiah commented calmly. Gluttle boy, I didn't expect you to be so well informed. My bloodline strength is at the 2nd stage while Hampton is only at the 1st. Losing to you is understandable, but it won't be the same with me, Gerardo roared furiously. The floor under his feet crumbled as spiritual energy surged upward, shattering small stones. Not only was Gerardo a 4th rank alchemist, but his martial arts cultivation was also formidable, surpassing many of the same rank. With the unique demonic wolf bloodline power of the Nan family, none could match him. Don't exaggerate. When I decide to kill, it doesn't matter who you are or what family you belong to. It's useless, Isaiah shook his head. You are incredibly arrogant. Do you think you can hurt me? With my 2nd stage bloodline strength and 4th tier martial ancestor realm cultivation, you can't touch me in the slightest. Isaiah reminded kindly, don't waste words. Quickly take your trash brother and leave. Don't affect my participation in the alchemy conference. Gerardo glared fiercely at Isaiah, looking extremely dissatisfied. Just because you have a 5th rank alchemist badge, you want to attend the conference. What skills do you really have? Gerardo mocked. So young, yet a 5th rank alchemist? Gerardo refused to believe it. Such alchemy talent was rare. There must have been some tricks involved to get that badge. A quick test could reveal the truth. Whether I'm fake or not, it's unnecessary to argue. Your brother injured the girl, and must pay the price. Do you think you've gone mad, trying to show off in front of the ladies? Gerardo raised an eyebrow, noticing Adira standing behind Isaiah, another rare beauty. Today, I'll take your women. Gerardo lunged forward, striking Isaiah with his iron claws. If you dare stop me, you'll suffer the same fate as your brother. Isaiah added, even if the entire Nan family were here today, it wouldn't make a difference. Gerardo's iron claws swept forward with immense power. He was confident his 2nd stage bloodline strength would easily overpower Isaiah. Isaiah drew his sword, unleashing a fierce blade energy. Gerardo met him head-on. Their sword energies collided. Gerardo's eyes widened in shock. He never dreamed his sword energy would be so easily shattered, injuring his body immediately after. Gerardo's face turned deathly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Kneeling on the ground, he stared at Isaiah in disbelief, as if watching a monster. How can this be? How did you manage to hurt me? Gerardo couldn't accept it. His second-stage demonic wolf bloodline should be invincible to outsiders unless the enemy reached the terrifying fourth great realm. Isaiah's cultivation hadn't reached there yet. Gerardo suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Moreover, Isaiah's sword momentum belonged to the fourth realm. How difficult it was to cultivate realm, akin to reaching the heavens. Just like the depths of an unknown abyss, unfathomably deep. Gerardo had spent considerable time cultivating his to this level, and now he found himself inferior to an 18-year-old youth? Gerardo instantly felt life's unfairness. How could this youth have comprehended the fourth realm of sword let alone injure him with the second-stage bloodline power? Chapter 309. How I Handle Things. Gerardo's expression was exceptionally grim, and he stood there in a daze. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke the silence. Ah! Hampton howled in agony, clutching his severed hand. Just moments ago, Isaiah had chopped off his hand with a single swift strike of his sword, a flash of cold light slicing through the air. You actually... Hampton rolled on the ground, while Isaiah's eyes exuded a chilling aura that instantly silenced him. He was utterly intimidated by the killing intent emanating from Isaiah. Everyone inhaled sharply, stunned by what had just transpired. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing, trembling all over. Who could have predicted that Isaiah would cut off Hampton's hand right in front of Gerardo? This is the consequence of laying a hand on Pauline. A man who dares to hit a woman deserves this lesson. Consider yourself fortunate to still be alive. Isaiah said condescendingly. Hampton was drenched in cold sweat, shivering uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of death. Isaiah's strength was astounding. He completely disregarded Gerardo, resembling a cold-blooded demon at that moment. Gerardo's face darkened as he saw the severed hand lying nearby. Rage surged within him, almost driving him mad. Gerardo glared fiercely at Isaiah. You dare to cut off my brother's hand? Dissatisfied? I didn't chop off his head, so consider yourselves lucky. A man who strikes a woman isn't even worthy of being called a man, Isaiah replied coldly. Compared to before, Isaiah had already shown restraint by not killing Hampton outright. I don't care what my brother did. You've cut off his hand, now you must die. A severed hand serves as a warning. If you continue on this path, your next mistake will cost you your life. This is what happens if you oppose me or harm my friends. You'll regret it for the rest of your lives, Isaiah declared boldly. For a moment, Gerardo was at a loss for words against Isaiah. Even if Gerardo went mad and attacked Isaiah, he knew he wasn't a match for him and would only end up hurting himself. Deeply displeased, Gerardo watched as the Alchemy Guild elders approached. They clearly wanted to assist the Nan family, knowing it would be beneficial to curry favor with them in the future. Boy, you dare to sever Hampton's hand? It seems you're courting death. Enforcers, seize him. Elder Gale shouted angrily. Fletcher stepped forward, displeased. What does it matter to you if something happens to the Nan family? If you want to fight, do it yourself. Why involve the Alchemy Guild enforcers? Elder Gale's face turned pale. Enough. A stern voice boomed. Everyone turned to see Keith, their faces filled with respect. Elder Gale, you shall not use the enforcers to help outsiders, Keith said authoritatively, despite being an elder. Elder Gale was speechless, never expecting Keith to side with Isaiah's group. Fletcher bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Keith. Fletcher, you're here. And this young man beside you must be Isaiah, Keith said approvingly, looking at Isaiah with evident admiration. Greetings, Elder. Isaiah nodded. The first person to sever Hampton's hand in Xiuxian was indeed Isaiah, demonstrating remarkable courage. Such fearless youth was rare these days. Is it appropriate for you to help an outsider, Elder Young? Gerardo asked. How I conduct my business doesn't require your input. Keith's reply made Gerardo's face darken further. If you have time to argue, you should take him home. Delay any longer, and his hand might truly be useless, Keith reminded him. Only then did Gerardo remember Hampton. You useless fool, Gerardo muttered as he helped Hampton limp away, feeling bitter but accepting his fate. Isaiah is attending the Alchemist Conference, correct? Then we'll just need to register you, Keith smiled lightly. Oh, Isaiah, are you an elite alchemist? Keith asked curiously. Elder Gale, eager to embarrass Isaiah, interjected loudly, Elder Keith, he's going to surprise you. This kid is a 5th-rank alchemist. Oh, a 5th-rank alchemist? Keith looked at Isaiah in astonishment. 5th-rank alchemists were rare even in the Southern Xiar Empire, let alone a teenager achieving such a rank at 18. It seemed too incredible. Keith hesitated, eyeing Isaiah skeptically. Who was your master, Isaiah? I had no master. No master? How did you become a 5th-rank alchemist? Even a prodigy needed guidance from a master. How else could someone become a 5th-rank alchemist at 18? I'm afraid I can't divulge that, Isaiah replied calmly. It sounds like false pretense. Elder Young, allowing a fake alchemist into the conference will damage our reputation, Elder Gale remarked. Keith fell silent for a moment. Elder Gale, perhaps you should hold your tongue. I believe Isaiah is a 5th-rank alchemist. This? Elder Gale was left speechless. Shouldn't Isaiah prove himself? Reluctantly, he stepped back. Isaiah, I trust you. Don't disappoint me, Keith said with anticipation. He truly wished to witness Isaiah's prowess in alchemy. Isaiah glanced back and saw Pauline's injuries. Are you all right? Isaiah held Pauline's hand, while Jiang Yuqing shot her a glance tinged with envy. Her hand was icy cold, making even Isaiah feel like it might freeze. These bloodstains. Isaiah stared, momentarily stunned. Asterisk chime. Master has observed xiuxian constitution, triggering a 100x comprehension, gaining experience of 1000 by 1000 times. Asterisk. Asterisk chime. Congratulations, Master has obtained knowledge about xiuxian constitution. Asterisk. Isaiah was startled. The xiuxian constitution wasn't favorable. It was more of an illness causing extreme coldness. Before its outbreak, one must find a way to save oneself or face certain death. However, if one survived the outbreak, their cultivation talent would significantly increase, making it easier to reach the fourth major realm. Despite the benefits, Isaiah decided firmly not to inherit this constitution. How long have you had the xiuxian constitution? Isaiah asked curiously. Keith was amazed. Did this boy really know Pauline's condition just from a touch? It seemed unbelievable. Xiuxian constitution was a rare ailment even seasoned fourth-rank alchemists might not know. Yet, Isaiah understood it with just a touch. It appeared Isaiah truly deserved the title of fifth-rank alchemist. Keith couldn't help but marvel. Could he really be a fifth-rank alchemist? Chapter 310. What are you planning? Alice, the daughter of the Yang family, one of the fourth major clans in xiuxian City, has had her father seeking ways to save her life for 10 years by traveling all over the place, but all in vain. Keith shook his head. Once someone has such a constitution, they are bound to die. Fletcher shook his head. A beauty thus met her demise. Due to this xiuxian constitution, Fletcher felt a chill down his spine. Because these occurrences were random, Alice's parents did not have this constitution, yet she was born with it, destined to live only 20 years. If the xiuxian constitution flares up and is not treated in time, it will be fatal, Isaiah said indifferently. Alice nodded. There's no help for it. I was born this way, and my fate is as such. In fact, your father needn't search for a cure for you. What do you mean? Alice asked, puzzled. I can treat the xiuxian constitution and help you safely through the flare-up period. What? Alice looked at Isaiah in astonishment, then thought he might just be comforting her with pleasant words. The xiuxian constitution was incurable once it appeared. Even in the mighty Nanyue Empire, there was no known case of anyone surviving the flare-up period. Her father had invited countless alchemists and tried every possible remedy to no avail. While Isaiah seemed formidable in martial cultivation, wasn't it a bit exaggerated to make such claims? After overcoming the xiuxian constitution's flare-up period, your martial talent will soar, increasing your chances of breaking through to the fourth major realm. Alice's expression turned sour. She barely had a chance to survive, let alone talk about breaking through to the fourth major realm. However, Isaiah's serious demeanor didn't seem like joking, sparking some curiosity within her. Do you really believe you can treat my condition? Alice saw a glimmer of hope now. She often felt despair, thinking she wouldn't survive. Moreover, her father had done so much for her. If she couldn't live, it would devastate him. So, she wanted to live on, even if not for herself, for her father's sake. Beside her, Adira sighed. Isaiah hadn't known Alice long but was eager to save her. Could he have fallen in love with her instantly? Otherwise, why was he so serious? Adira's eyes turned dark, and Fletcher noticed her mood. Isaiah is just being kind-hearted. Haha, how kind. But what if the person offers their life in gratitude? Adira sneered. Fletcher chose to remain silent, too wary of talking to Adira now. But why would you save me? Alice suddenly asked curiously. An alchemist is also a healer. How could I stand by and watch someone die? I'm merely acting out of kindness, without expecting any reward, Isaiah smiled. Wah, those are sweet words, Adira interjected, making Isaiah feel awkward, so he ignored her. If you truly can save me, my family can offer you many benefits. Actually, it's quite simple. I just need either your father or mother's blood. Then I can refine a grade 5 pill to save you, Isaiah said calmly. Well fine, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. Alice nodded, a smile of joy appearing on her face as she returned home to fetch the necessary items. Keith watched from the side, unsure of Isaiah's confidence. Lee, are you sure you can save her? Sir, I never joke. If I say I can save her, I definitely can, Isaiah stated confidently. Huh, such confidence, I like it. The three left the Alchemist's Guild, with many still watching Isaiah. Today, he truly stood out, especially after severing Hampton's hand, which would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout xiuxian City. Just then, a group slowly approached. The inner elder from the Nan family has arrived. Quickly move aside, someone cried. Howell, one of the top 7 inner elders of the Nan family, who would have thought he'd show up here. He's here, so someone's bound to die. Who will be the unlucky one? Howell, around 50, rode arrogantly, instilling fear in everyone. His presence made people pale. He dismounted and stared intently at Isaiah from his high horse. So, you're Isaiah? Howell asked disdainfully. And if I am? Isaiah replied. How dare you sever Hampton's hand? It seems you've lived too long, Howell challenged. At his words, everyone turned to look at Isaiah in disbelief, as if asking why. Where did this brash young man come from, daring to cut off Hampton's hand? Moreover, Isaiah didn't run away but was strolling on the street. Was he courting death? Don't you know when to run for your life? Now, you dare not admit it, someone taunted. I spared his life, but he still hasn't learned and even dared to call his family for help. Huh? Isaiah sneered. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. The Nan family was one of the 3 major clans in xiuxian City, wielding immense power intertwined with the imperial family. The Nan family had many martial venerables, unmatched by other families. Rumor had it that their patriarch and top 3 fighters could defeat 4th major realm martial artists. Their authority and terror stemmed from their strength. Even the royal family of the Nanyue Empire gave them respect. An 18-year-old youth, audacious enough to chop off Hampton's hand and still spout such boastful words. Did he not understand the meaning of death? Did he think Howell came to die? Wasn't he sentencing himself to death? I admire your courage, boy. Normally, anyone who offends our clan runs away quickly. But you staying means you're just stupid. Keith stepped forward. Elder Howell, does this have to escalate further? Why don't we settle this quietly? Settle this? Keith, have the guts to speak before me? This boy severed Hampton's hand, and you did nothing. I'm already sparing you. Move or get lost, Howell roared. Keith's expression turned grim. Howell was a hot-headed individual, and once he decided to kill, no one could stop him. Not even the protector from the Alchemist's Guild could stop him. Elder Keith, it's fine. Stand back. I'll handle it. Isaiah smiled calmly. What are you planning, Isaiah? Keith asked curiously. Chapter 311. Unharmed. He actually wants to kill me. Of course, I won't show mercy. Rest assured, before I dared to cut off Hampton's hand, I already considered the consequences. Seeing Isaiah's composed demeanor, Keith was genuinely surprised. Was this youth not afraid at all? Isaiah walked forward. If you want to kill me, you'd better have the strength to do so. You can't possibly kill me, but I'll play along with you. Isaiah sneered disdainfully. Still boasting even when faced with death, there probably wouldn't be another person as audacious as Isaiah. Everyone was stunned by Isaiah's words. Where does he get the courage to look down on Howl? Howl is at the early 5th level of the martial respected realm. Killing that youth would be like crushing an ant. It's really hard to guess how that youth will die. The onlookers watched Isaiah as if he were a dead man, someone who could not be saved even by a deity for his suicidal behavior. And he had the nerve to act so formidable in front of a 5th level martial respected realm expert. Lee, if you don't die today, I might as well resign as an elder, Howl fumed, ready to devour someone alive. At least you're a distinguished person. Isn't it shameful to attack a younger generation? Keith questioned. Even if you defeat Isaiah, you'll end up being laughed at. Is that what you want? Don't talk nonsense. It's this young man's arrogance that dares to chop off Hampton's hand and look down on me like that. Howl couldn't care less about his reputation now. He just wanted to vent his family's humiliation. Howl leaped into action, aiming a full-powered palm strike at Isaiah's head. A surging wave of powerful yuan qi enveloped the area, making everyone feel like they were suffocating under a falling mountain. Some didn't even want to see Isaiah's gruesome death and closed their eyes. With a deafening bang, Isaiah used his sword scabbard to block Howl's palm, creating a deep pit from the force. Many people were thrown back by the shockwave. Howl's all-out attack couldn't even finish Isaiah off. Everyone was dumbfounded, watching the scene speechlessly. It was too terrifying. Grinding his teeth, Howl realized he couldn't break through Isaiah's impregnable defense. Who would have thought Isaiah could block Howl's attack effortlessly? After a moment, Howl was sweating, while Isaiah looked incredibly relaxed. Caught in the massive energy impact, Isaiah's robe billowed, and a token fell to the ground. Having overused his yuan qi to its limit without harming Isaiah, Howl retreated, deeply shocked. A crater formed beneath Isaiah's feet, but he remained unharmed. Actually able to hold his own against Howl? Wow, this kid is strong. That blow should have killed him. Why is he unharmed? No wonder this kid is so arrogant. But if this continues, he'll still die. Opinions varied among the crowd regarding Isaiah. Isaiah turned around to pick up the token, which belonged to Tianshang's sect. The powerful wind caused by the yuan qi had dislodged it. Tianshang's sect's inner sect disciple? Keith exclaimed. What? An inner sect disciple of Tianshang's sect? Howl momentarily froze, unsure what was happening. But when Howl saw the token in Isaiah's hand, he trembled involuntarily. No wonder Isaiah was so formidable. He was an inner sect disciple of Tianshang's sect, one of the top-ranking major sects in the Southern Summer Empire. The Nan family, though one of the 3 major families in Xiaoyi City, was incomparable to Tianshang's sect. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Tianshang's sect was such a terrifying existence that its members had the right to enter the imperial city. This sect's power was unmatched. Even 5 Nan families couldn't match Tianshang's sect. Howl felt chills run down his spine, grateful he hadn't killed Isaiah, or he'd have killed an inner sect disciple of Tianshang's sect. If Tianshang's sect retaliated, the Nan family might face catastrophe or even total annihilation. A testament to Tianshang's sect's fearsome reputation. Howl, stop now. Do you dare harm someone from Tianshang's sect? Consider the consequences carefully. You got lucky today, boy. Enoch Day, I will settle scores with you. Extremely angry, Howl turned and disappeared swiftly before everyone. The previously menacing Howl vanished immediately, leaving everyone bewildered. However, the way they looked at Isaiah changed dramatically. Even with the Nan family elder attacking, Isaiah was unharmed. Just now, Isaiah had blocked Howl's full-powered palm strike and wasn't even out of breath now. An absolute genius. Everyone gulped, realizing they had witnessed a true martial prodigy. Howl, such a powerful figure, couldn't touch Isaiah today and had no choice but to flee ignominiously. How strong was this kid? And what kind of background did he have? I really underestimated him. This kid is truly extraordinary. The first time Howl failed to kill someone and fled. To achieve such feats at 18 is truly astonishing. Isaiah appeared very graceful, with only a bit of dust on his clothes. Keith's admiration for Isaiah grew even deeper, never imagining he was an inner sect disciple of Tianshang's sect. Such a major sect as Tianshang's sect, Keith only dared to dream about, without any excessive thoughts. Enoch of the most famous sects in the Southern Summer Empire, any family would think thrice before dealing with Tianshang's sect. It was the most feared sect, and no one dared rashly harm its members, risking obliteration. Admiring. To become an inner sect disciple of Tianshang's sect at 18, you indeed have a bright future, young Master Galen. Just lucky enough to pass the trial. Isaiah smiled modestly. No, it's definitely not luck, Keith remarked. He surpasses his master, a prodigy even among prodigies. With Isaiah also being a 5th-rank alchemist, he's almost godlike. Not just in the Southern Summer Empire, perhaps the entire 9 Dragons continent has no one else like him. His presence simply astounded everyone. Anyone who passes Tianshang's sect's trial is exceptionally gifted, the cream of the crop. Only a few can enter from the Southern Summer Empire. I never thought I would witness one. Keith couldn't help but laugh heartily. Isaiah, however, felt nothing special, lacking any sense of superiority. Right, Isaiah, there's something I need to tell you. Keith suddenly remembered. Chapter 312, is there anything else? What's the matter? Make sure to come early for tomorrow's alchemist conference, Keith said with a reminder. Isaiah nodded. The 3 of them then bid farewell to Keith. Fletcher found an inn that was closer to the alchemist conference venue. They rested for one night. The next morning, the streets were already very lively, as the much-anticipated alchemist conference was about to begin. Xiaoyi City was even livelier than during the New Year festival, with almost everyone discussing matters related to the conference. Isaiah, we're late. Open up quickly. Adira knocked on the door, receiving no response for a long time. Why isn't Isaiah up yet? Fletcher was also a bit anxious. They had traveled a long way to attend this alchemist conference. If they were late, they might lose their eligibility. Finally, the door opened, and Isaiah slowly walked out. Sorry. Hurry up, we're already late. When the three arrived at the square, they found that the spectator seats were already filled. The elder in charge of the event had already finished giving the opening remarks and the rules for the alchemist conference. There are so many people, Adira remarked. Of course. Even the imperial family of the Southern Xia Empire pays close attention to this alchemist conference. I heard the top 3 might get an opportunity to enter the royal family with very high treatment, Fletcher exclaimed in amazement. Isaiah's eyes brightened slightly. It seemed that entering the imperial capital of the Southern Xia Empire required quite a lot of qualifications. For many alchemists who came to participate, getting into the imperial city was a dream come true, not only with high rewards but also enjoying the best alchemical resources. All right, the alchemist conference is about to begin, the elder announced loudly. At that moment, everyone saw a young man rushing in, but he was stopped by a guard. How dare you be late for the alchemist conference? I think you shouldn't come, the guard said, dissatisfied. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, wondering who it was. Seeing an 18-year-old youth who was qualified to participate in the Xiaoyi City Alchemist Conference, everyone was puzzled. When did Xiaoyi City Alchemist Conference start allowing such riffraff to participate? Did the qualification criteria drop this year? Get rid of this latecomer. Everyone murmured in discussions. At that moment, Keith approached. Let him in. But Elder Keith, that's against the rules. The guard shook his head. If they made an exception for this youth, there might be more similar cases in the future. Famous alchemists didn't put on airs. Why should an 18-year-old youth be allowed? Just because he is a 5th-rank alchemist? Keith whispered softly to the guard. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Isaiah in astonishment. If everyone heard this news, it would cause quite a stir. All right, please enter. The guard's face was unpleased, but he looked at Isaiah with some reverence. Now, let's have a few words from the royal alchemist elder. Everyone cheered, surprised that the royal alchemist would make an appearance. An old man with youthful features wearing a white robe with a medicine pouch and jade pendant hanging from his waist, exuding the aura of a divine doctor, approached with a kind demeanor. He was Ira, a 4th-rank alchemist of the royal family. His arrival prompted many alchemists to bow respectfully. A royal 4th-rank alchemist was naturally far more powerful than a regular one and held a much higher status. But even a royal 4th-rank alchemist couldn't compare to a 5th-rank alchemist. Fletcher and Adira sat in the audience, eagerly watching, curious about what Isaiah would do next. Greetings, Master Ira. All the alchemists greeted him respectfully with bows. Every alchemist bowed except Isaiah, standing there motionless, drawing attention once again. Many looked down on him for being disrespectful to Master Ira, deeming the youth unique in his rudeness. I hope everyone will perform splendidly this year. This year is special, so I'll see what level everyone is at first. Ira's voice boomed. His words puzzled many alchemists since there hadn't been such practice in previous years. Ira took out a stone. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. It was a mid-grade treasure stone. The spirit stone in my hand can reveal your alchemy rank and main talent. To find the most talented alchemists, I need to test you. I hope everyone doesn't mind. Respected Ira faced little objection and began testing the alchemy talents of the participants using the spirit stone. 3rd-rank alchemist, 3rd-level alchemy talent. Ira called out names one by one. Upon hearing their talents, some were delighted, others disheartened, signifying their future prospects. The Southern Xia Empire actively sought talented alchemists, and Ira personally tested the participants' talents. Being chosen meant a lifetime of comfort. Some whose talents didn't reach the 3rd level left immediately, too embarrassed to stay, especially given the crowd at the conference. Talents below the 3rd level would inevitably embarrass themselves in the alchemy competition, better to leave early to save face. Kingston, 4th-rank alchemist, 5th-level alchemy talent, quite excellent indeed, Ira praised. Hee, this time, I'm the top alchemy talent in Xiaoyi City, Kingston sneered at Isaiah. I want to see what your alchemy talent is, Isaiah, Kingston provocatively said. Kingston was here too, Fletcher noticed, making her expression change. The Nan family was indeed troublesome. Witnessing Kingston's talent, everyone wore envious looks. Half the participants were eliminated through this preliminary selection. Finally, it was Isaiah's turn. Seeing Isaiah, Kingston's face darkened. That damn kid was here. He vowed to embarrass him. Ira observed Isaiah without saying much and tested him with the spirit stone. A number appeared on the stone, indicating the alchemy talent level. After a while, the stone emitted no light. Haha, that kid is truly laughable. 18 and coming here to disgrace himself? Without even reaching 1st-level alchemy talent, I bet he wishes he could bury himself. I think he has the lowest talent here. Amidst the laughter, Isaiah remained unperturbed, which intrigued Ira. Lee, perhaps you should leave. Wait, Master. Isaiah stopped him. Yes, is there anything else? This translation aims to preserve the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency in English. Let me know if you need further revisions or adjustments. Chapter 313. Imperial 3rd-rank Elixir. Isaiah, I never thought your alchemy talent would be this rubbish. These stones of yours are no good. They can't even measure my talent. Isaiah smiled. At his words, an eerie silence suddenly descended, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Isaiah in disbelief. An 18-year-old boy actually dared to question the treasure of a 4th-rank Imperial Elixir Master and criticized his stone. It was as if he thought he was incredibly talented, and many people sneered at him. This guy is utterly arrogant. He dares to show such disdain before a 4th-rank Imperial Elixir Master. Haha, young man, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard, Ira said, not getting angry but amused instead. So you're claiming to have a 6th-tier alchemy talent? Ira asked curiously. I don't know, but at least your spirit stone can't measure it, Isaiah shrugged. Ira shook his head. Just as he was about to leave, the spirit stone suddenly emitted light. The number 7 appeared on the stone, startling Ira so much that he dropped it. However, Isaiah caught it swiftly. Isaiah, 5th-rank Elixir Master, 7th-tier alchemy talent. Ira exclaimed in shock. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Gerardo was completely dumbfounded. That kid had 2 more tiers in alchemy talent than him. What was going on? 5th-rank Elixir Master? And 7th-tier talent? Are you kidding me? He's only 18 years old. Master Ira must be mistaken. The stone didn't register any talent just now? The crowd was in an uproar, finding it hard to believe. It was astonishing. There was no explanation for such an event, far beyond everyone's comprehension. Despite being a 4th-rank Imperial Elixir Master, this was the first time Ira had seen someone like this. At 18, Isaiah was already a 5th-rank Elixir Master, his alchemy proficiency even surpassing Ira's. A 7th-tier alchemy talent. Ira had never encountered anyone with such potential in his entire life. 7th-tier alchemy talent? Are you kidding? Did the stone malfunction? Gerardo couldn't help shouting loudly. Thinking that Isaiah's talent surpassed his own infuriated him. No 5th-rank Elixir Master had ever appeared in the Donghua Empire, let alone someone with an unbelievable 7th-tier alchemy talent. Gerardo couldn't accept it. Some people doubted because of Gerardo's reaction. After all, such exceptional talent seemed unbelievable. Gerardo, do you dare doubt that my spirit stone could malfunction? Ira asked. Gerardo dared not reply, his face turning extremely pale. Do you not understand the saying there are always people better than oneself? Gerardo, don't be short-sighted. You're not the pinnacle of alchemy talent, Ira scolded. Gerardo felt deeply aggrieved. His alchemy talent had been outshone, and his face burned with shame. Humph, just wait until the elixir competition later. I'll expose you then, Gerardo grumbled darkly. Enough, we've wasted enough time. Let's begin the Elixir Master Conference. The rewards are very generous, so I hope you all put in your best effort. Ira stepped forward. The content of the first round, a 3rd-rank elixir. What? The first round test is just a 3rd-rank elixir? This was unexpected by many. It's the Imperial 3rd-rank elixir, Tianyuan Spirit Pill. We've prepared the ingredients. You can choose them yourselves. As long as you successfully refine one pill, you pass. Behind Ira, a large table held all the ingredients, which were brought up one by attendants. Hearing it was an Imperial 3rd-rank elixir, everyone showed signs of panic. The difficulty of Imperial-grade 3rd-rank elixirs was significantly higher, sometimes 10 times more challenging than ordinary 3rd-rank elixirs. Many elixir masters found themselves at a loss, having no idea how to proceed with refining the pill. An unheard-of Imperial elixir, there's no way I can pass. I thought I knew enough about refining elixirs, but this is unexpectedly difficult. Being eliminated in the first round isn't too embarrassing since many others will also be eliminated. Many elixir masters wore worried expressions. This elixir master conference was too difficult. Only a genius could possibly remain. In front of Ira were numerous herbs used for refining the Tianyuan spirit pill, but without knowing the formula, success was nearly impossible for many. Gerardo couldn't help sneering. He had bribed someone and knew that the first round task was to refine the Tianyuan spirit pill. He glanced at Isaiah, who remained motionless. Even if he were a 5th-rank elixir master, he wouldn't be able to pass the first round. This made Gerardo inwardly jubilant. If Isaiah couldn't refine the Tianyuan spirit pill, and he could, Gerardo would gain immense fame and maybe even qualify to enter the Imperial City. Several elixir masters soon left, leaving less than 20 participants. Ira narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing them. Ira paid extra attention to Isaiah, curious to see how formidable this 5th-rank elixir master truly was. However, facing such a difficult task, especially the Imperial 3rd-rank elixir, Tianyuan spirit pill, anyone unfamiliar with it would likely fail. Elixir masters needed to study and practice extensively to avoid ignorance during such events. Isaiah smiled slightly. He had refined a 4th-rank Imperial elixir previously, specifically the Donghua Empire's Imperial elixir. Therefore, he possessed significant knowledge related to Donghua Empire's 3rd and 4th-rank elixirs. Refining this Tianyuan spirit pill wouldn't be too challenging for him. Gerardo went to fetch the ingredients and coincidentally ran into Isaiah. Boy, you stand no chance of refining it. You're not trying to copy my methods, are you? Gerardo mocked. I copy you? Ridiculous. My refining speed will definitely be faster than yours. Impossible, Gerardo shouted angrily. He had already refined the Tianyuan spirit pill yesterday and had gained considerable proficiency. How could Isaiah possibly be faster? Why don't I act as the witness? Whoever refines it fastest gets something special from me, Ira chuckled. Master deal. I'm sure to win, Gerardo said gleefully, grabbing the ingredients eagerly. Isaiah remained calm, moving leisurely as if it were no big deal. The prize offered by the 4th-rank Imperial Elixir Master was undoubtedly valuable, so the remaining 20-plus Elixir Masters were exceptionally excited, racking their brains on how to refine the Tianyuan Spirit Pill. Chapter 314. Reckless Refining Technique. Senior, it seems someone else has also refined this pill in the shortest time before, Isaiah asked. Yes, that person's name was Amnon. Hearing this familiar name, Isaiah smiled slightly. Previously, Amnon held position 0 on the heaven rankings. He was highly accomplished in both martial arts and alchemy by his 30s, Jalen said expectantly as he looked at Isaiah. But now Isaiah seemed even more exceptional. Amnon devoted much effort to studying alchemy, and his fastest refining time was half an hour, Jalen continued. Lee, do you intend to break this record? Jalen questioned. Not very difficult, quite simple, Isaiah replied with a smile. Haha, you're just bragging again. Boast when you succeed, Gerardo said, clearly displeased. Gerardo would take about 40 minutes to refine this pill. So why did Isaiah think he could break the record? This kid doesn't know the extent of his own abilities, wanting to break a half-hour record. He's too arrogant, trying to impress the master. I bet he won't even be able to refine the pill. Many people started sneering. Isaiah ignored them and focused on refining the pill. Senior Gale, I think 20 minutes will suffice, Isaiah suddenly said. The third-rank Imperial pill, Tianyuan Spirit pill, could be completed in 20 minutes. When Isaiah dared to say this, almost no one believed him. More people viewed Isaiah dismissively, thinking he was being unreasonable and only spouting arrogant words. Isaiah, I don't think you can do it. How will you save face when you fail? I'll be the fastest to complete the pill. Gerardo began refining the pill. More people supported Gerardo, given his well-recognized achievements in alchemy. Jalen fell silent, beginning to feel that Isaiah was overly arrogant. After all, he was only 18, the age when people are most reckless. Even though Isaiah was a fifth-rank alchemist, his arrogance could eventually lead to his downfall. Refining pills required utmost attention. A furnace explosion could release immense energy that would destroy one's dantian and meridians. This wasn't a joke. There were historical examples where a genius fourth-rank alchemist boasted about surpassing limits, leading to a furnace explosion that left the individual ruined, unable to practice or refine any longer. Jalen didn't want to see such a fate for Isaiah, yet he seemed inclined toward disaster. The next second, Jalen widened his eyes in shock as Isaiah immediately cranked the fire to its maximum and threw all the ingredients into the furnace without preparation. A grave mistake in alchemy, akin to courting death. Jalen had just thought Isaiah might ruin his future, and now he was indeed courting death. Was this really a fifth-rank alchemist who didn't understand basic alchemy principles? Jalen hastily called out, Isaiah, this method is suicide. Extinguish the flame immediately. Senior Gale, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Seeing Isaiah's reckless actions, Gerardo felt overjoyed. Wasn't victory certain? This time, he would truly become the top young alchemist in Xiaoyi City. Is he really a fifth-rank alchemist? Such reckless refinement, waiting for a furnace explosion and death. What a show we'll have. Too funny, even Master Jalen told him to stop. People laughed out loud. Fletcher and Adira watched helplessly from the distant spectator seats. Isn't Isaiah acting recklessly? Adira understood basic alchemy principles, but Isaiah was clearly courting death. But look, the alchemy furnace remains calm, not vibrating at all, indicating no adverse reactions among the ingredients, Fletcher noted suddenly. Everyone began to find it peculiar. Despite the intense flame, Isaiah's furnace remained unusually calm like a still lake. The situation grew stranger as Isaiah's furnace showed no negative signs even after 18 minutes. Jalen, with years of experience, had never seen anything like this. While everyone remained in awe, Isaiah started forming the pill under his precise control, gradually shaping it within the furnace. Exactly 20 minutes later, Jalen was astonished as Isaiah extinguished the flame and opened the furnace lid. The Tianyuan Spirit pill is complete, Isaiah announced, holding up the finished product. Precisely 20 minutes, Isaiah had successfully refined the Tianyuan Spirit pill, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Their faces expressed disbelief. They hadn't believed Isaiah when he claimed 20 minutes, thinking it impossible. Yet reality proved astonishing, even catching seasoned Jalen off guard. Did I see wrong? Did he really succeed? To refine a third-rank Imperial pill so quickly, what alchemical talent does he possess? 7-layer alchemical talent isn't a myth, but this speed is unbelievable. Crowds murmured in astonishment at Isaiah's incredible speed. Gerardo, seeing this, was dumbfounded, inadvertently intensifying his furnace flame and losing composure. Isaiah's performance was shocking, reaching terrifying levels. Gerardo knew the first round content beforehand, feeling confident, but Isaiah's brilliance caught him off guard. Completing the Tianyuan Spirit pill in 20 minutes, Gerardo felt a crushing defeat in his most prideful field, making no comparison. Gerardo expected Isaiah to fail disastrously, but now it was the opposite. He himself hadn't finished yet. Facts proved Isaiah's superiority over Gerardo, highlighting an immense gap that made Gerardo virtually unnoticed. Gerardo's face flushed, wondering how he encountered such a prodigy. With unparalleled martial arts skills resisting elders, and now exceptional alchemy, Gerardo was drenched in sweat and trembling. All right, listen to me. Jalen spoke sternly, commanding everyone's attention. Chapter 315, Spirit Medicine Powder. Jalen was about to make an announcement, and everyone listened attentively to see what this master had to say. Isaiah has won the first round, and he broke the previous record by refining the Heavenly Origin Spirit pill within 20 minutes. Jalen clapped excitedly. A round of applause echoed from the audience. Gerardo and the remaining alchemists continued refining their pills, while Isaiah strolled leisurely to the side to have tea with Jalen. Many were taken aback by this scene. It seemed as if Isaiah and Jalen were old friends who could enjoy tea together. Such a situation had never happened before, and they chatted animatedly, clearly indicating Jalen's high regard for Isaiah. An hour later, Gerardo and the other 18 alchemists finally managed to refine their pills, though some did not achieve good results despite successfully completing the task. As long as they succeeded in refining the pill, it counted as passing, as Jalen had stated earlier. Isaiah, meanwhile, closed his eyes for a brief rest, much to Gerardo's annoyance. In front of Isaiah, Gerardo's alchemy skills felt as insignificant as ants, and he couldn't swallow this bitter pill. Probably only Isaiah could sleep during such an important alchemy competition, and no one else could get away with it. Furthermore, Jalen had no objections, which made other alchemists almost fume with envy. Alright, now the second round begins. Use the herbs on the table freely to see what pills you can refine. The highest grade pill will win, Jalen announced loudly. The herb table was filled with a wide variety of expensive herbs, worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Fletcher couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the organizing committee. I didn't expect Isaiah's alchemy skills to be so profound, Adira said enviously, realizing that her knowledge wouldn't impress Isaiah after all. The free choice round required the refinement of the highest grade pill, causing Gerardo to feel nervous. He desperately wanted to outdo Isaiah. The second round wasn't easy, leaving many alchemists frowning as most of the herbs were peculiar and rare. Refining a pill from these unfamiliar herbs would test an alchemist's experience and knowledge. What should I refine? This is too difficult. Only a handful might pass among the fewer than 20 left. Many lost hope. Curiously, Jalen asked Isaiah, what pill do you plan to refine? These herbs were varied and rarely seen. Mixing multiple herbs was manageable, but a wrong mix could lead to dangerous explosions. Isaiah grinned strangely. I'll refine the xiuxian pill. Jalen's eyes widened in disbelief. That's a 4th grade imperial pill. Jalen was amazed. How did Isaiah know the formula for the imperial xiuxian pill? Only royal alchemists had access to it. Isaiah had probably never been to the imperial city, yet he knew the imperial 4th grade formula. Jalen looked surprised. The gained knowledge included high-grade formulas from the donghua imperial family. Isaiah was familiar with a significant portion. While 5th grade formulas were also stored in Isaiah's mind, they were mostly incomplete, making successful refinement difficult even for him. Everyone was astonished after hearing Jalen's words. A 4th grade imperial pill, it's extremely difficult. Is he really that confident? How does this kid know the imperial formula? It's very challenging with a high failure rate. He truly likes taking risks. Imperial 4th grade pills were notoriously difficult, especially outside the royal circle, where failure rates were sky high. Although the xiuxian pill significantly enhanced warriors, it wasn't easily refined. Jalen sighed. Among these herbs, few were as challenging as the xiuxian pill. If Isaiah failed, he'd lose his chance. Was he willing to take such a risk? Even using common herbs to refine any pill would likely secure his advancement. Yet, Isaiah chose an incredibly difficult path. Jalen didn't know what to say. Isaiah is seeking the spotlight again. I won't let him succeed. Gerardo gritted his teeth. Gerardo sneered. He knew the contest details beforehand and recognized all the herbs on the table. To his surprise, Isaiah knew the formula for a 4th grade imperial pill, making him increasingly troublesome. What pill are you refining, Gerardo? The gemma pill. Wow, impressive. Knowing the formula for the rare gemma pill among these herbs indicates deep learning. This formula is one of the most challenging, Jalen remarked. Gerardo felt proud of this praise and appeared determined. Gerardo believed Isaiah couldn't refine a 4th grade imperial pill despite his success with 3rd grade ones. 3rd and 4th grades differed vastly, especially in success rates. Isaiah's confidence would cost him dearly. Isaiah, I overestimated your confidence, daring to refine a 4th grade imperial pill, Gerardo taunted. Why not? Haha, wait until you fail and realize how difficult it is. But I will succeed, Gerardo declared confidently. Hearing this, Isaiah remained unfazed. See this? It's spirit medicine powder, something I prepared carefully. Gerardo showed a bag of strange powder. Whoa, he even brought out spirit medicine powder. Gerardo is thoroughly prepared, someone exclaimed. Spirit medicine powder guarantees a 4th grade pill, greatly increasing success rates. Gerardo is thorough. This is an Earth tier lower treasure. The rules allow it, Jalen added calmly. Using such treasures to enhance success rates was permitted, though few alchemists possessed them. Spirit medicine powder, being so precious, would only be used as a last resort. It also improved success rates for 5th grade pills. Many alchemists envied Gerardo when he took out the spirit medicine powder, appreciating its value in refining rare pills. I'm refining a rare 4th grade pill, so I won't fail. Isaiah, you're going down. Gerardo pointed at Isaiah, wondering how he would react next. Chapter 316, Step Back. Gerardo said firmly, the difficulty of your choice is too high, and the 4th grade elixir of the royal family has many uncertainties. Haha, I thought you were impressive. Just that spirit medicine powder? Do you think this can help you win against me? You'll understand soon. Gerardo's eyes were resolute as he began refining the elixir without further ado. Isaiah started refining the 4th grade royal elixir while Gemma's preparation was naturally very complex. He still maintained a calm demeanor. There really was no one like Isaiah who could be so relaxed and enjoy himself, regardless of what kind of elixir he was refining. Refining elixirs consumed a great deal of vitality, especially when the content of the competition was to refine unusual elixirs. Jalen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed they had truly encountered an unparalleled alchemy prodigy. But then Jalen was left speechless by what happened next. At first, Isaiah was refining the elixir well, but in the blink of an eye, he held a herb close to the furnace, roasting it. That fruit could be used directly, known as spirit flesh fruit, which could be eaten after heating. Isaiah heated the spirit flesh fruit with one hand, while controlling the alchemy furnace with the other. What attitude was this? Roasting food while refining an elixir? Everyone looked angrily at him. It was an outright disrespect to alchemists and a blatant disregard for their profession. How much did he despise this competition? The disdainful attitude of Isaiah made everyone sneer at him. Such a ridiculous occurrence had never happened before. Many people were stunned as Isaiah ate the roasted spirit flesh fruit, both his hands now away from the alchemy furnace. He didn't seem worried about the furnace exploding, an incredibly risky act, given the need to control the flames meticulously, especially when dealing with a 4th grade royal elixir. A slight misstep might lead to failure, yet Isaiah acted so carelessly. As a master alchemist, Jalen found it hard to watch but didn't start scolding immediately. Let's wait until Isaiah fails. Jalen felt this person, though exceptionally talented, displayed too much arrogance, a sign of impending failure. It was almost as if Isaiah didn't take elixir refinement seriously at all. Yet, Jalen was also puzzled. Why was the flame of the alchemy furnace so well controlled? Not even a hint of imbalance. After observing for a while, Jalen raised an eyebrow. Can this boy really be this monstrous? Jalen, who was quite angry earlier, was now utterly astonished by Isaiah. At just 18 years old, Isaiah's alchemy proficiency was almost heaven-defying. So carefree while refining an elixir, yet the furnace showed no issues at all. Can't believe this spirit flesh fruit tastes so good, just like roasted meat, Isaiah mumbled slowly as he continued eating. A significant amount of time passed, and Jalen remained silent, eager to see how formidable Isaiah was, managing to multitask. Gerardo was fully focused on refining his elixir, the use of spirit medicine powder significantly increasing the success rate. This time, he was determined to win. Seeing the progress in his elixir formation, Gerardo felt a wave of relief. Bang! Is someone's furnace exploding? Could it be Isaiah? Someone exclaimed in shock. Upon looking at Isaiah's furnace, it was undamaged, revealing that another alchemist's furnace had exploded instead. Many were surprised that Isaiah's unconventional actions hadn't caused an explosion. Gerardo grew curious. Were people amazed by something Isaiah did again? Noticing Gerardo's gaze, he was dumbstruck. This rascal was still multitasking while refining the elixir? He was still eating the roasted spirit flesh fruit, while ignoring the alchemy furnace. Gerardo's eyes widened. How could Isaiah still refine like this? Gerardo felt greatly provoked. It seemed Isaiah was showing off his superior alchemy skills. Isaiah was refining xiuxian pill, not any ordinary elixir. Even a 5th-grade master alchemist wouldn't dare to be so careless. Gerardo felt extremely upset. He was putting his utmost effort into refining, whereas Isaiah seemed to treat it like play, completely disrespectful. Gerardo had prepared thoroughly for this competition, using even spirit medicine powder. Who would have thought Isaiah could be so proficient, despite being so distracted, with the furnace remaining stable? Gerardo could already smell the fragrance of the elixir. If Isaiah successfully refined the xiuxian pill, first place would not be his. Fate of Isaiah. Does he think he can still surpass me like this? Gerardo muttered to himself. Gerardo signaled to an alchemist, reluctant to do so, but desperate for first place. Bang! Another explosion occurred as half a broken alchemy furnace flew towards Isaiah. Reacting quickly, Isaiah deflected the broken furnace, but the chaotic energy from it entered his furnace, causing a surge in flames, destabilizing the furnace. Haha, Isaiah. You deserve this. With the furnace out of control, you're bound to fail, Gerardo laughed. Isaiah remained calm. Why don't you step back now, Isaiah? I can give you a large sum of money, Gerardo suggested. Oh, you offer help only now? I feel sorry for you facing such misfortune, Gerardo smugly replied. These kinds of unexpected events were rare. In the competition, results mattered most. Jalen shook his head. You should find a way out, Isaiah. If you fail, you'll be eliminated. Isaiah stood expressionless, arms crossed. Gerardo, don't pretend to be kind. I know that person was planted by you to disrupt me deliberately. Don't accuse others falsely. I don't know that person, Gerardo denied adamantly. Do you really expect me to believe you're being kind? You're suggesting I quit and offering money, Isaiah asked sarcastically. Humph, I just feel sorry for you. Stopping now won't cause an explosion or danger, and I'll give you a lot of money, Gerardo added. If it explodes later, you lose everything and face grave danger. Isaiah's furnace began to shake violently, a furnace explosion imminent. Isaiah, stop immediately. The current state of the furnace gathered various energies, and once it exploded, it would unleash immense power. Even stopping it would cost Jalen dearly. Gerardo, if you want me to step back, forget it. Your tactic might work, but you're up against me, Isaiah said with a faint smile. Gerardo's face darkened. This boy was still holding on. Wasn't he beyond redemption already? Chapter 317. Acting President. You'd better withdraw, or you're done for. I want to see what you can do, Gerardo said smugly. Gerardo was at the final stage of refining his pill and accelerated his process, in case Isaiah's furnace exploded and affected him. However, before Gerardo finished refining, Isaiah's pill furnace had completely calmed down, not even glowing red. Seeing this scene, Gerardo froze, confused. The furnace that was as hot as a volcano had now become peaceful. Isaiah controlled the pill furnace with both hands. It had regained stability after the fire went out of control earlier, leaving Ira extremely shocked. Even Ira couldn't achieve such a level. If he had been refining the royal grade pill and encountered the same situation, he wouldn't have managed it either. Isaiah manipulated the pills quickly, and forming the pills didn't take too long. At the moment the pill was formed, there was a loud explosion from the furnace, changing the atmosphere instantly as a strong aroma of the pill spread around. It's over. The contest has ended, Ira announced loudly. Gerardo's expression darkened. The fragrance coming from Isaiah's furnace was many times stronger than his own. It would be impossible to win him. Everyone knew that Isaiah must have the highest proficiency in alchemy. During the talent test, Isaiah already showed a 7-tiered aptitude in alchemy. In the first round, Isaiah refined heavenly primordial spirit pills in 20 minutes and broke the record. In the second round, Isaiah multitasked while refining and performed unparalleled. Furthermore, Isaiah faced a terrible situation, almost causing an explosion. But he turned things around, stabilizing the furnace and successfully producing the pill. All the alchemists present likely couldn't match Isaiah's skill. Ira reviewed everyone's pills. Isaiah's royal grade 4th rank pill is the best, with the highest quality among all, Ira announced. Gerardo felt a pang in his heart. He indeed couldn't compare with Isaiah, but the gap between them was too large. After Ira made his announcement, there was an uproar. This person's alchemical talent is too formidable. He already has the skills of a 5th grade alchemist. What will happen if a few years pass? Gerardo was strong enough before, but who would have thought that Isaiah is even more monstrous? Gerardo can't even reach a fraction of his level. Isaiah's mastery in alchemy was unparalleled, reaching a monstrous level. An 18-year-old 5th grade alchemist with a 7-tiered talent in alchemy left people trembling, finding it unbelievable. Ira took a deep breath. Isaiah would definitely become a great talent. This was undeniable. Alright, this medicinal competition ends here. I declare the winner, Isaiah. Everyone cheered and clapped as Isaiah remained composed, accepting the results. Next, they watched Isaiah receive generous rewards. Isaiah quickly found the spirit fruit he wanted, acquiring the essential ingredient for the royal grade 5th rank pill. Additionally, Isaiah received 500,000 gold coins and various rare ingredients. Except for the spirit fruit, Isaiah wasn't particularly interested in the other rewards. Noticing Isaiah about to leave, Ira hurriedly detained him. Do you remember when I promised you a good thing if you broke the record? Ira called for a servant to bring a pill furnace. This furnace was different from regular ones. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. It looked luxurious. Please accept the royal grade pill furnace. It will certainly benefit your future refining. Wow, really? A royal grade pill furnace? That kid sure is lucky. Many people cast envious glances. Gerardo turned black with anger. What originally belonged to him had been snatched away by Isaiah. His previous reputation as a genius alchemist became meaningless in comparison. Thank you, sir. Isaiah, don't leave yet. I have something else to say, Ira said. Yes, what else? Xiaoyi City's alchemist guild, named Xiaoyi Guild, is a renowned alchemical organization. You know Elder Keith. Isaiah nodded. The Xiaoyi Guild is arguably the largest alchemist guild in the city. The president has been missing for a long time, so I think you should serve as the acting president, Ira said calmly. This news caused quite a stir. The acting president of the Xiaoyi Guild, chosen as an 18-year-old youth? Wasn't this exaggerated? Although Isaiah's talent in alchemy was extraordinary, Ira's favoritism caught everyone off guard. The role of acting president was significant. With the current president absent, the position connected to the imperial city above and controlled the entire city's medicinal resources below, holding potential for becoming the president. People were stunned, considering an 18-year-old acting president unprecedented. Xiaoyi City was one of the larger cities in the Southern Summer Empire. Managing its medicinal resources meant enormous power and benefits. Isaiah being offered such an opportunity at 18 was something many could only dream of for their entire lives. Gerardo's face turned extremely dark. If Isaiah won, his status would change significantly, even affecting the three major families. How did this happen? Gerardo felt deeply dissatisfied. Adira and Fletcher, in the audience, were equally shocked. I never thought Isaiah would get such an opportunity, Fletcher sighed, noting that the acting president of the Xiaoyi Guild surpassed his family's lineage. Isaiah is truly incredible. Adira shook her head, eyes filled with admiration. All right, let's stay in Xiaoyi City for now, Fletcher thought inwardly. If Isaiah stayed in Xiaoyi City for a few years, he would undoubtedly make great achievements, developing his power base and possibly creating a new sect. Seeing Isaiah's prowess, Fletcher admired his abilities. Thank you for your regard, but I don't think it's suitable. I don't plan on staying here long, Isaiah smiled. In fact, Isaiah intended to leave, planning to go to the Celestial sect. Hearing this, Ira was momentarily stunned, wondering if he misheard. Such a promising position, and he refused? Isaiah, are you saying you don't want to be the acting president? Ira asked skeptically. Yes, I've decided to leave Xiaoyi City. Everyone stared at Isaiah in disbelief. To reject such a great position, wasn't this young man insane? Hashtag chapter 318. They have actually come. Isaiah didn't linger for too long. He, along with Fletcher and Adira, slowly left. Watching Isaiah walk away, Jalen felt a tumult of emotions within him. Originally, he had planned to let Isaiah serve as the acting president of Xiaoyi City for a while before recommending him to the imperial capital later. However, it seemed that Isaiah had other plans. Going to the imperial capital was not a simple matter. Even if Jalen recommended him, the various department heads of the imperial city would conduct reviews, which could take up to 2 months. They would thoroughly investigate Isaiah's background to determine if he posed any danger or might be a threat to the imperial capital. The imperial capital was undoubtedly the most stringent place in the Nanyang Empire, protected by an enormous barrier and flanked by nearly 10,000 guards at its 2 gates. Anyone without proper qualifications who attempted to enter would face certain death. Gerardo watched Isaiah, clenching his teeth. Because of this young man, all his dreams had been dashed. At that moment, an elder from the Nan family approached. This person is no ordinary individual. You shouldn't be too disheartened. We truly cannot deal with him. Turning around, Gerardo saw that the speaker was Howell. He will eventually leave, so there's no need to compete with him, Howell said indifferently. But he severed Hampton's hand. How can you speak in his favor, elder? Gerardo's eyes widened in disbelief. There's nothing we can do. Isaiah is too powerful. Even if our entire Nan family mobilized, we might not be able to handle him, with his cultivation level and alchemy expertise. Howell shook his head. Even the Nan family couldn't contend with Isaiah. Howell clearly understood this, recalling how Isaiah effortlessly deflected his attack that day. The thought still sent shivers down his spine. Isaiah declined the position of acting president, but Gerardo also knew he wouldn't have much of a chance. Jalen's recommendation meant the elders of the Xiaoyi Guild would readily agree. Even if Isaiah refused, Gerardo's chances of winning an election would take years, and he wasn't sure if he could gain enough support. Reflecting on this, Gerardo felt utterly powerless compared to Isaiah, who possessed such formidable alchemical skills that no one could match. How I wish I were him. Gerardo couldn't help but think. Elder Howell, why didn't you disable him when you had the chance? At least to avenge Hampton? What are you talking about? Don't you think I wanted to? But he easily blocked my attack. Do you really think he's easy to handle? Howell's face darkened. Disciples of the Tianshang sect, we dare not touch them. Even the other 2 major families can't afford to. Thus, the Nan family had no means for retribution, leaving Hampton with a severed hand. At least Hampton survived. His hand has been reattached, though he won't be able to use it for years. Consider it a lesson to prevent him from going too far. Howell spoke with a didactic tone. Gerardo's face remained grim as he kicked a chair in frustration. If we don't avenge this, how can the Nan family save face? Thinking of losing the alchemy competition to Isaiah filled Gerardo with indignation. Howell raised an eyebrow. If he stays in Xiaoyi City a few more days, we could try some methods. By then, even if the Tianshang sect investigates, they won't find anything. They exchanged glances, and a sinister plan began to brew. Isaiah and his companions hadn't walked far when Keith hurried over, breathless. Congratulations, Isaiah, Keith said, drenched in sweat and looking extremely anxious, unlike his usual composed self. Yes, what's happening? Speak slowly, Isaiah replied calmly. You know the Xiaoyi Guild well, right? Most affairs are handled by me these days. Recently, the Tianshang sect requested the rare 4th rank spirit essence pill. Our guild agreed to the request and promised to produce 50 pills. Helping the Tianshang sect comes with a high price. But unfortunately, the chief alchemist responsible suffered a furnace explosion and is now unconscious. There's no one else in the guild capable of handling this task. If we fail to deliver the pills, the guild will be in serious trouble, Keith said, visibly panicked. Isn't it difficult to refine rare 4th rank pills? Why did you agree so quickly? Adira asked curiously. We didn't have a choice given the circumstances. We only have 2 days until the deadline. Otherwise, the Tianshang sect people will be furious, Keith explained, helpless. The last time I heard, another guild that failed to deliver faced total destruction by the Tianshang sect, Fletcher added, worriedly swallowing. Tianshang sect, being a large sect, doesn't care about small guilds. If we fail to deliver, the Xiaoyi guild will be dismantled. Keith shook his head. But asking Isaiah to refine those pills now is almost impossible. Refining 50 rare 4th rank pills in just 2 days is a Herculean task. It seems the Tianshang sect isn't known for their fairness, Isaiah chuckled. In today's world, strength speaks. Being a massive sect like Tianshang, there's no rival around, and their connection to the imperial family makes them even more tyrannical, Fletcher explained. Don't worry, I'll finish in a day, not 2. It's only 50 pills, very straightforward for me. These pill formulas are supposedly passed down from the royal family, making them particularly challenging, Keith hesitantly mentioned. No worries, as long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Master Galen, if you help us, I'll certainly offer generous rewards. Even if we don't get 50 pills, I'll reward you anyway, Keith pleaded, his face pale. Isaiah, this isn't something to be taken lightly. I've heard this is the pill with the highest failure rate. How can you possibly refine 50 in a single day? Adira urged anxiously. Isaiah shouldn't risk this. If something went wrong, no one could help him. If the Tianshang sect people came and found out Isaiah was in charge, they would surely blame him. Don't worry. With a few good furnaces and sufficient ingredients, a day is plenty of time, Isaiah smiled. Keith blinked, taken aback by his confidence. Did Isaiah plan to refine multiple batches of the spirit essence pill in one go? With no other options, Keith had to trust Isaiah. Otherwise, waiting for certain doom would only lead to disaster. Without the pills, the Tianshang sect people would surely be enraged, leading to the demise of the Xiaoyi guild. All right, follow me. Keith led the 3 to the Xiaoyi guild. Upon arriving, Keith's face grew even more grim as he saw a group outside the guild entrance, led by a warrior holding a banner inscribed with Tianshang sect. They have actually come. Keith's face turned ashen. People watching from the streets kept a distance, wary of the Tianshang sect members. Chapter 319. Demand for an explanation. The entourage from Heavenly Sect gave off an overbearing and arrogant aura, making people hesitate to even meet their gaze. Just by appearing, they made many feel breathless. There were 10 members in the Heavenly Sect's group. Leading them was a man riding a white horse, dressed in a long white robe. He seemed to be an attendant. The arrogance on his face was like the sun, dazzling enough that no one dared to look up, exuding an incredibly formidable presence. So this is someone from the Heavenly Sect? He's at the 5th level of martial respect realm cultivation, yet his primordial energy feels far more intense. Isaiah observed closely and soon realized although this person was only at the 5th level of martial respect realm, his primordial energy was unique. Such dominantly intense primordial energy clearly pointed towards a realm comprehended only by the powerful. The aura of that realm intimidated everyone present. This had something to do with the 3rd level comprehension in the comprehension sea, as well as the unification of 4 elements. Isaiah marveled at how formidable sects in this world seemed to possess unique realms of their own, often capable of deciding victory in a duel instantaneously. The Heavenly Sect has actually sent an attendant. This is bad. Keith's expression turned extremely grim, never imagining the Heavenly Sect would arrive so swiftly. What did they plan to do? The atmosphere instantly became heavy. May I know who you are? Keith stepped forward and politely asked. I am Huxley from the Heavenly Sect, here on orders to collect the medicinal pills, replied Huxley arrogantly, seemingly very dissatisfied. From his haughty demeanor, it appeared he already knew Keith could not deliver the pills. There are still 2 days before the medicine transaction. Why have you come early? Please, enter and have some tea. Let me entertain you properly, said Keith, smiling flatteringly. Cut it out. Do you take me for a fool? I've heard rumors that you can't hand over the medicine due to severe damage caused by an explosion during alchemy. Now you're trying to deceive me. Huxley asked disdainfully. This? Keith looked like a lost soul, momentarily at a loss for words. Since your guild has broken trust with us, we cannot allow your continued existence. I'm going to dismantle this decrepit guild today. Do you know how crucial this batch of medicinal pills is to us? Huxley accused. Keith lowered his head, too terrified to breathe loudly. If you can't handle it, don't take on such business. Think our Heavenly Sect's money is easy to earn? Since you can't fulfill your promise, don't blame me for being impolite. Huxley's expression was icy cold. Everyone was frightened by Huxley's overwhelming aura, exchanging glances anxiously. I didn't think the Summer Night Guild would encounter such an issue. A few centuries-old guild might end up ruined all because the Summer Night Guild was greedy, taking on such a contract. The Heavenly Sect never spares anyone. Dissolving the guild would be fortunate. Today, a few might even die. People whispered amongst themselves, knowing the Heavenly Sect had been tyrannical for a long time, capable of any heinous act if displeased. Even the slightest offense to the Heavenly Sect meant annihilation. All those present understood the terror of the Heavenly Sect, a top 5 ranked sect in the Empire with ties to the Imperial family. The medicinal pill exchange is in 2 days, not now. Are you here to pick a fight? A voice echoed among the crowd. Turning back, people saw it was Isaiah who spoke. Many felt a chill down their spine. A mere kid dared to speak to the heavenly sect's attendant in such a manner. It was as if he had grown impatient with life. Huxley thought Keith wouldn't dare say anything, only to follow their commands. But he hadn't expected a brat to step forward and argue. Just who do you think you were to talk to me like that? Do you wish to die? Huxley asked disdainfully. Is the heavenly sect untrustworthy? It was agreed for 2 days later, and now you come to force compliance. Who would dare trade with the heavenly sect again? Isaiah asked. That kid was quite eloquent and quick-witted. Huxley's face darkened as he glared at Isaiah, feeling the heavenly sect was in the wrong. Now, the Summer Night Guild hasn't produced a single medicinal pill. Can pills fall from the sky in just 2 days? I don't want to waste time. I demand an explanation today, Huxley demanded. There will be pills in 2 days, but not now. If you had admitted that earlier, I'd have already ensured the complete disappearance of the Summer Night Guild. Huxley's tone grew irritable. You dare make a move, try it. What brat, are you tired of living? Who do you think you are? Huxley, who disliked Isaiah, couldn't understand his boldness. Daring to speak thus to the heavenly sect's attendant, and with such disdain, everyone was stunned. Who was that kid, speaking to a heavenly sect attendant like that? Isn't he courting death? Even Keith doesn't dare speak, yet he appears confident. Soon, that kid will surely be killed without mercy. Onlookers trembled. Today was indeed eye-opening. They had never seen such reckless youth. Wasn't living to 18 good enough? Haha, Keith, you bring such a person to save face? Do you think he can help stall for time? Huxley laughed aloud. A foul-mouthed brat like him didn't realize who he was facing. Keith was speechless. He hadn't anticipated Isaiah's attitude toward Huxley, which only added fuel to the fire. Today, Huxley was likely to destroy the Summer Night Guild. Kid, if you seek death, then I'll grant it, Huxley said irritably. Don't think just because you're a heavenly sect attendant, I fear you. If you really attack, I'll make sure you die too, Isaiah retorted indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes. Who dared say they would kill a heavenly sect attendant? This kid was unbelievably arrogant, not even considering his worth. Truly audacious. No one dared provoke the heavenly sect. They were always the ones destroying others. Today, a youth dared utter such words, astonishing everyone. Where did this kid get such courage? Huxley couldn't help laughing. Do you really consider yourself significant? You've merely reached the 3rd level of comprehension. How do you think you can kill me? Giving you a chance to leave now, or I won't be responsible when you die shortly. Isaiah's expression remained cold and composed. This foul-mouthed brat, full of boastful words, was truly obnoxious. Huxley couldn't stop laughing. Isaiah's martial cultivation was commendable, having achieved 3rd level comprehension, indicating he had been to the comprehension sea and possessed remarkable strength. But that wasn't enough. The heavenly sect's supremacy was due to its extraordinary strength. Members comprehended a unique realm, which explained why this kid dared be so arrogant. Chapter 320. Let me show you. That realm was far beyond the ocean of enlightenment, known as the heavenly realm. It could make a warrior's essence energy extraordinarily fierce and formidable, rendering those with equal cultivation completely no match. Huxley had reached the 1st level of the heavenly realm. He wasn't at all worried about Isaiah's power. This kid undoubtedly sought his own doom in front of him. Try it out and you will know. This brat, I have endured you for too long. If I don't kill you today, I don't deserve to be an enforcer of the heavenly sect. Huxley roared in anger. At this moment, the essence energy around Huxley was wildly surging. That formidable aura almost drove everyone back in fear. Under such powerful essence energy, no one could stand firm. Seeing Huxley's essence energy, Isaiah was momentarily captivated. No wonder the people of the heavenly sect were so arrogant. Their essence energy was distinctly different and extremely intense. The 3rd level essence energy Isaiah had comprehended could not affect Huxley. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile, feeling very pleased. System notification. The master observed the 1st level of the heavenly realm, triggering a 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. System notification. Congratulations, master has learned the middle stage of the 1st level of the heavenly realm. Killing you doesn't require me to move my hands. Guards, quickly kill this brat. Huxley shouted angrily. Wait. Keith was frantic. He didn't want anything to happen to Isaiah. However, all that came towards him was a palm strike. Huxley fiercely struck Keith, causing a bang, with a deafening explosion of essence energy. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Keith flew straight out, crashing through a wall. The power of that single palm was astonishing. Everyone's eyes widened in terror. It truly was terrifying, worthy of someone from the heavenly sect. Elder Yang, you don't need to worry. I can handle them. Isaiah turned to Adira and said, you two hide far away, lest you get hurt. Adira smiled, touched by his concern. It made her heart feel warm and fuzzy. Isaiah slowly walked forward. Huxley laughed heartily, thinking although the guards hadn't reached the 1st level of the heavenly realm, they had at least entered the gateway and should have no problem dealing with Isaiah. The guards drew their swords and rushed towards Isaiah. Their blades and swords were razor-sharp, targeting Isaiah directly. Huxley wanted to see how Isaiah would die. However, in the next second, Isaiah's essence energy started to change unnaturally, surprising Huxley. Isaiah's encircling essence energy gradually became fiercer, and Huxley immediately recognized that this energy wasn't from an ordinary realm. Oh no, is this boy? Huxley exclaimed in astonishment. The 2 guards slashed their swords at Isaiah, who only needed to crouch slightly, draw his sword, and deliver a slash. A sharp sword momentum instantly appeared, followed by overwhelming sword chi sweeping towards them. Both guards were knocked flying instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Guarded by the sword chi, they fell to the ground lifelessly. The entire event happened so swiftly that onlookers barely caught what transpired. Within seconds, both guards were dead. Eyes widening in disbelief, Huxley looked at Isaiah. That essence energy just now. The crowd was equally stunned, frozen in shock. Isaiah had killed 2 heavenly sect guards with just 1 sword strike? Just one strike took out 2 guards, creating a heavy and tense atmosphere. They witnessed the most terrifying event of their lives, completely mesmerized by that sword chi, time seeming to slow down. After a prolonged silence, someone finally screamed. The Heavenly Sect members are dead? That boy is incredibly powerful, even daring to kill Heavenly Sect members. What's his background? This isn't good. How will he die next? This is indeed quite unexpected. The 2 guards weren't weak. They were at least at the first level of Martial Venerable, and they had learned the introductory level of the first level of the Heavenly Realm. Any average Martial Venerable couldn't win against them, yet before Isaiah, they were helpless. You can also reach that realm? How is that possible? There must be some mistake. Huxley refused to believe it. Only members of the Heavenly Sect should possess the Heavenly Realm. This boy clearly wasn't from the sect. Where did Isaiah come from? Just as Huxley was shocked, another burst of sword chi flew, and 2 more guards fell without any chance to react. How dare you continue killing my men? Huxley was extremely astonished. Was this boy fearless? Who dared to recklessly kill Heavenly Sect members like this? Usually, it was always them bullying others. Today, the sun rose from the west? Don't worry, I'll let you see something. Isaiah charged at Huxley, using all his strength to ensure this boy got what he deserved. But Huxley didn't expect that. Unable to react, Isaiah drew his sword at incredible speed. In that instant, the space seemed to freeze, revealing a sharp glint of cold light. He immediately felt a searing pain in his chest, spewing blood. Eyes wide open, Huxley never dreamed he'd be slashed by this boy's sword, flying far with a terrible wound on his front. Blood rained down from the sky. When Keith stood up, he was dumbfounded. What did Isaiah do? Did he really knock Huxley flying? With a thud, Huxley slammed into the ground, creating a crater. He lay there in apparent agony. Gasp. Huxley trembled all over. Isaiah was somewhat curious. Wasn't this man tough? Enoch's sword strike should have been enough to end his life. Even Huxley was helpless before him. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged out, overwhelmed with shock. Upon closer inspection, Isaiah noticed Huxley wore intermediate-grade Earth-class armor, though it was now utterly destroyed, explaining why he survived. Huxley realized Isaiah possessed the first level of the Heavenly Realm, surpassing even him. How could this be? Why would this boy also know it? The Heavenly Sect had never seen Isaiah before. He was definitely an outsider. There was no way he had learned the Heavenly Realm within the sect. Very well. I give you 2 days. By then, you must hand over the medicine. Huxley shivered, while the guards hurriedly supported him. An enforcer of the Heavenly Sect had been defeated by a young man. News of this would ruin Huxley's future. He might even be expelled from the sect upon returning. No one knew this boy was so strong. No wonder Keith found him. Isaiah wasn't a fool after all. What kind of monster was he? We're leaving. Hold on. Did you ask for permission to leave? Isaiah's voice was icy cold. Huxley's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to look at Isaiah. What did he mean? Huxley had already made concessions. Was Isaiah still not going to let them go? Chapter 321. He takes advantage of every opportunity. Huxley swallowed hard. He had already made concessions, yet this boy dared to take advantage of every opportunity. Isaiah truly didn't know his place. Everyone watched in shock, almost drawing a sharp breath. Who would have thought that Isaiah was so formidable? Could it be that he defeated the Heavenly Clan's enforcer? Note, Tansangzong is translated as Heavenly Clan to maintain consistency and clarity in English. And with such overwhelming power, the opponent didn't stand a chance. What kind of person is this kid? He's really terrifying. Today feels like witnessing something supernatural. That kid is genuinely terrifying. The onlookers couldn't believe that the mighty Heavenly Clan could be humbled today. Note, I've replaced Tansangzong with Heavenly Clan to maintain consistency and ensure it reads naturally in English. Huxley had lost 4 guards, all of whom were invaluable aides. This was a significant loss for him. You still want more? Huxley asked, clearly dissatisfied. When you caused trouble and realized something was wrong, you wanted to leave. There's no such thing as getting off easily, Isaiah said, his voice icy cold. Huh, could you possibly want to kill me? Huxley asked, looking incredulous. He found it inconceivable that anyone would dare kill a Sky Sect enforcer in the Southern Xia Empire. Isaiah, stop, Adira advised, with Fletcher echoing her plea, hoping to prevent any further bloodshed. I gave you the chance to leave earlier, but you didn't. Now that you realize my strength, you plan to escape? Pathetic, Isaiah sneered. Keith hurriedly stepped forward. Let's not make things worse, let's talk. Enforcer Huxley has already conceded. Let's call it a day. Call it a day? If I had lost today, would the Celestial Sect let it go? And it was their relentless pressure that led to this. I can't be blamed for being ruthless. This revision ensures that the name Celestial Sect is consistently used in place of Tansangzong and maintains natural fluency in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. Isaiah's tone was commanding, shocking everyone. This kid wasn't simple. He truly intended to not let Huxley off. Haha, kid, do you really think you can kill me today? Huxley retorted, sending a stream of essence energy into the sky. The energy transformed into a symbol, the emblem of Heavenly Clan, acting as a warning signal. Note, I have replaced Tansangzong with Heavenly Clan to maintain consistency and ensure it reads naturally in English. If you have a preferred translation for Tansangzong, please let me know. It won't be long before the Grand Enforcer arrives. With his 6th-stage martial venerable cultivation, I don't believe he won't be able to kill you, Huxley said maliciously. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Huxley was terrifying enough. If a Grand Enforcer with 6th-stage martial venerable cultivation arrived, Isaiah would surely be doomed. Despite Isaiah's remarkable martial cultivation, facing the Grand Enforcer of the Heavenly Clan would likely result in his death due to the overwhelming gap in strength. Keith's face turned ashen. Disaster loomed. The Grand Elder of Tianshang Sect was coming. Forget about the guild being demolished. They might all lose their lives. Note, I have made sure that the translation reads naturally and fluently in English, while maintaining consistency in terminology and style. Come on, forget about the Grand Enforcer. Even if the Grand Elder comes, I'm not afraid, Isaiah said confidently, crossing his arms. Adira's delicate face showed her worry. She understood how terrifying Heavenly Sect was, especially with a stronger figure now arriving. If Isaiah's confidence went too far, the outcome could be unpredictable. Note: I've maintained consistency by translating Ten Thousandfold as Heavenly Sect throughout the passage for coherence. Inside, Isaiah was quite pleased. Perhaps this Grand Enforcer could help him reach a higher heavenly realm faster, accelerating his strength. Amidst layers of blue clouds, a figure descended from the sky, landing with a powerful presence. Everyone felt an immense pressure forcing them to kneel. Many could not resist and fell to their knees immediately. Just minutes later, the Heavenly Sect Grand Enforcer had indeed arrived. Note: I replaced Ten Thousandfold with Heavenly Sect to maintain consistency and fluency in English. With a thunderous boom, the Grand Enforcer's landing created a large crater. The crowd stared in awe at such overwhelming force. This Grand Enforcer was truly terrifying. Huxley, you look terrible. You've been beaten up like this? The Grand Enforcer asked. Grand Enforcer Bard, this person is not ordinary, but he is indeed stronger than me, Huxley replied through gritted teeth, blood streaming from his body. No one had ever dared to kill members of the Heavenly Clan. Today, however, 4 guards were killed. Bard exuded a menacing aura. This was a challenge to the authority of the Heavenly Clan. Note: I made slight adjustments for clarity and consistency. Ten Thousandfold is translated as Heavenly Clan for better fluency in English, assuming this term is consistently used throughout the text. If there's a specific preferred translation for Ten Thousandfold, please let me know. Bard turned around, unsure who had killed the guards or when anyone had dared to kill Ten Thousandfold members. Note: for better fluency and accuracy, Ten Thousandfold should be translated consistently as Heavenly Sect, or another chosen equivalent in English. Bard turned around, unsure who had killed the guards or when anyone had dared to kill Heavenly Sect members. If word got out, the Heavenly Sect would lose face. For decades, its reputation for ruthlessness had ensured that no one dared provoke them, as doing so meant certain death. Grand Enforcer, this kid is unreasonable. When the Xiuxian Guild couldn't hand over the elixirs on time, he attacked and killed my guards, Huxley complained, appearing aggrieved. Bard stared at Isaiah in disbelief. A teenage boy had killed Heavenly Sect guards? Note: I've maintained the meaning and fluency in English while ensuring consistency with the context provided. The term Ten Thousandfold is translated as Heavenly Sect to keep terminology consistent and understandable in English. How strong could this inexperienced youngster be? The guards were all Heavenly Realm initiates, difficult for even 4th or 5th stage martial venerables to handle. Bard's expression darkened. He thought he'd encountered an unparalleled powerhouse, only to find it was just a brat. Kid, you have the guts to kill members of Tianshangzong. This revision ensures that the name Tianshangzong is consistently romanized and the sentence reads more naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning. They were unreasonable, insisting on early delivery despite our agreement for 2 days. So I had to act, Isaiah said, shrugging. But even so, you shouldn't have killed members of the Heavenly Sect, Bard roared, his aura like a towering mountain, making everyone tremble. Isaiah gripped his sword tightly. Bard's eyes widened slightly, noticing the sharp edge of the sword sheath. Young as you are, to comprehend the 4th sword intent, and even the 4 elements unification within the ocean of enlightenment, you're indeed impressive, Bard praised. But even so, you are nothing in front of me. You're just an ant, Bard bellowed, visibly enraged. Bard struck, releasing a murderous wave of essence energy. His palm thrust forth, forming a chi vortex that morphed into a snake, rushing towards Isaiah's head. Isaiah swiftly drew his sword, the blade clashing with Bard's serpentine vortex. The collision of 2 immense forces caused the ground to shake violently. A dull thud echoed as Bard's expression became serious. He hadn't expected his mid-earth rank technique to be blocked by this kid's sword intent. Isaiah was no mere ant in front of Bard. It seemed he could fight back. This kid had unexpected abilities. Bard was genuinely surprised. He had underestimated the boy, thinking he could end it with 1 strike. But he hadn't. Hashtag chapter 322. Thanks to him, Isaiah smiled faintly, feeling a bit disappointed with Bard. Bard was merely at the early stage of the 1st heaven realm, which was not even higher than Isaiah's own realm. Thus, there was no way Bard could defeat Isaiah. Isaiah had slightly overestimated him. Stop. A hoarse voice rang out, and everyone turned to see, only to be momentarily stunned. Why is Jalen here? Bard asked in puzzlement. Jalen's sudden appearance at this critical moment definitely signified something significant. Jalen, what's going on? Bard inquired. Why do you wish to attack a junior? I see great potential in him. He's an exceptional alchemist. I advise you to stop, Jalen said coolly. Jalen's words stunned everyone. I can't believe that a 4th rank Imperial alchemist would come to the aid of that young man. If Jalen intervenes, the Heavenly Sect will have to give some face. This situation has become interesting. I wonder how it will end. The onlookers hadn't anticipated Jalen's arrival. The situation shifted dramatically, and it was uncertain if Isaiah would die today. Master Jalen, this matter isn't your concern. Please don't meddle, Bard remarked. A 4th rank Imperial alchemist like Jalen couldn't be ignored, especially as he represented the Imperial family. Even the Heavenly Sect had to respect the royal authority. Bard felt stuck, and after Isaiah had blocked his attack earlier, he was deeply uneasy. Under no circumstances can you kill Isaiah today, Jalen stated sternly. Don't think just because you're a 4th rank Imperial alchemist, you can command me. I'm giving you some face due to the Imperial family, Bard retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Jalen maintained a serious expression as Bard continued arrogantly. Moreover, you can't stop me. Though you are a master alchemist, your martial cultivation isn't as strong as mine. This boy must die for daring to kill someone from the Heavenly Sect. Bard, I advise you to calm down. If you kill him today, you will be against the Imperial family. I vow to protect him today. With my influence, finding powerful allies won't be hard. Jalen warned, if you dare to kill Isaiah today, I will ensure that people come for revenge, and you will meet your doom. Bard's face turned extremely dark. He never dreamed that Jalen would oppose the heavenly sect so fiercely. Why did Jalen insist on protecting this boy? Bard couldn't understand. Jalen, being a fourth-rank Imperial alchemist, held an extraordinary status with great influence and renown. His words were not idle threats. Bard glared at Isaiah helplessly. It seemed the boy wouldn't die today. Bard fell silent, frustrated. He had come to take Isaiah's life, but hadn't even scratched him. Bard had never felt such frustration before. Despite Jalen's insistence, he could do nothing. Provoking a fourth-rank Imperial alchemist wasn't something even a Grand Elder dared do. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth. Damn brat, Bard muttered under his breath, waving his hand forcefully before leaving. The heavenly sect members retreated in disgrace, gaining no advantage. Even a Grand Elder couldn't harm Isaiah, and the boy remained unscathed, astonishing everyone. The crowd stood dumbfounded for a while before coming to their senses. That Isaiah had injured a heavenly sect elder and remained unharmed was truly astounding. Few could match his strength. Isaiah, are you okay? Jalen asked solicitously, genuinely concerned about Isaiah's safety. Who would have thought that Isaiah would clash with the heavenly sect and face danger from a Grand Elder? I'm fine. Jalen scrutinized Isaiah for injuries but found none, finally nodding in relief. Isaiah. A melodious voice sounded, and Adira turned around to find the girl named Pauline. Perhaps drawn by the altercation, Pauline had been lured over, likely because she was a member of the xiuxian guild. Adira narrowed her eyes, eyeing Isaiah jealously for some inexplicable reason. Isaiah explained the events, but Pauline seemed quite worried. Adira harumphed, sulking slightly. Fletcher pretended not to notice. Pauline, it's been a long time since you saw your father. The last time he sought my help, I couldn't cure you, Jalen lamented. Isaiah says he has a way to cure me. Is that true? Jalen was astonished. Even he had been powerless against Pauline's snow constitution. Isaiah, can you really cure Pauline? Jalen asked, troubled because he couldn't save Pauline, a close friend's daughter. Last time you said it required my mother's blood, but my father isn't here now. Isaiah nodded confidently, assuring them. Curing the snow constitution isn't difficult. If I refine the right pill, it should work. Do you have that much confidence? Jalen still had doubts. Yes, Senior Gale doesn't seem to trust me. It's a serious matter. Saving Pauline could change many things. If you fail, she might die immediately, Jalen was concerned. The snow constitution requires fire-based herbs as a catalyst for the best results. Jalen pondered for a moment, feeling embarrassed. Obtaining fire-based herbs wasn't easy. You've stumped me. Fire-based herbs, though rare and precious, can be found. For example, the Nico's prized flame dragon fruit, which is said to bear fruit once every 1,000 years. If I have the flame dragon fruit, I can definitely cure her snow constitution, Isaiah affirmed. What pill do you plan to refine? Not a pill. I plan to use an array to clear the snow from her body. Jalen looked surprised. You're also proficient in array formations? You shouldn't doubt my abilities, Isaiah said sternly, and Jalen nodded. Jalen sighed, knowing that using the Nico family's treasure wouldn't be easy, especially with Pauline's father away. I will set up a fire-based formation to dispel the snow constitution. In the future, she'll certainly break through the fourth major realm. If this succeeded, even Jalen felt envious for Pauline, turning her misfortune into a blessing. All thanks to Isaiah. Otherwise, it would have been a dead-end path. Chapter 323. Kneel down and apologize. When Isaiah initially comprehended the snow constitution, he had already received the method to treat it in his mind. He planned to use formations to cure this condition, as he was an adept master of formation arts. Isaiah also intended to acquire the snow constitution for himself, which would greatly assist him when breaking through to the fourth major realm. Senior Gale, I'm willing to trust Isaiah. He should be able to save me and not make any mistakes, said Jalen thoughtfully. But don't underestimate the Nico family. It's best if the elders do not find out about this matter. They will definitely not agree since it is a treasured family heirloom. If we forcibly take it, there will surely be serious consequences. I won't use violence against Pauline's family. It seems that Senior Gale has a plan. Isaiah asked. Yes, I have a way. No matter what, the Nico family must give me face. We can only act first and report later, Jalen replied. Senior Gale, please help me prepare some items needed for setting up the formation. Quite a few treasures are required, Isaiah sternly said. Sure, no problem. Time waits for no one. Tell me what you need, and I'll have people get it ready immediately, Jalen agreed. Jalen then called for Pauline. I'll meet your family's head elder later. You take this opportunity to sneak out the flaming dragon fruit. Okay. The elders will definitely not agree to use the flaming dragon fruit to treat me, Pauline responded. Do you need my help? Isaiah curiously asked. No, just the two of us will suffice, she replied. Jalen and Pauline set off. Pauline's family was named Nico, and they were the fourth-rank family in xiuxian City. Oh, you look so worried, Adira teased. Why would I be worried? Isaiah shook his head. Adira always spoke strangely. He didn't want to bring her along, but she insisted on coming. The Nico family is rumored to have quite a few powerful figures. If taking the flaming dragon fruit is discovered, those elders will certainly be furious, Fletcher voiced some concern. Isaiah didn't seem to think much of it, as if there wasn't anything he feared. After a while, Jalen and Pauline returned. Here is the flaming dragon fruit. It was a red, glowing fruit, exuding a mysterious aura. This should be considered a grade 5 herb, Isaiah remarked with narrowed eyes. If he could take this herb, it would be even better. But considering it belonged to Pauline's family, he decided against it. Isaiah pulled out a list of materials and treasures required for the formation. Jalen glanced at the list and was taken aback by the requirements: Earth grade lower and mid-level treasures, spirit firestones, heaven ink protection charms, and more. It seemed this formation was far from simple. What kind of formation do you plan to set up? Jalen asked. Formation art was primarily used by restriction masters. Other cultivation professions simply couldn't handle formations, making this task incredibly difficult. A rank 4 formation, the fiery cloud formation, Isaiah casually stated. What? A rank 4 formation? Does that mean Isaiah is a rank 4 restriction master? Xiuxian looked at Isaiah in shock. Isaiah was already a prodigy in alchemy and a genius in martial arts. Could he really set up a rank 4 formation? It sounded almost unbelievable. Just what kind of prodigy is he, achieving such high proficiency in 3 cultivation paths? Jalen marveled inwardly. Inside the Xia Guild Hall, with everything prepared by Jalen, Isaiah began setting up the formation immediately. Seeing the fiery formation appearing on the ground, everyone sighed in admiration. His skilled hands moved so swiftly that even Jalen was stunned. All right, Pauline, enter the formation. Jalen hurried forward anxiously. There will be no mistake, right? Enoch, wrong move with such a formation could be fatal. Don't worry, you can rest assured, Isaiah confidently assured him. An 18-year-old 5th rank alchemist was impressive enough. Was he also a 4th rank restriction master? How did he manage to learn so many things? Even if he mastered them instantly, it was almost too incredible to believe. Jalen felt deeply impressed and shocked. Red clouds gradually appeared above the formation, transforming the scene into a celestial realm. Jalen was left speechless. As long as the critical phase of the Snow constitution is eliminated, everything else will be fine. Isaiah closed his eyes. System. Master has inherited the Snow constitution. Isaiah thought to himself, if this would help him quickly break through, especially benefiting the 4th major realm, why shouldn't he inherit the Snow constitution? Contrary to his initial fears, the Snow constitution had no noticeable impact on him. He realized that due to the numerous high-grade pills he had consumed before, his body had become exceptionally strong, negating the adverse effects. Pauline entered the formation looking rather weak. She sat down silently, clearly upset. Just endure it for 4 hours, Isaiah calmly said. Pauline's stamina wasn't great, and the Snow inside her could only be removed gradually. Closing his eyes, Isaiah focused entirely on removing the Snow from within. Outside the fiery cloud formation, Jalen felt the heat. He and Keith waited anxiously. Adira watched intently. 3 hours passed. The removal of the Snow from Isaiah's body progressed rapidly. He felt his entire meridian system undergo a tremendous change, making his energy flow more smoothly. Indeed, after eliminating the Snow constitution, it significantly aided his cultivation. Isaiah slowly opened his eyes. Pauline had already fainted, lying on the ground. In another hour, she would be fully cured. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded. Jalen raised an eyebrow, unsure of what happened. From the sound, it seemed like someone had come to cause trouble. What's going on? Jalen asked curiously. Fletcher rushed outside and returned in panic. It's over. The Nico family's head elder is here with a large group of people, and they don't seem friendly, Fletcher exclaimed nervously. Jalen had no choice but to explain. However, as soon as he met the head elder, the elder struck out with a palm strike. Jalen, being of average cultivation, was sent flying by the elder's blow. He spat blood and fell to the ground. Jalen, as a royal 4th rank alchemist, I gave you respect, but you stole our family's treasure. Don't think your status makes you untouchable, the head elder roared furiously. Jalen struggled to stand up. This sudden attack was beyond his expectations. Ordinarily, few in Xiaoyi City dared to touch a royal 4th rank alchemist. Who dares strike Senior Gale? An annoyed voice echoed, catching everyone's attention. Isaiah walked forward calmly. I'm giving you a chance. Immediately kneel down and apologize to Senior Gale. Chapter 324. I will take responsibility here. The Nico family members were taken aback by these words. The elder patriarch glanced up and saw that the speaker was just a young boy. The Nico family had expected someone of significant stature, but seeing only a youth standing there, who dared to act so boldly, they were utterly astonished. The elder patriarch of the Nico family stepped forward with a look of disdain, asking, So, you are Isaiah? Oh, you know me? Isaiah smiled. Heh, someone as arrogant as you is known throughout Xiaoyi City. No matter who you are, the person I'm looking for isn't you. Get out of my way, the elder patriarch commanded. Nobody can order me around, and you even injured Senior Gale, Isaiah replied sternly. Jalen brought this upon himself, daring to use a diversion tactic and have people take away our family's treasure. Do they really think we can't touch a 4th grade imperial alchemist? The elder patriarch was extremely dissatisfied and would do whatever it took to retrieve the family treasure. These words make no sense. Heh, I believe the flame dragon fruit is hidden here. Enough talk, how long can Jalen hide? The elder patriarch's tone was intimidating. There's nothing hidden here, and you must apologize to me. Isaiah pressed on relentlessly. Elder Joseph, look at this insolent boy, actually demanding you kneel and apologize. Someone nearby voiced his dissatisfaction. Joseph glared resentfully at Jalen and others, knowing well that injuring Jalen wasn't a wise move. However, he was now helpless. They had acted to save Nico Pauline's life. If she died, it might be better, but if she lived, it could significantly impact him as elder. Joa had already reached this point. He couldn't back down. He intended to stop these people from saving Nico Pauline today. But the sudden appearance of Isaiah caused some concern. This boy didn't take the Nan family seriously, and his strength was reputed to be considerable. Isaiah had won first place at the Alchemist Assembly, which made Joa look at him unfavorably. This young man seems quite reckless and likes to meddle in other people's affairs. An apology is fine, but kneeling is out of the question. And I will search here to see if the flame dragon fruit is indeed here, Joa stated righteously. The other elders were surprised that Joa agreed to an apology. If we don't find the flame dragon fruit, I'll leave peacefully and apologize to Jalen, Joa added casually. Why should we let you search here? Do you think this place is unprotected? Starting now, I'll protect this place, and any search needs my approval. Isaiah objected immediately. This boy had gone too far. Joa had been talking nicely to him, yet he became increasingly presumptuous. You're taking yourself too seriously. You're just a kid trying to protect the xiuxian guild? Ha, what a joke, Joa sneered. Keith stood nearby feeling embarrassed. With the powerful fighters from the Nico family present, they wouldn't easily back down. Due to the disturbance caused by the Tianshang sect previously, many enforcers had left the xiuxian guild. There weren't many left to protect the guild. The thief who stole our family treasure must be severely punished. Today, I won't waste more words. Joa approached, his voice booming with authority. The guild guards were terrified. Joa's aura was immensely powerful, indicating he wasn't an ordinary fighter. Moreover, he dared to attack Jalen, possibly having connections in the imperial capital, making him less cautious. The martial artist of the Nico family looked smug, acting oppressively. Isaiah's face turned serious. He wouldn't mess around. He had to wait until Pauline was cured, or else the array he set up would be for naught. Taking a step forward, Isaiah gripped his sword scabbard tightly. Though the sword remained sheathed, its menacing presence scared many. Even if you want to be outrageous here, you need my permission? Isaiah lifted the scabbard, displaying immense dominance, stunning the Nico family members. Lee, I've heard you're quite strong, but even if you're in the fourth realm of sword intent, so what? I am the elder patriarch of the Nico family. Can I not handle you? Joa said confidently. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, noticing glowing iron chains locking him down. These seemed to be high-grade treasures, tightening after Joa infused them with chi. Because he had injured Jalen earlier, Joa hesitated further, knowing Isaiah was troublesome. It was best to immobilize him. Lee, now you can't draw your sword. Let's see how arrogant you remain when I lock you up for life, Joa laughed. Find the treasure. If you see Pauline, bring her along, Joa shouted. Hold it. Isaiah coldly interrupted. These flimsy chains can't hold me. Though unable to draw his sword with his hands, Isaiah used his own chi to force the sword out. As soon as the sword emerged, a tyrannical sword intent erupted, sending chaotic sword energy flying. Several Nico family martial artists were caught off guard, collapsing from severe injuries. Without drawing the sword manually, the sword intent was still so potent? The remaining Nico family members and elders were stunned, filled with fear. How can this boy's sword intent reach such heights? Joa was slightly surprised. By then, the chains around Isaiah had been severed, chilling Joa to the bone. Isaiah, today I stand against you. Do you know my cultivation level? To dare hurt my people before me. Your cultivation level? What is it? I am a late-stage 5th level martial venerable. Do you really think you can handle me alone? I won't let you harm anyone from my family again, Joa roared, enraged at seeing his kin injured. So, try stopping me, Isaiah smiled. In an instant, Joa unleashed a mountain-toppling palm strike aimed to kill Isaiah. However, it missed entirely, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Where did that kid go? Aya. Turning around, Joa saw 2 elders fall from Isaiah's sword strike, nearly ending their lives. Isaiah, you dare? Joa roared furiously. 2 elders fell under Isaiah's sword, shaming Joa greatly. His face darkened. Why did the Nico family elders seem so powerless against Isaiah? Joa was puzzled. They shouldn't have been completely helpless. Joa attacked fiercely, intent on killing Isaiah. His palm carried tremendous power, changing the wind direction. Yet Isaiah drew his sword and deflected the force with a resounding bang. No one knew the outcome of the clash. Chapter 325, Breakthrough. Upon closer inspection, everyone saw that Isaiah was unharmed. The force had been deflected by his sword, and several unlucky members of the Nico family had collapsed. Several more people from the Nico family fell. Joa was panic-stricken. He felt as if he had been played for a fool. This brat actually dared to do this. Not only was Isaiah not afraid at all, but he seemed to toy with Joa, dealing severe blows one after another to the Nico family. Finally, Joa seized an opportunity and delivered an all-out palm strike, intending to kill Isaiah right there. However, faced with Isaiah's sudden anger, he froze in shock. Isaiah drew his sword with lightning speed, and in that instant, time seemed to stand still. Joa felt an overwhelming fear, clearly sensing the power of the sword exceeded his own strength. Joa hesitated momentarily, never dreaming it would be like this. The essence energy around Isaiah was formidable, his eyes filled with terror. Isaiah's sword momentum was even more terrifying, reaching its peak ferocity. Joa felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave, shivering uncontrollably. Their techniques collided. The sword aura instantly sent Joa flying. Clutching his severe injuries, Joa knelt on the ground, unable to believe that with his late-stage 5th level martial respected realm strength, he couldn't handle this little brat. Isaiah was truly extraordinary. I'm actually no match for you. What is this sword momentum? Joa gritted his teeth. Isaiah shrugged and smiled faintly. Suddenly, Joa widened his eyes. Could it be that your essence energy has reached the heavenly realm? Otherwise, it was inexplicable how Isaiah could overpower Joa. Joa could hardly imagine that Isaiah might belong to the heavenly sect. Stop, Isaiah. A gentle voice called out. Everyone turned to see Pauline approaching slowly. You're okay now? Isaiah was surprised. He thought he would need to awaken Pauline himself, but now it seemed unnecessary. Thank you. I feel much better now. Pauline looked delighted. Her snow aura gone from her eyes. That's great. Looks like your constitution no longer poses any threat, Isaiah said, smiling. Joa gaped, looking at Isaiah in disbelief. No way. Could the person who cured Pauline's snow constitution be this young brat, Isaiah? It sounded unbelievable. Grand Elder, stop. You're already injured, Pauline urged. Pauline, fine. Although unwilling, Joa had no choice. He was no match for Isaiah, who knew this kid had reached the heavenly realm. Such fierce sword momentum was beyond his defense. Apologize, Isaiah demanded sternly. Reluctantly, Joa approached Ira. Master Ira, I have offended you greatly. Please forgive me. Joa bowed deeply. As the Grand Elder, it was part of your duty. You cannot be entirely blamed for this matter, Ira responded understandingly. Pauline held the flame dragon fruit. Seeing it still intact, Joa felt relieved. Although being taught a lesson by a young man was humiliating, he admitted it. This prodigy Isaiah was destined to become a hegemon someday, far surpassing the boundaries of the Southern Summer Empire. You saved my life, and I don't know how to repay you. Adira's eyes lingered on Isaiah. Repayment? Men usually prefer something like lifelong devotion. Ostensibly, Isaiah said he wanted nothing, but Pauline didn't think so, judging by her infatuated appearance. Isaiah chuckled. No need to dwell on it. I will come back tomorrow to properly thank you. Pauline gave a sweet smile and waved goodbye. Actually, Isaiah had received the best reward. Breaking through to the fourth major realm would be easier for him now. They won't cause trouble for you, right? Isaiah asked curiously. Don't worry about that. Joa wouldn't dare, Pauline smiled, waving to Isaiah as she left. Once Pauline was gone, Isaiah felt slightly off, possibly due to the snow constitution. He wondered why he still felt uneasy despite resolving its side effects. After pondering, Isaiah realized he had accumulated a large amount of cultivation essence energy. If unused, this energy would gradually dissipate. With the danger of the snow constitution removed, his cultivation efficiency increased significantly. He needed to cultivate to prevent the essence from waning. Perhaps it was due to the system. Isaiah shook his head and decided to find a time for cultivation. Adira and Fletcher walked over. What are your plans next? I want to cultivate. Cultivate? But this isn't a suitable place for cultivation. There's no essence energy here, Adira noted. I'm different from others. Isaiah approached Ira. Senior Gale, are you alright? This isn't too bad. Taking some pills should heal me. Ira clutched his chest, suggesting Joa had hit hard. Will the heavenly sect return? I'm somewhat worried, Keith fretted. Why don't I first help her find the pills? That way, we avoid further trouble, and then I'll spend a few days cultivating, Isaiah suggested. Keith nodded. Then I leave it to you. Spending half a day refining rare grade 4 essence pills, Isaiah then began his cultivation. Finding a relatively secluded room, he ensured absolute silence, crucial for cultivation where any disturbance could interrupt progress. Isaiah took out a grade 5 pill. This xiuxian was the last one he had. He had refined 2 when saving Cooper. Now was the perfect time to use it. His eyes sparkled as he swallowed the xiuxian, causing an intense surge of energy that almost overwhelmed him. Though there was no ambient essence energy, the pill's effect provided a vast influx. Isaiah absorbed it steadily, the snow constitution enhancing his cultivation speed. Ding! Master has consumed grade 5 xiuxian, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master has advanced to middle 5th level martial respected realm. A single grade 5 pill only raised his level marginally. Isaiah sensed the increasing difficulty of cultivation. While the system offered immense benefits, it also required exponentially more essence energy. The fourth major realm was still distant. Closing his eyes, Isaiah was about to leave when a voice interrupted. Chapter 326. No. A system notification sounded. Ding. The Master has used the Snow Constitution, gaining 1000 times 1000 experience points, and has now obtained the Sacred Snow Constitution. Isaiah was slightly taken aback. The Sacred Snow Constitution was an even more ancient constitution than the Snow Constitution, appearing only once in 1,000 years. He hadn't expected it to work this way, and Isaiah felt pleasantly surprised. The Sacred Snow Constitution had no dangerous phase. It could help its possessor advance to the fourth major realm more quickly and allowed the cultivation of the Heavenly Intermediate Martial Art, Sacred Snow Art. Heavenly Intermediate Martial Art. Isaiah had previously been using heavenly lower rank martial arts, which were all extremely powerful. Now, having the opportunity to obtain a Heavenly Intermediate Martial Art would make him even stronger. Having saved Pauline's life, Isaiah received many benefits, filling him with joy and satisfaction. He meditated for 2 days, though despite the huge boost in experience, he did not break through to a new stage. 5th rank pills certainly helped greatly with cultivation advancement. However, Isaiah's environment lacked any primordial energy, which made cultivation difficult. Despite this, Isaiah didn't become too disheartened as he was already stronger than before. Leaving the room contentedly, Isaiah took 50 Void Spirit pills, ready to give them to the people from Sky Realm Sect if they came. Isaiah went out alone. Where are you going? Adira asked. Just taking care of some matters, Isaiah said sternly, and recognizing his seriousness, Adira wisely did not pry further. At the Nan family estate, Gerardo looked worried. How can one Isaiah be so hard to deal with? Before Gerardo stood Bard, who was now working closely with the Nan family, although he was the only one from Sky Realm Sect here. Gerardo thought that with the Sky Realm Sect's Grand Elder, Isaiah was sure to be dead. Yet who would have thought that boy remained unharmed? There's nothing I can do. That kid is a monster, tough to handle. Bard shook his head, still feeling indignant over his failure against Isaiah. If you can't handle him now, you never will, a derisive voice spoke. Who's there? Bard asked in alarm, raising his eyes to see Isaiah walking towards them slowly. Seeing Isaiah, Gerardo panicked and fell off his reclining chair. How did this guy enter the mansion? What brings you here, Isaiah? Bard asked in shock. These are the 50 Void Spirit pills. You should have come to get them earlier, Isaiah said calmly. Seeing the pills, Bard's face turned even uglier. Money first, then goods, Isaiah coldly said. Bard was momentarily silent. If you don't want them, I'll take the pills and leave. Wait, Bard interjected. The total cost is 300,000 gold coins. Bard showed no displeasure as he pulled out 3 gold bars totaling 300,000 gold coins. Gerardo's eyes lit up at this scene. Handing over the pills, Bard inspected them. The unmistakable fragrance confirmed they were top-tier pills, all refined by this young man. Feeling even more resentful, Bard believed Isaiah would surely be a future trouble. Don't cause any more trouble for the Xiaoyi Guild, or else you know what will happen, Isaiah said casually. Are you threatening me? Bard stood up. So what if I am? Isaiah's imposing aura silenced Bard. And just to remind you, I'm also an inner disciple of Sky Realm Sect. Isaiah revealed his silver inner disciple badge. How could this be? When did you become an inner disciple of Sky Realm Sect? Bard was astonished. He would know every newly admitted disciple. Yet how did Isaiah enter the sect and become an inner disciple so directly? Remember my words. Isaiah's tone was chilling. Bard's face paled. This boy was also part of Sky Realm Sect? Never having seen Isaiah before, especially given his mastery of the celestial realm, Bard found this unbelievable. Only elite inner disciples rarely achieved such enlightenment. After Isaiah left, Gerardo picked himself up from the ground. I advise you not to oppose him. Your family can't handle that young man, Bard said grimly. The Nan family, one of the 3 great families of Xiaoyi City, couldn't deal with an 18-year-old youth, which sounded absurd to Gerardo, but he dared not say anything after Bard's warning. But aren't some of the Nan family's bloodline geniuses also in Sky Realm Sect? Bard suddenly asked. Gerardo's face darkened. Once my brothers became successful, none remembered our family. They prefer to stay in larger city sects, none willing to return or help me. They're still formidable figures. If you reward them enough, it won't be a problem, Bard said deviously. Seems like Grand Elder has a plan, Gerardo chuckled. Bard's eyes were filled with malice. He intended to make Isaiah pay. To reach Sky Realm Sect, one must pass through the desolate wastes. Perhaps we can ensure he dies there. But isn't the desolate wastes vast? Why can you move around freely? Gerardo asked. Only a few know the secret passage. The monsters in the desolate wastes are terrifying. Even though the area is rich in primal energy, the dangers are significant. Bard's face darkened, showing some fear. If Isaiah dies in the desolate wastes, that would be perfect, Gerardo mused. Returning to Xiaoyi Guild, Isaiah prepared to depart. You're heading to Sky Realm Sect now? Adira asked. Isaiah nodded. Fletcher wanted to go as well but was concerned about lacking qualifications. Come with us. It should be fine with me, Adira reassured. I'm invited by an elder. Bringing a friend shouldn't be an issue. Jalen came to bid farewell. I have other important places to go and cannot join you to Sky Realm Sect, but remember to be cautious while passing through the desolate wastes. Monsters lurk there, and if encountered, run. Hearing about monsters, Isaiah's eyes gleamed. He hadn't met a monster in a long time. Adira was speechless. Hearing about monsters, Isaiah seemed excited rather than alarmed. Since you're going to the desolate wastes, why not take me along? A girl's voice interrupted. Adira turned back and her expression changed. Why should we take you? My father disappeared without a trace, and I plan to find him at Sky Realm Sect. Jalen fell silent. Nico Pauline's father indeed vanished, making sense that she wanted to find him. No. Chapter 327 What If? Adira's objection made everyone turn to look at her. For a moment, she stuttered, then paused before saying, the wasteland is so dangerous. The more people we have, the greater the danger. In truth, Adira simply didn't want to bring Pauline along. Isaiah pondered for a while. The wasteland is indeed very dangerous. I think you'd better not go. If there's anyone you need to find, let me do it. Exactly, Adira quickly chimed in. Are you really not planning to bring me? That's fine. I'll take the Nico family people with me to look for them. This was indeed a tricky situation. Pauline seemed quite stubborn. Fine. I'll take you to Heavenly Sect, Isaiah said helplessly. Be extremely careful in the wasteland. This desert is vast, and I'll give you a map. Don't get lost here. It's nearly impossible to survive if you do, Jalen advised. Isaiah nodded, taking the map. He glanced at it. The desert covered about 700 miles, including unknown territories. To reach the Heavenly Sect, one must pass through this barren land. After making preparations, Isaiah and his group set off. Ensure we have ample water and 4 excellent camels. Keith organized everything. Fletcher looked at Adira and Pauline. Isaiah would be traveling through the wasteland with 2 women, a difficult task by any standard. Even a 6th-rank Marshal Venerable wouldn't do something so risky. Leaving Xiaoyi City, Isaiah diligently studied the map. Although 3 routes led to Heavenly Sect, it wasn't that simple. As they traveled, Isaiah noticed Pauline and Adira riding their horses closely behind him. He felt awkward. Fletcher couldn't help but chuckle beside him. At least keep some distance from my camel, or it won't be able to move properly, Isaiah remarked. Upon hearing this, Adira and Pauline moved a bit further away. Isaiah appeared helpless, and Fletcher couldn't assist either. We've been traveling for so long. Haven't we reached the wasteland yet? Adira asked. Not yet. We'll enter through a fort. Isaiah examined the map carefully. Not far ahead, they saw a fort. Do we keep going? You seem eager to reach the wasteland, Fletcher said, knowing Isaiah's nature wouldn't allow for delays. We'll rest here for the night, Isaiah replied, surprising Fletcher. It wasn't like him to stop. If it were just the 2 men, Isaiah would head straight to the wasteland. But with Pauline and Adira, a night's rest wasn't too much to ask. Why do you look so troubled? Adira asked. Isaiah snapped back to reality, shrugged, and laughed bitterly. I'm just thinking about how to ensure our safety in the wasteland. I bet you're worrying about Ambir. Since the Imperial people took her, you've been distracted, Adira teased. Isaiah was indeed thinking about Ambir, wondering how she was faring. I haven't. Isaiah stopped when he noticed Pauline staring wide-eyed at him innocently. For a moment, Isaiah was speechless. Pauline's gaze made him feel more uneasy than he ever had in front of a high-level Marshal Venerable. Pauline, do you think your father will be at Heavenly Sect? Isaiah asked, trying to change the subject. I don't know. He might be there, or maybe in the wasteland. Pauline's face showed concern. If he were in the wasteland, Isaiah would be worried, given what Keith and Jalen had said about its dangers. The fort was unusually crowded. Isaiah wondered why so many people were here. There are so many people here, Adira commented. I hope my father isn't at the wasteland's ruins. Pauline shook her head. Oh, tell us more about these ruins. They're called Dragon Tomb, a place many strong warriors dream of visiting. Heavenly Sect likely built its base here because of the secrets of Dragon Tomb. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, recalling the dragon scale pill recipe he'd found on a bamboo slip containing information about Dragon Tomb, which he discussed with Ambyr. Determined, Isaiah vowed to bring Ambyr back no matter what. She wouldn't have left willingly, and even the royal family had no reason to force her away. The Dragon Tomb suddenly intrigued Isaiah, perhaps holding some divine existence worth exploring. Inside the fort, there was an inn filled with burly men. Fortunately, there was one table left for Isaiah's group. "Waiter, bring some food, beef and wine," Fletcher ordered. Just as Fletcher finished speaking, a small group rushed in. Enoch Man kicked a stool out of frustration. "No seats left? Damn." Alistair, with several scars on his face, growled fiercely. He noticed Isaiah's group and saw two beautiful women with them. "Vacationers? How ridiculous," he muttered, approaching them. "Boy, clear off. Let us sit here. Your two ladies are quite attractive," the Alistair leered at Adira. "Clear off? Huh. You should leave in 3 seconds, or else," Isaiah retorted. The Alistair was taken aback. He didn't expect such arrogance from a youth. "Boy, you dare talk to me like that? What can't I do? You're not the owner. Why should I leave?" The Alistair turned dark, considering himself a well-known figure whom many feared. "Boy, you don't know who you're dealing with," the Alistair challenged. Isaiah kept his eyes narrow, letting the man's words wash over him. "Boy, I'm xiuxian. In this fort, no one dares defy me. Today, you'll learn what hell is," xiuxian roared. And what if I still don't care?" Isaiah asked suddenly. Chapter 328. You did this on purpose. Everyone around was greatly startled by this statement. "Boy, you're really something. Today, you've provoked me again," xiuxian bellowed angrily. Everyone trembled, thinking that xiuxian would launch a large-scale attack at this moment. "Boss, the target has appeared." A subordinate suddenly ran up in panic and said, "Did the spirit monkey we were chasing appear?" xiuxian asked. "Yes, boss, it's already fallen into our trap. Let's not waste time. Let's go quickly." xiuxian pointed at Isaiah and cursed. "Boy, you're lucky today." xiuxian left with his men in a huff. Fletcher heaved a sigh of relief. If a conflict had occurred right after arriving here, it definitely wouldn't have been a good thing. The looks others gave Isaiah became peculiar. No one had dared to speak to xiuxian like that before, except perhaps Isaiah. After dinner, Isaiah's group rested for the night and set off as usual the next day. An endless desert stretched before them, a sight that made anyone feel somewhat desperate. The desert seemed to have no end, and the blazing sun left everyone feeling helpless. "How about it? Do you regret coming? You can still turn back if you do," Isaiah smiled. "I will never turn back," Adira declared firmly, and Pauline also didn't want to leave. Isaiah hadn't ridden far on his camel when he noticed a trap made of special rope not far ahead. It looked like it was set to catch something. Soon, he heard shouts. "Boy, it's you again. Why are you always around? What did you do by walking into our trap? Will that spirit monkey still fall for it?" Voices called from afar. xiuxian came over with menacing demeanor. Seeing Isaiah again made his eyes bloodshot with anger. "Boss, the spirit monkey has appeared," a subordinate exclaimed. Isaiah found it odd that there could be monkeys living in such a vast desert. Could there be a forest nearby? A golden shimmering monkey sprinted towards them, looking dazzling like running gold. No wonder these people were desperately trying to catch it. "This spirit monkey is filled with treasures. I've heard one is worth quite a lot. Many people dream of catching this spirit monkey and getting rich," Adira remarked. "You know about this?" Pauline asked in surprise. "Of course, why would I be clueless like you?" "What did you say?" Pauline retorted angrily. "Back off a bit," Isaiah advised, riding forward on his camel. In front of xiuxian, Isaiah's camel destroyed the rope trap. "Did you do that on purpose?" xiuxian roared, but seeing the spirit monkey, he knew his primary task was to catch it. Several of xiuxian's subordinates slashed at the spirit monkey with swords and knives. Though the monkey wasn't very big, it was filled with power and agility. It swiftly dispatched the subordinates, almost as if mocking them. "Damn it, this monkey is worth several gold bars. We must catch it today," xiuxian growled, now completely ignoring Isaiah. The spirit monkey was incredibly rare, especially in this desolate area. However, its value was immense, equivalent to tens of thousands of gold coins. xiuxian had meticulously planned for a long time, aiming to catch the monkey and sell it for a high price. The spirit monkey moved incredibly fast, and xiuxian's people couldn't catch it. Moreover, it inflicted severe claw marks on many faces, causing lethal bleeding and death. "That spirit monkey is so powerful." xiuxian's subordinates weren't weak, yet they died with just one hit, Pauline marveled. "The spirit monkey is a rare magical beast and quite terrifying. Even a third-tier rare magical beast would be tough for a martial venerable realm expert," Fletcher replied, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Oh no," Adira exclaimed. The spirit monkey leaped around, suddenly landing in front of Isaiah. He immediately smashed the sword scabbard onto its head. The previously lively monkey instantly lost energy, falling bloodied before him. Isaiah picked up the monkey. "Wow, this thing came straight to me. Ha, my luck isn't too bad," Isaiah laughed while holding the monkey. Suddenly, the monkey swiped its claws, launching an intense force attack. Even Isaiah might have been seriously injured if struck, but Isaiah reacted quickly, dodging the claw and striking the monkey's chest hard with the sword scabbard, making it vomit blood. The spirit monkey, with its weak defenses, was severely wounded by Isaiah's 2 strikes, leaving it unable to resist any longer. It flew a distance in front of Isaiah's camel. xiuxian and his subordinates rushed over, momentarily dumbstruck. They couldn't believe that this troublesome spirit monkey had been defeated by the boy. This situation was unbelievable. xiuxian had spent a year trying to catch the spirit monkey but couldn't manage it. Now, it had been easily caught by this boy, without even inflicting any harm on Isaiah. The spirit monkey was heavily injured and utterly powerless. Heaven, is the spirit monkey down like that? How is this possible? Enoch of Qianzhen's subordinates gasped. They stared at Isaiah incredulously, as if he were a monster. A third-tier rare magical beast shouldn't be defeated so quickly. Qianzhen's face turned grim. Just when the spirit monkey was within reach, Isaiah killed it. But it didn't matter. They had more people, and Isaiah only had 2 companions. Qianzhen's thoughts shifted. The spirit monkey was invaluable and should not be taken away by this boy. Boss, that's great. Now the monkey is down. Now we'll make a fortune, a few subordinates exclaimed. After their long efforts, they finally saw results. His subordinates thought Qianzhen had personally subdued the spirit monkey. Qianzhen walked over and picked up the spirit monkey. It was their effort, and Isaiah had simply gotten lucky. Qianzhen expected Isaiah to stay quiet while he took the spirit monkey. He didn't think much further. However, a cold voice abruptly rang out. You have some guts, taking my prey? Don't you have eyes? Didn't I seriously injure the spirit monkey just now? Isaiah said coldly. Qianzhen stopped in his tracks, wide-eyed. He hadn't expected the boy to dare say such things. Qianzhen glared at Isaiah with dissatisfaction. What did you say, boy? You've really overstayed your welcome. Isaiah seemed self-important, but Qianzhen's men still didn't take him seriously despite their initial shock. Could one person overturn the sky? Chapter 329, Wind and Sand. After all, Isaiah only looked like an 18-year-old boy. Who would care about his thoughts? Isaiah had merely been lucky to seriously wound the spirit monkey. Qianzhen believed that the spirit monkey might have already been injured before. Otherwise, how could such a rare third-grade magic beast be so easily gravely wounded by a mere kid? The spirit monkey I killed. How can it not be my prey? Isaiah asked. Boy, I increasingly cannot tolerate you. You were just lucky. Do you really think you have any skill? Qianzhen said fiercely. You're being unreasonable. I'll tell you straight. I am the law here, and I can do whatever I want. Are you dissatisfied with this boy? Qianzhen growled menacingly. For some reason, Qianzhen felt somewhat guilty when facing Isaiah, sensing that something was off with this kid. Very well, very good indeed. I like people like you who are unreasonable, Isaiah smiled coldly. For some reason, Qianzhen instantly felt a chill despite the scorching sun making him feel uncomfortable inside. I'm giving you one last chance. Either give me back the monkey or you few will die here. Do you think we're scared? I've never liked your look, said a burly man behind Qianzhen as he swung a large iron hammer towards Isaiah. The power of his primordial energy was significant but insignificant compared to Isaiah. Isaiah immediately drew his sword, its swift movement sending out a wave of coldness. It felt like they weren't in a desert, but rather on a glacier. Ramon, retreat. Qianzhen sensed something wrong, but it was too late. The burly man was killed instantly with a prominent slash across his chest from Isaiah's sword. Isaiah's sword dripped blood while he remained expressionless, staring at Qianzhen. Qianzhen trembled all over, amazed by Isaiah's incredible sword speed and strength. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. Ramon was quite powerful, a third-level martial venerable realm fighter, yet Isaiah killed him with one strike. Could this 18-year-old kid possibly be stronger than a third-level martial venerable? Qianzhen gritted his teeth. He hadn't encountered such a formidable opponent for a long time. I told you. Why are you so arrogant? It turns out you do have some skills. But you dared to kill my men. Today I can't let you go. Qianzhen roared madly. Boss, something is off with this kid. His primordial energy is terrifying. It's sharp and probably similar to that of heavenly sect members, another man warned. What did you say? Qianzhen was also shocked by these words. That he killed the spirit monkey so easily must mean something is wrong. Qianzhen felt enraged. He had spent years in the wasteland. When had he ever been bullied like this by an 18-year-old kid? This was intolerable. I don't believe my 4th-level martial venerable strength can't handle him, especially here in the desert. Qianzhen chuckled coldly. Suddenly, eerie winds and sand swirled around, enveloping Qianzhen. Boy, do you know why those people fear me? Because this wind and sand give me a great advantage. The wind and sand made everything blurry, and a gust of sand assaulted Isaiah, who swiftly dodged. Qianzhen seemed to control the wind and sand, creating a sky-obscuring cloud of dust that made it impossible to see clearly. Fletcher, Adira, and Pauline retreated. Can that bald guy use such martial techniques? This is quite troublesome. How is Isaiah doing? Adira asked anxiously. We need to be cautious to avoid troubling Isaiah. Fletcher protected the 2 women. Qianzhen laughed amidst the swirling sand, knowing Isaiah couldn't see him. Winning under these conditions was impossible. Even if you were at the 5th level of martial venerable, you wouldn't be my match in this sandstorm. I once killed someone of the 5th level. Qianzhen attacked furiously, sending waves of sand-infused attacks from all directions. He couldn't hit Isaiah despite each attack being powerful, making him realize this kid was quite difficult to deal with. Boy, aren't you boasting? Why aren't you talking now? You don't even know where I am. How do you fight? Isaiah chuckled lightly. You think this can beat me? I was just checking what you can do. Just brag, saying big words at this moment. The sand prevents you from seeing. My attacks are strong. If I hit you even once, you will die. Qianzhen's voice was high-pitched. In my view, you're not even as capable as that monkey, always sneaking around. Isaiah laughed. Next, I'll expose your true colors. Though slightly annoyed, Qianzhen held back, waiting for Isaiah's demise before personally killing him. In the midst of the wind and sand, an overpowering sword aura appeared suddenly, dispelling the entire storm in an instant. Qianzhen stared wide-eyed, having thought the sandstorm would protect him. A cold and piercing sword energy rushed towards Qianzhen, freezing him to the bone, making him feel as though the 4 gods had arrived. So, the kid wasn't joking? Everything Isaiah said was serious? Without the protection of the sandstorm, Qianzhen watched helplessly as the sword energy approached, barely able to react before being struck. Qianzhen felt intense pain across his chest, as if sliced into 1,000 pieces. The sword energy left him mangled and bleeding, flying backward and splattering blood everywhere. Qianzhen's subordinates were dumbfounded, as if witnessing a ghost. Gasp! Qianzhen trembled, almost dying from the sword energy, his face deathly pale. His subordinates fell silent, their faces ashen, terrified by the youth's terrifying sword prowess. I told you not to steal my prey. Now regretting it, aren't you? Isaiah chuckled mildly. They all deeply regretted it. Seeing Qianzhen in this state, even if he recovered, his dantian would likely be damaged beyond repair, rendering him useless. Isaiah shook his head. Get lost. Thank you, sir, for sparing us. The subordinates knelt on the ground in gratitude, completely terrified of Isaiah. Are you okay? Isaiah turned back, slightly surprised. Where did the three of them go? Isaiah was curious. Just moments ago, Adira and the others were there. In the blink of an eye, all three were gone? Isaiah raised an eyebrow, sensing more danger in the surroundings. Chapter 330. Any problems? Isaiah walked a few steps, wondering if something had happened to Adira and the others just now. He felt he had been too careless. Adira? Isaiah shouted loudly, but there was no response. This can't be happening. He hadn't sensed any strong presence approaching either. Soon, the sand dune beside him stirred, and Fletcher climbed out from it. Isaiah smiled slightly. The wind and sand were too intense earlier, engulfing us completely. Adira was covered in sand, her long robe barely visible. It's okay. Isaiah breathed a sigh of relief as he helped Adira out of the pile of sand. Pauline also reached out to help him pull her up. This monkey is quite valuable, but something seems off with it, Adira noted, looking puzzled. The monkey's belly appeared slightly larger than normal. Isaiah didn't pay much attention to it. Seems like someone is coming. Stay behind me, Isaiah said as he spotted several people slowly approaching from afar. There were 10 of them, riding camels and extravagantly dressed, clearly members of some noble class. The leader was a man in a silk robe, accompanied by an elderly man. Their arrival brought an ominous atmosphere. They aren't here for us, are they? Fletcher looked uneasy. They were already exerting pressure from afar. This wouldn't end well if they got any closer. It doesn't matter who they are, Isaiah replied confidently, a trait that Fletcher admired greatly. Few could remain so calm regardless of the opponent. Don't let them know about the spirit monkey. They might get the idea to rob us, Adira warned. A spirit monkey was invaluable. Anyone would jump at the chance to capture one. Struggles over spirit monkeys often resulted in deadly conflicts among powerful individuals. The group approached, and the leader glanced disdainfully at Isaiah, his eyes full of contempt. Let's put the monkey in a bag, Isaiah suddenly said, lifting the monkey and revealing a dazzling golden light. Adira was stunned. She had told him not to show it off, but he did exactly that, practically inviting trouble. The leader's eyes lit up with disbelief. How could this ordinary-looking boy have a spirit monkey? If only he hadn't shown off. Now everyone was watching them closely. What is Isaiah doing? Why is he asking for trouble? Pauline asked helplessly. Fletcher was used to Isaiah's antics. Lee, hand over the spirit monkey, the leader roared angrily, exuding a formidable aura that left Fletcher shaken. The man's energy was overpowering. Do you think I should just give it to you because you asked for it? Who do you think you are? Isaiah questioned. Who am I? I'm Bergen, a noble of the barren land. Hand over the spirit monkey immediately or die, Bergen threatened. An elder stepped forward, trying to reason. Lee, take some money and leave. Otherwise, you will die. We don't know how you killed the spirit monkey, but you're not worthy of owning it. Surrender, and maybe you'll live, the old man added, seemingly friendly but full of threats, his smile hiding malice. When the elder examined Isaiah, he noticed Isaiah's sharp aura and couldn't help but respect him. This youth was extraordinary. The elder looked incredulously at Isaiah, marveling at his incredible prowess. Do you know what? I did it on purpose, Isaiah said, a smile playing on his lips. What do you mean, showing us the spirit monkey intentionally? Bergen asked curiously, scrutinizing Isaiah. Where did this boy get such confidence? Bergen considered him foolish, yet somehow intrigued. Are you overestimating him, elder? Bergen asked, looking around. Not at all. His swordsmanship is formidable. I sensed it from far away. Be cautious when facing him, the elder advised seriously. Bergen's expression changed, surprised by the elder's high regard for Isaiah. The elder rarely praised anyone, especially a mere youth. Two large, imposing men stood beside Bergen, their presence intimidating. They seemed eager to prove themselves. Boy, hand over the spirit monkey, or you'll die. Do as we say, one of them demanded. Their group consisted of 10 formidable warriors. Against such overwhelming odds, even a clever person wouldn't dare resist unless seeking death. Fletcher felt his face turning dark. Both the burly men seemed to be at the 4th stage of martial venerable. Their combat strength was immense. What was Isaiah thinking, challenging them? Wait, I haven't given the order yet, Bergen interrupted. Boss, shouldn't we seize this rare opportunity and snatch the spirit monkey? The burly man asked, confused why Bergen hesitated. This young man appears to be a remarkable talent and I, Bergen, love encountering geniuses. Bergen's tone changed significantly. If this youth could kill a spirit monkey, he must be powerful. Isaiah found this oddly disingenuous. Bergen approached. How about this, young man? Sell me the spirit monkey, and I'll give you gold ingots and a tier earth martial technique. Such generous terms left his men stunned. Wasn't it too much? Sorry, but I have no intention of selling it, and even if I did, it wouldn't be to you, Isaiah replied. Bergen's face turned incredibly grim. He hadn't expected such a bold response. Isaiah was really pushing it. Don't push your luck. Do you really think you're someone important? Bergen snarled. I thought so. Is there any problem with that? Isaiah asked. The scene set the stage for a tense confrontation between Isaiah and the noble party, highlighting Isaiah's unique demeanor and the stakes involved. Chapter 331, Dragon Tomb. Isaiah was being extremely arrogant and overbearing. By speaking to this extent, he clearly wasn't giving Bergen any face at all. Bergen was very angry, but when the elder spoke up, his fury subsided significantly. There's no need to start a fight here. It might be better to use each other for mutual benefit. This young man isn't as simple as he seems, the old man said solemnly. Bergen always followed the elder's advice, believing whatever he said. The elder had never been wrong about reading people, so his approval of Isaiah carried weight. Naturally, Bergen didn't want to confront Isaiah. Despite the latter's arrogance and blatant disrespect, he chose to endure it. What's your name, young man? The elder asked. Isaiah. How about this? I'll give you the spirit monkey, but can we retrieve what's inside its stomach? Isaiah had noticed something odd about the monkey's stomach, but didn't know what it contained. What is inside? The item in the spirit monkey's stomach can help us enter the dragon tomb, the elder replied casually. Oh, is that so? Isaiah used his sword to cut open the spirit monkey's belly, revealing a dragon statue within. The statue exuded an air of mystery. Why do we need to bring him along? This kid isn't worth considering. If we kill him, the spirit monkey will be ours, the burly man said confidently. But Bergen didn't think this way. Even if these two men attacked Isaiah, they might not win. I've told you to stop. If you insist on fighting, then leave my group. The two men were taken aback, surprised that Bergen would lose his temper over a kid. If Mr. Galen is willing to cooperate with us, we can go into the ruins together. We don't need the spirit monkey. Everything else can be discussed. Bergen spoke politely. Isaiah examined the dragon statue, realizing they didn't know how to enter the ruins either. Perhaps it was best to hear out Bergen first. What do you think? Should we go with them? Isaiah asked Fletcher and the others. But can we really trust them? What if they betray us later? Adira questioned. Don't worry. Even if they try to betray me, they won't gain anything. In fact, it will cost them their lives. Isaiah smiled. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Let's go see the ruins. My father might be trapped inside, Pauline said anxiously. Isaiah nodded. All right, let's see what's inside this dragon tomb. Isaiah wanted to explore the dragon tomb because it might hold clues about the 6th grade elixir. If so, he couldn't miss it. Fine, let's go together. Isaiah handed the dragon statue to Bergen. Thank you for trusting me, Mr. Galen. Why is there a statue inside the spirit monkey? Adira asked curiously. It must have been placed by a powerful person. As for why, we don't know, Bergen guessed. This method to enter the dragon tomb was quite unique. Without the dragon statue from the spirit monkey, most adventurers wouldn't even think about it. Catching a spirit monkey was extremely difficult. Mr. Galen, shall we set off now? Bergen's attitude had completely changed. Adira found this person strange and unpredictable. He had just moments ago seemed eager to fight, but now they were forming a team. Adira worried that Bergen would eventually turn on Isaiah for personal gain. So, how do we get to the dragon tomb? Isaiah asked. Just follow us. Head in the opposite direction of the sun. Once we reach the place, I'll use this statue to summon it, the elder said warmly, though it felt more like a hidden smile. Isaiah narrowed his eyes in acknowledgement. This doesn't feel right. Heading opposite the sun leads us into unknown barren lands. Adira voiced her concerns. No one can play tricks on me or harm me under my watch, Isaiah replied confidently. Bergen's men still harbored some fear towards Isaiah. Why do we need to bring them? They're just deadweight. That boy looks like trouble, the burly man complained. Be quiet. We're all teammates now. Show some respect, Bergen ordered. He's just a kid. Another man grumbled. The elder interjected. That young man isn't ordinary. His sword skills are formidable, rivaling even a 5th-stage martial respecting realm expert. They dragged down our team's reputation, one man muttered. Bergen remained silent, focused on the journey ahead. We should arrive soon. Everyone, be cautious once we reach the dragon tomb. Everyone stopped as the elder picked up the dragon statue, chanting an ancient incantation. The area began to shake violently. Isaiah blinked, observing the elder intently. Clang. Master has learned the dragon tomb incantation, triggering 100x understanding, gaining experience of 1000 by 1000 times. Clang. Congratulations. Master has mastered the dragon tomb incantation. Isaiah smirked. Learning such an incantation might prove useful later. Clang. Master has learned the dragon tomb incantation, triggering 100x understanding, gaining experience of 1000 by 1000 times. Clang. Congratulations. Master has mastered the dragon tomb incantation. With this newfound knowledge, Isaiah understood much about the dragon tomb, including its mechanisms and traps. While not comprehensive, it was highly practical. The ground trembled, causing wind and sand to fly wildly, blocking everyone's vision. Before them appeared a strange structure resembling a stone castle. Is this the dragon tomb? Adira asked in surprise. Pauline, seeing it for the first time, stared wide-eyed. The atmosphere around the tomb was heavy and oppressive, with countless bones buried under the sand. The elder raised an eyebrow, noting the significant changes in the dragon tomb architecture. What's that yellow fog? Bergen asked curiously. It's likely a poisonous mist. Anyone who gets poisoned has no chance of survival. The elder shook his head. This is strange. Last time, there was no toxic mist. Why does it appear now? The elder frowned. The burly man near Bergen shouted at Isaiah. They should wait here. Going in will endanger everyone, especially with that toxic mist potentially killing them. My companions are none of your concern. I will protect them. With me, the mist won't harm them. Chapter 332. Kneel down for me. The burly man's face immediately turned dark. This kid was as rude as ever. You think you're so great, huh? Don't come crawling to me for help when the time comes. I won't even spare you a glance. The burly man gritted his teeth, looking incredibly irritated. Isaiah was truly something else. Did he really believe he could protect the other three by himself? The dangers within Long Galing weren't something a kid like him could fathom. It would all become clear when life and death were at stake. Mike, you talk too much, Bergen said disapprovingly. Mike hung his head, seemingly very unwilling. Captain, I'm just thinking about us all. Long Galing is filled with danger. Bringing more people will only slow us down. Are we supposed to protect them too? Fletcher felt upset hearing this, but knew he wasn't strong enough to argue back. The two girls felt even worse. If Mike didn't find those two beauties tolerable, and if Bergen hadn't insisted Isaiah join, he wouldn't have held out any longer. Mike was very unhappy about Isaiah joining. Coming to Long Galing was already dangerous. If they eventually found treasures, they would need to divide them. With an extra person, it threw everything off balance. Their team originally had 10 people. However, if Isaiah and Fletcher died, there might be a chance for those two beautiful women. Mike's face remained grim. Haha, you conceited fool. Don't come begging me later, especially not on your knees, Isaiah laughed. Just then, screams of agony came from nearby. Isaiah glanced over to see 5 people rolling on the ground in excruciating pain. They had taken pills hoping to counteract the poison fog, but were far off the mark. Their bodies quickly rotted away, a sight too terrible to behold. Everyone watched in shock. This place was indeed no simple matter, being a relic of Long Galing. Only the chosen few could enter. What brat do you think you are, mocking me? Just wait and see what happens next, the elder snapped. He pulled out several more pills. I wonder if these grade 4 pills will work. If not, we might all die here. The elder's face darkened. Bergen looked equally displeased, having lost 5 men so soon after arriving at Long Galing's entrance. Isaiah gave a light laugh and distributed the 3 strands of the spirit monkey's hair to Adira and the others. Take these hairs. They'll render the poison fog harmless, Isaiah said calmly. Really? So miraculous? Adira asked curiously. Isaiah walked into the fog, unscathed, as the spirit monkey's hair glowed continuously. Indeed, just as Isaiah said, holding the hairs neutralized the poison fog. Let's go in, Isaiah said coolly. Hold on, Mr. Galen. Could we have some monkey hair too? The elder asked respectfully. Mr. Galen, we're one team now, Bergen also chimed in. Isaiah took out 4 strands, deliberately not giving any to Mike. Mike panicked. Would this mean his certain death? Isaiah, what's your meaning? Why not give me the monkey hair? Do you want to kill me? Mike demanded angrily. Yes, that's exactly my intention. Why should I give it to you? Isaiah asked curiously. Mike's face turned extremely pale. Do you want me dead? Not necessarily. You could kneel and beg, and maybe I'll give it to you. Otherwise, don't even think about it, Isaiah said with a cold smile. You're going too far. I can't stand this. Mike almost went berserk, feeling humiliated by this young man. Mike, apologize or leave? Bergen asked. Still reluctant, Mike hesitated. Suddenly, Bergen slapped him across the face. Captain, you actually hit me. Mike couldn't believe it. Apologize or get out, Bergen said sternly. Never did Mike think he'd have to kneel before Isaiah. It felt like losing face forever. He resolved to kill Isaiah once they left, unable to swallow this humiliation. With a thud, Mike knelt on the ground, knowing there was no way out. Now then, bow down. Mike's eyes widened, turning bloodshot. The kid wanted him to bow. Bow down or I'll leave. Thump thump thump. Mike bowed 3 times. Here, take this. Maybe you'll beg for help again inside. Isaiah smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Galen. Mike was seething with anger, but dared not say a word. The place sent chills down their spines, with vast expanses of toxic fog emitting a foul odor. They walked along a long passage. This place seems to lack an entrance. It was there earlier. Could it have changed? The elder's expression grew darker, sensing increasing danger. Elder, has anything changed here? Changes in Long Galing aren't good news. We must be cautious. The elder's face turned grim. They entered a large hall that seemed eerie, as if it could collapse at any moment. A door loomed in the distance. After a few steps, the elder's face darkened upon seeing a pool of blood that moved on its own. A bizarre sight. What is? Can't be. What is this thing? The elder stopped. Elder, did you find something? Bergen asked. There shouldn't be blood zombies here. What's a blood zombie? A terrifying undead creature, usually only found in ancient relics. Last time we were in Long Galing, there weren't any. Has something drastic happened? The elder's face turned gray. Perhaps we shouldn't rush through that door. If blood zombies appear, we won't be able to handle them, the elder frowned. Should we turn back? Bergen asked. I'll try to find a solution. Dealing with blood zombies is troubling. Blood zombies seem to be products of Blood Heaven sect. The elder looked up to see Adira speaking. You, how do you know? Knowing such matters from a mere girl astonished the elder. Even a seasoned elder who had traveled extensively only recently learned about Blood Heaven sect's existence. Anyone aware of Blood Heaven sect wasn't ordinary. Isaiah looked at Adira, puzzled. Chapter 333, Unable to Harm. Bergen and the elder were still in shock when they suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. Oh no, weren't we supposed not to open the door first? The elder's voice was filled with panic and anxiety. Upon closer inspection, it was Isaiah who opened the door. Bergen was stunned. Why did he go to open the door so quickly? If there are blood zombies, we're dead for sure, and we have no idea how to deal with them. The elder seemed helpless. If we don't advance, then why did we come here? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Isaiah shook his head, showing no sign of panic. Indeed, what one fears most tends to happen. Soon, the elder saw several blood-red figures in the distance, which didn't look like anything good. Oh no, they really are blood zombies. The elder's face turned ashen. Alfie, what do we do now? Bergen asked. At this point, there's no choice but to push forward, Alfie said, seemingly out of options. He hadn't encountered these things on his previous visit. What exactly is the Blood Sky sect? Pauline asked curiously. I've heard it was an extremely dark existence, leading to the 3 major sects of the Wasteland joining forces to destroy it over 100 years ago, Adira replied, shaking her head. The Blood Sky sect cast a significant shadow over everyone. A single sect creating such terrifying things. It must have been more than just a few people involved, Fletcher said, shuddering at the sight of the blood zombies. Alfie's face was deathly pale. He knew there was no way to retreat now. Running would be futile. Now, All we can do is fight and see if we can kill these monsters. Alfie unleashed a powerful palm strike, his essence energy reaching its peak, causing a slight tremor in the area and thunderous sounds echoing in the air. With a loud bang, Alfie struck the blood zombie, but it wasn't knocked back, as if hitting cotton. The blood zombie, barely affected, lunged at him with clawed hands. Alfie quickly retreated. How could such a powerful strike have no effect? Alfie's face was grim. He had heard about the terror of blood zombies, but never imagined it would be like this. Bergen punched, unleashing a flame-infused energy blast, yet it did nothing to harm the blood zombie, passing through it as if it were non-existent. We're doomed. Our attacks are useless. How can such a powerful attack be ineffective? Bergen was dumbfounded. No matter how strong their essence energy attacks were, they caused no visible damage to the blood zombies, almost powerless against them. The blood zombies attacked wildly, and even the slightest contact could mean death. Alfie's group fell back step by step. We need to run, Bergen suggested. You think it's that simple? At this point, the blood zombies will chase you to the ends of the earth. Running is pointless. Really? There's such a saying. Bergen's face was bleak. They were all martial experts at the exalted martial realm, yet their strongest attacks couldn't harm the blood zombies. Who knew what it would take to defeat these creatures? At this moment, the third elder blamed Isaiah. It's all your fault, Isaiah. Why did you rush to open the door? Now we'll all die here. Isaiah ignored him. Third elder, shut up. Bergen barked. Others also complained, blaming everything on Isaiah. If he hadn't opened the door, would this have happened? Why isn't he speaking now? Is he just going to stay silent? What's so difficult about this? If you can't handle them, I can, Isaiah said. At this point, please stop boasting about yourself. Look at your strength, the third elder sneered. If Isaiah could handle it, why wait until now? Why do you want to die here? Isaiah's expression was icy cold. The third elder had just knelt and bowed. His anger was building, especially since Isaiah continued to provoke him. Third elder, shut up. Bergen roared. Is this the time for infighting? But Isaiah says he can handle it. Let's give him a chance, the third elder suggested. Show some respect, Bergen ordered, then turned to Isaiah, very respectful. Mr. Galen, do you really have a solution? Isaiah smiled faintly, his demeanor harmless. These blood zombies seem to carry the aura of hell. The ghosts and spirits of the hell realm are unaffected by our human attacks. Alfie, reminded, seemed to understand. Mr. Galen, what you say makes sense. That dark mist around them is likely the aura of hell. In that case, only a sealing master can deal with them. These blood zombies no longer belong to the mortal world. No wonder our strongest attacks can't kill them. They must be sealed away permanently. However, Alfie's face soon became grim. But our team's sealing master is dead, and even a fourth-rank sealing master might not be enough to seal blood zombies. What do you mean? Isaiah asked. From my experience, only a fourth-rank sealing master from the underworld might be able to. Alfie was already despondent. Even finding a regular fourth-rank sealing master was impossible, let alone one from the underworld. Our team has no sealing masters, let alone any from the underworld. Everyone felt hopeless. The blood zombies drew closer, and anyone lightly touched by their claws would die instantly. Who said we don't have a sealing master? Those words sparked hope in everyone. They eagerly wanted to know who the sealing master was. You? Really? Bergen asked in surprise. Bergen began to doubt Isaiah's reliability. Why was it always him talking big? Why wouldn't I be a sealing master? Haha, you're a sealing master, haha, your whole family is. The third elder laughed foolishly, knowing Isaiah liked to show off but having never seen someone like him before. Did he think declaring himself a sealing master made it true? Enough. Mr. Galen, I have no choice but to trust you, Alfie said sternly. Trusting Isaiah, the others dared not question further. What do you need us to do, Mr. Galen? We will do our best to help you seal these monsters. Dealing with them alone is enough. My retreat earlier was just for observation. The third elder was deeply dissatisfied. Alfie, don't believe him. We'll surely die in despair. Let's find a way to escape instead. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. The paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original text closely. Chapter 334. So what if I do? Randall said loudly, harboring immense suspicion towards Isaiah. You can't escape, and it's difficult for you to leave this place now. Alfie contradicted the third eldest. Let him run if he wants. We don't need to pay attention to this trash, Isaiah said calmly. At this point, Isaiah had walked in front of the blood corpses. Fletcher was somewhat worried. Will Isaiah be okay? Pauline asked. If something were to happen to him, he wouldn't be Isaiah. Alfie believed that if Isaiah couldn't contain these monsters, they were all as good as dead, with no hope of survival. Randall felt a certain schadenfreude. This kid absolutely couldn't be a confinement master, and his death would be better. If Isaiah died suddenly later, the third eldest would be more than happy to escape. He only cared about his own vendetta and thought of nothing else. The blood corpses were already charging over. Isaiah raised his hand, and an array appeared instantly on the ground. Summoning such an array at such speed, with almost no wait time, left Alfie stunned. Just what kind of genius was this? Only an extremely powerful confinement master could have such prowess. Ghostfire confinement technique, Isaiah said coolly. As soon as the blood corpses entered the array, they looked extremely pained. After the ghostfire burned up, the blood corpses emitted shrill screams that chilled everyone's bones. The blood corpses, which had just been wildly life-threatening, were now vanquished into ashes within minutes of Isaiah using his confinement technique. Bergen's face was filled with disbelief and shock. This young man was too monstrous, too simple. Isaiah shook his head. The blood corpses had almost perished as soon as they entered the confinement technique, but Isaiah held back, not wanting to take their lives. In 10 minutes, the blood corpses had vanished. Bergen had been prepared to die just moments ago. Wait, what is that? Randall asked in bewilderment. Blood appeared on the ground, then solidified into blood corpses. Everyone stared dumbfounded. None of them had expected these monsters to revive. I knew this kid wouldn't succeed, Randall said, mid-sentence. Isaiah walked next to the blood corpse. Don't worry, they now fully obey me. Why is that? Alfie asked curiously. Because of my confinement technique. If I confine them, they will die forever. So they chose to submit to me, Isaiah smiled. The blood corpses immediately knelt on the ground. Bergen's scalp tingled at the sight. This kid could communicate with blood corpses? Wasn't that a bit too outlandish? Though the blood corpses submitted, Adira still found them revolting. Who wanted to be near such creatures? Disgusting, Adira said with disdain. Each of you should have one. At least they can protect you. This place is full of danger. With the protection of blood corpses, your safety can be ensured. Although reluctant, Adira put aside her princess-like demeanor and endured. Alfie, Bergen, and 2 others each got a blood corpse, but the third eldest did not, making him furious. Why didn't you give me one? Are you trying to kill me? Randall asked contemptuously. Why should I give you my belongings? Isaiah asked. Is that how you act? You're obviously out to get me, the third eldest fumed, wishing he could swallow Isaiah alive. It was infuriating. This wasn't the first time. Randall, who had a short temper, was intentionally being treated like this by Isaiah. When I acted earlier, did it have anything to do with you? Isaiah asked. Do your life and death matter to me? Isaiah's words were icy cold. Randall realized he couldn't do anything against this kid. If you have the capability, command the blood corpse to listen to you and protect you. Let's see if you have the ability. Randall nearly spat blood. This young man was too good at getting under his skin. Get out, Isaiah said coldly. This is your own doing. Bergen couldn't defend him any longer. Hemph, he just wants me dead, unwilling to have an honorable duel, resorting to such despicable means. Isaiah shrugged and stepped forward. So what if I do? What's your opinion? As if receiving orders, the blood corpses surrounded the third eldest, grabbing his neck instantly. Want you dead? How hard can it be? Just snap my fingers. Fear filled the third eldest's eyes. The blood corpse's nails were inches away, ready to take his life at any moment. He trembled in fear. This wasn't a joke. It was too easy for Isaiah to end his life. Without knowing when, Isaiah had become an absolute powerhouse. Bergen barely dared to argue with him, and Alfie even spoke in his favor. Bergen was relieved he listened to Alfie's advice and didn't fight Isaiah over the spirit monkey. Otherwise, they might already be dead. Alfie was equally astonished. No one could imagine that this young man excelled not only in martial arts, but was also a 4th-grade confinement master from the underworld. Not convinced? I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Master Isaiah, please spare me, the third eldest begged pitifully. Humph, Isaiah chuckled lightly. The blood corpses gradually dispersed. Randall fell to his knees and bowed again, gnashing his teeth and silently vowing to make Isaiah pay. Randall, it's your fault for targeting Isaiah. Now it's your own doing. Randall, though unconvinced, could only accept it. Everyone in the team followed Isaiah's lead without question. All right, let's not waste time. Continue moving forward, Isaiah said calmly. Adira looked uneasy. The color of the blood corpse in front of her had turned black, which made it less revolting. Thank you, Isaiah. You're welcome. The group continued on, feeling particularly suffocated in the long galling tomb, where normal people struggle to breathe. They walked for quite some time, and Isaiah discovered many special rooms, but all were empty. This place showed signs of destruction, with bloody footprints and various patterns on the ground, all courtesy of the Blood Heaven sect. It seemed they had thoroughly ransacked this place. It looks like we arrived too late. This place has been turned upside down. Alfie shook his head. Many hidden compartments along the way had been opened, and there were numerous signs of combat. After walking so long, they hadn't found anything significant. If the Blood Heaven sect people were here, we won't find much, Alfie sighed. What's that ahead? Isaiah pointed forward. Hashtag chapter 335, altering the array. Before them lay a coffin. It was an ornate coffin adorned with a dragon-shaped statue, which appeared quite extraordinary. Alfie's expression changed upon seeing it. Isaiah surveyed his surroundings. He wondered if he could still find the formula for the 6th-grade pill. It seemed increasingly unlikely now. Currently, this coffin seems to be the most intact thing, Alfie said with a shake of his head, clearly not holding much hope. They had finally reached Dragon Tomb but found no precious items, which inevitably led to some despondency. Moreover, they didn't know how to open the coffin. After trying for a while, Alfie's face fell, revealing a hint of despair. After a long time, Alfie couldn't open the coffin and shook his head in disappointment. Looks like my skills aren't enough. What's that? Adira exclaimed suddenly. Near the coffin, a massive array had somehow appeared, trapping Isaiah and the others inside it. Is this also a restrictive array? Adira asked. We should hurry up and get out of here. Since we can't open the coffin, there's probably nothing valuable inside anyway, the Carlton said impatiently. If you want to die, go ahead, Isaiah said indifferently. What are you talking about? Can this array actually kill me? The array can turn you into a blood corpse. Everyone panicked even more at this. They did not wish to end up as half-man, half-ghost creatures. The Carlton looked at Isaiah, thinking to himself that the boy seemed to be putting on another act of heroism. This is really bad. This array is likely designed to prevent outsiders from entering. How long will we survive here? Alfie asked worriedly. You can feel it. The array slowly corrodes you, starting from your dantian and spreading throughout your body. It will take some time, Isaiah replied, shaking his head. So what do we do now? Isaiah was still observing. He could dismantle this array himself. After all, he was a restriction master, and such an array wouldn't be too difficult for him. Prince Galen, everything depends on you now. We know nothing about restriction arrays, Bergen said, secretly pleased. Without Isaiah's presence, their expedition might have ended in failure or even death. but having encountered him, every problem seemed solvable. After dismantling the array, we might really end up with nothing. Isaiah hesitated slightly. What do you mean? This array, once dismantled, might cause the room to collapse, Isaiah explained calmly. The restriction array's runes covered the entire room. There might be something valuable inside this coffin, set by the Blood Heaven sect because they couldn't obtain it themselves. If this place collapses, won't we all be buried with it? Adira asked. It seems the Blood Heaven sect planned it this way, Alfie sighed. They had come all this way to Dragon Tomb and would leave with nothing. Isaiah pondered for a moment. I've got a plan. Yes, what is it? Alfie asked hurriedly. I can alter this array. The one who said it intended for it to destroy the place, but I can change its structure so that it won't cause destruction. That seems impossible. This looks like a 4th grade restriction array, and I've never heard of anyone doing that before, Alfie said skeptically. Isaiah's words sounded far-fetched. Changing a higher grade array like this was unheard of. Modifying the Blood Heaven sect's restriction array might hasten the destruction of this place, Alfie voiced his concerns. Without waiting for a response, Isaiah began. He stretched out his hand, and the array symbols beneath him started to change. Seeing Isaiah's confident demeanor, Alfie could only pray it worked. If this cursed place collapsed, even Wu Zun realm martial artists like them wouldn't stand a chance. Ding. The master observed the level 1 Blood Heaven 4th grade restriction array, triggering a 100x insight boost, gaining 1 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master learned the level 1 Blood Heaven 4th grade restriction array. Having mastered this array, Isaiah felt less anxious. Altering its structure wouldn't be too difficult, although it would require some time. This was his first time attempting such a modification. With a rumble, the area started to tremble. Oh no, is this place going to collapse? The Carlton shouted. It was all Isaiah's fault for insisting on this risky maneuver. No treasure, and our lives are about to end here, Bergen muttered helplessly. Just stay calm for now, everyone, Alfie tried to soothe the growing panic. At that moment, Isaiah's eyes were closed as he altered the array underfoot. Finally, the array stabilized. Done. I've modified the array, eliminating the threat. This place won't collapse, Isaiah breathed a sigh of relief. Is this real? Alfie couldn't believe it. In all his years, he'd never seen anything like this. Do you doubt me? Not at all, just surprised. With a crack, the coffin opened, revealing an entrance. Everyone stared intently at the entrance, as if it were the gateway to a new world. The coffin has opened, and the place hasn't collapsed. A wave of unusual spiritual energy emanated from the entrance. If there's nothing valuable inside, we'll have come here for nothing. Isaiah stepped forward first. The Carlton squinted, hoping for an accident, wishing that boy would die. But nothing happened, and Isaiah remained unharmed. Enoch by one, they entered. These are essence crystals? Alfie stared wide-eyed. Essence crystals were incredibly valuable, and seeing so many was like discovering a small mountain of gold. The Carlton couldn't believe his eyes either. This trip hadn't been in vain. Filling just one bag with these crystals would make him wealthy back home. Bergen and the others were also excited, except for Isaiah, who showed no joy. These items weren't what he was after. Wow, this place truly is a treasure trove. All our efforts have finally paid off. The Carlton grabbed the crystals greedily. Isaiah slowly walked forward and picked up an essence crystal. With this, he could practice almost anywhere, like carrying a mobile cultivation space. Prince Galen, why don't you seem happy? Isaiah wasn't after these treasures. While valuable, his goal had always been the clues leading to the 6th grade pill. Look over there. Hashtag chapter 336, a step ahead. Not far away, there was a stone platform where a person lay. Isaiah raised an eyebrow as he looked at it. Before them was a very spacious area with many cracks on the ceiling, and the atmosphere here became increasingly eerie and frightening. Alfie, we shouldn't approach easily, just in case something happens, Alfie said cautiously. Isaiah, don't you want any of the essence crystals? Fletcher asked curiously. He had already filled a bag with them. Isaiah remained silent, looking distracted, as if these things were not of much value to him. Then, Isaiah took out his sword and opened a space. Alfie raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, surprised that Isaiah had such a valuable sword. Is this sword Bright Moon family's renowned moonblade? Alfie asked after examining it closely. Isaiah nodded. It seems so. I didn't expect young Master Galen to have a weapon with spatial capabilities. Such weapons are extremely rare. This sword is at least a mid-earth grade weapon. Let me see another sword from you, young Master Galen. This one seems to be called the Elong sword. Isaiah handed over the sword. These are all very famous blades, Alfie praised without end. The mic gaped at the sight, realizing that Isaiah could carry far more essence crystals with his portable spatial tool than anyone else. The people with Bergen couldn't carry many essence crystals, but Isaiah alone carried more than all of them combined. The mic felt envious but dared not complain. Why should this kid earn more? It was hard for him to swallow this. Let's go check that thing out. Alfie swallowed his anger. Isaiah turned to Adira and said, you stay back here. If anything dangerous happens, you won't need to worry. Isaiah and Bergen approached the stone platform. On it lay a desiccated corpse, extremely withered and old, sending chills down their spines. What kind of dead monster is this? Bergen asked. The symbol on his tattered robe is that of the Blood Sky sect, someone remarked. The emblem of a fierce dog was strikingly memorable. This person must have died, but forced himself to cling to life, probably hoping to revive, Alfie analyzed. He likely took a 6th grade medicinal pill to barely prolong his existence. How do you know that? Bergen asked urgently. Isaiah pointed to a brocade box next to the mummy, which still held the faint remnants of a high-grade pill's aura, despite the years. Such an imperial brocade box is specifically used to store 6th grade pills. Otherwise, the intense aura of a 6th grade pill would attract many powerful individuals. Pity the pill is gone. If it were still here, it would be invaluable, the mic sighed. A 6th grade pill was worth its weight in gold. What's that? The Mike's face changed as he stared intently at a bamboo scroll next to the brocade box. Could it be the recipe for a 6th grade pill? The Mike's eyes lit up. Isaiah also noticed the scroll. Its dark aura seemed connected to the mummy. Be careful not to touch that scroll. Haha, who do you think you are to command me? This scroll is definitely a recipe, and now it belongs to me. The Mike rushed forward, fearing someone might take it. It was a 6th grade pill formula. With it, he could rise quickly and change his fate. No matter what, he had to get it. But as soon as the Mike touched the scroll, a burst of dark lightning surged out, lifting him off the ground in an instant, hit by an overwhelming force. Ah! The Mike screamed as his vital energy slowly drained into the mummy. Help! Save me! The Mike gradually turned into a mummy, losing all signs of life. The mummy on the platform quickly regained color. It had been completely dried up, but now it gradually regained human features. Its heart began to beat again. In an instant, the Mike turned into a mummy, shocking everyone who watched the scene unfold. No way! Did someone from the Blood Sky sect really revive? Alfie gasped. Why are we still standing here? We should escape immediately. Alfie looked grim, believing no one in their group could face this monster. A Blood Sky sect member was a monstrous level powerhouse, and this one had revived. That person simply opened his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming wave of sinister energy, forcing everyone back except for Isaiah, who only retreated slightly. The terrifying amount of essence shocked Alfie into a cold sweat. Bright red light continuously appeared, a sign of ill omen. That person's immense power was horrifying. They didn't know who this Blood Sky sect monster was. Bergen felt like dying at that moment. How could they encounter such a situation here? They would surely die. While Isaiah was observing, Adira walked over, causing Isaiah to widen his eyes. A whirlwind drew Adira closer, clearly manipulated by the man. For some reason, he seemed very intent on obtaining Adira. Caught by red vine-like tendrils, Adira couldn't move, looking pitifully at Isaiah. Save me, Adira whispered, terrified. Isaiah felt a growing sense of danger. Ha, finding a divine body woman. My luck is truly exceptional. A cold voice rang out, sounding like a young man. The man slowly stood up, enveloped in red light that instantly transformed into a crimson robe, making him look regal and untouchable. He was like a king, towering above all, surveying everyone with disdain. Well, besides a divine body woman, there's actually a chosen Enoch too? The man's laughter grew manic, perhaps overwhelmed by the surprises of his resurrection. Isaiah's expression darkened as he faced the man head-on. You dare to look into this king's eyes, courting death. The imperious voice intimidated everyone except Isaiah, who remained steadfast. What kind of king are you? Hee. Remember this king's name. Emil of the Blood Sky sect. Emil laughed aloud. Isaiah's expression darkened further. There's no need for this king to act. The blood mummies will deal with you. You're quite young for a chosen Enoch. Surprising me, Emil's malevolent voice filled with murderous intent, making it nearly impossible for others to hold his gaze. These blood mummies are enough to handle you. Emil paused, puzzled. Why weren't the blood mummies obeying his commands? Emil quickly realized that Isaiah could control them as well. Indeed, worthy of being a chosen Enoch, you have some skill. Being able to control even blood mummies, obtaining your body would greatly aid me. Chapter 337, Slightly Overpowered. Emil sneered coldly, his face full of confidence as if he had everything under control. What he didn't anticipate was that the Blood Corpse did not attack Isaiah but instead moved towards him. The Blood Corpse's combat strength is formidable, but making them kill me is a daydream. Emil immediately made the Blood Corpse disappear underground. Without the Blood Corpse, are you feeling desperate? Maybe you still want to resist. Emil's tone was full of disdain. You can only have my corpse if you kill me first. Emil's pupils widened slightly. Haha kid, you really know how to make me laugh. Didn't you see everyone else is silent? They're scared speechless. Facing Emil, Isaiah exuded a powerful and menacing aura, 100 times more terrifying than any average genius. This time, it seemed he truly encountered a formidable opponent. Chosen Enoch, I admire you more and more. A 5th grade alchemist, 5th level martial respected realm cultivation, and 4th level binding master. My heavens, it's the first time I've seen such a monstrous genius, Emil said in disbelief. Isaiah's expression turned grim. This bastard had seen through all his cultivation professions at first glance. Moreover, this so-called chosen Enoch, Isaiah had never heard of it before. Could even having a system be something Emil could detect? Isaiah raised an eyebrow, his eyes serious. He needed to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Though I was reborn, absorbing that worthless soul, I have indeed revived. The Blood Heaven sect will once again sweep across the entire continent, enveloping everything under our control. Emil's eyes emitted intense bloodlust, different from the earlier murderous aura. Now it was red and almost unstoppable by any powerful figure. Isaiah instantly drew his sword with incredible speed, revealing a sharp cold light, freezing the area around him, and a strong sword force surged towards Emil. Emil stretched out his hand and caught Isaiah's fierce sword chi barehanded. A deep crack formed on the ground, the impact like a charging rhinoceros, eventually stopping after a few moments. Blood trickled from Emil's palm, and he raised an eyebrow. Things were getting out of hand. This kid had actually managed to hurt him. Your sword force is quite formidable. Blood dripped from the wounds on Emil's palms. Emil didn't mind engaging Isaiah. He needed powerful sacrifices to restore his peak strength. Although he was currently at 6th level martial respected realm, he possessed the Blood Heaven sect's superior realm, the Blood Demon realm, nearly capable of destroying the entire continent. Only blood demons could reach this realm, and it belonged exclusively to the Blood Heaven sect's rulers. With the Blood Demon realm, Emil could easily handle 9th level martial respected realms, let alone someone like Isaiah. Emil sneered coldly and lunged forward. Bergen and others were already petrified, unable to move due to the bloodlust. Fear gripped their bodies, but why wasn't Isaiah affected? This young man was too extraordinary, almost unimaginable. Isaiah has some guts to dare challenge even the king of the Blood Heaven sect. Finished. If he dies, we might die too. But he stands no chance against Emil. Strength speaks for itself. Danny gritted his teeth. There was nothing they could do but wait and see. You're Isaiah, right? It's a pity to kill someone so interesting. Just give me half your blood, and I'll spare your life. Together, we can rule this continent. Emil extended his hand. Danny's face turned pale. Trouble. If Emil offered favorable conditions and Isaiah accepted, they would all be doomed. To actually receive an invitation from the Blood Heaven sect? It was clear Isaiah's talent was alarming. Humph, I'm not interested. Why should I join you? Your sect is nothing much to me. Kid, I appreciate you, or you'd already be my sacrifice. Emil's face darkened. Isaiah closed his eyes. Ding. Owner observed the Blood Demon Realm, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. Ding. Congratulations. Owner comprehended the Blood Demon Realm. Suddenly, Isaiah felt an uncontrollable sensation within his blood. Had he not suppressed it, his blood might have spurted out. What kind of deadly realm was this? Isaiah was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated the Blood Heaven sect. His body felt uncomfortable, but fortunately, it quickly subsided. His blood seemed to have its own will, misbehaving inside him. This time, I will kill you, Isaiah declared coldly. Pimp kid, what nonsense. You can't possibly kill me. Isaiah crouched, ready to draw his sword. You've already tried and failed to injure me. Since you refuse my offer, you're dead. Xander xiuxian. Isaiah's gaze sharpened. He hadn't been this serious. He was genuinely concerned about killing Emil. Instantly, Isaiah's body emitted boundless primordial energy, forming a massive vortex. Its power was immense, shocking even Emil. Amidst his shock, a lightning dragon and a fire phoenix appeared. Thunder roared, and flames spread as the powerful sword force surged towards Emil. Ah! Emil screamed as he was thrown back by the overwhelming force. The great hall echoed with a loud bang. Bergen and others were hurled away, crashing onto the ground, stunned and terrified. Isaiah's sword slash had summoned such terrifying phenomena, a lightning dragon and a phoenix. The sword technique had reached its peak, but what about Emil? The dust settled, revealing Emil clutching his injuries, looking utterly disheveled and embarrassed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a glaring wound on his chest, his skin scorched and charred. How is this possible? He actually injured me? Emil looked at Isaiah in disbelief. Was this chosen Enoch really so exceptionally powerful? He didn't die? Isaiah thought his attack should have killed him, but now his expression turned grave. Chapter 338, Assassin. Isaiah exerted all his strength for the first time, determined to kill Emil Tion. Emil Tion was already at a complete disadvantage. Having just resurrected, he would regret it for a lifetime if he died here. A large, prominent sword wound on his body was bleeding profusely. This kid's sword energy was too fierce. Now wasn't the time to ponder why he was injured. Emil Tion had just seen the power of the Abraham and the Vermilion Bird. Enoch should not possess two powers of the four gods. This is truly a bit terrifying. Recalling how Blood Heaven sect underestimated the power of the four gods and ended up being destroyed, he knew that the four gods held the power of ancient deities and that Blood Heaven sect had been obliterated by them. Isaiah, you're ruthless. But I won't let this go. There will be a day when I seek revenge on you, and I'll take both the Divine Woman and you, the chosen Enoch. Emil Tion immediately fled, knowing he would surely lose to Isaiah in this condition. This kid was too powerful. Emil Tion turned into a red whirlwind and vanished, leaving Isaiah no time to chase him. He was more concerned about Adira. Adira? Isaiah asked worriedly. She seemed fine but had only temporarily fainted, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Isaiah looked at his hand, where an uncomfortable sensation lingered. He used his sword to cut a wound, and blood flowed out. His expression changed slightly upon seeing what happened next. The blood moved on its own and then returned to the wound after a while. What kind of mystical blood was this? The wound also healed automatically. Isaiah didn't feel this was a good thing. The blood seemed uncontrollable. It was as though Isaiah's blood obeyed another person's command. He began to regret achieving the Blood Demon realm. He speculated that it might follow the Blood Demon's orders, guessing that the Blood Demon could be a leader or chief of Blood Heaven sect. That's great. We've finally been saved. Isaiah, you're amazing. You even managed to defeat Emil Tion. Bergen exclaimed joyfully. They had almost given up hope, but now they felt incredibly relieved. This is the most formidable person I've ever seen. It's wonderful that we can still be alive. Great job, Isaiah. You really have talent. Bergen's two martial artists shouted excitedly, their spirits soaring. Alfie smiled and bowed gratefully, saying, "Thank you for saving us, young Master Galen." "You're welcome," Isaiah replied indifferently. He realized that attaining the Blood Demon realm was potentially dangerous. It might claim his life or make him obey the Blood Demon's commands. Even with his understanding of the Blood Demon realm, there was a blank spot in his mind. He shook his head, feeling as though memories about the Blood Demon realm were suppressed and instantly forgotten whenever he tried to recall them. The situation was challenging, and Isaiah was somewhat displeased with his blood acting this way. If he hadn't reached the Blood Demon realm, defeating Emil Tion would have been impossible. Isaiah walked over to the stone platform, picked up the bamboo scroll, and studied it for a moment before smiling. It contained the formula for a 6th rank potion. Isaiah previously had a dragon scale potion formula, which combined well with this one to form a complete 6th rank formula. At least this was a positive discovery. He wondered how much improvement the 6th rank potion would bring. Below the stone platform, he found several herbs and took them along, including a brocade box that could be used to store 6th rank potions in the future. Now everything's fine. Go ahead and look for any other treasures, Isaiah said. There were no objections to Isaiah taking the scroll. If it weren't for him, everyone would have died here. Now, he made the decisions. Shortly afterward, Adira regained consciousness. What happened? It's fine now. Don't worry about anything. Isaiah helped Adira up, and they continued searching through a few more rooms, finding some gold in the process. He had obtained the most coveted 6th rank potion formula. As for gold and treasure, he paid little attention. Let's continue forward. There's still a path ahead. We might catch up to Xiuxian, Isaiah pointed out. Why would we chase him? Wouldn't it be better to leave it be? Fletcher expressed concern, still shaken from the blood aura. If Isaiah chased him and couldn't catch up, it might lead to another brutal battle, making the situation worse. Catching up, I can end his life and ask him some important questions. This relic indeed went deeper than expected. Someone's coming? Isaiah looked up, sensing the arrival of someone nearby whose blood was detectable. The blood demon realm made Isaiah feel uncomfortable, as though he was becoming bloodthirsty. He felt it necessary to refrain from using the blood demon realm for now. Although it was a transcendent state, the drawbacks were significant, and he feared being controlled by others. While Isaiah was distracted, several sharp blades flew toward him, narrowly missing due to his quick reflexes. The blades carried intense energy and appeared quite powerful. Attempting to kill me, Isaiah's face darkened. Looking up, he saw a ninja approaching slowly. Did you enter from outside the Dragon Mausoleum? Did you come here to kill me? Isaiah asked. You know quite a bit, young man. I went through great lengths to get here, the black-clothed figure coldly replied. Huh, to kill me? How amusing. I think you'll die here. I'm an elite ninja assassin and won't die easily. 2 million gold coins for your life seems worthwhile. 2 million was indeed a considerable sum. Isaiah wondered who would place such a bounty on his head. Killing you and taking your treasures would be profitable, the ninja calculated. Unfortunately, you've come here to die. Don't get your hopes up, Isaiah said calmly. The ninja approached slowly. Be careful, Isaiah. Ninja assassins are formidable and unpredictable. Their ability to track people allowed them to enter this very tomb, showing how exceptional they are, Alfie warned. Indeed, ordinary strong individuals couldn't enter this place. The assassin's tracking skills were impressive. Isaiah wondered who was behind this. I'm in a good mood today. How about I give you a chance? Tell me who hired you, and I'll only chop off your hands later, Isaiah said indifferently. Heard you were arrogant, but this level of arrogance. You'll be the one dying shortly, the assassin smirked. Black smoke suddenly appeared and spread throughout the passage. Hashtag chapter 339. The advantage of numbers. The black fog obscured vision, and Isaiah squinted his eyes. The ninja assassin was taking advantage of the confusion to attack. This ninja's swordsmanship was quite formidable, but it wasn't difficult for Isaiah to evade. The assassin's sword lunged toward Isaiah's throat. Isaiah lightly flicked his sword, deflecting the attack. The ninja started to feel this battle was getting tricky. The young man's sword technique was extraordinary, and the ninja could sense a cold, chilling force. His strength was unreal. Raising an eyebrow, the ninja realized he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. This youth must be exceptional, having survived an encounter with Blood Heaven sect members. He began to doubt if he could complete his mission. Despite his frantic sword strikes, he couldn't even scratch Isaiah. Suddenly, a blade flashed, piercing the ninja's chest. He widened his eyes in shock, hurriedly retreating while coughing up blood. His gaze was filled with disbelief. How could a mere child possess such power? When he accepted the mission, the ninja found it strange that his target would be a boy like this. Now, things had become unexpectedly challenging. It's over. I don't want to waste any more time. If you don't want to die, tell me who is behind this, Isaiah said coldly. The ninja sneered. You think I'm a coward? It wasn't easy finding you. From the Tianwei Empire to the Muchu Empire, I inquired about Dulce and Galan clan everywhere before finally coming to South Xia. The mention of Dulce made Isaiah's eyes sharpen. He hadn't been in contact with Dulce for quite some time. This ninja's strength was considerable. Had he harmed Galan clan or Dulce? Isaiah felt a surge of anger, more determined than ever to find out who was behind this. Have you hurt them? Isaiah demanded. So you're starting to get angry? Guess if I did. The ninja laughed coldly. Isaiah grew increasingly impatient. He had many enemies, and once he knew who was responsible, he would make sure they paid dearly. There were few people he truly cared about. You have harmed Dulce and Galan clan? Isaiah asked again, his tone icy. The ninja involuntarily took a step back. You'll never know, because you'll die here, the ninja replied, raising an eyebrow. He wouldn't reveal Dulce's divine heritage, or the Galan clan's terrifying eye technique. Suddenly, more ninjas arrived, forming a significant group. Who would have thought we'd need so many to deal with you? The ninja said coldly as the crowd approached menacingly. Enoch on one, you might be able to handle me, but what can you do against so many high-ranking Wuzuan-level ninja assassins? The ninja taunted. There were about 15 of them. Gathering so many elite killers showed their mysterious mastermind was no ordinary individual, willing to spend a fortune. Isaiah knew he needed to take this seriously. So many ninja assassins, indeed. Not an easy opponent. Isaiah smiled faintly. I won't underestimate you again, kid. The 15 ninjas moved swiftly, striking at Isaiah from all directions with incredible agility. Isaiah drew his sword and engaged them, but he was outnumbered. Though he wasn't at a disadvantage, dealing with so many strong opponents was challenging. These ninjas are tough, Bergen muttered, wondering if he should help. Isaiah was cornered momentarily. He unleashed his powerful sword techniques, but the ninjas worked together to defend, blocking his attacks. These ninjas are formidable indeed, Bergen observed. Isaiah swung his sword again, sending wild currents of sword energy flying. The ninjas' speed gave them an advantage. Isaiah chuckled. It was his first time facing so many strong opponents at once. Ching Long. Isaiah roared. A lightning-infused dragon soared through the air, forcing the ninjas to dive underground to avoid its strike. A sharp blade suddenly appeared behind Isaiah, nearly succeeding, but he managed to dodge just in time. It was the strongest among the 15 ninjas, with a ruthless and deadly sword technique. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. We'll take him down together, one ninja called out. Holding his sword expressionlessly, Isaiah considered whether he needed to use his blood demon realm, but using it could cause uncontrollable effects on his own blood. He needed to find another way. While his attacks are powerful, our numbers give us an advantage. We can block or evade and eventually wear him down, the leader commanded. Why did the kid put away his sword? One ninja exclaimed. These ninjas are impressive. I underestimated you, but I must know who is behind this, Isaiah stated calmly. You have no chance of winning today. You will die, and you'll never know who sent us. Why did you put away your sword? I can kill you without it. Why use a sword? Haha, you're delusional. You struggled even with a sword, and now you talk nonsense? The leader scoffed. 15 against 1 is a bit much, but no problem, right? Shortly after, something emerged from the ground. The red-skinned bodies of blood corpses. Oh no, it's blood corpses. After Eldon left, the blood corpses were free to act again, following Isaiah's orders. They immediately pounced on the ninjas. Even though the ninjas fought back with their swords, the attacks had no effect on the blood corpses. This is unbelievable, the leader grimaced. The 8 blood corpses put the ninjas at a severe disadvantage. Anyone caught by a blood corpse quickly succumbed to poison and paralysis, leading to agonized screams. The ninjas stared at Isaiah in disbelief. How did this youth manage this? Why can this kid control blood corpses? Chapter 340, Heavenly Sect. The ninja screamed in agony. The blood zombies were almost invincible, and despite using all their skills, the ninjas could not even touch one of them. The death of the ninjas was quite tragic. Only fewer than 5 remained, desperately fighting for their lives. I overestimated you. I didn't think these ninjas would die so quickly, Isaiah said sarcastically. The ninja leader had already been bitten and felt himself weakening. He knew his time was near. Fortunately, there were these blood zombies. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for Isaiah to kill them one by one. Speak, who sent you? Is the Dulsheling family in trouble? Isaiah raised his hand, and the blood zombies stopped moving. You're ruthless, boy. Revealing my master is impossible. An intermediary contacted me. Who knows who he is? The ninja leader looked like he was in unbearable pain. Find out about the Zhao family and the Galang family on your own. The ninja leader committed suicide with his sword. Isaiah sighed and continued forward. These ninjas are formidable. Even the Nanyang Empire wouldn't have such an organization, Alfie remarked with a raised eyebrow. Fletcher, Adira, and Pauline walked over. This experience was quite eye-opening for Pauline, but they found no trace of her past in the ruins. The group continued forward and soon arrived at the exit. The Dragon Tomb has been explored sufficiently. Isaiah lost interest in exploring further and clearly wanted to leave. If you wish to leave, Lord Galen, perhaps we should bid farewell here. There are still many places within the Dragon Tomb unexplored, and who knows what might change next time. Bergen had no intention of leaving. They wanted to continue treasure hunting. So be it. Farewell then. Lord Galen, this is a map. After leaving the Dragon Tomb, head north, and you'll be fine, Bergen said. Isaiah led his group out of the Dragon Tomb's exit. This ancient relic chapter was finally closing. Are we still in the desolate lands? Look ahead. There's a range of mountains. Heaven Sect shouldn't be too far from here, Jiang Yuming said. After reaching Heavenly Sect, I must also take my leave, Fletcher said with a bitter smile. Do you have somewhere to go? I likely don't qualify as an outer disciple, but there will be elders to take care of me and guide my cultivation. You're really strong, Isaiah. I might never catch up to you, Fletcher chuckled. Not necessarily. Who knows, you might surpass me. I appreciate you bringing me here to Heavenly Sect. Fletcher left without much more ado. Isaiah didn't say much, knowing that in the path of cultivation, even if he wanted to help, others couldn't become strong as quickly as he did. Let's get to Heavenly Sect first. Isaiah glanced at Pauline. She seemed quite frightened by this adventure, whereas Adira appeared completely unfazed. Mysterious Emil once said she had a divine body, which piqued Isaiah's curiosity. Also, he mentioned something about being chosen by the heavens. What did it all mean? That Mysterious Emil could discern much about his strength and realm. Isaiah pondered that the Blood Sky sect wasn't a simple sect. His internal blood stirred restlessly. Blood Demon Realm left Isaiah feeling conflicted. His blood acting independently was troubling. It seemed to have its own consciousness. This mountain is incredibly tall, almost reaching the sky. Adira exclaimed in surprise. Is this Heavenly Sect? It really does feel like heaven with those lofty peaks crowned with palaces. Heavenly Sect was among the most famous sects in the Nanyang Empire, ranked in the top 5. Some considered it the second largest sect in the empire. A sect tied to the imperial family wouldn't be simple. The towering mountain symbolized Heavenly Sect. Viewing its grandeur, Isaiah marveled internally. Abundant primordial energy surrounded the blue skies, white clouds, and green waters, resembling a celestial paradise. The winding, rugged mountain paths were filled with martial artists, conversing and laughing. Isaiah strolled slowly along. Isaiah, I shall take my leave, Fletcher bowed respectfully. Be cautious, and feel free to seek my help if needed. Certainly. I must hurry with my cultivation. Fletcher waved goodbye. I wonder if my father is in this sect. Pauline seemed worried. Don't worry, everything should be fine. Isaiah approached the mountain. Heavenly Sect doesn't have a main gate. There isn't because everyone must climb the mountain, ascending like reaching the heavens. Reaching Heavenly Sect is very challenging. Few can do it, Adira explained. You actually know about this? Pauline asked. Not only was Adira beautiful, but Mysterious Emil also called her a divine-bodied woman. She certainly wasn't simple. Comparatively, Pauline felt insecure. She wasn't as beautiful or knowledgeable as Adira. Adira replied mildly, I don't know why or who told me, but these memories exist. Isaiah glanced at Adira several times. Climbing the mountain isn't simple. Only true martial geniuses make it. There are 10 levels of ascent. Follow the path carefully. Falling can result in serious injury. Isaiah smiled faintly. This sounded interesting. The mountain's clouds suppress primordial energy, making climbing extremely difficult. Pauline's face fell. It seemed quite challenging for her. Wait for me at the bottom. I'll come down after I reach the top. Isaiah thought for a moment and suggested. Not far ahead is an inn where we can stay. Adira pointed towards a distant inn. Pauline nodded, knowing her lack of strength made ascending nearly impossible. Isaiah, my father's name is Nico Jing. Please let me know if you find him. Don't worry. I'll inquire when I have the chance. After seeing them off, Isaiah headed toward the mountain's base. Walking together, Adira stopped. Stay at the inn and don't wander. Isaiah needs to find you. Okay, and you? Elders want to see me. I have matters to attend to outside. Pauline nodded. Not being close friends. Be careful. Adira watched Isaiah from afar before walking away. Many young and talented martial artists discuss the climb along the winding paths. Heavenly Sect opens the mountain once a month, but so few can reach the top. The 10 ascents are deadly. Breathing becomes impossible, let alone climbing. Falling can lead to severe injuries or death. The suppressed primordial energy is intense. A dull thud echoed. Translation notes. Maintain names in pinyin, e.g., Isaiah, Fletcher. Retain tone and style from original text. Ensured fluent English with coherent story and logical sequence. Kept paragraph structure and line breaks similar to the original. Chapter 341. Blocking my way. Not far from Isaiah, a martial artist fell to the ground, covered in blood, looking rather pitiful. Isaiah sized up the towering mountain before him. He seemed so small in comparison. This was due to the suppressed essence energy here that could not be used for cultivation, turning this place into an excellent testing ground for people. The higher one went, the more intense the suppression of the essence energy became, almost as if it pushed people off the mountain. This required a martial artist's true strength to overcome. In just a short while, many people were seen tumbling down from above, some with minor injuries, but others near death. Everyone quickly wore looks of frustration. Climbing this mountain proved to be immensely difficult, leaving each person feeling helpless. Becoming a disciple of Heavenly Peak Sect had its great advantages, including abundant resources for cultivation and guidance from formidable elders, providing maximum assistance in breaking through cultivation levels. Isaiah glanced at the mountain. For him, this wasn't too difficult a task. After all, he was already an inner sect disciple of Heavenly Peak Sect, and climbing mountains was merely child's play to him. You, get out of my way. Why are you blocking me? An indifferent voice rang out. Isaiah turned around to see a man on horseback, dressed in a fine silk robe, exuding arrogance. Am I in your way? Isaiah asked. Don't stay by me when I climb. Otherwise, I'll kick you down, the man said disdainfully. Haha, you may not have that capability. Stop bragging. Boy, I'm in a good mood today, and don't want to deal with you. I will surely make the list after climbing this mountain. Trash like you can never hope to reach it. Isaiah gave a light laugh. Look, isn't that guy from the Yin family, ranked 3rd in the Nanya Empire? I didn't think even a genius like him would come here. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed. Meeting Guy from such a prominent family made them feel astonished. Rumors had it that Guy was an exceptional talent, famous throughout the Nanya Empire. Many major sects wanted to take him as a disciple, but he always refused. Unexpectedly, Guy chose Heavenly Peak Sect. He could easily join the sect through his family connections without needing to climb the mountain. However, Guy chose to climb the mountain. It seems Guy wants to rank high on the mountain climbing leaderboard. I heard that there are many rewards once you get a ranking. That's right. If your talent catches the attention of the Grand Elder, you might become a personal disciple. Guy might truly have that potential. Hearing the crowd's comments, Isaiah was unconvinced. Was Guy really considered a genius at 26 or 27? His current cultivation was decent, though. Heavenly Peak Sect was a vast sect, attracting many members from prestigious families to attempt the climb. Isaiah also came across numerous talented youths, all filled with anticipation. As long as they had the chance to enter Heavenly Peak Sect, their futures would certainly improve greatly. Guy wanted the ranking on the mountain climbing leaderboard, and Isaiah chuckled inwardly. He would not yield this opportunity. If Isaiah wished, he could easily secure the first place. Guy, with your attitude, even if you get a ranking, it will definitely be behind mine, Isaiah declared loudly. This sudden statement drew the attention of everyone nearby. They didn't know what was happening. Everyone looked over curiously, wondering who had spoken. Could it be someone from another powerful family? However, upon seeing the speaker, they were all taken aback. It was Isaiah, and almost no one recognized him. Is that kid crazy? I thought it was someone important. Is he asking for death? How dare you provoke Guy here? Let's see how you die. The crowd jeered, wearing smug grins, eager to watch the spectacle. After all, few young men like Isaiah dared to speak up in front of Guy. Who are you to be so arrogant in front of me? You must be tired of living, Guy sneered, surprised by this youngster's boldness. If not for his urgency to reach the summit, he would have killed the boy immediately. I'll let you live a bit longer. Climbing the peak is urgent now. If someone gets ahead of me, Isaiah smiled lightly, with me around, your ranking will only be behind mine. The crowd assumed Isaiah was joking, but in the next second, he had already begun to climb the mountain swiftly. That kid climbs so fast, jumping even under such conditions. He jumps quite high. That boy wasn't just talking big, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. When Guy turned back, he never expected Isaiah to jump higher than him. Not bad, kid. You can jump higher than me, but when we reach the second level, let's see how fast you still are, Guy remarked, slightly impressed by Isaiah's strength. Climbing required stronger power. Those with insufficient cultivation would almost certainly fall. You talk too much, Isaiah retorted as he gradually pulled ahead. Guy hadn't exerted his full strength yet, staying calm. He believed he could catch up with Isaiah anytime. Boy, what is your cultivation? I'm starting to get curious, Guy admitted, finding himself falling behind. Why should I tell you? Isaiah asked. Weren't you boasting about ranking higher than me? I find that hard to believe. You made me angry earlier, Guy coldly replied. So, what do you want? Since I'm from a distinguished family, let's make a bet. Whoever reaches the peak first wins. What do you say? Guy suggested coldly. Fine, no problem. The loser kneels to the winner and lets the other step on their head after reaching the peak, Guy added with icy eyes, confident of his victory. Such humiliating terms wouldn't be accepted easily by anyone. Feeling smug inside, Guy wore gloves that were intermediate-level treasures, specifically designed for mountain climbing, significantly reducing resistance. Moreover, Guy had late-stage martial venerable 5th-level cultivation, making him absolutely unbeatable. Isaiah was bound to lose and didn't even realize it. At the peak, Guy planned to utterly disgrace Isaiah, asserting his authority, ensuring that few at Heavenly Peak sect would dare oppose him. Kid, if you can't reach the peak, it'll be pointless. I must make you understand our difference. Laughing heartily, Guy focused on reaching the peak. The crowd at the base of the mountain watched in amazement as Isaiah leaped effortlessly onto the 2nd level. Several martial artists on the cliffside also watched in shock as Isaiah appeared abruptly, seeming to find the climb as easy as drinking tea. Chapter 342. I'm waiting for someone. Isaiah and Guy moved at incredible speeds, with Isaiah leaping several yards in a single bound, far outpacing the slow, methodical climbing of others. The martial artists on the cliff watched in awe, amazed by this monstrous climbing speed. In just a short while, they had reached the height of the 5th-level mountain. But at the 5th level, the energy suppression became even more intense, making it much harder to climb than before. Did I see that right? Who is that young man, and how can his speed be so unbelievable? He's keeping up with Guy's speed, which is quite unexpected. Guy can't even catch up to him. This is too shocking. Which of them will be faster? Everyone observed with great surprise. Isaiah's speed remained undiminished, and he ignored everyone's shock, staying ahead of Guy all the time. They had already reached the 5th level. Guy was visibly struggling, not expecting Isaiah's speed to be so fast. By the 6th level, fewer people were around, but Guy and Isaiah's pace didn't slow down. Other martial artists could only climb step by step and dared not attempt what these two were doing. The hell? I can't catch up to him. What's going on? How long can that kid keep this up? Guy frowned. How could Isaiah maintain such speed? They were now at the 8th level, just 2 levels from the peak, less than 100 yards away. Guy had no choice but to pull out his trump card, though he hadn't planned to use it. At this critical moment, he might actually lose to Isaiah. Look at Guy. He's nearly at the 9th level, and his speed has increased. Guy has a higher chance of winning. Are they competing on who climbs the fastest? These geniuses are truly unbelievable. We find climbing so difficult, yet they compete over who gets to the top first. People on the cliff felt envious and jealous. No wonder he's a Yin family genius. Few can match his martial talent. His rapid ascent speaks volumes. Guy unleashed his potential, temporarily boosting his cultivation. He had already reached the 9th level, close to the summit. As they neared the peak, fog filled the air, obscuring their view. Guy couldn't see Isaiah anymore, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that kid must be behind me now. I'm about to succeed. Just as Guy thought he would win, he saw a figure in front of him, his eyes wide open, recognizing Isaiah. How is this possible? You're actually ahead of me? When Guy saw Isaiah, he looked like he had seen a ghost, his entire expression filled with shock. Guy, you're so slow. I've been waiting for you. Didn't expect your speed to be this bad. Soon you'll be kneeling, Isaiah taunted. Isaiah leaped several yards without effort, seemingly ascending leisurely, almost as if waiting for Guy on purpose. Guy suddenly realized, this kid was utterly disdainful. Even at this height, he was so relaxed. Clearly, he had been waiting for Guy. Knowing this, Guy felt furious, encountering something like this for the first time. Kid, just you wait. I won't believe I'll lose to you. Guy gritted his teeth. They were now at the 9th level, where the energy suppression was strongest. Each step was arduous. Guy had exerted all his strength, slowing down significantly. But Isaiah's speed remained fast, easily leaping several yards. At this rate, he would reach the summit soon. Why should that brat have such speed? We've struggled here on the 9th level for so long, yet he looks so relaxed. He looks only 18 years old, and he can do this. It's truly shocking. Martial artists at the 9th level had grim faces, witnessing an amazing talent. Who would have thought the fastest climber would be such a young, unknown individual? For Isaiah, reaching the summit wasn't too difficult. After all, he was already an inner sect disciple, so this trial wasn't too challenging. Many people on the mountaintop watched Isaiah curiously, wondering why he kept stopping occasionally when he could have reached the top earlier. Did Isaiah not want to rank on the climbing board? The elder hadn't seen anyone like him in many years. With a light leap, Isaiah reached the peak. This must be Heavenly Sect. It looked splendid, catching him off guard for a moment. The grand gates of the Heavenly Sect's palace loomed impressively. A middle-aged man rode a white crane toward Isaiah. I didn't expect someone so young to reach the top. Truly surprising. I am Elder Jarrett of Heavenly Sect. Isaiah smiled lightly. Lee, I don't understand why you lingered. You could have come up earlier, wasting so much time. You're not the first one to reach the top. That's a pity. I think you could have done better earlier, Jarrett said regretfully. Not really. I was just waiting for someone, Isaiah shrugged. Hearing this, everyone felt Isaiah's arrogance. Lee, do you know that if you had been the first to climb, you could have become an inner sect disciple? Isaiah remained unfazed, showing little care. I was just betting with someone and casually climbing. I don't care about the rest, Isaiah chuckled. Jarrett immediately found him somewhat arrogant. Wasn't becoming an inner sect disciple everyone's dream? All martial artists here aimed for inner sect disciple status, yet Isaiah acted nonchalant. Though Isaiah was very young to reach the summit, Jarrett didn't see much promise in him. Lee, casually climbing to play doesn't seem like the right attitude. HM? What's wrong with that? You sound rather arrogant. An inner sect disciple doesn't need someone like you. Jarrett's tone turned slightly dismissive. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm already an inner sect disciple. Climbing here was just for fun. Isaiah showed his inner sect disciple badge. Jarrett's face changed upon seeing it. When did this kid get an inner sect badge? Even he, an elder, didn't know. I didn't realize you were already an inner sect disciple. Why didn't I know about this? Jarrett asked, puzzled and astonished, clearly confused. A previously unknown young man being a disciple of Heavenly Sect was unprecedented in the Nanyue Empire. Chapter 343. While I'm in a good mood, Jarrett felt somewhat displeased. This young man's disrespectful attitude and lack of respect when speaking to him irked him, and he harbored some reservations about Isaiah. As an elder, Jarrett was surprised by this newcomer, especially an inner gate disciple. Behind Isaiah stood Guy, who arrived gasping for breath. Upon seeing Isaiah, his face showed astonishment. Guy, I waited for you so long. It seems I overestimated you, Isaiah said with a mocking laugh. There's no doubt you've lost. Now it's time to honor your promise. Guy's face turned grim, but having made the bet, he feared breaking his word might invite trouble. With a thud, Guy knelt and bowed, catching Isaiah off guard, as he expected the aristocratic youth would refuse to admit defeat. Seeing Guy bowing, Isaiah didn't feel like humiliating him further. For Guy, this was already embarrassing enough. Aren't you going to step on my head? Not necessary since you've already bowed. Isaiah replied calmly, and then walked towards Heavenly Sect's main gate. Guy conceded wholeheartedly. Recognizing Isaiah's exceptional talent, he understood he was kneeling to someone extraordinary. Bowing to that young man, unbelievable, murmured several spectators. That teenager, what is his background? To think he's an inner gate disciple, it's astonishing. Many were amazed. Isaiah might be Heavenly Sect's youngest inner gate disciple ever, envied by all. Jarrett spoke mildly, since you're an inner gate disciple now, follow me. The procedures are a bit complicated. Guiding Isaiah to the residence, they climbed a mountain where the air was thin. Without sufficient cultivation, standing here was challenging. Those buildings are the dormitories for inner gate disciples. You have to earn them through strength. If you're weak and get ousted, that's your own fault, Jarrett explained briefly. Here's the key to a premium room. These rooms have more primordial chi, better for cultivation, though not as good as sacred grounds. But a place with chi is better than none, Jarrett added. Even living spaces with chi significantly aid cultivation, making such dormitories highly sought after. As expected of Heavenly Sect, even living quarters contain chi. However, Isaiah wasn't overly concerned. He had seen similar accommodations before, typical in most sects for disciples. Thank you, Elder. Jarrett watched Isaiah, a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Such youthful arrogance could lead to trouble sooner or later. His character invited conflict. By giving Isaiah a premium room, Jarrett ensured other inner gate disciples would challenge him, allowing Jarrett to enjoy the spectacle. Isaiah, tread carefully. Being modest isn't a bad thing, Jarrett advised. Isaiah nodded. Just as he entered the courtyard, he spotted a familiar face. You're actually here? Isaiah stared wide-eyed. Why wouldn't I be happy to see you? Adira asked. How did you get up here? Isaiah marveled. Heavenly Sect has special methods. A white crane brought me up, Adira smiled, her eyes glowing even more beautifully. Isaiah chuckled wryly. Climbing up required effort. She arrived effortlessly on a white crane, showcasing her connections. Alice. She's waiting for us downstairs. I just met an inner gate elder. Adira seemed mysterious, but Isaiah didn't pry. Do you have homing pigeons here? Isaiah wondered. For whom do you want to send a letter? Entrusting an inner gate elder should work. Isaiah wanted to check on Dulcie and the Gallang family. Time had passed, and he hadn't contacted them. Communication in this world was limited, and returning to Tianwei Empire would take days. I'll find a pigeon later. You've got a room here. Why don't we live together? Isaiah was taken aback by her sudden suggestion. Living together implied intimacy they didn't share. Before Isaiah could reply, there was a loud thud as an inner gate disciple flew out. The best rooms belong to me. Waste like you sleeps outside. All the good rooms are almost in our hands. Two arrogant voices echoed. Isaiah couldn't tolerate this. He held the key to a premium room, swinging it conspicuously. Who's making all that noise? Let's go inside. His name is Beck, a formidable inner gate disciple known for bullying others, Adira informed. You know quite a lot. I heard from discussions. Beck is a peak Wu Zun 5th rank cultivator, having comprehended one level of Heaven Realm. His arrogance stems from his power. Going in there may invite trouble. No worries. No one can bother me. If he comes, it will mean death for him, Isaiah said calmly. Facing prodigies wasn't new to him. Swinging the key provocatively, Isaiah caught the attention of a tall man, his presence formidable. Beck didn't expect to see a premium room key here. Boy, hand over your key. How dare you have a premium room? Isaiah smiled coolly, unperturbed. What did you say? Isaiah asked mockingly. Beck was surprised at this insolence. Want my key? Earn it, Isaiah responded. Beck sneered, and used to such defiance in Heavenly Sect. Today a reckless youth dared challenge him. Excellent. Soon you'll learn. You're new, haven't seen you before. Get out of here quickly, while I'm still in a good mood. Isaiah retorted coldly. Hashtag chapter 344, turning into a monster. Boy, don't be so arrogant in front of me. You don't have the qualifications for it. Your end will be very miserable. The chilling aura radiating from Beck was terrifying. He was enraged to the extreme. Here, no one dared to provoke Beck. Isaiah was practically courting death. Enough. A voice sounded. Beck turned around and didn't know who it was, but his expression changed slightly upon seeing the person. Why is it you, Guy? Do you even know this waste of space? Beck asked suspiciously. Don't look down on others. The one who's inferior might just be you. What do you mean by that, Guy? Are you really going to help him? Then you're my enemy, Beck said disdainfully. You've just entered the sect. No matter how powerful your family is, I won't be afraid of you, Beck responded, clearly agitated. As soon as Beck finished speaking, an intense aura erupted from him. Many onlookers backed away, completely intimidated. Beck is getting angry. It's rumored he possesses terrifying bloodline power, almost comparable to the strongest geniuses of the Nan family. But what kind of bloodline power does Beck have? Beck disregarded Guy because of his superior strength. Beck, I'm warning you for your own good. Don't say later that I didn't warn you when you lose thoroughly. What? Beck looked at Guy incredulously, then couldn't help laughing out loud. Haha, Guy, are you crazy? According to you, am I going to lose to him? Beck was a formidable inner disciple. Why would he be afraid of a kid like Isaiah, whom he didn't take seriously? It seems you want to change my key, you should leave now. Edit. It seems you want to take my key, you should leave now. Further refinement for natural fluency and context consistency. It looks like you're after my key, you should leave right now. Boy, enough with your arrogant talk. I've heard enough boasting. Let's see what you've got. Beck was already impatient. Isaiah immediately punched Beck, both fists meeting with explosive force, creating a powerful shockwave. Two forces clashed, causing minor tremors. Beck trembled slightly, forced to step back. His face changed. He hadn't expected this young man to have such strength. To possess such power at 18 seemed almost surreal. Beck began to take the boy more seriously. How could someone possibly match his power? Beck's expression darkened. He had spent 5 years cultivating to the first heavenly realm. Boy, it seems you have some skill. If that's the case, I'll use my full strength, Beck said coldly. His bloodline power began to manifest. Bloodline power? Are you turning into a monster? Hee, this is where the terror of bloodline power lies. I can transform into a gorilla. With a roar, Beck emitted a powerful aura and light, several times stronger than before. Instantly, a massive gorilla appeared before everyone. Seeing Beck transform into a gorilla, the crowd was terrified by his overwhelming presence. It was truly horrifying. Boy, you're dead today for daring to provoke me. Beck roared furiously. Guy's expression was grim. It was his first time seeing Beck use his bloodline power. It was indeed terrifying. With Beck having reached the early stage of the first heavenly realm and unleashing his bloodline power, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage under any circumstances. The gorilla charged at Isaiah fiercely, smashing a punch into the ground with the intention of killing him. A thunderous boom echoed as Beck created a huge crater. The sheer power left everyone dumbfounded. Boy, weren't you pretty arrogant? Now you're only running. That's all you've got. Beck's voice was piercing. Guy was deep in thought. Despite Isaiah's exceptional abilities, Beck was incredibly strong. Winning would be very difficult. Guy, you believed in that boy so much. Maybe you made a mistake this time, someone near Guy remarked. Not necessarily. He shouldn't be that weak, Guy thought anxiously. Although Beck was enormous, his speed was also remarkable. Each attack was brutal. Each punch felt like an earthquake. Dying by my hands should be an honor. Stop struggling. You can't escape. Beck aimed a punch at Isaiah, but Isaiah didn't dodge this time, which was surprising to Beck. Why isn't he dodging? Beck laughed, thinking that hitting Isaiah would mean certain death for him. He couldn't be stupid enough to try and match Beck head on. Your bloodline power is nothing to brag about. To me, it means nothing. Isaiah drew his sword, clashing blade against fist with a deafening roar. Beck's eyes widened as he felt intense heat, almost burning his fist. How could this happen? This was inexplicable. Despite Beck using his bloodline power, Isaiah had cultivated to the mid-stage of the first heavenly realm, which gave him the upper hand. At first, Beck could resist, but suddenly he was sent flying by the force. The sword's momentum was fierce, causing changes in the surroundings. Upon touching the sword energy, Beck suffered bloody wounds, flying backward rapidly. Everyone watched as Beck flew through the air, like a leaf caught in the wind, helpless, finally crashing to the ground. Spurts. Beck's face showed shock and horror. Using his bloodline power, he still lost to this boy. Why? Isaiah had overwhelmingly defeated Beck. The loss was complete and absolute, beyond Beck's wildest imagination. Beck transformed back from gorilla form to human, his body covered in sword slashes, almost completely perforated by sword chi. Seeing Isaiah approach with his sword, Beck's eyes widened in fear. What did this boy plan to do? I've lost. What more do you want? Beck asked frantically, his eyes filled with dread. Chapter 345. Mining. What more do you want? It's just a matter of throwing you out of here, Isaiah said coldly, leaving Beck completely stunned. Isaiah walked forward, grabbed Beck by the collar, and threw him out of the courtyard of the guest house. Beck looked extremely ragged and nowhere near as domineering as before. A loud thud echoed as Beck crashed into the ground, creating a small furrow. What kind of power is this? Even Beck's bloodline force can't deal with him. Truly shocking. The onlookers were flabbergasted. Beck was one of the formidable inner disciples within the heavenly sect, yet he had been reduced to this state by Isaiah. Guy also did not expect it. The situation had exceeded his imagination entirely. During Guy's match against Isaiah, he felt some resentment at losing, but now, seeing how overwhelmingly Isaiah had beaten Beck, all that remained was shock. Isaiah had managed to defeat Beck without using any bloodline power, leading Guy to genuinely admire him from the bottom of his heart. It was clear that Isaiah's martial talent made him one of the most powerful in the heavenly sect. All right, nothing else then. Let's go to the guest house, Isaiah said indifferently, causing Adira to blink her eyes. You really are quite formidable. It seems no matter where we go, you always win, Adira remarked. Just good luck, Isaiah replied with a smile. Adira and Isaiah entered an upscale room. Although it presented an opportunity for some privacy, Isaiah wasn't too concerned about it. While spending time alone with a woman might be appealing, he decided against it. Adira's background was mysterious, and the forces behind her should not be underestimated. A rational approach was always best. Now that you've come to the heavenly sect, what are your plans? Of course, it's to enter the cultivation holy land, find ways to improve my strength, and then head to the imperial city. Adira smiled sadly. Going to the imperial city is so important to you? It is very important indeed. If one day I were taken away by someone, would you come to save me? Isaiah fell silent and only nodded. Get some rest early. This upscale room had several smaller rest areas. Isaiah tried meditating for a while. The presence of abundant primordial chi in the living space was quite beneficial. Despite meditating for a long time, Isaiah didn't feel any significant progress. At his current cultivation level, rapid advancement was quite difficult. He spent the entire night focused on cultivation. The next morning, Isaiah opened his eyes. The first rays of sunlight cast a warm glow. Where was Adira? He hadn't sensed her presence much during the night. To be honest, she seemed even more enigmatic. Isaiah found himself curious about her. Despite her exceptional beauty, the mysterious aura surrounding her captivated him deeply. Do you have time to go out? Shall I take you on a mission? Adira suggested. Her voice startled Isaiah momentarily. Okay. Spending the whole night with a beautiful woman, Isaiah, surprisingly, stayed focused on cultivation. Even engaging in a conversation would have been nice. Adira's eyes took on a slightly sorrowful look. Why are you so knowledgeable about this place? Isaiah asked. Enoch of the Inner Elders told me. I know quite a bit about this place. Completing missions can earn points and gold coins, which can then be used to buy the qualifications to enter the cultivation Holy Land. Adira stared straight into Isaiah's eyes, making him uneasy and prompting him to walk ahead. Alright, since there's nothing else to do, let's check out some missions. Isaiah responded after a sleepless night with mediocre results in cultivation. Sect missions were not simple, especially those of the Heavenly Sect, as they could easily lead to death. Even inner disciples approached these tasks with caution. Whether low level or high level, each task carried considerable risks. However, the rewards upon completion were generous, which is why many disciples were willing to take the risk. Under Adira's guidance, Isaiah arrived at the Sex Affairs Department, where numerous outer and inner disciples seemed busy selecting missions. High-level missions were particularly popular among strong inner disciples who grouped together to undertake them. By the time they arrived, all high-level missions were already taken despite it being quite early. There were numerous types of low-level missions, including gathering herbs, documenting scrolls, forging weapons, and more, which left Isaiah feeling overwhelmed. Large sects indeed operated differently, and Isaiah couldn't help but smile. What caught his attention was the ranking system for both low-level and high-level missions, apparently designed to stimulate competition among inner disciples. After observing for a while, Isaiah began picking a mission. Suddenly, he saw a mining mission and couldn't help but smile. Lee, you've been looking for quite some time. Are you not choosing a mission? If not, please step aside. I'll choose the mining mission, Isaiah replied. The elder was momentarily stunned, but couldn't help laughing heartily. To choose a mining mission, the elder laughed uncontrollably. It was the lowest level task, labor-intensive and cumbersome. Undoubtedly one of the most grueling tasks. Haha, young man, you sure have no future, choosing a mining mission. You're such a waste. Probably just another worthless outer disciple. Otherwise, you wouldn't pick such a labor-intensive task. The people around him sneered at Isaiah, deeming him useless for choosing such a mundane task. Why choose this mission? Isaiah, you're doing something rather puzzling, Adira questioned. Given Isaiah's current strength, most missions should be easy for him. His choice seemed purposeful. Mining was a tiring and dirty job. Even ordinary outer disciples avoided it. No reason. This mining mission holds surprises. Earlier, I read that someone mined a gemstone, and the highest-ranked mining mission is particularly challenging. I'll break the record casually, Isaiah said calmly. Adira shook her head, wondering if Isaiah was underestimating the complexity of the mining mission. Look closely at the mission requirements. Ranking first requires mining an enormous amount of ore, which would take you a considerable amount of time, even with your abilities. This task is exhausting and the reward is minimal. Achieving first place might take you more than a month, Adira explained. For the sake of this top ranking, Isaiah was willing to undertake this challenge. She looked at him with newfound respect, as this was certainly not the mindset of an ordinary person. Others may take a month, but I'm different. My timing will be much shorter. That top record belongs to me, Isaiah said confidently, and the surrounding disciples burst into laughter. Chapter 346, Masterpiece. Haha, he thinks he can come in first place on the mining task. Where does his confidence come from? This type of ranking is always the hardest to achieve. A bunch of wasteful outer disciples spent 2 years mining day and night to get a single ranking. This newcomer is thinking too simply. Mining tasks were not that easy. While there were indeed mines within Heavenly Sect's mountain ranges, the conditions here made mining significantly more challenging. Suppressing one's essence energy made warriors physically weaker, so mining required constant effort. Even for a warrior-venerated realm practitioner, it was very exhausting. Mining was a difficult, unpopular low-level task that few would choose. Mining involved digging through rock, so who knew what valuable gems one might find? Isaiah saw records of people finding gems while mining and decided to try his luck. Isaiah ignored the mockery around him. Why don't I go with you? That place is quite dirty. Is it all right for you to follow along, especially dressed in a long dress? Isaiah asked. It's fine, she replied. Isaiah and Adira went to the mine together, drawing envy from many disciples. What kind of treatment was this? To go on a mining task with such a beautiful woman by one's side. Adira's beauty caught everyone's attention. They were all surprised. Clearly, it was the lowest level task, yet an exceptionally beautiful woman accompanied him, which seemed rather strange. The mine was right before them, and Isaiah looked into the distance at the place which appeared dirty and chaotic. Adira, I advise you to return, Isaiah said softly. It's okay, I'm bored anyway. I'll watch you mine for some time, Adira said with interest. This place felt unusual, almost as if human intuition was being greatly affected. Isaiah noticed his senses weakening significantly. As an alchemist, Isaiah's perception was usually strong, but here, it diminished noticeably. The mine was enormous, yet no one was here carrying out tasks or even guarding it. This highlighted how unpopular the task was. This mine isn't simple. It has affected me quite a bit. Isaiah started mining with a pickaxe, but soon found it troublesome and inefficient. I told you, this task is the most difficult and involves grueling, dirty work. Adira smiled slightly, occasionally wanting to see Isaiah regretting his decision. Difficult? Isaiah pulled out his sword and instantly released several strands of sword chi, opening up layers of rock. You plan to use your sword momentum to collapse the rock strata. Adira was momentarily stunned. Isaiah's control over his sword chi was exceptional and steady. Breaking specific rocks became effortless. By ensuring the mine remained intact, Isaiah attacked with sword chi ferociously, quickly revealing many ores. Only someone who had mastered sword chi could be so flexible. Isaiah smiled faintly as numerous, undamaged ores emerged from the rocks. An hour later, the amount of ore Isaiah dug was substantial. Adira couldn't help but marvel at how resourceful Isaiah was. Following Isaiah's method, it wouldn't take long to gather enough, or to meet the task requirements, even for first place. You probably won't need too much longer to complete this task. Isaiah smiled gently. Naturally, I thought it would be more difficult, but now it seems much simpler. Isaiah sensed a strange fluctuation that didn't feel like ordinary ore. Perhaps it was something valuable. Adira watched as Isaiah created what seemed like a masterpiece, almost slicing off half a small hill using his sword chi. Moreover, he used this environment to train his sword chi further. What did you find? Seems like something valuable. Isaiah smiled lightly. Adira, noticing Isaiah's delighted expression, was curious about what he had discovered. Isaiah carefully mined the rocks with his sword, seemingly cautious not to damage anything. Adira furrowed her brows slightly, appearing even more captivating. What did you find? Isaiah sliced open a crevice in the rock in front of him, revealing a green light. He squinted, seemingly having found what he was looking for. I didn't expect to dig up a gemstone this soon. Isaiah laughed, hurriedly removing the green gem from the rock layer. Isaiah smiled, sensing similar gemstones nearby. The gem appeared highly valuable. It should be worth quite a lot. Isaiah examined the green gemstone in his hand. You actually found a gemstone so quickly. What's going on? Adira was astonished. I told you, mining is easy for me. Using a pickaxe would naturally be difficult. Who knew Isaiah would use sword chi to excavate so quickly and efficiently? Isaiah continued digging without saying much. After the first gemstone appeared, a second and third followed. These gems are popular among the royal family. You've made a significant profit. In total, he unearthed 10 gemstones of different colors, all dazzling and bright. Isaiah worked through the night, only intending to return the next day after reaching the required weight for first place. Additionally, he also found gems, completing the task successfully within just a day. Allowing you to rest in such a place for a night, I apologize, Isaiah said apologetically. It's fine. It was worth it to see such beautiful gemstones. Perhaps only with Isaiah, Adira wouldn't mind coming to such a filthy place with poor conditions. Let's head back the same way. We should rest well today. I heard the sect has some good places to eat. Isaiah picked up his sword and opened a spatial pocket, tossing the ores inside. For first place, 80 kilograms of ore were required, which he now met entirely. Upon returning to the affairs department, others noticed Isaiah. His clothes were somewhat dirty, and he had black smudges on his face. To think such a pretty girl went mining with him. Truly unbelievable times. Aren't you aware? He declared yesterday that he would break the record for first place in the mining task. Others spent years on it. What a waste. He probably hoped to find gemstones for a big profit. Haha. Many disciples mocked Isaiah, believing he returned after failing, since they didn't see any ore on him, making it seem pathetic. Returning without accomplishing anything must have been embarrassing. Chapter 347. Envy. Not finding a single mine and still coming back to the affairs department? This guy is truly making a joke? Everyone sneered at Isaiah. To them, he was exceptional all right, in a negative way. Not even discovering one mine and still having the audacity to come back. Was he waiting for everyone's mockery? Isaiah lifted his sword and opened the spatial ring. 80 kilograms of ore dropped out with heavy thuds. The disciples and elders were all taken aback by the sound of falling rocks, dumbfounded. Their eyes nearly popped out as if they saw a ghost. This was beyond belief. How could someone possibly dig up so much ore? The situation was astonishing. Even a martial veneration realm warrior would consider it an achievement to dig a few pieces of ore in a day. Isaiah had only gone out for one day and returned with 80 kilograms of ore. Heavenly Sect didn't usually pay much attention to mining operations, but this amount could meet demands for the next year or two. The elders' gaze on Isaiah could be described as admiring. This task was extremely difficult, yet Isaiah completed it so swiftly. How could this be possible? How did he manage it? Is he some kind of professional excavator? Why did he find so much ore? The quality of these ores isn't low, and they're all in good condition. He's truly impressive. The faces of the disciples turned grim. Isaiah remained silent, and the disciples felt their faces burning with shame. Isaiah didn't take them seriously. Earlier, the disciples had mocked him, but now he had proven his capability while staying humble. Breaking the mining record in a single day left the disciples utterly stunned, struggling to imagine the extent of Isaiah's strength. Just as everyone was shocked by the quantity of ore, something green and shiny suddenly caught their eyes, blindingly brilliant. For a moment, they were dazed. It can't be. What's that thing? A disciple exclaimed. A green gemstone, shimmering brightly, left everyone staring in awe. Their pupils dilated to the maximum. The elder moved forward, visibly shaken. Is it really an emerald? The elder's voice trembled. He had spent decades in Heavenly Sect and hadn't seen one since 10 years ago. Now, to see so many at once. You actually dug up 10 gems of different colors? The elder took a gem from Isaiah's hand, carefully holding it as if fearing any mishandling. The elder stared at Isaiah, amazed and unable to understand where these gems came from. It was like Isaiah had cheated, defying all logic. Such gems might be found in mines, but they were incredibly hard to extract. Sometimes, it took years to find just one, relying solely on luck. The probability of digging up a gem was very low, considering the vast area of the mines. Isaiah, how did you manage to find so many gems? The elder asked curiously. I just had good luck, Isaiah replied with a faint smile. His perception had been unusually clear, allowing him to quickly pinpoint the location of the gems. Luck was his answer. Jealousy flared among the disciples. Why did he have such incredible luck? Regardless of the rewards from the ores, there were also 10 gems, treasures reserved for the imperial family, which would buy them at high prices. Isaiah probably earned over 1,000,000 gold coins in a single day. All right, convert them into points and gold coins for me, Isaiah said coldly. So many valuable items made the elder and other inner sect disciples prone to ulterior motives. With such high stakes, they might even attempt robbery. Isaiah's formidable aura intimidated even the elder, who quickly smiled. This disciple must be extremely powerful to unearth so much, or in such a short time. Enoch couldn't afford to offend someone like him, especially with others harboring ill intentions despite seeing such enormous benefits. Come on, Isaiah, take a seat. Let's figure this out. The elder conferred with others. Given the outstanding completion of this task, every kilogram of ore would be paid for accordingly. The ore totals 30,000 gold coins. 10 gems, based on their quality, add another 90,000 gold coins. Total, 120,000 gold coins, plus 1,000 points. Everyone listened in disbelief. A simple mining task yielded such a huge reward. Over 1,000,000 gold coins in a single day. Even inner sect elders would struggle to earn so much in 5 years. This kid is the king of mining. Look, the elder has already declared Isaiah top miner. Most importantly, he'll be able to enjoy the best cultivation resources and visit holy lands. Incredible. Not only had Isaiah earned a massive amount of money and points, but he had achieved more than what higher-level missions usually offered. High-level missions required teamwork, splitting the rewards. Completing the lowest-level mission yet earning such rich rewards left everyone envious and jealous. All right, bring your disciple token. I need to mark it. Isaiah handed over his inner sect token. The elder was slightly surprised. It was an inner sect token? Never judge a book by its cover. Initially, everyone thought he was an outer sect disciple, who knew he was already an inner sect member at 18, surely making him the first in heavenly sect's history. Seeing Isaiah earn both points and a hefty sum, the surrounding disciples envied him intensely. They couldn't believe a new disciple could be this powerful. Even being an inner sect member, he was still a newcomer who broke records and likely earned more gold coins than anyone else. He won't have a good end. Sooner or later, people will try to take what he has, one disciple muttered. Isaiah collected the gold bars and prepared to leave, planning a trip to the holy cultivation land or searching for good martial arts techniques in the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Heavenly sect's martial arts were famously potent. Despite sharing similar ranks, these martial arts were notoriously difficult to master. Just as he returned to the guest house, Isaiah raised an eyebrow upon spotting Guy flying towards him. You, a useless waste, kneeling before a newcomer? You bring shame to our great clan. A disdainful voice filled with arrogance rang out. I bet and lost. I have no complaints, Guy gritted through his teeth. To belong to a great clan and act like this brings disgrace. Hand over all your gold coins and submit monthly payments from now on, the person commanded imperiously. The surrounding disciples shuddered. Chapter 348, 10,000 coins per day. Guy was confronted by 4 menacing men, the leader of whom wore his hair in a long braid. Their overwhelming yuan qi exuded an imposing presence, seemingly far more formidable than Guy's. These inner sect disciples had been training within the sect for several years, and dealing with one like Guy would be child's play to them. There was virtually no chance for Guy to resist. The other disciples at the guest house dared not even breathe, utterly terrified. In the face of the long-haired man's intimidating yuan qi, they didn't dare make a sound. My gold coins were given to me by my family. I will not easily give them to you, Guy declared. You're a piece of trash who kneels to others. What face do you have left? If you don't hand over the money today, I'll cripple you. Consider it for a few seconds. The long-haired man kicked Guy's knee as he spoke. There was a sickening crunch. Guy screamed in agony, drenched in cold sweat, feeling like death itself would be better. Trembling all over, Guy knew that if he did not hand over the coin soon, he might well be beaten to death. Although Guy belonged to a prominent family, his personal strength was inadequate. If he died here, the Yin family could demand accountability, but the Sky Spire sect would simply pay reparations. All right, no problem. I'll give you the coins. Guy looked wretched. He couldn't risk losing his life over money. Galef was more important than dignity. Enoch 10,000 coins per day, the long-haired man said with a chilling smile. What? Enoch 10,000 coins per day? Where can I get so many coins from? Can you ask for less? I really can't afford that much, Guy protested, embarrassed. If you have no money, ask your family. Fail to pay, and I'll cripple both your arms and legs. You have no right to haggle with me, understood? As he spoke, the long-haired man stamped on Guy again, causing him to vomit blood and tremble all over. Sky Spire sect indeed wasn't a place for humans. A scion of the third-ranked Yin family in Nansha Empire was being bullied this badly. Many disciples were frightened out of their wits, wishing they had fled the sect sooner. They might not survive otherwise. By what right does he demand your coins? A voice suddenly interjected. The long-haired man paused, curious about who dared challenge him during his moment of retribution. Did they wish to die? He turned around to see a teenager, barely 18 years old, standing there. Instantly enraged, he felt his authority questioned. The surrounding disciples exchanged uneasy glances, sure that the newcomer was signing his own death warrant. Speaking up at such a time was tantamount to suicide. With a grotesque expression, the long-haired man didn't bother with words. He aimed to make the newcomer bleed, setting an example for any who would disrespect him. Newcomers showing him no respect wouldn't be tolerated. Determined to cement his authority, he intended to cripple Isaiah. A powerful palm struck out, its yuan qi forceful and arrogant, like a devouring beast. As the earth cracked under its force, Isaiah merely flicked his sword scabbard, deflecting the devastating blow effortlessly. Are you alright, Guy? Guy's face was pale as he gritted his teeth. I'm fine. Who is that guy? Ranked 14th among the inner sect disciples, Milo. He's a true bastard. No matter how gifted the new disciples are, as long as they're not stronger than him, he extorts protection fees from them. Suddenly, Guy spat out a mouthful of blood. These seasoned inner sect disciples were strong due to years of cultivation. By extorting gold coins, they could advance quickly, having enough money to visit holy grounds or choose martial arts from the treasure pavilion. New disciples were inevitably exploited, which caused a subtle change in Isaiah's expression. That kid was quite lucky just now. I haven't used my full strength yet. Otherwise, you'd be dead, Milo sneered, distracted by Adira's beauty nearby. Arrogantly, he gazed at Adira, entranced by her stunning looks. Isaiah interrupted his reverie. Oh, you enjoy collecting protection fees. Since I'm new too, do I also need to pay up? Of course. If you newbies don't follow the rules and pay, we won't protect you. Sooner or later, someone else will beat you to death, Milo replied, increasingly displeased by Isaiah's interference. With a deadly gaze, he added, Boy, be smart, or you'll end up like Guy. How much do I need to pay then? Enoch, 10,000 coins per person per day. Not a single coin less. Isaiah couldn't help but laugh. Even members of prominent families found it difficult to pay 10,000 coins daily. For ordinary disciples, this was nothing short of impossible. What a joke. Only a few more years of cultivation makes you think you're superior. Milo stared wide-eyed, astonished by Isaiah's words. In response, Isaiah's voice resonated proudly. Kneel and apologize to Guy, or I'll show you no mercy. Milo's face contorted in fury. Laughing hysterically, he'd never heard anything so absurd in his life. Does this kid know who he's talking to? He himself was ranked 14th among the inner sect disciples. No one ever spoke to him like that. Ha ha ha, Milo laughed wildly, his laughter echoing with murderous intent as the surrounding disciples retreated in fear. Kneel, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Stop bullying new disciples, Isaiah said calmly. Furious beyond measure after laughing, Milo seethed. You dare tell me to kneel? Boy, you truly know nothing. I am the great number 14 ranked inner sect disciple. His features twisted grotesquely, filled with menacing intent. To brag about being ranked 14th? Don't you feel ashamed? It seems you're a real brain-dead fool, Isaiah mocked. You'll soon realize how foolish you are, Milo growled, an icy killing aura enveloping him instantly. Primordial sky palm. Milo unleashed a palm strike, sending a colossal hand-shaped imprint flying toward Isaiah, brimming with murderous intent, as if capable of rending mountains apart. All eyes widened. How would Isaiah respond to this attack? Chapter 349. Backed by someone. Isaiah squinted his eyes and casually retaliated with a palm strike. The palm print released by Milo dissipated immediately upon contact with Isaiah's hand. The enormous energy collision caused the ground to explode, and Isaiah swiftly thrust forward with his sword, accompanied by a bone-chilling coldness. A flash of cold light from that sword instantly pierced Milo's chest, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. The massive impact of the sword thrust sent Milo flying away instantly. Pooh, Milo looked ashen. That previous sword strike had left a small hole in his chest. He knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Milo's eyes were filled with shock. How could this newcomer be so strong? He was someone who had reached the first heaven-level realm, yet he was completely defenseless against Isaiah. Everyone fell into a deathly silence. It wasn't until some time later that gazes started to turn towards them, all showing looks of incredulity and terror. That single direct sword thrust had been executed cleanly, incapacitating Milo completely. The new disciple had defeated the 14th ranked inner gate disciple with just one sword strike. This was simply inexplicable, defying common sense. Heaven, what happened? How could the new disciple be so powerful? So strong, my God. Who is this person? That sword strike was too domineering. The newly admitted disciples felt a surge of excitement. Their previously heavy hearts now seemed to have found a glimmer of hope due to Isaiah. Isaiah stood on the side of the new disciples, meaning they would no longer be bullied. Milo still couldn't believe he had lost like this. He was at the Wu Zun realm 5th stage and had comprehended the early phase of the first heavenly level. How could such power result in defeat? Who exactly are you? Kneel down and apologize to Guy, and compensate for his healing expenses. Otherwise, don't think you can leave today. Isaiah's voice was icy cold. A sword was placed against Milo's neck, and he felt an intense fear. This young man's strength was truly astonishing. You want me to apologize and pay compensation in gold coins? A fool's dream even if you were stronger than me, Milo said disdainfully. Do you know my master is Inner Gate Elder Arthur? I am his most beloved disciple. If you dare touch me, heaven won't tolerate you. Will you still be able to stand in the heavenly sect? Milo boasted arrogantly. This was also why Milo dared to be so tyrannical and demand protection fees here at the guest house. It was because he had backing from influential forces. Elder Arthur, who was Milo's master, caused everyone around to reveal expressions of shock. The Inner Gate Elders of Heavenly Sect were incredibly powerful, and just hearing their names could send shivers down one's spine. Moreover, Milo was Arthur's favorite disciple, his biggest protector. Arthur wasn't just an Inner Gate Elder, but was about to become an elder-level figure. I didn't expect that behind Milo, there's such a solid support. All over, no one dares oppose Milo anymore. Arthur and the deputy headmaster have a good relationship. A fight with Arthur equals fighting all the Inner Gate Elders. The faces of the newly admitted disciples turned pale. The strength of the Inner Gate Elders was undeniable, holding absolute advantages in terms of power. Each new disciple lowered their heads, looking rather grim. Isaiah smiled faintly. He thought Milo possessed some special skills, but it turned out to be just this. Ranked 14th among the Inner Gate disciples, daring to act tyrannically here. Now I understand the reason. Haha boy, are you afraid? Now it's too late to regret seriously injuring me. Milo looked extremely displeased. After pausing, Milo continued, however, if you stay still and let me give you one strike, then double the gold coin payment on time. I might consider letting you off easy. Oh really? Isaiah gave a faint smile. Suddenly, the crowd saw blood splash everywhere as a hand flew out, shocking Milo before he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Milo writhed on the ground, his condition pitiful as the new disciples felt a sense of vindication in their hearts. Every time Milo collected protection fees, many new disciples would end up injured or driven to suicide. Seeing him suffer himself, the new disciples were elated. Finally, someone had come to punish this bastard. Milo seemed almost to collapse. Take me to see Master. I must see Master. Milo's subordinates hurriedly supported him, picking up the severed arm, and they fled hastily. Boy, you wait. You just wait. Milo roared hoarsely, filled with rage and killing intent. Guy shook his head, somewhat regretting that Isaiah had intervened. Master Galen, I've harmed you. It isn't worth it. Having the support of an inner gate elder, he will definitely seek revenge on you, Guy said guiltily. Don't worry. I have nothing to fear, Isaiah replied calmly. Adira also slowly approached. You sure know how to go all the way every time. Isaiah shrugged indifferently. Thus, Isaiah had provoked an inner gate elder. Did he not realize how serious this matter was? For a new disciple to provoke such a significant figure meant certain doom even for someone like Guy. Guy looked grave and sighed involuntarily. There's nothing to worry about. No matter how many people like him come, I don't need to fear. That worthless fellow, his master won't be much more impressive. So what if it's an inner gate elder? They'll fly away once I hit them, Isaiah's dominant voice echoed. The courtyard of the guest house fell silent. Such blatant disregard for an inner gate elder could only be from him. So what if it's an inner gate elder? Was this something a new disciple dared say? The new disciples wondered if Isaiah was exaggerating. Could such bold and unruly words invite disaster? Yet Isaiah indeed had capital to be proud. He had defeated Milo with just one casual sword strike, effortlessly overcoming any difficulties. Isaiah extended his hand and helped Guy to his feet, feeling a great deal within his heart. The person who made him kneel did not look down on him at all. His heart was filled with gratitude. If it had been anyone else, they would certainly have despised Guy and wouldn't have bothered to help him when he was being bullied like Isaiah did. Your foot looks terrible. Try to get treated as soon as possible, Isaiah said. I will find a way, Guy replied, his face difficult. Milo's attack was vicious, almost rendering his foot useless. Chapter 350, New Disciple. If you need help, I will assist you. Without a fourth-rank medicine for your leg, it might not recover properly. You must provide the natural herbs. Really? I'm immensely grateful. Guy was deeply moved. He almost wanted to kneel and thank him. Isaiah not only didn't look down on him but treated him like a friend. By the way, do you have a place to stay? Isaiah asked. Not yet. All the guest rooms seem to be full, Guy replied, somewhat embarrassed. How about this? I can rent another room for you. This is too much. I'll try to pay for it myself. Guy felt awkward, being grateful that Isaiah had saved his life, and now was offering him accommodation. Suddenly, Guy thought of something. Larger rooms require quite a lot of gold coins and points. Perhaps, Mr. Galen should reconsider. It's no big deal. Points are easy to come by. I don't care much about them. Isaiah shrugged. Guy's eyes widened. Could it be that Mr. Galen has earned many points and gold coins? Not too many, just over 1,000,000 gold coins and 1,000 points or so. Guy stared at Isaiah in shock. How did he earn so much money? As a newcomer, how could Isaiah achieve such results? What task did you do to earn so much money? Mine extraction task. Isn't that the lowest level task? Adira walked over and explained slowly. He broke the record and even found gems. Guy couldn't help but marvel internally. Earning so much money in one day, he felt envious. No wonder Isaiah had the courage to rebuke Milo. Absolute strength made all the difference. Let's go inside, Isaiah said. No need, Mr. Galen. I think I should figure things out on my own. I can't expect you to help me forever. I need to grow stronger, Guy replied solemnly. Making friends with someone like Isaiah, Guy believed if he couldn't match up, it would be embarrassing. I'll find a place to stay myself. My family will help with my leg injury, Guy smiled. All right, but feel free to ask me if you encounter any difficulties. You saved my life today. I am truly grateful and will repay you someday, Guy said earnestly. Isaiah turned to Adira. Let's go inside. Adira approached, took his hand, and they entered the guest inn together. Everyone watched in astonishment. How could someone as powerful live with such a beautiful woman? Being so formidable and disregarding the inner sect elders was one thing. But now Isaiah even had a beautiful companion. As a newcomer, he was utterly different from others, living at the pinnacle of life. Back in his premium room, everything was ready for Isaiah. The clothes, bathing water, meals, all were prepared. Premium rooms were highly sought after, typically owned only by powerful inner sect disciples as a symbol of status. The renewal fee for your premium room is due, sir. To continue staying here, you need to renew, an official from the registration desk said. Oh, so it needs to be renewed. Indeed. All disciples must pay a fee to stay here. There's no free service, the official smiled. Isaiah nodded. How much does it cost per day for a premium room? 1,000 gold coins a day. Straight from the sky. A voice exclaimed in obvious displeasure. Isaiah looked up to see Beck approaching, wrapped in bandages looking rather pitiful. Isaiah smirked, ignoring Beck completely, which infuriated him. Why are you, of all people, staying in a premium room? If you're short on money, better give it up. Noticing Adira beside Isaiah, Beck's eyes filled with jealousy. Why did Isaiah get to have such a beauty by his side? Someone who looked like a princess with captivating charm. To stay in a premium room, you need 10 points and 1,000 gold coins a day, the official stated. That's not a problem. 600 points for 2 months, totaling 6,000 points and 60,000 gold coins. Isaiah replied calmly. Everyone turned to look, wondering who could afford such extravagance. Even the most powerful inner sect disciples typically renewed every 3 days. After all, earning points was difficult, and spending gold coins wasn't trivial either. Only top-ranking disciples might afford 2 months in a premium room. For a newcomer, even if rich, obtaining enough points was unlikely. Beck first froze, then burst into laughter. Isaiah, though you have some strength, you must have lost your mind. How can you possibly afford it? Where did you get so many points? Laughing heartily, Beck added, "Did 600 points fall from the sky?" Following Beck's mockery, others in the hall joined in with ridicule, treating it like a great joke. This new disciple has mental issues. Probably boasting in front of a pretty girl. The funniest thing I've seen. The official also smiled, finding Isaiah's actions somewhat laughable. A new disciple needs sufficient points. Judging by your appearance, you're probably not nobility, right? The official sounded skeptical, finding Isaiah's claim implausible. Check my point record. Isaiah handed over his token, along with 60,000 gold coins worth of silver drafts. The official held Isaiah's token and closed his eyes to sense it. The system allowed elders to input special numbers for points, facilitating records. His eyes immediately widened in surprise. "You actually have 1,000 points? How is that possible?" The official exclaimed in disbelief. A new disciple couldn't possibly have that many points. 1,000 full points was enough for a whole year's use. This boy was using it to buy 2 months in a premium room? Could anyone with a sane mind do this? Hashtag chapter 351, disrupted mind. The warden looked as if he had seen a ghost. Having worked in this place for so many years, he had never seen a new disciple with such high initial points. At this moment, a servant rushed over holding a ledger of point settlements. The warden opened it and saw the first line. Isaiah dug up 10 imperial gemstones, receiving a special reward of 10,000 points from the royal family. Wait, there are more newly calculated points, and it's another 10,000, an adjacent disciple exclaimed, nearly scared out of his wits. The warden's palm holding the token dropped it to the ground. 1,000 points wasn't enough. Now he's also rewarded with 10,000? Is something wrong? What exactly did he do to receive such a reward? You've got to be kidding me. I've been here for so many years and never even reached 10,000 points. Could something be wrong? Beck was the most agitated person among them. Beck snatched the ledger and indeed found that Isaiah had dug up 10 gemstones. Beck felt a sharp pain in his chest, almost spitting out blood. This newcomer suddenly accumulated more than 10,000 points in the blink of an eye? Isaiah also saw the bonus points, realizing the royal family truly appreciated those gemstones, which were apparently imperial tributes. He originally had more than enough with just 1,000 points, but now he gets 10,000 out of nowhere. Sigh, comparing oneself to others really can drive one crazy. Others can mine 10 gemstones on the lowest level task. How envious. Many disciples exchanged glances, all feeling envious. You may not know, but he achieved this in just one day and broke 2 records. Enoch's record is for the most mining, and the other is for digging up 10 gemstones, said a disciple, still in shock from what happened that day. Hearing these words, Beck felt deeply sarcastic. He had participated in many dangerous missions, always risking his life. The points they finally obtained after splitting among a few were pitifully low, taking 3 months to save up 1,000 points, even under lucky circumstances. Why should Isaiah earn points so easily, especially being rewarded 10,000 by the royal family for just one day of mining? Beck felt extremely unbalanced and stared at Isaiah with great resentment. Well, the settlement is complete. Young Master Galen, please come inside. You can stay in the best room for 2 months. Maybe not 2 months. Isaiah smiled faintly. If he stayed for 2 months, there would be no need to go to the capital city. Isaiah and Adira left together. Suddenly, Beck spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. It was too infuriating. It seems those people are quite jealous of you, Adira chuckled. The disciples stared dumbfounded at Isaiah, finding it quite amusing. That's natural since I'm staying in the best room. What else? What else? Isaiah asked. Do you think they won't be jealous because I'm with you and we're living together? Isaiah was momentarily stunned. Well, yes. Back in the room, Isaiah went into his small resting room, took a shower, and changed clothes. When he had nothing else to do, he closed his eyes and practiced cultivation. Cultivating here won't lead to rapid improvement, Adira's soft voice echoed. For some reason, her words disrupted the calmness in Isaiah's heart. Haven't you tried it? Although there's essence energy here, it's not abundant. Adira's voice was soft and soothing, making people feel almost boneless. Aren't you coming out yet? Or shall I come in? No, I'm not dressed. Isaiah started panicking. Galloping together was already awkward, and getting any closer would be disastrous. Isaiah felt strange. His willpower was usually very strong, yet Adira's simple words made his heart race. This was not a normal influence. Isaiah felt somewhat out of sorts. Pushing open the wooden door, Isaiah sighed. Adira sat leisurely drinking tea. Isaiah glanced at Adira, sensing she had something to say. What now? What's the matter? If you want to quickly advance your cultivation and improve your strength, why not participate in an assessment? I'm an inner sect disciple. How could I not know about assessments? I can get you a recommendation letter to participate in the assessment. I asked the elder who spoke to me earlier. Isaiah paused, considering this. That's quite helpful. Not a problem, Adira replied, immediately producing a recommendation letter. You had the recommendation letter ready? Naturally. I prepared for this in advance. Isaiah couldn't help but laugh. Adira thought things through thoroughly. They set off together. Adira led Isaiah to a place called Heavenly Tower. Even the sky sect was at a high altitude, and this tower seemed endless, making Isaiah wonder if it reached the heavens. This place is Heavenly Tower. Entry requires 500 points, the guard said coldly, exuding a strong oppressive force that made breathing difficult. Isaiah immediately produced his token. After confirming, the guard nodded. Even for inner sect disciples, entering this place was challenging, requiring 1,000 points. It was tough without exceptional strength. Just entering required 500 points, a hurdle for many. If Isaiah didn't have 10,000 points, he wouldn't be able to enter either. This Heavenly Tower piqued Isaiah's interest. Adira and Isaiah entered, and he was slightly surprised. Can you enter here at will? My identity is special. Don't worry about it, Adira smiled, batting her beautiful eyes. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, increasingly convinced this woman was no ordinary person. Thinking back to how she disrupted his composure in the room, It was his first time experiencing such an effect. It wasn't just because Adira was stunningly beautiful. Did she possess such immense strength? Isaiah pondered for a while but couldn't ask directly. There's a trial within this heavenly tower. It seems like battling one's own clone, challenging one's strength. The clone has all your abilities and knows your weaknesses. What if there are no weaknesses? Isaiah asked. Haha, impossible. Everyone has weaknesses. Once the clone trial is passed, you can learn the unique martial arts of the Sky Sect, including lesser heaven-class techniques. You know a lot and in great detail, Isaiah marveled. Feeling apprehensive? Adira laughed. Translation notes asterisk. Character names. Translated names are retained in their pinyin forms. Tone and style. Kept as close to the original narrative style and tone as possible, ensuring it remains engaging and consistent. Structure. Paragraphs and line breaks match the original text for readability and coherence. Natural language. Ensure translations flow naturally and grammatically correct in English. Chapter 352. Helping him. Well, not really. I just admire you somewhat, being a girl and all. Isaiah only now noticed an issue he had initially overlooked. He couldn't gauge Adira's strength at the time, and trying to discern her realm now revealed it was virtually unfathomable. Don't talk. Let me see what this test is about, Isaiah said in a relaxed manner. Inside the heavenly tower was extravagantly decorated. It was uncertain how it was built, but the murals were dazzling and carried an overwhelmingly powerful pressure. At that moment, a figure slowly approached from above. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this Elder Jarrett who had given him the key to the superior room? Elder Zhou, thank you for the key to the superior room. Jarrett was slightly taken aback upon seeing Isaiah. How did this young man end up in the heavenly tower? He had only been in the sect for a short while. Moreover, Isaiah had the key to the superior room and hadn't clashed with other disciples. He seemed perfectly fine. After several seconds of surprise, Jarrett's expression returned to normal. This test inside the heavenly tower isn't simple. Only the absolute strongest, the elite among elites, can reach here. By battling their own avatar, they gain insight into new realms. What realms you can comprehend depends on your own fate. So, what realms can we understand? An inner sect disciple asked curiously. The second unique realm of heavenly sect, the avatar realm. Upon hearing Jarrett's words, everyone became extremely excited. Comprehending the unique realms of heavenly sect would significantly enhance one's strength. Jarrett's expression turned solemn as the disciples present showed utmost respect. This test wasn't a joke. It was filled with challenges. Isaiah looked at Adira. Are you here for sightseeing? That's right. I wanted to see how strong you are. Am I here to comprehend realms? Isaiah chuckled faintly, feeling no need to worry about the test. It seemed like a piece of cake to him. Isaiah and the other disciples ascended a floor. Before them lay an expansive space. A grand hall lined with mysterious mirrors that made one uneasy. Each mirror varied in size. Disciples needed to close their eyes and face these mirrors to gain insights into new realms. Everyone was highly excited, knowing such opportunities didn't come easily. Earning 500 points wasn't simple. Participating once here was precious. They had to seize this chance. Isaiah closed his eyes, facing a mirror. Indeed, this wasn't easy for a martial artist, despite there being no actual combat involved. The mirror led the martial artist into a virtual world where they fought their avatar. These battles were real. If one got injured or even died, it affected the person. Everything depended on one's capabilities. Isaiah faced the virtual world reflected in the mirror, where a figure identical to himself walked over. He thought about his weaknesses, perhaps becoming clear after fighting his avatar. Isaiah swiftly drew his sword, displaying his most formidable sword technique. His avatar also unleashed a powerful sword technique without mercy. The two immensely forceful sword techniques collided, creating a blinding flash. Isaiah was slightly pushed back. The avatar's strength matched his, indeed formidable. This test was intriguing. Isaiah smiled faintly. Now, how could he defeat it? His avatar used the same sword technique as Isaiah, giving his sword immense resistance. Ding! Master has engaged with his avatar, triggering 100x enlightenment, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. Isaiah blinked, expecting immediate enlightenment, yet it didn't happen. Without hesitation, he swung his sword with a spinning jump, slashing fiercely. Indeed, this avatar was tough. Regardless of the sword technique Isaiah used, the avatar countered. It had been a long time since Isaiah felt so challenged. His hands holding the sword tingled. Ding! Master has engaged with his avatar, triggering 100x enlightenment, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. Despite gaining significant experience, he didn't immediately comprehend a realm, showing this challenge wasn't simple. Isaiah frowned. The avatar began attacking fiercely, overwhelming him. With no apparent weaknesses, its speed and strength were unparalleled. Clenching his teeth, he hadn't experienced such intense combat for a long time. I didn't think I was this powerful, Isaiah remarked sarcastically, struggling even against his own avatar. Clearly, this test was challenging. Isaiah had to take it seriously, unlike previous experiences where he grasped realms effortlessly. This exceeded his imagination. Isaiah frowned again. Comprehending realms proved difficult, leaving him momentarily stumped. Ding! Congratulations, Master has reached peak avatar realm. Isaiah blinked, still pondering how to comprehend when the system helped him already. He couldn't help laughing. Though it took longer than before, this realm comprehension was still swift and didn't hinder him. Opening his eyes soon, Isaiah discovered something interesting. He could create an illusionary clone that should possess half his combat power. This was powerful. Naturally, the clone's strength could be merged into his own, enhancing his strength by half. This avatar realm was no small feat, making primordial energy more formidable. Now, he had comprehended a new realm. To fully grasp heavenly sex realms, one must achieve the second realm comprehension and comprehend 4 primal union, 2 essential conditions needed for heavenly realm comprehension. No wonder heavenly sect surpassed enlightenment C. These realms were incomparable. Just then, Jarrett slowly approached. His aura intensified, instantly creating an identical avatar, Possessing impressive combat power and half his cultivation strength, the avatar could merge into Jared, boosting his power by half, emitting a potent primordial energy that compressed the air around him. The surrounding disciples appeared incredibly excited, witnessing this avatar realm, deeming it incredible. The avatar realm is too hard to comprehend. I can't possibly defeat my avatar. Heavenly sects realms are notoriously difficult, which explains why many can't achieve it. I must comprehend it. Otherwise, it will be even harder later. The disciples were eager, their gazes burning with fervor. Chapter 353. What did I do? Isaiah also found this realm difficult to comprehend, and it would surely be even more challenging for the disciples. He had already grasped it, but didn't feel like showing off. Since he had comprehended this realm, Isaiah intended to leave. However, at that moment, he saw a familiar figure. Get out of here. Don't hinder us from comprehending the new realm. The tone was quite aggressive. Isaiah found this person very irksome. It was Beck, the same bully who never changed his ways. These inner disciples all feared him. Beck had chosen a good spot in front of a mirror and wouldn't allow others to come close, making him seem rather domineering. It was as if this place belonged to Beck. The expelled inner disciples did not dare to protest. It seemed they weren't afraid of Beck, but of the towering figure behind him. This person looked very rugged, somewhat ugly, yet exuded a terrifying aura. His prideful demeanor was evident. At this moment, Isaiah slowly walked over. I said, no one is allowed within 10 mirrors distance. Are you looking for trouble? Beck said angrily. When Beck looked up and saw Isaiah, he was taken aback. How could he run into Isaiah wherever he went? A new disciple had actually come to the heavenly tower? Beck was first stunned, then filled with animosity. Thinking of how Isaiah had humiliated him lately, he clenched his teeth in anger. Enemies meet and eyes redden. This was especially true for Beck. What are you doing here, Isaiah? What am I doing? This is where everyone comes to grasp the new realm. I find this spot nice. Can I stay here? Isaiah replied teasingly. This annoyed Beck immensely. Was this kid intentionally challenging his authority? What do you want, Isaiah? Nothing much. Why should you bully people here? Tell them to scram? I think the one who should leave is you. Isaiah spoke calmly, causing Beck's face to darken. Remembering all the times Isaiah had wronged him, Beck's face turned red with rage. Do you think you're someone special? If I don't leave, what can you do about it? Very simple. I'll throw you out of the heavenly tower this time. Himph. Do you really think you can bully me so easily? Beck sneered, unhappy with the situation. Isaiah seemed overly confident, almost believing himself invincible. Behind Beck stood a formidable figure, likely stronger than Isaiah in both skill and power. Jacob, standing beside Beck, wore a sullen expression. This boy kept causing trouble. Why was an 18-year-old acting so arrogantly? Jacob was initially displeased, but soon his expression softened, even revealing a hint of worry. Don't you believe me? Soon, I'll throw you out, or you can jump yourself. Seeing Jacob step forward, Beck felt relieved. Finally, someone who could deal with Isaiah. All right, Beck, let it go. This young man is no ordinary person. I apologize on behalf of my student. Jacob bowed respectfully. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden calmness of this rugged individual. He had expected a fight. I'm feeling generous today, so I'll let you off. Thank you, sir. Jacob pulled Beck into a bow. Though clearly reluctant inside, seeing Jacob's apology, Isaiah decided to let it go. He wasn't one to push things too far. With a wave of his hand, Isaiah walked away. Why are you flattering that kid, Jacob? You fool. That person isn't simple. Even if I were to fight him, I might not gain any advantage, Jacob said grimly. I might not be able to beat him. This is heavenly sect. If you get disciplined, keep your act under control, Jacob warned. Beck's face turned pale. He had hoped to vent his frustration but ended up in such a humiliating situation. Would he always be beneath Isaiah's feet? If even bringing Jacob couldn't help him deal with Isaiah, would he ever have a chance again? Why was Jacob wary of Isaiah's strength? Beck wondered if Isaiah was truly exceptional. At 18, having such high cultivation without many rivals made Beck jealous. I've been trying to comprehend this realm for nearly 3 years. This time, I must succeed, Jacob declared confidently. The previously driven away disciples now bowed gratefully to Isaiah. Thank you, sir. Isaiah waved dismissively with a smile. You're welcome. Hurry and focus on your comprehension. In this hall, only Isaiah roamed freely, seeming unconcerned about time passing. The other inner disciples rushed to grasp the new realm. Pooh! An inner disciple spat blood from severe injury. Indeed, comprehending this realm was no easy task. None of the disciples seemed to progress smoothly. After half an hour, a loud sound echoed as Jared approached. Time's up. All inner disciples, stop now. Hearing this, many inner disciples paled. They hadn't comprehended much, and time had flown by so quickly. How did time pass so fast? I haven't even grasped a fraction of it. Sigh, lacking talent makes it too hard. I can barely handle myself. Grasping the clone realm is so difficult, almost impossible. Among these inner disciples, hardly anyone succeeded. Many were severely injured. Opportunities are fair. If you fail the first time, it will only get harder. Some may not understand even after 5 or 10 years. Jared's voice was stern and cold, almost mocking the inner disciples. Reality was cruel. Failing to grasp the clone realm meant their cultivation advancement would stagnate. This time, it seems only one old inner disciple succeeded. You're all useless. I've seen newcomers comprehend the clone realm their first try before. Jared's words struck deeply at the inner disciple's lack of ability. Comprehend the clone realm the first time? Talent can't be gained through effort alone. Without being a martial genius, there's no way to stand out in heavenly sect. The disciples were dejected, feeling utterly defeated. Jared noticed Isaiah. Heh, in all these years, I've never met someone so nonchalant. You're the first, Jared remarked disdainfully. Elder, what did I do? Chapter 354. Such an attitude. What did you do? You were halfway through comprehending the realm, and yet you were shopping here? Do you think I didn't see you casually touring around? Jarrett scolded angrily. That's my freedom. What business is it of yours? You. Jarrett was so angry that his beard stood on end. This boy dared to talk back to him. It was just as he feared, like trying to prop up mud against a wall. If any of you are like him in the future, becoming conceited with a little strength, you'll eventually be expelled from the sect, Jarrett said disdainfully. That's not necessarily true. A disciple like me won't be kicked out, Isaiah smiled. Responding word for word, Jarrett's eyes turned red with anger. When he reprimanded disciples, they always kept their heads down and didn't dare speak. Today, this Isaiah had quite the audacity. The inner sect disciples actually thought highly of Isaiah. After all, he had driven away Beck and others. But now, contradicting Jarrett like this felt somewhat suicidal. Truly overconfident. We'll wait and see, Jarrett said disapprovingly. This Isaiah lacked self-awareness but appeared harmless, and it was the first time he encountered such waste. He decided not to say more about it. Alright, let me assign some matters next. If it's your first time comprehending this realm, you get 10,000 points as a reward. Of course, if you comprehend the realm today, you also get 2,000 points, Jarrett said indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. They never expected the reward to be 10,000 points, but it was too difficult, a requirement to comprehend the Shadow Realm for the first time. Even comprehending the Shadow Realm earned you 2,000 points. Everyone was inwardly excited, but few could achieve it, watching these points disappear before their eyes. Fisher looked at the disciples disdainfully, as if they were all useless. The look in his eyes made all the disciples' faces turn black. Initially, people thought Isaiah's mountain climbing record was commendable, but now he seemed too arrogant. To be shopping after only comprehending for a while, it was truly laughable. Fisher believed this person would ruin himself. Under generous rewards, some inner sect disciples planned to give it a try, to see if they could grasp the Shadow Realm. In case they inadvertently released it under excitement, anything was possible. Those few disciples' eyes were filled with fervor. If they gained 10,000 points, they would have peace of mind for 2 to 3 years. This was a good opportunity. A few inner sect disciples demonstrated the Shadow Realm. The first 3 showed some signs but couldn't split successfully. The last 2 managed to split, but the shadow disappeared within seconds. None of them met the standard. Humph, waste. All of you are waste. All those who came to comprehend today are nothing but useless. Jarrett spoke without holding back, seeming to want to utterly crush their morale. The disciples felt a thick layer of dark clouds hanging over their heads. Just as everyone looked glum, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. Jarrett raised an eyebrow. Could it be Isaiah again? Is this kid going to boast again? However, Jarrett turned back to see that the speaker was Beck, who had a smug expression. These people don't comprehend well. They lack talent. Their Shadow Realm comprehension is simply laughable. Beck, you're a senior disciple. But even if you can comprehend now, you can still get 2,000 points, Jarrett said, familiar with this Beck who had been trying to comprehend for several years, nearly succeeding. Beck was extremely pleased. He immediately demonstrated the Shadow Realm, and a slightly blurred figure appeared, almost indistinguishable. Early stage Shadow Realm, barely passing, Jarrett nodded contentedly. At least someone comprehended, which was better than nothing. Seeing Beck's shadow, everyone gazed with surprise, feeling very envious. So impressive. If I practice for a few years, I might be able to comprehend the Shadow Realm too. We need to work harder. The disciple sighed, realizing Beck was the only one who could comprehend the Shadow Realm. Beck's shadow mimicked his actions, showing off continuously. Hearing the astonished sounds from everyone, Beck felt immensely proud, enjoying the crowd's admiration. You've comprehended for so many years. You should keep working hard. You're not very talented either. Jarrett dampened his mood. Yes, Elder. Beck bowed his head. Next, the other disciples looked gloomy. Seeing no success earlier gave them some courage to try, but now they were too afraid. My 2,000 points are secure. No one dares to step forward? Jarrett asked again. A bunch of cowards. Go home and sell sweet potatoes. The disciples felt crushed inside. Having already failed to comprehend the realm and receiving further criticism from Jarrett, felt like salt being poured into an open wound. Seeing Isaiah's indifferent attitude, Jarrett suddenly had an idea, to humiliate this kid. Isaiah, aren't you so confident? Why don't you show us? I'm a bit worried. Haha, worried about making a fool of yourself? Not comprehending the realm doesn't make you the only one, Jarrett scoffed. No, I'm afraid of damaging other disciples' confidence. I'll skip it. Blasphemy. There's no one as arrogant as you. If you can't do it, admit it. Putting on a pretense of greatness, what would happen if you had half of Beck's humility? Jarrett scolded. Isaiah smiled faintly. Fine, since you insist, I will demonstrate the Shadow Realm, but you must apologize to me. Apologize? If you can demonstrate the Shadow Realm, I will apologize. If you can't, kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights. Jarrett's face turned black with rage. It's a deal. Isaiah, you really talk big. Aren't you embarrassed? What right do you have to boast here? I've at least comprehended the realm. Look at your sorry state, Beck sneered. Behind Beck, Jacob looked serious, observing Isaiah thoughtfully. This young man wasn't simple. Isaiah shook his head leisurely, making everyone irate with his calm demeanor. Beck crossed his arms, not believing this kid was truly so outstanding. 18 years old was probably the peak for Isaiah's cultivation level. Another realm would make people doubt his humanity. The Sky Sect's Shadow Realm was formidable, allowing one to create a shadow with half the strength of the original. It not only maximized potential but significantly increased power. Grasping the Shadow Realm was incredibly difficult, not something easily comprehended. Isaiah's carefree attitude. He even went shopping during comprehension. How could he possibly comprehend the Shadow Realm? Chapter 355, Cultivating Sword Momentum. Let me just explain to you. Your poor talent for enlightenment makes it almost laughable. It takes you years just to succeed in comprehension. Isaiah began demonstrating his mastery of the Avatar Realm. Instantly, within a 10-meter radius around him, an intense energy manifested, so formidable that merely looking at it caused shivers down one's spine. The energy revealed its sharpness vividly, causing Jarrett to raise an eyebrow and slowly widen his eyes. Within Isaiah's 10-meter range, a figure identical to him appeared almost instantly, making it nearly impossible to tell who was real or fake. The energy exuding from both figures was suffocatingly intense. This avatar was uncannily accurate, leaving no trace of blurriness like Beck's had. Is this the late stage of the avatar realm? Wow, the avatar looks exactly like him, and that energy is terrifying. Isaiah's avatar is far stronger than Beck's. The difference between their avatars is heaven and earth. Every disciple who saw Isaiah's avatar widened their eyes in disbelief. No one could fathom such a scenario. Wasn't Isaiah just wandering around in the hall? Yet, he managed to comprehend the avatar realm even while shopping. Moreover, it was Isaiah's first visit here, and logically speaking, he should not have been able to reach this realm. It was truly frightening. Jarrett stared wide-eyed, finding it hard to believe. He wore an expression of shock. Where did this monster Isaiah come from? Did he just casually comprehend the avatar realm after walking around in the hall? Thinking about it made Jarrett even more shocked. This seemed inexplicable. While there had been cases before where people comprehended realms on their first try, none were as effortless as Isaiah's, who spent only a short time to achieve success. Looking at Isaiah's avatar, it seemed as if this realm was already at its late stage, even reaching peak. After so many years in the Heavenly Peak sect, Jarrett had never seen a disciple as monstrous as Isaiah, and he felt genuine admiration. Isaiah wasn't being arrogant. Rather, he was quite humble. Reflecting on what happened, Jarrett sighed. For a long time, Jarrett was inwardly stunned. With Isaiah's comprehension speed, it was almost breaking the record for the fastest comprehension. During the mountain climb, Isaiah could have broken records, but chose to wait. Now reflecting on it, he was indeed a prodigy. Seeing Isaiah's refined avatar, even core disciples might not have achieved this level. Beck's face turned deathly pale. He couldn't imagine things would turn out this way. Isaiah could comprehend the avatar realm while merely strolling in the hall. Beck had thought his bloodline gave him an advantage, yet now it seemed inferior to Isaiah's comprehension. On the side, Jacob wasn't too surprised. It seemed everything had been within his expectations. Not causing conflict earlier had indeed been the right choice. I am truly sorry, Isaiah. I overstepped just now. Please forgive me. Jarrett apologized without hesitation, acknowledging Isaiah's strength. Isaiah was undoubtedly a fearsome prodigy. While the Heavenly Peak sect had many geniuses, few were as terrifying as Isaiah. Isaiah shot Jarrett a glance, but didn't say much more. Well, according to the rules, the first person to come here and gain comprehension earns 10,000 points. Beck's eyes widened. Isaiah earned another 10,000 points? His original 10,000 points hadn't even finished, and now he had another 10,000. Isaiah was likely among those with the most points, very few core disciples having reached 10,000 points. Although some others had, none had done so in just a few days of joining the sect. After leaving the hall, Isaiah met Adira. She looked delighted and indeed quite beautiful. She was sipping tea and waiting for him, seemingly quite leisurely. It seems this realm isn't much trouble for you. You know what happened upstairs? Isaiah asked. Your conversation wasn't exactly quiet. What do you plan next? Adira asked. Isaiah pondered for a moment, lifting his sword. I think there should be a place here to enhance my sword momentum. It's been a long time since I improved it. Your sword momentum has already reached the peak of the 4th realm. Advancing to the 5th will be no easy feat. The 2nd level of the Sky Tower can aid in breakthroughs, but it depends on your own efforts. The 5th realm of sword momentum, Isaiah was actually quite eager to see it. I'll tell you something. Unless you've reached the major 4th realm, you can't comprehend the 5th realm's sword momentum, Adira said. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Breaking through to the next major realm seemed distant. So how do I enter the 2nd level of the Sky Tower? With points. Perhaps I can continue drinking tea. Adira lifted her teacup elegantly. Wow, thank you so much. Isaiah's lips curved upwards, and he headed straight for the 2nd level, which had a dedicated staircase. At the entrance to the 2nd level of the Sky Tower, tall guards stood guard with cold expressions, their aura intensely formidable. Anyone entering the 2nd level of the Sky Tower requires 1,000 points per hour. Unauthorized intruders will be killed without mercy. Their tone was highly intimidating. Give me 5 hours, Isaiah said calmly. The guard didn't look down on Isaiah despite his initial surprise. 5 hours meant 5,000 points. This newcomer was quite bold. The guard took Isaiah's token, deducted 5,000 points, then realized he still had nearly 14,900 points left. Isaiah slowly entered the 2nd level of the Sky Tower. The place was truly remarkable. The suppressed energy here was dozens of times stronger than during the mountain climb. Cultivating here could maximally stimulate potential. Isaiah wanted this effect. Comfortable environments weren't conducive to growth. This is the best cultivation spot I've ever sought. Isaiah smiled lightly, each step feeling difficult despite his recent mastery of the Avatar realm. Swinging a sword here wasn't simple. Isaiah felt immense pressure on his body, as if carrying tons of weight or a massive mountain. With a clang, Isaiah finally drew his sword, releasing a wave of sword chi. He panted slightly. In this vast 2nd level, Isaiah found no other cultivators. Few people could make it here, allowing him to focus solely on cultivation. Time passed slowly as Isaiah continuously swung his sword. It was extremely challenging under these conditions. Ding! Master cultivated sword momentum, triggering a 100x comprehension rate, gaining experience of 500 by 500. Time ticked away. Chapter 356. You are Isaiah. Ding! Master has cultivated sword momentum, triggering a 100x enlightenment, gaining 500 by 500 experience. Yet, there was no breakthrough. Isaiah was slightly out of breath, sweat dripping from his forehead. Despite such intense training, he hadn't broken through yet. 5th stage sword momentum was truly difficult. Even though Isaiah had already reached the peak of 4th stage sword momentum, he still felt unsatisfied. It seemed that Adira wasn't joking. Without reaching the 4th major realm in cultivation, It was indeed extremely hard to break through further in sword momentum. Hearing the system notification, Isaiah felt a slight change in his expression, as if somewhat disappointed that he hadn't broken through. After all, Isaiah's current strength and cultivation weren't weak at all. Any further improvement would be exceedingly challenging. For hours had passed, and Isaiah continuously heard the notifications of gaining experience points. However, the 5th stage remained an elusive goal. Feeling his own sword momentum, Isaiah sensed some improvement over before. With just 1 hour left for cultivation, Isaiah was somewhat reluctant to stop. It was hard to imagine how much time a normal cultivator would need to reach the 5th stage of sword momentum. Ding! Congratulations on mastering level Enoch of 4th stage sword momentum. At first, Isaiah was pleasantly surprised by this voice, but then realized with a hint of disappointment that it was still within the 4th stage, not 5th. He hadn't anticipated that there were different levels within each stage of sword momentum. Level Enoch of 4th stage clearly surpassed the peak stage in power by far. Any breakthrough was better than none, especially since 5th stage sword momentum was still far off. Isaiah felt happy deep down. He had spent a considerable amount of time on the 2nd floor of the Sky Tower and was quite content. He planned to return again next time. Isaiah felt his sword momentum was at least 3 times sharper and more potent than before. The momentum had thoroughly fused into his hands. However, he still needed to find a way to earn points. Without points, Isaiah would face difficulties, just like coins. They were both indispensable. Are you still waiting for me? Actually, you could have gone back earlier. Isaiah smiled as he saw Adira. Adira was reading several black, exquisite bamboo slips. She smiled faintly. No problem. I thought you'd live inside there. It's already evening. I'm planning to rest. I have to see an elder, so I'll go back myself. Adira put away the slips. Isaiah and Adira walked together for a while. It was already night due to the height of Heavenly Clan. The moonlight here was particularly beautiful, combined with the enchanting night scenery, making anyone feel entranced. Isaiah stared at the moonlight, lost in thought. Goodbye, see you in a few days. Adira waved goodbye and left. Isaiah returned alone to the guest inn. The guest inn was not a peaceful place. Conflicts often occurred there. As Isaiah approached, several people deliberately blocked his path. They were tall and muscular, looking fierce as if someone owed them millions of gold coins. Are you the Isaiah? The leader asked, full of thuggish arrogance. His messy hair made him look rather unpleasant. What do you want? Isaiah asked. These people surrounded Isaiah, causing other disciples to look terrified. That's Dominic, ranked 10th among inner disciples, right? Can't believe he's here again. Dominic must be after Isaiah. No wonder, given Isaiah's wealth and points. Dominic has taken many disciples' tokens, thus earning their points. He's an infamous bully who does nothing good. In Heavenly Clan, having one's token stolen could result in serious consequences. If it can't be retrieved, one might be expelled from the sect. If a disciple accumulated too many points, they risked being targeted. They'd either have to pay to buy back their token or risk expulsion during the elder's inspection. Tokens were used extensively within the sect, necessary for everything, including staying at the guest inn. Without a token, one couldn't move freely. Mentioning Dominic filled the disciples with fear. He was ruthless, with few daring to provoke him. Dominic had stripped many strong disciples of their tokens, ruined their dantians, and forced them out of the sect, leading to unknown miserable ends. His thuggish demeanor was intimidating, like a gang leader, smirking as he looked at Isaiah without a care. Isaiah, your fame has grown recently. Made quite a bit of golden points, huh? Dominic sneered. Beside him, someone added, he earned over 20,000 points and 1,000,000 gold. This caused a stir among everyone. They'd heard Isaiah had made a lot, but not this much. No wonder he's here. He must have come prepared. Isaiah is doomed. All those points and gold will end up with Dominic. What a pity. He made so much in the sect, only to lose it all. The disciples sighed, some feeling sorry for Isaiah, considering he was known for helping the weak. But who dared to stand up now? To step forward would mean certain death alongside Isaiah. They lowered their heads in resignation. News of Isaiah's massive earnings from mining had spread widely throughout Heavenly Clan, becoming common talk. Yet, most people hadn't seen Isaiah, only knowing he was a newcomer. Mining was the lowest ranked task, exhausting and dirty with low returns. But Isaiah had achieved a miracle, discovering 10 gems, a stroke of extraordinary luck. But now, with Dominic here, everything changed. Isaiah's luck had run out, and all would be taken away. Ah, am I that famous? What's going on? Isaiah smiled, asking casually. Little brother Isaiah, this is brother Dominic, ranked 10th among inner disciples. Now you know who he is, Alistair beside him said arrogantly. Isaiah remained calm and composed, unperturbed. The disciples gulped, wondering if he realized the danger approaching. Why this tone? He's a well-known figure. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dominic, ranked 10th among inner disciples. Emphasizing his rank, Dominic exuded an overwhelming aura. So what? Isaiah asked. A flicker of anger flashed in Dominic's eyes, but he kept smiling. Sir Galen, don't get the wrong idea. I see potential in you. How about we become brothers? When I rise to power, I'll definitely take you with me. Hashtag chapter 357. Such contempt. Dominic continued. As long as you lend me your token once, I will only charge you 15,000 points to help me break through my realm in the Sky Tower. With my name backing you, no one will dare bully you. Oh, that's it. You should have said so earlier. It's just lending my points, Isaiah said with a smile. The other disciples sighed. They had thought Isaiah would put up some resistance, but he seemed to have no such intention. The weak were destined to be exploited. Dominic was slightly taken aback, not expecting it to go so smoothly. He had assumed this newcomer would be prideful. He hadn't anticipated that a few words would suffice for agreement. It was too easy. Dominic felt elated inside. Isaiah would give him the token, and if he wanted it back later, Dominic would ask for 1,000,000 gold coins. Otherwise, forget it. A cold glint flashed across Dominic's eyes. Many thanks, Master Galen. Quickly hand over the token for use. Tonight, we'll feast until dawn. Dominic extended his hand. As soon as Isaiah handed over the token, Dominic would teach him a lesson. No problem, lending my points is fine. But let me finish speaking, Isaiah said. What else? Dominic raised an eyebrow. Isaiah shrugged, the corner of his mouth curling upwards. With all my points, 15,000 points need interest. Just repay me 30,000 points in 3 days. Isaiah said earnestly. Dominic froze, thinking he had misheard. For a moment, the entire courtyard was dead silent. 15,000 points turned into 30,000 points, all within 3 days. The disciples looked at Isaiah in shock. They had thought he would not resist, but now these words made it clear he was deliberately provoking Dominic. Dominic's face darkened immediately, staring intently at Isaiah. You little punk, how dare you play games with me? Don't you know I'm ranked 10th? Weren't you asking for a trade? Can I set terms? Isaiah asked with a smile. If I have so many points, charging interest is normal. Otherwise, forget the deal. Isaiah spread his hands, his expression mocking. Everyone held their breath in shock. If Isaiah had lent the points, there would be nothing wrong. After all, he was a capable disciple who still had a chance to rise from being submissive. But now, Isaiah's actions would definitely not go unpunished by Dominic. He was doomed. After all, Isaiah was a new disciple. How could he compare to Dominic, who was ranked 10th among inner disciples? You're feeling antsy today, huh? To speak like that to Steph and Dominic, you're looking for death. Giving you the chance to be my brother was giving you face. How dare you mock us so brazenly? Dominic's companions blushed red with anger, waiting for the signal to tear Isaiah apart. Dominic had never looked more furious. Despite having some appreciation for Isaiah, he truly intended to become brothers with him. As a 10th-ranked inner disciple of heavenly sect, supported by an elder, many feared crossing him. When had a newcomer ever dared to show such contempt? Isaiah, you've got some guts. Lending me 15,000 points was giving you face. Do you really think you're something? You like standing up for the weak, do you? Very well. Today, I'll show you what true strength means. You can pay protection fees for those trash from now on. Today, I'll make your life worse than death. Dominic roared angrily, flames seeming to burst from his body. Each person pays 10,000 gold coins per day, or you'll wish you were dead. Haha, not bad. I didn't plan to collect protection fees, but now I've got an idea. You don't deserve it from me. Isaiah paused and continued. Each of you pays 10,000 gold coins per day. Requiring payment from Dominic and his group, what kind of logic did Isaiah follow? Everyone was worried about him. His actions seemed doomed to lead to a tragic end. Isaiah, you've surprised me. If I don't kill you today, I'd be failing you. Dominic's eyes blazed with rage. At this moment, Dominic was like a volcano about to erupt. Many disciples feared his power. Why so talkative? If you want to fight, then come quickly, Isaiah said with a faint smile. Almost everyone thought Isaiah was mad. Challenging Dominic, ranked 10th among inner disciples, was suicide. Hold it. A commanding voice echoed. Everyone turned around to see Elder Jarrett slowly approaching. Dominic's face changed. Why did the elder arrive at this moment? What's going on here with so many people gathered? Jarrett asked. Elder, nothing, just chatting. If you want a duel, please use the arena. No fighting here. These are the rules. Dominic's expression soured. Without the elder present, rules might be ignored, but with Jarrett here, they must follow them. Disperse. Jarrett glanced at Dominic. Isaiah, remember this. Remember what? If you have the guts, meet me in the arena for a life or death match. Dominic's eyes were bloodshot. Fine, no problem. Isaiah, you're a new disciple. Challenging him will invite ridicule. 3 days from now in the arena, Jarrett commanded sternly. Jarrett, as an elder, couldn't be ignored, and Dominic fell silent. Why was Jarrett protecting Isaiah? He was known for being strict. What purpose did he have in defending Isaiah? 3 days, can you agree to it, Isaiah? No problem. Maybe I should take your 10th place, Isaiah said confidently. The crowd erupted in disbelief, everyone staring at Isaiah with wide eyes. How confident could he be? He's overconfident. Just won a few matches and he's getting arrogant. He's just asking for trouble. Many disciples commented. What did you say? Dominic snarled, a grim look on his face. He had never heard anyone challenge him like this. Dominic, ranked 10th among inner disciples, was now facing a challenge from a newcomer. Dominic was at the 6th level of martial venerable, mid-stage comprehension of heavenly realm, an extremely powerful level. How dare this ignorant youth challenge him? Dominic laughed maniacally. I'll let you stay at number 10 for 3 more days, then you'll understand the gap between us. Very well, Isaiah. I'll remember you. In 3 days, don't run away with your tail between your legs. You're dead then. Dominic was enraged, determined to show everyone that 10th place wasn't to be challenged lightly. Pointing at Isaiah, Dominic and his group left reluctantly. Jarrett shook his head. Even you may not have a sure win. I doubt it. Please note that I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text while ensuring the translation flows naturally in English. Chapter 358, 6th Rank Herbs. Isaiah did not waste any time. In 3 days, one could accomplish many things. The Department of Affairs still had plenty of people coming in to accept missions, and the disciples were all busy dealing with various tasks. Last time Isaiah chose a mining mission. This time he decided to switch it up. Seeing the list of missions, Isaiah locked onto the herb gathering task. After all, he was also a formidable alchemist. Collecting useful herbs would be right up his alley. Enoch's advantage was that he could use them for himself, while the other benefit was completing the task at hand. The heavenly sect had a couple of mountains where medicinal plants were cultivated, but not everyone could gather high-rank herbs. Many struggled to find superior quality herbs. For Isaiah, finding 3rd or 4th rank herbs was a breeze. An alchemist's perception worked wonders here. In no time, Isaiah had identified 30 different types of herbs, all of 3rd rank. He found 10 4th rank herbs, 4 of which were quite rare. The points earned aren't too much, but something is better than nothing. I hope I can find 5th rank herbs this time. Isaiah shook his head. He'd spent half a day there already, and hadn't found any 5th rank herbs, yet he wasn't discouraged, planning to keep looking. Earning 1,000 or 2 points from gathering herbs shouldn't be difficult as long as he reached the required amount of high-rank herbs. Points were very important to Isaiah because everything at the heavenly sect required points. Clearly, 15,000 points were not enough for him. Entering the cultivation grounds on the 2nd floor of the heavenly tower alone cost 5,000 points. Surely this mountain full of herbs must have 5th rank ones? Isaiah raised an eyebrow. He stayed in the mountain for 2 days. After searching for so long, Isaiah closed his eyes and finally sensed the distinct aura of 5th rank herbs. Approaching the source of that unique fragrance, he was surprised to discover that the herb seemed to move on its own. As he got closer, he felt the energy radiating from it was extraordinary, far surpassing his expectations. Could this be more than just a 5th rank herb? Isaiah said in surprise. The herb didn't move too fast but was still hard to catch. His expression changed slightly as he quickly dashed towards it, eager to see what it was. Anything that produced such vibrations piqued his interest. What on earth is that? Isaiah's eyes widened. It looked like a ginseng root but with limbs, moving about actively and devouring other herbs. Isaiah was stunned. No wonder it was so extraordinary, exuding such a strong aura. It was consuming high-rank herbs itself. This should be a 6th rank herb. It has absorbed a massive amount of primal and spirit chi, gaining consciousness and mobility. Isaiah's eyes shone brightly. The ginseng was being cautious, paying attention to its surroundings, clearly on high alert. Even though Isaiah was still far away, the ginseng sensed something wrong and quickly fled. If this 6th rank herb escapes, it will be a huge loss. I must capture it. Isaiah exclaimed excitedly. 6th rank herbs were different. Isaiah was captivated by it at first sight. Moreover, this ginseng seemed to have reached a level of sentience, possibly having existed for over 1,000 years. He could feel its continuous flow of primal and spirit chi. This was like a living 5th rank elixir. Isaiah believed consuming it would significantly boost his abilities. Directly consuming herbs, especially a 6th rank one, could greatly enhance a martial artist's innate talent and potential. Keeping a safe distance, Isaiah realized the ginseng was quite cunning, fleeing even from a bird flying overhead. Getting close to the ginseng was challenging. Isaiah knew if it escaped, he wouldn't get another chance. So how could he capture it? Isaiah soon had an idea. He placed the 4 rare herbs he had found as bait and waited patiently. True to expectations, the ginseng was insatiably greedy, having devoured countless herbs along the way. The 4 rare 4th rank herbs lured it closer. As the ginseng consumed the 4th rank herbs, Isaiah struck immediately, sending a sword aura straight at it. Struck by the sword aura, the ginseng fell to the ground, struggling to get up. Isaiah rushed over. If the ginseng weren't so gluttonous, Isaiah might not have had this opportunity. He sighed in relief, lifting the ginseng. Definitely a 6th rank herb. Its aura alone intoxicates me. Isaiah felt incredibly invigorated. The aroma reminded him of a 5th rank elixir, bringing immense benefits. Without hesitation, Isaiah bit into the ginseng, swallowing several mouthfuls. Herbs were indeed bitter, making it hard for Isaiah to bear as only half remained. A surge of primal chi gathered within him, flowing continuously through his body. Ding! You've consumed a 6th rank herb, 1,000-year ginseng, triggering 100-fold enlightenment. Gained 1,000 by 1,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, Master Galen. Your cultivation level has reached the mid-stage of the 6th level martial respect realm. Isaiah gasped. Suddenly overwhelmed by the influx of primal chi, he barely held on. Deeply shocked, the ginseng wasn't even finished yet, and he'd already made significant progress. 6th rank herbs were truly extraordinary. What would happen if he consumed the entire ginseng? Isaiah pondered. He had already eaten half. Perhaps it would be better to take the remaining precious 6th rank ginseng back for points. Cultivation levels could be increased later when needed. Consuming the ginseng now wouldn't significantly improve his cultivation, but earning points was essential. Points were crucial for Isaiah. Finding 6th rank herbs in the heavenly sect was rare, and Isaiah anticipated becoming renowned again, like digging up gems from a mine. Discovering a 6th rank herb among the herbs, Isaiah wished to stay low-key, but it always seemed otherwise. Putting the ginseng away, Isaiah retraced his steps. Not many disciples came here to gather herbs, given the difficulty in finding high-rank ones. The task wasn't particularly sought after either. Upon returning to the Department of Affairs, Isaiah heard a group of people discussing. That Beck has been in the limelight lately. Not surprising. He managed such a tough mission. He does have some skill. They gained quite a lot of points this time. Isaiah overheard many astonished voices. Everyone was surrounding Beck, who was now in the spotlight for completing an outstanding mission and earning 1,000 points. Quite a substantial amount. Chapter 359. Easily surpass you. Beck immediately frowned and walked over with a hostile expression when he saw Isaiah. Isaiah, did you go mining again? Beck asked sarcastically. Not this time. I went to gather medicinal herbs, Isaiah replied. Medicinal herbs? Really? Beck couldn't help but sneer. Isaiah, for all your fame, everyone thought you were a martial genius. Who knew you'd be doing something as menial as gathering herbs? That's a low-rank task. Why can't I do low-rank tasks? Isaiah laughed. Don't underestimate them. I may have more points than you. Don't get too cocky, Isaiah. I finished a high-level task and got 1,000 points. Can you top that by gathering herbs? Beck was clearly upset. Isaiah made a disdainful face. With just those few points of yours, I could surpass you with any random task. What's there to brag about? Isaiah's words, declaring that he could easily surpass him, were incredibly audacious. His bold claim naturally attracted everyone's attention as they wondered who would dare say such things. That kid really dares to talk like that. Who is he? He must think he's great for completing a low-level herb gathering task. He's probably an arrogant new disciple who doesn't know his place. He might struggle to even reach 100 points. Isaiah's arrogance was evident. Beck had completed a high-level task, whereas Isaiah only did a low-level herb gathering task. Yet here he was boasting. Everyone looked at Isaiah with disdain. Isaiah, you're just good with words. I can't believe you actually think you'll score more points than me this time. Isaiah glanced at him, unimpressed by Beck's audacity. Don't be so sure. Are you challenging me to a bet? Isaiah asked. Spurred on by Isaiah's challenge, Beck flared up, not believing he could lose to Isaiah. Is Isaiah really that extraordinary? Beck was skeptical. It took him a lot of effort to complete a high-level task and earn 1,000 points. My task points haven't been recorded yet. Let's make a bet. If I win, you give me 2,000 points from your token. If you win, I'll give you 2,000 points, Beck said confidently. Beck gave Isaiah a smug look. There was no way Isaiah could gather enough herbs to earn more than 1,000 points. Low-level tasks could yield significant points if one had great luck, just like high-level tasks, such as hunting monsters or acquiring rare cores which could earn 5,000 to 10,000 points. It all depended on one's luck. Beck raised an eyebrow, eager to see how many points Isaiah would earn from his herb gathering. I don't care much for your 1,000 points, but since you insist on giving them to me, I'll reluctantly accept them, Isaiah smiled. Seeing Isaiah's harmless expression, Beck felt infuriated. An elder in the affairs department shook his head. He didn't expect these new disciples to wager so much. 1,000 points was no small sum. Such bets were rare. Now watch my herbs closely, don't be shocked, Isaiah said as he used his sword to open his spatial ring. He pulled out all the herbs he had gathered over the past 2 days. 3rd and 4th grade herbs appeared before everyone's eyes. Many disciples were stunned. When they visited the herb mountain, they hadn't found so many high-grade herbs. The unique aroma of the herbs filled the hall, leaving the elder a little surprised. How did he gather so many herbs? And they're all relatively high-grade. Why couldn't I find them? Look, there are even several 4th-grade herbs. My goodness, he's so lucky. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the variety of herbs Isaiah had brought, noting their high grades. The elder quickly instructed someone to count them. There are 10 kinds of 4th-grade herbs, 7 of which are rare, totaling 55 plants. For 3rd-grade herbs, there are 25 kinds, 7 of which are rare, totaling 120 plants. Counting took a while as it wasn't often they saw such high-quality herbs. Each plant was handled carefully. If converted to points, the total would be 1,500 points, the elder reported after counting. Upon hearing the elder's statement, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Could gathering herbs really earn so many points? This was a low-level task, typically harder to gain significant points from. Yet Isaiah managed to earn quite a lot again. Was he just incredibly lucky, or what? Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. How did it come to this? Beck's face turned extremely dark. He never dreamed it would end this way. Gathering herbs could earn so many points? Beck stared at the 3rd and 4th grade herbs. Unlike typical disciples who gathered common herbs at best or 2nd grade ones at most, Isaiah had all high-grade herbs. 3rd and 4th grade herbs were hard to find. How did he manage to find so many? Gaining more points from a low-level task than a high-level one was something only Isaiah could achieve. Beck felt as though he were bleeding inside. Those 1,000 points were hard-earned, now lost to Isaiah. He felt deeply frustrated, unable to fathom that Isaiah could be so skilled in gathering herbs. Beck realized he made a grave mistake, underestimating Isaiah's capabilities, as demonstrated by his success in mining. The elder held Isaiah's token. Beck's points have been added to your token, along with the points from your herbs, totaling 2,500 points. The elder regarded Isaiah with admiration. Truly, the sect had found a talent beyond compare. Within the sect, no one rivaled Isaiah in such remarkable feats. His speed in gathering herbs was unparalleled, almost beyond description. Other disciples were torn between jealousy and awe. Isaiah earned many points without risking his life, unlike themselves. Isaiah chuckled softly. I still have one more precious herb. Another herb? Saving the best for last? The elder asked. Isaiah seemed to be holding the best herb until the end. Beck, already furious, sensed something worse coming. Could it be even higher grade herbs? Beck thought of 5th grade herbs. Was Isaiah truly that capable, finding 5th grade herbs? Chapter 360, Personal Disciple. Everyone stared intently at Isaiah, hoping to see if it was a 5th grade herb. While others might not be able to achieve this, Isaiah certainly had the potential. The elder's eyes twitched, curious to see what other herbs Isaiah, the great herbalist, could present next. He guessed it might be a 5th grade herb. This thing might move on its own, but that's no problem. Isaiah had already eaten part of the ginseng's root, greatly damaging its spiritual energy, so it wouldn't wander far. An herb that could move on its own? The elder had never heard of such a thing and was thoroughly excited. What in the world is this herb? Isaiah pulled out the ginseng, its hand-like parts still wildly moving. Everyone was startled by the sight. The aura emanating from the ginseng made everyone hold their breath. This herb is incredible. It has completely captivated everyone. This ginseng looks like a pill. Truly unbelievable. Is this just a 5th grade herb? The elder scrutinized it for a long time but couldn't identify it. He quickly grabbed a book about herbs and flipped through it for ages before exclaiming in shock. My heavens, this is actually a 6th grade herb. How is this possible? The elder's eyes were wide with disbelief. Everyone in the hall fell silent. None of them expected this outcome. To see a 6th grade herb here. They looked at the ginseng in awe, its aura captivating everyone. A 6th grade herb being discovered here was almost unimaginable. They couldn't fathom how such a rare herb was found. Isaiah had already found so many high-grade herbs. Why did he find a 6th grade one now? Beck was dumbfounded. For Isaiah to find a 6th grade herb was truly unbelievable. It felt as if someone was stepping all over him, making it impossible to lift his head again. Even someone from the 4th grade realm would be tempted by a 6th grade herb. Why was a newly admitted disciple so outstanding, breaking all the rules? Finding rare gems while mining and locating a 6th grade herb while gathering medicines. Too many unbelievable things happened. All due to Isaiah. Who could have anticipated this? What kind of ability does Isaiah possess? Alright, don't be so shocked. You've seen the sixth grade herb, so hurry up and give me the points. I should be the first in the sect, Isaiah said with a faint smile. The disciples were too shocked to speak, and even the elder was trembling. Things were not as simple as they seemed. Mr. Galen, please wait. I have already sent word to the Grand Elder. He will arrive shortly. Over the years, no one in Heavenly Sect had ever found a sixth grade herb. Isaiah was undoubtedly the first. Since they believed sixth grade herbs didn't exist, how should they reward Isaiah? Only the Grand Elder could provide guidance. Everyone looked at Isaiah with complicated expressions, marveling at his remarkable abilities. This wasn't luck. It was his unique talent. Beck gritted his teeth, feeling envious seeing Isaiah's success. He hoped this result wouldn't happen. Soon, a group of people approached, led by an imposing elder who radiated authority. This was Roscoe, one of Heavenly Sect's Grand Elders. Roscoe's presence made the atmosphere heavy, and no one dared defy him. He wore a dazzling emblem on his chest, a fifth-grade alchemist. The disciples watched in awe. This was Roscoe, one of the Grand Elders of Heavenly Sect, a fifth-grade alchemist with formidable cultivation. Roscoe maintained an air of superiority, looking down on everyone. No one dared speak in his presence. Mr. Galen, this is Grand Elder Roscoe, the elder introduced. Isaiah was surprised to see even a Grand Elder present. Rumor had it that Grand Elders held very high status in Heavenly Sect, belonging to the third tier of management. I never expected to see a sixth-grade thousand-year ginseng in Heavenly Sect. Truly unexpected, Roscoe coldly remarked. His voice sent shivers down many spines. However, facing Isaiah, he smiled slightly. I never thought a young man like you possessed such skills. You've really impressed me. Just lucky, Grand Elder. Your praise is too much, Isaiah modestly replied. You're too humble, young man. Luck can't be relied upon. I understand your true abilities. Roscoe examined the ginseng, seemingly unable to put it down. Its aura left him invigorated, something he hadn't felt in a long time. After some time, Roscoe chuckled softly. Isaiah, since you were the first person to find a sixth-grade herb in Heavenly Sect, we will record this achievement and reward you with 10,000 points. 10,000 points? Beck gaped at Isaiah in astonishment. Just when he had earned 10,000 points, another 10,000 was awarded. Everyone envied and resented Isaiah, thinking of him as a common enemy. Why did a new disciple deserve so many points? Most intersect disciples risked their lives on high-level tasks, surviving only to earn 1,000 points. Yet, Isaiah earned the most points twice, 10,000 each time. As the first person to find a sixth-grade herb in Heavenly Sect, Isaiah's name was etched into the sect's history books. Thank you, Grand Elder. Roscoe continued, you will also receive a reward of 100,000 gold coins. Everyone gasped. This reward was exceedingly generous. Isaiah's lips curved upward. He was delighted. The points were secure, and he had already consumed half of the sixth-grade herb. Though the medicinal effects of the thousand-year ginseng were potent, recovery would take time. Isaiah didn't worry about it. He hadn't expected to gain so many points, exceeding his expectations. Now, he needn't worry about points for future cultivation. Just as Isaiah was lost in thought, Roscoe spoke up. Isaiah, I know your perception is strong. You must be a highly skilled alchemist to find such a sixth-grade herb. It's not mere luck. I'm not sure what Grand Elder means. Finding this sixth-grade herb has impressed me greatly. I haven't taken on a disciple in a long time. Everyone looked at Isaiah in disbelief, never imagining the situation would unfold like this. Not just any disciple, I want to personally teach you. Roscoe wanted to make Isaiah his personal disciple. Chapter 361, Changing Intentions. The atmosphere around them became eerily quiet as everyone listened intently to Roscoe's words. Their faces were filled with disbelief. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. The Antonio Roscoe was actually offering to take him on as a personal disciple. This was an opportunity that could lead to a future competition for the position of sect leader. It was clear how astonished and shocked everyone was. Can you believe it? The Antonio is actually taking him as a personal disciple. Being a personal disciple is just too enviable. How did this happen? Now Isaiah is going to rise to power instantly. Who would dare provoke him in the future? A wave of whispers spread among the disciples. Roscoe, as both a fifth-rank alchemist and Antonio, held an exalted position within the sect, highly respected and influential. Even fourth major realm powerhouses would try to curry favor with Roscoe. If someone could become his personal disciple, they would gladly pay any price for it. It was something all of them dreamed of. As people were still marveling at this, a sudden voice broke through the silence. Sorry, but I haven't considered it. So, I'll have to decline. Decline? Everyone stared at Isaiah in shock, finding it unbelievable. Who could have predicted that this would happen? To anyone, becoming a personal disciple would be an incomparable honor and a guarantee of being nurtured by the sect. Countless people dreamed of this opportunity, yet Isaiah dared to refuse. Was he out of his mind? How much audacity did he have to say such things? Wasn't he afraid of angering Roscoe? Immediately, Roscoe's expression turned icy cold, and his demeanor darkened. He had not expected this young man to reject his invitation. Isaiah faintly sensed a wave of suppressing chi, seemingly trying to intimidate him as a warning. However, that force quickly dissipated. Isaiah watched Roscoe, sensing that something was off. Well, if that's your choice, Roscoe said nonchalantly, though it was evident he was somewhat upset. Everyone exchanged glances nervously. The consequences of angering the Antonio were severe indeed. With a cold remark, Roscoe turned and left, leaving the disciples trembling in fear, worried about what might follow. After walking a few steps, Roscoe suddenly stopped. Everyone's faces paled. They feared the Antonio was truly angry. The tension was palpable, and except for Isaiah, all felt uneasy. Roscoe approached slowly, his face unkind. Isaiah, if you change your mind, you can come find me. This offer will always be open. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, staying silent for a moment before nodding slightly. For a newly initiated disciple to receive such treatment, someone favored by the Antonio, was unprecedented in Tiangong's sect. As everyone remained stunned, Isaiah walked past them without paying attention to their reactions. Honestly, Isaiah didn't place too much importance on Tiangong's sect. While it may be one of the top sects in the Southern Xia Empire, to him, it wasn't enough. Beck sighed, almost wishing he could die from jealousy. How could Isaiah be so amazing? Just look at Isaiah, desired by the Antonio as a personal disciple. Isaiah returned to his quarters, where it was unusually quiet with no one causing trouble. The next day, while Isaiah was meditating, a knock came from the door. He opened his eyes slightly. Upon opening the door, he saw an inner sect disciple. What is it? Isaiah was slightly annoyed at being disturbed. It's already the third day. You didn't forget your duel with Dominic, did you? The inner sect disciple asked. I remember. I'll go back shortly. With that, Isaiah slammed the door shut. The inner sect disciple couldn't help but laugh. I thought he was something else. Now he's hiding in his room, afraid to come out. Dominic is a formidable character. It's normal for him to be scared, several other disciples joked. Isaiah waited a while in his room before heading out leisurely. The arena at Tiangong sect was already crowded. The inner sect disciples were all exceptionally strong, and their expressions were solemn. Next to the arena was a leaderboard ranking the top 20 inner sect disciples, a great honor for anyone whose name appeared there. Every disciple dreamed of seeing their names on the board. At this arena, each person had the chance to challenge those listed, and winning meant gaining a higher rank, more resources, gold coins, and even opportunities to be taken under a peak third major realm powerhouse, truly a fast track to prominence. Many disciples wanted to test their luck here, hoping to make a name for themselves, but it required immense strength. Otherwise, it was merely a dream. Today, the arena was packed. Every day there were challengers, and many disciples came to watch for entertainment. Everyone was excited, because someone dared to challenge the 10th ranked Dominic. They all looked forward to witnessing his prowess. News of Isaiah's upcoming match with Dominic had spread. That's Isaiah, right? My goodness, he's so young. He's late. Looks like he's chicken. This kid is just here to die. Where does he get the courage to challenge Dominic? Truly doesn't know better. Most people looked down on Isaiah, not giving him a chance, especially given his young age but impressive talent, which only fueled resentment among some. Quiet. A commanding voice echoed, as Jared approached, his expression serious. The arena matches will proceed as usual. Rules are clear to all of you. Those who wish to challenge must wait today, Jared announced, causing surprise among the crowd. What's happening today? Are the matches postponed? I will announce a special evaluation today. Any new outer sect disciples can participate if they're brave enough. The rewards are very generous, and naturally, inner sect disciples can join too, Jared said calmly. Dominic snorted and shot a glance at Isaiah. If this evaluation takes too long, it might take a whole day. Dominic naturally didn't want to wait. Isaiah, you're lucky to live one more day, Dominic said threateningly before walking away, with many disciples making way for him. Isaiah wasn't quite sure what was happening, but seemed to sense there was some kind of evaluation. People were puzzled by this unexpected development. Evaluations at Tiangong sect often came abruptly, and most soon resumed their usual expressions, accepting this norm. Chapter 362, Do You Dare? Many outer disciples entered the arena in sequence, and such evaluation rewards were generally good. As long as one passed the test, they would be qualified to become a more advanced disciple. Jarrett rarely presided over arena matches, so what was happening today? Jarrett looked at Isaiah. He had specially come to watch this match today. Dominic glared down at Isaiah from above with great dissatisfaction, finally waiting for this day. Isaiah, you've finally come. Were you afraid after waiting for so long? Dominic asked sarcastically. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Humph, just wait. After the evaluation is done, our duel will still begin. By then, you'll have nowhere to run, Dominic said fiercely. Looking at Dominic's back view, it was not quite the same as 3 days ago. His strength had improved significantly. Isaiah watched with interest. Compared to their last meeting, he was now more than twice as strong. The new outer disciple assessment would not be that simple. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, not paying much attention to this test. It seemed his duel with Dominic would be delayed. Master Galen, a familiar voice called out. Isaiah turned around to see Guy walking slowly towards him. The aura around you has grown stronger, Isaiah asked. Just a bit stronger, but still not as good as you. It's great to see you here today, Guy smiled. It seems you're also participating in this outer disciple assessment. Why don't you join too? Many influential figures are looking forward to your performance, Guy laughed. At this moment, Jarrett walked over. Isaiah, you're also participating in this round of assessments. Fine, I'll just play along casually. I don't really care, Isaiah shrugged. A large number of outer disciples arrived. Isaiah did not pay much attention, including some inner disciples among them. First, the content of the assessment involves enduring the suppression of chi. You need to withstand 5 times stronger suppression during mountain climbing, Jarrett said indifferently. As soon as Jarrett finished speaking, many outer disciples' faces immediately turned grim. They had all struggled immensely when climbing the mountain originally, and now they had to face this nightmare again. 5 times the suppression chi. This is quite difficult indeed. I wonder how this suppression chi works. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. When facing Zhou Mountain King, there had also been a powerful suppression chi. He had not paid much attention to it then. Only when this powerful suppression chi reappeared did Isaiah realize it was someone else's doing. He felt somewhat admiring. This suppression chi was extremely strong. Weaker disciples might be severely injured under its pressure. Guy's expression was very grim. He didn't expect the assessment to be so difficult. He had heard that previous tests were only about duels among peers, not this challenging. It was hard to tell what madness had overtaken the higher-ups. Alright brats, hurry up and get on the stage. The assessment starts immediately. Since it's a disciple assessment, you can get good results, Jarrett said coldly. At this time, Beck also walked over slowly, accompanied by a newcomer who seemed to be a formidable inner disciple. Beck, is that person the one who wronged you? The newcomer next to Beck spoke boldly, clearly having an issue with Isaiah. Byron, I know your talent is great. If you can help me save face, I will certainly reward you heavily, Beck declared firmly. My dear brother, that kid doesn't look like much. I will definitely help you save face, Byron grinned arrogantly. Beck was quite smug. Many people changed their expressions upon seeing Byron. He was rumored to be the most talented among the heavenly sect's disciples, recently becoming the chief inner disciple. Though arrogant, his strength was also very powerful. Byron's silk robe looked quite expensive. He was even more extravagant than Beck, especially since he was one of the chief inner disciples, making his prowess extraordinary. Everyone climbed onto the platform. Isaiah felt that the tiles beneath his feet were made of unusual material, certainly very resistant to force. Byron gave Isaiah a cold stare, chuckled lightly, and slowly ascended the platform. Following Elder Jarrett's words, a large amount of suppression chi appeared on the platform, turning the place into a hellish battlefield, with an incredibly heavy and serious atmosphere. In an instant, the platform became terrifying. Even watching from the outside made people scared, let alone enduring the suppression chi inside. It was life-threatening. All disciples were trembling, and Guy's expression was one of agony. Clearly, he hadn't expected the suppression chi to be so intense. Heaven, I've never seen such a horrifying suppression chi before. I don't think anyone can withstand it. So many have already fallen. So terrifying. They're in too much pain. Even inner disciples wouldn't be able to endure it. Isaiah felt the suppression chi and found it familiar. If his guess was right, this should be Zhou Mountain King style. He had experienced it before. This should be the pinnacle of the heavenly sect's suppression chi realm. Isaiah's expression hardened slightly. He had endured for so long, yet the system had not reminded him to learn it. This suppression chi realm was truly exceptional. Even Isaiah couldn't master it quickly now. Zhou Mountain King did not seem to be around the platform, yet the suppression chi remained incredibly strong despite the distance. Isaiah was eager to master it sooner. He was fascinated by this realm, and the heavenly sect truly deserved its reputation as a formidable sect, offering unparalleled learning opportunities. Others may not know the name of the suppression chi realm, but it is indeed very powerful. Even I feel a bit uncomfortable, Isaiah smiled indifferently. Isaiah didn't know the exact name of this realm but had guessed it was a new one. Outer disciples fell one by one, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths as they lay on the ground. To all outer disciples, this was a catastrophe. However, Isaiah saw it differently. He considered it a decent challenge and an opportunity. Enduring this kind of suppression chi would surely bring rich rewards, and Isaiah, while bearing this suppression chi realm, could gradually comprehend it over time. Despite needing patience, Isaiah was very confident. Just as Isaiah was thinking, Byron interrupted his thoughts. I hear you bullied Beck quite badly, winning so many points from him, Byron said arrogantly, seeming relaxed despite the suppression chi. Isaiah narrowed his eyes at him. Are you planning to win those points back for him? Isaiah asked. Of course, unless I'm here to chat. I want you to understand once and for all. Are you willing to bet 10,000 points? Byron challenged. Chapter 363. Free points. Why not take them? Opening with 10,000 points, Isaiah was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting it. He sized up this Byron, who exuded an overwhelming arrogance. His strength should be significantly greater than Beck's. Do you have 10,000 points? Isaiah asked. Of course. I've been collecting protection fees for so long. How could I not? If I lose, I'll hand over the token to you directly. Take it to the elder and transfer the points, Byron said confidently. Isaiah smiled faintly. Free points? Why wouldn't I take them? Don't speak too soon. I'm the chief disciple of the inner gate. Byron's eyes shone like a gambler's. Byron has cultivated a secret technique. Winning against Isaiah this time will be easy for him, Beck thought viciously from the audience. With Beck being bullied so badly, Byron virtually represented their Zhao family. He had gathered several allies and earned considerable points, all to reclaim points from Isaiah. Byron was exceptionally confident, as he was the chief inner gate disciple with extraordinary strength that made losing to Isaiah impossible, a key reason for his confidence. Let's see who can endure the Yuan Chi suppression the longest. The winner gives the other 10,000 points. Fine, no problem, Isaiah laughed. The crowd below was in an uproar. Yuan Chi suppression was life-threatening. They were actually daring to make such bets. It was something only geniuses would dare to play. Isaiah also sensed that Byron was somewhat different, his aura exceptionally powerful, truly fitting of a chief inner gate disciple. Despite the opponent's formidable strength, Isaiah remained calm, believing he would eventually comprehend the realm of Yuan Chi suppression. They're really crazy. The newcomer might not last till the end, yet he dares to bet 10,000 points. Maybe he's too confident, a bit delusional. Many disciples doubted Isaiah. However, this was the first time they saw a 10,000 point bet. Tianshang's sect rarely had such wagers. Isaiah was about to become a celebrity again. Regardless of winning or losing, his reputation would skyrocket. Don't say the newcomer looks familiar. Isn't he the one who dug up gems while mining? He reportedly found a 6th rank herb during collection and soared instantly. Just gained a little and became smug. Newcomers are all like this. Byron is bound to win. Some recognized Isaiah but sighed at his impending fate. Who was Byron? The top inner gate disciple with complex ties within Tianshang's sect, clearly prepared. Isaiah was inexperienced and stood no chance against the seasoned Byron. Even if Isaiah accidentally won, retaining those points would be impossible. People behind Byron would relentlessly seek trouble. It was a deadly trap, yet Isaiah foolishly agreed without hesitation. Look, the Yuan Chi suppression has grown even stronger, a disciple exclaimed. They moved away from the platform, the visible Yuan Chi becoming increasingly menacing, causing goosebumps. Few disciples could still stand. The Yuan Chi transformed the platform into a terrifying slaughter ground, several times more intense. Fallen disciples were hurriedly carried off by elders, otherwise, they'd face mortal danger. The suppressive Yuan Chi emitted a terrifying roar, emitting halos, making outsiders shiver. Isaiah closed his eyes, feeling he should have comprehended the realm of Yuan Chi suppression by now. Why was this taking so long? How long can you hold out, Isaiah? Byron smirked arrogantly, arms crossed. Glancing at Byron, whose celestial realm fused with the doppelganger realm, Isaiah suddenly realized why he hadn't grasped the Yuan-Chi suppression before. No wonder it was elusive. The realm marked Tian Shang's sex hallmark, encountered since climbing the mountain. It just hadn't reached this intensity. Without Byron, Isaiah might struggle to grasp the Yuan-Chi suppression realm. While others faced disaster, Isaiah viewed it as a trial, his gaze resolute, aiming to break through. Time dragged on. Guy was already carried away. Only a few remained on the platform. Feeling the immense pressure, Isaiah needed to comprehend quickly. Observing Byron's realm, Isaiah closed his eyes. Ding! Master observed Celestial Realm Level 2, triggering a 100x comprehension boost, earning 1000 by 1000 experience. Ding! Congratulations on comprehending mid-level Celestial Realm Level 2. Isaiah felt his Yuan-Chi undergo a dramatic transformation. No longer just sharp, it formed a protective layer resisting the suppression. He felt much better. Celestial Realm Level 2 required fusing the Celestial and Doppelganger realms into a powerful suppressive Yuan-Chi, severely limiting an opponent's strength. Thank you, Byron. Without him, Isaiah wouldn't have grasped Celestial Realm Level 2 so swiftly. Having achieved this realm, the suppressive Yuan-Chi barely affected Isaiah, who now felt relaxed. Endless suppressive Yuan-Chi descended. Isaiah raised his eyes calmly, like basking in spring winds, far from his earlier stern expression. Isaiah's demeanor puzzled many. What had happened? He seemed less strained and even laughed. 30 minutes passed. The Yuan-Chi suppression should be at its third stage. The platform is like hell. Survivors must be extraordinary, too strong. These talents are the sect's future pillars. The suppressive Yuan-Chi intensified. Everyone trembled. This test was nearly lethal. Byron didn't expect such terror. Even he couldn't withstand it. Early stage Celestial Realm Level 2 suffered greatly under this fearsome suppressive Yuan-Chi. Already struggling, why did Isaiah appear so relaxed? He sensed something amiss. How much longer until it ends? Chapter 364, A Solution. Byron, who had attained the second level of the heavenly realm, how could he possibly be at a disadvantage against Isaiah? Reality often falls short of expectations. Byron began to panic slightly, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Humph, I don't believe I'll lose to you, boy. As the top inner disciple, I have one secret skill up my sleeve. Byron gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected to be forced into using his secret move. Keeping a trump card within the sect was to guard against powerful challengers. Now that Byron was deploying it, he felt somewhat disgruntled. With 10,000 points already wagered, Byron had no way out. If he lost, not only would he lose face but also all his points, a loss that wouldn't compensate for the trouble. Isaiah, I underestimated you before. Therefore, you're lucky enough to see my secret technique, Byron said with raised eyebrows. Oh, really? Isaiah responded indifferently. If it were an impressive move, Isaiah could immediately learn and apply it. Otherwise, it didn't matter. I will definitely be stronger than you, Byron shouted angrily. Instantly, his aura grew stronger. Points of starlight began to revolve around Byron, gradually increasing in number. These starlight significantly boosted his defenses and strengthened his aura. High-grade Earth-class martial technique, Starlight Decree. A smile spread across Byron's face as his aura intensified, making him even more arrogant. You should see this. Byron actually used such a move. After all, it's a 10,000-point bet. If he loses, he'll have nothing left. Look, under Byron's robe is defensive gear? How shameless. Suddenly, a disciple noticed Byron's defensive gear because part of his robe was torn, revealing high-grade armor underneath. This was extremely unfair. The chi suppression barely affected him much, yet what could they do when he possessed superior equipment? The disciple sighed but refrained from overly harsh criticism. After all, Byron wasn't someone to be trifled with. The head inner disciple was a formidable presence. Isaiah, you can't win me now. With such intense chi suppression, how long can you hold on? Byron asked confidently. I thought your martial arts would be impressive, but it seems just how so, Isaiah said, shaking his head in disappointment. Do you think this alone can defeat me? Even with your armor and techniques, you still can't beat me, Isaiah stated firmly. Isaiah's voice was loud and clear despite being heavily suppressed, indicating that he was not greatly affected. In truth, Isaiah was at a disadvantage. Byron had a significant edge with his high-grade armor, but since no elders objected, it wasn't considered breaking the rules. Still, everyone wondered why Isaiah remained so confident. Did he truly not fear losing? Keep bragging. I know you won't last long. Isaiah smiled faintly. I will laugh till the end. You'll understand soon enough. Just then, the sky above grew denser with chi suppression, reaching nearly the fourth stage, an incredibly terrifying level that no one anticipated. This was no longer a test. It was life-threatening for heavenly sect disciples. Even geniuses couldn't withstand it. An inner elder might suffer internal bleeding here. Watch closely, HMPF. Isaiah's lips curled upwards. Raising his hand, powerful chi surged around him, forming vortexes that emitted formidable energy. Yeah! Isaiah roared. Suppressing chi appeared around him, mirroring the descending chi from the sky and even surpassing it. Because of the descending suppressing chi, Isaiah seemed unaffected. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Why can he release suppressing chi? Is suppressing chi something humans can emit? I thought it was naturally formed by the heavenly sect. The suppressing chi on Isaiah is terrifying. He seems almost unbothered. All were stunned by Isaiah's display of suppressive power. Byron's eyes bulged. This boy had also comprehended the second level of the heavenly realm? Moreover, Isaiah unleashed terrifying suppressing chi, which was hard to accept. Byron spat blood, realizing that the fourth stage suppression was too powerful even for him. His armor was almost destroyed. Starlight Decree faded, and Byron gasped, feeling his limits. Everyone watched Isaiah in astonishment. He strolled around the arena casually while others lay prostrate. Byron endured, spitting blood continuously. Watching Isaiah stroll in front of him was infuriating. Spectators' eyes almost dropped from shock. Why did such a prodigy exist? So terrifying. That kid is like a monster. So many inner disciples can't handle the suppressing chi, yet he's fine. Byron is about to fail. June, observing from below, was bewildered. He never imagined things turning this way. Isaiah's origins remained unknown. How could he be so terrifying? Isaiah's confidence stemmed from real ability. Initially thinking Isaiah was foolish for betting, June now realized they'd been tricked. Byron had high-grade armor and even used Starlight Decree but still couldn't match Isaiah, which was deeply demoralizing. Byron's face turned grim. Drenched in sweat and blood trickling from his mouth, he thought. Just a bit more. He should falter soon. Isaiah can't remain so relaxed. But reality was cruel. Byron couldn't hold on any longer. The suppressing chi showed no signs of weakening. Even achieving the second level of the heavenly realm couldn't protect him. Despite wearing armor, Byron felt utterly defeated. Isaiah stood nearby, calm and even smiling. It was demoralizing. Byron felt helpless. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Chapter 365. Not taken seriously. Absolutely not letting this boy be so arrogant. Byron had a dagger at his waist. A high-grade Earth-class weapon, extremely sharp and powerful. He wanted Isaiah to die here now. It was the only method he could think of. Striking unexpectedly straight into his heart might be the only solution. Byron looked at Isaiah's smug expression, and his heart bled with anger. However, Byron hesitated in the next moment. If this kid didn't die, then he would be the one who ended up dead. Failing to kill Isaiah would give him a reason to kill him instead. After hesitating for a while, Byron sank into tremendous fear, feeling uncertain about success. Isaiah was almost unscathed. After calm consideration, Byron decided to give up. He simply dared not make the move. Just as Byron was still hesitant, the suppressing primordial energy became stronger again. He couldn't even remember what happened next. All he knew was that he fell to the ground unconscious. Apart from Isaiah, all other disciples lay on the ground. Jarrett glanced at them and concluded they had passed barely. After all, this was the most difficult test this time. The endless force of suppressing primordial energy could almost tear apart space. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, it weakened. Those still standing on the platform were considered qualified. But only Isaiah remained standing there, which shocked everyone. He had not been hurt at all, which was astonishing. Isaiah, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Under such a terrifying assessment, you are completely unharmed. My view of you has completely changed, said Jarrett. Jarrett was going to announce the rankings. Isaiah performed excellently this time, whereas others merely passed but were far behind Isaiah. This time, Isaiah takes first place. Jarrett loudly declared. Next, the rankings depended on who fell last. This sudden and challenging test made many disciples break out in cold sweat for a moment. It was an almost life-threatening test. That kind of suppressing primordial energy could leave someone bedridden for a month. Well, this test is over. We will continue the arena competition tomorrow. It's getting late, and the sun is setting. Pausing for a moment, Jarrett continued, your performance today was barely satisfactory. Aside from Isaiah, I really haven't seen any particularly talented disciples. After Jarrett announced loudly, people sighed in relief. They all felt that Tianshang's sect wasn't a place for ordinary people. A casual test could be lethal. As Isaiah prepared to leave, he saw Guy, who was holding his injuries, looking rather pale. I can't believe I even got 13th place, Guy said bitterly, admiring Isaiah with envy. You did pretty well. Don't mock me. I heard something. Are you still planning to challenge Dominic? Isaiah nodded, but Guy's expression seemed less than favorable. You may not know Dominic very well. His strength has increased dramatically recently, allegedly due to a 5th-grade medicinal pill. With backing forces supporting him, his power has become quite terrifying. I saw him just now. His aura has become more than 5 times stronger. But it's no problem, Isaiah remained calm. You're already an inner disciple. Why take the risk now? If you lose, everything will be lost. Isaiah smiled faintly, rest assured. I have my own considerations. Challenging top 10 inner disciples has its benefits. Oh, what benefits? Isaiah asked curiously. Tianshang sect is constantly seeking talented disciples. Disciples who rank higher have opportunities to reach greater realms. Guy sighed, knowing his chances were slim. I heard from family members that only top 10 inner disciples have the chance to understand the second level of Avatar realm. Otherwise, it's left to personal enlightenment. The probability of successful personal enlightenment is too small, making these competitions between inner disciples incredibly fierce. Isaiah smiled. This reward was good. The realms of Tianshang sect were abnormally difficult. Depending solely on oneself could lead to stagnation for years. With a mentor's guidance, progress would be smoother. In the past, Guy believed himself a genius, yet even geniuses needed years to grow. Isaiah seemingly required none, boldly challenging the 10th-ranked inner disciple right after joining the sect. Perhaps only Isaiah would dare do such a thing. When Isaiah released the second level of Heavenly Realm, he also utilized the second level of Avatar Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the suppressing primordial energy. Even he was slightly surprised by this formidable force. Beck gave Byron a 4th-grade medicinal pill, drawing some envious glances from others. Cough cough. Taking the healing 4th-grade medicinal pill, Byron quickly regained consciousness but still looked terrible. I didn't expect such suppression of primordial energy to be nearly fatal. Woke up, huh? Well then, you should fulfill your promise. What are you talking about? Byron looked puzzled but soon remembered. Earlier, we bet 10,000 points. You aren't saying you forgot? No worries, let me remind you. 10,000 points? Byron felt like bleeding internally. How could he forget this? Isaiah, how can you be human? My brother just recovered, and you come to take advantage. How can you be so shameless? Beck said angrily. Huh, taking advantage? Don't twist things here. He's too weak. Hand over the 10,000 points. If I don't, what will you do? Byron asked. Simple, I'll just take it by force. No need to waste words. Isaiah dares? This is Tianshang sect, and our Zhao family isn't lacking here. You won't get away with this. A joke. Planning not to pay up after losing. Stop acting like I'm the tyrant. You chose to bet, and you must accept the consequences. Otherwise, prepare for worse. Isaiah's tone was extremely domineering, almost intimidating Byron and Beck. For a moment, a killing aura enveloped him, terrifying everyone present. This kid was truly scary. Although inexperienced, senior disciples of many years, like Isaiah, could be equally dismissive. Chapter 366. Not understanding the rules. Never thought Zhao family would come to this. They were so arrogant when collecting protection fees. They got what they deserved. They provoked someone they shouldn't have. But the Zhao family is a formidable presence. With so many disciples, it won't be easy to claim 10,000 points from them. People watched from afar, knowing that Zhao family usually asked others for points. Now, it was happening in reverse, and Byron found it hard to accept. Isaiah's icy eyes were filled with killing intent. Today you must give it, one way or another. Don't waste time. Beck, feeling very unwilling, said, Isaiah, let's not do this. If Byron gives you the points, Zhao family disciples will surely seek you out, and it won't be good for you. Isaiah smiled. That's great if your Zhao family people come after me. It might give me more opportunities. As Isaiah spoke, a powerful suppressive yuan qi surged, nearly suffocating everyone present. It brought unbearable agony. Beck and Byron were instantly sent flying, their bodies unable to resist. They coughed up blood violently. Byron, who had barely recovered a little, now felt even worse. Beck's expression turned grim, surprised by Isaiah's ability to unleash such powerful suppressive yuan qi. Isaiah's heavy footsteps approached slowly. Byron panicked, sensing mortal danger. If he didn't hand over the points, he might die here. With an icy tone, Isaiah said, I've held back already. If you don't want to live, I can help you end it. Just a mere 10,000 points. What's more important compared to your lives? Byron's face turned pale, wishing an elder was present to stop Isaiah. Don't be too cocky, Isaiah. We Zhao family have many strong members in Tianshang sect, including inner sect elders. Think of the consequences. So what if it's an inner sect elder? Even if it's a deputy sect leader, I don't care. This Isaiah was insane. The Zhao family wasn't easy to provoke. He'd certainly get into trouble, leaving many watching him with worry. Suddenly, a sharp yuan qi shockwave attacked from behind, almost creating a trench in the ground. Isaiah reacted swiftly but chose not to dodge. Isaiah extended his hand, blocking the fierce yuan qi. Everyone was stunned at the scene. They realized someone tried to sneak attack Isaiah but failed. Such an attack could be fatal. Seeing the deep trench on the ground made everyone uneasy due to the immense power. Truly despicable. A sneak attack like that, and you still couldn't land a hit. How amusing, Isaiah chuckled. He actually laughed during this moment. If that yuan qi struck him, he might have died instantly. A man walked forward calmly, about 30 years old, dressed in luxurious black and white robes. He exuded a domineering aura, his face full of displeasure. Guy widened his eyes, never expecting to see him. Inner sect disciple Ace. Guy's voice trembled, his face pale with fear. Ace is exceptionally strong, undefeated in all challenges. Heaven, such a person actually came. Isaiah is doomed this time. Everyone shared Guy's worried expression. Ace, undefeated in the Tianshang sect, earned respect and acknowledgement. Ace has been an inner sect disciple for many years, rumored to even defeat sect enforcers. Scary indeed. Facing Ace, Isaiah had little chance of winning, causing many to feel anxious for him. A sneak attack can't hurt someone. You're trash. These words silenced everyone. Isaiah dared call Ace trash. Where did he get the courage from? Ace was undefeated. Wasn't Isaiah overconfident? Is Isaiah crazy? Does he know who he's facing? Someone exclaimed. You want to help them? You truly dare to bully Zhao family. Must I just stand by and watch? They lost a bet of 10,000 points and refused to acknowledge it. Do you think that helps? Isaiah sneered coldly. Humph. Boy, you're quite arrogant. My Zhao family members are seriously injured. Let me take them for treatment. Leave immediately. Today, if they don't give the points, they won't leave here. Impossible, Isaiah replied coldly. Shock waves rippled through the crowd. Isaiah saying this seemed unbelievable. So arrogant. I've never seen a newcomer so bold. To speak thus to Ace and refuse to let them go. Many believed Isaiah was insane. He could have left but insisted on stopping Byron. For points, he risked his life. Few acted as rudely as Isaiah. Did he think he could win against Ace? Ace offered him a chance to leave, yet he chose to stay. Isaiah would regret his decision. Haha boy, you're brave. I never expected this. Are all newcomers like you? Ace's expression turned sinister. Just luck before. You think you can match me? Ace snarled, emitting powerful yuan qi that terrified everyone. If he didn't teach Isaiah a lesson today, Ace wouldn't be satisfied. Just as Ace was about to act, a stern voice interrupted. I said, duels must wait until tomorrow on the arena. There's no elder to witness today. Want to break the rules? Jarrett returned. Seeing Jarrett, Beck's face darkened. Jarrett wasn't around when Isaiah attacked earlier but arrived now, ruining things. Newcomers may not understand the rules, but you, having been here so long, don't know them? Hashtag chapter 367, favoritism. Contestants must ascend the arena for a duel. Jarrett's voice was harsh. Ace was also infuriated. These rules would indeed be enforced if an elder were present, but who would abide by them if there was no elder around? It seemed that Jarrett intended to protect Isaiah. Ace smiled faintly. Fine kid, you've had some luck. Perhaps your strength isn't much. We'll wait and see. One day you'll regret this. Isaiah took a step forward, startling Byron, who feared that this boy might do something terrifying. Ace raised an eyebrow at Jarrett. If not for the elder's presence, he would have taken action already. With the situation as it was, he could only suppress his anger for now. After all, Isaiah couldn't escape from Heavenly Clan anytime soon. Seeing Ace about to leave, Isaiah called out casually. Wait, didn't you forget something? Ace's eyes turned red as he spun around abruptly. What else do you want, kid? You won't leave today without those 10,000 points. You're really pushing your luck. Do you think I'm afraid of you? How ridiculous. With me here, I don't believe you can take away 10,000 points, Ace said confidently. If not for Jarrett, Ace would have killed Isaiah long ago. This kid truly had no idea how insignificant he was. Did he really think Ace refrained from acting because he was scared of him? Ace's eyes glowed fiercely, glaring at Isaiah like a hunting leopard. The intensity of his aura was terrifying, making other disciples shiver. This boy was really tempting fate. Haha, did you lose the bet and plan to walk away? If you leave, I won't be able to stand in the clan anymore. No 10,000 points, no walking away. Isaiah's domineering voice echoed. Many people began to agree with Isaiah, while others felt sympathetic towards him. After all, challenging Ace was too impulsive. He wasn't just any ordinary inner disciple. How does the elder view this? Don't blame me if I'm not polite, Ace asked, holding back his rage. I was listening when the bet was made. Byron, keep your promise, Jarrett said calmly. Elder Zhou, don't go too far. Are you being partial? Ace's voice was high-pitched, his face flushed with anger. Going too far? Ridiculous. Hasn't your Zhao family plundered enough points through violence? I've been lenient enough. Since Byron lost the bet, he must honor it. Jarrett's voice was loud, using his authority as an elder to pressure him. Ace gritted his teeth, resembling a volcano ready to erupt. This has nothing to do with you, Ace. It's between Byron and Isaiah. He thought he'd win for sure. Hand over the points quickly, Jarrett said, hands behind his back. Ace was helpless. Hurry up and give the token to the elder. Byron clenched his teeth, feeling immense pain. Losing 10,000 points felt worse than death. It took 3 to 4 months to collect that protection fee. Jarrett held the tokens of Isaiah and Byron, transferring the points to Isaiah immediately. Ace glared at Isaiah fiercely, as if saying, "You're dead meat. Our family will never let you off." Isaiah smiled politely. "Thank you for the points. I'll make good use of them." Ace's eyes gleamed maliciously. "Let's go." "Thank you, elder." Isaiah smiled. "Don't be too happy yet. The matter isn't over. Even though you got the points, whether you can keep them is another question." Jarrett shook his head. "Rest assured, elder, I will protect my points." Just as Isaiah turned around, a figure slowly approached, enveloped in fierce yuan qi swirling around him. A light touch of yuan qi carved a trench into the ground, revealing the power of the man. It was none other than Dominic, seemingly showing off. "Imph, I didn't expect you to come in first place in that assessment, haha." Dominic's eyes revealed greed, like a hungry wolf staring at a lamb. "Oh, you stayed in 10th place for one more day. Humph, kid, your tongue is sharp. You saw me break through to a new realm just now, didn't you? You should know how powerful I am now. My strength exceeds your imagination." Dominic laughed coldly. The more rewards Isaiah received, the happier Dominic became, for he planned to seize everything from him eventually. "Today is your last day in the 10th position. Tomorrow it's mine. Be prepared," Isaiah smiled. "Isaiah, don't be so arrogant before me. I'm Dominic, not some trash. I just broke through to a new realm. I can't lose to you." Dominic waved his hand, and a burst of fierce yuan qi created a deep crater. Everyone watched in shock at the terrifying power. What realm was Dominic in? Had he reached a new level in the Heavenly Clan? "You'll see tomorrow, frog at the bottom of the well." Dominic gritted his teeth, furious but deciding to endure for now. Once on the arena, he could kill Isaiah however he wished. Watching Isaiah walk away, everyone felt amazed. This new disciple was incredibly arrogant, not only provoking Dominic, but also the Zhao family. With only a few major powers in the Heavenly Clan, he had offended quite a few. Whether he could survive in this place was uncertain. Dominic felt uneasy. This kid didn't seem simple. He had heard many things about Isaiah. For example, in the recent assessment, despite multiple stages of suppressing yuan qi, why was Isaiah unaffected? Was there such a huge gap between him and other inner disciples? Dominic was puzzled. Before coming, Isaiah dared to challenge Ace. Though Isaiah looked young, only 18, he didn't seem like a conceited fool. Isaiah withstanding that suppression without issue gave Dominic an ominous feeling. He needed to prepare for the worst. Could that kid have also comprehended the second stage of Heavenly Realm? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. If he comprehended it just after entering, I might as well sell sweet potatoes at home, Dominic thought uneasily. In reality, Isaiah's cultivation and comprehension were already incredibly advanced. Dominic, for the first time, found himself troubled by a newly entered disciple. Dominic returned to his small residence. Top 10 inner disciples each had their own mansion, modest in size, but very comfortable. Send someone over. Yes, Stefan. Watch Isaiah. See what he's doing. Note, pinyin names are used correctly, the original tone and style are maintained, and the translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are coherent with previous content. Hashtag chapter 368. Do not disappoint me. Dominic spent the entire night awake, unable to fall asleep. He felt that Isaiah's monstrous talent could not be ordinary. There must have been some underhanded means behind it. Otherwise, how could one explain that Isaiah had joined Heavenly Sect at 18 and even attained the hallmark realm of Heavenly Sect? If this young man were to grow for another 1 or 2 years, wouldn't he turn the heavens upside down? Dominic speculated that Isaiah must have used some despicable and dark methods. This was the first time Dominic had encountered a genius like Isaiah. He had once heard that signing a contract with demons from hell could grant immense talent, but the price was extremely steep. A lifetime as a slave to hell. Dominic shook his head, dismissing the thought as merely hearsay. Late at night, one of Dominic's subordinates came to report. How did the investigation go? The kid is sleeping, almost without any defense, the subordinate replied. What? He's actually sleeping? Dominic was astonished. That boy was still sleeping when he had a duel with him the next day. Did he really believe himself so confident? Dominic felt very displeased. He didn't know if he was overthinking, but to ensure victory, he had to win tomorrow. He had worked so hard to reach the 10th position among inner sect disciples and would die rather than lose it. In the dead of night, Dominic walked towards a medium-sized mansion, where the chief inner sect disciple resided. The mansion was much larger than his own. Is Stefan Amerigo here? Dominic asked respectfully. After a moment, the door opened, and a handsome man slowly walked out. His face exuded viciousness and cunning, even causing Dominic to feel uneasy. Dominic, what brings you here so late? Amerigo asked groggily. I've come regarding tomorrow's duel, Dominic replied. Why are you bothering me with such trivial matters? Amerigo's expression turned slightly unpleasant before he realized something. You, ranking 10th among inner sect disciples, are afraid of a newcomer? Amerigo asked sarcastically. Big brother, I have some concerns. Moreover, I sent people to investigate Isaiah. Back in Xiuxian City, he caused trouble for your Nan family, Dominic explained. Amerigo gave a cold laugh. The Nan family has little to do with me now. I haven't returned home in years. Even my younger brother was crippled by Isaiah. Fine, since he's delivered himself into our hands, you can teach him a lesson on my behalf. Having grown powerful, Amerigo seemed to forget about his family, even refusing to admit he belonged to the Nan family. A display of opportunism and ingratitude. Of course, but big brother, could you give me a 4th grade elixir to use? Here, take this imperial 4th grade elixir. Don't you dare lose. That boy has quite a lot of points, which should be snatched away. Points are very important in the heavenly sect. I was thinking the same thing, but an imperial 4th grade elixir is too precious for me. We're brothers. But remember my kindness. Amerigo said coldly. This 4th grade imperial elixir, you want expansion pill, will elevate your cultivation level and make your martial technique stronger. Thank you, big brother. Dominic's eyes revealed a hint of malice. He intended to make sure Isaiah met a gruesome end tomorrow. With my help, you've achieved the early 2nd level of heavenly realm. Don't disappoint me. Dominic bowed in gratitude. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight entered the room. Isaiah rose unhurriedly, stretched lazily, ate breakfast, and then strolled leisurely towards the arena. It seemed he had overslept, but he didn't seem bothered by it. Every day, the arena was bustling with activity as ranking battles unfolded constantly. Winning a match against a ranked disciple and gaining approval from the elders could change one's fate. This year was extraordinary because a prodigy like Isaiah had arrived, who dared to challenge the top 10 inner sect disciples after only recently joining the sect. The news spread like wildfire, and many eagerly awaited the upcoming duel. Would Isaiah truly be so exceptional as to easily claim the 10th rank? Such a feat had never happened before. Dominic arrived early at the arena but noticed Isaiah was nowhere in sight. Was this kid going to be late again? Other matches were already underway, and Dominic's face grew darker as noon approached. Look, that boy finally showed up. Despite agreeing to the duel, he's intentionally being late. Haha, I bet he's scared. Dominic won't spare him a slap. Dominic just broke through to a new realm. His energy is terrifying. Isaiah's tardiness made many doubt his chances. Perhaps he was just frightened. Isaiah naturally ignored them. Jarrett had been waiting for a long time. If Isaiah didn't show up, he planned to send someone to fetch him. Our new disciples may not be familiar with the rules. Today, I'll explain that within the top 100 inner sect disciples, you can challenge anyone. There are significant rewards, and higher ranks get more cultivation resources. In short, there are many benefits. But also be cautious. If you die on the arena, it's not worth it. You can also wager points in the duels. Jarrett loudly explained many details. Today's duel is especially noteworthy. Isaiah and Dominic, please step forward. The previously bustling square fell silent instantly. Isaiah looked harmless, showing no signs of worry, while Dominic's icy gaze betrayed a sinister and terrifying demeanor. A newcomer challenging the 10th rank was indeed rare. Although Isaiah had previously defeated Milo, ranked 14th, the top 10 were in a different league. Many thought Isaiah's earlier victory was due to luck and an injured opponent. Everyone watched Isaiah with amazement. An 18-year-old boy had the courage to challenge such a high rank. Enoch last question. Are you sure you want to challenge Dominic? Remember, you're only a newcomer. If this isn't your wish, you still have a way out, Jarrett repeated. Translation completed, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 369, just Enoch Palm. This old man was meddling too much. Dominic looked at Jarrett with displeasure, still giving him a chance at this moment. I'm sure I want to challenge him. Giving the 10th position to such a waste of space. I can't stand it. Jarrett couldn't help but shake his head at the arrogance in those words. Isaiah's high profile made him worry for himself. Everyone was shocked by the audacity of giving away the 10th position like this. Could anyone normally speak like this? It was too disrespectful towards Dominic. Even before they started, Isaiah had an air of certainty about winning. Dominic's face darkened. He had never been belittled this way before, and Isaiah was certainly the first. Isaiah, today is your day of death. Let's add the inner sect disciple token to the bet. I admire your courage. That meant that the losing side would also lose their points. Haha, you're nothing challenging to me. When I decided to compete with you, that 10th position was already mine. You had a chance to run originally, but now you seem foolish. Isaiah said confidently. It's only been a few days, but you're really getting more arrogant. Do you think no one remains in Tianshang sect? Dominic's aura grew terrifying as he spoke. The disciples were scared by his aura. The power was so sharp it had caused partial spatial distortion around them. My cultivation and realm have broken through. Just wait to die. Although I know you may have comprehended the avatar realm, if you don't use it now, you'll miss the chance. Isaiah shrugged with a faint smile. Don't be so full of yourself. You've always been trash to me. Do you believe that just one palm can incapacitate you? Isaiah questioned. Dominic wasted no more time. Hatred for Isaiah had reached its peak, and he immediately attacked. They exchanged palms with a thunderous roar, like two dragons colliding, releasing overwhelming destructive power. The surrounding area shook. Reaching this level of energy force shocked everyone. It seemed to form a huge vortex centered on the two. But soon Dominic was forced back. Only Isaiah remained in the energy vortex, his aura becoming even more intense. How could this kid be so strong? Dominic felt something was wrong after realizing he didn't gain any advantage. Had this kid comprehended the second stage of Tianshang realm? He was proficient and not inferior to Dominic, who had just achieved it with Amerigo's assistance. When Dominic was at a loss, Isaiah struck again. The power of energy was so terrifying it changed his expression drastically. Earth-level advanced martial skill, Sky Shadow Palm. Dominic used his strongest skill, trying to counter Isaiah's palm, but he found his Sky Shadow Palm couldn't compare to Isaiah's ordinary palm. Isaiah's energy broke through all of Dominic's barriers, causing him to fly off the stage and land heavily on the ground. Had he not protected himself with energy, he might have fallen out. Pooh! Dominic looked extremely unwell, spitting blood after an unimaginably embarrassing defeat. What a waste of space, it's just one palm and you're like this? Isaiah laughed. Spectators below were dumbfounded at such a monster. This battle was too fast. What kind of creature can release such power with just a palm? He looked so confident. This was truly a crushing victory. Dominic was almost incapable of getting up, constantly coughing blood. He looked disheveled and lost his former arrogance. Everyone gasped, like seeing a ghost. Maybe a ghost wouldn't shock them this much. Who was Isaiah, to have limits like this? Just one casual palm made Dominic helpless. Was the number 10 ranked inner sect disciple so defenseless? Tianshang sect's renowned figure almost won half the battle with one palm and still held back. Most shocking was Jarrett, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Isaiah's powerful strength left everyone awestruck. The strongest disciple this year must be Isaiah. I think even the personal disciples of Tianshang sect might not surpass Isaiah. Isaiah's overwhelming strength came from the superior second stage of Tianshang realm. Unseen chi pressure was beyond Dominic's comprehension. Under the immense pressure, Dominic's overall strength dropped significantly, which was why Isaiah's single palm did this damage. Alright, I declare. Jarrett's announcement was interrupted by a sudden surge of energy on the stage. Even Jarrett raised an eyebrow at the unexpected burst coming from Dominic. Dominic seemed to elevate his realm, ignoring his injuries like a frenzied beast. Isaiah, die today, Dominic roared. He actually used the Imperial 4th grade pill, Yuan expansion pill. This Dominic spared no expense. Where did he get such a pill? Jarrett showed a hint of shock. An Imperial 4th grade pill was extraordinary, capable of elevating a martial emperor realm expert by 1 rank, or potentially 2 if their potential was tapped. Using it suddenly changed the tide of battle. Jarrett worried for Isaiah despite his earlier overwhelming victory. Now elevated to mid-stage 7th rank martial emperor, could Isaiah still win? Jarrett frowned. Look at Dominic's energy. It's frightening. Has his realm become stronger? He used the Imperial 4th grade pill. Isaiah probably can't escape this. A 7th rank martial emperor realm is terrifying. Dominic's energy continuously surged, cracking the ground. Now, he summoned an avatar. What should Isaiah do now? Chapter 370, ranked first. The clone realm was being skillfully used by the two Dominic as they faced Isaiah. Your strength seems to have surged dramatically, but even so, you are still no match for me. Isaiah shrugged, appearing completely unperturbed. He stood his ground as Dominic leaped forward. Heavenly Shadow Palm. Dominic struck with all his might, aiming to finish off Isaiah once and for all. Isaiah remained unmoving, seemingly not intending to dodge. He raised his hand and extended his palm. Both the real Dominic and his clone launched their fatal blows towards Isaiah simultaneously. Isaiah took the blow head-on, a reckless move that bordered on courting death. Dominic found it hard to believe. Despite his powerful strike, Isaiah actually managed to withstand it. At such close proximity, Dominic realized that his essence energy seemed to dissipate immediately upon contact with Isaiah's essence energy. After holding out for a moment against Isaiah's counterforce, Dominic finally felt himself weakening. Isaiah's essence energy proved to be far more overwhelming. Humph, you lose. Isaiah's gaze sharpened as he increased his essence energy output. Dominic instantly felt a wave of force like a raging torrent enveloping him, almost swallowing him whole. Dominic was thrown into the air, floating like a falling leaf before crashing heavily onto the ground. A loud thud reverberated, leaving a deep crater where he landed. The arena fell into an eerie silence. No one dared speak for several moments, watching Isaiah with barely concealed shock. They could hardly believe what had just happened. Was Isaiah truly this monstrous? How could a newcomer beat the 10th ranked Dominic, who had been upgraded by medicinal pills to enhance his cultivation by 2 levels, so effortlessly? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Isaiah seemed to have reached a godlike level. How well does that boy, 2nd level of Heavenly Realm, really understand his power? Someone wondered aloud. He is truly a 1,000-year genius in martial arts, beyond my wildest imagination, Jarrett murmured to himself. Dominic lay motionless, gravely injured and nearly lifeless. Jarrett couldn't fathom how strong Isaiah's Heavenly Realm was, whether it was in its early or mid stages. It was astonishing for a new disciple to achieve this. Well, everyone has seen Isaiah's performance. The inner sect disciple Isaiah has successfully challenged Dominic and won. Now, the 10th place is Isaiah's. Jarrett loudly announced this news. The rewards for the 10th place were examined by Isaiah. It was only some 4th grade medicinal pills. Moreover, since Isaiah had achieved top scores in other evaluations, Jarrett intended to grant him all the rewards together. First place in Essence Energy Suppression Evaluation rewards 4 4th grade medicinal pills and access to the Sacred Training Ground. As for your current 10th place reward, you get 2 4th grade Royal Medicinal Pills. These were primarily beneficial medicinal pills for cultivation. Isaiah understood that while these might help other inner sect disciples, they wouldn't offer much benefit to him. The Sacred Training Ground is also known as the Sky Tower, but you will need to pay points to enter. 5th grade medicinal pills would be more beneficial. Isaiah naturally accepted them, knowing that advancing his cultivation required exponentially more effort compared to others. This is truly boring. Isaiah shook his head. Don't say that too soon. You are indeed strong, But excessive arrogance isn't good, Jarrett advised. His tone toward Isaiah was less harsh now. Isaiah didn't respond much to Jarrett. He felt an increasing aversion to Jarrett, noticing him everywhere. Wait a moment. Now that you're 10th place, expect many to challenge you fervently, Jarrett reminded. I don't worry about that. Whoever challenges me, I'll accept. Just come if you dare. Isaiah had bet on the points with Dominic, but this guy had none left. Feeling a bit cheated, Isaiah eventually dismissed it, considering he now had plenty of points anyway. I can guarantee that no one will challenge me next. Oh, why are you so sure? Dominic asked. Because I'm about to challenge the first place of the inner sect. Isaiah's voice was resolute. Everyone's eyes widened. Isaiah looked dead serious. He wasn't joking. Is he serious? Already challenging the number 1 after becoming number 10? Arrogant fool. He must be mad. How else would he talk like that? Ha, winning 10th place made him swell up. Admittedly, Isaiah did show skill by nearly crushing Dominic. However, every rank among the top 10 in Heavenly Sect was vastly different. The gap between 1st and 10th was enormous. Although Isaiah was powerful, his confidence was extreme. Elder, please issue a challenge letter to the first place. If he doesn't dare, then let him give me the first place position, Isaiah said with a faint smile. Jarrett hesitated, expecting Isaiah to challenge 8th or 9th place, not straight for the first. Isaiah, don't be overconfident. If you change your mind now, we can consider it a joke. No jokes. What benefits will there be if I win the first place? That's impossible. But if you do win, you'll enter the cabinet of Heavenly Sect, which is home to individuals stronger than any inner sect disciple. The cabinet rankings are known as the Heavenly Gay List. So, I'll join the cabinet today for a spin. This leap was too large. Jarrett looked at Isaiah in confusion as the arena fell silent. None of the other top 10 ranked disciples were present unless summoned by an elder. These future pillars of the sect were always busy cultivating and refining their martial skills. Such an event had never occurred in Heavenly Sect before. A new disciple within a month, challenging for 10th place and now aiming for 1st place. This left many disciples in awe, viewing Isaiah almost as an idol. They wished they could be as strong as him. Jarrett immediately ordered a message pigeon to be released. The pigeon would find the first-ranked inner sect disciple on its own. You should know more about Heavenly Sect's first-place disciple. His name is Adam. Chapter 371. Is there still a need for action? Isaiah's expression was unreadable as he stepped down from the platform. The junior disciples hastily retreated, all of them feeling an overwhelming fear towards this young man. Hee, Stephen Galen, come and take a rest here. A sycophantic disciple smiled and gestured with his hand, indicating the nearby stools and some refreshments. Isaiah lounged lazily there, appearing very relaxed, as if waiting for Adam to arrive. On one of the small peaks in Heavenly Sect, a white-robed man was meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon interrupted him, causing a hint of displeasure to appear on his face. Upon seeing that it was a message from an elder, the white-robed man raised his eyebrows, not knowing what it could be about, though he showed no respect for it. Opening the envelope, he read that Isaiah had defeated Dominic, who ranked 10th among inner disciples, and now sought to challenge him. Adam's face turned ugly. Why should a newly promoted inner disciple have the right to challenge him? He felt deeply disgruntled. But if he refused, people would surely mock him for being afraid of a challenge from a mere first-ranked inner disciple. Just showing up once was fine. He intended to make everyone understand that he wasn't someone anyone could just challenge. This time would serve as a warning to others. Brother Tion, are you going out? Some guy named Isaiah dared to challenge me. I'm going to kill him, Adam said with dissatisfaction. Isaiah? I've heard this kid is quite powerful recently. His name has been everywhere. Oh, really? Is he some sort of prodigy? Adam asked. Yes, indeed talented. It's said he did very well in the elemental energy suppression test and emerged unscathed. If he's a genius, that might make things interesting. It will only highlight my strength even more. Ha ha ha. Adam laughed loudly, then leaped away swiftly. Another inner disciple shook his head, clearly foreseeing that someone was in for trouble. Isaiah sipped tea and ate pastries, gradually falling asleep. Everyone watching him felt their scalps tingling at his ease. This time Isaiah was challenging the number 1 inner disciple, not some ordinary person. Yet he could sleep? Was he that confident in himself? Did he think he was certain to win? A white figure darted by like lightning, drawing everyone's attention. His arrival seemed to fill the air with oppressive elemental energy, making breathing difficult. This must be the pressure exerted by the top-ranked inner disciple, truly formidable. All is lost. I didn't expect that the number 1 inner disciple, Adam, would actually come. I think Isaiah is really dead meat. He's still sleeping. He is indeed calm, but he will suffer greatly soon. Everyone's scalp tingled when they saw Adam. The intense elemental energy around him affected everything within several yards of him. Undoubtedly, Adam had extraordinary talent and immense strength. Since he entered the top 10, he had taken only a year to become the first-ranked inner disciple, showing how frighteningly talented he was. Few could match him. The strongest among the top 10 inner disciples was undoubtedly Adam. He had crushed everyone to achieve his ranking. Although Isaiah was surprising, encountering the real prodigy Adam might mean he'd have to stop here. Why did he enjoy courting death so much? Beating the 10th ranked and then daring to challenge the first? Most thought Isaiah couldn't even defeat the 7th ranked and now challenging the first had no chance of winning. What irked people most was Isaiah's attitude, reclining and sleeping in a chair. On the platform, Adam immediately noticed someone unusual, Isaiah nearby. What arrogance! This must be the fool. Adam's face darkened. Stephen Galen, the number 1 disciple has arrived, Jarrett shouted. Ah, sorry, I'll get up. Isaiah yawned and slowly walked onto the platform. So young, joking. Others won't say I'm bullying you? Adam sneered. Jarrett smiled faintly. Don't worry about that. As a witness, both sides agreed voluntarily. I am the top-ranked inner disciple, and no one has dared challenge me before. You come here to die, and I'll make an example out of you. Adam smiled coldly. Let me also tell you, I already have the qualifications to enter the heavenly sect sky rank. This would be a good opportunity to test my new level of strength. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. Adam had the qualifications to enter the sky rank? Isaiah was curious why everyone was so shocked. Heavenly sect also had a sky rank? Seemed even higher than the inner disciples. Too terrifying. When did Adam enter the sky rank? That means Adam has entered the cabinet. This time, Isaiah is doomed. I don't believe he can win. If he hadn't entered the cabinet or the sky rank, Isaiah might have stood a chance. Now, he has none. People murmured, not knowing what level Adam had reached. His cultivation must be incredibly high. At least Adam should be at Wu Zun Realm 8th stage or higher. How could Isaiah possibly win? It was almost unbelievable. But Isaiah not only did not turn pale but even smiled. Is that so? That's great then. The top inner disciple must be very strong. Isaiah paused and continued. An elder told me that if I win, I would replace your position and enter the cabinet. Adam's face darkened to an extreme because Isaiah was too arrogant. Unlike other disciples who showed submission, he acted harmlessly innocent. Fine, let's start now. Isaiah said calmly. Haha, laughable. Do you think I need to use my hands to deal with you? Adam sneered, folding his arms behind his back, appearing condescending. Isaiah smiled faintly. You go first. I'll let you have 3 moves. Let's see if you have any real skills. From the look of it, you'd lose to elemental energy suppression alone, Adam said, slightly tilting his head. Soon, Adam's fierce elemental energy appeared, circling him menacingly. People, including Jarrett, instinctively retreated. Being harmed by such elemental energy was no joke. Adam's eyes were sharp and fierce. Never thought a person like you would attain such a realm? Chapter 372. What's there to be proud of? Adam looked down on Isaiah immensely, believing that this young man did not deserve the heavenly realm. Yet reality proved to be surprisingly unexpected. This arrogant rascal had not only achieved enlightenment, but seemed to have quite good control over it as well. The atmosphere on the stage grew heavy, all due to Adam, who continuously released his essence energy, creating a terrifying anomaly. Immediately, Adam unleashed his mid-stage, second-layered, heavenly realm essence energy. Its pressure was overwhelmingly powerful, making the entire area tremble. This overwhelming suppressive energy rushed towards Isaiah, who slightly raised an eyebrow, clearly feeling a great deal of impact and suppression. Humph, I'll see just how long you can last under my force suppression. Before long, you will surely meet your end, Adam boasted. Adam intended to defeat Isaiah without even laying a hand on him, using only his second-layered heavenly realm. This would be the best possible outcome. At first, Isaiah felt some pain, but he soon adapted. Ding! The master has been suppressed by the second-layered heavenly realm, triggering a 100-fold enlightenment. Gained experience, 1,000 times 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, master, for comprehending the late-stage second-layered heavenly realm. Isaiah was momentarily stunned, not expecting this inner sect's top disciple to possess such skill. This late-stage, second-layered heavenly realm significantly enhanced his essence energy, making this duel incredibly beneficial. Next, let me show you mine, Isaiah said coolly. Adam's expression changed as Isaiah also began emitting terrifying essence energy with formidable suppressive power. Initially, Adam hadn't taken Isaiah seriously, yet he was quickly pushed back by this young man's energy. His own second-layered heavenly realm couldn't match its strength? Adam was thoroughly shocked. So what if this kid had just reached this realm? Why would he be even stronger now? Isn't this wrong? Isaiah's essence energy is stronger than Adam's. This seems terrifying. Something is off. The inner sect's top-ranked suppressive energy can't match him? It sounds laughable. Isaiah is truly a monster. How could Isaiah still have the upper hand? That was Damien, ranked number 1. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. Was this kid about to create another miracle? In an instant, Adam's eyes widened. He was completely thrown back by Isaiah's suppressive energy. He appeared disheveled. His neatly tied hair instantly scattered. This is the top-ranked student? I'm really surprised. I thought you were so impressive. If you don't use all your strength, I'll say you're dead already. Isaiah teased. Just got a bit lucky. What's there to be proud of? Adam instantly shouted angrily, unleashing his full potential at the second-layered heavenly realm, determined to kill Isaiah. But reality was devastating for Adam. Even with his utmost effort, he couldn't surpass Isaiah. With a boom, that burst of energy sent Adam flying once again. Horror showed on his face as this kid's realm indeed surpassed his. It must be late-stage second-layered heavenly realm. How could such a thing happen? Adam looked like he'd seen a ghost. Did this newcomer really comprehend it so quickly? A disciple of Adam's high talent had practiced diligently for over 2 years to reach this level of understanding. But this person was truly a freak. How long had he been in the sect? They'd never seen this kid before, and now he already grasped the late-stage second-layered heavenly realm? Adam calmed himself down, genuinely not expecting things to turn out this way. So, Isaiah, you're really talented. No wonder you dared to challenge me beyond your rank. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Pausing, Adam continued, but despite this, I am still ranked first among inner sect disciples. If I lose to you, I might as well give up on cultivation forever. You can't win against me. As he spoke, his body emitted an extremely sharp and tyrannical essence energy, turning him into a terrifying force, seemingly several times stronger. The sky underwent subtle changes, with Adam's essence energy growing more terrifying. His realm seemed to have advanced further, and instantly, a long sword descended from the sky. A life and death showdown is inevitable between us. Adam immediately drew his sword, his blade's momentum becoming frighteningly sharp, almost splitting the air. Everyone watching shuddered. Adam's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had never been this serious before. Who would have thought he'd be facing off against a newcomer in the inner sect? Is that a 4th-level sword aura? That's terrifying. And his realm is nearly at the 8th layer of martial veneration. My god, This is the strength of the top inner sect disciple? Adam's sword momentum was terrifying, warping space around him, combined with his second-layered heavenly realm. Such comprehension in realms could annihilate enemies into nothingness. Even Asuras could be slain. Jarrett raised an eyebrow. Compared to before, Adam's strength had grown immensely. Isaiah should have seized the opportunity to defeat Adam earlier. Now, he had no chance of winning. Let me show you my sword aura. The zero-layered 4th-level sword aura is fearsome. Losing to me, you can brag about it for a year, Adam said harshly. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had thought Adam's sword aura was impressive, but it was merely zero-layered 4th level. How could it compare to his 1-layered? Isaiah had paid a significant price to advance his sword aura to this layer. I think your title as the first is superficial. I can crush you easily, without breaking a sweat, Isaiah said coolly, followed by a cold laugh. Isaiah didn't draw his sword, but firmly gripped the scabbard at his waist. Although Adam had noticed the sword at Isaiah's waist earlier, he hadn't sensed any aura from it. Suddenly, a heavenly sword aura erupted, compelling everyone's admiration. It was awe-inspiring, surpassing Adam's sword aura, 4th-level sword aura. The crowd couldn't discern what level this sword aura was because they didn't know the existence of the 1-layered 4th level. Only a few senior elders understood. Did you also grasp the 0-layered 4th-level sword aura? I don't believe you are stronger than me. I will surely defeat you. Chapter 373, Still One. Adam was extremely angry. He had never been as embarrassed, as he was today. He immediately swung his sword at Isaiah, the overwhelming sword momentum almost cleaving through the sky. Isaiah, however, remained calm and composed. Just as Adam's sword momentum was about to reach him, he swiftly drew his sword. The two sword momentums collided instantly, like two dragons fighting each other, completely covering the heavens and earth. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The sword momentum was so exaggerated, with blinding light and a chilling coldness that seemed almost fatal. The two men's sword momentums were almost evenly matched. Adam was gripping his sword with all his might, already drenched in sweat, looking very strained. In contrast, Isaiah looked relaxed, not expending much energy at all. He gave a faint smile. Adam thought that if he held on for a while, he could win. But the sudden, overwhelming pressure from Isaiah instantly made his sword momentum vanish. Countless sword auras flew chaotically through the air, like countless meteors in the sky, extremely magnificent. With a few clangs, several sword auras struck Adam fiercely, sending him flying. He floated like a falling leaf, lifeless. With a loud thud, Adam fell to the ground. The sword auras almost shattered him. The glaring sword wounds on his body were almost tearing him apart, leaving everyone watching in horror. This sword momentum was terrifyingly extreme. The arena was deathly quiet, so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the stage. What just happened? After those two powerful sword momentums collided, the outcome was decided so quickly. Isaiah defeated Adam with just one strike. This happened in an instant. The elders were most shocked. Jarrett looked at Isaiah in amazement. This kid was simply astonishing. Isaiah displayed the late 2nd level heavenly realm. Moreover, Isaiah's sword momentum earlier was of the 1st level of the 4th realm, far surpassing Adam's 0 level. No wonder Adam was instantly incapacitated. They weren't even on the same level. Whether it was the 2nd level heavenly realm or the 1st level of the 4th realm sword momentum, both completely outclassed Adam. Isaiah was slightly surprised to see that Adam could still stand up. He spat out blood suddenly, in unbearable pain. Did you grasp the 1st level of the 4th sword momentum? Adam asked incredulously, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing such severe injuries, yet Adam could still stand. Isaiah was also somewhat surprised. What kind of constitution did this person have? Theoretically, such injuries should be fatal. Adam never dreamed he would lose so thoroughly. He was the proud 1st-ranked inner disciple, but now he finally understood what it meant to have someone better. He confidently unleashed his 4th realm 0-level sword momentum, intending to defeat Isaiah instantly, but now he had been beaten by a single strike. The first time he felt truly convinced of his loss. I told you before, you can never be my match. Now you understand, don't you? Isaiah sheathed his sword. All right, I lost, and I lost completely. I admit it. Never thought I would encounter someone like you. From now on, you are the 1st-ranked inner disciple. I hope you continue to shine. Adam spat out another mouthful of blood. He was barely holding on. In an instant, he flashed away. To leave with such injuries, Isaiah watched expressionlessly. My God, how could this happen? That's Adam, the 1st-ranked inner disciple, defeated by one strike. How strong is this monster? His strength seems bottomless. Adam, the 1st-ranked inner disciple, lost and admitted defeat. These people were usually very proud. To get them to admit defeat was virtually impossible. Yet Isaiah achieved this and more. He didn't even use his full strength to win. People hadn't even seen Isaiah's full potential. Jarrett raised an eyebrow at Isaiah. This kid was the future of the sect. If the sect couldn't keep him, it would be a great loss. How long had Isaiah been in the heavenly sect? To defeat the top inner disciple, it was almost unbelievable. If not for witnessing it firsthand, many wouldn't believe it. Jarrett sighed. This person is no ordinary fish in the pond. One day he will transform into a dragon and leave here, which would be the worst outcome. The heavenly sect has produced countless geniuses, but someone like Isaiah was the first Jarrett had seen. Not just in the heavenly sect, even across the entire Southern Xia Empire, there was no one as formidable as Isaiah. Congratulations, Isaiah. You are now the 1st-ranked inner disciple and eligible to enter the heavenly sect's inner chamber. You can challenge the disciples on the heavenly galas too. Jarrett congratulated him with a bow, smiling warmly, even friendlier than before. Isaiah was now on par with any direct disciple. At this rate, reaching the 4th major realm would be no issue. Jarrett looked at Isaiah approvingly. Thank you, Isaiah replied faintly. Though he had won against Adam, he didn't show much joy or a hint of a smile. Many female disciples below the stage were infatuated with Isaiah's handsome appearance and his unforgettable sword-drawing stance, along with his current cold and charming demeanor. Wow, how can Isaiah be so handsome? More disciples now feared Isaiah, keeping their distance from this prodigy, naturally envying his talent. Why could Isaiah have such extraordinary talent, dimming the light of other inner disciples instantly? They all felt greatly impacted. Isaiah, of course, didn't stay long on the stage and returned to the guest house, planning to rest. Now that he had accumulated enough points, Isaiah only needed to focus on cultivation. After resting for 2 days at the guest house, on the 3rd day, Isaiah planned to go to the inner chamber. Before leaving, he gave his room to a new disciple, who was moved to tears. Because it was given by Isaiah, no one dared to snatch the high-quality room. Anyone who dared would be courting death. Isaiah's reputation was now legendary, and no one dared to provoke him. A new disciple defeating the top rank was almost becoming a myth. Is this the entrance to the heavenly sect's inner chamber? Isaiah raised an eyebrow, seeing the towering mountain peak ahead. It was like a paradise. Ahead lay winding and rugged paths, leading to luxurious palaces not far away, with beautiful scenery. Isaiah took a look and continued forward. Isaiah remained calm and collected. Just as Adam's sword aura approached, he swiftly drew his sword. The two sword auras collided instantly, like two giant dragons mutually slaughtering each other, completely covering the heavens and earth with their power. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The sword aura was so exaggerated that the glaring light and chill were almost fatal. The two people's sword auras were almost on par. Adam gripped his sword tightly, drenched in sweat, clearly struggling. On the contrary, Isaiah looked relaxed, not having expended much energy at all. He smiled faintly. Adam had thought that holding on for a bit would bring him victory, but the sudden strong pressure made his sword aura vanish instantly. Countless sword energies danced chaotically in the sky, like countless meteors, creating a spectacular sight. Several loud clangs rang out as some sword energies fiercely struck Adam, sending him flying out. He fell like a drifting leaf, lifeless. A loud thud echoed as Adam hit the ground. The sword energy had nearly shattered him, leaving several glaring sword wounds on his body. People watched in horror, deeply moved. This sword aura was terrifyingly extreme. The square of the arena was eerily quiet, so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the arena. What had just happened? Those two powerful sword auras collided, and the result was decided so quickly. Isaiah defeated Adam with just one sword strike. It all happened in an instant. Most shocked were the elders. Jarrett looked at Isaiah in astonishment. This young man was truly astonishing. Isaiah had exhibited the second stage late level of the heavenly realm. Moreover, just now, Isaiah's sword aura was at the first level of the fourth realm, far surpassing Adam's 0 level. No wonder Adam was instantly incapacitated. The two were simply not on the same level. Whether it was the second level of the heavenly realm or the first level of the fourth realm sword aura, both overwhelmed Adam completely. Isaiah was slightly stunned, not expecting Adam to stand up again. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he appeared to be in excruciating pain. Did you actually comprehend the first level of the fourth sword aura? Adam asked incredulously, looking like he had seen a ghost. Seeing such severe injuries yet standing up, Isaiah felt somewhat surprised. What kind of constitution did this person have? Theoretically, these injuries should be fatal. Adam never dreamed he would lose so thoroughly. He was the proud top-ranked inner gate disciple. Now he understood what it meant that there were always people better than oneself. Confidently, he had taken out his fourth realm 0-level sword aura, intending to instantly kill Isaiah. Instead, he was defeated by a single sword strike. For the first time, he was wholeheartedly convinced. I told you before, you can't be my match. Now you understand, right? Isaiah sheathed his sword. Alright, I lost, and lost completely. I admit defeat without reservation. I didn't think I'd meet someone like you. You're now the top-ranked inner gate disciple. I hope you remain glorious. Adam spat out another mouthful of blood, barely holding on. In an instant, he flashed away. To still leave with such injuries, Isaiah watched expressionlessly. My God, how could this happen? That's Adam, the top-ranked inner gate disciple, defeated with one strike. How strong is this monster? His strength is like a bottomless pit. The top-ranked inner gate disciple, Adam, lost like this and even admitted defeat. Knowing these people were usually arrogant and aloof, making them admit defeat was practically impossible. Yet Isaiah managed to do this. Not only that, but Isaiah hadn't used his full strength and still won. People hadn't even seen Isaiah's full capabilities. Jarrett looked at Isaiah with raised eyebrows. This young man was simply the future of the sect. If the sect couldn't retain him, it would be a huge loss. How long had Isaiah been in the heavenly sect? To already defeat the top-ranked inner gate disciple, truly astounding. If not for seeing it firsthand, many wouldn't believe it. Jarrett sighed. This person was no ordinary individual. Enoch Day he would become a dragon and leave here. That would be the worst thing. The heavenly sect had produced countless geniuses, but someone as extraordinary as Isaiah, Jarrett saw for the first time. Forget the heavenly sect, even across the entire Nanyang Empire, there wouldn't be anyone like this. Congratulations, Isaiah. You're now the top-ranked inner gate disciple, qualified to enter the heavenly sect's cabinet and challenge the disciples on the celestial gay list. Jarrett bowed respectfully, his smile warmer than before. Isaiah was already on par with any direct disciple. With his development, reaching the fourth great realm would be no problem. Jarrett looked at Isaiah approvingly. Thank you, Isaiah said calmly. Although he had won against Adam, he showed no extra joy or a trace of a smile. Many female disciples below the arena swooned over Isaiah's cool demeanor, especially the way he handled the sword, unforgettable and charming. Whoa, how could Isaiah be so handsome? At this point, more disciples feared Isaiah's presence. This prodigy must be kept at a distance. Many envied his talent. Why should Isaiah possess such extraordinary talent? He instantly overshadowed other inner gate disciples, dealing a significant blow to their self-esteem. Isaiah naturally wouldn't stay on the arena any longer. He returned to the guest hall, intending to rest for a while. Now with plenty of points, Isaiah just needed to practice more. After resting for 2 days in the guest hall, Isaiah planned to go to the cabinet on the 3rd day. Before leaving, he handed his room to a new disciple, who was moved to tears. Because it was given by Isaiah, no one dared snatch the superior room. It would be courting death. Now Isaiah's reputation was well known. No one dared provoke him. A newcomer directly defeating the number 1 seemed almost mythical. Is this the entrance to the heavenly sect's cabinet? Isaiah asked, raising an eyebrow. He couldn't imagine a towering mountain peak here, a place akin to a fairyland. Ahead lay a winding and rugged path leading to a luxurious palace complex, its scenery breathtaking. Isaiah took a moment to appreciate it before continuing forward. Chapter 374 Bold and Reckless. The outer sect had a heavenly tower, but the inner sect was even more magnificent. Isaiah arrived in the inner sect to get acquainted with the place. The heavenly tower seemed to be the symbol of the heavenly Tao sect. One could see these towering structures from miles away, splendid and deeply symbolic. The main cultivation grounds of the inner sect were within this tower. Disciples lived here, and every inner sect disciple had a ranking on the heavenly board. Isaiah had just arrived, yet he already saw many individuals radiating terrifying primal energy, far surpassing that of the outer sect disciples. They were all prodigious martial artists. Despite their apparent strength, Isaiah didn't think much of them. As a new face here, he strolled around as if it were a garden stroll. Such carefree demeanor naturally drew attention from many inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciples were a rank higher than the core disciples, and their arrogance showed, acting superior with their heads held high. Naturally, Isaiah found this distasteful. This heavenly tower is way larger than the outer one. Wonder how many levels there are. Isaiah observed the entrance map. Levels 1 through 5 were dedicated living quarters for newly admitted disciples, each receiving corresponding cultivation resources. Above level 5 were sacred cultivation areas, medicinal herb pavilions, and pill pavilions. Glancing over, he began climbing the stairs. Entering the grand hall on the 1st floor, Isaiah marveled at its magnificence, feeling awestruck by its cultivator ambience which left him entranced. Unexpectedly, he ran into someone familiar here. Adam limped along. Coughing continuously, Isaiah smiled bitterly. His sword momentum was too overwhelming, leaving Adam nearly incapacitated. Seeing Adam's bruised and battered appearance as if beaten up by someone, it was truly pitiful. Clearly, Adam had once been illustrious, but after losing and sustaining severe injuries, he became an easy target for bullying. Why are you here? Isaiah asked. Why? It's you. Adam tried to avoid Isaiah, clearly embarrassed, being the loser. So severe an injury untreated can seriously damage your dantian during recovery. Isaiah remarked nonchalantly. I have nowhere to rest. Each room comes with cultivation pills and resources, so my room was taken over by someone else, Adam said apologetically. Who did this? Didn't you have a place in the outer sect? Sigh, you don't know. When I was top-ranked, everyone followed eagerly. Now that I've lost and am heavily injured, they've turned against me, giving me punches while I'm down. Adam replied bitterly. Reality could be harsh indeed. A once top-ranked individual falling would invite scorn and further bullying. You'll face great difficulties here alone. Even though you're strong, you must be cautious in the inner sect. Isaiah nodded. Haha, Isaiah, who would have thought I'd run into you here, came an arrogant voice. Turning around, Isaiah saw Beck. He wondered why such a mediocrity managed to enter the inner sect, guessing the Xiao family had considerable influence within the sect. You're really unlucky. Meeting me in the inner sect means today you'll pay a price. Hand over all your points now or die here, Beck declared arrogantly and loudly. Get lost. Isaiah's face hardened, and his killing intent surged. The sudden clamor drew many disciples' attention. Everyone looked over at the bold newcomer, daring to confront Beck. Who's that guy? Must have annoyed Beck. The Xiao family here is not to be trifled with. Just like the Nan family, they hold terrifying power. That newcomer doesn't know his place. He must be courting death. A man slowly approached Beck, his oppressive aura sending shivers through everyone. His mere presence made others step back nervously. The inner sect disciple Hardy of the Xiao family actually appeared, with such immense pressure. Hardy's face was stern, glaring intensely at Isaiah as if trying to see right through him. Big brother Hardy, that brat snatched our Xiao family's points. He's disrespected us. You must reclaim our 10,000 points, Beck pointed out. Everyone was stunned. He took 10,000 points from the Xiao family? How did he manage that? Well, this kid has some skills, but does he think points come for free? The Xiao family never lets an insult go unpunished. Many were intrigued by Isaiah. Newcomers rarely dared to provoke the Xiao family within the sect, considering it extremely unwise. Beck felt triumphant, his eyes filled with hatred, almost eager to devour Isaiah alive. Many felt sympathetic towards Isaiah, knowing it was nearly impossible for a newcomer to beat Hardy, let alone facing other powerful members of the Xiao family. If Isaiah conceded and submitted the points along with a kneeling apology, he might survive here, where no one protected newcomers. The elders of the inner sect's heavenly tower merely watched idly. Just hand over the points obediently. Your points are quite high. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll spare you, Hardy commanded. My fairly won points. Why should I give them to you? Give me a reason. Want my points? Prove yourself, Isaiah calmly retorted. Haha, defying the Xiao family. I guarantee you'll die miserably. Are you Xiao family so formidable? Not really. I won those points fair and square, and you can't take them back now. I still look down on you. Isaiah's audacious remarks left everyone stunned. A newcomer boldly insulting Hardy was unprecedented, likely sealing his own tragic fate. People sighed. Young people nowadays really knew no better. Speaking thus was akin to courting death. Inner sect disciples differed significantly from core disciples. Even if the newcomer ranked highly among core disciples, refusing to be modest here invited a miserable end. Haha, you're incredibly bold. What gives you such courage? Chapter 375, You can too. Hardy was clearly furious. Everyone around him had always shown him utmost respect, but today, this newcomer showed remarkable boldness by daring to speak to him like that. The expression on Hardy's face twisted with malice, and he couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh as he stared fiercely at Isaiah, his entire body exuding a murderous aura. Humph, if you want to fight, let's get it over with. I can't wait any longer, Isaiah said indifferently. If you want to die, I'll oblige you. With those words, Hardy hurled a powerful punch at Isaiah. His roar echoed, the surge of energy from the punch roaring like a mighty tiger, overwhelmingly powerful. A thunderous boom resounded as one punch exerted such astonishing force that the surrounding disciples were terrified, trembling uncontrollably. After all, Hardy was a cabinet disciple with extraordinary strength. He knocked punch after another hit Isaiah with immense pressure. Isaiah started retaliating. He countered with a powerful burst of energy, neutralizing Hardy's assault. The gale force Isaiah released forcefully pushed Hardy back. He was astonished. How could this boy be so strong? What went wrong? I didn't expect him to have such power. Hardy's face turned grim, realizing he might not defeat this young man without using his full strength for the first time, feeling a hint of pressure. Heaven rank lower tier martial art, Divine Tiger Fist. Hardy's face hardened instantly as he unleashed a roar that shook the entire hall. Spectators were flung to the ground by the sheer force. A phantom tiger charged straight at Isaiah, leaving destruction in its wake as the ground shattered completely. Such overwhelming force tore through the air. But under the fierce attack of the tiger, Isaiah raised his sword scabbard and blocked the tiger's charge. A loud bang erupted as everyone wondered how Isaiah fared. Even a cabinet disciple might struggle under such a potent strike. An explosion kicked up a massive cloud of dust. All eyes widened. Hardy's move was excessively ruthless. It could collapse the whole building. This is incredibly powerful. Heaven rank martial arts are truly inconceivable. Judging by the destruction, Hardy must have reached mid-stage proficiency. I think that boy must be utterly shattered. Something like that isn't impossible. That's what happens when you oppose Hardy. The boy deserves it, ending up like this. Hardy sneered smugly, having used even heaven rank techniques to leave the boy no place to bury. Now, there was silence where once there was arrogance. Many felt sympathy for Isaiah, coming to the cabinet only to be killed on the first day. How tragic. As the dust settled, Hardy arched an eyebrow at Isaiah, now covered in dust, still showing no visible injuries. You've got some backbone, kid, but it doesn't matter. You won't last long. Soon, you'll pay the price. Hardy chuckled arrogantly. Imph, just a heaven rank technique. What's so impressive about that? Isaiah said coolly. Ha, keep deluding yourself. How long do you think you can hold out against my formidable power? You're definitely going to die. Even heaven rank techniques, I know them too. Your skill can't defeat me. Big talk anyone can make. You're too young and rash, but I've seen people like you before. They all end up dead. Hardy roared furiously, gathering energy, his aura threatening to transcend the heavens. All your achievements will be mine now, kid, and there's nothing you can do about it. It depends on whether you're capable of that or not. Isaiah assumed a stance, his posture exuding tremendous might. Hardy narrowed his eyes. Haha, really? At this moment, do you seriously think you can overpower me? Impossible. My realm is no less than yours. Suddenly, Isaiah executed his lightning-fast sword draw. Hardy felt a chilling presence rush towards him, stunned by its suddenness. A wave of intense cold spread from Isaiah's sword. Hardy's face paled, hurriedly unleashing the Divine Tiger Fist as their forces clashed. Electricity flashed, and thunder roared. A thunder dragon appeared before Hardy. Heaven rank lower tier martial art. Abraham's sword technique. What? You also know heaven rank techniques? The clash between the thunder dragon and the divine tiger sparkled dazzlingly. Spectators dared not stand idle. Even a minor repercussion could be fatal. Hardy, the one who should die is you. Against my absolute power, you stand no chance, Isaiah said icily. The divine tiger's momentum vanished instantly upon meeting the thunder dragon, a scenario Hardy never anticipated. He was left staring wide-eyed, utterly shocked and powerless. A deafening explosion rocked the room. Hardy's eyes widened in horror, fear spreading across his face as the thunder dragon engulfed him. Aya, why? Why is this happening? Hardy screamed in agony. Lightning surged in the room, everyone feeling chills. Summoning so much lightning-like power in such a place was terrifying. Isaiah's sword stroke overwhelmed Hardy completely. The divine tiger fist was utterly ineffective, even in defense. Now, Hardy lay scorched and riddled with sword wounds. The electric current from Isaiah's sword inflicted unimaginable pain, almost incapacitating him. Isaiah sneered contemptuously, not even glancing at Hardy. He knew his heaven-rank technique would prevail. After all, it was one of the 4 divine powers. Despite Hardy's strength, he was insignificant before Isaiah, his proud skills shattered in mere moments. Hardy trembled, clutching his chest, writhing in unbearable pain, nearly paralyzed by the electricity coursing through him. Everyone was chilled to the bone seeing Hardy fall rather than Isaiah. This newcomer was too powerful. The lightning made them shudder. Isaiah's formidable swordsmanship was terrifying. Even a cabinet disciple like Hardy was soundly defeated. That's Hardy. Did he actually lose like this? Chapter 376, warned you. This is a joke, right? It's the first time I've seen a newcomer who's so powerful. The cabinet didn't expect such a monstrous genius to arrive. Who knows, another upheaval might be happening. Isaiah slowly walked forward and picked up Hardy's token. Now this person's points would belong to him. How many points he got? He hadn't hoped for too much. This scene shocked everyone. The atmosphere became very solemn and unbelievable, with a somewhat dreamlike feeling. Many people were sweating nervously, seeing Isaiah's strength. Their looks of contempt towards him changed into respect. Many newcomers often get oppressed and bullied. Fortunately, it was Hardy who caused trouble this time. Or else if other disciples did, the outcome might have been even worse. Thinking about this, many felt fortunate. Beck stood there in shock, never imagining it would turn out like this. That was a cabinet disciple Isaiah managed to beat. What kind of monster is he? He was trembling all over, wondering what Isaiah would do next. He must be dead for sure now. Hardy had lost utterly. After falling down, she could not stand up again. You want to leave? Isaiah grabbed Beck's shoulder, causing him to shiver all over. Brother Isaiah, this has nothing to do with me. It was Hardy who insisted on reclaiming the points. I just brought her here. Please don't misunderstand or resent me. Isaiah remained expressionless, saying nothing. With a gentle twist, a crack sound echoed. Ah. Beck felt his arm was nearly broken, wailing painfully on the ground. Get lost and don't let me see you again, Isaiah said condescendingly, exuding immense authority. Beck left in an extremely sorry state, carrying Hardy away with several others. Adam shook his head, feeling greatly impressed. This Isaiah was too powerful. He easily defeated Hardy, one of the O family's strongest, almost effortlessly. Adam admired him from the bottom of his heart. If he had faced off against Hardy, he would certainly have lost. Let's go, Isaiah said to Adam. I can't believe a newcomer disciple has such strength. I've never heard of you before. An officer in the hall remarked appreciatively, smiling faintly. Your performance today was truly astonishing. Without being one of the higher-ranked disciples, it would be impossible to achieve that level of destruction. If Isaiah had unleashed more power, it could have caused greater damage to the place. The lightning had nearly cracked the ground severely. Even Hardy, one of the top contenders, lost to Isaiah. This experience widened the eyes of the officers at the affairs department. Over the years, they'd only seen newcomers get bullied, but Isaiah was clearly different. You are a new cabinet disciple, right? Here, the rankings are divided into heaven galists. Good luck to you, although you're outstanding now. How long will it last? The officer chuckled faintly. Do floors 1 to 5 consist entirely of living quarters? Can I get a good room? Yes, you're correct. In fact, there are living quarters above the 5th floor as well, but it requires more points and, of course, significantly stronger capabilities, the officer reminded. Gallivanting higher up is better. Points aren't something I care about, Isaiah smiled. You currently qualify to live on the 5th floor, but not higher, the officer stated. In that case, give me a 5th floor room, Isaiah declared loudly. For a newcomer to request a 5th floor room, how many points would it cost? Did he even know? Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. Even if he had points, spending them so recklessly seemed inhumane. The points requirement for the 5th floor was the highest, 200 points per day, adding up to 6,000 a month. Such a high expense was almost unaffordable for most cabinet disciples, and Isaiah was still a newcomer. This simply defied belief. 5th floor residents were all top-notch, including genuine intersect disciples. Anyone daring enough to go up without permission would surely be punished. Not only would tokens be snatched and points transferred, but any valuable items they carried would no longer belong to them. Everyone's scalp tingled. This newcomer was really too arrogant. The officer raised an eyebrow, thinking this kid was overly cocky. Do you know the risks of moving into the 5th floor immediately? Are you not afraid your token will be taken? Seeing Isaiah's unperturbed face, the officer continued. Don't think beating Hardy means you'll be safe here. That's impossible. No matter how exceptional you are, you cannot defy fate alone, the officer advised kindly. Regardless of Isaiah's immense strength and talent, his arrogance and conceit would make him pay a heavy price. The officer wished Isaiah would reconsider, knowing he was making a fatal mistake. Why aren't there rooms on the 5th floor? With such naivety, you'll end up dead sooner or later, the officer sighed. Previously, he thought highly of Isaiah, but now his impression soured. You didn't answer my question. There are no rooms available on the 5th floor. They're highly sought after. You should look at lower floors instead. Isaiah glanced at the records. Indeed, no rooms were available. If there's no room on the 5th floor, then I might as well not stay. What are you thinking? The officer asked. If there's no room, I'll take one by force. Ha 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 ha, are you joking? The officer couldn't help laughing loudly, while others mockingly watched Isaiah. This idea was utterly outrageous and practically impossible. What gave him the confidence? Was he trying to reach the heavens? 5th floor residents are true intersect disciples, even stronger than cabinet disciples. If you want to commit suicide, no one can stop you. The officer laughed till his face turned numb. Isaiah looked confident, seemingly unmoved by these warnings. Did he know what awaited him? Facing off against the peak geniuses and talents of heavenly sect meant courting death. When someone wanted to court death, no one could stop them. The officer knew this clearly, chuckling faintly. He had never seen anyone as fearless as Isaiah. He was truly the champion of courting death. Chapter 377. He is a master alchemist. Lee, I have warned you. If you insist on going to the 5th floor, that's your own business and has nothing much to do with me, the attendant said with a shake of his head. Isaiah didn't hesitate. He immediately headed up the stairs. Enoch, more thing. Even if you intend to take over someone else's room, you must still pay the credits. Isaiah nodded, signaling he understood. Take care of yourself when you rest. If you need anything, you can find me. Isaiah pointed at Adam. Thank you. Be careful yourself. Adam replied with a smile. True disciples of the Heavenly Tower's intersect were formidable indeed, and even Isaiah now did not dare to underestimate them. He had to enhance his cultivation as quickly as possible, pushing other concerns aside. Upon arriving at the 5th floor, Isaiah saw countless rooms, each exuding an endless stream of primordial energy. This wasn't just a living space, but also a place for cultivation. No wonder many disciples fought bitterly over these rooms. They enjoyed different grades of medicinal pills, providing significant assistance to cultivators. Isaiah scanned the 5th floor rooms. Most doors were tightly shut, and there weren't many people around. Seeing the newcomer Isaiah, they displayed disdainful or mocking expressions. A hefty man gave Isaiah a stern glare, hoping to intimidate him, but Isaiah paid him no mind. Among the numerous rooms, one door opened, prompting Isaiah to stop in his tracks, his expression becoming solemn. Standing in front of the door, a man slowly emerged, casually glancing at Isaiah's chest emblem, a fourth-rank alchemist. The profession of an alchemist made Isaiah's eyes slightly cold. So, young man, what do you want? The man asked condescendingly, his tone icy and dismissive. This room is quite spacious and excellent, Isaiah replied with a faint smile. Naturally, it is one of the fifth-floor living quarters of the inner sect, so it offers the best conditions for both cultivating and refining pills, the man responded with a light smile. People nearby sensed something was about to happen. The tension between Isaiah and this person was thick. What does this kid want? Is this newcomer really trying to snatch someone else's room? Hee, how amusing. Look at his smug face. He might have such thoughts. That's Bronson, one of the personal disciples of Heavenly Sect. This kid is asking for trouble. Many onlookers gloated. Isaiah coming to snatch someone's room without assessing his own strength would surely end badly for him. Furthermore, Bronson was a fourth-rank alchemist, nearing fifth rank in just a few years, which made him highly sought after by others. As a personal disciple, he was quite popular among peers, and befriending him could only benefit one's cultivation journey. Certainly, from now on, this room belongs to me. If you don't mind, you can move to any room in the lower 4 floors. Isaiah spoke nonchalantly. Bronson laughed coldly, his face turning black. Who do you think you are, trying to snatch my room? Did I hear wrong? Bronson's expression turned ferocious. Why wait for trouble to come when I can take the initiative? Anyway, I'm used to it, Isaiah replied calmly, demonstrating his thorough understanding of the situation within the inner sect, which was indeed true. Even if Isaiah remained obediently on the 4th floor, some would eventually cause trouble for him. So why not find a better residence first? You're courting death, daring to speak to me like this. Bronson's face twisted in fury at being disdained by a newcomer. Isaiah smiled lightly. I'm giving you a chance to leave. If you refuse, you will regret it. Funny, you actually think you can make me leave? Do you know who I am? Bronson retorted furiously. Then, Isaiah reached out and snatched something swiftly, so fast that Bronson barely reacted. Isaiah grabbed Bronson's token, which contained his points. After such a provocation, he couldn't stand it anymore. If he didn't severely discipline Isaiah, how could he hold his ground hereafter? Leave. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The room is mine now, Isaiah declared with an air of dominance. Everyone present was stunned. What was Isaiah's confidence based on? As a newcomer without power or connections, he was outrageously arrogant. Isaiah's words left a deep impression on everyone. No one dared match this new kid in audacity. Bronson laughed coldly. Being a personal disciple, though not among the top 5, his status as a 4th-rank alchemist earned him recognition. People wanted to be on good terms with Bronson because it meant access to 4th-rank pills. Even among the Sky Sect's martial masters, these pills were invaluable, given the astronomical cost of 5th-rank pills beyond the reach of most members. Many sneered at Isaiah's folly, knowing well that many on the 5th floor would rally behind Bronson on command. Moreover, Bronson might even be stronger than Isaiah. How could anyone not mock this newcomer for overestimating himself? You're gutsy. I'll praise you for daring to snatch my room. You'll die here today. Bronson's voice dripped with cold menace. Even if you hand over your token now, I won't spare you. You've infuriated me, Mr. Renowned 4th-rank alchemist. Isaiah's lips curled. Your sense of humor. Is being a 4th-rank alchemist really so special? Your standards are too low. Seeing Isaiah's smug smile, Bronson raised an eyebrow. This bastard dared to look down on him. Just a 4th-rank alchemist. Big deal. I don't care. Come out, or I'll make you roll out myself. Isaiah's eyes filled with frost. This statement was too arrogant. A late-stage 4th-rank alchemist, soon to be 5th rank, commanded immense respect. Few dared offend him. Yet, Isaiah dismissed his significance outright, deeming it pretentious nonsense. Many began to dislike Isaiah, considering him a foolish fool. Talking to you makes me furious. Die today, arrogant fool, Bronson shouted. Chapter 378. You are more powerful than him. Bronson immediately struck out with a palm, but Isaiah merely raised his eyes slightly, seemingly not very guarded. A surge of potent essence energy surged forth, striking Isaiah squarely. With a muffled bang, everyone watched as Isaiah remained in place, unmoving. Isaiah stood still, yet the person who flew back was Bronson. His face twisted in shock as he stared at Isaiah, as if he had seen a ghost. You Brad is actually this formidable? Bronson's face darkened. Is this all you have with 5th level power? It's disappointingly weak, Isaiah said disdainfully. Feeling greatly humiliated, Bronson abruptly swung a palm towards Isaiah. The power behind it was not overly formidable. Isaiah effortlessly sidestepped, evading his attack. Raising an eyebrow, he used his essence energy to press down. In an instant, he sent Bronson flying, causing him to kneel on the ground and cough up blood. I didn't expect this brat to be so powerful. Bronson's face turned black. Humph. You wait. Don't think you can bully me. Who among you will help me? I'll give them 3 4th-rank cultivation pills. Bronson's angry shout almost caused an uproar. They had all been waiting for this moment. This would bind a favor from Bronson. Plus they'd get 3 4th-rank pills. This made many people excited. Move aside. Those pills are mine. A remarkably arrogant voice echoed, full of pride. Everyone turned around and froze upon seeing the man. He was a formidable figure. The man was exceptionally tall and robust, exuding an aura of aggression. He wore an expression of disdain. Isn't that Dennis from the inner chamber? This isn't good. I heard he has a ranking on the Heaven Gay list, indicating exceptional strength. Unexpectedly, the person helping Bronson is so powerful. Truly, it's quite frightening. The Heaven Gay list gauged the strength of inner chamber disciples. Whether true transmission disciples, inner chamber disciples, or inner gate disciples, anyone ranked on the list was undoubtedly a prodigy. Dennis's presence was awe-inspiring, each step heavy and resonant, making everyone shudder in fear. His essence energy was intimidating, earning immense respect. Although coarse, his laugh could be scary. Anyone ranked on the Heaven Gay list was extraordinary, their strength remarkable. Everyone looked at Dennis with fear. Dennis had reached the 6th level of martial veneration. Though his cultivation wasn't high, he specialized in second heaven realm cultivation. Mastering this realm accelerated one's progression. Seeing Dennis arrive, Bronson felt incredibly relieved and elated. It's been a while, Stefan Nico. Thank you for your assistance this time. If you weren't here, that rascal would have troubled me. Mutual benefits ensure lasting friendship. Dennis coldly glared at him. Boy, I'm giving you a chance. Quickly kneel and apologize to Stefan Bronson. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Dennis's voice was stern. On what grounds do you speak to me like this? Are you ordering me? Isaiah retorted disdainfully. Seeing Isaiah's disrespectful attitude, Dennis was taken aback. He hadn't expected a newcomer to be so audacious. 3 fourth-rank pills, acting like a dog. Aren't you ashamed? Do you have no dignity? Isaiah sneered sarcastically. In front of everyone, Isaiah spoke thus about Dennis. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, finding it unbelievable, thinking they might have misheard. Completely disregarding Dennis, the crowd was stunned. Dennis, ranked on the Heaven Gay list, possessed formidable strength, nearly unmatched in respect. Brat, you dare insult me? Dennis angrily questioned. Don't you know whom you're speaking to? Everyone reveres Bronson because alchemy pills are vital for cultivation. Dennis justified his stance. At his age, being just a 4th-rank alchemist is nothing special. Frankly, he's an ordinary alchemist. Isaiah spoke truthfully. Isaiah's honesty revealed Bronson's shortcomings. The crowd gasped. This kid must be crazy. Daring to disregard Bronson, he'll meet a miserable end. What right does he have to look down on a 4th-rank alchemist, acting like a 5th-rank one? Dennis grew even more dissatisfied. You brat, what gives you the right to criticize Bronson? He's a 4th-rank alchemist, respected by many. Disliking such arrogance from a young man, those present saw Isaiah as a pretentious fool. Do you think you're better than others? Who do you think you are? They viewed Isaiah with disdain. Alchemy masters were rare in this world, especially in Heavenly Sect, which focused more on martial arts. Therefore, 4th-rank alchemists were highly revered. Given Bronson's talent, he might reach 5th rank in a few years, drawing admiration from many powerful figures. Just now, Isaiah's tone sounded like a grandmaster of alchemy criticizing Bronson, implying his own prowess. Brat, why do you look down on Bronson? Do you think you're better than him? Haha, you guessed right. I am far better. With Bronson's alchemy skills, he can't match even a fraction of mine. Isaiah's words echoed loudly, leaving everyone astonished. A wave of shock rippled through everyone. Isaiah's overbearing tone surpassed all expectations. His arrogance left everyone speechless. After all, Bronson was one of the most skilled alchemists in Heavenly Sect. Why did this mere youth claim superiority? Dissatisfaction toward Isaiah grew stronger, hoping someone would teach this fool a lesson. Hashtag chapter 379. How to choose. Isaiah's words were truly arrogant. Haha boy, I think your martial talent is somewhat impressive, but what right do you have to say I'm no good at alchemy? The way you talk makes it seem like you're some grandmaster. Did I mishear? Why don't we have a competition? Bronson said with red eyes, having not been this angry in a long time. Dennis stepped forward. If he's better than you at alchemy, I'd willingly kneel and kiss his shoes. But that's absolutely impossible. We all know that. How could such an unbelievable thing happen? Everyone had witnessed Bronson's talent in alchemy. Dennis had immense respect for him. In contrast, Isaiah was merely a boastful youngster. Even if beaten black and blue, Dennis wouldn't believe Isaiah's talent in alchemy could be out of this world. Isaiah sized up Dennis. This person was ranked on the Heavenly Gay list. Kneeling to kiss his shoes would barely make sense. Don't be too cocky, or you'll end up slapping yourself. Humph, what am I afraid to say? If you're even slightly better than Bronson, I'll follow your every command. Dennis's voice rang loud and clear. Great, now I can make you regret it. Kneel down and kiss my shoes right now. Isaiah rummaged through his sleeves. Where was his 5th rank alchemist badge? It hadn't seen daylight for a while, and today it had to be used. What are you up to? Dennis asked, clearly dissatisfied. Isaiah seemed to be acting mysteriously. Isaiah pulled out his 5th rank alchemist badge, which was covered in dust from long disuse. Dennis was immediately dumbstruck. He stared wide-eyed, confirming it was indeed a 5th rank alchemist badge. Could this be real? Unbelievable. What exactly was happening here? This unruly young man was actually a 5th rank alchemist? And he looked only 18. Not just Dennis, but almost everyone found it unbelievable. Their faces showed disbelief and discomfort. Who could imagine that a big-talking, overconfident kid would have such profound alchemical talent? What was wrong with the world? Can't be a 5th rank alchemist. Am I seeing things? Unbelievable. This kid is really too much. Feels like a dream. 18 years old, with such talent, Bronson indeed can't match it. Too terrifying. Almost all disciples were astonished, finding it hard to accept, even reluctant to face reality. How can this be possible? You must be joking. Are you really a 5th rank alchemist? Dennis's face turned grim, given how boldly he had spoken in front of everyone. Why else? Did a 5th rank alchemist badge drop from the sky? Look closely, Dennis. This is Isaiah. Isaiah pointed out. Isaiah's martial prowess was already considerable. Dennis sensed the powerful primordial energy within him. Yet, someone so adept in martial arts was also a 5th rank alchemist. Martial arts and alchemy were like choosing between the bear's paw and the carp. One couldn't master both. How did Isaiah manage this? Even with exceptional talent, it should take many years to achieve such heights by age 18. Isaiah cast a disdainful glance at Bronson. So, what about my alchemical talent? It's at least 10 times better than his. At his age, reaching 5th rank might take until he's 60. Everyone present shuddered in disbelief. This level of talent was simply astonishing, almost surreal. Dennis saw it clearly, the 5th rank alchemist badge with Isaiah's name on it. Despair filled his heart. It can't be. Impossible for someone so young to be a 5th rank alchemist. The badge must be fake. No idea how he did it, but it's a fake alchemist badge. Don't believe him, Dennis. Dennis hesitated. Bronson's words made some sense. Dennis, didn't you take a 4th rank elixir, essence pill, yesterday? Isaiah asked, identifying the medicine by its aura on Dennis. How do you know that? Dennis was shocked. He thought only he knew about that. Clearly, Isaiah was formidable. He must be a genuine 5th rank alchemist. Dennis swallowed hard. Mr. Galen, your alchemical talent shocks me. You are indeed a genuine 5th rank alchemist. I hold you in utmost reverence. Unable to back down, Dennis knelt and bowed immediately. I said I'd follow your commands, and I'll kiss your shoes. Despite being extremely embarrassing, Dennis put aside his pride, keeping his word. If Isaiah weren't a 5th rank alchemist, he wouldn't admire him so much. But given the reality, Dennis preferred losing face over making enemies. I accept defeat. I've fulfilled all my promises. I hope Mr. Galen has no grudge against me. Tell me what to do next, and I will comply. Seeing Dennis put aside all his dignity, Isaiah was slightly surprised. A 5th rank alchemist indeed commanded such respect. Do you really plan to serve me? Isaiah asked curiously. Of course. A gentleman's promise cannot be broken. Whatever you say, I will do, Dennis declared firmly. Isaiah thought for a moment but couldn't think of anything specific for Dennis to do. Let me think. I'll test. Turning around, Isaiah saw Bronson and immediately turned grim. Oh, I said you, as a mediocre alchemist, are a sore sight to me. Isaiah shook his head. You. Bronson fumed but couldn't retort. He wasn't Isaiah's match. Moreover, something even more terrifying had happened. Isaiah was a 5th rank alchemist with immeasurable talent in alchemy. Dennis, you understand? Teach this mediocre alchemist a lesson. He's a sore sight to me. Bronson's expression darkened, while Dennis hurriedly nodded. Sure, boss. Your word is law now. Dennis approached Bronson, primordial energy forming on his fists. Though pained internally, Dennis was torn. Bronson was no ordinary figure in the heavenly sect, with complex relationships that weren't easy to provoke. How should he choose? Hashtag chapter 380, disturbed. Although Isaiah was a newcomer, he was a 5th rank alchemist. His future influence might not be any less than Bronson's. Dennis had some lingering fears no matter which side he provoked. I'm sorry, Bronson. I will apologize to you again later. With that, Dennis fiercely punched out. A dull thud echoed as Bronson immediately spun and fell to the ground, his face swollen and purplish. Get lost before it gets worse for you, Dennis said with an unpleasant expression. Blood seeped from the corner of Bronson's mouth. Dennis hadn't held back at all. This punch even knocked out one of his teeth. Everyone watching this scene felt incredibly shocked and found it hard to believe. Just a moment ago, Dennis was ready to teach Isaiah a lesson because of Bronson. Now, Isaiah had turned the tables on him, and Bronson himself received a harsh lesson. The situation had shifted so dramatically that many people couldn't help but find it unbelievable. Dennis's face darkened. Great. You actually believed a fake 5th rank alchemist. Your judgment is terrible, Dennis. You will definitely regret this, Bronson said while clutching his injured mouth, looking very pained. Bronson left in a miserable state, while Dennis appeared somewhat worried. Sir Galen, this isn't a good situation. Bronson is the kind who doesn't forget even the slightest offense. He won't let you off easily, and he might come after me too, Dennis shook his head. Don't worry. If he dares to come, I guarantee he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Let him come as soon as possible, Isaiah shrugged. No matter what the other party's identity or background was, Isaiah had nothing to worry about. Sir Galen, if there's anything else you need, feel free to ask. How about this? Since you've helped me, if you ever need any elixirs, bring me the ingredients, and I can refine them for you. Is that true? Isaiah smiled faintly. Why would I joke about this? You gather the ingredients yourself. I have no time to do it for you. As long as you bring the ingredients, I'll refine the elixirs for you, regardless of the quantity. This was the promise of a 5th rank alchemist. Dennis instantly felt it was worth it. Isaiah thought for a moment. He needed quite a few medicinal herbs, especially if they were 5th rank ones. By the way, Dennis, do you know where I can find 5th rank herbs? Isaiah asked curiously. As far as I know, the only way to obtain them is through the inner cabinet missions. These missions provide substantial rewards, including herbs. Even with gold coins, you might not be able to buy them, but they sell for a high price. Isaiah nodded. His next task would be to take on inner cabinet missions. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. The inner cabinet missions should be interesting. I'll go tackle a few. You're currently on the 5th floor. Since you're new here, this place is dangerous. If anyone gives you trouble, I'll try my best to help you, Dennis said earnestly. In front of a 5th rank alchemist, Dennis was eager to show his loyalty and ingratiate himself with Isaiah. Isaiah, as a newcomer, dared to snatch Bronson's room on the 5th floor, showing courage Dennis admired. He didn't want Isaiah to run into trouble. Bronson could certainly exact revenge if he spent enough resources, making it difficult for Isaiah to stand against him. At that moment, an officer approached. If you wish to stay in this room, you still need to pay the required points. No problem. Pay whatever amount is required, Isaiah replied. Isaiah took out Hardy's token. Deduct the points as you see fit. There are exactly 6,000 points in the account. In that case, let's rent for a month, Isaiah said with a faint smile. The officer nodded and processed the paperwork immediately. All the points from Hardy's token were now gone. Inside the room, Isaiah examined the surroundings. It was quite luxurious, and most importantly, it had a dedicated cultivation space where the yuan qi was relatively abundant. He planned to start cultivating again. Isaiah sensed the immense pressure on the 5th floor. Dealing with the elite disciples here wouldn't be easy. He needed to improve his strength as quickly as possible because enemies would soon come knocking. On the 1st floor of the inner cabinet tower, Isaiah spent quite a few points to purchase 5th rank herbs, obtained from inner disciple missions. After buying numerous 5th rank herbs and materials, along with a decent alchemy furnace, he still had 90,000 gold coins and 10,000 points left. Spending over 10,000 points at once didn't hurt him too much. Whenever someone came to challenge him, he could just seize their points. Back in his room, Isaiah started refining elixirs. To his surprise, the area exuded a special aura that enhanced his ability to refine elixirs, increasing the success rate. Though it wasn't crucial, the environment pleased him greatly. He managed to refine 2 5th-rank elixirs quickly. Opening his eyes slightly, he noticed that the room effectively concealed the aura of the 5th-rank elixirs, preventing outsiders from detecting their presence. Otherwise, it would surely attract unwanted attention. Enoch Heavenly Frost Spirit Elixir and 1 Heavenly Chill Spirit Elixir. Isaiah consumed both and then began cultivating. Honestly, Isaiah hadn't cultivated like this in a long time. Outside a holy land, the Yuan Qi wasn't as abundant. He knew this very well. Moreover, it was extremely challenging to make significant progress in cultivation. Ding! Numerous experience boosts flooded his mind. Isaiah didn't panic at the lack of immediate advancement, but continued cultivating systematically. 7 days passed, and Isaiah slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Master has absorbed Yuan Qi and gained 1,000 times the usual experience. Ding! Congratulations, Master has reached the mid-8th rank of the martial sovereign realm. After cultivating for several days and consuming 2 5th-rank elixirs, Isaiah was satisfied with the results. Breaking through 2 ranks in such a short time would be unheard of among any genius in the Sky Sect. To maintain rapid progression outside the Holy Land, he needed more 5th-rank elixirs. Being in a room on the 5th floor was satisfying indeed. No wonder inner cabinet disciples fought to death for these rooms. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, interrupting Isaiah's cultivation. He opened his eyes. Who dared disturb him now? Chapter 381. Heavenly Snow Manor. Opening the door, he saw Dennis standing there. Sorry to interrupt your cultivation. Oh, is there something? The inner cabinet has released quite a few missions this time, and the rewards are all pretty good. I think you might be interested. The medicinal herbs offered as rewards are quite precious, Dennis reminded him. Isaiah nodded, thinking it would be good to check them out. He was quite interested in the missions from the inner cabinet. Walking alongside Isaiah, Dennis's expression changed slightly. This person's aura had grown much stronger again. It had only been 7 days since they parted, yet why had he grown so much stronger? Dennis was a little shocked. Just what kind of monster was this? The speed at which he strengthened was truly astonishing. This man could not be underestimated. I didn't expect Master Galen to have become so much stronger after just a few days, Dennis asked in surprise. Not even up to my expectations. Only 2 minor levels in 7 days. Who? Just 2 minor levels in 7 days. What kind of joke was this? If a martial venerable reached a bottleneck, it might take 2 years or more to break through. And here Isaiah did it in just 7 days. Dennis felt a stabbing pain in his heart. The Yuan Qi within Isaiah's body was indeed unbelievable. It was much more formidable than it had been 7 days ago. So Isaiah wasn't joking at all, and Dennis was speechless with shock. What was perplexing was that Isaiah wasn't just a talent in alchemy. Was his martial talent similarly monstrous? It was really terrifying. The room on the 5th floor isn't simple, but the Yuan Qi here is still somewhat abundant. Cultivating here has significantly improved my advancement. Although there was Yuan Qi in the room, it was limited. Could Isaiah still break through under such conditions? This person really was a monster. For someone at the martial venerable stage, breaking through was extremely difficult. Even in the holy land of Heavenly Dao sect, where the Yuan Qi was plentiful, one couldn't necessarily break through so quickly. Thinking of this, Dennis couldn't help but feel cold sweat. It seemed he had encountered an extraordinary prodigy. At the 1st floor hall, the elder was announcing tasks. I'd like to receive some missions. What tasks are available? Isaiah asked casually. You must be Isaiah. Ah, I understand. The elder's tone sounded sarcastic, as if he had a huge grudge against Isaiah, which was indeed the case. Dennis reminded him on the side. Bronson seems to have already made his move, bribing this elder with quite a bit of money. The tasks you can receive will all be life-threatening. Ah, that sounds interesting. Isaiah showed no sign of anxiety. Instead, he revealed a hint of joy. And almost no one will team up with you in the heavenly pagoda of the inner cabinet. Many people follow Bronson's call. That's fine. It won't affect me at all. I have nothing to worry about. In fact, the harder the task, the better the reward. The rewards are indeed substantial, 5th-grade medicinal herbs, but going alone would be too dangerous. Thank you for your concern. I'll be careful. Isaiah smiled. The elder glanced at Isaiah. His careless demeanor was truly displeasing to look at. I'm very sorry, but there's only one mission left now, and it's very difficult. A high-rank 5-star mission, the elder said coldly. Isaiah, I think you should reconsider. A 5-star mission is incredibly difficult. I feel like Bronson is setting a trap for you, Dennis advised. What is this mission? Isaiah asked. To assassinate a member of the Blood Sky sect. If you're to undertake this mission, you need to team up with others. There are 2 open spots left in the group. Dennis found this strange. Didn't Bronson plan to stop Isaiah from accepting missions? All right, I have no problem with it. I'll take this mission, Isaiah replied without hesitation. The team includes Hardy and a powerful figure, Percy, who ranks among the top 25 on the Heaven Gay list. Dennis looked uncomfortable. These people seem to have deep enmity towards Isaiah. Such a team formation could be deadly. They probably intended to make Isaiah's life miserable or even get rid of him. The elder then asked Dennis, is there anyone else who wants to join the team? After hesitating for a moment, Dennis nodded. The mission departs immediately. Prepare yourselves quickly, the elder said calmly. Hardy appeared shortly afterward, looking at Isaiah with evident hostility, seemingly bearing deep-seated hatred. Percy stood beside him. Seeing Percy, Dennis's face turned pale. Percy seemed formidable, ranking 25th on the Heaven Gay list, a real threat. Hardy's injuries had healed rather quickly, presumably due to the consumption of several 4th-grade healing pills. After making their preparations, the 4 set off. Let me briefly explain the mission. The task is to pursue and kill members of the Blood Sky sect in Tianming Mountain. They possess horrifying strength, commit countless atrocities, and have been wanted by many sections. This mission is extremely challenging, so everyone must do their best. We've received intel suggesting that the Blood Sky sect members may appear in Heavenly Snow Mountain, Percy explained loudly. He carried a commanding presence, clearly a born leader. Heavenly Snow Mountain isn't far from Heavenly Tao sect, but we still have quite a distance to travel, Dennis told Isaiah. Isaiah mounted a horse, and the four of them departed. The path leading to Heavenly Tao sect was winding and treacherous, high up in the mountains. After a full day of travel, they hadn't yet reached Heavenly Snow Mountain. Our destination seems to be an estate within Heavenly Snow Mountain, possibly belonging to a prominent family, Dennis remarked, raising an eyebrow. Such a mission was making him uneasy. They were facing the Blood Sky sect, a mysterious and terrifying force responsible for countless deaths in xiuxian Empire. Even elders of prestigious sects and imperial officials fell victim to the Blood Sky sect. Thus, many sects issued orders to capture Blood Sky sect members, and the Empire put out numerous warrants aiming to eliminate them. However, Blood Sky sect members were perilous, with strong forces and bizarre martial skills. Many strong figures had met their demise at their hands. There should be Heavenly Snow Mountain over there, Dennis pointed at the distant snow-covered peaks. It looked like a mansion atop the mountain, majestic and luxurious from afar. Let's inquire when we get there. The family living in Heavenly Snow Manor appears to be a branch of the Zhou family from Heavenly Tao sect, Dennis added. After some time, they arrived at Heavenly Snow Manor. Percy approached and knocked on the manor gate. The place looked imposing, but surprisingly desolate, given its size and the snowfall, giving off an abnormal vibe. Chapter 382. What did he come here for? Bang bang. Percy knocked on the door for a long time without any response. In an instant, he punched the gate with a burst of primordial energy that unleashed an extremely powerful force, creating a deafening noise as he was immediately repelled. This gate is so solid? Percy was slightly stunned. He did not expect this outcome. A powerful fighter like him could not break through this gate. This gate is indeed strong, Percy muttered, his expression somewhat displeased. As a top 25 celestial rank powerhouse, he couldn't even break through this gate of the Heavenly Snow Manor. This place gave off an increasingly heavy atmosphere, making everyone feel inexplicably tense. As everyone wore grim expressions, the main gate opened by itself. Who are you? A man asked as he pushed open the gate, looking quite nervous. We are from the Sky Sect, here to inquire about something. Oh, I see. The Empire's other sects have also sent people to inquire. They all came because of the Blood Sky sect. The man shook his head, his face pale, looking unwell. The people behind the man showed fear towards Isaiah and his group. The arrival of Sky Sect members left them visibly surprised. Please enter the manor first. It has been too chaotic lately, with frequent fatalities. The man shook his head again. Isaiah and the three others entered the manor, finding it to be a lavish place. Allow me to introduce myself. I am xiuxian, the acting deputy head in charge of this manor. The patriarchs are all away. Our family patriarch has gone out as well. xiuxian introduced himself. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, thinking of something strange. He felt there was something off about xiuxian, especially with his unusually pale complexion. There seemed to be many guards within the manor. Upon seeing xiuxian personally guiding people with such reverence, they all looked at Isaiah's group with respect. I will immediately order the arrangement of a banquet. Please wait for a moment, xiuxian said politely. The people from the Sky Sect are truly impressive. The deputy head shows them such deference, which is quite rare. Other forces arriving here usually don't receive such enthusiastic welcomes from the deputy head. But what is that 18-year-old boy doing here? The guards whispered among themselves. Among the four-member team, Isaiah stood out prominently, being only 18 years old, and the primal energy he exhibited was not very strong. To come and kill members of the Blood Sky Sect, why bring along a kid like him? It really made no sense. The banquet soon began. Dennis glanced at Isaiah, who had remained silent throughout the journey, saying not a word, which was somewhat unsettling. Percy surveyed the surroundings, appearing rather vigilant, while Hardy, on the contrary, seemed relaxed, enjoying the feast heartily. Deputy Head xiuxian, we have told you the purpose of our visit, which is concerning the Blood Sky Sect. xiuxian sighed, many incidents have occurred recently, resulting in numerous deaths. The manor has been on high alert, fearing attacks from the Blood Sky Sect. No wonder the gate of the Heavenly Snow Manor was so sturdy. Everything had its reasons. However, the manor's defenses against the Blood Sky Sect seemed impractical. So do you have any clues? We can't possibly search the entire Heavenly Snow Mountain. That would be futile in finding the Blood Sky Sect members, Nico Jingtian asked. Our elders have died several times, drained of blood, indicating the cruel and terrifying methods used by the Blood Sky Sect, xiuxian said, fear evident in his eyes. In that case, how are we supposed to find anyone or complete the mission? Hardy sighed. Actually, there are clues. Strange noises have been coming from the restricted area of the manor. I'm worried there might be something inside. Do you mean there might be Blood Sky Sect members in the restricted area? xiuxian nodded, indicating exactly that. Percy stood up immediately. Fine, let's not delay. Let's head there now, and see what's happening. xiuxian nodded. The manor was indeed quite expansive. They walked for a considerable amount of time before reaching the so-called restricted area. Is that the restricted area? Percy raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's the restricted area, xiuxian confirmed. Before them lay an enormous abandoned ship, larger than anything Isaiah and his companions had seen before. The vessel appeared unique, shrouded in mystery and evoking a chilling sensation. Why is such a thing here? Hardy asked in confusion, as everyone felt somewhat astonished. It has supposedly been here for hundreds of years. No one is allowed near the restricted area, xiuxian explained. Alright, let's go and investigate. We might find some clues about the Blood Sky Sect, Percy said nonchalantly. As they approached the entrance, an eerie presence began seeping in, causing discomfort. Even Percy felt a trace of fear and heightened his vigilance. Percy's expression darkened after entering the derelict ship, becoming increasingly uneasy. This place feels off. It seems something exists here. Percy swallowed hard. A powerful surge of primordial energy was sensed, and Isaiah couldn't help but recall the blood demon realm he had previously comprehended. That realm was not friendly, and Isaiah didn't prefer using it. He felt the blood in his hand pulsating as if it wanted to emerge from his arm. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, finding the blood demon realm somewhat troublesome. Composing himself, Isaiah's expression changed upon sensing an unusual aura. It was likely the Blood Sky sect member emitting a powerful martial technique. Deputy Head xiuxian, is there something you haven't told us? Percy asked. There are indeed important matters I dare not reveal, xiuxian replied, looking extremely distressed. What is it? Tell us. I know it's serious. The patriarch of the manor was killed long ago by members of the Blood Sky sect. His blood was entirely drained, a horrifying event. Despite the patriarch's formidable strength, he was powerless against them. xiuxian's face was grim. What? The patriarch of Heavenly Snow Manor is dead? I heard he was almost reaching the fourth major realm. Dennis exclaimed. It's useless. Faced with the Blood Sky sect's potent and bizarre martial techniques, many people are helpless, xiuxian said, breaking into a cold sweat. Ding. Master detected the Blood Sky sect's martial technique. Advanced Earth rank technique, blood energy control. Triggered 100x comprehension, gained 1 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master has learned blood energy control. Chapter 383, Blood King. Isaiah's lips curled into a smile. He had just comprehended an extraordinary martial technique, and he dared not underestimate even the people of the xiuxian sect. Being overly cautious would never hurt. xiuxian, why don't you go over there to take a look? There's a corridor inside. Dennis, you should accompany him, Percy commanded. Why? Dennis clearly did not want to go. They were trying to separate them, intending to let Percy and Hardy kill Isaiah together. Percy was extraordinarily powerful, ranking 25th on the Heavenly Gay list. Killing Isaiah wouldn't be a big issue for him. It's fine. I think you should still go over there, Dennis. Isaiah smiled. Since Isaiah said so, Dennis and xiuxian temporarily left. Isaiah knew Percy had come here to seize the opportunity to kill him. How could Isaiah be completely unprepared? Isaiah smiled as he looked at Percy. This man was indeed formidable, but it seemed impossible to kill him. Hardy had always harbored this plan, yet Isaiah was not concerned. They wouldn't succeed. All right, Isaiah, let's head this way next. Percy ordered. Why are you still standing there? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Hardy asked, her face contorted in displeasure. Isaiah walked ahead, while murderous intent filled Percy's eyes. He was determined to make this boy pay. Challenging the Zhao family was like asking for death. Elder brother, where did Isaiah go? As Hardy followed, she found Isaiah gone, vanished in a blink. Something felt off to Percy too. There was only one path ahead. How could Isaiah have instantly disappeared? Everything seemed inexplicably wrong. Damn it, I planned to end his life, yet this damn kid disappeared. Hardy was extremely resentful. Her hatred for Isaiah was beyond reconciliation. She vowed to kill him or perish trying. Suddenly, a noise came from behind them, making Percy's expression sour. Dennis was being dragged over with wide eyes rolled back, blood trailing everywhere. Percy's expression turned grave. He hadn't expected such an outcome. What was happening? The aura around xiuxian was peculiar, heavy with malice. His hollow eyes were terrifying. What's going on, xiuxian? Why are you doing this? Did you? Percy's face darkened. Hee, do you still not understand who I am? You came looking for me, so why don't you sacrifice yourselves to me? This boy is too weak. xiuxian's appearance gradually changed into that of an elderly man, gray-haired and pale-faced. Innocent's eyes turned crimson, his entire presence ominous. So, you're actually Blood King? Seems like we've run into a disaster this time. I heard you were already dead, Percy said grimly. Hardy was also stunned, finding the sight before her horrifying, more terrifying than facing a ghost. Do members of the xiuxian sect never die, or can they resurrect? Truly troublesome. Percy gritted his teeth. The xiuxian sect had been defeated by the three major sects of Tianhuang many times, but always made a comeback, the most terrifying aspect. Blood Kings seemed hard to kill. Percy felt a pang of panic, realizing he might not be able to handle this bastard. There was no intel about such a powerful Blood King. Had he known, Percy would never have taken this mission. The mere presence of a Blood King was enough to terrify someone to death. Innocent stood menacingly. It feels good to be resurrected. Now, let me see you ants die quickly. You talk big. If you could kill us, you would have done so already. You must have just revived and haven't fully recovered. I'm a strong warrior of the Heavenly Sect. I can deal with you. If he could kill Innocent, Percy would undoubtedly become famous throughout Nanyang Empire, earning great rewards and pushing his life to greater heights. Excitement filled Percy's eyes as he leaped towards Innocent, unleashing a powerful palm strike infused with primal energy. Deploying his second-level, Heavenly Realm prowess, Percy struck with full confidence. If this blow killed Innocent, his future would be secure. But suddenly, a bloodlight emerged, blocking Percy's attack, deflecting the shockwave. Shocked, Percy stared incredulously at the scene. You are too weak, not even worthy in my eyes. The next second, blood spurted from Percy's body as if sucked out by an unseen force. He screamed in agony, lying in a pool of blood. Percy couldn't believe how bizarre and terrifying Innocent's ability was. There was no resistance. He didn't know what happened as blood gushed uncontrollably from his body. Hardy was utterly terrified. Even Percy, ranked 25th, crumbled instantly. You're all trash. So powerless in front of me. Against my martial arts, you're all helpless. That's right, despite not being fully restored, none of you stand a chance. Suddenly, Innocent remembered there were 4 people in their group. Where was the last one? Chapter 384, puzzled and unable to understand. Cohen shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied with these people. None of them are exceptionally talented. This is truly disappointing. Cohen's expression was unpleasant. He had been hunting here for a long time. Continuously, people came seeking to eliminate him for their own gain. But all that came were mere ants. Even if he absorbed more of their blood, he couldn't regain his peak strength. Reviving from death came at an enormous cost. Percy felt like he had lost too much blood, his consciousness growing hazy. This was terrifying. What should he do? Even if you are a Blood Sky Sect king, you should understand I am one of the genuine disciples of Heavenly Sky Sect. If you kill me, Heavenly Sky Sect will not sit idly by, Percy said with a grim expression. Huh. What does a Heavenly Sky Sect have that I should worry about? It's not one of the 3 major sects of Tianguang. Such a trashy small sect only has some fame in Nanhua Empire but isn't strong at all, Cohen laughed, clearly not taking Percy seriously. Percy was extremely panicked. He didn't want to die here. Initially, he thought he was facing just a minor warrior from the Blood Sky Sect, never imagining his opponent was actually a king. His plan was to eliminate Isaiah and complete his mission, reaping significant benefits. But now, he might die here, filled with immense pain. Hardy was trembling in fear, well aware they might both die here. Who cared about Isaiah anymore? Yet, where had that boy gone so quickly? Wait. A faint voice interrupted. Cohen slowly turned around, seeing Isaiah walking towards him. Boy, I've been looking for you. The moment I saw you, I knew you were extraordinary, far stronger than these others, Cohen said, full of anticipation. Looking for me? Ha, you can handle them, but you can't handle me. Isaiah leaped over and threw a punch directly at Cohen. If you respect me more. Cohen's words were cut off as Isaiah's fist struck his face, sending him flying straight out. With a loud bang, Cohen crashed into a wall. That punch was powerful, immediately causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Clenching his teeth, Cohen looked somewhat disheveled. He had just revived, and now he was hit by a brat. How could he tolerate this? Boy, you've got some skills. Isaiah? Hardy watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this was possible. That moment was too shocking. Could Isaiah really strike Cohen, a Blood Sky Sect king? Did the king just underestimate him? This punch was quite heavy. Boy, you haven't disappointed me, but you'll regret it. Cohen's expression darkened. Isaiah indeed had high potential. If he could absorb him, Cohen would not only recover his peak strength but surpass it. The thought made him excited. You can't win. Our Blood Sky Sect martial techniques easily deal with you. If you had given me a fatal blow earlier, you might have one. Do you have any special techniques left? Could it be Blood Chi Mastery? Isaiah asked. Cohen's face darkened at this question. How did this boy know about his technique and even its name? Do you think you can defeat me with Blood Chi Mastery? You're in for a disappointment. Isaiah had learned this technique without knowing its effects beforehand. Though I learned it at a glance, I need a chance to try it out. Isaiah extended his hand. Red mist appeared in Isaiah's palm, causing Cohen's face to pale. That was his unique Blood Chi Mastery technique. How could this boy say he learned it with just one look? Cohen panicked and immediately used Blood Chi Mastery, but Isaiah remained unharmed, leaving Cohen at a loss. It can't be. My Blood Chi Mastery has no effect on you? Indeed, Blood Chi Mastery causes your blood to explode? Isaiah controlled Cohen, who showed extreme pain. Undoubtedly, Blood Sky Sect's techniques could only be mastered by its members. Outsiders couldn't use it and risk danger to themselves. Even great powers at the 4th realm might struggle with this. How did Isaiah master it? Cohen was utterly baffled, feeling as if he had seen a ghost. A muffled thud echoed as large wounds appeared on Cohen's body, blood spurting out. This was originally meant to harm Isaiah. Ah! Cohen screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Not having fully recovered, he was now severely wounded by Isaiah. His life was hanging by a thread. Percy's expression was grave as he stared at Isaiah. How could this boy overcome a Blood Sky Sect king? He was indeed formidable. Despite his injuries, Percy still yearned to kill Cohen for the immense reward. Perhaps the Empire would grant him a high position. Greed gleamed in Percy's eyes. With Cohen injured, he believed there was still hope. Damn, I never expected to end up like this. Seems I cannot regain my peak strength in my twilight years, Cohen said, his face blackening. Had it not been for encountering Isaiah, things wouldn't have worsened so badly. More importantly, why did Isaiah know Blood Sky Sect's techniques? Otherwise, mere nobodies would find it hard to injure him. Cohen felt aggrieved. To kill me, wait until your next life. Cohen roared furiously, unwilling to accept his fate. Blood Chi Mastery, 2nd level, Blood Chi Clone. Suddenly, 3 identical clones appeared beside Cohen, emitting intense killing aura and formidable energy. The strength of 4 clones is almost equal to his original self, a feat achievable only at the 4th realm. Percy's face turned pale, almost despairing. Even the clone realm of Heavenly Sky Sect didn't produce 3 clones with the same strength. This was too terrifying. Creating 3 clones at the 4th realm with equal power to the original. Imagine facing 4 equally strong opponents simultaneously. It would be an overwhelming challenge. Chapter 385, Intraparty Strife at this time. For instance, Isaiah's cultivation was around the 7th or 8th level of Martial Venerable Realm. With 3 more Isaiah duplicates present, a 4-on-1 battle would surely tip the advantage heavily in their favor. Although the duplicates were somewhat weaker than the original, their attack strength remained formidable. Percy believed that even a 4th Great Realm powerhouse might not be able to handle Isaiah now. The Blood King truly lived up to his title, retaliating fiercely under such circumstances. Isaiah, despite his power, had limits to his strength. How could he possibly grow even stronger all of a sudden? The 4 Isaiahs looked grim, clearly infuriated. Percy continuously retreated, doubting that Isaiah could win in this situation. The hope for victory seemed too distant. Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to escape. Boy, you are indeed impressive. If I can obtain your life force, I will definitely become much stronger. Isaiah started laughing maniacally. Isaiah's gaze on Isaiah resembled a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb, filled with extreme longing and anticipation. Boy, you cannot be my match. The 4 Isaiahs launched a coordinated assault, sending waves of primordial energy that caused considerable shockwaves. If this boy really could learn blood chi control by merely watching a few times, it would be terrifying indeed. This person was a potential danger who must be eliminated. Isaiah, let me help you. Dennis had awakened from his unconsciousness and understood the situation. Despite being terrified, Dennis knew he couldn't hesitate now. Isaiah was already battling. What else was there to fear? However, as soon as Dennis rushed over using his strongest martial technique, one of Isaiah's duplicates punched him away. He crashed through the nearby wall, bloodied and battered, and immediately lost his fighting ability. Enoch duplicate was this powerful, causing Dennis's face to darken. He saw Percy and Hardy hiding far away. They were truly cowards. Did they think they could escape if Isaiah died here? Percy, why don't you come to help? It's already time to stop standing by idly. Isaiah had injured Isaiah severely just now, saving Percy's life. Percy knew this well, but what kind of person was he? He was someone who only sought personal gain and never repaid kindness. Hee Dennis, if you want to die, go ahead. I'm already critically wounded, Percy sneered, clutching his chest. Dennis detested these people intensely. At this critical moment, they still stood idly by. They might have had a chance if they acted together. Infighting at this point was utterly foolish, leaving Dennis too frustrated to even curse. Percy calculated that after Isaiah and Isaiah fought to mutual exhaustion, he could reap the benefits. Such an outcome would greatly benefit him. Thus, he refused to lend a hand. Why should Isaiah have provoked the Xiao family? This man was their mortal enemy and could not be allowed to live. Percy thought Isaiah still had some fighting capability left after defeating Isaiah, but he would definitely be gravely injured afterward. Considering this, Percy took out a 4th grade pill to quickly recover his stamina, preparing to reap the benefits later. Hardy lacked judgment, following Percy's lead without moving a finger. Well, you guys are just watching the show, aren't you? I understand now. I'll let you fend for yourselves when it's my turn, Isaiah said coldly. He didn't want to be used like a fool. These two Xiao family members were still calculating their next moves. Just now, Isaiah had saved Percy from Isaiah. Otherwise, he would have bled to death instantly. Despite being attacked in rotation by 4 Isaiahs, Isaiah wasn't at a disadvantage, managing to fight back effectively. Soon, Isaiah summoned a duplicate, shifting the scenario to a 2-on-4 confrontation. Isaiah immediately felt things weren't right. This damned boy actually mastered the clone realm, and his clone was no weaker than himself. Isaiah gritted his teeth. Skysect's realm, indeed formidable. In dozens of exchanges with Isaiah, Isaiah gained no advantage, instead losing considerable stamina. Watching from the side, Percy raised an eyebrow, growing even more serious. How is this possible? His clone nearly matches his own strength? Percy exclaimed. Normally, a clone would only possess half the strength of the original, but Isaiah's clone was almost equally strong, its primordial energy comparable to Isaiah's. This was terrifying. Isaiah's mastery of this realm had reached its peak, possibly even higher. Has he already reached the peak of the clone realm? Percy's face darkened. Few within the sect seemed capable of this feat. Before Percy's astonishment subsided, Isaiah's clone drew a sword, a blinding arc blocking the sky. The temperature plummeted below freezing, inducing intense cold in everyone present. The space became a battlefield filled with dancing sword energies, slicing anything that dared step in into pieces. 3 of Isaiah's clones were immediately severed, numerous sword energies striking him, forcing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. The sharpness of the sword energies made him feel his soul was being torn apart. Pooh! Distinctive sword marks appeared everywhere, sending shivers down anyone's spine who saw them. Isaiah's clone held the sword against Isaiah's neck. Isaiah's expression changed. Was he going to die again? This boy was too powerful. Suddenly, Isaiah's clone disappeared. Isaiah wondered if the boy wouldn't deliver the fatal blow. Isaiah approached Dennis, slightly nervous. He couldn't let Dennis die. Saving him was paramount. So Isaiah took out a 4th grade medicinal pill to stabilize his condition first. Dennis's condition wasn't optimistic. He was virtually defenseless against Isaiah. After taking the pill, Dennis coughed. Isaiah intended to use primordial energy to save his life, stabilizing his dantian so it wouldn't collapse, preventing the loss of his cultivation. Seeing Isaiah carry Dennis away, Isaiah sneered. Just a kid, choosing to save others instead of coming to kill me during such a critical moment. He'll regret it. Isaiah wiped the blood from his mouth. Despite using his clones, he still couldn't defeat Isaiah, but an opportunity arose. Isaiah glanced at Percy. This person's strength was significant, offering substantial assistance. He could boost his realm cultivation and heal his injuries. Chapter 386, You're also a waste. Brat, I swear you'll regret it for life. You had the chance to kill me, but you let me have this moment, Isaiah said as he approached Percy. Seeing the severe injuries on Percy's body, Isaiah felt even more confident. At this moment, Isaiah wanted to save someone. If only he could kill Isaiah, a king of xiuxian, everything would belong to him. Fame, wealth, everything was within his reach. That brat is saving people, so I'll deal with you first and heal my wounds. Isaiah's face turned grim. Had you two not been fighting that brat, you might still be alive. But you chose arrogance over reason. Though powerful, Percy was no match for Isaiah. Isaiah chuckled coldly. If the Heavenly Blood sect members were united, he would have died long ago. But their internal conflicts worked in his favor. Even if you are a blood king, with your current state and barely any stamina left, if I can't kill you now, I don't deserve to live, Percy roared. To him, Isaiah was like a mountain of gold. Hardy, attack together. Use our strongest techniques to end him, Percy commanded, and Hardy nodded in agreement. With such severe injuries on Isaiah, their chances of winning seemed favorable. Percy roared and unleashed his full power. The surging essence energy roared like waves, an overwhelmingly powerful force heading straight for Isaiah. With a deafening boom, Isaiah endured the combined onslaught from Percy and Hardy, yet he remained unfazed with a smile playing on his lips. Your strength is indeed formidable, but you will never defeat me, Isaiah chuckled lightly. How is this possible? You're so heavily injured. Why aren't you falling? My blood control has weakened your powers, Isaiah explained, smiling. What? Such a thing? Percy's face turned deathly pale. He looked at the blood on his hands, which seemed etched with strange symbols, locking away his cultivation. This was disastrous. Even though Isaiah appeared half dead, did they really have no chance to win? It confirmed what he feared. The terrifying Heavenly Blood sect had some bizarre powers. Why could Isaiah injure you when we found it so difficult? Percy felt deeply bitter, unwilling to admit he was inferior to a mere boy. That puzzled Isaiah too. Logically, Isaiah shouldn't have been able to harm him. How should I know? Perhaps that kid possesses a supreme realm that completely negates mine, Isaiah speculated. I don't understand why you're all against such a powerful kid. Now you've only dug your own grave. Isaiah mocked. Dead certain, Percy felt sheer terror. He didn't want to die here and must find a way to escape. Isaiah, will you just watch me die? Percy looked at Isaiah, who was busy saving Dennis. If you dare leave me, you'll wish you were dead once I return to the sect, Percy threatened, losing his composure. Lee, do you think I'd spare your life? Isaiah advanced slowly, each step resonating ominously. What? Are you actually asking me to save you? Unbelievable. Earlier, you showed no concern, Isaiah sneered, noting Dennis's improving condition. Isaiah, how heartless can you be? We're of the same sect, can't you lend a hand? Desperation gripped Percy, leaving him no choice but to beg Isaiah for help. If you save me, I'll repay you greatly. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Please, Isaiah, save me. Begging won't help. I told you, I won't save you. Nothing you offer interests me. Isaiah shrugged indifferently. Hardy tugged at Percy's sleeve. Let's flee. There's no point wasting time here. You fool, if we could escape, wouldn't I have already done so? Can't you see the Blood King blocking our path? Percy barked angrily at his companion, whose stupidity infuriated him. Fearing imminent doom, Percy's mind raced wildly. Isaiah was now close enough to deliver the final blow. You two shall become my sacrifices. Rest assured, we all hate Isaiah. I'll avenge you, Isaiah spoke righteously. Driven by madness, Percy attacked Isaiah fiercely, but his efforts proved futile. With your level of cultivation, you're powerless against me. Accept your fate, Isaiah taunted. A single slap sent Percy flying, landing fatally injured on the ground. Their last hope rested on Isaiah. Begrudgingly, Percy lowered himself to plead for help. Big brother Isaiah, please save me. I'll follow your every command from now on. Isaiah shrugged, smiling coolly. I think it's better to pass. I'll make sure you get a proper burial. Hearing this, Percy felt fury rising up, almost choking with rage. If I die, you won't have peace either. My ghost will haunt you for life, Percy warned menacingly. Isaiah smiled, dismissive. When you were alive, I wasn't afraid of you, much less after you die. Ridiculous. Enraged and helpless, Percy's frustration grew as he lay bleeding profusely. With all this time, you couldn't even kill them? You're also a waste, Isaiah said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Isaiah's expression changed drastically. This brat dared mock him, a king. When have I ever been ridiculed like this? Isaiah seethed silently, vowing to personally slay Isaiah once he recovered slightly. Chapter 387. Who could it be? Isaiah's confident demeanor made Isaiah extremely displeased. He had never been so underestimated before. If he could just absorb the blood chi of Percy and Hardy, Isaiah believed he would recover enough strength and wouldn't lose again. Percy felt utterly hopeless as Isaiah watched him die without lifting a finger. Blood King, please don't kill me. I'll serve you faithfully, he pleaded. Your begging is futile. Don't worry, I always keep my word. We both hate Isaiah, and I will take revenge for you, Isaiah said with a mocking laugh. Instantly, the blood chi was drained from Percy's body and absorbed into Isaiah. The same fate befell Hardy as both screamed in agony, writhing on the ground until they perished. Their bodies reduced to bones, a gruesome sight that Isaiah merely glanced at without a second thought. Suddenly, Dennis's blood chi began to be drained as well, but Isaiah intervened. No, those two, you can kill them, but this one is my friend. You can't touch him. Isaiah walked closer slowly. Isaiah laughed wickedly. His appearance had transformed dramatically. He had gained some color back in his face, his physique had grown, and his arms had thickened, indicating increased strength. His eyes were even more bloodshot now, and he knew he must kill Isaiah to assuage his deep-seated hatred. Lee, you'll pay for your arrogance. Really? Not necessarily. I need your head as proof to claim a hefty reward. Isaiah moved forward, sword in hand. Isaiah, I've undergone many changes. My power has grown, and you can't kill me now. That was your best chance, but what did you do? Isaiah spoke confidently, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Admittedly, Percy was strong, and absorbing his essence had significantly enhanced Isaiah's strength and smoothed his aura. But to tell you the truth, even in this state, you cannot match me. Might as well end it yourself. I know killing them restored much of your strength, or boosted it, but that won't matter. You will still be my defeated foe. Your arrogance will cost you your life. Overconfidence is your weakness. This time, Isaiah felt he wouldn't lose. However, the next moment, his confidence crumbled. Boy, you die. Isaiah roared, unleashing a powerful crimson force that shook the earth beneath them. Despite the immense power, it didn't harm Isaiah at all. How is this possible? My strength has clearly increased. Isaiah's face twisted with disbelief. After a pause, Isaiah reacted. Is it because of blood chi control? He noticed his blood seemed under control, a manifestation of the blood chi control technique. Isaiah's control was remarkably strong, astonishing everyone present. How could Isaiah's blood chi control affect him so profoundly? I have to admit, the Blood Heaven sect's martial techniques are indeed effective. But this ends here. Isaiah marveled at the effects of blood chi control. This time, I won't hold back. Prepare to die. Isaiah's eyes were filled with lethal intent, looking down at Isaiah with disdain. Isaiah gnashed his teeth in anger. Despite gaining more strength, he was still no match for this boy. Was he truly the greater monster? A young man with such power. Where did he come from? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Isaiah screamed, launching a frenzied attack. But his energy wasn't as powerful as he hoped. Defeated by his own sect's technique, Isaiah felt deeply demoralized. Why was this youth so formidable? At least those two were my fellow disciples, close friends and family. You killed them, and I cannot bear it, Isaiah said, feigning righteous indignation. Isaiah nearly spat blood. When he was attacking, Isaiah was making sarcastic remarks, and now claimed to care about his loved ones. What hypocrisy. Knowing he couldn't defeat Isaiah decided to flee. Continuing to fight was futile. A loud thud rang out as Isaiah's blood spewed forth, and he let out a terrible scream, barely clinging to life. Isaiah controlled Isaiah's blood flow. Any slight pressure would result in Isaiah's death. The area turned bloody and foggy around Isaiah. The opponent too fearsome, perhaps even Blood Demon, the sect leader of Blood Heaven sect, would struggle. Before Isaiah was almost invincible. Even escaping was impossible. The last time, a trash from Blood Heaven sect managed to escape me. Not this time, Isaiah said coldly. Isaiah's expression turned pale. This kid had already defeated someone from Blood Heaven sect? Isaiah's face was ghastly white, never imagining this outcome. The gap between him and Isaiah was vast. As Isaiah readied to strike, Isaiah's back was suddenly seized. Sensing something amiss, Isaiah's overbearing sword strike flew past. A powerful force dragged Isaiah away into a spatial rift. Running with your tail between your legs? Isaiah's expression shifted slightly. Isaiah, our enmity is irreconcilable. Blood Heaven sect will pursue you relentlessly. Cleanse your neck and wait for death. Isaiah's voice echoed angrily. Isaiah remained unperturbed. Just as he felt his blood begin to stir slightly, Blood Demon Realm bestowed much upon him, while Blood Heaven sect's techniques also instilled caution in him. Blood Demon Realm is difficult to control. After all this time, I still can't fully grasp it. Maybe one day it might kill me. I need to continuously grow stronger, Isaiah declared resolutely, vowing not to make the same mistake if he faced Blood Heaven sect again. Who could have saved Isaiah? Who was it? Chapter 388. A sovereign could not defeat you. Alright, it's also time for us to leave this place, Isaiah said calmly. Dennis slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his body. Thank you, young Master Galen, for saving my life. Don't mention it. It's just a pity that we didn't complete this mission. Indeed, the Blood Heaven sect sovereign wasn't someone who could be easily killed as they thought. Judging from what happened just now, he was surely an extraordinary powerhouse. Just thinking about this made Isaiah feel somewhat anxious. It was only a matter of time before Orin would come for retaliation. He felt he had to get stronger quickly, or else he might not even be able to protect his own life. Furthermore, there was the realm of Blood Demon, which made Isaiah feel uneasy, but did not yet pose a direct threat to his life. As for the martial techniques and realms of the Blood Heaven sect, Isaiah prioritized not using them. Every use seemed to make the blood within him surge more vigorously. This was out of precaution. Though the Blood Heaven sect's martial techniques were very effective and almost impossible for others to resist, they had their downsides. Isaiah disliked this greatly. However, the uncontrollable blood within his body made anyone uneasy. Dennis picked up Percy and Hardy's tokens. These two got what they deserved. It couldn't be blamed on Isaiah for not saving them. It was their fault for acting foolishly. These people are truly scheming, always wanting to harm you. I've offended many people in the sect. I really don't care. Isaiah shrugged. The two quietly left the forbidden area. Dennis glanced back at the enormous ship, his eyes filled with contemplation. Isaiah and Dennis secretly left the villa to avoid any trouble from its residents. Upon returning to Heavenly Sky Sect, they hadn't even reached the main gate when they saw a group of people with serious expressions. When they noticed Isaiah and Dennis, the elder at the front had a black expression. Leading the group was an inner sect elder who glared disdainfully at Isaiah and Dennis as if he had a bone to pick with them. Why are only the two of you back? The elder's eyes widened in surprise, then darkened as he stared at Isaiah with hollow, dead fish eyes. Humph, really impolite. The Antonio wants to see you immediately. Hurry to the sect's grand hall. Dennis was surprised. In all his years in the sect, he had never been summoned by the Antonio. This sudden summons made him worry. It had to be a plot. However, Isaiah remained unperturbed, showing a completely different mindset from Dennis. Inside the grand hall of Heavenly Sky Sect, the atmosphere was extraordinarily solemn and heavy, making one feel oppressed. Everyone present was tense. Many disciples stood outside the door, their faces grave, sweat trickling down their foreheads. The central seat was clearly reserved for the sect leader. Even in their absence, no one dared sit there. The Antonio sat nearby, while everyone below stood anxiously, the atmosphere heavy and serious. Even Dennis, the old-timer, was significantly intimidated. Isaiah, appearing harmless, seemed completely unfazed by the numerous stern gazes fixed on him. For people went on the mission. Why are only the two of you back? The blue-robed man beside the Antonio asked coldly. This Antonio had white hair and beard, looking youthful despite his age. His expression was dignified, practically suffocating others. This blue-robed man seemed to have deep-seated enmity towards Isaiah. Why should I answer your question? You're not the Antonio, Isaiah retorted. Hemph, insolent. I am the personal disciple of the Antonio, Aristide, and also the martial genius of the Zhao family. Do you think I'm not qualified to ask? The blue-robed man demanded fiercely. Isaiah smiled faintly. This person is Colby, reportedly ranked 24th on the Heavenly Gay list, Dennis remarked, looking rather uncomfortable. Oh, it's like this. We encountered a sovereign from the Blood Heaven sect, not ordinary martial artists, leading to this tragedy. Isaiah explained in detail with a mocking smile. Hearing this, Colby's eyes turned red with rage, unable to bear the loss of his loved ones. Moreover, Isaiah was speaking so lightly about it. When Hardy died, she was such a failure, even begging for mercy from the Blood King. Isaiah shook his head. Colby clenched his teeth, nearly wanting to devour Isaiah alive. You bastard, Hardy was far superior to you in both strength and cultivation. Why are they dead while you two are alive? The hatred in Colby's eyes peaked. Do I understand correctly that you two aren't colluding with the Blood Heaven sect? That's why you're still alive. Don't talk nonsense. If we were colluding with the Blood Heaven sect, why would we come back? Your words make no sense. Colby's gaze sharpened, sending a powerful pressure wave towards Isaiah, trying to force him to kneel. But Isaiah was unaffected, remaining carefree. Without evidence, don't go accusing others baselessly. Why say we belong to the Blood Heaven sect? Isaiah sneered. The Antonio finally spoke, his voice hoarse but commanding. What Colby says isn't entirely unreasonable. It does seem suspicious. It appeared that the Antonio was a fair person and wouldn't favor any side. He also expressed some concern. Even Heavenly Sky sect couldn't afford to underestimate Blood Heaven sect, whose strength was undoubtedly terrifying. If this matter wasn't clarified, it could lead to serious consequences. Moreover, Isaiah claimed they had encountered a Blood Heaven sect sovereign, leaving the Antonio uncertain. Did Blood Heaven sect intend to make a comeback? Yet, Percy was dead, while Isaiah returned alive. This puzzled the Antonio greatly. After carefully observing Isaiah, the Antonio's eyes changed subtly. In fact, the reason we came back is very simple. I'm much stronger than Percy, Isaiah shrugged. Absurd. Who would believe you? Can't you even make up a better story? Colby responded irritably. Percy was almost at the late 8th level of martial respecter realm. How can you possibly claim you're stronger than him? It sounds ridiculous, Colby added with disdain. Chuckling, martial cultivation can determine one's strength? My comprehension of realms surpasses his. How could I be weaker? Humph. Indeed a silver-tongued devil. So you're saying the Blood Heaven sect's sovereign couldn't defeat you, which is why you returned unharmed? Chapter 389. He was completely vulnerable. Isaiah nodded. Finally, your stupid head has come to its senses. Ridiculous. Isaiah, do you dare challenge me? I want to see what you're made of, Colby said disdainfully. No problem. I'm just afraid I might kill you, and then Elder will be heartbroken, Isaiah replied with a smile. Facing Isaiah's mockery, Colby could no longer tolerate it. Pausing for a moment, Isaiah asked, Elder, what's your opinion? Elder Galen, let me ask you something. Why can you handle the Blood Heaven sect's king when they are all extraordinarily powerful, not just at the martial venerable stage? That Blood King Isaiah had just been resurrected. His power hadn't returned to its peak. That's why I could deal with him, Isaiah replied with a light laugh. This statement seemed highly plausible. The Antonio hesitated for a moment, eyeing Isaiah. This young man was no simpleton, and he too wanted to gauge this person's strength. Fine, 10 moves of sparring between you two. If you're truly powerful, I won't ask further questions, the Antonio approved. Colby's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He intended to kill Isaiah within 10 moves. This arrogant brat who dared to offend the Zhao family would have to pay in blood. If Isaiah dared bully someone from the Zhao family, he would surely pay the price. Colby was even stronger than Percy, reaching the late 8th level martial venerable realm and mid-2nd level heavenly realm. Even against 9th level martial venerable individuals, Colby could hold his ground, making him exceptionally strong. If Isaiah could indeed match Colby, his words would likely not be lies. Colby's murderous appearance indicated that Isaiah dared to insult the Zhao family and had taken away many points, causing the deaths of Percy and Hardy, his kin. Colby couldn't bear this. Today, he would kill Isaiah to avenge his family. All right, stop looking like you want to kill me. Hurry up and attack, Isaiah said calmly, seeing Colby about to make his move. Wait, are you going to fight inside the main hall? How absurd. Take it outside, the Antonio angrily commanded. Isaiah and Colby moved outside, attracting much attention. What's happening? Someone actually wants to challenge Colby? Who is that guy? Truly courting death. How interesting. Let's see how he dies. All the disciples looked on eagerly. After all, Colby ranked 24th on the Heaven Gay list, which was already terrifying. Humph, we'll see how long you can keep being arrogant. Today is your end. Wait and see. Colby's face was grim as Isaiah raised an eyebrow, remembering that the Zhao family possessed some lineage power. At this moment, that lineage power began to manifest. Isaiah watched expressionlessly. The surrounding people felt the tremors from the overwhelming force. Roar roar. Strange sounds filled the air as Colby transformed into a gigantic ape. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. He had seen such apes before. Beck also underwent similar transformations. Their lineage was that of a monkey? The fierce aura of the gorilla spread across the entire hall, frighteningly intense and inexplicable. Everyone stared in shock, having heard of Colby's lineage power, which was extremely terrifying. Many trembled in fear, the ground beneath them crumbling under the immense pressure. Heaven, he's using lineage power right from the start? What's going on? Is that a gorilla? So huge. Colby looks furious. Many were seeing this lineage power for the first time, and were thoroughly frightened. Under this formidable lineage power, Colby could probably finish Isaiah with one punch. What a tragic fate awaited him. Dennis swallowed hard. Under such overwhelming force, Isaiah still dared to confront it, showing commendable courage. Colby's demonized gorilla form was truly terrifying. Witnessing it firsthand made it even more so. Isaiah felt the power's might. It was incredibly strong, 10 times stronger than Beck. Isaiah smiled lightly. It had been a long time since he last transformed into his demon wolf form, specifically his Caden form. The long disuse made him feel rusty, but now he wanted to find the feel again. Do you think only you can transform? Isaiah's body gradually emitted red light, accompanied by a roar. Roar roar. Isaiah immediately transformed into a massive demon wolf, majestic and fearsome with sharp claws and fangs, piercing bloody eyes. Different from his previous Caden form, Isaiah was unaware of such a significant change. This was the unique lineage power of the Nan family, which he now wielded freely. Upon seeing this, the Antonio stood up in astonishment. Could it be that Isaiah also possessed demon wolf lineage power? Several world-class geniuses of the heavenly sect were from the Nan family and naturally familiar with this demon wolf lineage power. This isn't possible. You have such terrifying lineage power too? Colby stared wide-eyed at Isaiah. And that's a demon wolf lineage? Why is it so much stronger? Colby was stunned. He felt his own lineage power greatly weakened, suppressed by Isaiah's demon wolf lineage power. His back felt cold. Is that a wolf? No. Should it be called a Caden? The Antonio's shock was indescribable. Haha, with your trash lineage, you dare show off before me? Today, I'll show you what true lineage power is. The overbearing Caden exuded chilling power, making everyone retreat hastily. As Colby remained dazed, the Caden charged at him, striking viciously with one claw, sending blood flying. The gorilla suffered excruciating pain as it was torn apart by claws and fangs. The ground was cut by wind blades from the claws. Ayah! The demonized gorilla screamed in agony. The two were not in the same league. The gorilla had no chance to retaliate. Several strikes from the Caden left it barely alive. Everyone watched in horror, the severe and terrifying wounds appearing as if the gorilla might be shredded. Colby's face turned ghastly pale. He never thought that despite bringing out his best, he would be instantly beaten like this. Was he really so defenseless? Chapter 390. Still dominate you. The Caden's fierce assault left Colby sprawled on the ground, motionless, blood gushing uncontrollably, leaving him with almost no room to retaliate. Everyone present swallowed hard, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. It was truly terrifying. The renowned Colby, ranked 24th on the heavenly gay list, was brutally beaten by an unknown disciple. People found it hard to accept such an outcome. They were utterly shocked. They watched in disbelief as Colby indeed lost his fighting capability. He was completely disheveled, unable to put up any resistance. His magic ape strength had been significantly weakened. The immense power that could move mountains almost halved. You really are not capable, Isaiah said with disappointment. Colby seized an opportunity to escape from under the Caden's claws, panting heavily and seemingly preparing for another battle. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I underestimated you a bit. Transformed back into human form, Colby's expression was clearly one of reluctance. He hurriedly took a grade 4 pill to quickly stop the bleeding and mitigate his injuries. Isaiah naturally returned from the Caden form to human form, still unaccustomed to suddenly turning into a wolf. You have already lost. No, it's not over yet. I won't lose this quickly. Colby panted, as this match concerned the Xiao family's honor. If he lost, their reputation would be ruined. Isaiah looked at Colby mockingly. I didn't think your stamina was so good, recovering so quickly from such severe injuries. Humph, stop wasting words. Colby gritted his teeth. Enoch of the Magic Ape's strongest abilities was rapid wound healing, but even if they healed, the damage left by the Caden would severely hinder complete recovery. He never dreamed he'd encounter the Nan family's magic wolf bloodline, and judging by Isaiah's proficiency, he wondered if Isaiah was also from the Nan family. Though the Nan family of xiuxian wasn't a major clan, they produced many world-class warriors who often founded new forces outside instead of strengthening their own family. Fight me without using bloodline powers, and see if you can win. Colby growled. Haha. Isaiah couldn't help but laugh. To make such a shameless request, to admit his bloodline powers were inferior and then propose not using them, was incredibly audacious. Many people looked unfavorably at Colby. Fine. How did he agree? What is that kid thinking? He's too young and inexperienced. Even though he is strong, not using his bloodline power might not make him stronger than Colby. Colby has impressive cultivation skills. Without using bloodline power, can the unknown disciple still win? Many sighed, finding Isaiah's decision imprudent, almost reckless. Immediately, a clone identical to Colby appeared beside him, displaying the mark of Tianshang sect's distinctive clone realm. Everyone stared in shock, for this was no ordinary feat. Colby's clone exuded formidable energy, sending shivers down spines. Loud gasps echoed around as people realized how powerful the clone was. Many envied Colby's skillful mastery of the clone realm. If Isaiah still had his bloodline power, he might stand a chance. But agreeing not to use it now spelled disaster for him. This could only blame his excessive confidence, which often led to his downfall. Humph, this is your own doing, Colby said, somewhat embarrassed because Isaiah had handicapped himself by not using his bloodline powers. But it didn't matter. Victory was all that mattered. Haha, I reckon you're just like someone brandishing a sword in front of Guan Yu. I will still dominate you, Isaiah smiled, causing everyone around him to grimace. Shortly, Isaiah also produced a clone, one that was crystal clear and emitted a fearsome primordial energy. The audience was stunned. Isaiah's clone seemed even more powerful than Colby's. Can it be? His clone realm is this strong too? Isaiah's clone has more primordial energy than Colby's. How is this possible? Could Isaiah have reached the peak of the clone realm? People sucked in their breaths. The clone realm was notoriously difficult to cultivate in the Tianshang sect. Successfully mastering it could pave the way to becoming the top disciple. Isaiah, only 18, had achieved such heights, astonishing everyone beyond belief. Boom. Everyone felt their hearts explode with shock. Elder Alerg raised an eyebrow, repeatedly surprised by Isaiah. He was now convinced of Isaiah's prowess. Has this newcomer only been in Tianshang sect for a month? To achieve such transcendence in cultivation, Elder Alerg was immensely impressed. Among countless martial geniuses in Tianshang sect, he had never seen anyone as exceptional as Isaiah. Is he a natural talent, learning anything instantly and perfecting everything upon cultivation? Your clone can also utilize the second level of the heavenly realm? Colby's face turned pale. This was terrifying. Shocked further, he realized another critical detail. Your observation skills aren't bad. Isaiah and his clone launched synchronized attacks, each punch unleashing overwhelming primordial energy, accompanied by a deafening roar. A loud roar caused Colby's eyes to widen as his clone vanished instantly, followed by numerous punches landing on Colby's body and face, dealing him heavy blows again, reducing him to near-death agony. Defeated repeatedly, Colby fell to his knees once more, suffering unbearably. He never thought he would lose so thoroughly in the clone realm. Everyone watched wide-eyed, originally expecting Isaiah to be helpless without his Caden form, but the result was the exact opposite. Colby is no match for him. Is this guy really that monstrous? As a newcomer, he's quite remarkable. Tianshang's sect has never had such a powerful disciple before. Everyone marveled at Isaiah's strength after witnessing it. It was simply unbelievable, leaving them utterly astounded. Colby, a prestigious inner disciple with formidable strength, was defeated so badly by Isaiah, an unknown disciple. His rank 24 on the Heavenly Gay list was likely at risk, and people sighed deeply. Chapter 391. Stop, you are no match for him. Despite being at the Avatar realm, Colby couldn't defeat Isaiah. Colby was completely unwilling to accept this outcome. He truly loathed how miserably he had ended up. Isaiah, I never imagined you would be so powerful. Now that it has come to this, I have no other options. Colby's expression was extremely unpleasant. Isaiah smiled faintly. What, do you still have some ultimate move left? Bring it out. You're absolutely no match for me. Breathless, Colby reached into his sleeve and took out a pill. Everyone present was almost shocked. It can't be. Does that pill have a faint circular ring around it? Is it a 5th rank pill? Colby had truly put everything on the line by bringing out a 5th rank pill. 5th rank pills were extremely precious, costly, and valuable. Using one in this situation was unexpected. Colby had not foreseen having to do this. I must reclaim my dignity today. Wait, the elder seemed like he wanted to stop Colby. But Colby was enraged to the extreme and wasn't listening to anyone. He immediately swallowed the 5th rank pill. Visible mystical aura continuously entered Colby's body as if he was gaining endless power. Today, I'll show you what true strength is. Colby roared. His cultivation suddenly surged, seemingly reaching the early stage of the martial venerable 9th level. Although the improvement wasn't substantial, his injuries eased considerably, and the aura of essence energy became even more terrifying. This 5th rank pill could temporarily boost his cultivation, aiding his future cultivation as well. Colby always treasured this pill. However, he was now forced to use it. If he couldn't kill Isaiah today, he might die of rage. Even using a 5th rank pill, it's unbelievably frightening. Has Colby gone mad? There's no turning back now. Everyone watched with bated breath. With things at this point, could Isaiah still contend with Colby? People were worried about Isaiah's current predicament. Given Colby's fury, he wouldn't let him off easily. Beep. Master observed someone consuming a 5th rank pill Galing Shundan, triggering a 100-fold comprehension, earning experience of 1000 by 1000 times. Beep. Congratulations, Master Strength has advanced to the peak of the 8th level of Martial Venerable. Isaiah smiled faintly. Watching others take a 5th rank pill allowed him to gain strength as well. This system was truly inconceivable, almost indescribably fearsome. You go to hell. Colby roared, sending a palm strike toward Isaiah. The power of this palm strike was awe-inspiring, the essence energy roaring like a tiger descending from a mountain. Incredibly formidable. Just watching could make one's heart race. Such a formidable palm strike was brushed aside effortlessly by Isaiah, who casually slapped it back. A loud thud resounded, as if Colby had struck an iron wall and was forced back by an overwhelming force. He had already consumed a 5th rank pill and gained significant strength. Even within the martial venerable realm, every minor level difference meant several times the power. How could he possibly still be weaker than Isaiah? The elder shook his head. Isaiah had cultivated the Heaven's Path 2nd level to mid-stage, while Colby was only at the early stage. Even reaching the 9th level of martial venerable, it wouldn't change anything. Nothing could alter the outcome. The elder sighed. Colby prepared to attack again. Stop, Colby. You are no match for him. You've lost thoroughly. What else do you have to say? The elder's stern voice echoed. Colby paused, not knowing what to say. He lowered his head gloomily, realizing that not a single move had given him an advantage. If they continued fighting, his Dantian might be ruined, leading to an even more humiliating defeat. Seeing Colby's dejected look, Isaiah approached him. Did you forget something? Isaiah asked lightly. What? Colby's face darkened, looking infuriated. Why did you challenge me in the first place? Isaiah chuckled. Through gritted teeth, Colby looked irate but helpless. Who would have thought he'd encounter such a formidable person? Sky Sect hadn't seen such a monstrous talent in centuries. Isaiah, your strength surpasses mine and even Percy's. So, there should be no problem with you surviving. Colby coughed and spat blood. At this moment, the elder also stood up. Let's close the mission of hunting Blood Sky Sect warriors for now. Intelligence suggests it isn't a warrior but a king from Blood Sky Sect. No one should undertake this mission. After pausing to think, the elder continued. The sect should enter its highest alert level. Summon all disciples and elders on missions outside the sect. Blood Sky Sect's king may cause many casualties, and I don't want our people to suffer. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. The terrifying Blood Sky Sect had reappeared? Not everyone knew of this sect's existence, but it was widely known for its merciless killing. Just its name inspired fear. Thank you, elder. Isaiah bowed and turned to leave. Wait, Isaiah. Is there something, Antonio? Your survival and the intelligence provided from this mission were very significant. I believe a reward is deserved. Antonio, they didn't bring back the head of the Blood Sky Sect king. Should they still receive a reward? Colby protested immediately. Do you question my judgment? The elder responded dismissively. Colby felt helpless. It was the first time his master spoke to him like this for the sake of an outsider. Clearly, the Antonio's gaze towards Isaiah was filled with affirmation and recognition. As a reward, you two will each receive 10,000 points, the Antonio declared. This announcement stunned everyone. Rewarding 10,000 points was rare. Dennis was also surprised but soon understood. It was entirely because of Isaiah, not himself. If it weren't for Isaiah's astonishing talent, such a reward wouldn't have been granted. Isaiah, I am the Antonio Willie. If you need help in the future, feel free to approach me, Willie said calmly. That's very kind of you, Isaiah smiled. Several disciples eyed him jealously, seeing how the Antonio spoke to him. Chapter 392, Spirit Medicine Hall. This time, Isaiah wasn't without gain from the mission as he did receive points. Do you have any interest in learning about the heavenly rank? Willie asked. I've already looked into it. If I were to challenge it, it shouldn't be too difficult. Being able to become a disciple on the heavenly rank is quite extraordinary. The rewards and privileges will far exceed your imagination. Willie smiled lightly. Naturally, Isaiah was also very interested in this heavenly rank because it could quickly make him stronger. Moreover, being ranked on the heavenly rank might allow him to enter the imperial capital of the Nanyang Empire. He wasn't very sure yet. Of course, he couldn't tell others about this plan. Otherwise, the royal family of the Nanyang Empire would surely consider him a threat. This period has seen quite a few significant events within the sect. Overall power has increased, welcoming several stronger fighters and admitting many powerful disciples. Our Tianshang sect has now become the third strongest sect in the Nanyang Empire, Willie loudly announced. These words were greatly encouraging. Almost everyone felt an overwhelming surge of passion. With such brilliance, many inner sect disciples felt immense pride. I can't believe our sect has become so impressive. We are now the Empire's third strongest sect. To be part of such a distinguished sect, there's indeed a lot of pride in having a rank. Many disciples basked in self-satisfaction, but also felt immense pressure. After all, Tianshang sect had too many talented experts, making it exceedingly difficult to stand out. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. He also wanted to become stronger quickly. Blood Heaven sect people would definitely come after him. Additionally, his blood demon realm was a hidden danger. Being strong could avoid life-threatening situations. Disciples who rank highly on the heavenly rank will have opportunities to join larger sects and participate in sect-wide competitions, contending with numerous geniuses. Isaiah nodded, feeling a bit of anticipation inside. I'll try my best to grow stronger soon. It would be bad if I didn't, Isaiah said casually with a shrug. Right, now you're ranked 24th on the heavenly rank. I hope you can maintain this ranking and not be defeated by others, Willie chuckled. Isaiah didn't seem worried at all about this. I need more medicinal resources next to improve myself quickly, Isaiah said with determination. 4th grade and 5th grade medicines do help improve cultivation, but you still need time. You can't achieve a significant boost in just a short while, Willie reminded. The medicines I refine myself can enhance me more effectively. So, you'll need a lot of herbs. The Spirit Medicine Hall of Tianshang Sect's inner cabinet, you should visit it. There should be what you're looking for, something that will certainly interest you. Thank you, Elder. Isaiah bowed gratefully. Willie immediately wrote a letter. This will be useful for you. Isaiah thanked him formally. Isaiah, thank you for saving us. Your kindness I shall remember for my whole life. Don't mention it. Well, farewell for now. I need to cultivate and hope to catch up with you, Dennis said bitterly, knowing he could never match Isaiah. Their cultivation levels were worlds apart. Isaiah planned to go to the Spirit Medicine Hall alone while Dennis went to practice on his own. They parted ways for the moment. The Spirit Medicine Hall was finally reached. Isaiah observed it carefully. The place was distinctively different, filled with an ancient pharmacist's atmosphere and a unique scent of alchemy that was truly intoxicating. Isaiah sought every means possible to elevate his realm and strength. Both were crucial. He slowly entered the hall, where many people had already gathered. Despite the large crowd, it wasn't very lively. After all, silence must be maintained here, creating an invisible majesty that made everyone refrain from loud chatter. A large group surrounded something. What were they doing? Isaiah noticed they were all 3rd grade and 4th grade pharmacists, none ordinary. Their alchemist badges shone brightly. There were about 10 of them, pondering intently over something. Isaiah saw Bronson among them. Heh, even Bronson is here. While there are many alchemists in the Spirit Medicine Hall, those belonging to Tianshang sect aren't many. Alchemists of Tianshang sect were relatively rare, which made them popular among martial disciples. Bronson wore a badge indicating he was an alchemist supervisor, placing him much higher in status. This incomplete recipe is extremely difficult. Is it for a 5th grade medicine? It seems like an ancient recipe, hence the difficulty. Completing the formula comes with a generous reward. The master of the Spirit Medicine Hall said whoever completes the formula can become his disciple and eventually inherit this place. The reward was unexpectedly generous. This master was a renowned 5th grade alchemist with extensive knowledge. Isaiah watched with a smile. I heard the master will gift the completed recipe to the one who succeeds. It's an ancient 5th grade recipe, indeed incredibly challenging. They all wore frowns, clearly stumped by the formula. Dark clouds seemed to hover over their heads, helpless before this challenge. Why is a young man like you here? From what I see, you don't have the qualification to be here. A guard's deep voice interrupted. Why wouldn't I qualify? Isaiah asked. Others were engrossed in the formula, unaware of Isaiah. The guard was about to evict him. You look like a newcomer. Only alchemists can enter here. Don't push your luck. Get out now, the guard scoffed. What could Isaiah, so young, have to do with the Spirit Medicine Hall? I advise you not to underestimate based on appearance. Humph, and what if I do? If you misbehave, I'll teach you a lesson. Isaiah took out Willie's letter. Do I have qualifications now? The guard raised an eyebrow, then opened the letter, immediately kneeling in fear. My apologies, sir. It's entirely my fault for misjudging you. Please forgive me, the guard stammered. How did this young man have the Antonio Willie's letter? If he reported this, the guard's fate could be disastrous. Just leave. Isaiah's expression was unpleased, and the guard hurriedly left. Oh, isn't that Isaiah? Bronson sneered. Isaiah glanced back coldly at Bronson. He seemed to hold a grudge, his venomous gaze full of sinister thoughts. Chapter 393. I only need 3 minutes. Bronson had asked Percy to help eliminate Isaiah during a mission. Why was he still alive? Though he felt a bit puzzled, Bronson didn't overthink it. A person like you can actually be the supervisor of an alchemist? TSK, I guess there's no one else in the Sky sect, Bronson sneered. Do you dare mock me, Isaiah? Bronson roared immediately, clearly infuriated. The courteous young master who once respected everyone now revealed his other side, leaving many people astounded. Recalling the last incident, Bronson gritted his teeth with anger. He wouldn't feel satisfied unless he got back at Isaiah today. Humph, Isaiah, wait for us. Isaiah smiled faintly. Right, Isaiah, how do you look at this recipe? Bronson's eyes carried a hint of resentment. The ancient 5th rank alchemy formula. Your alchemy path is so powerful. Are you interested in completing it? The people around began to regard Isaiah differently. Though he was only an 18-year-old youth, he had received treatment as a Pill Hall alchemist supervisor. Just a moment ago, he enraged Bronson, and now he was even invited to participate in the completion of an alchemy formula. This boy definitely wasn't ordinary. Hee, too simple. I'm not interested in such a low-level formula that fits a waste like you. Everyone almost froze upon hearing this. How arrogant could someone be, daring to say these words? A newcomer youth actually spoke to an alchemy master supervisor like this, truly asking for death. Who was Bronson? His influence in the Sky sect was vast, and almost no one dared to disrespect him. Recently, having become an alchemy master supervisor, he had become even more powerful. Other alchemists shook their heads, never having seen anyone brave enough to defy Bronson, especially an 18-year-old. Bronson's face turned pitch black. He gnashed his teeth, wishing he could devour Isaiah. You're really becoming more and more arrogant, Isaiah. Your words are utterly nonsensical. Bronson was furious, unable to believe that he could lose to Isaiah. Even though Isaiah had a 5th rank alchemist badge, Bronson believed it must be fake. Bronson confidently believed his alchemical prowess was superior. So, you want to compete? Isaiah asked provocatively. Alright, let's have the competition. I don't believe I'll lose to a fraud like you. Let's wager 10,000 points. Bronson aimed to gain some advantage from Isaiah. 10,000 points? Hee, you're just here to give me points. Still, I should thank you, Isaiah sneered. At this moment, an elder from the spirit medicine hall slowly emerged, seemingly hearing the commotion and checking what was happening. Elder, please witness our alchemy competition, Bronson requested. The elder understood the situation. Alright, since you want to compete in alchemy, I will select questions from bamboo slips on alchemy. The elder clapped his hands, and 2 attendants brought up the bamboo slips. Come to this room. In this room, you will compete, and the wager is 10,000 points. Think carefully. The content on the bamboo slips all pertains to 4th rank pills. Bronson glanced at the slip, raising an eyebrow slightly. The questions were incredibly difficult, requiring listing the highest grade pills that could be refined from various 4th rank herbs, along with the ingredients required for the royal 4th rank pill, Divine Wind Spirit Pill, a formula few knew. These questions were extremely challenging. Isaiah scanned through, revealing the knowledge stored in his mind. Although the questions were rare, they posed no problem for him. As Isaiah pondered, suddenly notifications appeared in his mind. Ding! Master completed alchemy question on royal 4th rank pill, Divine Wind Spirit Pill. Triggered 100x insight, gained experience x 1000 x 1000, acquired formula. Ding! Master observed the rare 4th rank pill, Wind Decision Spirit Pill. Triggered 100x insight, gained experience x 1000 x 1000, acquired formula. Ding! Master acquired 4th rank pill, Spirit Decision Transformation Pill formula. This was possible? Isaiah was slightly surprised. He merely wanted to solve the alchemy questions using the knowledge in his head, but unexpectedly acquired these formulas. The 4th rank royal pills piqued his interest. Refining them would benefit him greatly. Haha, too easy. I can finish in 3 minutes. You trash, Bronson. I've already won. Isaiah laughed arrogantly. Winning in 3 minutes? The elder heard his overconfident words. Even for him, such questions were tough to complete. Not to mention, a 5th rank alchemist would never possess such confidence. Outside the hall, many onlookers watched Isaiah like he was a fool. Finishing in 3 minutes was impossible. That kid is laughable. Is he a fool? Even copying couldn't be done in 3 minutes. Even a 5th rank alchemist might struggle with these questions, yet this kid has such big talk. People underestimated Isaiah because his arrogance seemed to belittle Bronson. Completing these questions was incredibly hard. The elder had a headache just thinking about it, finding it impossible within such a short time. If someone could complete them within 2 hours, they'd be considered a great alchemist. Yet Isaiah claimed he could finish in 3 minutes? Isaiah, I seriously overestimated you. Talking nonsense like an animal. Bronson laughed loudly. 3 minutes is very short. If you finish everything, I'd rather go back to growing sweet potatoes. Isaiah didn't joke around. While others mocked him, he began answering the questions with a brush pen, finishing exactly in 3 minutes. He completed all the questions on the bamboo slips. What seemed impossible to others, Isaiah handled easily. Haha, I think you're better off growing sweet potatoes. Isaiah submitted his bamboo slip immediately. The elder took it and looked. He instantly revealed surprise, drawing the crowd's attention. Such difficult alchemy questions, yet Isaiah completed them perfectly, without any noticeable errors. It was unbelievable. How could this be possible? That kid really finished in 3 minutes, with no errors? If not witnessed firsthand, no one would believe such astonishing feats. The elder was shocked by Isaiah's profound knowledge, with virtually no mistakes in the questions. Well, elder, my answers should have no errors, right? Honestly, the questions weren't that hard, Isaiah said casually. Before Bronson could start, Isaiah finished everything. Bronson inspected the answers cautiously, only to widen his eyes in shock. Chapter 394, No Chance at All. Beckham answered all the alchemy questions correctly within 3 minutes. This time, the difficulty level was top-notch, rated as the highest grade 5. The elder let out a long sigh. He had never seen such an outstanding performance. Everyone looked on in disbelief, their expressions of shock evident in their eyes when they gazed at Isaiah. Did he really answer all of them correctly in just 3 minutes? How extensive must his knowledge of alchemy be to be this formidable? Just boasting, and yet, he got every question right. It's downright terrifying. Everyone felt a sense of awe and fear. Everyone present was an alchemy master, and they were well aware of the difficulty of these questions. Normally, being able to answer half of them correctly would already make someone an extraordinary genius. Yet, Isaiah managed to answer all of them within 3 minutes. How could one describe Isaiah? It was as if he knew the answers at a glance. How can this be possible? 3 minutes and every single one correct. Bronson stared blankly, clearly unable to believe this damning situation. He was older than Isaiah and had more experience with alchemy, having been exposed to even more difficult questions. How could Isaiah finish in just 3 minutes? And these weren't ordinary 4th-rank imperial pills, but rare ones whose difficulty couldn't be overstated. Could Isaiah genuinely be a 5th-rank alchemy master? Even so, this seemed too absurd for words. He did it right in front of us. I saw him solve every problem. But something like this is simply not possible. Bronson still found it hard to accept. What do you mean impossible? He didn't cheat. What's your issue? The elder retorted disdainfully. I have no complaints. I admit my mistake. Bronson felt dizzy, as if his entire worldview had been shattered by Isaiah. Isaiah smiled faintly. All right, you've lost completely. Hand over the 10,000 points. That was 10,000 points. Without points, how could one survive in Tianshang sect? Bronson felt as if his heart was bleeding, unwilling to accept this defeat. Himph, you must have cheated. Otherwise, how could you have solved them in 3 minutes? No matter how profound your alchemy knowledge or how skilled you are at refining, it's absolutely impossible to complete everything in 3 minutes. Bronson started to backpedal, and Isaiah responded with a cold smile. So you're not admitting defeat now? Isaiah asked. I'm just extremely unsatisfied. The alchemy test only examines theory. I think my practical refining skills far exceed yours. What do you want? Are you challenging me to a pill refinement contest? Isaiah pressed on. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. You're probably only good on paper. In actual refinement, you'd surely fail, Bronson said confidently. Why insist on this nonsense after losing? Accusing me of cheating and then proposing a refinement contest? I don't have the time for this. Isaiah seemed unimpressed. Your name is Isaiah, right? Just compete with him. It won't take much time. If you win, I'll reward you with several 4th-rank ingredients and 1 5th-rank ingredient. The offer intrigued Isaiah. He needed a lot of ingredients anyway. Isn't this favoritism, elder? Humph, you'd better win, or else you'll embarrass yourself royally. The elder shot a glare at Bronson. Isaiah, you won't win this time. Isaiah shrugged with a smirk, not taking Bronson seriously at all. His eyes showed nothing but contempt. All right, which pill should we refine? Isaiah, you sure seem confident. Humph, naturally. Because whatever pill it is, I'll do better than you. Isaiah spread his hands dismissively. He was utterly disdainful, a fact that left Bronson fuming with anger. No one had ever dared look down on him like this. Bronson didn't believe Isaiah was a true 5th-rank alchemy master. Becoming one at 18 was too terrifying. Moreover, Isaiah's martial cultivation was also extraordinarily powerful. How could someone be this prodigious in both alchemy and martial arts at such a young age? Did he start cultivating in the womb? Even if that were true, it shouldn't be this ridiculous. With years of experience and research, Bronson believed he couldn't possibly lose to Isaiah. Surely, Isaiah's practical refinement skills were limited. Let's refine Imperial 4th-rank Ice Spirit Essence Pill. No problem. If you don't give me the 10,000 points again after losing, watch out, Isaiah warned coldly. Bronson froze, startled by Isaiah's words. Himph, I won't lose this time. Bronson had to restore his pride. Otherwise, how could he continue standing in the sect? He chose the Ice Spirit Essence Pill, which he was most proficient at. It could greatly enhance a Venerable Realm cultivator's essence energy and strengthen their Dantian's absorption of qi. After the 7th layer of Venerable Realm, cultivation became exceptionally difficult, so Bronson spent most of his time refining this pill. This was the pill he knew best. How could he possibly lose? Moreover, Isaiah likely didn't even know the formula, making his chances of success very low. Refining an Imperial 4th-rank pill was difficult with a very low success rate, unless one had extensive experience. Isaiah daring to underestimate him this way, letting Bronson choose the pill, truly belittled him. Bronson would prove to everyone that he was far superior in alchemy. All right, I've prepared the ingredients. I won't provide the formula, but there are 3 sets of ingredients. Whoever refines the most Ice Spirit Essence pills wins. If the numbers are the same, quality will decide the winner. Anyone who successfully refines a pill can keep it, but you need to pay for the ingredients. They're not cheap, the elder said calmly. The elder was eager to see just how skilled Isaiah was. Was his alchemy knowledge truly that unbelievable? Or would Isaiah turn out to be all talk with no real skill and practical refinement? It wasn't impossible. Fine, no problem. Bronson, you'll lose again. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten 3 Imperial 4th-rank pills for free, Isaiah said confidently. His words reeked of certainty, and many alchemy masters began to doubt him. He seemed to think Bronson had no chance of winning at all. Haha, Isaiah, you're too arrogant. That's your weakness. I'll definitely win this time, Bronson retorted disdainfully, immediately pulling out an exquisite alchemy furnace from his spatial ring. Chapter 395. What kind of demon is he? Bronson's spatial ring was very small, and one could finish checking everything inside it in a glance. Compared to Isaiah's sword that opened up into a space at his waist, it was like a mere speck of dust before an enormous mountain. Your gold-embedded alchemy furnace is only for show. In my view, it's nothing but flashy and impractical, Isaiah said with contempt. He doesn't understand the Imperial alchemy furnace? I knew this kid isn't a genuine alchemist. Bronson having an Imperial furnace already gives him a huge advantage. The Imperial Alchemy Furnace not only increases success rates but also enhances the efficacy of the elixirs. The elder shook his head upon hearing this. Isaiah's self-confidence seemed extremely inappropriate, bordering on arrogance. That was at least a 4th-rank Imperial Alchemy Furnace, exquisitely luxurious with gold accents, symbolizing supreme power, nobility, and extraordinarily high elixir success rates. Bronson's network wasn't established for no reason. With this furnace, his chances of successfully refining a 4th-rank Imperial elixir would significantly increase. Isaiah didn't have any special alchemy furnaces, and many people felt he was already doomed. Without an advantage, how could he possibly win in the competition to refine a 4th-rank Imperial elixir? The elders also felt it wasn't entirely fair, but there was nothing they could do about Isaiah's lack of a high-quality furnace. Do you have any objections, Isaiah? Heh, I have no objections. It's just an alchemy furnace. It won't make much of a difference to me. Even if I let him use his Imperial Alchemy Furnace, it's fine, Isaiah said, shrugging. His confidence remained undiminished. Many believed Isaiah's confidence was blind. Being so scorned by someone merely 18 years old, Bronson couldn't swallow his pride. Isaiah, you are truly arrogant. Who could blame you for not having an Imperial Alchemy Furnace? You'll understand when you lose. With hate reaching its peak, Bronson spoke fiercely. Very well, let's start the alchemy competition then, the elder said coolly. Immediately, Bronson began refining his elixir. His technique was highly skilled, and his speed was fast. In contrast, Isaiah proceeded leisurely, examining the ingredients slowly. It looked as though Isaiah wasn't taking the competition seriously, but rather playing around. People watching couldn't help but sneer at his attitude. Alchemists always regarded alchemy as a sacred process, yet this boy was behaving irresponsibly, making everyone uneasy. After separating the ingredients and placing them into the furnace, Bronson slowly infused his yuan energy to bring the furnace to life. With a boom, Isaiah's alchemy furnace was instantly engulfed in raging flames, starting with the highest possible flame intensity from the beginning. Moreover, Isaiah poured all the ingredients into the furnace in one go. How could a 5th-rank alchemist possibly make such fundamental mistakes? These were basic common knowledge among alchemists, and Isaiah made several errors in one breath. Indeed, he can only talk theory. Who adds all the ingredients at once? Ingredients need to be added in a specific order. Otherwise, some ingredients burning first might produce gases that affect the later ones. How could he know anything about alchemy? Starting with maximum flames and covering the lid means the ingredients will surely burn, and the furnace may explode. Many criticized Isaiah's alchemy techniques, pointing out multiple critical errors. No one could understand how he managed to solve the alchemy questions within 3 minutes. Sure enough, Isaiah's alchemy furnace began to become unstable, bursting forth with a massive energy. This was extremely dangerous for an alchemist. Even the elders stepped back. The energy of an alchemy furnace was terrifying. Once it exploded, the alchemist might be gravely injured or even lose their dantian. Such consequences were incredibly dire. Yet Isaiah treated it like a game, shocking everyone who watched. Feeling helpless, the elders started to pay closer attention to Isaiah's alchemy operations. Isaiah divided the ingredients inside the furnace through the walls of the furnace, ensuring they wouldn't conflict or influence each other. As a result, none of the ingredients were burnt. Although the furnace flames were intense and the furnace emitted crackling sounds, everything was under Isaiah's control. Elder Charlie, shouldn't we ask him to stop? It could harm the hall if it explodes, someone suggested. Charlie shook his head. No, I don't think so. If it weren't for the generation gap, Charlie might have missed recognizing Isaiah's technique. Such alchemy techniques had a near 95% risk of failure. Using fierce flames to refine the ingredients while dividing them inside the furnace and using yuan energy to control and expel harmful gases, Isaiah's approach was indeed astonishing. However, Charlie sighed, feeling that Isaiah's chances of failure were still high given the instability of the furnace. Bronson smiled faintly. Finally, victory was within reach. His furnace was steady, and his alchemy process went smoothly without any errors. Even if Isaiah's furnace exploded, Bronson would successfully refine the 4th-rank Imperial elixir. Everyone watched Isaiah's furnace intently, expecting it to explode any moment. Despite waiting long, the furnace continued trembling. Why hadn't it exploded yet? The large flames couldn't be brought down, leading to super high temperatures inside the furnace. With the crackling sound, many worried about an explosion due to the immense energy involved. Why hasn't it exploded yet? This is unusual. The furnace has been unstable for quite some time. Look, the furnace seems to have stabilized again, and the temperature has dropped considerably. Only then did people realize something was off. Isaiah's aggressive alchemy method was unprecedented, and he was acting impulsively, not calmly. Ignoring everyone around him, Isaiah continued focusing on his elixir. After the furnace stabilized, Isaiah resumed refining, using his yuan energy to combine the liquid. 15 minutes later, humph, Isaiah refined the elixir with too much flame intensity. The liquid must have burned. He has no chance of winning me, Bronson said confidently, dismissing Isaiah entirely. But soon, Isaiah's furnace began emitting a faint fragrance. What was happening? Why was Isaiah's furnace giving off such a sweet aroma, intoxicating almost to the point of enchantment? Everyone was stunned. Contrary to expectations, Isaiah hadn't caused an explosion but had successfully refined the elixir, which seemed almost impossible. Moreover, Isaiah's alchemy speed was much faster than Bronson's, nearly unmatched, especially considering Bronson had an Imperial alchemy furnace. Bronson had so many advantages, yet Isaiah managed to refine the elixir faster. Everyone was dumbstruck. What kind of demon is this kid? Chapter 396. Unwilling to meet the palace master. The impulsive and rash alchemy technique, which succeeded despite its apparent recklessness, left many unable to believe it. Bronson couldn't help but smile. He anticipated witnessing Isaiah's discomfited loss soon. Bronson felt quite upbeat while concocting the elixir and even hummed a tune. Isaiah was definitely going to lose. His medicinal liquid had burnt, As long as he managed to concoct the pill, it would count as success. Suddenly, a chorus of commotion caught Bronson's attention. Curious, he glanced up only to realize something was dreadfully wrong. He actually succeeded? Bronson stared in disbelief at the alluring fragrance wafting from the furnace. Instantly, he felt a scorching pain on his face. Inside Isaiah's cauldron were 3 brand new, round black pills. Bronson was completely shocked, unable to accept this fact as if he had turned into stone. No way. Bronson gaped, utterly astonished. Why didn't the herbs burn under such fierce flames? Even with the ingredients added all at once, leading to conflicts among them, it should have been impossible for him to succeed in refining the pills. Yet, the truth was too harsh. Isaiah had still successfully refined the pills under these conditions, displaying 3 ice spirit essence pills. So shocked was Bronson that he ignored his own alchemy furnace and stepped forward to examine Isaiah's. Instantaneously, the flames within Bronson's furnace intensified to the brink of explosion, emitting a terrifying sound from the Imperial Alchemy Furnace. Almost everyone was startled as the energy inside the Imperial Alchemy Furnace dramatically surged, reaching the point of detonation. Oh no, this is bad. Everyone, get away immediately. It's about to explode. Charlie sensed the danger. Yet, amidst this perilous moment, a figure leapt over. Isaiah immediately channeled a substantial amount of essence energy, forcing the furnace under extreme control. The flames calmed down under everyone's watchful eyes. Under Isaiah's suppression, not only did the flames in the alchemy furnace vanish entirely, but it also returned to stability. Unbelievable. He can actually suppress the explosive flame? That flame was very dangerous. If it exploded, many would die from the sheer power. That kid is truly frighteningly powerful. Isaiah seemed to stabilize the nearly exploding alchemy furnace effortlessly without much effort. Witnessing this scene, Charlie inhaled sharply, amazed at the youth's prowess. His first instinct was to leave during the crisis, but only Isaiah had the audacity to prevent the furnace's explosion. How did he manage it? Everyone was pondering this question. Isaiah smiled faintly. Bronson had already failed, with a pungent smell coming from his alchemy furnace. Bronson lost again, and couldn't even refine a single pill. Bronson has lost. That brat is formidable. Refining 3 4th-grade imperial pills, my heavens, who is he? With such outstanding alchemy skills, it's truly astonishing. Other alchemists regarded Isaiah differently now, their expressions reflecting utmost surprise. No one expected this outcome. With an imperial alchemy furnace, Bronson was thoroughly defeated. Currently, Bronson served as a chief alchemist in the Spirit Medicine Hall, well known even in Heavenly Sect. Now being bested by a young boy so easily left him stunned. It can't be. Impossible. Bronson was almost driven mad, refusing to believe this fact. Why was Isaiah's alchemy skill so advanced at such a young age? Bronson realized there was a world of difference between their techniques. Not only did he refine quickly, but his success rate was also incredibly high. Even a 5th-grade alchemist refining a 4th-grade imperial pill might not achieve this simplicity. This time, I'd like to see what you have to say. Isaiah's tone was slightly cold. Looking at the 3 ice spirit essence pills, Bronson was utterly despondent. Moreover, he had chosen the type of pill to refine himself. Failing at refining his forte, Bronson had no choice but to concede with everyone watching. With icy eyes, Charlie knew if Bronson refused to admit his defeat, he wouldn't be able to remain in the sect anymore. Though giving up 10,000 points made his heart bleed, he still handed them over. Under everyone's scrutiny, Bronson couldn't think of any other way and could only admit defeat. Isaiah, I didn't expect your alchemy skill to be so formidable at such a young age. This time, I must acknowledge my loss, Bronson reluctantly admitted as he produced his token. Charlie accepted the token from Bronson and awarded Isaiah the 10,000 points. These are the rewards promised beforehand. Charlie ordered someone to bring the medicinal ingredients. Satisfied with the quality of the herbs, Isaiah nodded contentedly. After this competition, Charlie recognized Isaiah's abilities. He wanted to see how skilled Isaiah was in alchemy. An alchemy prodigy like this, if not retained by Heavenly Sect, would surely be poached by other forces. Therefore, such talent must not be let go. Isaiah, your mastery of alchemy is truly exceptional, even surpassing mine. With such innate talent, you must be nurtured. How about meeting the Palace Master with me? He is also a great alchemy master. Charlie's tone was excellent. Others nearby were slightly surprised, as they hadn't seen the Palace Master after years here. Yet, this newcomer had the opportunity to meet the Palace Master. If they hadn't witnessed it firsthand, they would find it hard to believe Isaiah's extraordinary alchemical talent, which seemed almost superhuman. But Isaiah simply smiled and shook his head. I think it's better not to. Taken aback, Charlie questioned, why don't you want to meet the Palace Master? I have other important matters to attend to. Meeting the Palace Master will have to wait, Isaiah explained. Why are you unwilling? The Palace Master, knowing your talents, would undoubtedly take you as a personal disciple, securing an illustrious future, Charlie asked perplexedly. I have more critical matters to handle. Focusing solely on alchemy isn't possible for me, Isaiah bowed, offering no further explanation as he walked out of the hall. Charlie was puzzled. To become a direct disciple of the Palace Master was something many dreamt of. This was a golden opportunity for rapid advancement, yet Isaiah had rejected it. He simply couldn't understand Isaiah's thoughts. Sigh, if he leaves, it would be a great loss for the sect. Charlie couldn't help but lament. Hashtag chapter 397. An idea formed. Sir Galen, please stay a moment. Charlie called out, trying to retain him. Is there something else? I wonder what you plan to do next. With such remarkable talent in alchemy, shouldn't you consider finding a proper master to develop it further? This way, you're wasting your gift. I intend to focus on cultivating martial arts, Isaiah said indifferently. He was probably the only one who could speak to Charlie so casually, while the other alchemists were heavy expressions. You should meet with the hall master, perhaps that will change your mind. Becoming a higher-level alchemist is every alchemist's dream, Charlie earnestly urged. Isaiah felt a bit annoyed. Please don't take offense, but I believe the hall master here is not qualified to be my teacher. This remark almost caused an uproar. What a self-centered brat. He thinks he's the greatest alchemist already? So arrogant. Elder Charlie, forget it. Someone this overconfident should be expelled. The crowd criticized him heavily. Charlie shook his head, amazed that Isaiah dared to say such things. But upon reflection, there seemed to be some truth to his words. Just as everyone thought Charlie would expel Isaiah, he chuckled instead. Your arrogance is unprecedented, young man. Perhaps you were right. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Could Charlie really be endorsing this youth? Was this young man truly that formidable? Had his alchemy skills surpassed the hall master? Other alchemists stared at Isaiah in disbelief, wondering if Charlie was overestimating him. Isaiah took out a grade 5 alchemist emblem from his sleeve. I think I can advance in alchemy through self-study. Charlie was completely stunned. The boy was already a grade 5 alchemist at 18. Sighing deeply, Charlie shook his head. All right, everyone has their own path. I won't pressure you. Though Isaiah's words were arrogant, Charlie believed he had the right to back them up. If Isaiah cultivated for a few more years, he might become a grade 6 or even grade 7 alchemist, a revered existence throughout the continent. Isaiah was currently focused on enhancing his martial cultivation and wasn't concerned with anything else. While he wouldn't neglect alchemy, being asked to meet the hall master and be tutored felt beneath him. Not wanting to sound too harsh, yet growing impatient with Charlie's persistent urging, Isaiah turned the subject. So, I need to purchase some medicinal herbs. Charlie nodded immediately. Isaiah bought a considerable amount of 4th grade herbs and 3 sets of 5th grade herbs, spending a lot of points and gold coins without hesitation. Ignoring the details, Isaiah secured the herbs he needed. You have 10,000 points remaining, and you spent over 400,000 gold coins this time. You can check the detail bill if you want. That's unnecessary. I just need the herbs. His lavish spending left the alchemists of Ebert astonished. They considered him extravagantly wealthy. How many rich families produce someone like this? A millionaire at 18? Ignoring their amazement, Isaiah sheathed his sword and opened a spatial pocket, storing the herbs inside. He even has a spatial sword? Just who is this kid? Too astonishing. Unmindful of others' reactions, Isaiah left. His primary goal was to grow stronger, and he didn't have much time to dwell on other matters. Back in the 5th floor of the Sky Tower, Isaiah immediately started refining pills, borrowing a pill furnace from Charlie. He began refining pills fervently. Mostly he refined Imperial Grade 4 pills, which significantly helped enhance his strength. Isaiah marveled at his speed in refining pills, unparalleled within the Sky sect for Imperial Grade 4 pills. Looking at the luminous pills before him, Isaiah felt extremely excited. Quickly consuming the pills followed by intense cultivation was essential to his growth, accelerating his progress. Ding. Host consumed Imperial Grade 4 pill, Divine Wind Spirit, gaining experience x 1000 x 1000 times. ***. Ding. Host consumed Rare Grade 4 pill Wind Formula Spirit pill, gaining experience x 1000 x 1000 times. ***. Ding. Host consumed Grade 4 pill, Spirit Formula Meditative pill, gaining experience x 1000 x 1000 times. ***. A storm of primal energy swirled within him, continuously flowing into his body. His dantian was engulfed in primal energy, causing his whole being to vibrate. If this state could last indefinitely, it would be ideal. His dantian expanded significantly, though his martial prowess showed little improvement. This puzzled Isaiah. After 7 days. Ding. Congratulations, host has reached late stage 8th rank Wu Zun realm. ***. Ding. Congratulations, host has reached peak 8th rank Wu Zun realm. ***. Finally achieving 2 stages of advancement, Isaiah continued meditating but hadn't met his goal yet. Advancing to 9th rank would require significant breakthroughs, making the lack of grade 5 pills a problem. With a few pills left, Isaiah decided to save them for later use. Unlike other prodigies who required intense cultivation after taking pills, Isaiah needed only sufficient experience to break through. Isaiah aimed to maximize his martial prowess in the shortest time possible. The grade 5 pills he planned to refine weren't for martial enhancement, but to strengthen his sword technique, a discipline he was deeply fascinated by. He managed to refine only 2 grade 5 pills, lacking the necessary ingredients. Using these 2 pills solely for his sword technique. If others knew, they would be utterly shocked. Too extravagant. Ding. Host consumed 2 grade 5 pills, sword technique essence pill, gaining experience x 1000 x 1000 times. ***. Ding. Host's 4th stage sword technique reached 2nd rank, triggering 100-fold comprehension. Host confused sword weapons. ***. Fuse 2 swords? Isaiah paused, appreciating the excellent ability granted by the system. Enoch's sword was Elong's sword, and the other was spatial sword named Moonblade. Chapter 398. How strong could he be? He attempted to merge the 2 swords together. Suddenly, the sword flashed, causing him to momentarily pause in surprise. Before his eyes appeared a brand new sword exuding intense coldness. Isaiah smiled faintly. For a swordsman, a sword was naturally the best asset. Should I give this sword a name? Isaiah pondered for a while. This sword was now a lower heaven tier weapon, even sharper and more chilling than before. Isaiah immediately felt that he had better control over the sword, which was floating effortlessly in the air. Carefully, he took it into his hands. Instantly, a powerful surge of essence energy erupted from the sword, tightly binding Isaiah. What formidable sword chi! If he were not strong enough, his hand might have been severed. Unexpectedly, the 2 5th grade pills only managed to enhance his 4th boundary sword aura to the 2nd level. The advancement in the sword aura boundary far exceeded his expectations. Isaiah reflected, knowing he had to grow stronger to deal with the disciples on the heavenly rank gay list. Rumors suggested that the direct disciple and head student of the heavenly rank were incredibly powerful. Isaiah did not want to be caught unprepared when the time came. After 10 days of cultivation in the 5th floor room, Isaiah decided to step out. Being alone for too long was somewhat suffocating. The moment he opened the door, he saw someone who seemed to have come looking for him. Isaiah, did you get stronger again? Dennis asked incredulously, staring at Isaiah with astonishment. His aura had grown several times stronger, which was indeed quite terrifying. Dennis felt a chill down his spine. Isaiah's overwhelming pressure was incomprehensible, making him break out in cold sweat. What's the matter? Isaiah asked. Yes, there's a banquet tonight, and I hope you can join us. As a powerful Innergate disciple, I think you should attend, Dennis invited. Sure, I just finished my cultivation session. It might broaden my horizons, Isaiah agreed, treating it as a casual outing. Dennis led Isaiah to the grand hall where the banquet was held. There was an enormous square filled with people. The martial artists entered one by one as the feast began, each engaged in eating, drinking, and revelry. This banquet wasn't simple. Isaiah guessed that after the feast, there would be a minor contest. Indeed, right after the banquet ended, disputes arose, and someone started a fight. Isaiah spotted Adam on the stage, fighting fiercely against someone. Despite his strength, Adam was getting thrashed, his opponent appearing completely at ease. Soon, Adam was severely injured. Isaiah had fought Adam before, but seeing him beaten like this piqued his interest in the opponent. A man in blue robes sneered at Adam, his sharp essence energy tearing through the air. His strength far surpassed Adam's. Adam, as a direct disciple, you're so weak. You've disappointed me greatly. Give me 20,000 points, or else. The man sneered. Jesse, don't go too far. How can I possibly hand over 20,000 points at once? If not, then I'll break both your arms. Jesse's eyes turned deadly cold, sending shivers through everyone present. Adam's arm was crushed under Jesse's foot, leaving everyone horrified and terrified. With a cold snort, Jesse remarked, 20,000 points for your hand isn't expensive. Otherwise, I'll cripple your legs too. Seeing the horrific scene, everyone trembled. Adam, once the top Innergate disciple, being beaten like this was indeed terrifying. But here in the cabinet, strength was everything. Without power, one could be bullied to death. Where are you going, Isaiah? Dennis asked curiously, watching Isaiah approach the stage. You're trash? Jesse raised his foot and stomped down hard, forcing Isaiah to step back. That powerful kick made Jesse pause in surprise. Who dared to block him? Who are you? You've already crippled him. Is this really necessary? Adam was also shocked to see Isaiah come to his aid, though he knew trouble was about to find him. Jesse was a formidable adversary. I do as I please. Why should you care? Meddling in other people's affairs is a death wish, Jesse snapped. Isaiah remained expressionless, unfazed by Jesse's menacing aura. The rules here state that you either pay in points to save your life or die, Jesse said viciously. Why don't you help him pay the points? I'll spare both of your lives if you pay 20,000 points each, Jesse scoffed. Isaiah shook his head. I have no intention of doing so. Jesse, let this slide. Consider it a favor, Dennis pleaded, stepping forward urgently. Why should I give you any favors? Today, it's all about points. Nothing else matters, Jesse responded arrogantly. Isaiah extended his hand. You stay back, Dennis. I'll handle this. Help Adam off the stage. Dennis hesitated, but Jesse's eyes flashed dangerously as he unleashed a powerful burst of essence energy, trying to prevent anyone from rescuing Adam. The shockwave was immensely powerful, roaring loudly and nearly driving everyone back. Isaiah countered with a punch, dispersing the essence energy instantly, creating a massive crater beside him. Jesse paused, surprised by the young man's unexpected strength. To strike in front of me, you are dead today, Isaiah stated coolly, challenging him openly. Such arrogance. Attempting to rescue Adam without my permission. It looks like you're tired of living, Jesse retorted angrily. The two men confronted each other, their auras clashing violently, their essence energy erupting and making the stage a terrifying place. Everyone watched in awe, feeling their scalps tingle. How about I challenge you now? Are you new here? Challenging me, truly foolish. Jesse narrowed his eyes. With a contemptuous smile, Isaiah replied, why wouldn't a newcomer challenge you? Are you afraid? You're incredibly bold. This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Soon, you will die a very miserable death. Jesse's eyes gleamed with terrifying malice. Jesse did not take Isaiah seriously. How strong could such a young man be? Chapter 399, Winning Without a Fight. Give me a few minutes. Why, are you trying to escape? Jesse sneered. I'm going to help my friend with his hand. Isaiah completely ignored whether Jesse agreed or not and turned to leave. What difference would a few minutes make? It was just a brief delay. Are you okay, Adam? Isaiah asked, still holding on. Adam's hand was broken. If it wasn't treated in time, he would likely be crippled for life. Take this 4th-rank Imperial pill. I'm incredibly grateful, Adam said helplessly, his tone filled with admiration. On the stage, Jesse's eyes gleamed. This young man actually had 4th-rank Imperial pills, indicating significant cultivation resources. That made him even more interesting. He would soon force him to hand over all his pills. This might hurt a bit, Isaiah said as he adjusted Adam's hand. A crack resounded, and Adam couldn't help but scream in agony. It will heal if you take good care of it for a few days. At least the hand won't be permanently damaged, Beckham said nonchalantly. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Dennis appeared somewhat worried. Jesse is quite formidable. He is currently ranked 22nd on the Heavenly Gay list, and has reached the 8th stage of the Wu Zun realm. To me, he seems too weak. I believe I can end him with one punch. Isaiah leaped onto the stage, a confident smile on his face. Jesse was about to mock Isaiah when Isaiah spoke first. In the few minutes I was away, you didn't even run. It looks like you really want to die today. Jesse could hardly bear being mocked by such a kid. This was truly intolerable. His expression turned cold. The crowd below began murmuring. Jesse just crushed Damien with overwhelming strength, yet someone is still daring to challenge him. That new kid sure talks big. Huh, let's see how he dies. Many felt sympathetic towards Isaiah because he was about to meet his end, possibly in a very ugly way. Jesse's strength was terrifying. He usually crippled his opponents, sometimes even destroying their dantian. Many feared him. Once on the stage, death was not questioned. So usually, when one felt offended, they had to endure it unless they were stronger. Isaiah, as a new disciple, challenging Jesse, was essentially seeking death. Many already pitted him. You seem to have quite a lot of cultivation resources, Jesse said icily. Heh, that's true, but I won't give them to you. Isaiah deliberately flaunted a few fourth-rank imperial pills. Jesse was stunned. This kid indeed had an unusual amount of cultivation resources. Though he didn't know where he got them from, he had to get them. With these pills, Jesse's cultivation might improve significantly after 10 days or half a month. He looked at Isaiah like a wolf eyeing its prey. Where did this young man get so many cultivation resources? Truly intriguing. I've started to take interest in your background. Could you be a disciple of some great alchemist? Jesse asked. Humph, enough nonsense. Make your move quickly. You look pretty cocky, Isaiah said disdainfully. Boy, I can kill you without lifting a finger. Jesse's tone grew more arrogant, clearly underestimating Isaiah. Soon, terrifying sharp chi emanated from Jesse. At his current level, he planned to use chi pressure to end Isaiah's life immediately, making the young man realize the terrifying gap between them. Isaiah smiled faintly, facing Jesse's chi pressure without moving. The collision of two powerful chi forces created blinding energy flashes, transforming the stage into a perilous zone. Anyone stepping in would be instantly obliterated. Jesse's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this kid to be so strong, surpassing his imagination. My fourth stage, first level fist chi pressure didn't defeat him instantly? Jesse raised an eyebrow, utterly shocked. Isaiah smiled faintly. He was now at the fourth stage second level sword chi, so there was no way he would lose to Jesse. They weren't at the same level anymore. Suddenly, Jesse's face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. An invisible sword chi swept over him, causing intense fear in his heart. He had no time to defend and was instantly struck by the sword chi. In an instant, Jesse flew off the stage, looking utterly miserable. Multiple sword cuts left him bleeding profusely, and the stage nearly shattered from the attack. Just that tiny moment, such a horrifying turn of events happened. How did it change so suddenly? From the energetic Jesse to a motionless heap like a dead pig. This scene was truly terrifying. To think that Jesse, ranked 22nd on the heavenly gay list, was defeated so easily by Isaiah. And most unbelievable of all, Isaiah didn't even lay a hand on him. My God, what kind of terrifying power does that kid have? Is a newcomer really this strong? The force just now was unbelievably powerful, too astonishing. I admire that kid. The crowd watched in disbelief, their expressions full of shock. Jesse, with 8th stage Wu Zun realm and 4th stage, first level fist chi, was mercilessly and decisively defeated by Isaiah. 4th stage fist chi loses so quickly, could he have mastered 4th stage second level sword chi? It's very possible. Otherwise, why did Jesse lose so thoroughly? This is almost surreal. Two disciples exclaimed. This statement left everyone even more astonished. Most disciples on the heavenly gay list only mastered the 4th stage, first level chi. Few reached the second level. Those who did were absolute geniuses and had been cultivating in the sect for years. But why was Isaiah so powerful? As a newcomer, he had already achieved such heights. It was frightening to contemplate. The crowd was shocked for a long time, unable to regain their composure. If Isaiah really had mastered 4th stage, second level sword chi, his strength wouldn't be simple. How did Isaiah manage to reach this level of understanding? Chapter 400. I'll trust you once. Perhaps those who could reach this level in the entire heavenly Tao sect could be counted on one hand. Yet Isaiah held one such position. Dennis and Damien were stunned. They never expected Isaiah to win so effortlessly. Isaiah faced the 22nd ranked Jesse on the heavenly list, not just any opponent. He won without even a fight. That's too powerful. From now on, I will only follow him, Dennis firmly said. He felt his cultivation was no longer as crucial as staying with Isaiah would surely lead him to the peak of life. Although he knew Isaiah had grown stronger recently, there should still be limits. Isaiah instantly killed Jesse in one move. A complete display of overwhelming strength. How do you plan to leave? Isaiah sneered at him. Jesse was breathing heavily, covered in blood, and in a miserable state. If you want to leave, hand over your token. Otherwise, you'll regret it. You dare to seize my points? Jesse's face darkened, considering his status within the sect. Many people kowtowed to him. Yet, today someone wanted to take his points, and Jesse was livid. Huh, who says I can't? Are you the only one allowed to snatch others' points? Isaiah retorted, unwilling to let Jesse off easily today. Humph, new kid, are you going to kill me? If you harm me, you're dead. It doesn't matter, you're not leaving today. Isaiah spoke resolutely, a chilling aura emanating from his eyes. Jesse swallowed hard. Damien knew the terrifying power this man possessed. Isaiah, let it go. He has two formidable seniors, unpredictable reactions may follow. Damien did not wish for Isaiah to invite trouble. Isaiah had saved his life already. Getting into more trouble might result in dire consequences even for a martial prodigy like him. Damien, don't worry. But think about it. If you seize his points, his backers won't forgive you for setting a precedent, Damien pleaded earnestly. Isaiah smiled faintly, seemingly lost in thought. Haha boy, did you hear that? If you dare to harm me, my seniors and master won't spare you. I'm a direct disciple, not some easy target, Jesse mocked. Oh got it. I don't have to take your points. I've another idea. Isaiah grinned mischievously. Don't threaten me, you wouldn't dare kill me. Is that so? Isaiah's eyes flashed coldly. A streak of sword chi instantly pierced through Jesse's hand, nearly severing it. Everyone watched in shock. This horrifying sword force reached an icy extremity, making many feel as if they had stepped into a freezing abyss. The coldness spread endlessly, causing most to shiver uncontrollably. You, Jesse clutched his nearly severed hand. I will give you an offer you cannot refuse. Isaiah stepped down from the platform and extended his hand. Damien, isn't the jade pendant on your waist worthless now? Damien was bewildered. The jade pendant on his waist was indeed common and had shattered during the fight. What do you want with this jade? Damien asked curiously. Isaiah smiled while holding the jade. Jesse, choose. Either buy this jade for 20,000 points or die here. Buy this jade for 20,000 points? Yes, then it's not considered robbing you. Aren't you buying? Isaiah's piercing gaze carried a killing intent, as fearsome as a hellish warrior. Jesse trembled under Isaiah's presence. He dared not defy. Even a single pill would suffice. How could this jade be worth 20,000 points? Jesse protested reluctantly. So what? Is there a problem? Isaiah's eyes gleamed sharply like an eagle's. Isaiah was not playing fair anymore. Jesse was powerless, fearing for his life. My token has only 10,000 points. Give me a few days to gather the rest. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. All right, I'll trust you once. Don't deceive me. Jesse nodded. A steward came forward, transferring all points to Isaiah's token. You have 5 days to pay the remaining 10,000 points. Otherwise, we'll see. Isaiah coldly warned. Thank you for sparing my life. I will gather them quickly. Isaiah stood on the platform, but no one dared to challenge him. He found it boring and left. Winning without fighting discouraged many from taking chances against him. Quite uninteresting. Most people have left. Isaiah shook his head. Now feeling better, Damien suggested. Let's visit the resource market. There are plenty of herbs and incomplete martial technique scrolls. Maybe we can get lucky. Good idea. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Isaiah agreed after some thought. The Heavenly Tao sect's resource market was expansive, bustling with vendors. The variety of herbs was overwhelming, making Isaiah browse casually for 5th-grade herbs which he desperately needed. 5th-grade herbs were rare, and after half a day, Isaiah found nothing intriguing. Dennis and Damien bought various items, including martial technique scrolls and minerals. Nearby, a black-cloaked figure wearing a hat glanced at Isaiah coldly. Isaiah ignored him. Soon, Isaiah stumbled upon something. A 1,000-year-old herb emitting a faint light, certainly not ordinary. 5th-grade herb, millennium grass? Isaiah was surprised. Such a herb was quite rare. To think you, a young man, can identify the millennium grass, it's truly unexpected, the elder vendor remarked, pleasantly surprised. He had been selling it long without anyone recognizing its value until Isaiah identified it instantly. How much does it cost? Isaiah eagerly asked, ready to buy it, and see what elixirs he could concoct using this herb, hoping it would enhance his abilities further. 150,000 gold coins. Note, please provide feedback if you find any part unclear or need further adjustments. Chapter 401. I'm determined to have this herb. No problem. Even though someone else was interested in this herb, he didn't show up, so I'll sell it to you first. Upon hearing this, both Dennis and Damien were dumbfounded. Isaiah had actually parted with 150,000 gold coins so easily? Isaiah appeared to be an ordinary person and did not resemble someone from a powerful family at all, yet he possessed such wealth. To casually spend 150,000 gold coins without batting an eye was astonishing indeed. Seeing Isaiah immediately take out the gold bars, the old man's eyes lit up. This young man was truly exceptional. Despite his vast wealth, he remained humble, not showing off his affluence at all. All right, young man, I'll sell this to you. I hope you can make good use of it. The elder smiled, hoping that such precious herbs would end up in capable hands. That's impossible. This herb belongs to me now. No one else can buy it, a domineering and arrogant voice declared. Isaiah's face darkened slightly. He was clearly the first to come for this herb, but why hadn't this black-cloaked figure bought it earlier when he had spent so long examining it? Now, knowing it was a 5th-rank herb, the 10,000-year grass, he wanted to claim it as his own? It was too naive of him to think things would go his way so easily. The herb is being sold to me. Why should it go to you? Besides, you couldn't identify this herb just now, could you? Isaiah retorted disdainfully. Only thanks to your discovery did I know it was a 5th-rank herb. What's wrong with me taking it now? The black-cloaked man removed his hat, revealing a prominent scar on his face. Originally handsome, he now looked somewhat grotesque and terrifying. Dennis and Damien widened their eyes in surprise. It's actually him. I didn't expect to meet him here. A big shot ranked 21st on the heavenly gay list, Dennis exclaimed. Dennis regarded the man with a touch of fear. Possessing late-stage 8th-rank martial respect and 2nd-rank celestial realm, he was known as the notorious Zhougalingdi, who had reportedly defeated opponents stronger than himself. The strength and cultivation of this person are formidable, and he is also a terrifying restriction master. That's the real issue, Damien said grimly. Indeed, it made sense that Zhougalingdi was a restriction master. Even if a heavenly sect's martial artists were powerful, they would face certain death if they couldn't break through the restriction arts. It wasn't surprising Zhougalingdi ranked 21st on the list. However, some disciples had powerful upper-tier Earth-grade protective equipment, which effectively resisted restriction arts and thus could save half their lives, making it easier to defeat Zhougalingdi. Zhougalingdi's eyes gleamed. This 5th-rank herb was now within his grasp. Nobody could snatch it from him. It belonged to him now. The old man fell into a moment of hesitation. If you two fight over this, there's nothing I can do, but I need to reconsider now, as it seems there are several potential buyers, the old man said nonchalantly. What? Is there another buyer for this 5th-rank herb? Zhougalingdi seemed uneasy. The old man nodded, and at that moment, a red-robed man walked forward from behind. His attire was striking, and he exuded an overwhelming aura, his every step dispersing those around him due to his intense primordial energy. A suffocating pressure filled the air, like everyone was having their throats squeezed, even more uncomfortable and painful than expected. To think the one wanting to buy this 5th-rank herb would be you, Hobart hung. Zhougalingdi stared wide-eyed at the man. Hobart Hung revealed a peculiar smile, full of arrogance, barely acknowledging anyone. Isaiah had no idea who the man was, but started meeting his gaze. Hobart Hung raised an eyebrow. This was the first time someone dared to stare back at him. Their primal energies clashed briefly, merely testing each other's strength, before Hobart Hung sneered. This person ranks 9th on the heavenly gay list, and his power is exceptionally terrifying. Dennis trembled, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Hobart Hung was once a renowned figure in the heavenly sect, the most talented disciple in the past decade. At a young age, he ranked highly on the heavenly gay list, breaking records by defeating the 5th-ranked individual. He rapidly advanced to late-stage 8th-rank martial respect and 2nd-rank celestial realm, mastering 1st-rank power, achieving numerous outstanding feats. Unfortunately, a year ago, Hobart Hung lost comprehensively to someone, subsequently disappearing from public view, his ranking dropping from 5th to 9th. Since then, many had forgotten about Hobart Hung, but his appearance here surprised many people. The old man's expression turned sour. If Hobart Hung found out about the attempted sale of the herb, he would surely face dire consequences. Hobart Hung, we can discuss the herbs reasonably, perhaps exchanging for mutually beneficial items, xiuxian said politely. What benefits can you offer me? Hobart Hung asked. I have plenty of benefits. My close friend, Bronson, can provide any elixirs you need. Recently, I acquired an upper-tier Earth-grade martial technique. Interested? xiuxian grinned. Martial techniques and elixirs were necessities for martial artists, but Hobart Hung showed interest. After some discussion, they seemed to reach an agreement. Hold on, I was here first, so why are you two cutting in front of me? Isaiah coldly questioned. xiuxian and Hobart Hung were taken aback momentarily. Who was this small fry interrupting them? Lee, it seems you're asking for trouble, daring to interject. There's no rule about who came first or last for buying this herb, xiuxian sneered. Xiuxian thought Isaiah would scurry away after this warning. If I don't leave, I'm telling you, I'm determined to have this herb. Lee, you really don't know your place. We important figures are discussing matters. Why are you babbling? xiuxian's eyes emitted a chilling glare, looking as if he might devour Isaiah. Isaiah smiled faintly, looking at Hobart Hung. Black smoke began to emanate from his body. Ding. Master observed hellish black smoke technique, triggering 100 times enlightenment, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. Ding. Congratulations, Master learned the hellish black smoke technique, reaching intermediate 4th rank underworld restriction master. Isaiah hadn't used restriction techniques in a long time. It was unexpected that Hobart Hung was also a restriction master, quite competent. However, this indirectly enhanced Isaiah. Despite Hobart Hung possessing terrifying restriction techniques, he never secured the top spot on the heavenly gay list, indicating that the heavenly sect had effective methods to counter such arts. Quickly, the information flashing through his mind caused Isaiah's expression to change slightly. The hellish black smoke technique reduced the user's lifespan, as if signing a contract with hell from the very first use. Chapter 402. Young man, you dare to play me. Jace used the hell black smoke technique incorrectly, so it would slowly claim his life. Isaiah knew the complete method of usage. Not only did he remain unharmed, but he could also use it as a powerful trump card. Jace would die a slow death, and using the hell black smoke technique would hasten this process. In return, however, it was exceptionally powerful, capable of easily killing enemies. However, the disciples on the heavenly ranking of the celestial sect were no fools and had methods to counteract the binding spell. They carried Imperial Exorcism Jade that significantly restrained Hell's forces. Along with Earth Stage protective gear, they naturally could preserve their lives and seize any opportunity for a counterattack, making victory difficult for Jace. To prolong his life, Jace collected medicinal pills everywhere to alleviate the pain in his body. 5th or 6th grade pills might just extend his lifespan. Jace glanced at Isaiah, finding the young man had an extraordinary presence and didn't seem like an ordinary person who was seeking death. Lee, if you can exchange a 4th grade pill, I will give you these medicinal herbs. What kind of pill? A rare 4th grade pill called xiuxian pill. Jace raised an eyebrow and said, such a pill is quite rare, and even collecting the ingredients is challenging. I don't have it, but perhaps I can refine one for you. Haha, ridiculous. Are you going to refine pills with your mouth? Stefan Jace is joking. Memphis thought this was absolutely impossible. He believed his good friend Bronson had a better chance of refining it. Stefan Zhou Tianheng, if you need it, why don't I ask my friend Bronson to help? Perhaps he can refine it. Memphis said sarcastically, which made Zhou Tianheng feel awkward. He agreed with Memphis's opinion, thinking how could a young man like Isaiah refine such a pill? He seemed unreliable. Just then, Bronson walked over. Bronson, hurry up. I need you to refine a xiuxian pill. It can help me obtain 5th grade medicinal herbs, Memphis said anxiously. Upon seeing Isaiah, Bronson immediately turned cold. Meeting this young man again left him displeased. All right, whoever refines the xiuxian pill first gets the herbs, Jace commanded. The old man quickly bowed, having no choice but to obey Jace's order. Otherwise, there would be no hope for survival. Isaiah, my alchemy has improved greatly, Bronson boasted. Ha, you're still trash in my eyes, Isaiah replied calmly. How dare you speak to him like that? Bronson is the manager of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Who do you think you are? Memphis retorted angrily. This Isaiah was indeed arrogant. For a mere youth, he had no reason to brag. You must win this young man, Bronson. How dare he compare himself to you, given your great mastery of alchemy, Memphis encouraged him. Bronson actually felt apprehensive. Last time he lost miserably, and if he couldn't regain his pride, he'd never hold his head high again. Thinking about the gap between their alchemy skills, Bronson knew he would never surpass Isaiah. If he participated in another refining competition, his reputation would surely be ruined. He would not allow that to happen. Actually, it's unnecessary. The Spirit Medicine Pavilion already has the xiuxian pill. Let me take you to get it. We just need to pay some gold coins, Bronson said, looking uncomfortable. Haha, did you see that? This is what Bronson can do. He can bring out the xiuxian pill. Can you do the same? Don't embarrass yourself, Memphis mocked. Isaiah smiled faintly. What does that mean? Do you deny me the chance? I won't let go of those fifth-grade herbs. Even if you don't compete in refining, I won't let you leave here. Talking so arrogantly in front of Jace, wasn't Isaiah insane? Memphis smirked, thinking that since Isaiah had offended Jace, he would die horribly without Memphis lifting a finger. These 10,000-year-old herbs are mine. No one else can take them away. I've been polite enough. Isaiah's tone turned icy. Haha, what do you want, brat? Do you dare fight us? Memphis scoffed. Memphis was quite smug, crossing his arms confidently, feeling everything was under control. The one rolling away soon will be you. Jace will beg me. Speaking like that in front of Jace, he looked extremely unpleasant. From start to finish, Isaiah kept boasting and exaggerating, showing no sign of any true prowess. He was merely an arrogant youngster, and Jace wanted nothing more than to strike him down. Lee, you dare to play me. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. Humph, I said you will beg me, and you certainly will. Isaiah shrugged, and Dennis and Damien behind him remained silent. Why would I beg you? Jace's authority could not be challenged. Today, he intended to kill this boy. You'll trade these herbs for your life. With a powerful punch, surging yuan energy erupted frighteningly as Jace attacked Isaiah. Isaiah remained calm, as if nothing could frighten him. He responded coolly. Dare to touch me, and the hell black smoke technique will claim your life. Jace quickly retracted his fist and retreated, injuring himself in the process due to the sudden halt of his full power attack. How did you know? Jace was stunned. Why did this young man know about his binding spell? How do I know? From the first moment I saw you, I understood. You learned the hell black smoke technique incorrectly. Although its power is great, it's also eating away at your life. Isaiah chuckled mockingly. Jace's eyes widened. Everything Isaiah said matched reality. Did he really deduce all this from mere observation? Jace seemed petrified, unable to speak for a long while. The black marks on your body are nearly covering your entire body, and sometimes they emit smoke. Soon, you'll die. Do you think a single Iju pill can save your life? Beckham asked. These words struck Jace deeply. He fell to his knees, at a loss, knowing only he was aware of this secret. Yet now, Beckham described it clearly, leaving Jace incredulous. An 18-year-old youth, so unbelievable? Why do you know all this? Jace asked suspiciously. Humph, you can't hide this from me. I can tell with just one glance. Chapter 403. Obtaining the Herbal Medicine. Upon hearing Isaiah's words, Jace was somewhat surprised. The young man claimed he could identify the problem with just one look. However, it was true. Isaiah had indeed pinpointed the issue. Few people knew about this matter. Clearly, Isaiah possessed extraordinary skills and was highly accomplished in alchemy. This young master does not know your honorable name, Jace asked. Isaiah, replied Isaiah, folding his arms across his chest. Mr. Galen, can you tell me how to save my life? I would be eternally grateful. Isaiah remained silent, his expression cold and distant. It was obvious that he was displeased after Memphis disrespected him earlier. Memphis, you and your people get out of here now, Jace said icily. Jace had been searching for ways to save himself, but even the most powerful alchemists were helpless against his condition. He had taken many elixirs, which only delayed the inevitable. Isaiah, however, accurately described his condition, almost knowing it entirely, which left him deeply shaken. Seeing Isaiah's confident demeanor, Jace believed he had a way to save him, so he no longer showed any courtesy towards Memphis. Memphis froze, baffled by the sudden change of heart. Jace, you treat me like this? Memphis's face turned ugly, seeing the medicinal herbs he was about to obtain slipping away. How could he accept that? Who would have thought that Isaiah managed to change Jace's mind with just words? This was intolerable. He couldn't allow the herbs to fall into someone else's hands. Jace, you promised me Hellfire Elixir in exchange for these herbs. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Memphis anxiously argued. This young man is probably just guessing right about your condition. Don't believe him. He can't cure you. I don't want to argue with you. Leave immediately. Jace replied, his face grim. Memphis felt utterly humiliated and couldn't find words to retort. What can you do to me? It was as if Jace was humiliating him openly, leaving Memphis fuming. Jace's strength was formidable, leaving Memphis powerless. Isaiah slightly raised an eyebrow, still unsatisfied. Jace's face darkened as he walked over and struck Memphis, causing him to spit blood and appear even more wretched. You? Actually? Memphis's face turned pale, but he didn't dare act rashly, given the vast disparity in their strengths. Memphis left silently, full of resentment and anger, vowing to take revenge on Isaiah someday. Satisfied with the scene, Isaiah nodded. If you're still unhappy, I'll cripple that man, Jace said. It's unnecessary. Your predicament stems from the hellish black smoke technique. Using it incorrectly caused this, but it's not without a cure, Isaiah shrugged, leaving Jace both excited and trembling. Is Mr. Isaiah serious? Absolutely. My only request is the 5th rank herbal medicine. Nothing more. Isaiah gazed at the 10,000-year grass. How do we proceed to save my life? Jace asked curiously. Isaiah asked for paper and pen and wrote down a prescription. Have someone refine this elixir and prepare this medicinal decoction. The herb used is Diton-ko. Jace glanced at it, skeptical because the elixir was only a 4th rank formula, and Diton-ko was common. Saving his life could be this simple? Jace was dumbfounded, questioning if Isaiah was playing a trick. I estimate it will take 15 days to clear the hellish black smoke from your body. And if it doesn't work? Jace hesitated. It will definitely work. You'll understand once you start today. Isaiah asserted confidently. If it were anyone else, Jace might have doubted, but Isaiah spoke with such authority that he instinctively trusted him. Fine, this 10,000-year grass is yours. Without hesitation, Jace pointed to the old man. 50,000 gold coins. The old man was speechless. Being haggled like this was demeaning, yet he dared not protest. Isaiah obtained the 10,000-year grass for 50,000 gold coins, smiling faintly. Farewell, Mr. Galen. Jace rushed back eagerly, hoping to treat his illness promptly, finally finding a way to save himself. Well, I've obtained the herbs. Isaiah's eyes sparkled. Dennis and Damien sighed in relief, respecting Isaiah even more for his calmness and composure. Without wasting time, Isaiah purchased the ingredients needed to refine a 5th rank elixir. The total cost came up to 150,000 gold coins, plus the 50,000 paid to the old man, totaling 200,000 gold coins. His funds had dwindled to 300,000 gold coins. Returning to his residence on the 5th floor of the Sky Tower, Isaiah prepared to refine the 5th rank elixir, called the 10,000-year spirit elixir, which could significantly enhance his cultivation realm. After 2 hours, Isaiah examined the refined elixir glowing with chi, feeling satisfied. He consumed it immediately, sensing a surge of chi filling his body. Ding. The owner has consumed the 5th rank elixir, gaining experience 10,000 times over. Ding. Congratulations, the owner's cultivation reached Wu Zun realm, 9th stage early phase. Ding. Congratulations, the owner's heavenly realm 2nd stage has reached its peak. With a loud boom, Isaiah burst with boundless chi, forming a powerful storm. If not for the room's special rock structure, others would have noticed the immense energy release. Chapter 404, Dare to appear before me. Isaiah glanced at his palm. Even he felt a little afraid of this formidable primordial chi. It was simply too powerful. He gave a gentle wave, and the ground immediately had a large patch swept away by the primordial chi. Even the rocks here were reinforced. Isaiah marveled at his strength. It was several times stronger than before. He felt immensely excited and couldn't help but smile. This was the preparation he made, and when the Blood Heaven Sex people came, he wouldn't have to panic. Furthermore, with this strength, challenging sky rank characters would be much easier now. To reach higher realms and attain the peak of martial arts, Isaiah never ceased advancing. Closing his eyes, he could sense that there was an abundance of essence from the medicinal pills accumulated within him. The 5th grade medicinal pills he consumed weren't few. He should seize an opportunity to cultivate and fully utilize the medicinal essence. Otherwise, if too much time passed, it would be a loss. If Isaiah were to get injured, the essence would also dissipate. He decided to go to a holy land for cultivation to accelerate his speed, but that required points. Points were crucial, and while Isaiah kept practicing in his room, he only had 2 10,000 points left after Jesse initially gave him 1 10,000 points. 5 days later, Isaiah emerged from his room, intending to ask Jesse for more points. As he walked into the plaza of the Heavenly Tower, he saw Jesse and Memphis, both seemingly fresh from drinking as they exuded a strong alcohol smell. Finding Jesse right there, Isaiah was about to ask him for the points. Originally, he didn't know where to find him, but now he had found him. Sigh. Recent events have really been infuriating, Memphis grumbled. Anything making you angry? Care to share? Jesse asked. That damned Isaiah. Memphis spat through gritted teeth. Their conversation was interrupted by Isaiah walking up, causing both their expressions to darken. They hadn't expected him to show up just then, and the sight of their nemesis only heightened their anger. Boy, you actually dare to appear before me? Memphis sneered, his eyes bloodshot. He had nearly obtained those 5th grade herbs, only to have them snatched away by this kid's clever talk. Unbearable. Go away, Memphis. I don't have time for your nonsense, Isaiah said coldly to Jesse. Well, it's been 5 days. You promised 10,000 points, so give them to me now. Isaiah thought Jesse would hand over the points immediately, but instead, he laughed out loud. Haha, yes, I did accumulate 10,000 points these past few days. Jesse's face changed slightly, but I'm curious, when did I owe you any points? Both Isaiah and Jesse chuckled knowingly. Jesse gloated internally. It was just a verbal promise without witnesses or evidence. No one could hold him accountable. Moreover, with Memphis nearby, who initially worried him, now appeared to be on his side since he clearly disliked Isaiah as well. This Isaiah was truly something, having offended many Sky Rank members shortly after joining the sect. Was he planning not to live? Isaiah shook his head. Seems you're determined not to admit it unless forced. I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, you'll beg me later. I don't owe you 10,000 points, so don't assume anything, Jesse refused firmly. And what can you do if I don't give you the points? Jesse taunted. With Memphis, ranked 21st on the Sky Gay list, standing beside him, Isaiah surely wouldn't dare make a move. You seem eager to die. Let me teach you a lesson. Isaiah lifted his scabbard. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed, like a meteor streaking across the sky. The sword light, accompanied by freezing aura, cut off Jesse's arm in an instant, shocking everyone present. My arm, Jesse screamed, clutching his severed limb as he rolled on the ground, writhing in agony. Memphis's face paled. He couldn't believe how fast Isaiah's sword draw was. Even he felt a hint of fear. That young man's skill was terrifying indeed. Yet, Memphis wasn't overly concerned. As a confinement master, he held significant advantages against Isaiah. Despite Isaiah's martial prowess, Memphis's identity wasn't meaningless. Isaiah, you've got some guts to injure my people right before me. It seems you want to die, Memphis growled. Long wanting to attack Isaiah, but hesitant due to the surroundings, Memphis now disregarded such concerns since Isaiah had made the first move. 4th grade confinement technique. Blazing heart. Memphis shouted, instantly creating an array around Isaiah engulfed in roaring flames. The sudden turn of events drew everyone's attention. Seeing the confinement technique, disciples were astonished. None expected Memphis to lash out so drastically. What had happened between them? Why would Memphis use his confinement technique so easily? Who is that boy? He looks familiar. Could it be Isaiah? Isaiah is quite bold, offending almost all Sky Rank members shortly after joining. I must say, I admire his nerve. Memphis, driven by intense anger, was aiming to kill Isaiah. How dared Isaiah think no one could subdue him in Sky Sect? Memphis's 4th grade confinement technique was terrifying, rarely used except when he intended to deliver a death blow. Yet, inside the array, Isaiah remained calm, unfazed by it. Memphis, I only want to deal with Jesse. If you don't want to die, back off. This statement caused a commotion among the crowd. Everyone stared at Isaiah as if he were insane. What kind of talk was this? Did Isaiah truly believe he was invincible? Surrounded by the confinement technique, he was moments away from death yet spoke arrogantly. Chapter 405. No issue at all. Everyone thought Isaiah was an incredible joke. Enoch must know that Memphisker's confinement technique was exceptionally powerful and terrifying. Even the top disciples of Tianshang's sect, ranked high on the heavenly gay list, would not necessarily be able to defeat Memphisker without superior Earth-grade protective gear and the royal exorcism jade. What made Isaiah think he could win this kid? It was indeed audacious. Haha, young man, you've got some courage. You're the first one who dares so boldly. But Isaiah, let me tell you, it won't be long before you are burnt to death. This confinement technique will definitely take your life, Memphisker said, with eyes full of malice. He had deep-seated hatred towards Isaiah. Now, finally, he could kill him and settle old scores. After losing 5 great herbs last time, Memphisker hadn't slept well for days. He vowed to make Isaiah pay now. Alright, Memphisker, I didn't intend to kill you originally, but since you are courting death, don't blame me for being rude, Isaiah said sternly. It was evident that Isaiah was the one about to die, yet he kept saying he would kill Memphisker. People first expressed shock and then scorned him. Is this boy really a martial arts prodigy? He looks more like a fool. His self-righteous attitude is unbearable. What's odd is that Isaiah seems perfectly fine even after such a long time. The crowd discussed Isaiah. Memphisker intensified the energy output, causing the flames of flame heart confinement technique to grow stronger than before. How long do you think you can still be arrogant? Memphisker said with a very displeased expression. Memphisker, dealing with you, I don't even need to lift a finger. Haha, how ridiculous. Of course, you don't have to move. You're almost dead. Isaiah looked harmless enough to infuriate anyone. The fire had already burned fiercely. People outside the formation could feel the intense heat. If it continued burning, it might even burn holes in the square. Memphisker wanted to end the battle quickly before attracting elders, making it difficult to explain. Huh? What's this? Memphisker's face turned black when he noticed a confinement technique under his feet. That eerie black smoke with ghost illusions scared him. This confinement technique was far scarier than expected. Chilled to the bone, Memphisker immediately tried to undo the technique, but no incantation worked. A few seconds later, Memphisker fell to the ground, feeling his life draining away, in unbearable pain. How could this happen? Memphisker never imagined things would turn out this bad. He was at his limit and struggling to endure. Isaiah's flame heart confinement technique disappeared instantly. What? Did Isaiah break the confinement technique? How fast was that? Can this kid also use confinement techniques? Frightening. Unbelievable. As everyone gasped, someone noticed the confinement technique around Memphisker's feet too. Memphisker was tormented beyond recognition. Before Isaiah, Memphisker's confinement technique was dismantled effortlessly, leaving everyone drawing in cold breaths. Confinement techniques were notoriously hard to break, but Isaiah did it so easily. Memphisker's pupils widened, realizing he underestimated his opponent. Never had he thought Isaiah was also a confinement master, surpassing him. His own technique was rendered useless, revealing how terrifying Isaiah was. Memphisker reached his limits and couldn't hold on much longer. Wah! Lying on the ground, he barely clung to life. Narrowing his eyes, Isaiah stopped, shocking everyone present. Once again, Isaiah didn't lift a finger, and the heavenly Galist rank 21 Memphisker was taken down instantly, infamous as he was for his confinement techniques. No one dared look at Isaiah without fear, all agreeing he was a complete monster. Evidently, Isaiah crushed Memphisker's confinement techniques, which concluded the fight so swiftly. Memphisker lay like a dead pig, completely incapacitated. The match was decided. Isaiah had ended it with overwhelming confinement techniques. Isaiah had spared him, or else Memphisker wouldn't just lose his life but descend into eternal torment. Memphisker's pale face showed sheer terror as he knelt, panting. He knew Isaiah held back, otherwise, the confinement would have instantly killed him. Thank you for sparing my life. Trembling, Memphisker realized Isaiah had withheld his true strength. Phew, you owe me one, Isaiah smirked. I admit defeat, and my ranking belongs to you, Memphisker begged, deeply suffering. Satisfied, Isaiah picked up Memphisker's token, thus securing rank 21. Inward disciples stared at each other, astonished by these events. He won again. Memphisker's confinement techniques were useless. Indeed, scary. Could this kid enter the top 10? Everyone gulped, marveling at this youth's prowess. What kind of being was he? There weren't many on the heavenly gay list who could challenge Isaiah. When Memphisker pleaded, everyone felt a mental explosion. So shocking was it. Beating Memphisker so effortlessly, handling higher-ranked opponents would be no issue for Isaiah. The most uncomfortable person was Jesse, trembling, hoping Memphisker would avenge him, only to lose so quickly. Isaiah approached Jesse slowly. What are you going to do? What do you think? Haha, what happens when you deceive me? Jesse gulped. Losing a hand filled him with hatred, but he could only suppress it, knowing defiance would cost him his life. Isaiah was too powerful. Who knew what he might do? He was indeed a madman. Your other hand seems better. Quickly give me the points, or you'll lose your head. Jesse shuddered, feeling like he faced a ghost under such threat. My lord Isaiah, I really want to give you points, but I don't have that much. Humph, weren't you boasting about having 10,000 points just now? I won't give you much time. Isaiah's tone was icy cold. Chapter 406, you can't open it. Jesse trembled all over. Now that he had lost his protection, he could only try to protect himself. Why aren't you willing to give me the points? Isaiah pressed him. Brother, I was just angry at you and said that on purpose. There's no way I could have accumulated 10,000 points so quickly. In that case, you can go die. Isaiah lifted Jesse with one hand. Wait, I have something valuable that should be worth the points if you'd hear me out. Oh really, you're not lying? Brother, I'm in this state now, how dare I lie to you? Jesse stammered in fear, his legs trembling. To Isaiah, killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. This matter cannot be heard by others. Let me take you there. Jesse acted very mysteriously. Isaiah wasn't worried about him playing tricks, thinking this wretch couldn't harm him. What is this place? Isaiah looked at the luxurious courtyard before him, exuding an aristocratic air, unlike somewhere ordinary people could enter. There's a treasure inside. I can take you there, but whether you can get it or not depends on you. I'm really helpless. Are you playing with me? Talking about something you can't even get? Isaiah immediately lifted Jesse again. Jesse was nearly in tears from fear. Big brother Isaiah, there really is a treasure inside. I've been planning for a long time. If you could get it, it would definitely be a significant boost for any martial artist. Isaiah seemed skeptical, barely believing it. I sometimes come here to do errands for the owner of this mansion, Enoch Day. I discovered a heavenly treasure unexpectedly. Isaiah smiled faintly. Do you want me to become a thief? How can it count as theft when I know the owner? Any blame will fall on me. Brother, I really can't help it. 10,000 points are more than my life's worth. That thing must be worth 30,000 points. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, not thinking much further. As long as Jesse gave him something equally valuable, he wouldn't mind. Jesse chuckled inwardly. Even if it was considered theft, first, he had to see if they could actually take anything away. If they couldn't, it wouldn't count against him. Jesse, you're here, the guard said coldly. Jesse nodded, leading Isaiah inside. Who's this newcomer? The guard asked. He's a friend helping me with some matters. The guard sized up Isaiah for a moment, shifting his large blade from one hand to the other, looking ready to attack. Instantly, Jesse became nervous. Isaiah had a bad temper and might start fighting here. Oh, it's fine, come in. Only then did Jesse breathe a sigh of relief, fearing a fight had almost broken out. Big brother Isaiah, if you can't take the item, don't blame me, Jesse complained. Is there something I can't take? Isaiah smiled and asked. Jesse thought to himself that the courtyard belonged to Elder Roscoe. He had spent a year trying to open it and failed, so there was no way a punk like Isaiah could succeed. If he couldn't take it, it wouldn't count as theft, giving Jesse an excuse to delay things for a few days, or else he feared Isaiah might take his life. They passed through many rooms and corridors until they reached a treasury. Surprisingly, Jesse had secretly copied a key. Isaiah was somewhat shocked. If this were discovered, Jesse would probably be beaten to death, regardless of being a disciple or high-ranked. You've got quite the skills, Isaiah remarked coldly. I secretly replicated the key but didn't dare touch anything inside. Everything is inventoried, and missing items will lead to an investigation, guaranteed death if caught. Jesse swallowed hard, risking his life, appearing extremely anxious. Here's an advanced Earth-rank martial skill manual. Isaiah picked it up and examined it. That's a partial scroll, impossible to learn. Isaiah looked closely. Asterisk chime. Owner observed a partial scroll of advanced Earth-rank Moon Deity step, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 100 experience. Asterisk. Asterisk chime. Congratulations, owner comprehended the advanced Earth-rank Moon Deity step. Asterisk. Isaiah hadn't used body techniques in a while. Instantly, he felt chi gather in his legs, sensing faster speed. His leg chi had never been so strong before. He smiled slightly. It's this box's content you can sense. That abundant essence chi belongs to a fourth great realm expert's spirit form. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, indeed sensing the unique essence chi inside the box, the rich chi captivating him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Roscoe mentioned it's a lower-tier heavenly rank treasure, extracted spirit form from a fourth great realm expert, beneficial for martial artists, a strengthening Danteon spirit form, Jesse said eagerly. If he could get this, he might immediately surpass Isaiah. Unfortunately, such thoughts were only dreams. Extracting the spirit form of a fourth great realm expert took years, possibly decades, making it a world-class treasure. A Wu Zun realm martial artist who consumed it might experience a qualitative leap, far beyond a simple level up. Elder Roscoe of Celestial Sect spent immense effort inviting experts, yet none could open the box. This adamantite box was specially crafted by the royal family of Southern Xia Empire. Except for royal members, outsiders couldn't open it. Numerous martial artists tried and failed, highlighting its invincibility. Even fourth great realm experts couldn't destroy it. So Jesse was certain Isaiah couldn't open it either. If you can't open it, don't blame me. Give me a few days, and I'll get you 10,000 points, Jesse nervously said. With a click, Isaiah opened the box and retrieved the celestial spirit form. Holding the glowing multicolored apple-like spirit form, Isaiah smiled, finding it attractive, and ate it instantly. Beside him, Jesse's eyes nearly popped out. How did Isaiah just open the box? This was a Southern Xia Empire adamantium box. How? How is that possible? Jesse was utterly stunned, unable to process what happened. Chapter 407. How did you get here? Hee, why not? I've opened the royal carriage of the Nanyang Empire made from Wujing before, Isaiah said, shrugging his shoulders. To him, the Nanyang Empire's Wujing craftsmanship was nothing but trash, utterly useless against him. Boom. Jesse felt as if his heart had exploded. Isaiah took less than a second to open the box and swallowed the celestial spirit body. He almost spat blood out in anger. Ding. Master has consumed the celestial spirit body, gaining 10,000x 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Master has reached the mid-stage of the 9th level in the martial venerable realm. An aura of primordial energy surged from Isaiah like a little sun, causing many items inside the treasure chamber to fly off with a bang. Jesse's face turned ashen gray. This young man had grown stronger again? Though the celestial spirit body can make martial artists stronger, it requires cultivation afterwards, similar to grade 4 or 5 pills. After a martial artist consumes them, they can absorb and gather spiritual energy at a much faster rate, but it won't immediately cause a breakthrough. However, Isaiah's cultivation level directly advanced by 1 realm. This was completely different from ordinary martial prodigies. What kind of monster was he? Suddenly, there were sounds of commotion outside the door, seeming like hurried footsteps coming quickly. Jesse's face darkened as Isaiah remained expressionless. If you dare expose me, you will understand the consequences. Talking about this would only mean certain death for Jesse. He stared wide-eyed as numerous guards drew their swords when the treasure chamber opened. Isaiah instantly activated the moon deity steps, making him nearly invisible even to the guards who could not see a trace of him. Jesse, how dare you invade here? Sweating profusely, Jesse was in a panic. If the blame fell on him, he would surely die. He couldn't reveal Isaiah either. No matter what, it seemed like a dead end for him. It was too pitiful. I have no idea. When I got here just now, it was already like this. You have to believe me. How could I possibly open that box? The guards and enforcers were all taken aback when they arrived and saw the situation. There's no way that box was actually opened. This is truly terrifying. Who did this? It's over. Elder Enoch will definitely be enraged. Jesse escaped blame using his words, and the guards believed someone else had broken in, already calling for the courtyard to be sealed off. Isaiah hid on a tree. He didn't want to stay any longer and needed to leave as soon as possible. The moon deity steps were incredibly useful. It was practically teleportation within a range where no one could see him. No guard detected a trace of Isaiah. Exiting the courtyard, Isaiah rejoiced. Now, he needed to go back and cultivate quickly. The essence of accumulated pills and the celestial spirit body filled his body with unimaginable power. He needed to elevate his cultivation as much as possible. Almost reaching the fourth major realm, Isaiah realized how difficult cultivation was becoming. Even a slight increase in strength was extremely hard. Although it was good that his strength increased by 1 level, the next 2 stages of the 9th level in the martial venerable realm would be very challenging. Ordinary genius martial artists need about a month or even longer to consume the celestial spirit body, absorb it, and turn it into cultivation. However, Isaiah absorbed it quickly. The celestial spirit body was not something easily obtainable, so he still needed to cultivate himself. With 20,000 points now, he went to the specialized cultivation area on the 5th floor of the inner heavenly pagoda. At 2,500 points per day, the 20,000 points were spent instantly. Immediately entering seclusion, Isaiah didn't want to waste a moment of these 4 days. He was also looking forward to reaching the 4th major realm sooner, but after 4 days passed, he was still at the mid-stage of the 9th level in the martial venerable realm. This surprised him slightly, as he found the difficulty far beyond his expectations. Clearly, the 9th level in the martial venerable realm had several bottlenecks. Every time Isaiah gathered his primordial energy in his dantian and tried to break through, it dispersed, forcing him to regather spiritual energy. Stopping his cultivation, Isaiah knew breaking this bottleneck would take time. Elevating his realm first might help. Perhaps this was due to the system making it harder for him to advance compared to other geniuses. Breaking through to the 4th major realm wasn't easy, but Isaiah didn't lose heart. He just needed more time. Reflecting on this, he realized he needed more cultivation resources, such as grade 5 pills or celestial spirit pills, which were clearly difficult to obtain again. He needed to think of ways to find other resources. Had Jesse not informed Isaiah of this incident, he wouldn't have unexpectedly obtained it. Elevating his heaven sect realm was another way to become stronger. The 2nd level of the heavenly realm wasn't enough. Isaiah once heard of personally taught chief disciples. They were real monsters, far stronger than anyone on the heaven rankings. These personally taught chief disciples were successors to the heaven sect leader position and had exceptional strength. To cultivate to a higher realm, he needed to be on the inner heavenly pagoda. After inquiring with the steward, he went to the 10th floor. Coincidentally, Dennis was also there. Seeing Isaiah, his face showed concern. Why are you here, Isaiah? What happened? Why are you so flustered? Don't you know? A heavenly ranked treasure in Roscoe's courtyard was stolen. You visited there that day and are under severe suspicion. So now many high-ranking disciples on the heaven rankings are searching for you, wanting to catch you for a reward. This meant Isaiah was targeted by heaven-ranking disciples, especially Roscoe's personally taught disciples who dominated the top ranks. Who said that? Isaiah suspected Jesse had leaked the information. The guards speculated. Jesse hasn't said anything, acting like he lost his mind these few days. Isaiah nodded slightly. As long as Jesse hadn't betrayed him, normal guard investigations would certainly suspect him. However, since Roscoe hadn't personally sent people to capture Isaiah, perhaps the situation was still under investigation. Didn't expect to meet you here, Isaiah. Might as well resolve this by taking you back for questioning. Turning around, Isaiah saw a muscular man in a long robe, showcasing a well-built physique. He exuded immense strength and was followed by several others, all radiating hostility. Dennis raised an eyebrow. Isaiah was in serious trouble now. I am one of Roscoe's personally taught disciples, Sydney said fiercely. His primordial energy was terrifying, causing the surroundings to distort in fear. Such overwhelming power made Dennis involuntarily retreat, sweating profusely. ###Chapter 408. Did you think you won? This person ranks 5th on the heavenly gay list. Sydney is a direct disciple of Roscoe, and also the one he values the most. It's said that he learned a heaven-tier lower-class martial technique, and now he's even more domineering. After hearing this, Isaiah couldn't help but smile, not taking this person seriously at all. Though his strength seemed formidable, it wasn't something to worry about. Dennis swallowed hard. His face had turned pale with fright. Sydney was at the peak of the 8th level martial veneration realm in the 1st level 4th stage fist momentum. This was one of the reasons for his invincibility. Isaiah smiled faintly. Is there something you need? Isaiah, I heard you stole the elder's celestial spirit body. The news has already spread, Sydney said with a sinister look. What do you mean stole? If the elder was certain, he would have taken me away long ago. That day, I just happened to be there. Your talk is ridiculous. You smart-mouth brat. But I'm convinced you were the thief, Sydney replied unreasonably. Isaiah shrugged. So what are you going to do? I will take your life unless you hand over the celestial spirit body, or else you're dead. So it's all for yourself, not for your master? Isaiah said, spreading his hands. It's the celestial spirit body. Even my master Roscoe desires it greatly. Is it in your hands, boy? Sydney demanded. No, so scram. Sydney laughed, then punched out with an overwhelming aura. Dennis's eyes widened as he was struck by the punch, sent flying back instantly. His bones nearly shattered from the blow, and he spit out blood. You dare to harm my companion? Are you courting death? Isaiah said, his face darkening. Am I courting death? This is a warning. Hand over the celestial spirit body. I'm here under orders to investigate you. Isaiah immediately lifted his scabbard, a subtle aura emerging, while Sydney sneered. So it seems you know some sword momentum. Sydney attacked ferociously with punches, trying to prevent Isaiah from drawing his sword. Under such attacks, Isaiah chose to retreat. The fists were fierce, causing the ground to shake, their force almost shaking the earth itself. Ha, even if you know sword momentum, I won't give you the chance to draw your sword. I've heard of you, but you've been too arrogant lately. Today, I'll cripple you. Sydney coldly laughed. To think you could stop me from drawing my sword. Ridiculous, Isaiah replied nonchalantly. Sydney's fist momentum was indeed powerful, somewhat intimidating, but compared to Isaiah's sword momentum, there was still a considerable gap. Both Isaiah and Sydney stood ready for a confrontation, attracting attention from the crowd. Just now, Isaiah had been pushed back continuously by Sydney, clearly showing the disparity in their strengths. Sydney's fierce attack has decided the outcome. Isaiah doesn't know his limits. The fifth on the heavenly gay list isn't joking around. Isaiah is definitely dead this time. Isaiah has been asking for trouble lately, so many top-ranked fighters coming after him. Everyone watched Isaiah with sympathy. Despite being a newcomer, his brilliance had invited much envy, almost as if heaven itself envied talent. The fifth on the heavenly gay list, Sydney, was immensely powerful, especially in fist momentum. Being a direct disciple of Roscoe elevated his status further. No one dared challenge Sydney for 2 years. What did Isaiah rely on to challenge him? A newcomer, no matter how talented, was reckless and lacked humility. He recklessly challenged the top 5 on the heavenly gay list. This reckless behavior made Isaiah the first and perhaps the last of his kind. Heaven tier lower class technique, mountain crushing fist. Sydney roared angrily, attacking without mercy. Everyone was stunned. It was Sydney's strongest technique, used so quickly. As soon as the mountain crushing fist was unleashed, the area shook violently. Primordial energy swirled into a terrifying vortex. Facing such a force, Isaiah remained rooted in place. Only when the power was about to hit him, did he lean forward in a sword-drawing stance. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. Sydney's punch was supposed to reduce Isaiah to rubble. The force was enough to split mountains and rivers. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a streak of cold light appeared. A flash of light from a sword, followed by the sound of a dragon's roar. Instantly, Isaiah was enveloped in sword chi, blocking the impact of the mountain-crushing fist. With a deafening boom, the two forces collided, like dragons and tigers battling. The building structure trembled, leaving everyone staring wide-eyed, fearing it might collapse. Isaiah was unharmed, an eerie and terrifying sight, given that the mountain-crushing fist was Sydney's strongest technique. Why was this kid unscathed? And he faced it head-on. It was unbelievable. Sydney's face darkened. I didn't expect you to be strong enough to block my attack. He realized this brat was no ordinary opponent. This is the fifth on the heavenly gay list? Too weak. You don't deserve it. Isaiah sheathed his sword, clearly showing disdain. Such disrespectful words towards Sydney. It was an endless provocation and contempt. Ranked fifth on the heavenly gay list was an achievement to boast about for life. Yet Isaiah treated it as worthless? This new talent was truly audacious. He was beyond fearless. Dennis sighed in relief. He had fractured several ribs from the punch, but he couldn't believe Isaiah could match Sydney without any disadvantage. Such formidable strength was truly awe-inspiring. What kind of sword is that? Sydney noticed Isaiah's sword was extraordinary. Could it be that you rely on that sword for your power? Isaiah smiled faintly. Do you really think one sword can make someone infinitely strong? Not only earth-tier upper-class weapons, they make me stronger. Sydney produced a tiger-patterned boxing glove, which gathered frightening primordial energy, clearly very powerful. Hee, do you really think you've won and can dominate me now? Sydney asked with a raging aura. His power multiplied several times. Seeing this, everyone was terrified. Sydney had brought out the white tiger boxing glove. This was terrifying. He was now fully serious. Chapter 409. I am saving you. When everyone saw Sydney's white tiger fist glove, their expressions changed drastically. They had good reason to be afraid. Sydney's primordial energy was now twice as powerful as before. I won't believe in evil. If I can't even defeat you, how will I ever stand my ground in the sky sect? Sydney roared angrily. With Sydney's roar, his primordial energy surged terrifyingly. The force was so formidable that onlookers dared not come close, only watching from a distance. Second form of mountain-crushing fist. Sydney shouted furiously. The momentum of his punch was like a mountain crashing down, almost causing the earth to shatter. Everyone found it difficult to remain standing, completely stunned by Sydney's strength. It was simply exaggerated. An extremely powerful fist struck head-on, while Isaiah drew his sword with a powerful swing. The two forces collided, resulting in intense energy friction. For a moment, lightning and thunder flashed, sending several disciples flying. The two forces continued to clash, but Isaiah shook his head. Your power has indeed grown stronger, but it still isn't enough. Don't talk big, brat. Soon, you'll be crushed underfoot. Suddenly, several sharp blades of air cut through the air, interrupting Sydney's attack. His expression changed slightly as those blades of air nearly killed him. Who dared to ambush him at this moment? Sydney's face turned pale when he saw a man walking toward him. Look, it's Jace. Jace's appearance made Sydney look exceptionally uneasy, especially since he seemed to be helping Isaiah, a newcomer who was a disciple passed down personally. Jace, this is none of your business. Why are you attacking me? Sydney questioned sternly. I insist on minding other people's business. What's the problem with that? Himph, Jace, do you still think you're one of the top 5? You're no longer that person. So step aside. Or don't blame me for being impolite. Jace laughed coldly. Haha, Sydney, if you really want to fight, go ahead. You'll see then. Why? Why are you saving this kid? Jace shook his head. You don't understand the situation. I'm not saving him. What does that mean? Sydney's face darkened even further. I am saving you. When Jace spoke, almost everyone was surprised. Had Sydney, who already had the white tiger fist glove, become inferior to Isaiah? Jace's words meant exactly that. It was astonishing. Could Jace really believe Isaiah's strength surpassed Sydney? Jace, I find you and him both equally delusional, spouting such presumptuous nonsense here. How could Sydney, ranked 5th on the Heaven Gale list, possibly be weaker than Isaiah? Undoubtedly, Isaiah was strong, but given his youth, Sydney, experienced in numerous battles, wouldn't lose easily. If you wish to die, block his path. I won't let this end just like that. Sydney's primordial energy underwent a transformation, forming an intimidating phantom. At this level, the power was almost unimaginable. Many knew about Jace's situation. After losing a crucial battle, he fell into a deep depression and vanished for a long time. Now, there was no reason for Sydney to fear him. There was nothing much to worry about. What puzzled everyone was why Jace was helping Isaiah. What benefits could aiding a newcomer bring? All right, Sydney, let's see what you've got. Jace's face grew icily cold. Their eyes locked onto each other, and instantly, their formidable primordial energies clashed. Galik, 2 fierce tigers battling. The enormous energy around them transformed into an invisible, terrifying zone. Dennis stood aside watching. These people were like gods in combat, all monstrous-level entities, making him feel incredibly insignificant. Isaiah's growth rate was astonishingly fast, his overwhelming strength unbelievable. If not witnessed firsthand, no one would have believed it. Dennis felt fortunate for his initial decision to befriend Isaiah. Even more astonishing was that Isaiah was also a high-ranking alchemist. Such a fact was hard to believe, impossible to explain. Master Isaiah, it looks dire for Jace. Sydney has been gaining considerable momentum recently, and his strength is extraordinary. Isaiah shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Jace seems to have improved a lot, likely restoring a significant portion of his strength. There might even be some breakthroughs. Due to the 4th rank binding technique, Jace had suffered greatly. Now, he had mostly returned to normal, thanks to Isaiah, which was why he was helping now. Sydney, you don't know your place. Do you think you deserve the 5th ranking? Next, I'll crush your fist force, erasing you entirely. Sydney unleashed all his primordial energy, which seemed to pierce the sky. However, compared to Jace, he lacked such powerful energy. Just in terms of momentum, Sydney was far superior to Jace. Everyone seemed to foresee the outcome. Many felt sorry for Jace, considering he was once a remarkable figure. Sadly, Jace was about to lose everything, as Sydney wouldn't hold back. If Jace lost this time, he'd lose everything, facing a very pitiful fate. Sydney leaped forward and punched at Jace. The punch spread everywhere, engulfed by terrifying primordial energy. Jace's expression tightened as he punched back. A loud thud resounded, followed by an intense explosion. Sydney was sent flying, crashing through the wall and rolling several times before landing on the ground. His eyes rolled up, mouth wide open, covered in blood. He lay there motionless like a dead pig. While Jace also suffered from primordial energy injuries, they were minor scrapes compared to Sydney's condition. Everyone was stunned. No one expected things to turn out this way. Did Jace defeat Sydney with just one punch? How terrifying must that be? Suffocatingly so. All present gasped in shock, utterly amazed by Jace's strength. Sydney's complete defeat was astounding. Despite his earlier formidable momentum, he couldn't withstand Jace's single punch, truly frightening. Can't be. Is Jace still so formidable? Has the past genius returned? This feels like the beginning of his resurgence. Sydney, ranked 5th on the Heaven Gale list, lost like this, leaving everyone incredulous. Chapter 410. What rule is this? Isaiah did not comment on this. Originally, he had intended to take action, but now it seemed Hobart Hong had acted on his behalf. Never thought Hobart Hong would also be a martial artist dedicated to the path of boxing. He's at the 4th realm of fist momentum. I believe it won't be long before he reaches the 2nd layer. After hearing Isaiah's words, everyone stared wide-eyed at Hobart Hong. At this moment, a trickle of fresh blood flowed from the corner of Hobart Hong's mouth, and the aura around his entire body felt even more powerful. Sydney, who lay on the ground like a dead pig, could no longer get up. His body was covered in gushing blood. Why would someone as powerful as Hobart Hong help a newcomer? It's truly baffling. It looks like Hobart Hong is back to being 5th on the heavenly rankings. He might even be able to challenge for the 3rd or 4th positions. All the inner disciples were talking among themselves. With Hobart Hong's strength, there was a chance he could challenge the directly discipled top disciple, and things would be very different then. Just as everyone was still in shock, with a bang, Hobart Hong knelt down immediately and bowed to Isaiah. Thank you, Lord Isaiah, for saving my life. Your method has given me a fresh perspective. I dare not use the 4th rank binding technique again. Yes, that's good, so you don't fall into such a situation again. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was terrifying. What on earth was going on? Hobart Hong, who was so strong and held such high status, actually knelt to Isaiah? Everyone was struck speechless with astonishment, thinking they must have seen wrong. But reality was just too surreal. It was simply unbelievable. They all wanted to know why Isaiah deserved such treatment. That was Hobart Hong kneeling, not some random person. You're too courteous. It's embarrassing for you to kneel to me like this, Isaiah said with a smile. The inner disciples thought Isaiah was being too modest. Wasn't that expression supposed to be one of embarrassment? Clearly, it looked like he wanted someone to keep kneeling. Isaiah helped Hobart Hong up. I wonder why Lord Isaiah came here. Are you here for cultivation? Yes, I plan to break through my current realm and overcome my bottleneck by elevating my realm. Hobart Heng's face turned serious as he looked at Isaiah in surprise. Could it be that you've already reached the middle stage of the 9th level of Martial Venerable? Hobart Heng asked incredulously. If Isaiah hadn't concealed his aura, it would have been hard to miss. This observation by Hobart Heng was extraordinary. Dennis, standing nearby, was equally shocked. What? Isaiah had already reached the middle stage of the 9th level of Martial Venerable? Was this some kind of joke? Dennis remembered it had only been less than a month since he and Isaiah parted ways, and Isaiah had reached this level. He was now only 2 stages away from the next major realm. Given how high Isaiah's cultivation already was, why did his advancement speed not decrease but increase? What sort of monster was he? To break through your realm, right? I've heard that advancing to the 2nd layer is incredibly difficult. As you know, the 10th floor is the best place for cultivation. I hope you succeed. It was at this point that Isaiah realized his points might be insufficient, but I don't seem to have enough points. No problem, steward. Come here. Hobart Heng gave an order, and the steward hurried over. All the points Isaiah needs for cultivating here will be deducted from my account. The steward hesitated slightly. This was far too generous. Cultivating on the 10th floor required notoriously expensive points, essentially causing him a huge financial loss. That could be tens of thousands of points, the steward said. No worries, everything goes on my account. I have plenty of points. The steward bowed. Understood. I'll record this right away. Isaiah smiled. Really, it's too much trouble. Currently, Isaiah aimed to break through either to the late stage of the 2nd layer of the Sky Realm, or to advance his sword momentum from the 2nd layer of the 4th realm to the 3rd layer. Both paths were exceedingly challenging. If you need anything, find me. I will certainly assist you, Hobart Heng said. Too kind. You've helped me a lot today. Hobart Heng bade farewell to Isaiah. Dennis, watching from the side, felt uneasy. Seeing Isaiah grow so rapidly, he couldn't help feeling a bit envious and jealous. However, talent in cultivation was paramount. Others were indeed stronger, and no matter how helpless Dennis felt, reality was often cruel. Having such a genius around, Dennis was hit quite hard emotionally. I can't enter the 10th floor's cultivation area. Isaiah, best of luck to you, Dennis bowed. All right, see you when we meet again. Isaiah walked inside. Dennis sighed bitterly, wondering if next time they met, Isaiah would be even more formidable. He might end up dying of frustration sooner or later. Thanks to Hobart Heng today, without those points, it would have been tough for Isaiah to cultivate. Walking forward, Isaiah found a large hall within this level, containing many rocks and crystals rich in spirit energy, making it ideal for cultivators to enhance their realms. Not long after, Isaiah noticed the only corridor leading deeper had a person blocking it, holding back many disciples from proceeding. This man looked domineering in his silk noble robes, hair neatly tied up, exuding a demeanor of a wealthy young lord. His arrogant and aggressive attitude was intimidating. Many disciples looked at him with fear. My goodness, it's Ian, one of the strongest fighters among the direct disciples, actually here. Sigh, he's collecting protection fees. If you don't give him, he might kill you on the spot. Terrifying. Let's not train today. It's too hard to enter. Many disciples feared him greatly. Ian was drinking from a wine flask, emitting an intense aura. Anyone wanting to enter for cultivation must pay me 5,000 points. People frowned deeply. Cultivating here already consumed a massive amount of points, and Ian's extortion made matters worse. Elders turned a blind eye, allowing these powerful and influential disciples to act tyrannically, leaving the lower-level disciples suffering immensely. Such events had become routine. How many inner disciples had 10,000 points? Entering for cultivation already cost a significant amount. Just as everyone felt helpless, Isaiah walked over. Boy, you need to give me 5,000 points to enter, Ian said while drinking. What rule is this? I make the rules here. Understand? Pay points to enter, or else scram. Isaiah chuckled faintly. So you're making several 10,000 points a day from this, huh? Chapter 411. Let you be arrogant for a few days. That's not the point. When I had more credits, I exchanged them for gold coins to sell and indeed made a fortune. Ian laughed heartily. Very well, now hand over your token. Your good days are over. Spit. Ian stared at the person in front of him, almost dumbfounded. A new disciple dared to speak to him like this? You little punk, have you grown tired of living? You dare to rob me? Ian's face darkened, his eyes filled with rage. What's there to fear? Do you think only you can be arrogant around here and I cannot be bold once? Isaiah asked coldly. The disciples present were shocked. No one expected a new face to provoke Ian so boldly. The outcome was undoubtedly going to be very grim. Ian was a ruthless, profit-driven bastard who would certainly kill Isaiah, possibly by throwing him off the sky tower. Everyone felt chills down their spines and felt sorry for Isaiah. Why didn't he keep a low profile after coming to the heavenly sect at such a young age? Now that Isaiah had provoked Ian, it was certain death. The disciples didn't dare speak, only looking at Isaiah with pity, worried about him. They thought he must be reckless, believing he could stand out, which was clearly courting death. Haha, boy, very good, very well indeed. No one has ever dared challenge me like this. If you want to die, then I will grant your wish, Ian roared. Isaiah shrugged and smiled. I will let you understand what the peak of second heaven realm is. I can take your life with just the energy in my palm. You say that, but I really want to see it. Isaiah narrowed his eyes and smiled. Ian immediately raised his hand, and a powerful energy began to gather, forming terrifying illusions as if reaching a higher realm. Isaiah watched with narrowed eyes, completely unalarmed by such a formidable power. The sharp energy appeared as an illusion, causing the disciples' faces to pale. This kid was surely heading for disaster. Did he know what he was doing? Ping. Master observed the peak of second heaven realm, triggering 100 times enlightenment, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. Ping. Congratulations, Master obtained the peak of second heaven realm. Hearing the system prompt, Isaiah smiled. Indeed, battling stronger opponents was beneficial. Otherwise, how could he have understood higher realms so quickly? I didn't think much of it. I can also achieve this realm. Isaiah raised his hand, displaying sharp energy with an even more potent illusion. Now confronting each other, Ian's face was grim. He never expected this new disciple to possess such a high realm within the heavenly sect. What was happening? To reach such a level at just 18 was absurd and defied reason. Ian's eyes bulged, feeling unprecedented surprise and shock. What incredible martial talent did this kid possess? Do you see my energy? You should understand the realm I control. I'll give you one chance. Kneel and beg for mercy and return the credits you stole from me. Faced with such ridicule, Ian was furious. How could he, who was always high above everyone else, stoop so low? Unable to bear Isaiah's mockery, he exploded in anger. Boy, even if you grasp this realm, you cannot match my strength. I've been training for half a year, and there is a vast difference between us. Ian bellowed. Ha, I gave you a chance, but you refused to value it. Boy, you're truly arrogant. Then we can only settle this by force. Ian's eyes suddenly turned murderous. He had always robbed others, but today he was being robbed. How could Ian endure this? Just as he was about to act, a man in black arrived. Isaiah glanced at him. With a wave of his hand, the overly proud Ian immediately stopped, his energy vanishing instantly. Boy, I have more important matters to attend to, but wait for me. Next time, I will take your life, Ian said icily. Ha, why don't you act now, coward? Isaiah sneered. Though Ian was furious, he was helpless. The black-clad man had come at the right moment, suggesting Isaiah's luck. Just let you be arrogant for a few days. Ian glared at Isaiah as if harboring endless hatred. With a dark face, Ian left, leaving the onlookers stunned. The arrogant Ian, mocked by Isaiah without lifting a finger. What was going on? Indeed, Isaiah's strength was considerable. His energy matched Ian's, proving his might and terror. After Ian left, Isaiah walked alone through a corridor leading to a grand hall where not many people trained. Examining the energy in his palm, Isaiah noted its extreme sharpness, now verging on the ethereal. An illusion floated in his hand, indicating energy at an extraordinary level. Isaiah planned to continue training. Now, having reached this pinnacle, improvement naturally became difficult, unlike before. But Isaiah's advancement was already 10 times faster than average. If he had fought just now, he might have held his own against Ian or ended in a stalemate. Achieving third heaven realm would signify another quantum leap in Isaiah's strength. Isaiah began training in the grand hall. Each person practiced before a crystal, refining second heaven realm to accelerate his breakthrough. After some practice, Isaiah meditated in a lotus position. 2 hours passed without any breakthrough. Sky realm indeed posed numerous challenges. Isaiah remained undeterred, closing his eyes and focusing on cultivation. Opening his eyes slightly, Isaiah noticed someone approach, a black-robed man wearing a hat. Silently, he removed his hat, revealing a Aiden despite his robust vitality. Facing the crystal, the elder displayed sharp energy forming a vivid illusion. Isaiah initially thought the elder intended harm and grew alert. However, the elder wasn't attacking him but faced the crystal, gathering sharp energy. Though he didn't strike, his powerful pressure shattered the crystal. This spectacle brightened Isaiah's eyes. This is... Note, the provided translation closely follows the original Chinese text while ensuring natural English phrasing and maintaining the story's tone and style. Chapter 412. Maybe you want to die. Isaiah focused intently on the elderly man, who appeared to be an elder of the inner sect. The Aiden was indeed a senior, and he was concentrating on manipulating formidable primordial energy with 3 successive maneuvers. First, creating illusions. Second, solidifying light. And third, forming a barrier. These 3 techniques were observed closely by Isaiah, and this must be the third stage of the heaven realm, he thought to himself, deeply impressed. The intensity of the primordial energy had increased tenfold, and he could hardly wait to learn it quickly. Such a realm would completely transform him and elevate him to a new level. Despite not moving much, the inner sect elder's control over primordial energy shattered the surrounding crystals. If not for the special protection in place, the entire layer might have been compromised. After a while, the crystals automatically restored themselves. The third stage of the heaven realm is indeed formidable, Isaiah remarked. To become unmatched at the martial respecter level, Isaiah knew he must grasp the third stage of the heaven realm. When that time comes, even a practitioner from the fourth major realm's first stage would not be an insurmountable challenge. Ching. By observing the early phase of the third stage of the heaven realm, the master has triggered a 100-fold insight and gained 1000 by 1000 experience. Ching. Congratulations to the master for comprehending the early phase of the third stage of the heaven realm. Isaiah immediately closed his eyes. He almost controlled the primordial energy around him, making the aura incredibly sharp, which left him smiling with surprise. Excellent. Having achieved such a high realm now, there was no need to worry anymore. Li, you've only just come here to comprehend the supreme realm. I advise you to remain calm. This realm cannot be understood overnight. The inner sect elder warned, seeing potential in Isaiah and offering a bit of guidance. Thank you, elder. I have already grasped it. What? The inner sect elder was first taken aback and then showed disdain. Li, you are too self-assured. I admit your talent is exceptional, but such a dismissive attitude will certainly hinder your progress, the inner sect elder said unhappily. The sky sect had countless geniuses, and the inner sect elder had seen many. Yet, Isaiah, practicing the heaven realm like this, was the first. The inner sect elder observed Isaiah, who took mere minutes to say he had grasped the concept. It was laughable. Even the most talented needed at least 6 months, sometimes longer, to reach this stage. How could anyone understand it in minutes? Elder, I am not joking. There's no need to speak to me in such a tone. Isaiah felt a little annoyed. The inner sect elder seemed entirely unconvinced and slightly contemptuous of him. Preposterous. If you lack talent, I wouldn't bother, but with such arrogance, you're bound not to achieve great things, the elder scolded. Isaiah was speechless. The inner sect elder seemed intent on criticizing him. If I have grasped the third stage of the heaven realm, what would you say then? Isaiah smiled and asked. Haha, if you have truly grasped it, anything goes. The inner sect elder dismissed the possibility. Not wanting to argue further with the elder, Isaiah simply said, fine. Let me demonstrate the third stage of the heaven realm. Several disciples training in the hall were drawn to these words and cast their gazes upon Isaiah, noticing he was an 18-year-old youth, and they all laughed. Haha, how bold of a young boy. How can he possibly grasp the third stage of the heaven realm? We've trained for 2 years without any progress. Still boasting before the inner sect elder. It's really ridiculous. Many disciples ridiculed Isaiah, convinced he couldn't demonstrate the third stage of the heaven realm. Ignoring them, Isaiah stepped forward, manipulating the primordial energy around him, gradually sharpening it. Then the energy transformed dramatically into obvious illusions, condensed into radiant light, and finally formed a barrier. The intense primordial energy became a barrier. Even Isaiah was amazed by this transformation. With a boom, cracks appeared in the surrounding crystals, stunning everyone present. The immense explosion of primordial energy sent several disciples flying back. The inner sect elder stared wide-eyed, incredulous. This boy actually grasped the third stage of the heaven realm? How could this unbelievable feat happen? Isaiah was only here for his first visit and practiced for a few minutes. How did he grasp the third stage of the heaven realm so quickly, and to perform it so skillfully? The inner sect elder was astounded, frozen in shock, unable to speak. The damaged crystals did not restore themselves for a long time, highlighting the terrifying power of the primordial energy. After some time, the inner sect elder regained composure, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of prodigy was this kid? This was his first daring attempt on the 10th floor, yet his talent was astonishing. Elder, satisfied now? Isaiah asked. Li, you are indeed extraordinary. Your arrogance is justified, the inner sect elder acknowledged, nodding in agreement. The other disciples were stunned, wondering how this 18-year-old youth achieved this. Many direct disciples of the sky sect couldn't even grasp the third stage of the heaven realm, let alone do it as quickly as he did. While everyone was still shocked, Isaiah had already left the 10th floor. Back at his residence on the 5th floor, he raised an eyebrow as a crowd gathered around because someone had forced open his room door. Inside, the room was destroyed. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, smiling faintly. Do you have something to say, destroying my room like this? The man, dignified in appearance, sneered coldly. So, you're Isaiah. I've been waiting for you. I thought you wouldn't come. The room was a mess, and Isaiah clearly sensed the visitor's unfriendly intentions. It looks like Isaiah is in trouble. Jesse's junior brother, Gary, came to pick a fight, people murmured. It seems they have some unresolved issues. Gary is known for his strength. This will be tough for Isaiah. Everyone watched with interest. Isaiah, as a newcomer, dominating the 5th floor was already unconventional and against the rules. Discontent toward him was expected. Boy, do you know why I'm here? Gary asked. Isaiah sized him up for a moment, then replied calmly, maybe you want to die. Gary was startled, completely caught off guard by this reply. He knew Isaiah was bold, but not this brazen. On what grounds did he act like this? Hashtag chapter 413. I'll keep this token. You provoked my senior brother, Ian, so now it's time for me to claim your life. An important contest is about to begin soon. Gary said with a dark expression. An important contest? Isaiah noticed that the Sky Tower was bustling with activity, seemingly preparing for the sect competition. The conference Gary mentioned must be the sect competition. Isaiah smiled slightly. This was indeed a good opportunity. His understanding of the Sky Sect's realm was almost complete, and it just happened that the competition would start soon. This was beneficial for Isaiah. Isaiah shook his head and said to Gary, he didn't dare come here to die, so he sent you first. You've wrecked my place, but soon you'll end up in the same condition. Gary decided not to waste more words. Isaiah was indeed sharp-tongued, making it hard to argue verbally. With a frosty face, Gary glared at Isaiah menacingly. Everyone froze when they saw the flames in Gary's palm. Superior grade Earth-class fire martial skill, Sky Flame. Isaiah is doomed. It looks like he will be roasted today. Gary has even used his fire martial skill. Stay away. Getting caught in the crossfire can be deadly. A superior grade Earth-class fire martial skill was immensely powerful. Even disciples directly taught by the Sky Sect might find it hard to withstand. Isaiah would probably be burned to ashes without even a trace left. However, at that moment, he still wore a mocking smile. So proud of such weak flames. It seems you really want to die, Isaiah said disdainfully. Wait until I turn you into crispy roast meat, Gary gloated. Isaiah completely dismissed Gary's flames as too weak, lacking any real power. Fine, let me give you a chance to show how strong your flames are, Isaiah sneered. Being disdained by an 18-year-old youth was humiliating for Gary. Very well, Gary injected formidable energy into the flames, which immediately turned terrifying. The flames grew larger and fiercer. Die! Gary roared. A wave of flames erupted from his palm, producing a sound like a volcanic eruption. The area became a sea of fire, causing the disciples to sweat profusely. The intense heat was overwhelming. Such high temperatures could incinerate even a 9th-rank martial respecter. Isaiah stood there defenselessly, engulfed by the flames. No longer hearing Isaiah's cocky voice, Gary smirked coldly. Haha, this is what happens to Isaiah. Remember this well. Anyone who opposes Ian meets the same fate. Gary's Sky Sect wasn't to be trifled with. The raging flames were horrifying. Everyone watched in shock. It was truly terrifying. A living person vanished before their eyes, and Isaiah, no matter how talented, had run out of luck. Isaiah had created many miracles within the Sky Sect. Was it finally time for someone to bring him down? Just as Gary was ready to leave, feeling quite pleased, a contemptuous voice rang out. Your flames aren't impressive at all. Gary's eyes widened as he turned around. only to see Isaiah standing amidst the fiery inferno, walking towards him calmly. How did you survive those flames? Gary's eyes bulged, completely dumbfounded. Isaiah chuckled lightly and brushed off the remaining flames on his robe. I suppose your flames are too weak. They can't harm me at all. What? Gary gnashed his teeth. Not only was Isaiah not dead, but he hadn't even suffered a scratch. It was like something out of a nightmare. Gary knew these were his strongest flames, capable of severely injuring a 9th-rank martial respecter. Could Isaiah have reached such a realm? Even if Isaiah were truly a 9th-rank martial respecter, Gary's second-level sky realm enhanced the flame's power significantly. Yet, under such conditions, Isaiah remained unscathed. It felt like a dream. Gary instantly regretted his decision. He had thought this newcomer was weak, but who would have expected such strength? For a new disciple to be so powerful violated all reason. All right, let me teach you how to use fire properly, Isaiah said with a faint smile. Flames instantly erupted from his hand. Don't try to scare me, boy. Fire martial skills won't work on me. I can withstand extremely high temperatures. Xiuxian flames. Isaiah's eyes gleamed with a cold, murderous intent. With a swift motion, Isaiah unleashed a burst of flames that enveloped Gary. His eyes widened as he watched helplessly. Instantaneously, flame columns erupted from Gary's body, burning him fiercely. The spectacle was both terrifying and shocking. The flame columns raged on, reducing Gary to a charred mess before Isaiah stopped. Gary couldn't die yet. Isaiah had plans for him. Gary was now literally roasted, lying on the ground. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing something otherworldly. How could someone proficient in fire be so thoroughly burned? It was simply tragic. This Isaiah was unnaturally powerful. For Gary, a skilled user of fire, to lose so badly was unbelievable. Considering Gary's considerable strength, Isaiah's victory was remarkably easy. Just how powerful was this kid? Restore my room to its original state, or I'll kill you here today, Isaiah said icily. Gary's injuries were severe, nearly burning his entire body. Shivering uncontrollably, he encountered something far hotter than anything he'd ever faced. Despite his injuries, Gary could still order others to clean up Isaiah's room. Once done, Isaiah squinted and smiled. Much better. Gary's expression was terrible as he noticed a unique token fall from his pocket. It wasn't just any disciple token but a qualification token for the sect competition. As Gary tried to pick it up, Isaiah snatched it first. It was a qualification token for the sect competition. Isaiah's expression soured. Why hadn't he received one? Hadn't he been included in the contest? I'll keep this token. Brother, please, that token? Gary's voice broke. That token was crucial for participating in the sect competition. Without it, he couldn't enter. Chapter 414. He has great courage. This grand competition among the sect was extremely important, with many disciples planning to reverse their fates through this event. Those on the heavenly scroll aimed to improve their rankings and enjoy higher-level resources. Isaiah returned to his room, leaving Gary almost bleeding from anger. How could such a thing happen? It was incredibly infuriating. The next day, Isaiah inquired around and found out that the Tianshang sect was indeed holding a grand competition, causing a buzz of excitement. All disciples were discussing it fervently. Isaiah learned a less-than-ideal piece of information. Disciples who had joined the sect for less than a year were not allowed to participate in the grand competition. Still, he decided to observe it. The grand competition has already started. Let's hurry over. This time, the struggle among the heavenly scroll disciples will surely be a battle of geniuses. I wonder how many prodigies will emerge this time. The disciples were all very excited and eager. The inner courtyard square was packed with people. The Grand Elder had just finished his speech, and the grand competition was about to begin shortly. Isaiah surveyed the crowd. Today, nearly all the inner courtyard disciples had gathered for the grand competition, full of anticipation. All right, the grand competition is about to start. I hope all disciples can achieve good results. This competition was aimed at selecting personal disciples, which offered better resources and benefits. It was an excellent opportunity for advancement and showcasing one's strength and talent. Master Isaiah, you're here too, Dennis said. Isaiah nodded. It's a pity you can't participate. Otherwise, you would certainly stand out. Not being able to participate? I don't think so, Isaiah said seriously. Isn't this a rule established by the sect for hundreds of years? Do you have any way to participate? Dennis asked curiously. He knew Isaiah always kept his word but was stumped this time. On the platform, the speaker was Fisher, the elder who once tested Isaiah. His position seemed even higher now, holding considerable influence within the sect. Recalling the moment in the Sea of Insight when Fisher tested his talent, Isaiah realized how much time had passed. Suddenly, someone stepped onto the platform, surprising everyone. What is this boy doing? Isaiah, your talent is indeed extraordinary, and your strength has become remarkable. Elder, today, I'm here to speak about something. Fisher raised an eyebrow. Isaiah, you're still too young. Although you possess exceptional strength, the grand competition is still too early for you. Elder, knowing my intention, why refuse me? This is an opportunity to enhance myself, Isaiah said seriously. Fisher's expression turned unpleasant. This was a sect-established rule, and breaking it wouldn't be good. Where did this brat come from, daring to make such demands? You've been in the sect for less than a year and have no participation token, another elder sneered. This elder clearly had a grudge against Isaiah. Isaiah immediately presented a token. I have the participation token for the grand competition. Bold brat, how dare you seize someone else's token? The elder yelled. Fisher raised his hand to silence him. Elder Zhou follows the principle of discovering talented disciples. Why not allow him to participate? I believe his strength is sufficient. After pondering for a moment, Fisher nodded. All right, since you want to participate, then you may. The other elders were stunned. Allowing this boy to participate would break the rules. Such a thing has never happened before. Isn't it ridiculous? What's the problem? Fisher challenged, turning to Isaiah. Prepare yourself. The grand competition will start soon. Looking back, Isaiah noticed that the Heavenly Scroll disciples hadn't fully arrived yet. Many seats reserved for them in the stands were still empty, arranged in hierarchical order. These vacant seats were for the Heavenly Scroll disciples, with 5 rows in total. The first row had 3 seats, the second had 5, increasing as you went down. Familiar faces like Sydney, Hobart Hung, and others appeared, along with a few unfamiliar men whom Isaiah didn't pay much attention to. Only those ranked in the top 5 of the Heavenly Scroll could sit in the second row. Suddenly, someone occupied a seat in the first row. Everyone was shocked because the first row was reserved for personal chief disciples, a symbol of strength that no one dared to claim without permission. Isaiah boldly took the first seat in the front row, where it felt higher and offered a wider view, emphasizing his high status. Almost everyone was stunned. Isaiah dared to sit in the place of the personal chief disciple, rendering everyone speechless. That boy truly courts death. If he dies, it's best, Sydney commented, looking grim. Hobart Hung frowned, trying to catch Isaiah's eye but to no avail. Isaiah seemed completely oblivious, making things worse. Sitting there was a blatant provocation, disrespectful to the personal chief disciple. Personal chief disciples were superior to the Heavenly Scroll, earning respect even from several elders. Wasn't Isaiah asking for trouble? Not only did Isaiah sit in the front seat, but he also crossed his legs, appearing regal, ignoring others' gazes. That boy is too arrogant. Breaking the rules to attend was enough. Does he need to show off so much? If he doesn't court death, he won't die. He might be crushed by the personal chief disciple's aura. You think Isaiah will die? He's doomed. Disciples below scoffed, seeing Isaiah as a joke. Having strength alone didn't justify such arrogance unless Isaiah could actually sit there permanently, which was impossible. This was the Tianshang sect, where personal chief disciples had the potential to inherit the sect leadership. Top 10 Heavenly Scroll disciples entered one by one, admiring Isaiah's courage. Few dared to act like him. Even sitting in the first position of the Heavenly Scroll wouldn't immediately result in death. But choosing the personal chief disciple seat was laughable. The power dynamics among top 10 disciples changed frequently due to continuous cultivation and advancement. Lower-ranked disciples might beat higher ones during such competitions. During the grand competition, personal disciples would display their best techniques or long-practiced martial arts. It determined their entire lives, so no one took it lightly. Chapter 4:15. Only in Enoch's own opinion. Isaiah, hurry down. Don't you know what that position represents? Jace earnestly advised. Upon seeing Jace, Isaiah only kept waving without any other movement. It was as if he had resolved not to leave from there. This was outright defying the personally tutored chief disciple. The authority of a personally tutored chief disciple was not something Isaiah could challenge, despite his outstanding prowess, for there was always a limit. Fisher on the elder's seat shook his head. He couldn't imagine Isaiah was arrogant to such a degree. Sydney looked gleeful. Jace, this is the partner you trust? I wonder how he'll die. Once the personally tutored chief disciple comes up, he will be the first one killed. After all, this is the great competition today, and it's not strange if someone dies. Sydney glared at Isaiah fiercely, allowing him to be as outrageous as he wished, for there would naturally be retribution awaiting him. While everyone was still discussing, a figure quickly appeared. As the person arrived, an ominous killing aura spread on stage, and the air was filled with hostility. Most people couldn't make out the figure clearly. A burst of essence energy erupted, instantly forming a small storm. The first personally tutored chief disciple made his appearance. It was Ian. He stared at Isaiah with cold, vicious eyes as if viewing a dead man. Isaiah, you've got some nerve. You dare sit in our personally tutored chief disciple's place? At this moment, the essence energy radiating off Ian was so fierce it almost formed a mirage. That terrifying force seemed capable of crushing everything. Third stage heavenly realm? Everyone was dumbstruck. They didn't think Ian had also surpassed his previous realm. At this moment, Ian's arrogance was overwhelming. He no longer considered Isaiah worth his time. You beat my junior brother pretty badly, so today, you must pay the price, Ian said coldly. Really? If it were you here, the disabled one would be you. Ian's face darkened. The kid was just as arrogantly ignorant as ever. Boy, destroy your Danteon today and roll out. I'll give you this chance to save yourself. Don't wait for me to act, or you will surely die. By sitting in the personally tutored chief disciple's position, you have desecrated us. Saying this admonishing remark, Ian believed Isaiah would be frightened enough to destroy his Danteon. Haha, what a laughable thing to say. Sitting in this position lowers my status, understand? I make even this hovel look splendid. Isaiah smiled lazily, shrugging. Seeing Isaiah's harmless demeanor, Ian gnashed his teeth in anger. With such a bold reply, there was hardly anyone who dared to be this arrogant. Personally tutored chief disciples usually stayed humble. Isaiah, however, was the opposite. His arrogance might soon draw heaven's attention. Ian was obviously more powerful now. He had reached the third stage heavenly realm, and it was unquestioned that every personally tutored chief disciple mastered the third stage heavenly realm. They all had 9th level martial venerable power. Even facing a 4th major realm martial spirit expert, they could fight back. Yet, Isaiah was merely a new member of the heavenly sect. No matter how monstrous his martial talent was, it wouldn't help. He could never defeat a personally tutored chief disciple. Very well. I've given you the chance to leave. Don't blame me for being impolite. Today is your deadline. With a roar, Ian's intense third stage heavenly realm essence energy erupted, determined to kill Isaiah. Crossing his legs and sitting there, Isaiah released third stage heavenly realm essence energy, too. Both energies clashed, emitting sparks and lightning. Zap zap. The air was filled with popping sounds as Ian gaped in shock. This kid could actually do it? How was this possible? Last time in the 10th floor of the heavenly pagoda, Isaiah went there for the first time. How could he achieve the third stage heavenly realm so quickly? Increasing his strength, Ian gained no advantage. Isaiah remained equally matched. Heavens, am I hallucinating? That kid can also use the third stage heavenly realm? So monstrous. That kid is really heaven-defying. All the disciples gawked in disbelief. Everyone thought Ian's essence energy would suppress Isaiah until death, securing victory instantly. However, fact proved otherwise. Isaiah could withstand Ian's essence energy without moving a finger. It felt surreal. Ian had exhausted all his strength, but Isaiah remained unscathed and showed no signs of disadvantage. I won't believe I can't handle you. Ian raised his hand, and instantly flames engulfed it. Heaven rank advanced martial skill, heavenly flame. Ian gritted his teeth. Gary could use this technique as well, and Isaiah smiled faintly. Such fire-based martial skills were useless against him. Your flames are too weak. The temperature isn't enough. Let me show you stronger flames. Flames started burning off Isaiah as well. Ian's expression became grave. Before him were hotter flames, both flame energies burning together. Boom. Isaiah's flames instantly turned into a pillar. Ian's flames were at a disadvantage and could not compete. He became nervous. Dreams never imagined that this kid could also wield such strong fire martial skills. Ian felt a chill running through his spine. Feeling overpowered, Ian immediately retreated, breaking into a cold sweat. Isaiah's flames formed a magnificent pillar. In their brief encounter, Ian had used a heaven rank advanced martial skill and still lost to Isaiah. Shocked again, the audience stood still. No wonder he dares to sit in the personally tutored chief disciple's position. He has every right. How could a newly entered disciple be so powerful? Isaiah, entering the heavenly sect less than a year ago, possessed such frightening strength. Too powerful. Does that kid not have any limit? It's unbelievable. Twice attacked by Ian without gaining an upper hand, he now had no choice but to unleash his full power. Dennis shook his head in endless sighs, while Jace raised an eyebrow, watching Isaiah. Was this kid so heaven-defying? Jace found himself ridiculous. He once claimed he would protect him, which others took lightly, just in his own opinion. Chapter 416. It's also an honor to lose to me. Clearly, Ian has no advantage left. His chances of winning are too slim. Jace said admiringly. Sydney was somewhat at a loss. Who would have thought this young man was so formidable? Isaiah still sat in the first position with one leg crossed over the other, looking entirely harmless, smirking as he glanced at Ian. Is someone like you really a direct disciple and the top student? You're truly weak. What's there to be proud of? I am ranked 5th among the direct disciples, and there are 4 people stronger than me. You haven't even beaten me yet, Ian said through gritted teeth. Isaiah shrugged, not even considering standing up. Just by sitting, he could hold his own against Ian, and even had the upper hand. It was simply amazing. Ian began to gather all his essence energy, which gradually became extremely sharp. The third level of Heavenly Realm, the first form, the Mirage Technique, was the move he planned to use to finish Isaiah. With the Mirage Technique, Ian created 4 mirages. Unlike clones, these mirages were more powerful, even surpassing his original body. Isn't it true that essence energy mirages can only be 3 at most? Why does he have 4? Someone exclaimed. 4 mirages plus Ian himself attacked Isaiah simultaneously. Essence energy underwent a sudden change, causing turbulence in the disciples' seats. Everyone watched in stunned silence. No one expected the competition to start this way. All because Isaiah took the first position. Isaiah's fate is now sealed. Even if you've grasped the third level of Heavenly Realm, it ends here, Ian said confidently, thinking Isaiah was dead this time. The moment the mirages attacked fiercely, Isaiah's flame pillar disappeared instantly. Isaiah, you are indeed quite capable, and I admit that fully. But you've met me, a direct disciple in the future of Heavenly Sect. How could I lose to you? Ian was extraordinarily agitated. He absolutely couldn't afford to lose here. Using the Mirage Technique to such an extent is also considered a failure. You haven't shown the true power of the third level of Heavenly Realm, Isaiah remarked coolly. Isaiah, don't boast, Ian yelled angrily. Seeing Ian's Mirage Technique, everyone was dumbfounded. That's the first form of the third level of Heavenly Realm. Ian lives up to being a direct disciple. The first form has such immense power. Isaiah's flames have disappeared. He doesn't seem to be doing well. Everyone became unusually excited. Being able to witness the third level of Heavenly Realm was an eye-opener for them, and they looked forward to reaching that level themselves someday. Even the elders in their seats affirmed Ian's abilities. The Heavenly Realm, especially its third level forms, was incredibly powerful. Ian used them with such proficiency that each elder was surprised. Because Ian's first form clearly exceeded their expectations, his Essence Energy Mirages were much stronger. Essence Energy Mirages can usually summon up to 3, plus the original body making 4, but Ian had 5. This extra mirage undoubtedly proved Ian's astounding talent. Even a warrior soul realm cultivator might fall to Ian, the elders said with lingering awe, impressed by Ian's strength. Ian could leap from 5th place to 3rd or 2nd among the direct disciples. This Isaiah is in trouble. He will become Ian's stepping stone, someone commented. Ian indeed lives up to our expectations in martial cultivation, Roscoe said sternly. Roscoe smiled faintly. Ian was his direct disciple, and seeing how powerful his disciple was made him equally happy. Roscoe, you seem to have a strong grudge against Isaiah, Fisher suddenly asked. Nonsense. I suspect he stole my spirit body, a treasure I used for breaking through realms, Roscoe said, his eyes blazing with anger. And when I wanted to take him as a disciple, he dared to refuse me. Roscoe had been indignant for a long time. Roscoe was already a proud person. How could he tolerate being rejected by a mere youth? Although he once said Isaiah could come to study whenever he wished, after so much time passed, Roscoe felt it was a challenge or disrespect towards him. Fisher shook his head without saying anything further. Each elder had their own evaluations. Fisher fell silent. Isaiah had only been in the sect for a short time, yet he had reached such a realm. It was truly frightening. Isaiah's flame pillar was suppressed and extinguished, indicating he had no chance of winning. The situation seemed irreversible. Isaiah defended against the Mirage's attacks using essence energy. Indeed, Ian's essence energy Mirages pose some difficulty. Ring. Master used the third level of Heavenly Realm, triggering a 100x comprehension bonus, earning 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ring. Congratulations, Master. You have reached the mid-stage of the third level of Heavenly Realm, increasing the probability of executing all three forms. Isaiah closed his eyes. The three forms of the third level of Heavenly Realm were Enoch Instant Mirage, 2 Condense Radiance, and 3 Form Boundary. Isaiah had previously used the Essence Energy Boundary before. At the time, it was by luck. Now, he had a greater chance of performing it successfully. Transforming the sharp Essence Energy into a boundary and attaching it to his body, there was a certain probability of success. Reaching the mid-stage of the third level, Isaiah would be more proficient in using it. If not for fighting Ian, Isaiah wouldn't have progressed so quickly. He genuinely should thank him. A sudden voice echoed. The first form is indeed a failure. Essence Energy Mirages are only at this level. It's nothing special to me. I wonder what you're so pleased about. Perhaps you already know that losing to me is also an honor. You are facing death and still dare to brag, Ian snarled. How could Isaiah criticize the first form Mirage? Isaiah himself couldn't perform it. Isaiah raised his hand, instantly creating multiple Mirages, not just 4 or 5, but countless. Ian froze, utterly bewildered. Why did Isaiah have so many Essence Energy Mirages? Though these numerous Essence Energy Mirages existed for a short time, their power was immense. Ian's Mirages vanished instantly. The Essence Energy gathering around Isaiah was terrifying. With the help of the Mirages, he resembled a demonic warrior from hell, emitting a daunting aura. Ian's eyes widened as countless Mirages surged towards him, as if he were seeing ghosts. Ian had believed his first form of the third level of Heavenly Realm was one of the strongest in the sect. But Isaiah's first form was even more spectacular. Even the elders present were shocked. They had never seen so many Essence Energy Mirages at once. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Chapter 417. Can I still spare you? This is impossible. Without reaching the Wu Galing realm, how can one summon so many illusions? Fisher said in surprise. Ian was already flying through the air, blood raining down from the sky. He couldn't believe it at all. But the excruciating pain made Ian nearly faint. Why had Isaiah, after being in the sect for such a short time, mastered the third level of Heavenly Realm to this extent, terrifyingly close to perfection? From start to finish, Isaiah hardly moved from his seat, and yet Ian had lost completely. Ian fell from the sky like a trembling leaf, landing heavily on the ground, lying there like a dead pig. No way, Ian lost just like that, while he only sat there? Never thought Ian would lose. That kid is really that terrifying? I can't bear to watch. Many disciples were dissatisfied with Isaiah. As a newcomer, why should he be so powerful? It was truly unfair. Many were envious of Isaiah's talent, which was too heaven-defying. The Heavenly Sect had never seen anyone with Isaiah's talent. A new arrival who hadn't even been in for a day had defeated the 5th-ranked personal disciple. The students on the Heavenly Gay List sounded the alarm. At this point, none dared challenge Isaiah. They looked at Isaiah gravely, as if viewing a monster. Sect competition. You actually struck my deadly blow on Jesse. A cold voice pierced through, making Isaiah squint. He sensed danger approaching. An overwhelmingly powerful force attacked him. Sharp primordial energy accompanying the assault, aimed directly at Isaiah. Isaiah felt the danger. He could not remain seated any longer, waiting for death. With the second form of the third level of Heavenly Realm, primordial energy radiated with terrifying power. The sound of tearing air startled everyone into wide-eyed shock. Isaiah immediately drew his sword, using its momentum to block the incoming primordial light, producing a deafening boom and a violent explosion. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sheer power, which stirred up a fierce wind, sending weaker disciples flying. Long time no see, Elder Roscoe, how have you been? Isaiah asked, placing the sword on his shoulder, smiling. Roscoe's face darkened. Never did he think this kid's sword momentum could withstand his primordial energy attack. The atmosphere grew heavy. None anticipated this turn of events. Isaiah, you brat, how dare you steal my spirit body? Roscoe questioned. Do you have proof? Isaiah retorted. Don't deny it. On the day the spirit body disappeared, you were there. I suspect you the most. Now you've seriously injured my beloved disciple. How can I possibly let you go? Roscoe's face turned black. Elder, what are you implying? Because your disciple lost, will you now personally step in? Isaiah asked disdainfully, clearly showing no respect to Roscoe. Facing Roscoe's powerful attack, Isaiah did not dodge but countered with his sword, a move many found hard to believe. How bold was this kid, daring to counterattack an elder's assault? All the disciples were dumbfounded. Was Isaiah really defying the heavens today? Even arrogance should have its limits. Isaiah seemed to not regard Roscoe at all. As an elder, should I not pursue your numerous offenses? If left unchecked, chaos will reign. Today, I shall remove this menace from the sect. Roscoe roared angrily. After all, Ian is your fellow disciple. Why didn't you show mercy? Antonio, indeed, if I lost, would Ian have spared me? Isaiah sneered. Don't quibble here. As your senior, you should listen to my admonishment. You disrespectful little wretch. Roscoe raged. If Isaiah had joined under him initially, Roscoe's reputation would soar. But Isaiah not only refused but also stole the spirit body. Roscoe couldn't tolerate Isaiah. He intended to take his life today, avenging his grudge. Suddenly attacking, the piercing primordial energy formed a terrifying vortex. Isaiah parried with his sword, and for a moment, neither gained the upper hand. Everyone was shocked. After all, Roscoe was an elder, holding significant power. Facing Isaiah still held some advantage. Suddenly, a powerful force descended rapidly. Roscoe dodged instantly. A massive pit formed upon impact, chilling Roscoe's back. This sneak attack nearly succeeded. Roscoe glanced up. Another elder appeared. Willie, what's this got to do with you? Are you meddling unnecessarily? Roscoe, aren't you going too far? An elder striking a disciple. Aren't you ashamed? Willie rebuked. Isaiah recognized Willie, having met this elder when they returned from suppressing Blood King. So you intend to oppose me? Roscoe scowled. Isaiah has such potential that the Vice Master favors his strength. Yet, you wish to strike a fatal blow. What is your true intention? Cut the nonsense. If you have the guts, let the Vice Master come personally. Don't use the Vice Master to pressure me. I won't let Isaiah off today. Roscoe shouted furiously, refusing even the Vice Master's authority, quite arrogant. If you dare obstruct me, Willie, don't blame me for being impolite. Roscoe's primordial energy surged, warping space, manifesting with radiant power. Looking incredibly intimidating, Roscoe stared intensely at Isaiah. Willie, you're no match for me. Why risk it over a mere disciple? If you don't interfere, we can remain friends. Roscoe laughed coldly. Although Willie was also an elder, his influence and status were inferior to Roscoe's. Even if the Vice Master blamed him later, Roscoe wouldn't worry. He had ways to explain it away. Unexpectedly, Willie, usually peaceful, acted boldly for a newcomer. Two elders fighting over a disciple astonished all present. What would happen next? Chapter 418. I don't need Enoch either. Roscoe and Willie stared at each other. Their Yuan-Chi produced terrifying illusions, their auras so intense that the disciples all swallowed hard, sensing the situation had reached its most perilous point. The clan's grand competition turning into a showdown between two elders was something no one had expected, nor dared to intervene. Roscoe had always been prideful and harbored grudges over even minor slights. Anyone who dared speak up for Willie would find themselves remembered by him, waiting for retribution. Himph! You dare act arrogantly in front of me? Roscoe immediately struck out with a palm, his Yuan-Chi surging forth like a fierce tiger, irresistibly sweeping towards Willie. With a loud bang, Willie was utterly overwhelmed, being sent flying and landing on the ground where he began coughing up blood. Roscoe's blow had been brutal, shocking everyone present. Hold it! A voice rang out. Roscoe looked up to see the deputy clan leader, his expression turning grim. Why had the deputy clan leader shown up? Roscoe hadn't anticipated that the usually elusive deputy clan leader, unseen for years, would actually appear before everyone today. A middle-aged man radiated authority and grace, wearing an elegant blue and white silk robe. With sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, he descended from the sky and stood calmly, causing almost everyone present to show reverence. This was none other than Ryan, the deputy clan leader of Tianshan clan. Didn't think the deputy clan leader would show up? Heaven! His Yuan-Chi is so terrifying. Is he a martial spirit realm powerhouse? He's simply too frightening. The disciples watched Ryan nervously. Greetings, deputy clan leader. The elder council members bowed respectfully. Roscoe's face turned ashen. Greetings, deputy clan leader. How bold of you, Elder Roscoe, to seriously injure Elder Willie. Roscoe's face darkened, speechless for a moment, only looking away. Standing high above, Ryan made Roscoe bow and step back. There was nothing else he could do now. I'll deal with you later, Ryan said coldly, leaving Roscoe not daring to breathe loudly. If he were stronger, he would have acted even against the deputy clan leader. An elder approached, explaining the events to Ryan. This Roscoe is becoming more and more unbearable. Turning, Ryan looked at Isaiah, his face showing surprise and admiration. To think someone with such talent exists in our Tianshan clan. It truly astonishes me. Isaiah had evidently grasped the third level of Heavenly Realm, an extraordinary feat for a newcomer. What's your name? Ryan asked. Isaiah. Do you have a master? After a moment's thought, Isaiah replied, no, and I don't need one. Everyone's eyes widened, thinking Ryan might be considering taking Isaiah as a disciple, but Isaiah seemed ready to refuse before Ryan could speak. Wasn't this arrogance going too far? Facing deputy clan leader Ryan, Isaiah responded, ha ha, young man, you're really surprising. It's not me who wants to take you as a disciple, but another person. He specifically asked me to inform you. Whoever could command the deputy clan leader Ryan to recruit a disciple must be very powerful. Why didn't this person come himself? Why doesn't he come himself? Let me finish. If you agree, I will take you to meet him. He is known as Elroy, a martial emperor realm expert. A martial emperor realm expert wanted to take him as a disciple? Ryan was only at the martial spirit realm. Could a fifth-level powerhouse want Isaiah as a disciple? The crowd below erupted in murmurs. This news was too explosive. All the disciples were stunned, unable to believe what they heard. A martial emperor realm surely came from a broader world, inspiring endless anticipation. Ryan thought Isaiah might consider it. I can't decide this now, Isaiah shook his head. While the martial emperor realm was indeed high, fifth level, he was also surprised by this unexpected attention. Isaiah gave a tactful refusal. Ryan smiled without anger. Give it some thought, young man. If you follow him, you will surely reach the sixth level. Here's a small gift for you first. Ryan presented a martial technique manual, which everyone observed closely. An inferior grade heavenly tier martial technique given freely to Isaiah? Jealousy flooded the disciples' faces at such generosity. Meeting him and gifting an inferior grade heavenly tier martial technique? Even though Isaiah hadn't agreed to become a disciple yet. This is an inferior grade heavenly tier martial technique. If you can cultivate it, handling martial spirit realm experts won't be too much of a challenge, Ryan explained. Isaiah glanced at the manual, noting it had no name, making it quite unique. Think about it. Continue the grand competition. Ryan disappeared instantly, his teleportation skill impressing those around him. Ryan returned to his seat among the elders. Isaiah had clear goals, wanting to grow stronger continually. Despite being recognized by a martial emperor realm expert, Isaiah felt it unnecessary to be anyone's disciple. If it were a martial emperor, he might reconsider. Returning to the top seat, Isaiah sat down, aware that many direct disciples watched him closely. Defeating Isaiah could earn Elroy's recognition, possibly leading to immense power or becoming a great martial expert. Just imagining it excited them. Top 10 ranking disciples also became restless, setting their sights on Isaiah. No matter how strong he was, as a newcomer, his cultivation time was less than that of the direct disciples, giving them hope. The understanding phase of the grand competition will start soon, Ryan announced, his voice booming. Excitement filled the air instantly. What was the understanding phase? Isaiah wondered. All Heaven Chart disciples and top chief disciples, gather here for Tianshan clan's understanding phase, Ryan commanded. Descending from the platform, Isaiah joined the gathering. The plaza beside the arena was spacious, revealing a water pool emitting terrifying yuan qi. It didn't look ordinary, perhaps an energy source. Disciples watching felt a chill run down their spines. Hashtag chapter 419, the first water zone. Is that where the place for enlightenment is? Isaiah raised an eyebrow and asked. Jace approached. Yes, that place is what all disciples aspire to. It can enhance a martial artist's potential, but only if you can withstand the suppressing essence qi. Jace shook his head. The last time he was gravely injured from the suppression of essence qi and nearly lost his life. He still felt a lingering fear whenever he thought about it. That water pool looks terrifying, with its oppressive and fierce essence qi. It's not something ordinary people can endure. Isaiah glanced at the water pool, which was divided into 3 zones. The first zone was the deepest and undeniably the most fearsome in terms of suppressing essence qi. The floating essence qi above the water looked like sharp blades. Even seasoned disciples felt their scalps tingle at the sight of this mysterious essence qi force within the pool. This was clearly left by the ancestors, aimed to maximize the potential of martial artists. However, it varied greatly depending on individual fate. Rumors say some disciples have even obtained unique techniques passed down by immortals. If that were the case, it would be incredibly fortunate, a great opportunity for advancement. Ryan pointed to the water pool. This is where the enlightenment takes place. Remember, enter according to your capabilities. This is a good chance for improvement, happening once a year, but don't be reckless and rush into the first water zone. Otherwise, you might suffer severe injuries from the suppression of essence qi and learn nothing. Therefore, one must act within their limits. Entering the second or third water zones might still be bearable regarding the suppression of essence qi, while the first zone was far too intense. Even the Grand Elder might not be able to withstand it. Isaiah smiled faintly. 2 top disciples came over at this moment, eyeing him disdainfully. What's going on? Let you strut around for a bit? You took my spot, dared to sit in my place? The man sneered, a middle-aged man with a long beard, probably around 30 years old, exuding arrogance. So what if I did? Isaiah chuckled. Humph. The position of chief disciple isn't just for anyone to claim. You don't seem special, the man laughed coldly, his radiance almost overshadowing everyone else. Many disciples' expressions changed drastically upon seeing him. The rumored top chief disciple has appeared. He might become the future sect leader if his cultivation goes well in the next few years. Digby is here as well. Why is he so late? Isaiah already got into a conflict with Digby so quickly. He sure has guts. Next to Digby were 2 other individuals, also ranked 2nd and 3rd among the top chief disciples, who seemed to be under his command. Don't get too cocky, new guy. You're not qualified to fight our senior brother. Just us 2 brothers could take your life, they said arrogantly, glaring fiercely at Isaiah. They were brothers, Court and Nash, both possessing phantom essence qi. The tension between the top 3 chief disciples and Isaiah was palpable, almost explosive. Haha. Isaiah couldn't help but laugh. Kid, what's so funny? You guys are lining up to die. Isn't that amusing? Isaiah laughed heartily. Many disciples swallowed hard. Isaiah had the audacity to say such things, truly fearless. Kid, enjoy your moment. Once everyone has finished their enlightenment, you won't exist anymore, Digby said coldly. Vice Sect Leader Ryan really has poor taste. Who would look favorably upon a wild kid like you? Digby grumbled in displeasure. Seeing Isaiah receive a heavenly rank technique directly made Digby envious. Why hadn't a soul realm expert chosen him? A mere brat didn't have the qualifications. Moreover, Isaiah's arrogant personality made him the prime target for envy, with more than a few people disliking him. All right, listen to me. Jump into the water pool immediately, Ryan ordered loudly, and the disciples jumped in one after another. More people entered the 3rd zone, while those high on the heaven rankings and Digby went into the 2nd zone. Plunk! Someone jumped into the 1st zone, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Even Digby, the top chief disciple, only entered the 2nd zone. Who was bold enough to risk entering the 1st? After entering the water, Isaiah sank straight to the bottom without further ado. That kid is too confident. Not even Digby dared to enter the 1st zone. What makes him think he can? I bet Vice Sect Leader will have to rescue Isaiah soon. The 1st zone is the most terrifying. No one has dared to enter for decades. The pressure in the 2nd zone already made the top chief disciple struggle to breathe, let alone the 1st zone, which was even more horrifying. Once, a Grand Elder ventured in and didn't recover from the injuries for 2 years. Enoch could imagine how grim it was. The water pool emitted an eerie glow, creating immense pressure on everyone. Suppressing essence qi surged, causing many to cry out in pain. Outside, the disciples watched painfully. The oppressive and fierce essence qi almost made breathing difficult, dealing a significant blow to them. Soon, those in the pool were covered in wounds. It would be great if I could enter as a top 10 disciple. How wonderful that would be. Enoch needs to endure to gain new realms. Otherwise, it's pointless. This was the opportunity that Heavenly Sect disciples desired most, as it could greatly assist in breaking through to higher realms. Risk and reward were equal. However, no one dared enter the 1st zone because serious injury or death wasn't worth the potential surge in strength. My heavens, Digby's cultivation has reached middle 9th stage martial venerable. Not only that, his heavenly realm at 3rd level seems even more formidable. He's now more firmly established as number 1. Everyone was excited, longing for the day when they, too, could be like the top chief disciples. Isaiah was in the first water zone, initially feeling the suppressing power intensely, but he quickly adapted. Ding! Master is in the first water zone of enlightenment, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master's cultivation has reached late 9th stage martial venerable, and the heavenly realm at 3rd level has advanced to the late stage. 30 minutes passed, and everyone entering the pool seemed to have gained improvements. Only Isaiah remained still, showing no signs of breakthrough, meaning he hadn't advanced. For a moment, many began to gloat, thinking even a genius could fail. Chapter 420. You both come at once. Is Isaiah dead in there? Serves him right for thinking he could enter the first water domain. Some people sneered. This was simply suicidal. They thought Isaiah would destroy himself if he wasn't careful. If he were severely injured and unable to recover, his days as a genius would be over. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from the first water domain, piercing through the sky with an awe-inspiring power that left everyone speechless. Even Ryan raised an eyebrow in surprise, stunned by the force of it. Has his cultivation reached the 9th level of martial venerable? What terrifying essence energy! Why did entering the first water domain have no effect on him? This is too scary. This kid is truly extraordinary, isn't he? Is there no limit to his capabilities? Everyone was utterly astonished, as if they had just seen a ghost. Who could have imagined that Isaiah entered the first water domain unscathed? It was impossible to explain the extent of his extraordinary nature. Francis's judgment of Isaiah made sense now. Ryan hadn't fully believed it at first, but she was thoroughly convinced now. Francis's insight was truly frightening. At this moment Fisher, standing nearby, asked curiously, Vice Patriarch, what do you think of his heavenly realm? I suspect he's probably at the mid-3rd level of the heavenly realm, Ryan remarked with a raised eyebrow. Boom. This news was like a bomb going off in everyone's mind. They all widened their eyes in shock. Not only did Isaiah break through in cultivation, but even his heavenly realm broke through. The others surrounding him only managed to break through in cultivation. So why could Isaiah continuously transcend himself? Many disciples cast envious and jealous glances at him. A younger person than them excelling so greatly was hard to accept. Many were jealous, yet what could they do? Isaiah still felt the suppressing essence energy weakening in the first water domain. He was gradually adapting. Only personally transmitted chief disciples had the qualifications to come here to gain enlightenment. After defeating so many heaven rankings disciples, Isaiah finally reaped the benefits of his efforts, and he felt a hint of joy inside. However, Isaiah was also well aware that breaking through to the 4th major realm was still quite challenging. At least for now, he had little hope. Another burst of energy soared into the sky again. The expressions of those present became numb to the extreme. What was happening? Could Isaiah still break through another realm? He had already consecutively broken through in cultivation and the heavenly realm. Could he still continue? A surge of sword momentum shot towards the sky, causing many to tremble involuntarily. The disciples exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Though the sword momentum had only slightly increased, it still counted as progress. Ryan narrowed her eyes. Isaiah was indeed the #1 talent among heavenly sect members. His martial path talent was simply mind-blowing, almost bewildering. In such a short time since joining the sect, Isaiah had reached such heights in cultivation and realm. Ryan couldn't believe her own eyes. He was a prodigy who had surpassed all limits, achieving feats unimaginable for humans. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy, but it's a pity he won't stay in the heavenly sect. I wonder if he wishes to meet Francis, Ryan said with a shake of her head, feeling a twinge of regret. She couldn't help but wonder how far this prodigy would go. All the disciples emerged from the water pool, Digby displaying a confident expression. His strength had broken through once more. How would the great competition fare next? The competition proceeded as usual, with the heaven rankings disciples challenging each other. Thanks to their recent enlightenment, many had achieved breakthroughs, making the competition extremely exciting. Isaiah still sat in the first position, and Digby smirked coldly. Let him sit there for now. He would pay with blood during the competition. Digby glanced back at Isaiah, who emitted no aura. Hadn't he achieved any breakthrough? That guy looks gloomy. Heard he jumped into the first water domain. Haha, it's laughable. He doesn't know what he's doing, Court chuckled coldly. The heaven rankings and personally transmitted chief disciples returned to their respective positions. Isaiah remained seated in the first spot. Digby smiled coldly and let him stay there for a while. Soon enough, he'd make Isaiah pay a bloody price during the contest. Digby didn't bother wasting words on Isaiah. The competition began, with the heaven rankings disciples engaging in mutual challenges. Due to their enlightenment experience, many had achieved breakthroughs, making the event very engaging. Seated in the first position, Isaiah naturally fell asleep. Digby tried to suppress Isaiah with his icy aura, but the boy could still sleep soundly. After waking up, Isaiah would regret it for life. Today, he would make a grave mistake. Isaiah, someone wants to challenge you, an elder on the platform said. Only then did Isaiah slowly get up. Standing before him was Court, the third-ranked personally transmitted chief disciple. A personally transmitted chief disciple proposing a challenge was unprecedented. Boy, I want to see just how powerful you are. Vice Patriarch will soon discover that he has overestimated you. Digby watched with narrow eyes from his seat. After they entered the water pool, Digby hadn't paid much attention to Isaiah's breakthrough. Most of them had broken through anyway. From Digby's perspective, Isaiah's cultivation was inferior to theirs. Even if Isaiah had broken through, he still wasn't a match. Don't waste my time. You two can both come at me, Isaiah pointed at Court. What? Boy, do you dare look down on me? Isaiah's indifferent expression showed he held no regard for the man in front of him. Their power gap was too significant. He didn't need to move much to win. Either both of you come at once, or I lose interest, Isaiah said, spreading his hands. Don't underestimate us. Who do you think you are, asking us two brothers to attack you together? The crowd had already witnessed Isaiah's arrogance, but now he seemed even more outrageous. Was one personally transmitted chief disciple not enough? To take on two at once? Isaiah was indeed overconfident. Many began to scoff at him. Let's go. Since he requested it, there's no reason to refuse. We'll claim Isaiah's life when the time comes, Digby said. Nash nodded and promptly jumped onto the platform. Since Isaiah demanded it, the rules can be changed if both parties agree, the presiding elder said. Undoubtedly, Isaiah had maximized the difficulty, seeming as if he was courting death. On what basis did he believe he could handle two personally transmitted chief disciples? Court and Nash roared furiously, their essence energy bursting forth immediately. Two streams of essence energy surged into the sky, creating illusory forms and glowing auras. Everyone stared in astonishment. The essence energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Both had already unleashed the second form of the third level of the heavenly realm, the glowing essence aura. The brilliance was blinding. A mere touch would cause one to shatter into pieces. On the other hand, Isaiah didn't emit any essence energy from his body. Was he afraid? Boy, you chose to face both of us, inviting your own doom. Truth be told, you wouldn't win against either of us. Let alone both. Court and his brother sneered. Killing this newcomer was what they wanted most. It couldn't be blamed on others. If anyone should be blamed, it was Beckham. Who could tolerate a newcomer stealing the spotlight? Hashtag chapter 421. What's worth pursuing? Isaiah had truly overshadowed everyone else, surpassing all the direct disciples. They felt their positions were threatened and absolutely could not tolerate this. They initially thought Isaiah might be a tough opponent, but he had actually courted death by challenging two direct chief disciples at once. Such reckless behavior was unprecedented, and no one besides Isaiah would dare to do it. Let's attack. Court and Nash attacked simultaneously, unleashing bursts of primordial energy that caused violent tremors and roars, as if the arena itself was shaking. The Zhou brothers struck with both palms at the same time, surprised by Isaiah's actions. What was he doing? He remained completely still, standing there without using any primordial energy defense. Was he giving up? Haha, I guess being in the first water region has addled his mind. Now he's too scared to even move. Digby laughed heartily, thinking Isaiah was finished. A destructive force of primordial energy hit Isaiah squarely. Without any defense, it seemed to the crowd that he hadn't even used primordial energy to withstand the blow. Clearly, he was dead. The Zhou brothers' fierce attacks sparkled with flashes of lightning as the primordial energy crashed onto Isaiah's body. However, they felt as if striking against an immovable mountain. Stepping back, dust rose before them. That guy must be dead, standing there like a fool. Ha, what a joke. Himph, does he think we're anyone? Does he really believe he's invincible? Digby was overjoyed. Isaiah had been eliminated just as he expected. 2. Isaiah spat out blood, collapsing on the ground in agony. Everyone imagined this exact scene. It was his own fault for being so confident. Who else could he blame? Look, a disciple pointed. But as they looked, their faces turned grave, as if witnessing something unbelievable. When the dust cleared, Isaiah stood upright, expressionless and cold. How could he remain unharmed after such an attack? To everyone, Isaiah didn't seem to have used any primordial energy defense. Ryan frowned deeply. It wasn't that Isaiah didn't use primordial energy defense. He had a protective barrier around him. The third level of celestial realm, third form, primordial energy barrier. Could Isaiah have mastered it to this extent? That faint layer of the barrier was so subtle that even Ryan failed to notice it immediately, completely shocked by Isaiah's prowess. Only years of practice could bring one's primordial energy barrier to such perfection. Ryan felt slightly inferior seeing how well Isaiah handled the primordial energy barrier. The Zhou brothers' jaws nearly dropped. How could this be? Their powerful primordial energy attacks had hit Isaiah full on, yet he remained unscathed. This was too surreal. What's happening? Digby couldn't make sense of the situation. He sensed something terrifying, realizing Isaiah was even more formidable than he imagined. Digby wasn't sure he could have withstood such an attack either. Isaiah glanced at them, smiling faintly. This is too boring. You can't even scratch me. The Zhou brothers' faces turned ashen. Don't get too cocky, kid. We haven't lost yet. To me, you two are too weak. I don't even want to bother. You think you can win without moving? Dream on. Do you really think your celestial realm level 3 is that impressive? The Zhou brothers refused to believe there could be such a vast gap between them. Is he a physical cultivator? Court began looking for explanations. It's impossible. Even if he is a strong physical cultivator, he can't block our primordial energy attacks, especially combined ones. Nash gritted his teeth. This was the first time the Zhou brothers faced such an opponent, and they felt overwhelmed. Their attack's failure was a huge blow. The Zhou brothers panicked. Dealing with this was beyond their capacity. We need to defend ourselves. Court was genuinely worried. If they lost a 2-on-1 battle, they would lose face forever. Moreover, they were facing a new disciple. Being beaten like this by a newcomer was unprecedented in heavenly sect. What happened? Why isn't he dead? He's a monster, Isaiah. This disciple is too extraordinary. Why doesn't he become an elder? The disciples were once again awestruck by Isaiah. Ever since he sat in the top seat, he had drawn everyone's attention. Now, all eyes were on Isaiah, as if he radiated infinite brilliance. Isaiah gave them a dismissive look. Your defenses are pathetic. A snap of my finger can break through them. Don't act like you've won already. We haven't lost yet. Don't celebrate too early. Yeah, things will change soon, the Zhou brothers encouraged each other. The gap between you and me is like that between heaven and earth. A snap of my finger can decide the outcome. Isaiah extended a single finger. Wasn't he being overly confident? The Zhou brothers weren't weak. The disciples watched Isaiah in amazement, unsure how he planned to win. Then a radiant barrier emerged around Isaiah, shimmering with light. The Zhou brothers' faces turned blacker than ever. The barrier surged forward with primordial energy, overwhelming them like a deluge. The aura was terrifying, warping the entire arena, as if the air was tearing apart. Ah! The Zhou brothers flew backward, their appearances barely recognizable. They collapsed and couldn't get up. Seeing the Zhou brothers suffer so gravely, all disciples shuddered. What kind of terrifying power was this? The Zhou brothers were seriously injured, blood gushing like fountains, causing shock among the disciples. Isaiah wasn't joking. With just a snap of his fingers, he made the Zhou brothers pay a heavy price. Can this be real? Second and third place direct chief disciples. Why did they lose so miserably? First place seems endangered too. Isaiah is truly extraordinary. The disciples gasped, none of them failing to admire Isaiah. He seemed like a god towering above everyone. Witnessing Isaiah's combat was a great honor for all the disciples. If they could achieve a fraction of his power, what was left for them to pursue in life? Chapter 422. Departure for the Imperial City. The Zhou brothers were carried away by the elders, their injuries too severe. Isaiah hadn't even used his full strength to win. If he had, the two would have been obliterated. Come down and face your fate. How long do you plan to wait? Isaiah asked disdainfully. Digby leaped onto the arena, but his imposing presence couldn't compare to Isaiah's at all. Digby felt a slight pressure now, unsure how to face Isaiah after witnessing him easily defeating the Zhou brothers. His heart began racing, more nervous than ever before. As the top disciple with unparalleled honor and respect from inner-sect disciples and elders alike, Digby now faced the possibility of losing everything. If he lost, Digby would lose everything. How could he not be worried? What were his chances of winning? Kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps you won't have to lie bedridden for 3 months or suffer permanent core injuries, Isaiah offered. Digby's eyes widened. This young man was insulting his dignity. If he knelt and begged, it would be better for him to die. Don't be arrogant. Do you think I will beg? Digby replied coldly. You saw how the Zhou brothers fared against me. You won't fare any better, Isaiah said, shaking his head as he lifted his scabbard. Digby's expression darkened. It seemed he truly had no chance of winning. This young man's mastery of the third-level heavenly realm was terrifying. I cannot lose, Digby roared, forming an energy barrier around himself. However, the barrier lacked radiance and illusions. Ryan shook his head. This battle's outcome was almost predetermined. Even though Digby's energy barrier was strong, the spectators realized it wasn't nearly as powerful as Isaiah's. Isaiah gave Digby some face, assuming a stance to draw his sword, his body crouching low, spreading a chill through everyone's hearts. Digby's energy barrier caused disturbances, but only in a small area around him. Heavenly rank lower tier martial technique, primal palm. Digby struck towards Isaiah with one palm. Isaiah drew his sword at lightning speed. The two barriers of energy collided instantly. Digby's eyes widened as he immediately fell back, his energy dissipating. Stunned, Digby stared at Isaiah in disbelief. He hadn't expected such a vast gap between them. A swift strike from Isaiah sent Digby flying across the arena. Though everyone was mentally prepared, seeing Digby defeated so swiftly still made their scalps tingle. This truly was a monster. With the top-ranked direct disciple Digby defeated, Isaiah stood undisputed as the first. How terrifying, someone whispered. Who would have thought he could be so powerful? It's incredible. Well, just look at what others achieved by 18, another sighed. Disciples looked numb, while Isaiah ignored their shock and walked off the platform. No one in Heavenly Sect could challenge him anymore. Having achieved his goal, Isaiah pondered his next destination. Isaiah, wait, Ryan approached slowly. Do you need something, Galen? You seem eager to leave, Ryan teased. I have a question. Sure, what is it? I want to go to Nansha Empire's Imperial City. Ryan smiled. No problem. You've earned the right. But why are you going? Isaiah wouldn't reveal his true intentions. How could he say he was going to snatch Amber from the Imperial family? Such matters were best kept secret. Isaiah knew this journey would be challenging, given the supreme power and countless spirit realm experts within the Nansha Empire's royal family. Amber had been gone too long, causing Isaiah some concern. He hoped she was safe. Returning to the inner cabinet's heavenly tower, Isaiah noticed people looking at him with admiration. Feeling somewhat superior under their reverent gazes, he enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by admirers. Back in his room, he closed his eyes and resumed his practice. The next day, a knock on the door woke Isaiah. Ryan presented him with a badge and official documents. With these, you can enter Nansha Empire's Imperial City. Just don't cause trouble, Ryan warned. I'll try. If I didn't have matters to attend to, I'd join you, Ryan sighed. No need, Galen. I'll go alone. Isaiah bowed slightly. Ryan arranged a carriage for him, then Isaiah recalled something. Oh right, is Adira still in the sect? Isaiah asked. Ryan looked a bit peculiar. I think she left. She helped a girl named Pauline find her father, succeeded, and has been out and about since then. Right, I almost forgot. But it's fine since she's helping. My informants say Adira went to the Imperial City. Isaiah paused. Can she enter and leave freely? Ryan hesitated before nodding. It seems so. Even I don't fully understand her companions. Adira was indeed mysterious. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, deciding it might be time to investigate her background further. He remembered her mother was remarkable. Isaiah, let me warn you. Adira isn't simple. Getting too close to her could greatly impact you, Ryan cautioned. If you know that much, can you tell me more? What did Adira go to the Imperial City for? Lately, Adira manages a business organization called the Bright Moon Guild. That's all I know, but it's apparently very wealthy. Isaiah had been silent during his cultivation, seldom questioning her activities. Thank you, Galen. I will depart now. I've wanted to go to Nansha Empire for a long time. Isaiah mounted the carriage. I'll give you a map. With your energy enhancing the horse, you should reach soon. Isaiah nodded. Until we meet again. Leaving the high peaks of Heavenly Sect, Isaiah rode on, covering 1,000 miles in a day without difficulty. As he traveled, he spotted a flag in the distance, seemingly belonging to a guild. His expression changed as he watched. Chapter 423. Mind your own business. The guild's banner bore a crescent moon, and even the flag was luxuriously decorated. Everything about it seemed non-trivial. Isaiah, out of curiosity, planned to take a closer look. This guild appeared to have run into considerable trouble, with gold spilling from overturned chests on the ground. Was this the royal guild? Despite seeing so much gold, Isaiah did not pick it up. If it were anyone else, they would likely have hurried to gather it. Sure enough, this guild had encountered an attack. The fallen on the ground included numerous powerful individuals, all bearing injuries, some even dead. Isaiah felt a bit uneasy and sped up his pace. Adira, your guild meeting us today means you are already as good as dead. Quickly hand over what we want, said a middle-aged man mockingly. He had several scars on his face, radiating malevolence. Adira raised an eyebrow. The powerful people by her side were all dead, leaving her alone. The full moon will never disappear. I can't give you what you want. Humph, beauty, you're just one person. Don't struggle in vain. I know who you are, Adira. Don't think others won't dare touch you. I am Azariah. Azariah, looking murderous, held a sword piercing through a martial artist, killing him instantly. Now it was nearly impossible for Adira to escape. She was at her wit's end. Adira, if you surrender to us now, it would be better for everyone. The Southern Xia Empire is almost under the control of Blood Sky Sect, Azariah sneered. Adira looked grim. So you came for that thing, for Blood Sky Sect. Enough nonsense. If you don't hand it over, I'll imprison you for life. Even if I don't kill you, I'll make sure you suffer eternally, Azariah glared fiercely. You betrayed the Southern Xia Empire. How dare you, Azariah? You're a general, but you are so greedy, Adira criticized him. That's enough. Stop acting righteous. You have no right to preach to me. Azariah's eyes grew more menacing. This woman really didn't fear him. Now, the Bright Moon Guild faced unprecedented crisis, and Adira wasn't sure if she would survive. She had brought many strong individuals, yet they all perished. Adira, I only want that thing. Afterward, your Bright Moon Guild can continue existing. Humph. With the Southern Xia Empire falling into Blood Sky Sect's hands, what meaning does my guild hold? Adira replied coldly. Why do you remain stubborn and foolish? Can't you see the trend? The Emperor of Southern Xia is too incompetent. Blood Sky Sect's people are more competent. Azariah didn't intend to waste time anymore. They had over 10 men while the enemy was just one woman. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy hit Azariah off guard. Adira struck unexpectedly with a powerful palm. That strike threw Azariah back. He coughed up blood and his expression changed. Did you underestimate this woman? Azariah asked, raising an eyebrow. He truly had been careless. The strike injured him, though not severely. Azariah leapt up, attacking Adira with a terrifyingly potent energy gathering in his palm. With a loud bang, his palm struck something as hard as steel, or even harder, and he was deflected back. Azariah looked shocked, never imagining his 9th-rank martial venerable strength could be deflected back. What was going on? Looking up, he saw a teenager thwarting his plans. Kid, you dare interfere? Mind your own business, or you'll be dead, Azariah warned angrily. Attacking a woman? Are you even a man? A familiar voice rang out. Adira turned around to see Isaiah indeed. In her most desperate moment, this young man appeared. She felt deeply moved. Isaiah, why are you here? I'm here to save you, of course, Isaiah smiled. Kid, are you courting death? Do you know who I am? General of Southern Xia Empire. You might have some skills, but soon you'll meet your doom, Azariah spoke coldly. Isaiah smiled. Looks like you've become Blood Sky Sect's lapdog. That mediocre sect actually has someone join it. Azariah's face darkened. Brat, don't brag. What qualifications do you have to look down on Blood Sky Sect, such a formidable sect with powerful martial techniques and secrets? To me, it's just trash, huh? Isaiah mocked. Azariah raised an eyebrow. This kid dared look down on Blood Sky Sect? Where did this punk get the courage? Kid, when I kill you, you'll realize how insignificant you are. Azariah emitted a fierce aura. Seeing Isaiah's protective chi barrier, Azariah was slightly shocked. You're quite impressive, aren't you? To comprehend this level at 18? This was the first time he'd seen such a prodigious young talent. When did such a genius emerge? Perhaps Heavenly Sect's legendary disciple. You are impressive, but you'll die here today. Azariah's body also shimmered with a chi barrier. They attacked each other immediately. Their energies were immensely powerful, and Adira was astounded. Isaiah's power had increased remarkably since she last saw him. How high could he go in the future? Azariah quickly realized something was wrong. This kid's chi barrier was exceptionally strong, making his hand feel numb. To be outmatched by an 18-year-old boy made Azariah's face dark with anger. I'm a 9th-rank martial venerable. I cannot lose to you. Azariah roared, increasing his attacks. Isaiah unsheathed his sword, the cold blade sending shivers down Azariah's spine. Azariah hadn't expected this. Just as the mission was about to succeed, this youth appeared. Would he need to call for help from Blood Sky Sect? Continuing like this, he might actually lose. Isaiah's chi barrier was too formidable. Adira's eyes sparkled. Perhaps Isaiah could help resolve the Southern Xia Empire's royal crisis. The sudden rise of Blood Sky Sect controlling the empire hinted at numerous plots behind it. Are you Heavenly Sect's disciple? Azariah asked, raising an eyebrow. Heh, sort of, Isaiah responded coldly, driving Azariah back again. At this point, I can only use that. Hashtag chapter 424. Acting so quickly, Azariah took out a small medicine bottle, inside which was fresh, vibrant blood that seemed to be moving. Adira's expression darkened. It was likely a secret technique of the Blood Sky Sect. Never thought I would have to resort to this just to deal with a brat, Azariah said as he opened the bottle. Soon, a thick aura of blood began emanating from him, and his strength suddenly surged. Our boss actually used the Blood Sky Sect's secret technique. With this, he's nearly invincible, and his strength has increased several times over. That kid is dead for sure this time. Azariah's subordinates gasped in shock. Azariah began transforming into something not quite human nor ghostly, but in return, his essence greatly increased, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Boy, you will pay the price, Azariah roared. A surge of power charged forward like a battering ram. Isaiah immediately dodged, creating an expansive ravine. The sheer force left everyone astonished. It was incredibly powerful, and Azariah laughed maniacally. Isaiah swiftly drew his sword, launching wave after wave of sword strikes at Azariah, but none caused any harm. Haha, boy, I told you the Blood Sky sect's secret technique makes me impervious to death, and now my cultivation is at the martial spirit realm. There's no way you can win. Adira was deeply worried. This put Isaiah at a significant disadvantage. Interesting, but still too weak for me. Don't spout nonsense. You can't handle me at all. Why are you even talking? Azariah retorted, clearly annoyed. Do you really think I can't hurt you? Let me tell you, I can be considered one of the Blood Sky sect's assassins. Azariah seemed convinced of his impending victory, believing Isaiah couldn't harm him. To him, Isaiah was merely boasting. Crimson essence rushed toward Isaiah, who blocked it with his sword, causing another exaggerated ravine to form on the ground. Azariah was immensely satisfied with his newfound strength. Joining the Blood Sky sect brought such an enhancement. How could he not be happy? Boy, don't run. Azariah was practically deranged with rage. His veins became red, making him look utterly terrifying. Adira was distressed, unsure of what to do. It seemed Isaiah had no means to counter Azariah. I'll stop running only when you die. Hemph boy, you might as well wait until your next life if you want to kill me. Azariah's face turned red. He had become a blood-soaked figure. Though his power had increased, he had also transformed into something not entirely human. Isaiah raised his hand, crimson essence appearing around it. Adira was shocked. Could he also use the Blood Sky sect's secret technique? In reality, Azariah had merely utilized blood chi mastery, a skill Isaiah had mastered long ago but seldom used because it affected him. Isaiah didn't like the feeling of his own blood moving as if it wanted to burst out of his arms. The more he used it, the more dangerous he felt. Isaiah, how do you plan to win now? I'm already a first-stage martial spirit realm expert. Azariah laughed wildly. With a roar, the ground within 10 zhang of him was destroyed. There was now a full realm difference between their cultivation levels. Azariah was confident he wouldn't lose, especially with blood chi mastery, which rendered him impervious even to a martial spirit expert. This was the terrifying aspect of the Blood Sky sect. A mere punk dared look down on him. Isaiah, let me help you. Adira urged anxiously. No, stand back. I can handle him alone. Isaiah waved her off. This time, Azariah gathered even more essence, throwing a punch that shook the earth. The whole area trembled violently. Isaiah met the attack head-on. He swiftly drew his sword, a flash of cold light freezing the world momentarily as the essence reversed its flow. Isaiah also employed blood chi mastery, his sword strikes turning red. Azariah sensed an overwhelming killing intent, sending shivers down his spine. As the sword swept toward him, Azariah was struck mid-air, bleeding profusely. Isaiah's strike caused the ground to split open. Azariah screamed as he plummeted, landing heavily with no sign of life afterward. Azariah's subordinates were stunned. How could Isaiah, who was a realm lower, defeat Azariah? Our boss lost. He used the Blood Sky sect's secret technique and reached the martial spirit realm. How did he still lose? That kid is too strong. Azariah's subordinates couldn't believe it. They hesitated, not daring to act. Azariah struggled to rise, Isaiah's strike almost taking his life. A stark wound on his chest revealed his dire state. Isaiah's strength was terrifying. After all, he was just a young boy. Did this boy know the Blood Sky sect's secret technique? Otherwise, Azariah shouldn't have been injured. Using the Blood Sky sect's secret techniques always came at a heavy cost. Azariah had already lost years of his life during his transformation, and losing the battle made things even worse. Isaiah stepped on Azariah. Tell me about the Imperial City. Is it really occupied by the Blood Sky sect? Don't get ahead of yourself, boy. You only defeated me. The Blood Sky sect is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The Blood Sky sect will never forgive you. I am one of them. Isaiah dismissed Azariah's words and stabbed downward. Azariah's eyes widened. This boy acted so quickly. In the next second, Azariah's breath had ceased entirely. His subordinates, desperate to survive, knelt and kowtowed frantically. Isaiah waved his sword, his expression grim, but a voice in his mind brought a hint of joy. Ding! Master defeated a first-stage martial spirit realm warrior, triggering 100x enlightenment. Gained experience, 1000 by 1000. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have reached the first-stage martial spirit realm. He actually broke through? Isaiah couldn't believe how quickly he surpassed his bottleneck. Perhaps winning against the esteemed top disciple had accumulated enough experience. He felt a surge of excitement within. Chapter 425. What if I don't want to? Only now that he had achieved a breakthrough did Isaiah quickly discover a qualitative leap in his essence energy. The essence energy in his hand formed a small vortex as if it were the center of a miniature universe. He was somewhat entranced by this sight, and Isaiah chuckled. You didn't control your essence energy to this degree before. Why is it suddenly like this now? Adira asked in shock, as if she had seen something unbelievable. I'll tell you about this later. What do you plan to do with your merchant guild now? Pack up the gold. It hasn't been easy developing this merchant guild, Adira said, shaking her head. Isaiah spent some time placing all the valuable items and gold from the merchant guild into the space within his sword. Your sword has undergone quite a significant change. Adira asked curiously. Yes, it feels much more suited for me now, Isaiah smiled. Let's not go to the imperial capital of the Nanya Empire yet. It's too unstable there, and the two of us going will surely be dangerous. Isaiah wasn't at all concerned. It's fine. This time, we have to go. The person he wanted to bring back had waited for a long time, so he did not want to delay any further. After traveling for a day, Isaiah finally saw the imperial capital of the Nanya Empire. His first impression was quite awe-inspiring. A city of immense grandeur, magnificence, and splendor. The city gates were extremely tall, and the defensive walls were thick and heavy, giving an unbreakable impression. Once a place of opulence and nobility, it now felt dead and desolate, with bloodstains visible everywhere on the city walls. Standing atop the walls were guards, each marked with blood streaks, a symbol of the Blood Sky sect's minions. Isaiah and Adira slowly approached. Adira still felt very anxious, as this place had fallen completely under the control of the Blood Sky sect. The sudden surge of activity from the Blood Sky sect was indeed unexpected. Having vanished for a century, their return would certainly lead to the downfall of the Nanya Empire, and could even bring great calamity to the Nine-Dragon continent. The guards were imposing and numerous. When they saw Isaiah approach, they were taken aback. Recently, powerful martial artists from major sects, such as elders and heads of sect at the martial spirit realm, had come but ended up piled high in corpses after failing to breach the city. After the Blood Sky sect took control of the imperial capital, many sects attacked, but none succeeded, and they paid a heavy price. Was this little punk coming here just for fun? The guard captain couldn't help laughing loudly, took a swig from his wine bag, and walked over to Isaiah. A guard captain's strength reached the early 9th level of the martial venerable realm. Adira looked grim, especially with the large number of opponents. Was Isaiah planning to break in like this? It was far too dangerous. The guard captain's face turned ugly as he stared disdainfully at Isaiah. Shouldn't we turn back? We can't get in like this. Previously, entering the Nanya imperial capital was already difficult. Now, controlled by the Blood Sky sect, it lacked any semblance of life. There was no doubt that it had become one of the most dangerous places. Any who came here were doomed to die, even martial artists at the 2nd or 3rd level of the martial spirit realm. On what grounds did Isaiah dare come here, especially with a girl by his side? The guard captain wondered why this boy chose to court death. Boy, I'll give you one chance. Get lost before I grow tired of killing you. The guard captain laughed, seeing the boy as nothing but vulnerable. How dare you speak to me like that? Isaiah shouted angrily. What did you say, boy? Do you want to die? The guard captain's expression changed immediately. Since obtaining the power of the Blood Sky sect, his strength had significantly increased, and no one dared to disrespect him anymore. Isaiah's cold and stern expression was commanding, making him appear rather intimidating for a moment. The guard captain felt a chill down his spine. How could this mere boy exude such an overpowering aura? Don't you know who I am? I think you're looking for death, Isaiah said condescendingly. For a moment, the guard captain was stunned. Could this boy be a high-ranking member of the Blood Sky sect? The revived rulers of the Blood Sky sect always found new bodies. Perhaps they had chosen Isaiah for this very reason. Why else would a boy act so arrogantly? Captain, he's asking for it. Why don't we just kill him? The guard suggested. Why should we be polite to a brat? Another guard added. They really don't know their place, coming here like this. The guard sneered. Adira didn't understand what Isaiah was doing. Did he really think he could talk his way in so easily? You're blind, aren't you, guard captain? Isaiah complained. The guard captain hesitated. He had seen the ancient rulers of the Blood Sky sect who consumed the life force of powerful martial artists over the centuries, thus remaining young, much like Isaiah. Was Isaiah also one of those rulers? If he offended the wrong person, even dying 10,000 times would be his due. May I ask how to address you? The guard captain bowed respectfully. Do I need to tell you my identity? Isaiah asked. I'm merely the gatekeeper, ensuring everything goes smoothly. Please don't make things difficult for me, the guard captain replied diplomatically. The other guards were baffled. Why treat a boy so politely? No one dared speak out since the guard captain was in charge. Who knew what kind of person this Isaiah was? What if I make things difficult for you? Let us through, or I'll kill you all, Isaiah coldly stated. The once arrogant guard captain was now kneeling. Just prove your identity, and I'll let you pass. Otherwise, I'll have to report this. Ha ha ha. Isaiah sneered coldly, causing the guard captain to tremble uncontrollably. This boy was terrifying beyond belief. And what if I refuse? Isaiah asked. The guard captain was forced into an awkward situation. All right, I'll prove it to you, Isaiah said calmly, lifting his hand, and immediately a red essence energy gathered in his palm. An essence energy vortex, tinged with red threads, appeared. The hallmark of the Blood Sky sect, where the mastery of blood chi produced red essence energy. Adira had only suspected this earlier, but now seeing Isaiah perform it, she was filled with suspicion. What was happening? Why did Isaiah also know the Blood Sky sect's secret technique? Could Isaiah be a member of the Blood Sky sect? Please forgive us, Your Excellency. We did not know your esteemed status. We'll clear the way for you immediately, the guard captain pleaded, bowing repeatedly. A martial spirit realm martial artist wielding such terrifying blood chi left him utterly terrified. He was glad he hadn't disrespected Isaiah earlier. Move out of our way, the guard captain cautiously ordered, wondering what kind of important person Isaiah might be. Chapter 426, did not stop you. Isaiah and Adira walked in. Follow me, Isaiah casually pointed at a guard, thinking it might be useful to have someone stay by his side. This particular guard looked rather young, though with the blood marks on his face, he didn't seem ordinary anymore. Sir, may I ask your name? The guard inquired. Isaiah ignored him and insisted he keep a considerable distance. They entered the imperial city without any resistance, which greatly surprised Adira. Isaiah had displayed a high-level secret art. The captain of the guards probably assumed Isaiah was also a Blood Sky sect king. Isaiah, you must tell me what's going on. Have you become part of the Blood Sky sect? Adira asked sternly. I haven't. It's just that I learned the secret art coincidentally, and I can't control it. This Blood Sky sect technique is controlling me, Isaiah explained. If you've joined the Blood Sky sect, then our cooperation ends here. Adira said firmly. You must believe me. I use these secret arts without falling into a terrifying state. Seeing Isaiah's handsome and resolute appearance, it did seem true that he hadn't lost his sanity or started harming innocents. Adira thought for a moment. Using Blood Sky sect martial techniques and secret arts always results in a bleeding state, turning people into something not quite human nor ghost, gradually draining their lives. They won't last long. Adira knew such things? Isaiah wasn't sure what to say. Then, seeing the scene before him, Isaiah raised an eyebrow. The entire Imperial City was covered with unconscious people, all having had their blood chi absorbed. Above the Imperial City floated a huge blood ball. The residents were unconscious, their blood chi gathered into that ball. It was terrifying. Isaiah felt a chill run down his spine. The Imperial City seemed like a hellish place now, and he felt a sense of unease. His internal blood pulses were stronger than ever, making him extremely uncomfortable. He felt an itch all over his body, as if his blood might burst out any time. A truly terrifying prospect. Adira swallowed hard, her face pale with fear. We're too late. There's nothing we can do now. The Imperial City has fallen. Shaking his head, Isaiah replied, I won't back down. Why don't you find a place to hide until it's safe? Forget it. I might be able to help while staying close to you, and Blood Sky sect won't kill me easily, Adira stated confidently. Her background seemed complex. Isaiah wondered if Adira was telling the truth. Blood Sky sect was no longer a normal force but a fearsome existence on the continent. If even Blood Sky sect hesitated to harm Adira, she must be unusual. Come here, Isaiah ordered. The guard approached. What do you need, sir? The guard asked respectfully. Who's occupying the Imperial City now? Isaiah inquired. I'm not sure, but it seems to be a Blood Sky sect high priest. A terrifying presence, the guard replied, trembling at the mention of the high priest, filled with endless fear. Isaiah's expression darkened. He saw many children lying unconscious, their blood chi being drained. If this went on, they would surely die. Blood Sky sect was utterly heartless. Isaiah's gaze turned fierce. Blood Sky sect was truly beyond forgiveness. Absorbing millions of people's blood chi made every life in the Imperial City hang by a thread. How do we get to the palace? Isaiah asked. After the guard showed him the way, he headed towards the palace. Are you planning to fight the Blood Sky sect alone? Adira asked. What else can we do? Waiting will only lead to everyone's death, hundreds of thousands of people. But so many sects have been wiped out here. Is it really wise? Adira worried. Isaiah didn't plan to leave. The three great sects of Tianwang tried and failed. I fear you'll meet the same fate, Adira advised. If Isaiah faced the high priest alone, he wouldn't stand a chance. Just trust me. Maybe I shouldn't have brought you here, Isaiah said, brows furrowed. The situation was dire, and he hoped Faye was safe. He had no idea what awaited them at the palace. Looking around, he saw endless unconscious bodies. The air was thick with blood, and the sky was clouded over, making it hard to breathe. Adira clearly didn't adapt well to this environment, already frightened, as if everything around them dripped with blood. Isaiah's face was grave. This once flourishing city was now a bloody hell. Dealing with Blood Sky sect was no easy task. Approaching the entrance of the Imperial City, he encountered a man in a red robe who immediately stood up, his face darkening. Who dares come here? The man asked, raising an eyebrow. Weren't you stopped by the guards? He questioned, noting that even the three great sects of Tianwang couldn't enter, thanks to the formidable guards. With Blood Sky sect's secret arts, they were virtually invulnerable. How did this kid get past the guards? The man planned to kill Isaiah and investigate later. No matter who you are, you'll die here today. No one is allowed to disturb the palace. The man sneered, looking more sinister. To kill me? Ha, you don't have the qualifications. Leave now or you'll die. Humph, how arrogant. This is Blood Sky sect territory now. How dare you speak such words? Truly fearless of death. The man scowled. Isaiah smiled. Who are you in Blood Sky sect? Enoch of Blood Sky sect's high priest guardians. Edge replied, blood-colored energy swirling around him, exuding immense killing intent. You don't move aside. I'll have to kill you. Anyway, all Blood Sky sect members will die today, Isaiah said sternly. Haha, you really take yourself seriously? Edge laughed, finding it the funniest joke ever. Chapter 427. Who exactly is this person? Edge looked at the audacious young man in front of him, feeling a deep disgust. What gave this punk the right to be so arrogant? Consider the three major sects of Tianhuang, all of which sent numerous powerful figures, none of whom returned alive. Did this punk think he could surpass those from the three major sects? That was absolutely impossible. Edge was determined to show this boy what true hell looked like. The red primordial energy surrounding Edge grew more terrifying, resembling a bloodthirsty venomous snake that made one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Adira could only watch helplessly. She had no means to assist against such formidable opponents from Blood Sky sect. Even though we've regenerated and partially recovered our full strength, you are the first one to come here seeking death, Edge said coldly, his body radiating thick red primordial energy. Beckham lunged forward with a swift motion, unleashing a sharp sword chi that bore a primordial energy shield. The sword chi struck Edge forcefully. He hadn't expected to be pushed back. If this kid were any stronger, he might have actually hurt him. His primordial energy shield was indeed extraordinary. This kid is quite something. I'm really impressed by your power. If you became a sacrifice, the enhancement would be incredible, Edge remarked with delight. In a way, Isaiah, alone as he was far stronger than the martial artists from the three major sects of Tianhuang, at least enough to force Edge back now. Edge glanced at the abrasions on his hands, acknowledging the boy's remarkable strength and control over his realm. Strange, if Isaiah were used as a sacrifice, the high priest of Blood Sky sect's resurrection would not be difficult and could even surpass previous attempts. Isaiah's constitution was exceptional. He was no ordinary person. What great luck. Such an impressive constitution and a prodigious talent willingly walks into our trap. Isaiah smiled faintly. I didn't come here to die. I told you. I came to end Blood Sky sect. Either your people leave or they will die. Your attacks are useless against me. Why do you think you can win? Edge sneered. Adira also felt the situation was thorny. Isaiah's lone journey here was extremely dangerous. If he were any less cautious, both of them might end up dead in the Imperial City. I am a cultivator at the first level of Martial Spirit Realm. How do you expect to win against me, especially considering my Blood Demon Realm? Edge began his assault. A palm strike created a massive crater in front of him. Although Isaiah blocked it with his sword, he was thrown back. Things weren't looking good for Isaiah. Adira was at a loss. At this moment, a group of Blood Sky sect guards arrived. What? Just a kid? That little brat dared to challenge Lord Edge? The guards were taken aback. In recent times, every visitor was usually from the three major sects of Tianhuang, high-ranking elders and enforcers. Today, an insignificant punk showed up. Even the guards thought they could handle him without needing Edge to step in. Edge launched a series of fierce attacks, his red primordial energy unstoppable. Isaiah was being forced back, and his sword chi couldn't withstand Edge's onslaught. Give up. You're dead today. Haha, you didn't injure me either. Don't celebrate too early, Isaiah replied calmly. Let's see how long you can stay composed. Red veins appeared on Edge's face, making him look terrifying. Isaiah closed his eyes. Chime. Master engaging Edge, triggered 100x insight gain, receiving 1000 by 1000 experience points. Chime. Congratulations, Master has reached mid-stage level 2 Blood Chi Mastery. A slight smile spread across Isaiah's lips as red primordial energy appeared on his sword. What? You can use it too? Edge raised an eyebrow. Isaiah swiftly drew his sword, releasing a sword chi so powerful it cleaved the earth beneath it, leaving an enormous crack stretching across half the Imperial Plaza. Edge screamed in despair and rage as he was blasted away by the sword chi, his body left battered and bloody. The impact was tremendous, causing the palace to tremble slightly, while fresh blood pooled on the ground. Isaiah panted softly, realizing how taxing the Blood Chi Mastery realm was. Isaiah stared ahead. Edge lay there, barely alive. The guards gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? Lord Edge could battle second-level martial spirit elders without injury. Who exactly is this kid? The guards found it hard to believe. How could an 18-year-old be so powerful? Edge's injuries were severe, almost causing separation of flesh and bone. He lacked the strength to even rise. How can this be? He asked Isaiah incredulously, staring at him like a monster. Isaiah held his sword surrounded by red primordial energy, trembling slightly. His internal blood started throbbing again. His expression turned grim. The Blood Sky sect techniques were still somewhat lacking, but using them to defeat these people was essential. Isaiah approached slowly. Edge couldn't help but laugh. So you're Isaiah? You know my name? Heh, the #1 genius of Heavenly Sect. Naturally, we have many informants who've heard about you. Edge stood up shakily, covering his wounds with blood streaming down. Do your best. Use whatever tricks you have. Despite their fear, the guards still surrounded Isaiah, empowered by Blood Sky Sect's secret techniques, giving them considerable strength. Swallowing their fear, they harbored a deep dread towards Isaiah. Edge knew they wouldn't stand a chance and likely would order them to retreat. What are you trash doing now? Edge scowled, raising his hand to instantly kill the guards with a red blood hand. Ah! The guards' screams filled the air as their blood replenished Edge's wounds. Isaiah's expression darkened. Could level 2 Blood Chi Mastery be used like this? This was another puzzling aspect. Despite mastering it, he lacked related knowledge. He needed to investigate further to understand its true potential. Looking at his own hands, he felt a bit uncertain. Chapter 428. A great enemy arrives. Not far away, Adira shook her head. I really worry that Isaiah will fall. Using the Blood Sky Sect's secret technique, won't he lose himself? Fortunately, there were no red veins appearing on Isaiah's face. Otherwise, that would have been truly terrifying. You've made me so disheveled, boy. I'll make you pay in blood, the consequence of provoking the Blood Sky Sect. Edge roared madly. The blood energy absorbed earlier had transformed him into a large, bloody, and hideous monster. Edge's strength has increased once more, reaching the second level of Martial Spirit Realm. Adira felt an impending sense of doom. At this moment, more guards rushed over. Even Lord Edge used his demonic bloodline. This bloodline is even more terrifying, almost doubling one's strength. That boy is surely dead. Lord Edge has never been this angry before. Facing the towering red giant, Adira couldn't help but retreat. Could Isaiah still win against this foe? The chances were virtually non-existent. The disparity between levels in the Martial Spirit Realm was immense, let alone a whole tier difference. Isaiah! Adira shouted loudly. Isaiah remained expressionless. You look quite ugly like that. Boy, you're about to die, and you don't even realize it. Edge's voice changed. Due to Edge, the entire area became bleak and lifeless, fully under the control of death. I only need one strike to end you. Don't underestimate others. You aren't invincible. Edge was extremely furious. Transforming into this form brought him immense agony. Edge punched the ground, instantly creating a massive crater and causing the earth to shake. The air grew thicker with a stronger scent of blood. Isaiah dodged that punch by leaping high into the air. To show such a huge opening while attacking is asking for death. Seizing the opportunity, Edge struck Isaiah with a powerful blow, the fist almost as big as Isaiah himself. A deafening crash echoed as Isaiah crashed through several dozen feet of flooring, the cracks spreading outward in a horrifying fashion. Great! That boy must be dead. The guards exclaimed joyfully. Edge also burst into maniacal laughter. Hee hee boy, are you dead yet? Such a powerful punch should have turned Isaiah into minced meat. Yet, after some time, there was no sign of him. Jumping and exposing such a large opening. It made Edge want to laugh. The boy must have thought he was invincible. He'd regret it for the rest of his life. Boy, how long are you going to hide? Adira's face darkened. Isaiah seemed to be in trouble. He had defied odds countless times and grown immensely strong, but this time, he might not escape unscathed. Hold on. Edge sneered at Adira. Haha, roll off, Adira. Even if I don't attack you, you have no right to command me. After the dust settled, Isaiah brushed off the dirt from his clothes and smiled lightly. Edge's face immediately turned pale. This boy wasn't dead? How could he survive such a direct hit? My eyes must be deceiving me. That was demonized Edge. Not only did he survive, but he's completely unharmed. The guards watched in disbelief, shocked by the turn of events. This situation was incredibly alarming. Edge took a step back, feeling things were turning bad. Why couldn't he harm this boy with even a single blow? Isaiah didn't bleed or suffer any injury. Boy, what kind of creature are you? Haha, giving you a chance doesn't work either, Isaiah said, pulling out his sword with lightning speed. The moment froze as everyone felt a wave of cold fear. With one strike, the sky split open, the sharp sound slicing through the air like crimson lightning. Edge gritted his teeth, feeling his body split into two halves. The massive beast's body cleaved in two, the sword's force piercing the heavens. The guards exchanged horrified glances, unable to stop trembling. That was Edge, at the second level of the martial spirit realm, in demonized form, extremely powerful. How could he be slain by one stroke of Isaiah's blade? Moreover, Isaiah remained unharmed by Edge's earlier blow. Everyone stared wide-eyed, the terror indescribable. This boy was even more fearsome than anyone from the Blood Sky sect. Against the second-level martial spirit realm Edge, Isaiah only needed one strike without much struggle. The guards swallowed hard. They were members of the Blood Sky sect and now felt panic. Could the Blood Sky sect be defeated by this young man? Lord Edge lost. Could that boy be stronger than the elites of the three major sects of Tianhuang? Quick, report that a great enemy has arrived. The guards hesitated, almost abandoning resistance. Isaiah held his sword, unmarred by any changes. Edge lay motionless on the ground, completely dead. The first guardian of the Blood Sky sect was dead. Cough. How is this possible? Edge suddenly spoke, his voice eerie. Isaiah glanced at him disdainfully before ending his life with a final sentence. Adira approached. Are you alright now? Don't worry. Although I used the Blood Sky sect's techniques, I wasn't affected. No changes occurred in my body, Isaiah replied with a smile. Adira scrutinized Isaiah, becoming increasingly curious about him. Ding. Master defeated Edge, triggering a 100x enlightenment. Experience gained, 1000 by 1000. Ding. Congratulations, Master has reached the mid-stage of the first level of martial spirit realm. Even the guardians of the Blood Sky sect fell victim to the transformation, with red veins appearing on their faces. Why was Isaiah unaffected? Could it be that Isaiah's mastery of this realm was more profound than those of the Blood Sky sect? Well, let's continue our journey. Isaiah looked at the palace ahead, worried about Ambir. If he had come sooner, it wouldn't have ended up like this. He hoped Ambir was safe. Isaiah quickened his pace, sensing a strange presence, like a powerful monster lurking nearby. The air was filled with killing intent. Isaiah stopped, staring at the gruesome scene before him. What killed these people? It looks like claw marks, suggesting immense power. Isaiah observed the terrifying claw marks left behind. 3 sharp slashes were deep and sharp. A human caught in such an attack would be torn apart instantly. What kind of monster left such marks? Chapter 429. He was eaten. Upon arriving at the main hall of the Imperial Palace, they found a scene similar to what was outside. People were unconscious everywhere. Not long after entering, Isaiah raised an eyebrow. It seemed another priest protector had made an appearance. Guards stood around them with grim expressions on their faces. I didn't expect even Edge to lose. This is quite surprising, the man said coldly. Are you a bear? Isaiah suddenly asked, the first time they met. What? Are you mocking me, kid? The man's expression darkened. As a priest protector, his duty was to guard this place. A young boy breaking in meant he had failed in his job, and that would mean severe punishment worse than death. Killing the kid was now his priority. Those claw marks outside seem like they belong to a bear. You can probably transform into one, right? Isaiah asked. I'm priest protector Andre, not some bear. Seems you're pretty smart, Andre replied with a slight smile, then snapped his fingers. Roar. A deafening roar shook the entire hall. The guards turned pale with fear as a massive creature appeared. A towering, red-furred dog bear that sent shivers down Isaiah's spine. My blood demon bear has crushing power, just as you said. But your journey ends here. My pet will take your life, Andre stated arrogantly. My blood demon bear is at the second level of martial spirit realm. Do you think you have a chance against it? Andre pointed at Isaiah. Now, my blood demon bear will end your life. Obeying the order, the blood demon bear slashed its paw at Isaiah, emitting a razor-sharp air blade. The guards trembled in terror, for this beast was a true predator, killing without hesitation. Isaiah would surely die today. They recalled how even a third-level martial spirit elder had been killed by this bear. Moreover, this monster was inherently stronger. Even a fourth-level martial spirit fighter might not be its match. Under the ferocious attacks of the blood demon bear, Isaiah kept retreating, thankful for the spacious hall which allowed him room to maneuver. Andre watched Isaiah with a raised eyebrow, impressed by the bravery of this young man. The blood demon bear lunged at Isaiah with its claws extended. Isaiah, no longer holding back, drew his sword. At the second level of sword momentum and the second level of blood chi mastery, his sword's blood-red aura became several times sharper. A loud clang echoed as the sky filled with sword energy. A single slash nearly split the heavens, causing everything to freeze momentarily. Isaiah's sword sliced cleanly through one of the blood demon bear's arms. It let out an agonized howl, while Andre stared in shock. Why? Why did this happen? Its arm was cut off? How terrifying was that strike? If it hadn't been aimed at the arm, the blood demon bear might have already been dead. The guards were equally stunned by Isaiah's prowess. How could a human defeat a monster that was a level higher in cultivation? Andre was greatly alarmed. He had seen countless battles as a priest protector, but never such a monstrous warrior. Could that kid be at the second level of blood chi mastery? Andre felt a chill run down his spine, knowing how formidable such an opponent could be. Get up and kill him. What are you doing? Andre roared, but the blood demon bear, driven mad by pain, ignored him. Quite boring. This monster is too weak, Isaiah said with a smirk. Before Andre could react, the blood demon bear unexpectedly struck him with its remaining paw. His eyes widened as blood gushed from his mouth. The blood demon bear pierced Andre with its claw and then swallowed him whole. The guards were dumbfounded. They knew this creature would do nothing good. This scene was horrifying beyond imagination. Who would have thought the blood demon bear would turn on its master? Isaiah raised an eyebrow. That beast is truly terrifying. Andre didn't even have time to scream before he died. After consuming Andre, the blood demon bear's painful howling ceased. Its body erupted with more ferocious energy, shaking the ground, as many guards fled in panic. The blood demon bear had gone mad, having killed its own master. Isaiah originally thought he'd have to deal with Andre himself, never expecting this turn of events. Roar! The blood demon bear roared fiercely, now far more terrifying, with even sharper claws despite losing an arm. Adira observed from afar. This development was baffling. Who would have thought a blood sky sect priest protector would be eaten by his own pet? The blood demon bear's veins bulged, and white smoke billowed around it. This strength must have reached late stage first level of martial spirit realm. That's a monster. Adira blanched, unsure of how to help. What could Isaiah do? The blood demon bear glared fiercely at Isaiah, determined to tear him limb from limb for cutting off its arm. It had never endured such injury before. That kid is done for. The blood demon bear grew much stronger after eating Andre. It will devour that kid too. He'll be torn into pieces. The guards, overwhelmed by the blood demon bear's power, began retreating in fear. The situation had deteriorated quickly as the bear attacked with renewed ferocity. Wielding its claws, it sent air blades flying, and Isaiah countered with his sword. The two forces clashed, slightly pushing Isaiah back. Things were indeed difficult now, much harder than before. Despite releasing sword momentum, the blood demon bear showed no weakness. The situation had changed dramatically. Originally, he might have dealt with it smoothly, but after consuming Andre, everything shifted drastically for the worse. With its sharp claws, the blood demon bear aimed to shred Isaiah, attacking with terrifying force. Any contact would mean instant death. Isaiah's face darkened. The blood demon bear's power exceeded his expectations. How could he respond? Chapter 430, A Corpse. The guards all looked extremely pleased as Isaiah was now at a disadvantage, continuously being forced back by the blood devil bear's fierce attacks. Although Lord Andre is dead, it doesn't matter. At least that kid is doomed. The blood devil bear has become even stronger after absorbing Lord Andre. The kid's sword technique is useless against the blood devil bear. Isaiah's expression turned grim. He didn't want to use the second realm of blood chi control, but there seemed to be no other way to deal with this monster. For a moment, the situation became a deadlock. Adira shook her head. Clearly, the blood devil bear was still getting stronger. With time passing, it only grew more terrifying. The blood devil bear roared fiercely, its power intensifying to almost suffocating levels. Isaiah swung his sword with all his might. That stroke of sword energy was already formidable, striking the blood devil bear hard, yet only pushing it back a little. Unharmed, the blood devil bear slashed back, and Isaiah barely blocked with his sword. The terrifying energy blade nearly wounded him. The guards were stunned. How powerful could Isaiah be? Even the enhanced blood devil bear found it difficult to injure him. Yet he was just a young boy. That kid is truly terrifying. The blood devil bear has reached the late first level of the martial spirit realm. His chances of survival are slim. If that kid wins, we will all die. The guards cheered, egging on the blood devil bear. Adira's face fell. She found the situation thorny. If the blood devil bear hadn't consumed Andre, things wouldn't have escalated this far. Who knew that when Isaiah severed its hand, the blood devil bear would go berserk, worsening the situation. Xiuxian flames. Isaiah leaped up, immediately unleashing Xiuxian flames. Combining his cultivation with the second realm of blood chi control, the power of the Xiuxian flame sword. Instantly, the area was engulfed in flames, but the blood devil bear remained unscathed amidst the blazing inferno. No way, Isaiah muttered, encountering such a powerful beast for the first time. Andre was dead, but his pet proved unexpectedly challenging. Roar. The blood devil bear ignored the flames and continued its brutal assault, reducing the front hall to ruins. Isaiah closed his eyes, an idea suddenly occurring to him. Why don't we retreat? Adira shouted. Since the battle has started, I won't run away. I have an idea to deal with it. Killing this dog bear will be easy, Isaiah said with a sudden smile. The guards laughed heartily. Isaiah was cornered, yet he made such bold claims. Truly audacious. Isaiah wasn't a match for the blood devil bear at the late first level of the martial spirit realm. The pressure was overwhelming. If it were easy, how could Isaiah be in such a dire situation? It must be desperation leading to self-consolation. Adira also felt the situation was dire. If Isaiah weren't so stubborn, fleeing now would still be possible. Being struck by the blood devil bear meant certain death. From the start, Isaiah's lone intrusion into the palace was extremely dangerous, almost suicidal. Now, he indeed faced a powerful foe, plunging into a terrible predicament. Isaiah couldn't possibly take on all the blood heaven sect's formidable experts alone. That was unrealistic. After all, the three major sects of Tianhuang had been completely destroyed. Yet Isaiah showed no intention of retreating. Sometimes men can be obstinate. Enoch lives for pride. Ayu. The blood devil bear's speed and strength increased, making its attacks unstoppable. Isaiah's sword energy was rendered powerless. This bear is too strong and keeps getting stronger, Isaiah mused, wondering if he could reinforce himself similarly. But he dismissed the thought. The blood heaven sect's power influenced him too much. He didn't want his blood controlled. Strengthening himself this way felt off, and even perilous. Adira was speechless. At such a disadvantage, they should retreat first. This was essentially the Blood Heaven sect stronghold. The Blood Devil Bear moved swiftly, slashing its claws. Isaiah's sword momentum couldn't block it. Just as the guards thought Isaiah was doomed, something astonishing happened. The Blood Devil Bear's blood chi started to deplete. Isaiah recited a strange incantation, forming a red array. The Blood Devil Bear began to wail, its blood chi draining faster. Isaiah intensified his efforts. Adira watched in confusion. The Blood Devil Bear's power visibly weakened. Could Isaiah control this? The guards grew uneasy and attacked Isaiah, shooting arrows. However, none of the arrows injured Isaiah, who remained focused on draining the Blood Devil Bear's strength. Muyuan's absorption granted it immense power. Muyuan's blood chi was the source of its strength. Isaiah never imagined he could control this. Without Muyuan's blood chi, the Blood Devil Bear's power diminished significantly. Seeing its opportunity, Isaiah leaped up, instantly decapitating the Blood Devil Bear. Fresh blood spurted, turning the place into an icy abyss. Everyone felt the shocking scene. It was too terrifying. Moments ago, the Blood Devil Bear was alive and roaring. Now it lay dead. With a thud, the Blood Devil Bear collapsed. The guards were dumbfounded. What happened? How did it suddenly weaken? It was unbelievable. The guards trembled in fear. This kid was too terrifying, having defeated such a powerful monster. Despite initial setbacks, victory came swiftly. Terrified, the guards fled. They couldn't handle this young man. Isaiah turned to look at Adira. Are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, glancing at him warily. Don't worry, their secret arts can't control me. It's not that simple. The Blood Heaven sect is one of the most fearsome sects in this world. Their dark powers aren't easy to contend with, Adira voiced her concern. Isaiah agreed. While powerful, these forces carried significant risks. He'd have to use them cautiously. Regardless, the Blood Heaven sect must vanish from here today. Isaiah didn't plan to stop. This palace was vast, containing many of the Blood Heaven sect's experts. Isaiah recognized this as a small challenge. Adira sighed. Further persuasion was futile. She decided to follow him and see if Beckham could save the Nanxia imperial family. Only time would tell what would happen. Chapter 431. Seems I overestimated him. After being in the palace for so long, Adira hadn't seen a single member of the royal family, clearly indicating that the Nanxia imperial family was facing dire circumstances. The main hall was already empty as Isaiah continued moving forward. The deepest part of the Nanxia Empire's imperial palace is called the Wangdian. It should be the final place. Before this, there are the central and rear halls, Adira explained. The palace was indeed magnificent, but now it lacked any vitality. Blood Sky sect's people always left places like this wherever they went. This was also why the Blood Sky sect had faced attacks from multiple sects and was ultimately destroyed 100 years ago by the three major sects of Tianhuang. Blood Sky sect has returned, seemingly even more powerful despite not fully recovering their strength. Adira felt puzzled. Didn't I hear that the capital city of the Nanxia Empire is impregnable? Why could Blood Sky sect's people break in? I don't know. The capital city has a powerful barrier. Blood Sky sect's people shouldn't be able to intrude. It seems something unexpected has happened. The two continued forward. A stern voice echoed. Intruders, go back where you came from. I don't want to act here. Isaiah and Adira soon saw a man dressed in the same red robe, a high priest guardian. This person exuded an eerie aura, his face looking exceptionally imposing, undoubtedly a formidable individual. Nearby, several armored men appeared with red veins visible on their faces, obviously having joined Blood Sky sect after falling. These were the capital city's imperial guards. High Lord Heron, can we just let this man who killed a high priest guardian go? Isn't that unreasonable? The leader of the imperial guards asked, raising an eyebrow. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Heron replied irritably. The leader's face darkened, completely suppressed by the guardian. He was dissatisfied inside, but had no recourse since he was inferior in status. Isaiah, right? Leave quickly. I'm giving you a chance to live, Heron said, assuming Isaiah would leave. The capital city's treasure pavilion has plenty of good things, high-grade martial techniques, medicines, gold, all of which you can take. You didn't come here for nothing, Heron added with a smile. The imperial guards' faces changed dramatically. This was absurd. Not only did Heron not intend to kill Isaiah, but he was offering him so many benefits. What did this mean? Was Heron really that afraid of Isaiah? High Priest Guardian, you not only spare this young man but also offer him rewards? It looks like you should step down. Heron's expression turned icy. Shut up. I don't know why you're doing this, but if the Blood Sky sect doesn't leave the capital city, I won't let it rest, Isaiah declared. At these words, everyone fell silent, the imperial guards looking at Isaiah in surprise. What did this kid just say? If the Blood Sky sect doesn't leave the capital city, he wouldn't let it rest. Huh. This kid must be insane. Blood Sky sect has occupied this place for so long. Even the three major sects of Tianhuang couldn't drive them out after numerous attacks. You, a mere child, think you can do it? Everyone burst into laughter. Now, this place belonged entirely to Blood Sky sect, whose priests were undeniably powerful martial spirit realm experts. Isaiah was just one person. Even if he were a genius, could he defy fate? Ignoring the ridicule, Isaiah didn't care about these people. You truly surprise me, boy, Heron shook his head. Isaiah found it strange why Heron wanted to let him go, and even offered rewards. That wasn't typical behavior for a high priest guardian. Normally, upon discovering such a powerful youth, wouldn't they kill him and absorb his blood energy? Previously, Blood Sky sect's powerful figures acted this way, yet Heron surprisingly suggested letting him go. Adira was equally bewildered. If you want to live, get out of my way. Otherwise, you'll die, Isaiah said coldly, radiating chilling chi and an intimidating aura. A high priest guardian is disrespected by a brat like you? What a disgrace. The captain of the Imperial Guard sneered. What did Blood Sky sect do to you, boy? Why must you oppose us? Heron asked curiously. Isaiah's presence here already proved his formidable strength. Heron had hoped to invite him to join Blood Sky Sect, but unfortunately, this young man was too arrogant and self-centered. He wouldn't join Blood Sky Sect. Heron decided to give him some benefits to send him away. Time was crucial. The priests needed time. Even if a few high priest guardians died, it was insignificant. Heron was somewhat concerned. Isaiah was a hidden threat. If offering him benefits persuaded him to leave, that would be best. I just don't like Blood Sky Sect. That's enough reason, Isaiah smiled. Isaiah, you're incredibly arrogant. If your dislike means becoming our enemy, it's your most foolish decision. Suddenly, Heron emitted terrifying aura, his scarlet primordial energy overwhelming. Just its release made the Imperial Guards pale and submissive. Second stage martial spirit realm cultivation? Adira raised an eyebrow, recognizing another formidable opponent. I know you've reached Blood Sky Sect's realm. How strange. You haven't joined us, so why do you have our sect's unique realm? Heron was puzzled. Isaiah was indeed a once-in-a-millennium genius, but he had too many mysteries. It was hard to fathom how this was possible. Haha, why should I tell you? Isaiah's lips curled up. I mastered it with just one look. Why would I need to learn? Heron's expression darkened, then laughed. He didn't believe such nonsense. Despite the vast world having many wonders, learning by just a glance was impossible. Heron thought he was joking. Since you refuse to leave, I'll kill you. Heron stretched out his hand. Inferior rank heaven tier martial skill. Laceration? Isaiah was unprepared, not sensing the attack coming. His blood sprayed out like a fountain. Adira's face changed drastically, terrified by the scene. Isaiah passed out from excessive blood loss. This was the first time seeing Isaiah fall, and it was terrifying. Heron chuckled coldly. Huh, brat, see how arrogant you can be now. Looks like I overestimated you. Chapter 432. Don't rejoice too soon. The slash skill can make even the mightiest martial spirit realm powerhouse spurt blood uncontrollably with no means of defense. No matter how powerful one is, they cannot guard against it. Now that this genius had died at the hands of Heron, there was some joy in his heart. This adversary was indeed formidable. Merely arriving here was a testament to his formidable strength. The leader of the Imperial Guards immediately lunged at Isaiah with a sword slash. Adira stood in front of Isaiah, but the leader did not hesitate. If this woman dared to intervene, then she would die too. In an instant, the leader flew away as Heron clenched his hand tightly, instantly ending the leader's life. Foolish woman, you mustn't get hurt. Heron's voice showed concern. If anything happened to her, it would be disastrous. If you want to kill him, why not kill me first? Adira stretched out her arms and said. It was his own stubbornness to want to destroy the Blood Heaven sect. He lacks the ability, and neither can you protect him. I can still kill him without harming you. Heron's icy face remained extraordinarily noble. If only Isaiah had left earlier, he wouldn't have been defeated so swiftly, probably losing much of his blood internally. Let him go. I'll give you many benefits, Adira offered. Adira, I don't need your benefits, but this threat must be eliminated. His survival will keep me awake at night. Heron coldly watched Isaiah, still wary. We can talk reasonably. There must be something you desire, she tried again. Heron shook his head. You're quite intelligent, woman, but staying with him will lead to no good end. His unnatural talent will exact a heavy price sooner or later. These words made Adira reflect on Isaiah's extraordinary talent, which seemed abnormal indeed. Such exceptional talents often brought significant misfortune, a phenomenon specific to this continent of cultivation. This cost isn't just his, but could bring endless calamity to the entire continent. Do you understand? Heron coldly remarked. That would be an existence more terrifying than even the Blood Heaven sect. Heron's expression turned grave, recalling similar occurrences millennia ago, nearly leading to the continent's destruction. A peerless talent reached the pinnacle in every field, challenging all authorities, eventually standing atop them, seeking to control the entire continent. The aftermath remained unclear, but it nearly incinerated the land. A terrifying event indeed. Step aside, Adira. Isaiah must die today. Heron looked grim as he noticed something unusual. Blood chi from a huge blood sphere over the palace flowing into Isaiah's body. Does this kid know that trick? Heron realized something was amiss. After absorbing the blood chi, Isaiah regained vitality. Sensing trouble, Heron struck forcefully. Isaiah raised his hand and blocked the strike, disbelief in his eyes. You're still alive? Hee. After absorbing the blood chi, I revived. You should have killed me when you had the chance, Isaiah smirked. Heron raised an eyebrow, looking very uneasy. Just minutes of delay were enough for this kid to recover? Don't rejoice too soon. Suddenly, Heron's blood spurted uncontrollably, losing balance. Could this kid also perform such a technique? Did Isaiah truly mean he learned by watching once? Heron still doubted, speculating that Isaiah might be a traitor or remnant of the Blood Heaven sect. Before Heron could defend, Isaiah's sword pierced his chest. Heron stared in disbelief at Isaiah. How is this possible? Your cultivation is clearly lower than mine. Barely higher than me, and you still dare speak before me. Aren't you dead now? With excessive blood loss, Heron's defenses plummeted, leaving him powerless to resist. Isaiah didn't hesitate this time, swiftly drawing his sword to deliver fatal strikes. Heron lost all combat ability under multiple slashes. The Imperial Guards were stunned. From revival to killing Heron, it took less than a minute. Their faces reflected disbelief, as if encountering a ghastlier horror than imaginable. Typically, only Blood Heaven sect members displayed such terrifying prowess. Yet, someone even stronger than the Blood Heaven sect now emerged. Since arriving at the palace, Heron had repelled elders from the three major sects of Tianhuang, each at martial spirit realm 3rd tier. Such a miraculous protector had now been dispatched by Isaiah like cutting vegetables. The Imperial Guards struggled to comprehend what transpired. Sir Heron actually lost? That kid has a lower cultivation level yet one? Too horrifying. Report this immediately to our priestess. It's a serious situation. The Imperial Guards quickly retreated while Isaiah exhaled in relief. It had been too perilous just now. That skill was truly terrifying. Initially caught off guard, Isaiah would have died if not for absorbing blood chi to restore his strength. Are you alright? Adira embraced him. Isaiah felt somewhat embarrassed. Given her stunning figure and beauty, any man would enjoy the embrace. Isaiah found himself lingering in her embrace longer. Earlier, Isaiah barely managed to channel the blood chi into his body at the last moment of consciousness. Ding! Master suffered /attack, triggering 100 times enlightenment, gained experience 1000 by 1000. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your cultivation reached the peak of the first-tier martial spirit realm. Congratulations on mastering the low-grade heavenly skill. Though stronger now, Isaiah wasn't overly jubilant. There wasn't time to celebrate. Tougher enemies likely awaited. Witnessing the blood heaven sect's prowess, he vowed never to let today's events repeat. Continuing on, evening fell, and Isaiah decided to rest. Starting a fire, he sat close to Adira. The massive blood sphere above the palace continuously absorbed the blood chi from the capital's inhabitants. The people of the capital were doomed eventually, and Isaiah couldn't stand by idly. If the blood heaven sect's final ritual succeeded, it would claim hundreds of thousands of lives and present a formidable foe for Isaiah. Chapter 433. Unwilling to face. They must be stopped as soon as possible, Isaiah thought with a serious expression. You're alright? Seeing that you haven't undergone any abnormal changes, I'm truly relieved. Adira smiled. Don't worry. If using the blood heaven sect's martial arts and secret techniques causes my body to mutate, I will stop immediately. And I've been trying various methods to treat the discomfort in my body. Discomfort? Does it involve the blood moving on its own? Isaiah looked at Adira in surprise. Did she know about this too? How do you know? I know quite a lot about the blood heaven sect. That blood sphere is likely part of a terrifying ritual. A ritual involving hundreds of thousands of lives. That's terrifying. Are they trying to summon something? Probably attempting to resurrect someone with immense power. Isaiah nodded slightly. After resting for a moment, he continued his journey. Time was of the essence. In a long corridor, Isaiah encountered a group of royal guards who all looked serious, almost fearful. Let's get this over with. Isaiah stepped forward. Your opponent is me. A stern voice echoed from all directions, startling Isaiah with its intimidating presence. A man in red robes appeared, but he seemed different from other protectors. His attire was more luxurious, and his aura exuded authority. He was a middle-aged man with red runes on his face. What an absurd sight. A mere child dares to intrude here, the middle-aged man said displeasingly. And who are you? I am the final great protector of the High Priest. With me here, you will not see the High Priest. My name is Esmond. Esmond sneered coldly as the royal guards quickly withdrew. Esmond looked down upon Isaiah, thinking it inconceivable that a lone child could have infiltrated so far. He wondered how such a child could possibly be powerful enough to breach the Blood Heaven sect, one of the darkest forces on the continent which had withstood attacks by the three major sects of Tianhuang. Esmond felt disgraced. If the High Priest held him accountable, he couldn't bear the blame. I won't kill you, boy. Instead, I'll make you suffer for life. This is what happens when you provoke the Blood Heaven sect. With Esmond's chilling command, a massive blood sphere materialized before him. Haha, each of your priests and protectors tries to impress more than the last. Why can't you just be practical? It's rather dull to watch. Isaiah seemed unconcerned. Esmond's expression darkened. So many strong warriors from the three major sects had perished at his hands. He couldn't believe this boy would be any different. Some of those warriors were even at the third or fourth level of the martial spirit realm, yet they didn't advance beyond this point. Esmond was determined to end Isaiah here today. The blood sphere emitted a strange aura, making everyone uneasy, a power unlike anything they'd felt before. Suddenly, it sucked Isaiah inside, leaving the royal guards watching nervously, wary of any unexpected developments. Humph, little boy, you'll slowly wait to die in there. Isaiah realized he was now inside the blood sphere, surrounded by a crimson world filled with a sickening stench. Adira, I advise you to stay away from him. Despite his strength, he will eventually bring you harm, Esmond warned. My business is none of your concern. I must stay by his side no matter what, Adira retorted. Humph, we'll see if your mother agrees. Who exactly is my mother? Why do I have no memory of her? Adira asked curiously, wondering if the Blood Heaven sect knew something. I won't tell you anything. You need to discover your own affairs. The royal guards, seeing Isaiah trapped within the blood sphere, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was over. No matter how strong that boy might be, he can't surpass Henry Esmond. That's right. Esmond is at the early second stage of the martial spirit realm and wields formidable secret arts. Despite their relief, the guards respected Isaiah for reaching this far. The leaders and great protectors of the three major sects of Tianhuang had only made it to the palace gates. Esmond narrowed his eyes, examining the blood sphere. Adira, you should leave now. Isaiah won't come out, Esmond shook his head. That's not necessarily true. He's never been at such a disadvantage. I feel you're not a match for him. Humph. Even if Isaiah manages to progress, he can't stop us. The ritual is nearly complete, Esmond chuckled, his eyes hinting at a significant plot. And at the end, he will face a very difficult choice. Adira felt curious. Esmond's sinister expression seemed to imply much. Suddenly, a flash of cold light burst from the blood sphere, releasing a powerful sword chi that exploded it apart. Isaiah emerged unscathed, his sword radiating immense power. Not bad, kid. Even our blood sphere can't hold you. Are you really not one of ours? Isaiah shook his head. Disgusting. Your Blood Heaven sect's secret arts are nothing but repulsive tricks. Esmond raised an eyebrow, impressed by the youth's capabilities. You've angered me. The result will be death, Isaiah declared confidently, momentarily making it seem like this was his territory, not the Blood Heaven sect's. Very impressive. If you die, your talented physique might make our high priest even stronger. Esmond was clearly annoyed by Isaiah's provocation. Since that's the case, let's see if you can beat me in combat. Esmond unsheathed a large broadsword. Your cultivation is only at the peak first stage of the martial spirit realm. Mine is at the second stage. Esmond's aura intensified, emitting a terrifying energy. It was a heavy weapon, cumbersome to wield but immensely powerful. The sound of the blade was heavy. It was a superior earth-grade weapon. Once Esmond wielded it, his energy surged dramatically. Henry Esmond's cultivation has increased? Henry Esmond has even drawn out his earth-grade weapon. I don't think that boy can win. The strength of his energy is truly frightening. Faced with such overwhelming power, anyone would hesitate. What gave Isaiah the courage to stand up against it? Chapter 434. Almost unbeatable. The Imperial Guards held their breaths. Esmond's cultivation had now reached the middle of the second stage of martial spirit realm. The blood-red broadsword in Esmond's hand greatly enhanced his strength, and he gave a slight smile. If the Blood Sky sect's secret technique didn't work on Isaiah, then it didn't matter. He could still cut him down with one slash of his broadsword. Ding! Master observed Esmond's increase in strength from his blood-red broadsword, triggering a 100x enlightenment factor, earning 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ding! Master's cultivation temporarily increased to the early second stage of martial spirit realm. Isaiah smiled slightly, feeling quite satisfied. He hadn't expected that by watching someone else gain power, he could also enhance himself. It made him inwardly happy. You garbage of the Blood Sky sect, if I don't eliminate you today, then my name isn't Isaiah, Isaiah said as he sheathed his sword. Speaking boldly at this moment, no one knew what Isaiah was thinking. The Imperial Guards looked at Isaiah disdainfully. He seemed to have almost no chance of winning. After all, Esmond's cultivation was significantly higher than his own. A difference in cultivation stages could be deadly, so how could Isaiah win? In terms of cultivation, every additional day of practice could create an enormous disparity in strength, which wasn't an exaggeration at all. Esmond was highly skilled in secret techniques and martial arts, and even the elder of the Heavenly Wasteland sect, who was one cultivation stage higher, lost to him. Today is your death day, boy, Esmond said sternly, swinging his broadsword towards Isaiah. Isaiah executed a swift sword-drawing move, turning the world gray for a moment, with only a streak of cold light flashing. His sword clashed with the blood-red broadsword. A thunderous boom erupted instantly, the force of their weapons colliding and grinding against each other, generating intense sparks. Many of the Imperial Guards were thrown back by the overwhelming force. The lightning flashed continuously as both fought with all their might, trying to kill each other. Esmond's expression turned grim, not expecting Isaiah to be able to resist. Even his hand felt numb. How could this be? Wasn't Isaiah supposed to be one stage lower in cultivation? Esmond's eyes widened in shock as cracks appeared on his blood-red broadsword. For a moment, he was stunned. With several clashing sounds, the blood-red broadsword shattered instantly, and Esmond faced countless sword energies that nearly tore him apart. Isaiah's sword moved like the moon's brilliance in the sky, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, spreading coldness through their hearts. Ah! Esmond flew backward, injured by sword energy, the wounds on his body looking ghastly, barely resembling a complete human being, his hand almost severed. Isaiah panted slightly. That strike truly drained him. Esmond fell to the ground, covered in blood, looking at Isaiah with disbelief. This kid was too strong. How could Lord Esmond, wielding the blood-red broadsword, actually lose? He was defeated by just one strike of the sword? What kind of monster is that kid? Looks like the Blood Sky sect is going to end here. The Imperial Guards had just joined the Blood Sky sect, gaining a significant boost in strength, albeit at great cost, prepared to become the Dark Forces. But Isaiah's appearance completely disrupted this situation. All the priest guardians were dead, leaving only the priest. It seemed the Blood Sky sect would indeed be destroyed by Isaiah this time. Now it was very possible. Isaiah alone was more formidable than thousands of troops. Instantly, the Imperial Guards were cut down by his sword energy, many severely wounded, leaving only a few lightly injured. Take me to see the priest, Isaiah said from a high vantage point. The sword pointed at the neck of one of them, causing the person to tremble with fear. Isaiah and Adira continued forward. Why do you look so worried? Isaiah asked. That Esmond mentioned something strange, making me somewhat concerned, she replied. What's there to worry about? With me around, everything will be solved easily, Isaiah shrugged, not taking it seriously. He said even if you proceed, you might not be able to stop them. Adira shook her head, clearly hinting at something, her unease growing stronger. All will be over when the priest dies. Most of the people in the Imperial City will live, saving hundreds of thousands of lives, Isaiah said somberly, noting even children wouldn't be spared. Isaiah couldn't stand this, and the Blood Sky sect's priest had to die. We're at the rear palace. The priest is in that palace. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, noticing something odd. The entire city was dead and filled with blood, but this place was elegant and clean, as if he had walked into the wrong area. It seemed this priest had a cleanliness fetish, disliking the blood-red scene of the Blood Sky sect. Let's go, Isaiah said calmly. Adira swallowed hard, never expecting things to be so smooth, with all the priest's guardians losing to Isaiah. Achieving such results single-handedly was astonishing, almost unimaginable. Isaiah was akin to a deity, a result the Blood Sky sect probably never dreamed of. The three major sects of the Southern Xia Empire failed multiple times in attempting to eliminate them, but Isaiah alone penetrated deep inside, leaving only the priest of the Blood Sky sect behind. The empire might be saved. This place feels even stranger, Isaiah thought, sensing the priest must be performing some ritual. Was it to strengthen the Blood Sky sect members? That was a question. Or was the ritual to resurrect someone, restoring their power? Isaiah slowly approached. If you're scared, stay outside. I should come out soon, Isaiah suggested, though saying soon was rather exaggerated, and others might ridicule him for arrogance. After all, this was the priest of the Blood Sky sect. Setting aside the formidable martial arts and secret techniques, his strength was likely beyond ordinary levels. Still, don't be too careless. We've come this far. Let's enter together, Adira replied. Pushing open the rear palace doors, Isaiah saw a middle-aged man waiting for him. Are you the top genius of the heavenly sect, defeating the head disciple upon entry? Truly surprising, the man commented with some astonishment. More shocking was that Isaiah had killed numerous priests and guardians along the way, almost unbeatable. Chapter 435. You dare to mock me. Such power truly instills a hint of fear. Are you the high priest of the Blood Sky sect? Isaiah asked. Why don't you come forward and accept your fate? There were also many Imperial guards present, all surprised by such words. Since the high priest's appearance, regardless of their cultivation level, be it 3rd or 4th tier martial spirit, they had all lost to him. Too many from the 3 major sects of the Wasteland era had met their doom here. A mere child dared to speak so arrogantly, which left the Imperial guards feeling incredulous. However, Isaiah's arrival did indeed prove his strength. I'm not quite clear. What do you not understand, Adira? The high priest seemed happy to answer Adira's question. The capital city of the Southern Summer Empire is impregnable with its powerful barrier. How did you manage to get in? Adira asked. What dramatic changes have taken place in the Southern Summer Empire? Haha, Adira, you are indeed curious. If it couldn't be opened from the outside, it was naturally opened from the inside. Was there a betrayal? Adira asked, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, someone betrayed us. I am very unhappy that he became Carson. A loud voice echoed as a young man slowly walked over. The red veins on the man's face clearly indicated he had fallen and joined the Blood Sky sect. You're the second Prince Benicio? Adira exclaimed. Half of Benicio's face was blood red, making him look extremely terrifying, but his hideous appearance granted him extraordinary strength, and thus, he was willing to pay this price. Although I have joined the Blood Sky sect, I haven't lost myself, Benicio said grimly. With the capital city falling into enemy hands, what's the point of your betrayal? Humph. Once the Blood Sky sect rises, this capital will still belong to me. All of you are enemies and must die here. Benicio unsheathed his sword. Haha, with such strength, a mere traitor with trash-like power. Are you even capable of thinking? Isaiah mocked. The Imperial guards paled at Isaiah's audacity in mocking Benicio. Benicio's current strength was extraordinary. He had already reached the mid-tier 2nd stage martial spirit realm. Previously, he was only at the 9th tier martial venerable realm. Joining the Blood Sky sect allowed for such a significant breakthrough, an enticement no martial artist could resist. Boy, you dare mock me? Benicio's face darkened. And so, brain-dead prince, do you think you have much time left? The secret techniques of the Blood Sky sect will claim your life first, Isaiah said disdainfully. Isaiah, right? I'll take your life now. Even if you made it here, you're no match for me. I'm too lazy to move, but can still deal with you. You're too weak to be of any challenge. What? Being too lazy to even move yet still able to handle him? Didn't that sound overly confident? The Imperial guards watched Isaiah in surprise. Such an arrogant boy. How did he get here? It was truly perplexing. Could it be that Isaiah just had good luck? No matter how one looked at it, Isaiah seemed like a cocky brat who typically wouldn't have much strength. Yet, he had already made it to this rear palace. Himph, Isaiah. You'll regret this. Today, I will make you pay. I'm now at the mid-tier 2nd stage martial spirit realm. Benicio swung his sword immediately, a wave of red sword chi rushing towards Isaiah, who dodged swiftly. Why can't you block my sword chi, boy? Benicio sneered, having lost all reason and nearly going berserk. I said I'm too lazy to move against you, so I won't. Benicio, as the second prince, being underestimated by a mere child. How could he tolerate this? He would definitely make Isaiah pay in blood today. Benicio fiercely wielded his sharp sword, releasing waves of sword chi and leaving exaggerated sword marks, shocking the Imperial guards with such power. How about it, stinking boy? Can you only run away? Isaiah smiled faintly, not taking him seriously at all. Watch out for my sword. Benicio roared, attacking furiously. That boy only knows how to run away while boasting, some murmured. It's hard to believe how he got here. Now the second prince seems invincible, even rivaling the high priest. The Imperial guards jeered at Isaiah, wondering when he would meet his end. Benicio felt satisfied with his newfound strength. After such a huge breakthrough, he was exceptionally excited. Had he trained on his own, it would have taken years, or perhaps he'd remained stagnant. But with the Blood Sky sect's power, he soared forward dramatically. Boy, can you act more like a man? You're so strong yet can't hit me. Haha, you're garbage just as I said. Don't get too pleased, wretched boy. Benicio attacked frenziedly, but soon his speed and power diminished. Isaiah smiled lightly. With the Blood Sky sect's secret technique boosted strength, Benicio's martial cultivation couldn't last long. Why should he even bother moving himself? From the moment he saw Benicio, Isaiah knew this. Enough playing around. It's boring. Isaiah raised his hand, unleashing a red array. Suddenly, Benicio floated in the air, screaming as his blood essence drained away. Wah! Benicio shrieked, feeling all his Danteon essence dissipate. He crashed heavily to the ground, gritting his teeth, trembling all over. His power significantly weakened. He was now exceedingly feeble. Worthless, you call yourself the second prince? Isaiah scoffed. I told you before, the Blood Sky sect's secret technique grants nothing but weak power. Now you know, don't you? Benicio's face showed sheer reluctance as Isaiah kicked him aside, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground, unable to rise again. The Imperial guards were dumbfounded. In previous battles, Benicio had been incredibly formidable, almost unmatched by 3rd or 4th stage martial spirits. How did he lose to a mere child, without Isaiah even striking a blow? This was simply too incredible. If Isaiah had fought a fierce battle and barely won, it would have been acceptable. But Isaiah hadn't moved, merely dodging for a while and then winning? The Imperial guards were bewildered. What kind of monster was this kid, causing them unease? The second prince lost too absurdly. That boy is truly monstrous. Something feels off. The high priest will have to act personally next. The high priest rarely took action, but when he did, his elemental force would cause extraordinary changes. Chapter 436, I will never tolerate. The high priest seated at the center of the palace was also extremely surprised, not expecting Isaiah to be so formidable. He knew that Isaiah could use the power of the Blood Sky sect, but the proficiency with which he controlled it was astonishing. Most inconceivably, when Isaiah used the Blood Sky sect's power, there were no adverse changes to his body. Isaiah, you are indeed impressive. I look at you differently now. I have no idea how you managed to achieve this. The high priest said in an admiring tone. The members of the Imperial Guard trembled, knowing that if they were ordered to engage, it would be like walking into death itself. Don't waste time. Priest, you might as well kill yourself and get out of here quickly, Isaiah said impatiently. Your control over blood chi has reached the second realm, surprising me greatly. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're one of us from the Blood Sky sect. The priest slowly stood up, calm and composed. His cold smile seemed to try to see through Isaiah. Even if you are strong, many things cannot be changed by you. You cannot stop the Blood Sky sect. My plan has already succeeded. So what? Isaiah smiled but was genuinely concerned about the ritual the priest had summoned, wondering what its purpose was. Everything around felt abnormal. The priest then took out his weapon, a long-handled great saber, which reminded Isaiah of Esmond. The last person who used a great saber before me is already dead. Li, you're incredibly arrogant, the most audacious person I've ever seen. While you do have the means, I am still the Blood Sky sect's high priest, Xiuxian, and I won't let you have your way. Xiuxian's essence energy grew more terrifying, emitting a frightening aura that altered the environment around him. Adira raised her eyebrow. That person's cultivation is probably at the middle of the second realm of martial spirit. Let me explain. My current cultivation has skyrocketed because my dark blood great saber has already reached the peak of the second realm of martial spirit, while my blood chi mastery is at the late stage of the second realm. Xiuxian was enveloped in red essence energy, resembling a grim reaper. The Imperial Guards trembled in fear, completely overwhelmed by the sheer power emanating from the priest. It was clear that the priest had become even stronger. So how will that young man die? Isaiah couldn't possibly be Xiuxian's match. Xiuxian's cultivation was too high, peak second realm of martial spirit. The red essence energy around him distorted the surroundings, though within a small range, it was enough to terrify everyone. I don't need secret martial arts to deal with you anymore. You killed so many of my enforcers. I will never tolerate this, Xiuxian roared, clearly enraged. Adira's expression turned grim. Xiuxian was extremely angry at Isaiah's actions, radiating murderous intent. The Imperial Guards shuddered in fear, having never seen the priest so furious. He usually resembled Yama, the god of death. However, Isaiah had crossed Xiuxian's line. Xiuxian swung his great saber, delivering a powerful slash that sent a blade of energy streaking forward like a charging rhinoceros, overwhelming in momentum. Anything it touched would be obliterated instantly. Instead of dodging, Isaiah blocked it with his sword, being forced back by the powerful blade energy, even losing some strands of hair. Isaiah's hand bled slightly, clearly showing Xiuxian's strength surpassed his. Indeed, that young man is doomed. The priest's power is terrifying. Moreover, the priest is so angry, he definitely won't let Isaiah off. Several of the Blood Sky sect's top fighters died at Isaiah's hands. The priest will surely make up for the losses. The Imperial Guards looked at Isaiah sympathetically, as if he were already dead. The priest's power was always frightening. Isaiah would be torn to pieces. Isaiah. Adira frowned. This situation was difficult indeed. Isaiah was clearly outmatched by Xiuxian. The swings of the great saber were immensely powerful, leaving marks all over the hall. You weren't so cocky just now, weren't you? Why aren't you retaliating now? Xiuxian taunted. Just making you happy for a moment. Isaiah replied with a faint smile. Clang. Master observed Xiuxian's increase in strength, triggering 100 times insight, gaining 1000 times 1000 experience. Clang. Master's cultivation temporarily reached the peak of the second realm of martial spirit, with blood chi mastery at the late stage of the second realm. Isaiah's eyes flashed dangerously, filled with essence energy and power. You dare glare at me? Not only do I dare glare at you, but I dare kill you now. What? Xiuxian looked puzzled as Isaiah suddenly delivered a powerful strike, reacting without hesitation. The great saber clashed against Isaiah's sword. Clang. A loud metallic sound rang out as the two forces collided, causing a shockwave that produced flashes of electricity. Xiuxian's expression hardened. What was happening? This young man's strength had suddenly become so powerful? Just moments ago, Isaiah's sword had been inferior to his own, yet now it was a different story altogether. Xiuxian's hands went numb, and the blinding lightning from the immense clash stunned everyone. Damn it, what happened? His cultivation should not surpass mine. Xiuxian realized something was wrong. It was as if Isaiah had suddenly transformed into someone else. Indeed, Isaiah seems less disadvantaged now, Adira noted, seeing a glimmer of hope. I don't have time to play. I will eliminate the Blood Sky sect entirely. Isaiah shouted angrily, his sword strikes fierce and relentless, chopping wildly at the great saber. A few deafening clangs echoed as Xiuxian gritted his teeth. He suddenly felt that the other party's blood chi mastery was actually higher than his own. How did Isaiah achieve such a level of insight? Without guidance, it was impossible to reach this level. Now, both their martial cultivation was on par, but Xiuxian held no advantage. Damn, did my enforcers lose this way too? Did this young man never reveal his full strength from the start? Xiuxian felt a chill run down his spine. Isaiah's sword attacks were unstoppable, almost impossible to defend against. Each swing of the great saber sent tremors through his hands, numbing them. Damned brat, heavenly blood slash. Xiuxian roared, reaching a state of near madness. He couldn't let a mere youth humiliate him like this. It was too shameful. Isaiah executed the sword drawing technique. After their stalemate, they both prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 437. Still not dead after this. Alberic wielded the large saber with both hands and swung it down, determined to kill Virgil once and for all. The force of their blades clashed again, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. The air around them crackled with energy. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook. This was not human strength. This was godlike power. The royal guard stared in horror. Why had Virgil, who was at a disadvantage just moments ago, suddenly become on par with Alberic? Arg! Alberic roared, gathering immense power in his hands, trying to slash Virgil to death. Virgil's sword met the large saber with such force that they resembled two dragons fighting, sparking blinding light. You're no match for me. Even if you are the high priest, I will still slay you. You can't stop me. My plan has succeeded. You can only regret now. A burst of light enveloped everything, making it impossible to see what was happening. After the violent shaking subsided and the elemental energy gradually faded, everyone anxiously looked to see who had won. The royal guards gaped in shock, as if they were seeing a ghost. A horrifying scene lay before them. The high priest's large saber was shattered, leaving only a long hilt. The high priest lay amidst a pool of blood, his body covered in wounds from slashes. Alberic seemed almost torn apart. What kind of blade could cause such injuries? How is this possible? I actually lost to a mere boy, the high priest gritted through clenched teeth. Can it be? The high priest lost? Am I dreaming? So many strong Blood Sky sect members, defeated by one young man? Too shocking. He has fought his way through every challenge and won every time. The royal guards were astounded. They had witnessed the formidable power of the Blood Sky sect's elites. Their strength was undeniable. But now, everything had changed. Virgil alone had stormed the imperial palace and left the Blood Sky sect's elite completely decimated. How could this youth be so extraordinary? It was indescribable. He was perhaps the most unstoppable person ever. Humph. Virgil looked down at Alberic, finally breathing a sigh of relief. All this was finally over. The Blood Sky sect's plan to seize the Southern Xia imperial family was now coming to an end. I never thought I would lose so thoroughly. Alberic had experienced countless battles, but never like today. This defeat was humiliating. After only a brief stalemate with Virgil, he was defeated with a single sword strike, the disparity in strength astonishing even to him. Can it be true? Virgil actually defeated the high priest. Everything went so well, Adela sighed in relief. She had initially doubted Virgil, but now she found it hard to believe. Virgil really accomplished this. It felt like a dream. Virgil glanced around, sensing something amiss. The capital hadn't returned to normal. The massive blood sphere still lingered. That blood sphere must be part of a ritual. What is the purpose of your terrifying ceremony? Virgil asked curiously. The boy has sharp eyes. Alberic coughed. I told you my plan succeeded. The ritual is already complete. Virgil's face darkened. He realized too late. It's too late for anything you do now. My ritual has successfully turned her into the Crimson Empress. Despite his injuries, Alberic stood up, clutching his chest. What do you mean? Who is she? Virgil felt a chill run down his spine. He had an ominous feeling, and Adela also realized something. Earlier, the high priest had hinted at something when talking about how Virgil couldn't stop the Blood Sky sect due to certain reasons. No way. Virgil had already guessed. I didn't expect to lose to you. Initially, the best candidate was from the Southern Xia imperial family, but then I discovered someone with an even better constitution. Alberic wiped the blood from his mouth. Virgil's expression remained calm, but his eyes were cold. When I saw her, I knew immediately. A woman brought back by a prince. Ha, ha. It turns out she has some connection with you, Virgil. You investigated me. Alberic sneered. From the moment you defeated the Blood King, the Blood Sky sect considered you a formidable opponent and naturally took you seriously. Now you understand. We welcome our Crimson Empress. Virgil looked up. A hole appeared in the ceiling, and a red figure descended gracefully. She was slender, exquisitely beautiful, with a crimson mark on her forehead and rose-red lips and eyes. Her presence radiated supreme power. Asia. Virgil was taken aback, unable to imagine that the Blood Sky sect had transformed her like this. Asia wore an expressionless face, seemingly unfamiliar with Virgil, her icy demeanor distant and unfriendly. The atmosphere grew tense. Virgil swallowed hard, feeling at a loss. He had come here to bring her back, but now Asia had become the Blood Sky sect's empress. The terrifying energy within her was on another level compared to Virgil. Virgil raised an eyebrow and extended his hand, intending to remove the blood energy from Asia's body. Perhaps this would restore her to her original self. Asia, however, was in a demonized state. Her eyes, like glass, lacked any emotion. What are you doing? Asia asked icily. I'm helping you return to normal. Humph. If you remove the demonized blood energy from me, what would happen? Asia waved her hand effortlessly. Reacting quickly, Virgil released a blade of energy. Given her immense power, he exerted all his strength in that strike. However, Asia's power was overwhelming. With just a wave of her hand, the demonic energy surged, neutralizing Virgil's blade instantly. He was flung dozens of feet away, his body crashing against the ground. Blood seeped through his robe, and he struggled to stand. Virgil raised an eyebrow, staring at Asia. What kind of energy was this? Its power was unimaginable. This is the power of the Crimson Empress. She is now at the first stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Everyone present stared wide-eyed. The Martial Emperor realm. That was the fifth major cultivation stage. Pale-faced, they understood why Asia's energy was unstoppable. Alberic frowned. Why hadn't that blast of energy killed Virgil? It only severely injured him. Chapter 438. Won't survive till tomorrow. Isaiah's injuries were worsening. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The Wu Emperor realm was too terrifying. It was a huge gap, and it wouldn't be so easy to make up for it. Isaiah, You will die today. Amber treated Isaiah as an enemy. Isaiah barely stood there, his face pale but still managed to smile. Fairy Empress kills him, xiuxian said with a smile. Are you giving me orders? Amber asked condescendingly. No, I dare not. Xiuxian's face darkened. He hadn't expected this Empress to already be completely out of his control upon her arrival. Isaiah didn't even have the strength to pick up his sword. Was this the power of the Wu Emperor realm? Isaiah was slightly shocked. He was utterly defenseless and not worried about dying, but rather awestruck by the incredible power of the Wu Emperor realm. Excellent. Now Isaiah would be dead soon. Xiuxian smirked arrogantly. In this situation, what could Isaiah do? He had no chance against Amber. Isaiah, you're going to die right now? Xiuxian smiled again. Heh, it's just death. Kill me, then I won't be a stumbling block for you anymore. If you can't kill me, Blood Sky Sect will surely regret it, Isaiah said calmly. Amber kept staring at Isaiah with murderous intent. Stop. Adira stepped in front, not wanting Isaiah to die here. Move or you'll die with him. Amber gathered energy in her hands, ready to strike. Wait, Fairy Empress, killing her right now will be disastrous for us, Xiuxian quickly pleaded. Amber wasn't bothered. Why does she annoy me? She was determined to attack. Adira, move. Don't worry, I won't die here. Humph, on what grounds do you say that? Do you think I can't kill you? Amber's voice was icy. The opponent was a Wu Emperor realm cultivator, whose ethereal energy was becoming increasingly terrifying. The kid is still talking like that at this moment, someone muttered. I think he's done for today. That's Wu Emperor realm strength. Can't believe how strong this Empress is. The Imperial guards were stunned, watching Amber in shock. Her red dress made everyone shudder. You two will die together, Amber declared condescendingly. The ethereal energy in her hands began to distort the surroundings. A deafening explosion sounded. Xiuxian couldn't help but laugh aloud. This great enemy of Blood Sky Sect was finally dead. Everything would end soon. Xiuxian smiled smugly, thinking nobody could stop Blood Sky Sect anymore. Xiuxian stood up. After the explosion cleared, his face turned pale. What? The kid is still alive? Xiuxian's eyes widened. How did Isaiah withstand Amber's fierce attack? It was unbelievable. Xiuxian's face darkened. Could Isaiah actually defeat Amber? This Amber was at the Wu Emperor realm. It was impossible for Isaiah to win. Why didn't the previous attack kill him? Fairy Empress, what happened? Why is he still alive? I didn't attack him. Amber's voice was cold. Xiuxian wanted to ask more but dared not. She was his superior now, and he couldn't question her freely. What followed puzzled Xiuxian even more. Amber simply walked past Isaiah. Not only was Adira unharmed, but Isaiah was also fine. If you don't kill me, you'll regret it, Isaiah asserted. Amber glanced at Isaiah, ignoring him completely. At this point, Isaiah's bold words seemed incredibly daring. Everyone present gulped, astonished by his defiance. Isaiah was severely injured. What gave him the audacity to provoke Amber? He had experienced the might of the Wu Emperor realm. Surviving was merely due to luck. Why didn't she kill Isaiah? What was happening? Xiuxian swallowed hard but didn't dare speak. Why didn't you kill Isaiah? Xiuxian asked. Are you doubting my strength? Amber questioned. Empress, I dare not. With my Wu Emperor realm strength, the ethereal energy will slowly take his life. Even if he's very lucky, he won't survive till tomorrow. After leaving the palace, Amber gazed at the sky with a peculiar expression, gradually floating upward. Xiuxian looked back. Isaiah was kneeling on the ground. The ethereal energy inside him would destroy him from within, and what Amber said should be true. Isaiah soon fainted. After an unknown period, sunlight shone on Isaiah's face. He opened his eyes, feeling pain all over. Are you all right? Adira held Isaiah's hand. Yeah, I'm fine, Isaiah said as he stood up, walking out of the palace. His expression changed. Unexpectedly, he could still see the blue sky and white clouds. Nancha's capital city had returned to normal. The vast expanse of blue sky no longer smelled of blood. The oppressive blood sphere had disappeared. The people of Blood Sky Sect left? Isaiah asked. They did. Everything returned to normal after Amber left. Isaiah laughed bitterly, shaking his head. If he had been stronger, perhaps he could have saved her. Next time, I'll definitely bring her back. His injuries were severe. Recovery was extremely difficult without proper assistance. Given the Wu Emperor realm strength and the ethereal energy's immense destructive power, Isaiah felt damage to his dantian. If not treated properly, the consequences could be grave. A leaking dantian would cause Isaiah's cultivation to regress continuously. Adira's eyes filled with worry. Previously, she had heard Amber's words. With serious injuries from Wu Emperor realm strength, Isaiah wouldn't survive till tomorrow. Is that what she said? Isaiah raised an eyebrow, coughing a few times. His condition was indeed dire. Was what she said true? Her attack was quite severe. Adira supported Isaiah. Isaiah clutched his chest, his face turning black. If I can refine a 5th grade pill before tomorrow, it might save my life. Amber's words weren't necessarily false. Without finding a way, he might really pass away. Chapter 439. So easily enter. Time was extremely scarce. The only thing Adira could do was to prepare the medicinal herbs for Isaiah, trying her best to offer help. Adira, as a manager of a merchant guild, could still assist with gathering the herbs. After the Blood Sky Sect people left, most of the Imperial City's population had been killed, leaving only half alive. The Southern Xiao royal family swiftly took full control. Both the first and second princes were dead, the third prince was too young, so naturally, the Prime Minister xiuxian took charge. The first task the royal family wanted to carry out wasn't saving the citizens in the Imperial City but gathering the army, seemingly to consolidate power and protect the royal family's treasures, avoiding any looting during the chaos. Prime Minister xiuxian was not a direct descendant of the royal family but a secondary child who endured all kinds of bullying since childhood. Upon gaining power, he turned out to be very paranoid, viewing everyone as an enemy. It was said that several direct descendants of the South family had been harmed by him. Adira didn't have a good impression of this treacherous man who sought power at all costs, ignoring the needs of the common people and being profit-driven. The middle class and nobles bribed him with millions of gold coins. With such a prime minister in power, the Southern Xia Empire was concerning. However, this wasn't the time for Adira to worry. She had already instructed people to prepare the herbs. As the president of the Bright Moon Merchant Guild, she still held some status in the Southern Xia royal family, granted a remote palace without any attendants. It was midnight now. After the Blood Sky sect people left, the imperial city returned to normal. Adira shook her head, feeling disappointed that the royal family cared more about their own interests than the lives of the citizens. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Despite her displeasure, Adira opened it. I didn't expect the prime minister would have the time to visit here, Adira said in surprise. xiuxian had arrived, with the neatly lined up imperial guard behind him. Everything looked intimidating. His arrival clearly bore no good intentions. Now I'm at least the acting ruler, and you show me such disrespect, said xiuxian, a middle-aged man with white streaks in his hair, seeming to be a martial artist. My apologies. The imperial guard swallowed hard, finding it odd. Prime Minister xiuxian had plenty on his plate. Why did he come here? I didn't come to see you. I came to see Isaiah. xiuxian's eyes sparkled as he asked. Though Adira wanted to refuse, xiuxian wouldn't listen. He is severely injured. Please don't disturb him for too long. Injured by the Blood Sky sect? In that case, he's as good as dead. No one can survive after being hurt by them. I think he should leave the city. xiuxian shook his head. Absolutely not. Isaiah doesn't have much time. He can't leave the city now. Why can't he? I said he must leave, and my men will force him out. If you don't cooperate, go with him. xiuxian raised an eyebrow. If it weren't for Isaiah, you would all be dead. He saved the Southern Xia Empire. xiuxian fell silent, then burst into laughter. Haha, are you joking? A kid saving the Southern Xia Imperial City? Did he defeat the Blood Sky sect alone? This sounded utterly ridiculous and unbelievable. When the Blood Sky sect attacked, the Imperial City was nearly caught off guard, falling in just one day. Did the Southern Xia Imperial City lack strong warriors? But they did nothing against the Blood Sky sect, whose strength was unstoppable. How could a kid be the savior? Indeed, Isaiah defeated xiuxian, and the token that fell from xiuxian's body is still in my hands, Adira replied, picking up what she found earlier. Seeing the token, xiuxian hesitated. His cold smile remained. True, the Blood Sky sect couldn't have left on their own accord. Perhaps Isaiah did defeat them. You know that already, don't you? Otherwise, why would you visit Isaiah? Adira sharply asked. No matter what, Isaiah is gravely injured and unlikely to survive. With his weak aura, I want him gone from here, xiuxian coldly replied. You actually, isn't that kicking a man when he's down? Haha, I didn't send anyone to forcefully drive him away. Now, please leave. Don't make my men do it. xiuxian was getting angry. At the very least, he saved the Imperial City. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're also forcing him out while he's injured, Adira protested. This was a harsh reality. Isaiah almost risked his life to save the Imperial City and got nothing in return. Now, he faced rejection. This was unjust. xiuxian threw a bag of gold coins, a few hundred coins as a reward for him. If he's still here tomorrow, don't blame my men if they act. xiuxian quickly left. Adira looked gloomy. Tonight was Isaiah's last chance. If forced out of the city, without herbs and a place to refine elixirs, his chances of survival were even slimmer. Once they were gone, Isaiah slowly emerged. His face was pale, but he pretended to remain calm. Isaiah, I apologize. I found something worse. What is it? 5th grade elixirs won't save me. I might need a 6th grade elixir. Isaiah shook his head. The phantom essence had created a breach in Isaiah's dantian. If this persisted, even if he survived, his cultivation would regress, leading to a fate worse than death. According to Isaiah's knowledge, only a 6th grade elixir could possibly save him. Do you have a 6th grade recipe? We don't even have the ingredients. This is terrible. Adira's face turned pale. It was indeed a daunting issue. Isaiah had neither a 6th grade recipe nor the ingredients. There's always a way. For now, I can still move. By tomorrow noon or afternoon, even moving will be difficult. Isaiah remained unruffled. No one knew if this was pretense or internal collapse. To Isaiah, this was a life and death matter. If not resolved, his entire life would be over. Do you already have a plan? Adira asked. We need to go to the royal family's treasure pavilion. What? That's your plan? Adira was shocked. Clearly, it wasn't a good one. The treasure pavilion of the Southern Xia royal family was heavily fortified, virtually impossible to enter except for royals or those with keys. Adira doubted it was feasible. If Isaiah placed hope in this, he'd be greatly disappointed. Could Isaiah really enter so easily? Translation completed. The story and logic remain coherent with the previous content, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 440. Are you afraid? You won't be able to get in, believe me. The Nanxia Imperial family's treasure hall has the sturdiest doors, made from specially manufactured Vajra metal that cannot be broken no matter how much force you apply. I have to go there. Otherwise, I can't think of any other solution. There must be the medicinal ingredients and prescriptions I need within the royal family. This was a bold plan, and Adira could not think of any other methods. All right, I will take you to the Imperial treasure hall. Adira nodded. Isaiah walked slowly, not looking like someone who was injured at all. If anyone else were wounded by a martial Emperor realm practitioner, they would likely just wait for death. Is this the royal treasure hall? Isaiah raised an eyebrow, looking at the massive palace before him. Can you really open the door? Adira asked. Even though the palace was unguarded, the specially manufactured Vajra doors were very secure. Even people from the Blood Heaven sect couldn't enter. Isaiah smiled faintly. There should be good things inside. I already feel that energy. Such a strong aura. The grade of the medicinal herbs would definitely not be low. He had once seen a 6th grade herb and consumed it, a ginseng-type herb. Standing before the large gate, even its keyhole was unique, and it was exceptionally sturdy. Try opening it, but if you do, the alert sound will trigger, attracting guards, Adira worriedly said. Not with my method. Isaiah closed his eyes and used his primordial energy to explore. His hands trembled slightly due to the injury to his dantian. Amber's blow had been ruthless indeed. How do you plan on opening the door barehanded? That's practically impossible. Adira had initially thought Isaiah might have a key, but now it didn't seem so. Without a key, the Vudra door was impossible to open. But Isaiah remained confident, showing no worry. Controlling his primordial energy was difficult, especially after being injured. Entering the door and exploring without touching any triggers was extremely challenging. If he hadn't been injured, Isaiah could have opened the door much faster, but now it would take longer. Opening this door barehanded is indeed too difficult. Adira knew it would be like this. Without saying anything, Isaiah heard a click as the Vajra door opened. Adira's eyes widened in shock. How did he manage to open the imperial door of Nanxia without keys? If others saw this, they would be utterly amazed. Knowing how hard it was to breach the Nanxia Empire's protection, even a martial spirit realm expert could not damage it. Yet Isaiah opened it with just a little time. Do you want to come in? Isaiah asked. Adira walked in. You're truly amazing. With your skills, you'd make a formidable thief. Facing the plethora of items in front of her, Adira marveled, realizing there were over 1,000 types of medicinal herbs visible alone. To find a 6th grade herb won't be easy, she mused aloud. Isaiah disagreed. He had a special sensing ability. The 6th grade herb's aura attracted him. Following the scent shouldn't be too difficult. If you're looking for 6th grade herbs, are you planning to refine 6th grade pills? Adira asked. Isaiah nodded, searching for rare and precious ingredients. Shouldn't you not be a 6th grade alchemist yet? Can you really refine 6th grade pills? Adira curiously inquired. Probably no problem. If I can't refine them, it'll be troublesome for me. Finding a 6th grade herb in such a vast place wouldn't be simple. Just searching here could take 2 or 3 days. Adira tried to help as much as possible. Isaiah walked confidently towards a specific spot. Is this a 6th grade herb? Isaiah exclaimed. What are you talking about? There's nothing special here. Adira looked around, finding nothing remarkable. In front of them was a circular stone pillar, slightly smaller than the others when examined closely. Isaiah took out a sword and used his sword chi to break the surface of the pillar. Inside was something resembling a tree stump, shining brightly, definitely not ordinary. You can see this. Adira stared blankly at the object. It looked like a tree stump. This is a 6th grade herb, the Heavenly Dawn Tree. Isaiah's eyes gleamed. Having this ingredient would greatly aid him. Isaiah took the Heavenly Dawn Tree and stored it in his sword space. Moments later, he felt something was amiss. What's beneath the Heavenly Dawn Tree? Isaiah wondered aloud. There was a talisman underneath, radiating immense sealing power. Bang! The palace shook violently. What happened? Did we touch a mechanism? Adira questioned. No, not that. Isaiah shook his head. After removing the Heavenly Dawn Tree, he saw a circle of light spreading in all directions. Seeing the anomaly, Isaiah couldn't care less. He wasn't putting the tree back. What happened just now? Adira asked. Taking the Heavenly Dawn Tree probably caused quite a stir. Let's leave this place first. Isaiah collected several 4th and 5th grade herbs before planning to leave. Suddenly, synchronized footsteps echoed nearby. Isaiah glanced up to see the Imperial Guards approaching. The leading man was a general, glaring coldly at Isaiah. Who would have thought rats would enter the treasure hall? The leading man coldly remarked. Adira's face fell. A fight between Isaiah and many enemies would put him at a disadvantage, and what would happen next was uncertain. Damn it, how were they discovered? Could it be because of the earlier tremor? Everything became unpredictable. The atmosphere grew heavy. With his severe injuries, Isaiah couldn't engage in another battle. Fighting now, with his damaged dantian, would worsen his condition. He remained calm and composed, not panicking. Why aren't you speaking? Haha, are you afraid? Take him away, the leader commanded. Chapter 441. On what basis? Wait, what else do you have to say, boy? Do you think we could come in without permission? The leading man paused for a moment. Indeed, it would be impossible to enter here without the royal family's approval. Who gave you permission? Why don't you ask yourself? The higher-ups forbid me from saying, Isaiah said confidently. The general remained silent for a while, considering Isaiah's words. They weren't without reason. Nevertheless, we still need to search you to ensure you haven't taken anything. We came this time to confirm that a certain herb is safe and sound, Isaiah responded. Adira quickly chimed in, yes, you can search us, we haven't taken anything. The general personally approached them, inspected them briefly, and only searched Isaiah. I'm sorry if I offended you. Do you know what caused that shaking just now? I'm not sure. It might have something to do with Blood Sky Sect, Isaiah replied. Alright, we'll check again. Isaiah and Adira left smoothly. If they had fought earlier, it wouldn't have been advantageous for him, as using Yuan Qi right now wouldn't be good for his dantian's recovery. You really have guts. I was worried we'd have to fight just now, Adira remarked. If we can avoid fighting, let's. But I am a bit concerned. Isaiah thought about the spell beneath the Tianming tree. It seemed like a high-grade spell, far from simple. Moreover, after the spell dropped, there was a significant tremor. Isaiah had already guessed what it was. He looked back at the Baibao pavilion below, lost in thought. He wore a blank expression, unsure of what to say. Let's find a place to refine some pills. Isaiah didn't have an alchemy furnace on him. Otherwise, he could have returned to the sleeping palace to refine. We can only go to the royal medicine pavilion. Only there will we find the necessary alchemy furnaces. Isaiah nodded. Adira arranged for a carriage, and they slowly headed toward the royal medicine pavilion. They arrived at the royal medicine pavilion soon, where many alchemists were gathered. The Southern Xia imperial family had many senior figures severely injured, requiring medicinal pills. Thus, these alchemists were working tirelessly. Saving important figures would certainly result in generous rewards. Many alchemists were overwhelmed, including a few 4th-rank alchemists and one 5th-rank alchemist. They were giving numerous orders to their subordinates. Isaiah's arrival immediately caused dissatisfaction among all the alchemists. They were older, and seeing a young boy suddenly appear naturally irked them. "What's a brat doing here? Are you a new attendant? Hurry up and come help me," a white-haired alchemist called out. Isaiah ignored him. The white-haired alchemist immediately grew angry. How could he tolerate being ignored like this, especially given his position? "Boy, are you talking to me? You believe I can have you thrown out?" the white-haired alchemist complained. This drew attention from everyone around. People began whispering. "The white-haired alchemist, Hatcher, is the head of medicine. He's notoriously difficult to deal with," someone muttered. "That new boy looks like he's in for trouble. Not getting along with Hatcher means you won't last here." Many felt pity for Isaiah. His attitude, showing such disdain for Hatcher, would surely lead to trouble. "You can try," Isaiah retorted coldly. Hatcher was taken aback. As the royal family's head of medicine, he always had the final word, and most people bowed to him and tried to please him. Why would this insolent boy dare disrespect him? Hatcher glared coldly at Isaiah. "Are you not an attendant? If you are, I'll have your legs broken today," Hatcher threatened, intending to set an example by injuring Isaiah. "Haha, I'm a 5th-rank alchemist." Isaiah's voice carried across the hall. Suddenly, the hall became deathly quiet. Everyone's expressions shifted from surprise to laughter. "Ha ha ha." The laughter was mocking. Many laughed heartily. "Huh, boy, you said you're a 5th-rank alchemist?" Hatcher had never heard a funnier joke. A young boy boasting like that was laughable. Even if Isaiah exaggerated, he should have chosen something more believable. Claiming to be a 5th-rank alchemist was simply absurd. "Boy, stop acting tough. If you're a 5th-rank alchemist, I must be a 6th-rank, Hatcher sneered. Isaiah smiled faintly. "I don't care where you come from. Get out now, or you'll regret it." "Not just anyone can come here," Hatcher pointed at Isaiah and scolded. "And if I don't leave, what can you do?" Isaiah asked disdainfully. "Himph, if you don't leave, I'll call others." "I doubt you have the authority to kick out a 5th-rank alchemist." Isaiah took out his badge. The badge of a 5th-rank alchemist shone brilliantly, causing everyone to look in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. What was happening? Everyone stared with wide eyes at Isaiah's badge, confirming it was indeed a 5th-rank alchemist's badge. Hatcher also stared, wide-eyed. There was only one 5th-rank alchemist in the entire hall, and he knew the badge by heart. Why did Isaiah have a 5th-rank alchemist's badge? Hatcher broke out in a cold sweat, unable to comprehend the situation. "You're just a supervisor. Only the chief elder has the authority to expel me," Isaiah said coldly. Hatcher swallowed hard, feeling immensely displeased. For someone so young to be a 5th-rank alchemist, what kind of joke was this? There hadn't been such a young 5th-rank alchemist in the entire Southern Xia Empire. Achieving 5th rank was extremely difficult. Many 4th-rank alchemists spent their entire lives stuck at this bottleneck. Isaiah was only 18 years old and already a 5th-rank alchemist. How could other alchemists face this? Despite seeing Isaiah's badge, Hatcher still didn't fully believe it. "HMPF, it must be fake. Who would believe you're a 5th-rank alchemist at your age? Unless you can refine a 5th-rank pill," Hatcher protested. Isaiah shook his head. "On what basis?" Chapter 442. Actually refining a 6th-rank pill. "You see, the boy is too scared to do it. I knew you were a fake. You're too afraid to refine pills when asked, right?" "Hee hee. I'm a ranked 5th-rank alchemy master. Would I just do it because you asked me?" Isaiah said with disdain. "You really know how to talk your way out, huh?" Hatcher looked down on Isaiah contemptuously and thought he must be an imposter. After all, how could someone so young be a 5th-rank alchemy master? "So, kid, what will make you willing to refine pills and show us your skills? How about this? If I succeed in refining them, you kneel and apologize to me." Isaiah stared at Hatcher. "Kid, you want to humiliate me? What if you fail?" "If I fail, I'll kneel and apologize." Hatcher shook his head. He immediately took out a sharp sword. Not only does the loser kneel and apologize, but they also have to cut off their finger. Let's see if you still dare to brag. Everyone was taken aback by this statement, thinking it was too harsh. But this was typical of Hatcher, who always enjoyed bullying others. However, no one dared to speak up. "This is your choice, don't regret it later," Isaiah reminded him. "Hee kid, don't talk big now. The loser will surely be you." Hatcher crossed his arms and said dismissively, "Fine, since you chose to bet, don't blame me. Why are you pretending? If you can't refine the pill, you're as good as dead." Hatcher looked at Isaiah disdainfully. He had seen many young people like Isaiah. He might be a real alchemist, but probably only a 2nd-rank one. How could he be a 5th-rank alchemy master? No matter how much time he was given, he couldn't possibly refine a 5th-rank pill. "Get your own ingredients. We won't provide them for free." Isaiah didn't say anything. He brought out his treasured herbs. "This boy actually has such rare herbs. I can't believe it. Look at that. Is that a 5th-rank herb? It's very special. Probably not just a 5th-rank herb. Maybe it's a 6th-rank one?" Suddenly, everyone was surprised. They hadn't expected Isaiah to have 6th-rank herbs, which was indeed shocking. Just because he brought out a 6th-rank herb, does he even have the recipe for a 6th-rank pill? Hee hee. If he can't even refine a 5th-rank pill, let alone a 6th-rank one, he's wasting these precious herbs, Hatcher sneered, feeling quite envious deep down. "Kid, don't tell me you're going to refine a 6th-rank pill?" Hatcher mocked. "Nonsense. Why would I bring out a 6th-rank herb if I wasn't going to refine a 6th-rank pill?" Isaiah asked. Hatcher laughed mockingly, almost hysterically. He felt that either he or this kid was crazy. Isaiah claimed he could do something impossible. How could a 6th-rank pill be possible? Probably no one in the Southern Xia Empire could refine one. Perhaps only the 3 great sects of the Heavenly Wasteland could achieve it. But what merit or virtue did this kid have? His bravado was outrageous. "Very well, I'll wait and see if you can pull it off," Hatcher taunted. Today was made amusing by this boy Isaiah. But the fact that this kid had such precious herbs was unexpected. Just the herbs alone were priceless. There might not be another 6th rank herb in the entire imperial city. Adira was surprised. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Isaiah. He seemed to lack the recipe for a 6th rank pill. How could he refine a 6th rank pill without the recipe? If he failed this time, Isaiah might never recover. Isaiah, do you have the recipe for a 6th rank pill? Adira asked. No, but with the knowledge in my mind, I should be able to infer and refine a 6th rank pill using my expertise, Isaiah smiled and said. Isaiah's mind held extensive pharmaceutical knowledge. Though he didn't have a complete recipe for a 6th rank pill, he had half of it. So, he needed to rely on his knowledge to deduce the rest. With the known half recipe, he needed to infer the other half and ensure no herbs conflicted while maintaining maximum efficacy. Almost no one could do this. As long as he didn't fail in the end and managed to refine the pill, it would be fine. Isaiah thought this way, but it was extremely difficult, as any wrong herb would cause failure. 6th rank herbs were priceless treasures, costing millions of gold coins each and often unattainable. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Any alchemist with common sense thought Isaiah's plan was absurd. Inferring and refining even a 4th rank pill without a recipe was hard enough, let alone a 6th rank pill. Without the recipe, it was absolutely impossible. The alchemists present sneered and looked at Isaiah mockingly, believing he would definitely fail. Ignoring their ridicule, Isaiah began preparing the herbs, ready to refine the pill. Though Hatcher disliked Isaiah, some appreciated his boldness, especially his audacious attempt to refine a 6th rank pill at such a young age. A 5th rank alchemy master provided Isaiah with a special pill furnace and a large refining area. Since this involved refining a 6th rank pill, if there was an explosion, it wouldn't harm others. Without a recipe, relying solely on alchemical knowledge was very dangerous. If the 6th rank herb failed and exploded, it could destroy the palace. Isaiah's pill refining stone platform was made of diamond. This special refining area hadn't been used in a long time. Now Isaiah was refining a 6th rank pill here. Usually it was used for 5th rank pills. Everyone had serious expressions as Isaiah seriously prepared to refine a 6th rank pill. Through Isaiah's expert cleaning and sorting of the herbs, everyone admitted he surpassed many of them. They were somewhat surprised. Isaiah didn't seem to be joking but genuinely planned to refine a 6th rank pill. Seeing Isaiah's confident face, success didn't seem impossible. Hatcher raised his eyebrows, increasingly suspicious that this kid wasn't normal. Could he really refine a 6th rank pill? Isaiah's refinement of the 6th rank pill went smoothly, almost flawlessly. Most importantly, the pill furnace remained stable with no issues. Everyone marveled. To have such alchemy skill at 18 years old was extraordinary. Hashtag chapter 443, all dumbfounded. When Isaiah placed the 6th grade medicinal ingredient, the heavenly dawn tree, into the furnace, everyone held their breath. Such precious herbs were being used in this attempt. If it failed, it would truly be a waste. The faces of the alchemists present were stern. Isaiah had already been working on the 6th grade elixir for half an hour. What if something went wrong? Isaiah had put all the ingredients in, and the flames within the furnace were raging fiercely. Alchemists only get one chance to refine an elixir. Will he succeed? If he succeeds, what does that make us? We'd be outshined. Yeah, that kid probably won't succeed. Many people felt uneasy inside. Some didn't want Isaiah to succeed, while others just wanted to see the spectacle. If Isaiah succeeded, his alchemy skills would surpass everyone here, leaving the other alchemists embarrassed. The furnace started to become unstable, causing many to gloat, especially Evander, who smirked faintly. This kid might have talent, but going against me will lead to his downfall, thought Evander as he squinted his eyes. The furnace is unstable. The ingredients must be conflicting. This way, even if he succeeds in the end, the elixir's efficacy will be significantly reduced. He's ultimately going to fail. Everyone shook their heads, some gloated at his misfortune, ready to watch the drama unfold. If the furnace exploded, Isaiah would likely meet his end. After all, those were 6th grade ingredients. Mishandling them could unleash an immense surge of essence energy. The explosion might kill or cripple him. 5th and 6th grade herbs were like bombs sometimes. Few dared attempt without significant confidence. The furnace creaked ominously. Everything became unstable, yet Isaiah remained calm and composed, as if nothing was amiss. This kid is quite amusing. Doesn't he know he's about to fail? Evander sipped his tea, feeling amused. There was no need for Isaiah to kneel or cut off his fingers. The exploding furnace would take care of him. The furnace creaked louder, turning crimson, prompting people to retreat, sensing imminent danger. Despite protective measures, safety wasn't guaranteed. Adira frowned in worry. She could only wait helplessly. Isaiah worked calmly and meticulously for over an hour. Why hasn't it exploded yet? I haven't smelled any burnt odor either. This is strange. Isaiah continued refining without showing any signs of panic. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, causing everyone to panic, thinking the furnace had exploded. Haha, it blew up. I knew that kid wouldn't succeed, exclaimed Evander triumphantly. However, when he looked closely, the furnace was intact, emitting golden light. Everyone was dumbstruck. None had seen such a phenomenon during the refinement of a 6th grade elixir before. Were furnaces supposed to glow gold? They stared in awe at the beautiful, mesmerizing golden light. Evander's expression turned grim as the furnace emitted more intense light. Isaiah clasped his hands together, forming the elixir with hand gestures, intensifying the golden glow. Everyone watched dumbfounded. Has he reached the stage of forming the elixir? My God, can this be true? He's succeeding? This looks like success. Isaiah formed the elixir quickly. Following a burst of golden light, a melodious sound echoed. A beam of gold shot into the sky, showering radiant golden light. Everyone fell silent, watching in awe. Undoubtedly, the refinement was successful, a 6th grade elixir. Inside the furnace lay a gleaming golden pill. Everyone was astounded. They never imagined it would happen this way. Alchemists present gaped in disbelief and admiration. That pill shimmered with a golden aura, captivating everyone's attention. First time witnessing a sixth-grade alchemist, the sky above churned with massive swirling clouds, an omen of great change, accompanied by fierce winds. Is this a sixth-grade elixir? It's unbelievable. That young man actually succeeded in refining a sixth-grade elixir. What kind of alchemy prodigy is this? Too incredible. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mesmerized by the pill. They felt both shocked and covetous. How can this be possible? An 18-year-old refining a sixth-grade elixir? Evander said in disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. What happened was too surreal. Ha, you witnessed it. What more do you doubt? Isaiah laughed coldly, holding the sixth-grade elixir in his palm. His heart trembled upon seeing the successful heaven-severing spirit pill. Ding! Master successfully refined the sixth-grade heaven-severing spirit pill, triggering 100 times enlightenment, gaining 1 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for becoming a sixth-grade alchemist. The pill radiated golden light continuously. People watched enviously, wanting to snatch it, yet hesitated due to respect for Isaiah's newfound status. A sixth-grade alchemist, non-existent in the entire Nanyue Empire, rare in the whole continent, and a treasure wherever they went. Whether bringing immense wealth or nurturing supreme powerhouses, the significance of sixth-grade elixirs was evident. Silence prevailed as everyone regarded Isaiah with reverence. Isaiah immediately consumed the pill. Consumed it just like that? Eyes widened further, expressions stunned. Usually, such valuable pills were taken at critical moments, like breaking through martial arts barriers. But Isaiah simply swallowed it, leaving everyone speechless. Chapter 444. You are so weak. A burst of golden light emanated from Isaiah's body, radiating a splendid glow. He felt his entire yuan qi restored, with even the damaged dantian recovering significantly, and his injuries nearly completely vanished. The wounds gradually healed, and the extraordinary aura around Isaiah reappeared. Ding! Master consumed the rank 6 alchemy pill Tian Galing Ju Dan, triggering a 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, Master's cultivation realm has reached early 3rd level Wu Galang. Isaiah underwent a significant transformation. Streams of yuan qi now circled him like the wind. This boy is not only a rank 6 alchemist, but also a martial genius? Impossible. How can there be such an outstanding individual? Is he a dual cultivator in both alchemy and martial arts? This is too discouraging. Everyone could tell from Isaiah's surrounding yuan qi that it was at the 3rd stage Wu Galang realm. Hatcher had the hardest expression to see. He never imagined this boy would succeed, and there had been a bet, with severe consequences for the loser. Kneeling and cutting off fingers loomed before him. Hatcher swallowed hard, contemplating how to back out. This young master is truly formidable. Your alchemy skills have given us all an eye-opener. We were quite impolite earlier, said Hatcher with an obsequious manner. Isaiah raised an eyebrow and glared at him. Kneel down and apologize, and cut off your own finger. His words were icy cold. Why would you fuss over a useless person like me? Just ignore me, responded Hatcher. Humph, if I hadn't succeeded, would you have let me off? Isaiah's eyes were fiercely intense. Hatcher gulped, trembling as he realized that opposing a rank 6 alchemist could be fatal. Deep down, he knew he couldn't match Isaiah. After all, this youth's current status was incredibly high. Even if his finger was broken, several pills could heal him, but failing to honor his commitment might mean death. Fine, I will do as I said. Hatcher knelt on the ground and retrieved a dagger, reaching towards his hand. Ah! Hatcher let out cries of agony. Nobody helped him, for he had always been arrogant and cruel to others. Isaiah shook his head, intending to leave, when an elderly man approached. Lee, please stop. Who are you? Isaiah asked. I am the Grand Elder of the Nanxia Imperial Alchemy Department, managing all matters related to alchemy. I apologize for Hatcher's actions. That's fine. He has paid the price. The elder hastily added, I understand that the Nanxia Imperial family might not retain someone like you, but if you ever need anything, we'll assist you as much as possible. The elder knew very well that a young rank 6 alchemist like Isaiah could not be retained by the Nanxia Empire unless by those more powerful empires on the Nine-Dragon continent. Isaiah nodded without a word. At this moment, Maurice rushed over with men, having heard about the incident and unexpectedly finding a rank 6 alchemist. The Imperial guards quickly surrounded the area, with a robust general behind Maurice, looking unfriendly. If this rank 6 alchemist supported Prince 3, it could be disastrous. Maurice was deeply concerned. Now, only one threat remained to Prince 3, and Maurice aimed to secure his position. I didn't expect it to be you, Isaiah, a rank 6 alchemist? Maurice asked in shock. Yes, it's me. Didn't you almost die? Why are you alive now? Maurice questioned, remembering how severely injured Isaiah had been yesterday. Within a short while, Isaiah had recovered, which seemed unbelievable. Did you consume a rank 6 pill? Maurice finally realized. What do you want? Isaiah asked, creating an atmosphere of tension. I hope you join our Nanxia Imperial family. Ha, not a chance. Everyone was slightly stunned. As Prime Minister, Maurice wielded supreme power, yet Isaiah outright rejected him, which was unacceptable. Boy, calm down. Don't rush to refuse. The benefits I offer are unimaginable, Maurice warned. Isaiah shook his head firmly. I won't consider staying in the capital. Boy, you're quite bold. I admire you. But this attitude means trouble. Maurice waved his hand, prompting the robust general to step forward, making everyone on edge. Royal Guard General Amershan, disobey me, and you'll die. Maurice stated coldly. Prime Minister, isn't this too extreme? Adira asked. There's nothing extreme here. If I let Isaiah go today, he will oppose me eventually. I must eliminate any threats, Maurice declared sternly. Don't worry, I'll only oppose you. Maurice's face darkened further. This boy was so obstinate and self-important. Anyone not aligning with him was an enemy. No exceptions. Martial geniuses or alchemy geniuses alike had to be eliminated. Humph, the one to be eliminated won't be me, but you. Emershan looked down at Isaiah. Boy, don't be too pleased. Your opponent is me. You shouldn't provoke the Prime Minister, offering you such conditions and still refusing. Emershan revealed his yuan qi, causing a loud roar. The Imperial Guards trembled. General Emershan is at the early second-level Wu Galang realm. Isn't this boy committing suicide? Such a powerful alchemist, why wouldn't he agree? What a fool. How can an alchemist possibly defeat a general? The Imperial Guards didn't understand Isaiah's actions, deeming them foolish. Despite being a rank 6 alchemist, Isaiah was in the capital, where Maurice held power. How could a youth compete? In a real confrontation, no one would help Isaiah, ensuring his dire fate. Maurice harbored a vengeful nature, and Isaiah's disdainful attitude was akin to sealing his own doom. Boy, you look not so weak, Emershan said coldly. You seem pretty weak yourself. Can someone as weak as you be a general? Isaiah retorted. Chapter 445. Encircle him. Emershan's expression was grim. Now, he was among the top 5 strongest in the Imperial City. Why would this kid look down on him? Kid, you are really too arrogant. I just met you and already want to kill you. Isaiah shrugged indifferently. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Suddenly, Emershan threw a punch. Isaiah quickly dodged it. The force of that punch was like an unstoppable rush of energy, instantly shattering the floor in front of him. Such terrifying destructive power. It was a pity he didn't hit Isaiah. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Not bad, kid. You're quick on your feet, Emershan remarked, surprised his punch had missed. Emershan's face darkened. If he couldn't discipline this brat, it would threaten his position greatly. The Imperial Guards were also confused. Why was this kid so obstinate? Facing Emershan, did Isaiah think he stood a chance at surviving? From the moment he defied Maurice, his fate was sealed. Stop running if you've got any guts, Emershan roared angrily. He had failed to catch Isaiah with several moves and was getting furious. Fine, when I stop dodging, it will be your end. Emershan's face darkened again. This kid seemed to be mocking him. He was a grand general and couldn't tolerate such provocations. Emershan launched another powerful punch. The aura of energy was horrifying as it rushed towards Isaiah, causing considerable shockwaves. This time, Isaiah didn't dodge. Emershan's face turned grim, sensing something wasn't right. The guard's eyes widened. The boy wasn't dodging. Considering the punch's power, wouldn't it tear a hole through him? A thunderous bang echoed. Emershan felt like he had punched steel. Excruciating pain shot through his fist, blood gushing from his hand. Cradling his hand, Emershan was in immense pain. That ferocious punch had resulted in his arm breaking and bleeding profusely. Everyone gasped, previously thinking Isaiah was boasting. But now they were shocked. Emershan was at the martial spirit stage. Yet not only had he failed to hurt Isaiah but had injured himself badly instead. Their worldviews were shattered. This kid's strength was excessively formidable. If it were an evenly matched battle, they might have accepted it. But now, Isaiah had almost crushed him effortlessly. Morris's face darkened. Emershan was his strongest fighter. If something happened to him, who would support him? That would be disastrous for Maurice, whose power was unstable and still required martial strength to maintain. Emershan being defeated could mean the end of Morris's power. Although Maurice was a powerful warrior, he preferred not to act personally. Enough, cease fighting, Maurice ordered with a grim face. But Prime Minister, shouldn't we deal with him? Emershan asked, displeased. I said stop, Maurice reiterated sternly. Isaiah sneered. Oh, does stopping the fight depend on you? I don't plan to let this slide. Maurice stared wide-eyed at Isaiah. Despite being the esteemed Prime Minister, Isaiah treated him with contempt. Lee, I intended to let it go. What more do you want? Humph, trying to resolve matters peacefully after losing. How naive. You should have been more cautious and not provoked me initially. Isaiah's voice was domineering. Do you truly think yourself invincible? Though Emershan isn't your match, if I move, you'll regret it. Weren't you the one who didn't step up when the Blood Heaven sect attacked? Brat you. Nan Ifei's face flushed crimson in fury. Isaiah chuckled coldly. Adira thought it was all bad, but remained silent, considering they started the fight first. Moreover, when Isaiah was injured, Maurice wanted to expel him. Thinking about it made her seethe. Good, since you insist on this, I originally planned to spare you. Today marks your death. On Morris's command, the Imperial Guards encircled Isaiah. These few people think they can defeat me? Isaiah asked curiously. Tisk, you'll soon see. The Royal Array Formation will teach you a lesson. 4th rank Royal Array Formation, Ultimate Power Array. Maurice shouted. A massive formation appeared. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, then noticed the guard's strength significantly increased. See? My Imperial Guards have enhanced combat abilities. For now, they possess around 3rd level martial sovereign strength, giving them an advantage in numbers. Indeed, despite Isaiah being at the martial spirit stage, the sheer number of enemies could harm him, especially with Emershan still present. Together, they would put Isaiah at a disadvantage. Adira had grown used to seeing Isaiah remain unscathed regardless of how dire the situation seemed. Even though Isaiah survived battling Amber by luck, he always faced adversity with unwavering confidence, which even influenced Adira. The guards were radiating explosive energy, brandishing long spears aimed at Isaiah. The formation covered a vast area, ensuring the enemy couldn't escape. Shaking his head, Isaiah said, this weak formation won't work. Your guards are too feeble to pose any threat. You may be strong, kid, but this formation has hunted 3rd level martial spirit warriors before. Are you stronger than that? Maurice laughed coldly, intending to settle things peaceably, but decided otherwise due to Isaiah's arrogance. Even together, you're no match for me. I can eliminate you all in seconds, Isaiah warned. Too confident. How could an 18-year-old challenge the Southern Xia Imperial military prowess? Morris's troops weren't weak either. Everyone found Isaiah incredibly presumptuous. Nan Rajarshan, enduring his pain, prepared to clash with Isaiah, determined to kill him and redeem himself. Wielding a long spear, Nan Rajarshan swung it with impressive force, appearing extremely powerful. We attack. They all surged forward, completely surrounding Isaiah. Chapter 446, You Are Just a Dog. The long spears, razor-sharp and hair-raising to look at, left nowhere for Isaiah to escape. He could only stand there helplessly. As the spears were about to pierce Isaiah's body, Adira sucked in a sharp breath. How dire was this situation? Wasn't Isaiah going to do something? With several clangs, the spears did not pierce Isaiah as expected. His yuan-chi barrier completely blocked them. The faces of the Imperial Guards darkened. Their power was already formidable. How could they still not break through his yuan-chi barrier? Morris's face fell drastically. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Wasn't this boy too strong? It was truly absurd. Is this boy's defense that powerful? Could he be a body cultivator? Nan Rajarshan asked, his face dark. Isaiah's yuan-chi barrier was terrifyingly formidable. Maurice raised an eyebrow as he watched it. Humph, let me see just how strong you are, Maurice said, leaping up and striking Isaiah with a palm. This was too shameless. Adira frowned slightly. So many people ganged up on one youth. The surrounding alchemists were also surprised. So many Imperial Guards numbering over 100, and even Maurice had joined in, just to deal with Isaiah? It made it seem as if Isaiah was from the Blood Sky sect, a situation that was truly unimaginable. Is that kid really that powerful? I don't get it. Why is he still a rank 6 alchemist? This kind of thing is simply ridiculous. It can't be explained. These alchemists were the most shocked. Where was there someone whose martial talent was so potent, while excelling incomparably in alchemy as well? This was clearly meant to make everyone feel inadequate. With Isaiah's talents, forget those present, probably no one in the xiuxian Empire was stronger than him. Perhaps the 3 major sects in the wasteland had a slight chance, but Isaiah's monstrous abilities were practically divine. Was he sent down by the gods? Maurice was also very shocked. Even his all-out palm strike couldn't damage Isaiah's yuan-chi barrier. Had this boy cultivated his yuan-chi barrier for many years? But that didn't seem right. He was only 18 after all, only appearing mature and composed with a bit of childishness on his face. Maurice was forced back, his face black as ink, his palm not injuring Isaiah at all. Hold on, he definitely can't last long. Isaiah couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I know you're weak, but this level of weakness shocks me. No wonder the Blood Sky sect easily breached the Imperial City. Isaiah sneered. Morris's face fell extremely. With so many attacking, they couldn't do anything to Isaiah. It was like a nightmare today. I don't have time to play with you all. Isaiah coldly harumphed, flames suddenly bursting forth from his body. Scarlet Bird Flame. As Isaiah shouted, the flames soared into the sky, instantly transforming into a giant phoenix made of fire, making it seem as if there was another sun in the sky. What is that? An Imperial Guard shivered in fear facing this situation. What technique is this? Could it be a heaven-tier martial technique? Nan Rajarshan's face darkened. Could this boy actually wield heaven-tier martial techniques? Everyone felt their scalp tingle. This boy was truly wicked. His martial talent was originally high, now wielding heaven-tier techniques. How many could match him? The flaming phoenix charged at the crowd, a pillar of flame shooting towards the sky, burning many half-dead. Isaiah could have turned them to ashes, but chose to show mercy, leaving them half alive. They would likely never be able to cultivate again. Wah! Came the shrill cries. Nan Rajarshan also collapsed instantly. Maurice fled quickly, but seeing his men wiped out, his heart nearly shattered. He was already at a disadvantage, not believing he could win Isaiah. His strength was only slightly better than Nan Rajarshan. I admit defeat. Maurice gritted his teeth. Chuckle, you admitting defeat like this, I won't agree. Morris's face darkened. What do you want then? As the supreme ruler, you disregard the lives of the Imperial City citizens, only caring about your own benefits. I think you're unfit. This annoying brat had meddled too much. As a ruler, Maurice naturally cared only about himself. What did it matter if the common folk lived or died? Do you want to kill me? If necessary, I'll consider it. You absolutely cannot rule here. Morris's face fell drastically, yet he was helpless. In this world, only the strongest had the final say. If his power was taken away, Morris's life was over. He did not wish for this, opposing this mere boy, wondering why he meddled so much. You aren't fit to rule. If you don't die, you'll surely covet the throne. I think it's better if you're dead. Maurice clenched his teeth, full of regret, attempting to escape. Isaiah lunged forward, raising his scabbard slightly, his entire being exuding a killing aura. Do you kill me just because you dislike me? Ha ha ha, when you wanted to drive me away, didn't you think I was a menace too? Boy, you'll regret this. Maurice started transforming, his body covered in black shadows, becoming extraordinarily terrifying, his yuan-chi wildly fluctuating. Galetal boy, it's your fault. No one has ever dared treat me this way. Today, I'll obliterate you. Bark bark, a strange sound echoed as Maurice transformed into a ferocious black wolf, his yuan-chi increasing exponentially. A woo. A wolf's cry resounded. Oh no, Maurice has become a black wolf. That power is too terrifying. It might be at the spirit realm level 3. That young man might be in trouble. How strong this bloodline power is. Everyone stared dumbfounded, witnessing Maurice use his bloodline power for the first time. Galetal boy, I didn't want to do this, but it's all because of you. Ha ha ha, this black dog of yours thinks it can handle me? Truly laughable. The alchemists were speechless. That was a black wolf, not a black dog, its bloodline power exceedingly potent. When Isaiah fought, he'd realize how extraordinary this power was. It almost boosted Morris's combat prowess by several ranks. Chapter 447. Because of me. Isaiah wasted no time with words. He first severed one of the opponent's hands. The sword's icy brilliance cleaved through the space as if parting the heavens, and Isaiah's strike was so powerful that everyone saw a rift open in this very dimension. The sword fiercely struck Maurice's body, yet his pitch-black skin remained unscathed. Isaiah's eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. Maurice then retaliated with a vicious claw attack, which Isaiah blocked with his sword. A faint cut appeared on Isaiah's hand. He looked up at the enormous black wolf, realizing it would be more challenging than anticipated. You cannot hurt me. My bloodline power is far too strong, Maurice bellowed. It's only just begun. Soon, I will sever your head. Seeking death, Maurice attacked ferociously, his claws slashing wildly as energy blades flew everywhere. Isaiah dodged continuously, finding the wolf's strength had multiplied several times. Seeing Maurice almost relentlessly chase after Isaiah, everyone was shocked. The black wolf was terrifying indeed. Xiuxian flame. Isaiah immediately used the heaven-class martial skill. A giant phoenix enveloped the black wolf, engulfing it in flames, but it soon walked out unharmed. Haha boy, it doesn't work on me. Bloodline power was incredibly potent, something Isaiah hadn't expected, even the Xiuxian flame having no effect. Watch my sword, Isaiah shouted, striking with an overwhelming force, only managing to force the black wolf back a few steps. No injuries marred its body, merely some marks on its fur. It had incredibly thick skin. Everyone watched Isaiah with pity. After all, he was a 6th-grade alchemist. Nobody wanted him to die here, as his death would be a significant loss to the world. Haha, boy, you cannot defeat me, Maurice sneered, his aura growing more terrifying. You surprise me somewhat, but killing you won't be too difficult. You still speak arrogantly? Maurice charged forward, intent on biting through Isaiah's throat, unable to tolerate this arrogant youth. Isaiah blocked Maurice's sharp claws with his sword, being forced against the wall. If it has to be this way, then I'll transform as well. Maurice paused momentarily, not understanding what he meant. Strange sounds began emanating from Isaiah, Ruru, as a thick black mist enveloped his body. A more dominant and fierce wolf emerged, looking exceptionally handsome, its regal demeanor intimidating everyone around. It had been a long time since Isaiah had transformed into a Caden, feeling his form grow stronger with each transformation. Would the Caden lineage grow stronger alongside Isaiah? A Caden stood before the black wolf. Maurice froze, never imagining such a scenario. This boy also possessed bloodline power? Moreover, Isaiah's Caden form seemed even stronger than his own. This was truly bizarre and unforeseen. Why do you possess such bloodline power? Maurice asked bewilderedly. The alchemists were equally astonished. This boy brought too many surprises. How many more secrets did he hold? Haha, now it's my turn. The Caden lunged forward, extending its claws. The black wolf retaliated, and the two colossal wolves engaged in a ferocious battle. Their surroundings transformed into a battlefield, with energy blades cutting deep into the ground. Any who dared approach would be instantly split in two. Soon, the black wolf was covered in wounds, severely injured by the energy blades. Enoch of its claws broke off, bleeding profusely as it collapsed to the ground. Maurice could hardly believe his power was inferior, utterly defeated after their struggle. Quickly reverting to human form, he lay covered in injuries, coughing up blood continuously. The alchemist stared wide-eyed, finding the situation implausible. Why did Isaiah have bloodline power? What else could he possibly do? He seemed invincible, exceeding everyone's understanding. Why? How can you have bloodline power? It's impossible. Maurice gnashed his teeth. Having bloodline power was already astounding, but Isaiah had the power of a Caden. Compared to this, Maurice's bloodline power felt insignificant. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. Too powerful. The bloodline power is this strong. Is he a member of the Nan family? Otherwise, how could this happen? I never imagined the mighty Maurice would fall so quickly, the alchemists murmured. Maurice always sought supreme power, never dreaming that because of Isaiah, his ambitions would end here. You are truly weak. Boring. I thought this wolf was formidable, Isaiah taunted. Spare my life. Though I erred, it does not warrant death, Maurice pleaded. Isaiah looked down at him. If you dare return to the imperial city, you will surely die. As Maurice attempted to speak, a tremendous tremor shook the surroundings. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Turning back, Isaiah saw Maurice had escaped. A strange and eerie aura filled the air. Isaiah frowned and rushed forward. An ominous presence emanated from the palace's 100 treasures pavilion. Isaiah felt uneasy, possibly signaling the appearance of some hellish demon. Adira followed closely behind, widening her eyes upon arriving at the pavilion. The main gate was destroyed, revealing a massive purplish-black demon with claw-like appendages, roaring wildly. Many guards lay dead beside it, its menacing appearance causing chills to run down everyone's spines. How could such a demon exist here? Does it hide beneath the palace? Such things actually occur? Terrifying. Hundreds of guards are already dead. The Imperial Guards' faces turned grim, none daring to advance. The demon's touch meant instant death, rendering their attacks useless. More Imperial Guards hurried over, attempting to devise a strategy. The demon roared, its hollow, pitch-black eyes fixated on them, attacking mercilessly. The palace harbors such demons. Something is amiss with this Imperial city, Adira remarked. It was sealed originally. Taking the Tianming tree must have broken the seal. It's all because of me. Chapter 448. What did he go there for? Isaiah raised an eyebrow as he spoke. The moment the talisman fell when he took away the Tianming tree, he knew this would happen. So, did you think about what would happen now? Of course, I thought about it. I can take care of such a demon, Isaiah said confidently. Hold on, such a demon is not easy to handle. If you charge in like that, there will be problems, Adira stopped him. No worries, I have a way to deal with him. If I don't handle it, who else can eliminate the demon? Without further ado, Isaiah rushed forward. The demon also noticed him. This enormous demon was massive, standing over 10 zhang tall. Isaiah swiftly drew his sword, and a powerful sword force burst forth, accompanied by the clear sound of a dragon's roar. The power of the sword force was extremely strong, but upon striking the demon, it caused no damage at all. The sword force passed right through the demon's body. Startled, the demon slapped Isaiah. Isaiah's expression changed slightly. He blocked it with his sword. If not for his strong elemental boundary, he would definitely have been torn in two by the sharp claws. Isaiah slowly retreated. The scene left the guards astonished. Where had this young man come from who could contend with a demon? Don't rush into your death. This demon is incredibly powerful. Without a sealing master, it cannot be handled. Indeed, sealing masters specialized in dealing with demons. Such occurrences were rare nowadays. Soon, a fourth-rank sealing master hurriedly arrived. Everyone, stand back. Let me deal with this demon. A man in black robes spoke, his face changing dramatically as he looked at the demon. I didn't expect to encounter a 100-faced demon. This is indeed troublesome, but fortunately, I'm a fourth-rank sealing master, the man in black said confidently. This was a good opportunity for him. If he eliminated the demon, he would surely receive a generous reward from the imperial family. Just thinking about it made him excited. The sealing master was calculating internally. Master Cal, hurry up or the demon will destroy this place, a guard urged anxiously. Don't worry, I'm quite skilled in handling demons. My sealing technique can send it to hell. Cal felt very pleased and quickly began setting up the formation. Everyone seemed to see hope. Watch my fourth-rank formation, the forest destruction formation, Cal shouted loudly. A formation appeared immediately, causing everyone to feel excited and envious. Being a sealing master was a unique profession. Their status was even higher than warriors, often earning huge rewards for eliminating demons. Furthermore, unscrupulous sealing masters could also use their skills against warriors effectively. In short, this cultivation path was highly lucrative, given how stringent the learning conditions for sealing techniques were. Great! Master Cal, the fourth-rank sealing master, has acted. That demon is surely finished. The guards were pleasantly surprised. Isaiah shook his head. This formation wouldn't work. It would only make the 100-faced demon more frenzied, leading to real disaster. Cal's formation had trapped the demon, prompting cheers from the crowd. It won't do. Retreat quickly. With a formation like that, you'll get yourself killed. Amidst the cheering, a sudden voice interrupted. Everyone turned to look. They assumed it was another sealing master speaking, but they saw Isaiah and were taken aback. Cal was stunned too. He hadn't expected a kid to criticize his formation. What a laughable matter. Everyone regarded him as a savior. Why would a child like you have any say? The guards were also taken aback. During such a tense moment, someone dared question Master Cal. They looked closely and saw that it was just a kid, causing them to laugh. What did you say, boy? Cal asked, clearly displeased. I'm saying your formation won't work. You'll die. Retire now. You dare doubt me? Cal asked loudly, showing obvious displeasure. I am trying to save your life. Ridiculous. I am a fourth-rank sealing master. What qualifications do you have to comment on me? Furious, Cal retorted. No one had ever doubted his identity before, let alone a mere child. We'll see if you believe me or not. Cal looked down on Isaiah, thinking he was some foolish newcomer. Since you say my formation is no good, does yours work? Bullshit. Why would I warn you if mine doesn't work either? Cal smiled cruelly. Boy, you're not going to tell me you're a fourth-rank sealing master? Yeah, so what? Ha ha ha. Cal laughed heartily. Those around him also looked down on Isaiah, considering him a fool. Become a fourth-rank sealing master at 18? Impossible. Not even entering first rank was easy. Sealing masters took a lot of time to cultivate. 18 years old and already fourth rank? It was the most ridiculous joke ever. Cal ignored Isaiah because the 100-faced demon still needed to be dealt with. Any mistake might lead to catastrophic consequences. Handling the demon was the priority. If you refuse advice, then wait for your doom. Humph, after I destroy this demon, I'll deal with you, Cal said angrily. Once he defeated the demon, his fame would be secured, and punishing that boy would be simple. As Cal was still excited, the 100-faced demon suddenly slapped him. He barely had time to react. Instantly, Cal was struck by a claw and flew back, his body covered in noticeable wounds, blood gushing out. His breath grew faint. Unbelievable, his strongest formation proved ineffective. Cal's face turned pale with no sign of vitality. Cal's formation disappeared without a trace. The crowd watched nervously. Even a fourth-rank sealing master fell like that? Isn't this demon invincible now? Could this entire imperial city be destroyed? The Blood Heaven sect has just left, and now a demon appears. Is the Southern Summer imperial family doomed? Is this fate? What should we do? That demon looks too strong. The 100-faced demon had already caused significant destruction, leveling several palaces. The guards kept retreating. No one could handle this demon. Fleeing for their lives was the only option. Staying to fight was sheer stupidity. As the guards retreated, they saw a figure advancing. Look, what is that kid going there for? Chapter 449. Even worse than that brat. Isaiah slowly approached the 100-faced ghost, leaving the guards dumbfounded. Was that kid really going to court death? I told you already, your shabby array formation was useless. You just wouldn't believe me. Cal's face was deathly pale, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Despite his failure, he still didn't admit defeat to Isaiah. You're a fourth-rank sealing master, aren't you? Show some skill then, Cal sneered. Isaiah snorted coldly. Why would he stay here if not for that? The 100-faced ghost looked down on Isaiah and immediately summoned his array. Hell Black Smoke Technique. Isaiah declared sternly. A colossal black and purple array appeared, continuously emitting black smoke within which ghostly figures could be seen. This made many present feel their skin crawl. It was unimaginable that such a young brat could wield such powerful arrays. Compared to Cal's, this one was incomparably stronger. Cal's expression darkened even more. He couldn't believe that this brat was actually a fourth-rank sealing master. This was too absurd. Could someone become a fourth-rank sealing master at 18? It defied all logic. Third or fourth-rank sealing masters were typically over 100 years old. or at least in their 40s. How had this 18-year-old done it? Being a sealing master wasn't something that could be achieved quickly based on talent alone. Extensive research into sealing arrays was required since they channeled forces from the underworld. A misstep could cost one's life. Time was a crucial factor, and mastery of sealing wasn't simple. Yet, watching Isaiah's overpowering array, it seemed as though it was far too easy. What kind of fourth-rank array is this? Why does its connection to the underworld power exceed mine by so much? Cal's face turned grim. Immersed in the array, the 100-faced ghost writhed in agony, its black form gradually dissipating. Isaiah controlled the array effortlessly, a feat that should have been draining. Is this true? That boy is also a fourth-rank sealing master? That's awfully young. Look, the ghost is suffering terribly. Maybe he can destroy it. The guards watched in amazement. They had intended to flee earlier but now halted, captivated by what unfolded before them. Ah! The 100-faced ghost wailed, tortured mercilessly by the array. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, realizing this ghost was tougher than expected. It wouldn't be so easy to send him back to the underworld. The guards grew anxious. If the evil spirit wasn't defeated, the Imperial City would be in grave danger. Adira watched from behind, amazed. Everything Isaiah did was beyond comprehension. His skills across various cultivation paths were astonishing. Everyone, look, the array vanished? It seemed the 100-faced ghost had absorbed the array. Everyone was startled, sensing an ominous turn of events. After all, Isaiah was too young. His failure against the ghost seemed inevitable. Haha, you're not much better than me, boy. Couldn't handle the ghost either. Huh? Cal taunted. Ha, I'm way better, Isaiah dismissed, not taking Cal's words seriously. The ghost has broken your array. Next up is your death. What do you have left to brag about? Cal questioned irritably. You'll soon see. Keep your eyes peeled, Isaiah said confidently, crossing his arms. Humph, you just keep talking tough, Cal scoffed. If Isaiah failed too, his reputation would be preserved, which wasn't bad. If he couldn't handle the ghost, no one else could either. Everyone, remain alert. The guards held their weapons, wary of the evil ghost's terror. Cal's face twisted as strange events unfolded. Suddenly, the 100-faced ghost returned to the 100-treasure pavilion and quickly vanished. Everyone watched, bewildered. They had expected a confrontation, but instead, the ghost simply left. Has the ghost disappeared? Heaven be praised. I thought today was our end. Thanks to that young man. Without his array, I doubt the ghost would have left. Isaiah walked towards the 100-treasure pavilion. Though the ghost's disappearance was only a show, he needed to seal it completely to prevent another escape. However, after this encounter, the 100-faced ghost likely wouldn't reappear for a century. Reaching the spot where the ghost vanished, Isaiah noted the ghost might be sealed inside a large box. Its appearance was eerie, making one's spine chill. A talisman is necessary. You should believe this is entirely my doing. Without my array, the ghost wouldn't have been severely damaged, Cal loudly proclaimed. He wanted credit for the victory, seizing this opportunity for fame. Moreover, now that the ghost was gone, Cal believed everyone would side with him. You've got some nerve, Cal. What use was your trash array? Isaiah asked, walking closer. Kid, my array was formidable. You just benefited from it. At your age, how could you handle the 100-faced ghost? Cal claimed assertively. You're shameless. Your array did nothing to hurt the ghost, yet you still claim credit? Adira retorted, unable to bear Cal's greedy demeanor. Cal's behavior was entirely self-serving, infuriating to watch. Humph, it was all my doing. Ask anyone. The guards remained silent. Isaiah's array was undoubtedly superior, and Cal's sealing technique had clearly failed to drive away the ghost. Master Cal, we saw it all. The young man expelled the ghost. That's right, if not for the youth, you might be dead now. This achievement isn't yours. Don't claim it falsely. Cal froze. After spending so long in the Imperial City, to be treated this way and considered inferior to a mere brat left him seething with anger. Chapter 450, How to Explain. Don't be deceived. This young man is just a swindler. If we give him credit for this, it will certainly lead to disaster. Cal was desperately explaining. Isaiah couldn't bear to listen anymore. This person seemed slightly deranged, saying anything that came to his mind. Isaiah had saved his life, and instead of expressing gratitude, he accused him of being a con artist? What a laughable claim. If I am indeed a swindler, then let's do this. I'll summon the 100-faced demon again. If you can subdue it, go ahead. Cal's eyes widened in horror, his face turning ashen. This brat actually dared to challenge him like this, which was utterly outrageous. Can you dare? You've been bragging about your achievements. Let's see you prove yourself. If you can't, get lost. Isaiah challenged back. For a moment, Cal was speechless. If he were really asked to subdue the 100-faced demon, it would be absolutely impossible. His proficiency in restriction arts simply wasn't sufficient. From now on, get out of the Imperial City. Otherwise, you know the consequences. You're going to expel me? Heh, you're a threat here. If you release the 100-faced demon, no one can stop it. On what grounds do you suspect me? Because you are nothing but a greedy bastard. If you stay, you'll regret it. Isaiah spoke with unmatched dominance, startling many people. Fine, I'll leave. Cal looked extremely displeased, gritting his teeth in frustration. Being cornered by a mere kid, he truly felt utterly embarrassed. The guards breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, people from the Southern Xiao royal family arrived, including the youngest third prince, accompanied by an elderly man who appeared to be the prince's tutor. Many thanks to this gentleman. Not only did you suppress the evil spirit, but you also drove away the Blood Sky sect. Even Maurice was chased away by you. The old man bowed respectfully. Not at all. I merely did what needed to be done. The third prince looked no more than 18 years old, clearly immature. Clearly, while Maurice was around, power would not fall into his hands. Thank you, sir, for saving the Southern Xiao Empire. The royal family will repay your kindness tenfold. Upon hearing the prince and the elder's words, everyone stared in shock. They couldn't believe it. The savior of the Southern Xia Imperial City turned out to be this young man? It was astonishing. To achieve such heights of strength at 18. How many people could reach such a pinnacle in their entire lives? And he stood at such heights with endless potential for growth. It was truly terrifying. Peers began to realize that comparing themselves to someone like this could literally drive them mad with jealousy. Many wondered why the Blood Sky sect members suddenly disappeared, never imagining they were driven away by this young man. Just how formidable must he be? It was beyond comprehension. He's not only a master of restraints, but also a powerful warrior? Unbelievable. What kind of talent does he have? Divine talent? Thanks to him. Otherwise, the Imperial City would have fallen long ago. Isaiah felt a bit bashful under the admiration and envy of so many people. He was inwardly satisfied, though initially, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. However, the Blood Sky sect was not fully defeated. Isaiah thought of Ambier, a formidable adversary. If he didn't become stronger soon, he might die at her hands eventually. Your Highness, I don't ask for much, but I hope you look after the common people. Even if they die, they should be given a proper burial. Rest assured, I will do so. Now that power is in my hands, I will strive to help my people. I will allocate funds from the royal treasury to assist them. Ah, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Prince Dalen. My name is Isaiah. The elder smiled. Sir, the royal family intends to reward you with 1 million gold coins. Is there anything else you need? No need. Use the gold to save more lives. Adira's eyes flickered. Enoch million gold coins, a sum Isaiah refused entirely. She was quite surprised herself. Considering Isaiah's current cultivation requirements, gold coins were crucial. To refuse 1 million gold coins seemed a bit of a waste. Then perhaps I can offer some other treasures and weapons. High-quality items must be valuable to you. Isaiah nodded. The gesture was too generous to refuse. That evening, the Imperial City hosted a banquet. Many nobles and dignitaries gathered at the palace. The third prince solemnly announced that the Southern Xia Empire had been saved by Isaiah. Isaiah sat beside Dalen, receiving the highest honor imaginable. Such distinction was something others could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. All nobility and royalty toasted to Isaiah, hardly believing that the hero was just a teenager. It seemed almost surreal. Who could imagine an 18-year-old boy could be so powerful? Twice now, he had saved the Southern Xia Imperial City. Many clan leaders admired Isaiah immensely. If we could have him as a son-in-law, our clan would surely rise to prominence. Ha, you dream. Even the royal family isn't worthy enough, let alone you. Isaiah sat there radiantly, next to a stunning beauty. Peers envied him intensely. How could anyone live up to his excellence? Galloping to 18, Isaiah had already reached the pinnacle, making others feel like they could bleed from sheer jealousy. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively. Isaiah toasted with everyone, remaining approachable despite his hero status. Dalen waved his hand. Bring the gifts up. A servant carried a brocade box forward, containing something of great value. Sir Isaiah, this is a treasure of the royal family. I assure you it won't disappoint. Since you declined the money, I will offer more high-grade treasures. How can the royal family gift these items to me directly? Isaiah felt somewhat uneasy. Haha, your majesty, aren't you giving away royal treasures too readily? A disdainful voice interjected. Dalen glanced over and saw his cousin Amir, also 18 but frivolous, indulging in every pleasure. This is my decision. Is there a problem? You're giving away family heirlooms, passed down through generations. Once given to outsiders, how will you explain this to our ancestors? Amir sneered at Isaiah. Chapter 451. He can use it. Amir seemed to hold a strong grudge against Isaiah and was especially envious of the woman by his side, Adira. She was stunningly beautiful, far surpassing the imperial concubines in the capital, a beauty incomparable. I'm just a kid, your majesty. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, Isaiah stated calmly. Humph. They say he saved the capital, but did anyone actually see him drive away the Blood Heaven sect members? Amir retorted with deliberate provocation. Isaiah remained silent, too lazy to respond. Look closely. This is the token of the Blood Heaven sect high priest, and many people saw it at the time. The royal guards were then the henchmen of the Blood Heaven sect. Adira revealed the token, gaining more trust from the crowd as doubts dwindled. Humph. For all we know, he might also be from the Blood Heaven sect. He's too young, lacking credibility, Amir said with a sarcastic tone. Isaiah shook his head. I won't waste time arguing with you. What? You dare speak to me like that? Amir was deeply offended. No one had ever called him useless since childhood, not when he was from the royal family. Why shouldn't I? Isaiah smiled slightly, shrugging indifferently. Amir's face flushed with embarrassment. In front of everyone, his dignity was completely lost. How dare this damned boy be so bold? Even if Isaiah was a hero, he should still show respect to a member of the royal family. Mr. Isaiah, don't mind him. Let's open it and take a look. This is the greatest treasure of the Southern Xia royal family. Yes, your majesty. Let me take a look. Isaiah opened the brocade box and raised an eyebrow. Inside was an exceptionally luxurious ring. This wasn't an ordinary ring, Isaiah thought. The Southern Xia royal family's treasure ring, a lower-tier celestial rank artifact. This will be very beneficial to you. Ha ha ha. Amir suddenly laughed out loud, his expression full of sarcasm. Why are you laughing? Elio asked. I have every reason to laugh. This boy can't use the ring at all. Despite its great function, it's useless to him. Amir smirked. Elio's expression darkened. Indeed, using this ring was not simple. Sir Galen, I apologize. This ring is indeed very difficult to use. It seems to require formidable strength from the user. Otherwise, its power remains untapped, Elio explained. Why is that hard? Difficult for others, but easy for me, Isaiah shrugged. Haha, you're bluffing. So many people can't use it. Even the strongest of the Southern Xia royal family can't. Do you know, even cultivators at the 4th level martial spirit realm of the Southern Xia royal family can't use it. Can you? It has nothing to do with strength. It depends on the person. Skillful use of primordial energy naturally makes it work. Something you, a waste, wouldn't understand. You dare call me a waste, you bastard. Amir looked furious. Fine, since you're so confident, let's make a bet. If you can't use the ring, you kneel to me. Amir, that's inappropriate. Isaiah, are you scared? I know you can't use it. If you can, then I'll kneel to you, Amir confidently declared. This ring was a lower-tier celestial rank artifact, which even a 4th-level martial spirit realm cultivator of the Southern Xiao royal family couldn't use. A mere kid definitely couldn't either. Amir, you've gone too far. Isaiah is an important benefactor of our royal family. How can you treat him like this? Oh, your majesty, I'm just betting with him. No need to get so worked up. He doesn't have the guts. Interesting, fine. Let's bet. Great, then try using the ring. Show us if you've got what it takes. Amir felt thrilled inside. If Isaiah were to kneel to him, Amir's reputation would soar immensely. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of such a genius who saved the capital having to kneel to him. Amir looked disdainfully at Isaiah. At only 18, why did he receive such adoration from everyone? It was utterly unfair. Well, this is on you. Isaiah held the ring. Initially, it showed no reaction, confirming its uniqueness, befitting the royal family. Isaiah slowly infused his primordial energy into the ring, gradually feeling its power, which was indeed extraordinary. He needed to understand its capabilities. Seeing Isaiah remain silent, eyes closed, seemingly unable to activate the ring, they assumed it was hopeless. Haha, Isaiah, you're bound to lose. A 4th-level martial spirit realm cultivator can't use it, so how can you? Stop dreaming. You can't take this ring, Amir taunted. Ignoring Amir, Isaiah continued infusing his energy into the ring. Elio frowned, determined to step in. Kneeling was unacceptable for the capital's hero. Just then, the ring emitted a brilliant light. Everyone watched in amazement. What could this lower-tier celestial rank artifact do? The royal family knew of this ring, but no one had truly used it. Could Isaiah succeed? Amir's face turned pale. Why did it react now? It was unbelievable. Amir refused to believe it. How could Isaiah succeed where a 4th-level, martial spirit realm cultivator failed? All right, I understand the ring's purpose now, Isaiah smiled, lifting the ring. A space opened before him. Isaiah was teleported from one place to another, leaving everyone astonished. This was the power of a lower-tier celestial rank artifact, truly incredible. Amir's face turned black. How could this happen? That kid really could use the ring. The teleportation feature surprised Isaiah. Closing his eyes, he sensed the distance was considerable but limited. He was pleasantly surprised by this. Though limited to places he had visited, this would be incredibly useful. Thank you, your majesty. This ring is truly astounding, Isaiah thanked him. You're welcome. Since you can use it, it suits you better. Otherwise, it would be wasted in the royal family. Amir couldn't fathom why the heirloom of the royal family could be used by this boy. Chapter 452. He is my guest. All right, Amir, it's time to keep your promise and kneel before me, Isaiah said. His voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet everyone heard it. Amir's face turned ashen. Was this man really going to make him kneel? It was just a bet. Why take it so seriously? I am of royal blood. I cannot kneel. You have no choice in the matter. If you don't kneel, I will make you pay for it immediately, Isaiah threatened. Amir was momentarily stunned. He was royalty. If he knelt to this man, wouldn't it destroy his reputation forever? Amir prided himself on his dignity and would rather die than kneel to someone of his age. I am royalty. What right do you have to make me kneel? It was your bet. Lose the bet. Accept the consequences. Do you think I can't handle you? Isaiah pressed. You dare. Amir glanced at Elio, hoping the king would intervene, but Elio ignored him. Amir, kneel down now. This was your own bet. But your majesty, I am your younger brother. How can you treat me like this? Do you dare defy the emperor? Kneel and apologize immediately. Amir felt humiliated, but could only kneel under the intense pressure. Today was truly bizarre. Isaiah rolled his eyes and then ignored him, allowing the others to resume drinking. Now, I need to announce something, Isaiah announced in a strong voice. Everyone listened intently, their eyes fixed on this young man, curious about what he had to say. I believe the empire is perfectly capable of being led by King Elio. I know governance requires strength. I fully support Elio. Anyone who dares to plot against him or try to seize imperial power will find themselves dealing with me. The outcome will be clear enough. Isaiah's eyes turned cold, making everyone feel as if they were being choked. After a moment, Isaiah eased his gaze, leaving everyone gasping for breath, thoroughly intimidated. As you all know, I can now teleport across spaces. Don't even think of me not being able to get here quickly, Isaiah said coldly. In reality, the distance for teleportation was limited to about 1,000 miles, beyond which it would be problematic. With Isaiah's support, the southern summer imperial city would likely see no significant upheaval anytime soon. His strength made it highly unlikely anyone would dare usurp the throne. The banquet continued into the late hours before everyone finally returned home. Isaiah went back to rest. The next morning, Elio sent someone to invite Isaiah for breakfast. Mr. Isaiah, do you have any plans moving forward? Elio asked curiously while ordering the servants to serve an elaborate meal. Perhaps I'll head to the 3 great sects of the desolate heaven. Coincidentally, the 3 great sects are preparing for a grand competition, seemingly to select new talented disciples, Elio said after sipping some tea. The grand competition of the 3 great sects of desolate heaven? That's right. Blood Sky sect's departure has left the 3 great sects very uneasy, worried that it might return. Blood Sky sect would certainly return. With Amber's enhanced power, her return would be disastrous. Moreover, Isaiah knew nothing about her current situation, and Blood Sky sect's plans had partially succeeded. If Isaiah didn't strengthen himself rapidly, he would certainly die at her hands next time. The injuries from their last encounter had been nearly fatal. The Wu Huang realm was indeed terrifying. Isaiah felt a rare hint of fear towards martial cultivation, knowing not everyone could reach such heights. Yet, Ambier's rapid advancement still instilled considerable fear regarding Blood Sky Sect's capabilities. No need to worry, next time, I will make Blood Sky Sect regret their actions. Humph, quite presumptuous, a disgruntled voice remarked. Isaiah turned to see a white-haired general approaching, exuding an imposing aura. The white-haired general glared at Isaiah. From what I understand, Blood Sky Sect's high priestess wasn't killed, though she was defeated by you. However, afterward, a more powerful Crimson Empress appeared. They say the Crimson Empress severely wounded you, almost costing you your life, the general taunted. General Hall. Elio reminded, signaling for the general to hold his tongue. Yes, I did lose to her. My investigation revealed that you have ties with Ambier. Were you acquainted before? Might you be working with Blood Sky Sect, just putting on an act here? Hall's tone was aggressively probing. Is that how you speak? Without evidence, why assume such things about Isaiah? He was nearly killed. How do you explain Isaiah's connection with Ambier? They seemed pretty close in the Sea of Enlightenment. Hall scoffed. Several generals stood behind Hall, clearly resentful, having lost many family members due to Blood Sky Sect's actions. Sire, this person is dangerous. Yes, I suggest we expel him. Keeping him here is a risk. He might also be from Blood Sky Sect. Faced with suspicion and doubt, Isaiah remained calm and composed, not losing his composure or temper. I have some connections with Ambier, yes, but Blood Sky Sect captured her and conducted rituals to turn her dark, Isaiah explained. Huh, really? And you expect us to believe that? Hall scoffed. An even bigger issue occurred. Do you understand? I find your presence very suspicious. Isaiah's expression changed slightly. What happened? Bloody Sky Sect removed the Xue family from existence. Not one member of the Xue family in the Southern Summer Empire survived. I wonder why they didn't kill you but kept you alive instead. Huh. According to you, I can't prove my innocence. She didn't kill me. I survived because of luck, thanks to the 6th grade medicinal pill I refined. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive today. The two men stared each other down, neither willing to back down. The generals watched Isaiah closely, as if convinced he was affiliated with Blood Sky Sect. Enough. I choose to trust Isaiah. He absolutely is not from Blood Sky Sect. Isaiah smiled faintly. If you say so, General Hall, what do you want? I don't want anything, but I can't trust people like you. I've said enough. Hall, shut your mouth. He is my guest and benefactor. You dare be disrespectful here? Elio said sternly. Chapter 453, Rune Inscriptions. Grimes's expression was grim. He couldn't believe that Elio, who had always been meek and quiet, would now dare to speak so boldly for Isaiah. Your Majesty, I apologize. Lee, you should tone down your boasts. The Blood Sky Sect isn't something you can just destroy. You don't have the strength for it. If I don't have the strength, do you? The High Priest was defeated by me. What were you doing at that time? Sleeping somewhere? You. Grimes's face turned ugly. Indeed, he hadn't been there at the critical moment. Just wait. I will definitely eliminate the Blood Sky Sect. There is no doubt about that. Hee, speaking without knowing the heaven's height or the earth's depth. Do you think you're invincible? Grimes said, clearly displeased. Several generals also looked down on Isaiah, clearly having reservations about him. The young generation today is truly arrogant. He's a hero now. How can anything be wrong with that? I foresee trouble for him soon. Too much pride. Many generals whispered amongst themselves. So, we'll just wait and see. Isaiah chuckled, shrugging indifferently. Leave. This matter doesn't concern you. Elio waved his hand, and Grimes and his group had to leave. I'm sorry. Grimes has always been like this, suspicious of everything. Don't worry about it. I don't care about them. There is actually one more thing. Amber's palace where she stayed still contains many inscriptions that can't be removed despite my orders. Isaiah's eyes flickered. Why don't I take a look? Perhaps I'll discover something. Elio walked out of the main gate, while Grimes waited outside. If your Majesty wishes to see it, let's go together. Elio nodded, noting that Grimes's stubbornness might be a problem. Upon returning to the palace, Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Much of it was in ruins after that battle, completely sealed off. Isaiah stepped inside. He remembered Ambier's move from that day. Reaching the Emperor level was no joke. If Isaiah weren't strong enough, he wouldn't have survived her attack, especially since those who managed to live after being hit by an Emperor-level attack were few. Isaiah approached, recalling the runes on the ground. Back then, he hadn't paid much attention because he was busy fighting Ambier. How's it going? Any discoveries? Elio asked. These are Blood Sky Sect runes, Your Majesty. Their script is barely understood by outsiders, Grimes stated firmly. Isaiah examined them, his face darkening slightly. Coincidentally, he could read these characters perfectly. Who says no one can understand them? I can read them. You're intentionally contradicting me, aren't you? Whatever I say, you do the opposite. Grimes retorted angrily. So what if I am? If you have such a big problem with me, why don't we settle this with a duel? Isaiah replied sarcastically. Grimes fell silent, realizing he might not stand a chance if they really fought. Isaiah's strength was strange, making him uneasy. It seems I've found quite a bit, Isaiah remarked, though his expression remained serious. What does the writing say? On the day the blood moon appears, all lands will turn crimson. Where was this blood moon located? Isaiah wondered curiously. Without knowing its location, things would be very complicated. Do the Blood Sky Sect people plan to destroy the continent? Elio's expression darkened. I need to know what happened when the Blood Sky Sect attacked the Imperial City. The second prince, unhappy with his status, allied with the Blood Sky Sect. The diamond shield surrounding the capital was broken, and the first prince seemed to have been harmed by the High Priest. At that time, everything was terrifying. Isaiah nodded, approaching the seat Ambier had once sat in. Strange characters appeared on the stone pillars beside it. The blood from the edge of the sky will grow grander. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. It felt like a riddle, something he couldn't immediately decipher. What's the blood from the edge of the sky? The clues left by the Blood Sky sect are limited. We must understand their goal to stop them, Isaiah thought for a moment. After further observation, he didn't seem to find much else. What was the Blood Sky sect's goal? Isaiah hadn't fully uncovered it yet. Based on the inscriptions, he couldn't deduce anything immediately. Where would the Blood Moon appear? Since the Blood Sky sect had a grudge against the three major sects of Taiyangwang, perhaps the next target would be them. Do you plan to go to the three major sects of Taiyangwang, Isaiah? Yes. There are powerful experts there with higher martial techniques and realms, which will help me become stronger. Of course, I will go. Isaiah paused. The Blood Sky sect's goal might be the three major sects of Taiyangwang. Possible. Last time the three major sects of Taiyangwang crushed the Blood Sky sect, creating significant enmity. If you wish to go, I'll give you a special token, allowing you entry. Isaiah nodded, holding the golden token given by the royal family, inscribed with Taiyangwang Order. This gave him the right to visit the three major sects of Taiyangwang. Despite their failure in eradicating the Blood Sky sect, the true experts of Taiyangwang had not acted yet. So, Isaiah was quite eager to go. If you don't have this token, the three major sects of Taiyangwang won't let you in. They require formidable qualifications. With our recommendation, there should be no issue. The token was crucial. Without it, attempting to force entry would invite retaliation from the powerful forces of Taiyangwang, something even Isaiah couldn't handle. What are the three major sects of Taiyangwang? Isaiah asked. Adira explained, the three major sects of Taiyangwang are a powerful alliance formed to deal with the Blood Sky sect, Sacred Wind sect, Wang Roger sect, and Jim Roger sect, with Sacred Wind sect being the strongest. You seem to know quite a lot. Of course, as the leader of a significant merchant guild, I'm familiar with this information. We conduct trade with the three major sects of Taiyangwang, located in the northern border of Nanixia Empire. Isaiah nodded, planning to set out immediately. Isaiah, I don't want you to leave, but I can't keep you. Rest assured, if you ever need help, feel free to ask. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll set out now. Chapter 454, Token. Alright, I'll have someone prepare the carriage for you. The journey to the three major sects of Heavenly Desolation is quite long. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Isaiah, I also want to give you some additional items. After all, as a martial artist, you may find use in these martial techniques and scrolls. You might even gain some insights from them. Elio clapped his hands, and immediately a carriage filled with goods was brought forward. Isaiah was momentarily stunned by the generosity. This was truly excessive. However, declining such hospitality would make it impossible for him to leave. He casually flipped through a few martial technique scrolls, finding 2 Earth-rank upper manuals among them. Clearly, the Imperial family was very generous. There were also Heaven-rank martial techniques, though they were only partial scrolls, unusable as they lacked completeness. Still, it was an unexpected bonus. His Majesty, the Alchemists Guild wishes to present their respects. Elio raised an eyebrow, unsure why they were here. Alright, let them come up. The head of the Alchemy Hall, a 5th-rank alchemist, led the delegation. Greetings, Your Majesty and young Master Isaiah. Or should I say 6th-rank alchemist Isaiah? Elio stared at him in shock. A 6th-rank alchemist? This was unbelievable. How had Isaiah achieved such a rank? That required extraordinary talent indeed. I never expected that you're actually a 6th-rank alchemist, Elio exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. This man was already formidable in martial arts, and now he was a 6th-rank alchemist too. This is the emblem recognizing your accomplishment, confirmed by many witnesses who saw you refine 6th-rank elixirs. You truly deserve it. Isaiah smiled slightly and accepted the emblem. And here's another one, the 4th-rank Sealing Master emblem. Everyone had seen Isaiah subdue the 100-faced ghost. Isaiah felt around his pocket and realized he indeed didn't have the emblem yet. The emblem was unique, made of gold with Isaiah's name inscribed on it, a symbol of high status. Thank you, elders. Isaiah bid farewell to Elio. Having gathered everything, Isaiah wasted no time. The royal carriage was ready, and he set off soon after. Countless eyes in the capital watched Isaiah, believing he had saved the city. He stood up and waved to the crowd before departing. The matters in Grimes' capital were finally resolved. The journey was relatively calm, and Isaiah didn't waste any time thinking about other things. He focused on cultivating, knowing how precious every moment was. The carriage stopped suddenly, prompting Isaiah to open his eyes in confusion. Wasn't the goal to reach their destination as quickly as possible? Why had they stopped? What's going on? Isaiah asked. We've arrived at Blackened City. There's a grand auction happening here. Last time, a 6th-rank medicinal herb appeared. There's such an event? We must definitely check it out. Good thing you stopped, Isaiah said with a smile. Exiting the carriage, Isaiah noticed the ominous atmosphere of Blackened City, teeming with crows, making the place appear eerie. At the city gates, numerous bodies lay scattered. Isaiah observed the scene with a raised eyebrow, noting the prevalence of unscrupulous merchants everywhere. Led by Adira, they quickly reached the auction venue. If Isaiah had to navigate this alone, it would have taken much longer. The auction venue, called Blackened Pavilion, looked like a massive hall, packed with people, mostly merchants and martial artists acting as guards. Among them was a particularly arrogant man. Boy, you're blocking my path. Isaiah turned to see a brutish-looking individual. Just as Isaiah was about to speak, the man pushed past him arrogantly. Wow, what a beautiful lady. What's your name? The man's eyes lit up greedily upon seeing Adira, someone he had never seen so beautiful. Get lost, Adira replied coldly. The man chuckled coldly. I'll be back later, you will be mine. The man left with a wave of his hand. People around him seemed terrified of him. Curious, Isaiah asked, who is that guy? You don't know him and still dared to come here? He's a notorious bully here, a disciple of Holy Wind sect. Due to his powerful abilities and strong background, he intimidates and bullies people, making a fortune from protection fees. People sighed. having been exploited by him. This auction will likely result in more people paying protection fees. Galef here is truly tough. What's his name? Isaiah asked. He's Ardell, an inner disciple of Holy Wind sect. Isaiah smiled. From what he saw, Ardell seemed competent enough. If he had any improper intentions towards Adira, he'd be heading down a dead-end path. The auction is about to start. Only those with invitations or high-status individuals can enter, Adira informed Isaiah. Isaiah soon spotted the registration area where admission tokens were being distributed. Adira learned that one needed a token to participate in the auction. Otherwise, entry was impossible. Given the large number of attendees, only strong practitioners or alchemists were allowed in. First, one had to pay 1,000 gold coins and then state their identity, martial prowess, or rank as an alchemist. Additionally, information about their background was needed to receive a token. Tokens were categorized into VIP, Noble, and Supreme levels. Supreme tokens required cultivation at least at the first stage of the spiritual warrior realm. Many revealed their identities. Some received Noble tokens as 4th-rank alchemists. These tokens held special privileges, like priority during bidding, though actual bids still required gold. After a long wait in line, most attendees were only given VIP or Noble tokens, despite some being 9th-rank martial respects or 4th-rank alchemists. Among the hundreds of people, none had qualified for the Supreme token until it was Isaiah's turn. Show me proof of your identity or your cultivation level, the elderly official demanded upon seeing Isaiah, dismissing the young man's chances. Galik Isaiah, most were just there for the spectacle, with little hope of getting a token. Forget it. I doubt you can even get a VIP token. Get lost. I'm busy, the elder scoffed. Isaiah didn't get angry but laughed instead. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I'm capable of earning a Supreme token. Chapter 455. I am qualified now. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Many people turned their gazes to see what was happening. They thought it was a prominent figure seeking the Supreme token, but on closer inspection, it was just a young lad who looked no older than 18. A wave of disdainful looks came from the crowd, everyone questioning whether this person was mentally deficient. Haha, is that guy serious? He actually wants the Supreme token? That's ridiculous. I think he's an idiot. Someone should chase him away. There's no way he can get such a qualification token. Laughter and scoffs filled the air as Hyman slowly approached from within the crowd, looking down at Isaiah with an arrogant glare on his face. Is this kid joking? This is the first time I've seen someone do something like this without knowing their own worth, Hyman said sarcastically. Seeing Isaiah's insistence, the elder's attitude changed abruptly. Lee, quickly leave, or you'll be in for a rough time. Don't talk about the Supreme token. You won't even qualify for a VIP token, the elder warned. But wasn't it said that those with strength could obtain the Supreme token? Why look down on me? Isaiah asked. Nonsense, you're here to cause trouble. If you don't leave now, I will have to use force, the elder replied harshly. Isaiah stepped forward slowly, approaching a massive stone pillar nearby. Is there a problem with my strength? I am currently at the 3rd stage of the martial spirit realm. Isn't that enough to meet the requirements for the Supreme token? Once again, silence enveloped the room, as everyone stared at Isaiah in disbelief. The grand auction in Blackstone City had never witnessed such an absurd scene, yet Isaiah became the first. Joking around in this place could cost one's life. Everyone here treaded cautiously, yet Isaiah dared to boast so confidently. If he's so powerful, why doesn't he fly? Haha, that kid is doomed. Even boasting needs to be realistic. Who would believe such nonsense? Let's see how he dies later. Isaiah shook his head, regretting that no one believed him. No matter, when he showcased his true power, they would all regret doubting him. Enough. Lee, stop being shameless. If you dare say such things, then show us your strength and prove you are as strong as you claim, the elder challenged, finding amusement in the situation, anticipating Isaiah's inevitable failure. The crowd was already displeased with Isaiah. Fine, watch closely, Isaiah responded, touching the pillar lightly. After a while, nothing happened. That's a spirit energy-infused rock pillar, a symbol of this hall made from demon-resistant granite. It's not easily destroyed. I didn't see any power. Ha ha ha, this kid is making a fool of himself. Everyone laughed heartily. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the pillar, nearly collapsing with a loud bang. With just a gentle touch, the pillar shattered. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. The breaking of the pillar tensed everyone up. If it collapsed, it might bring major trouble. Unbelievable. This kid has such terrifying strength? This is too exaggerated. I can't describe it. Where did this kid come from? What a monster. Many stared at Isaiah in astonishment. Who would have thought this boy possessed such formidable power? The elder was also shocked, swallowing hard, unable to speak. Regret gnawed at him for underestimating such an exceptional person. Now, am I qualified for the Supreme token? If you still doubt me, look at this alchemist badge. Isaiah took out his badge. Earlier, everyone disapproved of him, but now they were left speechless. Their brows furrowed in confusion. Why do you doubt my badge? Isaiah checked, realizing he had picked up the wrong one. The 4th grade restrictor's badge. He swallowed hard. Sorry, I picked up the wrong one. How did I end up with the restrictor's badge? Isaiah then produced another badge. Look clearly, it's an alchemist badge. Silence filled the room. Everyone's pupils dilated. It was a 6th grade alchemist badge. Is this a joke? He's really only 18? The hall fell silent. All faces turned pale as they gazed at Isaiah with awe, as if looking at a deity. The 6th grade badge shone brightly, representing unimaginable prestige. Even the 3 major sects of Tianhuang haven't seen a 6th grade alchemist in many years. A 6th grade alchemist was legendary. Few could ever witness one. This was truly a rare gem among millions. No one expected a 6th grade alchemist to appear at this auction. No one dared question the authenticity of the badge. Isaiah's earlier display of power made it believable. Everyone felt chills run down their spines, amazed by Isaiah's talent, which surpassed human limits. He wasn't bluffing. He merely stated facts. The crowd's faces burned with embarrassment. The shock was overwhelming, leaving everyone speechless. Many felt humiliated, wishing they could bury themselves in a hole. To think, at 18, Isaiah had already reached heights most couldn't dream of. At his age, becoming a 7th-grade alchemist wouldn't be far-fetched. How about now? Do I have the qualifications for the supreme token? Isaiah asked. Sir, please accept my apologies. I underestimated you. Forgive me. The elder bowed deeply, nearly kneeling, trying to appease Isaiah. As the auction's overseer, the elder couldn't contain his excitement. In all his years, this was the first time he met someone like Isaiah. In no time, Isaiah would shake the heavens. His influence would undoubtedly change everything. Truly astonishing. Translation provided maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 456. Not daring to question him, Isaiah quickly took the token, completely ignoring others' astonishment, and walked into the auction venue, leaving everyone in disarray. Adira followed Isaiah, shaking her head. Although she had already known this fact, she still felt that this person was too extraordinary. He's more like a divine being than a mere human. The auction in Black City indeed lived up to its reputation. Most attendees were opulently dressed, making Isaiah stand out as he didn't seem to fit in with them. However, he didn't care and waited quietly for the auction to begin. Sir, this way please. This is your designated seat which offers the best view of the entire auction and the highest level of service, said an attendant while handing Isaiah a list. This lists the precious items up for auction today. If there's anything you're interested in, we will notify you promptly or pay special attention to it, explained the attendant. Got it, thank you. Isaiah glanced at the list but wasn't very interested in the contents. Mystical arts and treasures ranked earth and heaven didn't catch his interest much. As for medicinal herbs, only grade 4 herbs were listed. Though grade 5 herbs were present, they wouldn't offer much help. It seems like there isn't anything here you want. You're shaking your head. Well, indeed there's nothing on this list that I need, Isaiah responded. Would you like me to tell you something interesting? Adira asked with a smile. Yeah, what's so inside info you've got? You mustn't forget, I'm from the guild. As its president, there's no way I wouldn't know some things, Adira replied, laughing. There must be something good, right? Isaiah eagerly asked. Naturally. I heard there's a heavenly ranked martial art up for auction, although the evaluator mistook it for a common fragment of martial scripture. Isaiah's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. A few more heavenly ranked martial arts could potentially enhance his cultivation, which he found desirable. There are quite a few people who know about this item. They might bid on the martial art, so you should be prepared, Adira warned. To share such crucial information with me? You really are something. Thank you, Isaiah chuckled. However, one problem remained. Isaiah needed a lot of gold coins, and he didn't have much money on him. Without sufficient gold coins, participating in the auction would be challenging. The gold coins are a problem. Yes, you should have taken some when you left, Adira noted. Don't worry about the gold coins. I'll figure it out once I get there. Making some money isn't too hard. Isaiah immediately called for an attendant. Is your supervisor available? I need to discuss something with him. Sure, I'll call the supervisor over right away. What do you plan to do? The attendant asked. Isaiah smiled slightly. Maybe before the auction begins, I can refine some pills to sell? The attendant soon returned. Mr. Isaiah, the supervisor invites you to his room to talk. Isaiah moved swiftly, arriving quickly at the supervisor's room where he met a middle-aged, overweight man with a well-fed appearance. Mr. Galen, hearing about your deeds amazed me. We have always hoped to make friends with someone like you. Are you interested? The supervisor said straightforwardly. The elder nearby was surprised, not expecting the supervisor to be so direct. Obviously, significant benefits were to be offered. Otherwise, how could they hope to befriend such a prodigy? Isaiah just smiled. Making friends can wait. I'm here to discuss something else. Please let us know if there's anything you need. Our auction house will gladly assist you, considering our substantial cooperation with the 3 major sects of the Desolate Heaven. The supervisor happily responded, gesturing for Isaiah to sit down. I'd like to introduce myself first. My name is Gervais, president of this auction house. I wish to participate in the auction but realized I don't have many gold coins. Attending the auction without gold coins, this young man certainly stood out. The elder began to see him in a new light. After all, making money should be no problem for such a talent. So, you want to earn some gold coins? Perhaps we could lend you some? No need. I prefer not owing anyone favors. Instead, I'd refine 5th grade rare pills and sell them to you. Gervais nodded, understanding high-grade pills were highly valuable, sometimes increasing prices by 10 to 20% due to demand. Do you have specific pills in mind for us? Let me think. Isaiah closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. Rare 5th grade pill, Devil Spirit Wind pill, but you must provide the ingredients. The elder beside Gervais hesitated. If we provide the ingredients, they won't come cheap. Also, if the refinement fails, who will cover the loss? Don't speak rudely. Apologize immediately. He's a 6th grade alchemist. You shouldn't question him, the elder said apologetically. Just wait a moment. Let me bring over our alchemists, Gervais added with a smile. Shortly, the attendant brought 7 sets of ingredients. This costs nearly 400,000 gold coins. If I successfully refine these, give me 3 million gold coins. Enoch Rare 5th grade pill sells for 800,000 gold coins, so 5 pills would fetch 4 million. Can you guarantee refining 5 Devil Spirit Wind pills? Gervais asked in surprise. This success rate seemed unbelievable for a rare 5th grade pill. Don't doubt my success rate. 5 sets of ingredients are enough. Isaiah paused, then asked, how much time until the auction starts? 20 minutes. That's enough. Most of the time, Gervais mingled with alchemists and understood the basics of pill refinement. Still, achieving such speed was almost unbelievable, especially given the arrival of the guild's alchemists. Upon learning Isaiah planned to refine 5 Devil Spirit Wind pills at once, they were stunned, suspecting he was wasting ingredients due to the low success rate. Before they could advise against it, Isaiah had already begun the refinement process. Chapter 457. Auctioning Herbs. Gillis had his doubts but did not voice them. He could only wait and see, knowing that Isaiah was a 6th-rank alchemy master. If he were to question him and upset Isaiah, the outcome would be disastrous. The Chief Administrator, Magic Spirit Wind Pill, is a rare 5th-rank pill of great value. The cost of the herbs alone is very high. What if he fails? Should we hold him accountable? Shut up and watch. Why worry now? I believe in this young man's capabilities. Is Isaiah really a 6th-rank alchemy master? That's a little too unbelievable. Even if the alchemist didn't doubt it, anyone else would question it. An 18-year-old 6th-rank alchemy master? Normally, that would be impossible. People who achieved that rank were usually elderly scholars around 70 or 80 years old. Alchemy masters absolutely needed talent and significant time dedicated to their craft. It wasn't something you could master overnight. Refining pills also required considerable time. The more time spent, the more favorable it was for the pill's formation and efficacy. 20 minutes quickly passed, and everyone watched in awe as Isaiah refined pills with fluid motions. His unique technique was unlike any other alchemist's. With a loud boom, the refining furnace sounded off. Gillis stared intently, hoping to witness a miracle. The idea of producing 5 rare 5th-rank pills in 20 minutes seemed less and less reliable, yet there was no turning back. If he failed, it would be a huge loss. It's done. Isaiah opened the refining furnace, revealing an explosion of brilliance and mysterious energy. Stunned, Gillis rushed over and froze upon seeing the result. 5 shiny, round magic spirit wind pills lay within the furnace, radiating a mesmerizing glow. Too dazzling to ignore, Gillis gulped and stared speechless. The Union's alchemist was dumbfounded. After dedicating so many years to refining, never did he imagine such an incredible feat. It was too astonishing. What success rate was this? To refine 5 magic spirit wind pills from 5 sets of ingredients was truly unimaginable. I never thought your refining skills were this impressive. You've truly exceeded my expectations. Gillis gazed intently at the pills, eyes wide with admiration. The auction is about to begin. Hand over the gold coins first. 3 million. Immediately, Gillis ordered someone to bring gold bars. Count them, Sir Isaiah. These pills can be sold separately. Wait until the prices go up before selling. Such rare 5th-rank pills only increase in value. You will make more than 4 million eventually. I know, Sir Isaiah. These pills are truly extraordinary. Gillis felt intense excitement. Seeing so many 5th-rank pills was like looking at solid gold. How could he remain calm? Isaiah was a miraculous individual, capable of refining 5 rare 5th-rank pills in just 20 minutes. No one else had ever achieved such feats. Gillis couldn't suppress his excitement, knowing he'd made a massive profit. Oh, right, don't auction these pills today, Isaiah advised. Gillis hesitated but nodded quickly. I'm afraid I cannot agree to that. Forget it. You're a merchant after all. Even if my identity as a 6th-rank alchemy master is revealed, it doesn't matter much. Isaiah originally intended to stay low profile but now thought otherwise. Truly impressive. Who knew your alchemy skills were so remarkable? Please help me more often, Adira chuckled. Hee, helping you isn't a problem. Just ask. You said it. Don't regret it later, Adira smiled mischievously. The auction began, and Isaiah returned to his seat. A young man sat in the highest position, causing confusion among many. However, no one questioned it further. Isaiah crossed his legs and observed the auction. The main host spoke. Welcome to our long-awaited auction. Tonight's supervisor is Kurchong. Many important figures have come, and the items for auction will surely satisfy everyone. The first item is a 4th-rank pill, Absolute Change Pill, which helps martial respect realm warriors break through bottlenecks, Kurchong announced loudly. Even the first item drew a crowd frenzy. So many people coveted a 4th-rank pill, making the atmosphere lively. Isaiah smiled faintly, amused by how easily they were excited. A 4th-rank pill already stirred such commotion. How would they react to his rare 5th-rank pills? 300,000 gold coins. I offer 500,000. I offer 700,000. The bidding frenzy intensified, inflating the price of the 4th-rank pill far beyond its true value. To Isaiah, the 4th-rank pill should top out at 400,000 gold coins, yet it surpassed 1 million in the auction. Thinking about his own rare 5th-rank pills, they would likely exceed 1 million easily. Next is a 4th-rank herb, Spirit Sky Tree, introduced Kurchong. For men carried a large tree stump onto the stage. Though bulky, the herb was potent. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This herb might be useful to him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something peculiar. A strange aura emanated from the tree stump, not entirely that of Spirit Sky Tree. Another higher-grade herb had once grown here. Isaiah's expression changed slightly. If so, it was indeed unfortunate. The higher-grade herb could have been a 5th or even 6th-rank herb. Isaiah planned to purchase the herb to uncover clues about the missing higher-grade herb and find the 6th-rank herb. Alchemists, bid on this herb. This is not ordinary, and there will be strong competition. 500,000 gold coins. Several bids came in, but Isaiah smiled calmly. 10 million gold coins. Isaiah's voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. They turned to see who dared bid so generously. Seeing only a young man, they were taken aback. A kid bidding so extravagantly? Do you think he knows herbs? Offering such a high price seems strange. Who is that boy? Looks rich. After Isaiah's bid, several hesitated, thinking they could secure the herb soon. Suddenly, another voice chimed in. 15 million gold coins. This sparked more commotion. Everyone wondered what was happening, as the bid far exceeded the herb's original value. Chapter 458, Price Gouging. Isaiah realized at this moment that the person bidding against him was none other than Hyman. Could it be that he had also noticed something unusual about this herb? There must be some clue on this tree stump herb. Isaiah felt that if he could get it, it would definitely be a great help to him. Isaiah, you dare to bid against me? I don't believe you have so many gold coins, Hyman said arrogantly. Hee, what's there to fear? Is it only you who has money? Isaiah shot back, looking at Hyman sitting in the highest seat. Isaiah showed no fear. This was the first time anyone had spoken to Hyman this way, and it irked him immensely. Moreover, seeing a Daira beside Isaiah made Hyman feel as though he was being overshadowed. He had to win the auction to show that Isaiah was just an utter waste of space compared to him. 200,000 gold coins. Isaiah declared firmly, determined to win. Wow. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. The herb was now up to 200,000 gold coins. It was absurdly expensive, clearly a display of wealth rather than value. Berkeley tree wasn't worth that much. I thought you were very wealthy, Isaiah, Hyman mocked, scrutinizing him closely. Just as everyone expected Isaiah to raise the bid even higher, he suddenly smiled. I won't raise my bid anymore. Whoever wants it can have it. What? You dare not continue bidding? Hyman panicked immediately, realizing buying the Berkeley tree for 250,000 gold coins was a bad deal. This damn kid was just driving up the price? By the time Hyman figured this out, Isaiah was smiling, showing no respect towards him. Hyman felt tricked, thinking Isaiah would definitely bid high prices, which infuriated him. No one had ever dared do such a thing before, as provoking Hyman was tantamount to courting death. Isaiah's actions were incredibly reckless. Isaiah, you wait and see. I'll make you pay for this, Hyman gritted his teeth, having been outwitted for the first time. Here, Hyman ruled with an iron fist, extorting protection fees from all. Both martial artists and alchemists feared him immensely. Isaiah completely disregarded Hyman and continued to watch the auction. As the auction went on, Isaiah appeared unconcerned. The Berkeley tree had traces of high-grade herbs. After the auction, he planned to ask Nicotion for more information. He wanted to know where this Berkeley tree came from. Obtaining another 6th-grade herb would greatly benefit him. Now, let's look at this 5th-grade herb, cold spirit flower. It doesn't need much introduction. It's used to refine the 5th-grade cold spirit pill, which helps even those at the martial spirit realm, Kurt announced excitedly. The cold spirit pill once helped someone break through their bottleneck within 2 months, making it highly favored by martial spirit realm practitioners. Now, please place your bids. Kurt urged, and everyone responded enthusiastically. This was a 5th-grade herb, soon to be the climax of the auction. The price would likely be driven to its peak. Who would have the means to secure this herb? Many people started bidding. 300,000 gold coins, a pill alchemist shouted confidently. Selling refined pills for 500,000 or 600,000 gold coins was feasible. Get lost. I'll bid 400,000 gold coins, Hyman interrupted loudly, stopping most bidders in their tracks. 450,000 gold coins. Isaiah raised his hand. Brat, it's you again. Are you trying to drive up the price again? You're intentionally antagonizing me? Hyman questioned sharply. Why can't I bid? Am I not allowed here? Isaiah taunted. 500,000 gold coins. 550,000 gold coins. The 5th-grade herb was driven up to an astounding 1,150,000 gold coins. This price could buy a 5th-grade pill. Seeing Isaiah's confidence, Hyman grew increasingly dissatisfied. Heh, I think I'll pass. That's very kind of you. I've been waiting for you to say that, Isaiah smirked confidently. Hyman felt something was off. Isaiah was smart and kept bidding aggressively. Was there something peculiar about this herb? Hyman worried that spending too many gold coins might draw scrutiny from his sect, especially considering the next item they desired. 560,000 gold coins. Hyman lacked confidence now, no longer shouting. Why only add 10,000? I see you're running out of money or saving it for something else. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. Did this kid know his thoughts? Hyman felt uneasy. Could Isaiah also be here for that item? It seems Hyman is short on funds. If you need money, I can lend you some, Isaiah teased, noticing Hyman's slightly darkened face. Don't worry, I'll pass. Isaiah shook his head. Kurt confirmed if anyone wanted to bid higher, but there was no response. Congratulations to Hyman, who secured the cold spirit flower for 560,000 gold coins, Kurt announced. Hyman gritted his teeth. Isaiah had deliberately driven up the price. Such behavior usually invited severe consequences, as auctions wouldn't tolerate bidders unable to pay. Additionally, interfering with items the Sacred Wind sect desired would result in dire outcomes. But today was different. Isaiah dared to pull this off. Hyman resolved to make Isaiah pay dearly. How dare a mere boy act so arrogantly here? It would be easy to ruin Isaiah since he belonged to the Sacred Wind sect. Being on the Heavenly Wasteland 3 sect's territory meant keeping a low profile, not showing off like this. The auction continued, and Hyman regained his composure. He wondered about Isaiah's background. How did he obtain a top-tier token, and why didn't he participate in any bidding? Chapter 459. The Remnant Scroll of the Heaven Rank. Isaiah must have had a specific purpose in mind for something, and this was intriguing. Hyman looked at Isaiah with icy eyes. Next, we have an Upper Earth rank treasure, the Spirit Soul Stone. This stone can aid cultivators in their practice and is the envy of all spirit warrior experts, Kurt announced as he introduced the stone. Many spirit warriors fixated their gazes on it, including Hyman, who also placed a bid. This time, Isaiah didn't bother raising his price. He kept his hands crossed over his chest and appeared deep in thought. After the bidding for the Spirit Soul Stone ended, Kurt delivered some casual remarks before continuing. The next scroll up for auction is incomplete. Its worth depends on your discernment, Kurt loudly declared. Only a few people in the crowd lit up with excitement, seemingly aware that the scroll wasn't ordinary. The servant brought up the martial technique Remnant Scroll, catching everyone's intense attention. Isaiah raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking initially only a few would know its significance. However, the majority of the people in the highest seats seemed to recognize its importance and showed keen interest. I didn't expect there would be so many competitors, Adira remarked with a raised eyebrow. This is a middle-rank heaven technique, not a lower rank. Isaiah shook his head and said, You actually figured that out already? That's quick. How are you sure? Adira asked, surprised. Isaiah shrugged and smiled slightly. It's based on a gut feeling. I'm not entirely certain, but this situation feels off. A middle-rank heaven technique excited Isaiah deeply. If he could obtain it, it would greatly help him, possibly even enhance his cultivation. Feeling a sense of impatience, he smiled faintly. Although this is just a remnant, numerous sects have come for it. Just understand how valuable it is without me drawing conclusions prematurely, Kurt purposely teased. Many believe this is a remnant of a heaven technique, still attracting the favor of many powerful factions despite being incomplete. As Kurt spoke, many faces changed drastically. There was a stir among the crowd, captivated by the allure of a heaven technique, even if it were a fragment. Heaven techniques were priceless treasures, and many would pay heavy sums just for a glimpse. Even if one couldn't master it, they could resell it for a high price. Everyone stared intently at the remnant scroll, everything becoming unbelievable. The starting bid for this remnant scroll is 1 million gold coins, with each increment being no less than 10,000. Let's begin, Kurt instructed as the remnant scroll was fully unfurled, catching Isaiah's eye. Adira found Isaiah's smile rather puzzling. Such a high initial price was unprecedented at any previous auction. Many gasped, finding the item far too expensive, something many cultivators dreamt about, seeking supreme power. Heaven techniques could easily assist someone in achieving greater levels of cultivation and realms. It looks like there will be quite a lot of bidders, someone remarked. I didn't think the auctioneer would mention it himself. Unpredictable indeed, another person added. Just a remnant. What if it turns out useless after winning the bid? That would be disastrous, others mused. Despite various thoughts, the heaven technique remnant attracted countless people. Enoch, million gold coins. Hee, move aside. I'll offer 2 million gold coins. 3 million gold coins. Isaiah raised his hand, realizing his funds were insufficient for such a hefty bid. It was just too expensive. With so many powerful sects present, most might go beyond 5 million. Isaiah's 3 million wouldn't stand a chance. But Isaiah had other means. 5 million gold coins. Hyman shouted boldly, astonishing everyone. Offering 5 million gold coins for a mere remnant was unheard of. It was shockingly high for something so uncertain. Learning even part of a heaven technique was incredibly difficult unless one found the missing piece. Now, with no concrete information on the heaven technique, Hyman's generous offer baffled many. 6 million gold coins. A voice rang out, electrifying the entire hall. 6 million was almost unimaginable, causing heads to turn. Isaiah, you! Hyman's expression changed when he realized the bidder wasn't Isaiah but someone else. I didn't expect him to be here. Hyman's face turned grim as he watched the man in astonishment. The man carried 7 different swords, his demeanor cold and intimidating. His presence alone sent chills down spines. That man turned the venue into a training ground, more terrifying than imagined. Kurt swallowed nervously, feeling distinctly uneasy. That's Clive, known as Sword Frost, one of Wong Roger Sect's top swordsmen, famous for his chilling sword aura, someone whispered fearfully. Hyman paled upon seeing him, unable to speak. Clive's bid of 6 million was surprisingly extravagant. I need this remnant scroll, a heaven technique specifically focusing on swordplay, Clive declared coldly, his gaze sharp like a blade. Few dared meet his piercing eyes. A man known as Sword Frost, interesting, Isaiah smiled with amusement. Beware, his sword skills are exceptional. His mastery is rumored to be horrifying, Adira warned. Intriguing. What fascinates swordsmen the most is undoubtedly dueling. We may end up facing each other, Isaiah chuckled inwardly. Just seeing Clive's sword stirred excitement within Isaiah, a rare occurrence. 7 million gold coins, another youthful voice echoed, leaving everyone speechless. Hadn't the price soared to 7 million? Who was this person? Their wealth was incomprehensible, setting a new benchmark. The chapter captures the tension of an auction with increasing stakes and introduces a formidable opponent for Isaiah. Chapter 460. I have a condition. Everyone turned their gazes to find out who could afford such a high bid, but they only heard the voice without seeing the person. How terrifying this must be. Look, the top combat expert of Jimfeng sect has appeared. It's said his cultivation level is incredibly terrifying. His name is Sheldon. Enoch by one. Big shots arrived, and many people were dumbfounded. They never expected that a single heaven-grade martial technique scroll would attract so many people. Quite a few people felt their scalps tingle as all the arrivals represented major sections. It was now nearly impossible for an individual to win the auction for the scroll on their own. Among the 3 great sects of Tianhuang, it was highly likely one of them would obtain the heaven-grade martial technique scroll. Thus, they were all willing to pay handsomely for it. Gold coins were not an issue, however. It remained unclear which of them would ultimately secure the scroll. Enoch million. A sudden voice rang out. The representatives from the 3 great sects of Tianhuang frowned tightly. Who dared to make such a huge offer? Even if you did succeed in bidding, would you really be able to leave this place alive? This was a crucial question. All eyes swiveled toward a young man. It was Isaiah. They were all astounded. How could anyone dare to compete with the representatives from the 3 great sects of Tianhuang? How bold is this kid? Does that guy really have that much money? He has always had issues with Hyman, and now he's challenging the 3 great sects of Tianhuang to an auction. I dare say he will be the first to die later. Isaiah, do you really have 1 million? Hyman asked suspiciously. Isaiah smiled faintly. Why wouldn't I? Humph, you're just blustering. Hyman refused to believe Isaiah could possibly have that much money. In truth, Isaiah didn't have that much money either. He knew very well these people would stop at nothing to get the martial technique scroll. Naturally, Isaiah also increased the price, although he wasn't willing to spend too much himself. After all, he only had 3 million, and these sects were indeed spending generously, a large sum that seemed unimaginable. Isaiah naturally wanted this scroll as well, but he saw no reason to spend so many gold coins. They weren't easy to earn. Clive raised an eyebrow at Isaiah. Where did this kid come from, daring to offer so much money? If they didn't raise their bid, they couldn't win. Sheldon also gave Isaiah a cold look. This kid was raising the price deliberately. He would make sure to give him a hard time when the opportunity arose. 11 million gold coins, Hyman loudly announced. The bidding had already reached 10 million gold coins. Such a sum for a heaven-grade martial technique scroll was a substantial investment. Even a major sect like Shangfeng sect considered it a considerable amount. If the scroll turned out to be unusable, it would result in a significant loss. Martial artists required substantial gold coin expenditures for cultivation. Not just anyone could afford it. 12 million. Isaiah loudly countered. Hyman highly doubted that Isaiah had that much money. Kerchang, I'm worried this kid doesn't have enough money. You should check before it affects our other bidders. Kerchang smiled slightly. Nico Tianshang had specially reminded him that Isaiah wouldn't lack money. Hyman, all our bidders are pre-verified. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the highest token. Despite Kerchang's words, Hyman still doubted it. It was impossible for anyone to have that much money. 1 million gold coins. Isaiah, why don't you give me some face? We can cooperate. Afterward, I'll give you some benefits, Hyman offered helplessly. Heh, why should I give you face? I'm not backing down on this martial technique scroll, Isaiah replied confidently. Kid, you're pretty good. Let's see what happens, Hyman fumed. Clive raised an eyebrow. May I ask your name, sir? My name is Isaiah. You must be an excellent swordsman. The heaven-grade martial technique of swordsmanship, could you perhaps let it go? I will definitely compensate you, Clive politely asked. Hyman shook his head. Isaiah was stubborn and wouldn't accept any favors. Clive was likely going to get rejected. Isaiah thought about it, then smiled faintly. All right, no problem. Clive immediately handed over a bag of gold, a small token of gratitude. Isaiah took the bag of gold and smiled. But I have one condition. What is it? Once you get the scroll, could you show it to me thoroughly? Of course, especially since you're a swordsman. There's no problem with you looking at it, Clive smiled back. Isaiah, you're being deliberate. You agreed to his request but refused my offer? Hyman's face turned extremely dark. Is there a problem? Isaiah asked. You. Just wait until I make things difficult for you. Hyman gritted his teeth, clearly infuriated. Clive shook hands with Isaiah. I hope we can become good friends. They both smiled. In the end, Clive secured the heaven-grade martial technique for 12,055,000 gold coins. Everyone cast envious glances, for this martial technique was something many dreamed of owning. It had now fallen into Clive's hands. Clive was extremely excited after obtaining the scroll. He examined it carefully, absorbing every detail. The content within the scroll was substantial. Come, Isaiah. As promised, take a look first. Isaiah smiled. Thank you, Brother Clive. This intermediate heaven-grade martial technique was called the White Tiger Divine Sword Technique. Isaiah's eyebrows slightly rose. It was another power of the 4 deities. He already possessed the powers of Abraham and Vermilion Bird. If he obtained White Tiger, he would have 3 of the divine powers. This was an advanced technique of the Divine Moon Sword Technique, and indeed, it was only a partial scroll, containing only half of the content. Isaiah memorized everything after reading it. With half of the scroll, Isaiah could use his reasoning to understand the remaining half. It shouldn't be too problematic. If he couldn't deduce the rest, Isaiah would need to search for the missing half. Ding! Master observed the intermediate heaven-grade White Tiger Divine Sword Technique, triggering a 100x comprehension rate, gaining 1,000 by 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master comprehended the intermediate heaven-grade White Tiger Divine Sword Technique. Thank you. I truly learned a lot, Isaiah smiled. He was internally elated, having fully comprehended the technique. Chapter 461. Clearly trapping me. Having acquired an intermediate heavenly rank martial technique for free, Isaiah was incredibly happy and didn't even have to spend a single gold coin. The auction still has one last item, Kerchang said excitedly, which was originally not intended to be sold. However, due to the extraordinarily high bid for the heavenly rank scroll, our guildmaster has decided to specially auction this. He paused for effect before announcing 2 rare 5th-tier pills, the demonic spirit wind pill. For a moment, everyone was taken aback because this had never been mentioned before. It was a last-minute decision to auction these pills. What? Rare 5th-tier pills? This auction is really something else. The Black City auction isn't to be underestimated. Everyone marveled as rare 5th-tier pills had never been auctioned off before, making this a particularly special occasion. These 5th-tier pills should significantly boost my cultivation. Perhaps I can break through my bottleneck, Hyman said seriously, clearly very eager for the pill. He believed obtaining it would solve everything. Moreover, there were 2 of them, not just one. The crowd's attention once again focused on the pills with anticipation. Just looking at the pills, many warriors found their hearts racing, their eyes burning with desire. Adira shook her head. If they knew that these pills were made by Isaiah, they would be shocked beyond belief. And Isaiah had produced 5 of these pills in one go, all given to Nico Tian for auction. Looking at the pills, Isaiah felt they could still offer some improvement for him, but not significantly so, especially after having used 6th-tier pills. Isaiah wasn't too fond of 5th-tier pills anymore, believing 6th-tier pills offered greater improvements. Who would have thought such pills would come up? Clive remarked in surprise, noting how rare 5th-tier pills were, making him equally interested. However, he noticed Isaiah's lack of enthusiasm. Brother Isaiah, you're not interested in this pill? Isaiah shook his head. I find it unremarkable. Clive chuckled softly, wondering how high Isaiah's standards must be if he dismissed a rare 5th-tier pill. Thinking Isaiah might be joking, Clive laughed. All right everyone, stop discussing and start bidding, Kerchang urged. 700,000 gold coins, Hyman immediately called out. 800,000 gold coins, Sheldon raised the price. Kerchang smiled inwardly. Selling the 2 pills for over 1 million coins wouldn't be a problem. Indeed, 5th-tier pills were highly profitable. While the heavenly rank skill fragment fetched a high price due to competition among major factions, 5th-tier pills remained a lucrative and frequent seller. The eagerness of the bidders suggested prices would soar further. Enoch million gold coins, Hyman shouted loudly. For a while, no one countered his bid. Hyman felt a mix of excitement and anticipation, believing he could secure the pills today. Suddenly, Isaiah stood up. Auctioneer, may I speak? Kerchang looked puzzled. What do you need? I think the price of these pills is understated. I suggest you raise the starting bid, Isaiah said sternly. Are you rambling, Isaiah? Someone muttered. According to auction rules, the owner of the item being auctioned had the right to make such requests, even to prevent certain individuals from winning bids, depending on their status. This was a gesture of respect from the auction house. Hyman gritted his teeth, unable to understand why Isaiah kept interfering. Recalling Isaiah's 6th-tier alchemist badge, which he had dismissed as fake back then, Hyman now wondered if these pills were indeed from Isaiah. A chill ran down his spine. Could this kid really possess such extraordinary talent? Very well, young Master Isaiah. If you request it, the auction guild will comply. How shall we proceed? Kerchang asked. Hyman's face turned pale. The auction guild favored Isaiah openly, completely ignoring him. I believe the minimum bid for the demonic spirit wind pills should be 1.5 million gold coins, Isaiah said with a smile. We'll follow your suggestion. Bidding starts at 1.5 million gold coins, Kerchang announced. Hyman felt like his world had crumbled. What was supposed to cost 1 million now demanded an additional 500,000 gold coins, especially knowing the pills belonged to Isaiah. Despite their value, Hyman seethed with anger but couldn't afford to pass up this opportunity to enhance his strength. Hyman, these rare 5th-tier pills aren't common. If you don't buy them today, they might cost 2 million next time, Isaiah added casually. Are you deliberately trying to trap me? Not at all. I'm actually helping you, Isaiah replied bluntly. Fine, I'll buy them. In that case, can you purchase both, or only one? Hyman's face darkened. Though the sect provided ample funds, using them without permission would lead to severe repercussions. All this was Isaiah's doing, filling Hyman with hatred. I'll take one. Isaiah smiled. He was determined to thwart Hyman. It wasn't Isaiah's fault, as Hyman had initiated the conflict. With the auction nearing its end, Isaiah planned to leave. Young Master Isaiah, wait, do you have any plans next? The auction ends here. Next, I intend to visit the 3 great sects of the Heavenly Wasteland. That's excellent. We can travel together. That heavenly rank martial technique fragment is exceedingly difficult to comprehend, Clive sighed. Isaiah smiled, having already mastered the intermediate heavenly rank martial technique, his strongest move yet. He saw no reason to inform Clive about this. Knowing Clive's limits, even with exceptional talent, mastering half a fragmented skill seemed impossible unless he possessed the other half. Such a cruel truth was best left unsaid. Chapter 462. Isn't this courting death? Isaiah chatted with Clive for a while before leaving, planning how to embark on the journey to the 3 major sects which was still far away. I have some business to attend to, related to the Chamber of Commerce. You look eager to practice cultivation. There's no need for you to accompany me, Adira said. Okay, are you sure? As a girl, I'm not quite reassured about letting you go alone, although your identity is quite special. No worries, I will be fine. I'll just visit the Black Martial Pavilion in Uhay City and return in half an hour, Adira replied. Alright, be careful then. Isaiah found an inn where he could wait for Adira's return. He was eager to start cultivating immediately after obtaining the intermediate heavenly rank martial technique, which he adored. Unfortunately, there was nowhere suitable to test it out, which was regrettable. This sword technique seemed incredibly powerful. Holding the sword, Isaiah felt something extraordinary. His sword skills had improved drastically compared to before, becoming truly formidable. This sword technique is indeed impressive. I must master it as soon as possible. It might come in handy later. Ding. The host has cultivated the White Tiger Divine Sword technique, triggering a 100-fold comprehension and gaining 1,000 by 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has reached the peak of the 3rd stage of the martial spirit realm. Isaiah's eyes widened. Breaking through 2 stages consecutively left him extraordinarily excited, especially knowing he had previously only been at the early 3rd stage of the martial spirit realm. It seemed the effects of the 6th grade medicinal pill hadn't completely dissipated. He now felt a hot surge of energy within his body, making him feel extremely energized. Seeing his primordial energy gather in his palm, Isaiah's eyes sparkled. Everything was under control, and this intermediate heavenly rank martial technique was indeed powerful. After cultivating for some time, nearly an hour had passed, and Isaiah stopped practicing. He had planned to make full use of the momentum, but noticed something. Adira wasn't back yet? Isaiah walked out of the room, feeling that he should check things out. He had agreed to return, and yet hadn't seen her, leaving him puzzled. Why would you want to go to the ancient martial pavilion? I think you should reconsider. Now, it's the Holy Wind Sect's territory, and non-sect members aren't allowed entry, a waiter advised kindly. If I go, it will be fine. Inquiring about directions, Isaiah arrived at the ancient martial pavilion, a luxurious place with numerous steeds parked outside. Judging from the scene, the people inside weren't ordinary. As Isaiah approached, he heard a familiar voice. Ah, brother Isaiah, you're here too, Clive hurried over. Yes, I came here to attend to some matters, wanting to enter the ancient martial pavilion. Ah, I see. Let me try to help. Clive approached the entrance, where 2 Holy Wind Sect disciples stood arrogantly, looking down on Clive. Step aside, gentlemen. My friend wishes to see someone inside, Clive said with a smile. The 2 Holy Wind Sect disciples clearly showed no respect. Haha, scram back where you came from. He doesn't have the right to enter. They gave no quarter at all, and Clive's face changed slightly. How about this? Let me pass a message along. Would that be okay? He thought the disciples might give him some leeway, but they didn't. Why should we listen to you, Clive, helping a foreigner? Not a chance. Clive, you're a notable person, yet you associate with this young man who seems like nothing but trash, the disciples sneered. Isaiah smiled faintly, paying them no heed. They were truly being given more respect than they deserved by being so arrogant. Isaiah suddenly stepped forward. You're really taking advantage of our kindness. Why do you act so arrogantly in front of me? Get out of my way. A stern voice caused the 2 Holy Wind Sect disciples to momentarily freeze. No one dared speak to Holy Wind Sect members like that. Where did this audacious youth come from? It was unbelievable. But both disciples felt a chill run down their spines, realizing this boy exuded an extraordinary aura, making him appear somewhat frightening. The Holy Wind sect disciples swallowed hard, snapping back to reality. This was their stronghold, with elders inside. Who dared act rashly here? Boy, don't get carried away. If you dare force your way in, don't blame us for our actions. I've come to find someone, Adira. I know she came here. If I don't see her, I will bear the consequences. Isaiah's tone was commanding. Boy, what gives you the right to order us around? We told you to leave. Clive, hoping to avoid conflict, quickly interjected, let's not make this worse. There's no need to hurt each other's feelings. But if you two don't want to die, get out of my way. Seeing Isaiah not budging and even threatening them, the two Holy Wind sect disciples became visibly irritated and struck at Isaiah with their considerable strength, both being in the martial venerable realm. However, before Isaiah, their efforts were laughable. He merely needed to release a bit of primordial energy, sending them flying instantly. The disciples fell to the ground, spitting blood profusely, utterly helpless. They never imagined such a turn of events. This youth dared to attack on Holy Wind sect territory, showing complete disrespect. Now, let's see who dares risk their life to stop me. This is what happens to those who oppose me. Clive stood beside, speechless. He knew Isaiah was strong, but daring to barge into Holy Wind sect territory was beyond imagination. Such bravery astounded even Clive. Bystanders were shocked, unsure what was happening. Someone dared attack within the ancient martial pavilion. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Who is that youth? The Holy Wind sect disciples were severely injured. Isn't he courting death? We're in for a show. Look, inner sect disciples of the Holy Wind sect are here. What a huge nerve to harm our Holy Wind sect members. Are you tired of living? A disdainful voice rang out. The heavily injured disciples quickly stood up. Stephen Kyle. This boy forced his way in, showing utter disrespect and severely injuring us. Kyle's expression turned cold as ice, glaring down at Isaiah as if he were a mere insect. What brings you here to cause trouble? Chapter 463. You actually call me weak. I've come to see Adira. Let me in, or you'll bear the consequences. What's your relationship with Adira? Kyle asked, clearly dissatisfied. What relationship do I need to tell you? Who are you that you're telling me what to do? Isaiah retorted, equally dissatisfied. Boy, your tone is quite arrogant. It seems you're tired of living. If you want to die today, I can help you achieve that, Kyle responded angrily. No one dared speak to him this way. Even Clive wasn't as bold. An 18-year-old boy was not someone Kyle would let off easily. He wouldn't be able to swallow his pride if he didn't teach him a lesson today. With an enraged roar, Kyle unleashed a powerful wave of energy. The force was incredibly strong, and with a bang, the courtyard before the ancient martial pavilion was shattered. Isaiah raised his scabbard, but the impact forced him back several steps. Despite this, the punch was indeed formidable. It seemed that the people of Sacred Wind Sect were not to be underestimated. Isaiah smiled faintly. This situation was becoming interesting. The crowd watched in astonishment. Isaiah actually managed to block Kyle's punch? Everyone knew that Kyle was an inner disciple of the Sacred Wind Sect and naturally had great strength. Heaven, Kyle has a Wu Galing realm cultivation at level 3, yet he didn't even injure that kid? Actually, that kid is already at a disadvantage, but he is surprisingly powerful. Who is he? There was widespread speculation among the onlookers. Your fist looks strong, but it doesn't work on me. Isaiah smiled. Kyle's face darkened. Even someone at Wu Galing realm level 4 might struggle to withstand his punch. How could this kid handle it? What's going on? Kyle felt this boy might be more difficult to deal with than he first thought. Isaiah blocking his punch couldn't be mere luck. He must have some real strength. You do have some skills, but that ends here. Do you really think you can win against me? Kyle said coldly. Why not? When you fall later, you'll realize how weak you truly are. You dare call me weak? Kyle exploded into fury. How could a kid mock his strength like this? He couldn't accept it. Isaiah decided it was time to draw his sword. Without it, winning against Kyle would be tough. It became clear that the people of the Sacred Wind Sect were not weak, making Isaiah increasingly intrigued by this sect. Indeed, one of the 3 great sects of the Heavenly Wasteland was not a title to be taken lightly. As Isaiah prepared to draw his sword, Kyle's expression changed. A hint of fear surfaced. The sword's aura was intimidating. Clive also noticed the sword aura emanating from Isaiah. He was momentarily stunned. This sword's power was too formidable. Was this a heaven-grade martial technique? Clive began to suspect. Clive had always been studying such techniques, and Isaiah's current display matched closely. The killing intent emitted by the sword surpassed Clive's own, creating an invisible but overwhelming presence. Cold sweat appeared on Clive's forehead, even causing the 7 swords on his back to tremble in resonance with the oppressive aura. This person was an extraordinary swordsman. Hold it. A commanding voice interrupted. Isaiah looked up to see an elder approaching. Elder, this person injured our Sacred Wind Sect disciples. I need to teach him a lesson. Just give me a few minutes. When the onlookers saw the elder, their faces changed. For the elder to be involved meant trouble for Isaiah. Surely he would be dead soon. This will be an interesting spectacle. That kid is doomed. Even the elder has stepped in. Everyone murmured, believing Isaiah was as good as dead. He had seriously injured 2 disciples, an act seen as extremely reckless. Could anyone single-handedly challenge the power within the territory of the Sacred Wind Sect, which was home to many formidable experts? Just then, everyone was shocked. The elder sternly ordered again. I said, hold it. Elder, what's going on? Kyle was baffled, unable to understand why the elder was defending the youth. Is this youth someone important? Are you Isaiah? Here to see Adira? The elder asked politely. Yes, that's right, Isaiah nodded. In that case, Adira is still discussing matters inside. Why don't you come back tomorrow? No way. I'm taking her with me today, Isaiah said disdainfully. How dare you speak to an elder this way? Looks like you want to die, Kyle rebuked. thinking the boy had gone too far. Himph, move aside. You should be grateful to be alive after challenging me. The elder's expression changed. He hadn't expected Isaiah to be so disrespectful. Typically, one would be respectful when addressed by an elder, especially given the circumstances. Elder Jenimu had seen countless individuals, but had never encountered anyone as insolent as Isaiah, a young prodigy showing no respect. No matter the talent, arrogance leads to death. Jenimu's expression grew grave. Isaiah, why be so unreasonable? I said come back tomorrow. Why listen to you? If Adira chose to stay voluntarily, I wouldn't argue, but I haven't seen her. Isaiah's tone was domineering. It seems you're forcing her to stay. There's nothing more to discuss. What's your relationship with Adira? Jenimu asked curiously. Why should I tell you? Fritz, if you don't get out of my way, I'll disable you too. Upon hearing these words, silence fell over the crowd. Did he really say that? To openly threaten an elder like that was tantamount to seeking death. Ignoring Kyle was one thing, but confronting Elder Jenimu was something else entirely. Even Clive was utterly astonished. What was this boy thinking? Arrogance should have its limits. By addressing the elder respectfully, a conflict could have been avoided. Instead, Isaiah acted as though he disrespected everyone. Chapter 464. I have only Enoch request. The way you've impressed me, kid. Jenimu's face darkened. Humph, elder, let me kill him. Otherwise, he's too arrogant. People like him cannot be spared. Let me kill him to vent my anger. Jenimu also nodded. Fine, if that's the case, then kill him. Such an arrogant boy is really unbearable. Kyle laughed coldly. Well, Isaiah, you could have survived today, but you're asking for death. The power in Kyle's fist grew even more terrifying, reaching a formidable realm. Isaiah raised his eyebrow, while Clive shook his head. Brother Isaiah, be careful. The three sects of Tiangang practicing together can reach a distinctive realm called the Heaven Wound Realm, which allows one to transform Yuan Qi, Clive warned. Oh, really? So this Qi boundary can't be dealt with. Nonsense, what did you expect? With that, Kyle attacked with a single punch. The transformed Yuan Qi contained countless energies, causing severe distortions around it. Isaiah immediately unsheathed his sword, sending out a powerful slash that roared violently. The two forces collided, generating brilliant sparks, and many people were sent flying by the intense scene. Kyle's expression was grim. He never thought his powerful punch would be blocked by the boy's sword Qi. This wasn't what he expected at all. Even Jenimu was stunned. How could this kid's sword Qi be so strong? It appeared that this Heaven Wound Realm was quite formidable and could match the Baihu Divine Sword Qi. However, Kyle couldn't hold on for long as numerous sword Qi slashed him, sending him flying and smashing into the gate. With a loud bang, Kyle broke through the doors of the ancient martial hall and fell to the ground, his body covered in severe sword wounds, barely alive. Kyle, who possessed the Heaven Wound Realm, actually lost. Jenimu's face turned uglier, unable to comprehend what happened. Clearly, Isaiah couldn't transform Yuan Qi, yet his strength was so formidable. What was going on with this kid? Just now, that sword technique, was it an intangible sword technique? Clive was completely stunned. It was the heavenly rank sword technique he had been dreaming of mastering. Although Clive owned a fragment of the heavenly rank martial technique, he didn't even know its name. Yet Isaiah could already use it? When did Isaiah learn this? Or did he possess the complete version of the heavenly rank martial technique? Clive was too shocked to say a word, as this was the very sword technique he coveted. **** ding. Master defeated Kyle, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. **** ding. Congratulations on comprehending the mid-stage, first level of the Heaven Wound Realm. ***. Isaiah looked at the Yuan Qi in his palm. The Qi had transformed into a different state, making it more unpredictable. The space around his hand was thoroughly distorted. Isaiah chuckled. He had grown stronger, though still far from the Imperial Martial Realm. Recalling the illusory Yuan Qi from before, the gap remained significant. Jenimu hurried to help Kyle, whose injuries were horrifically severe. Kid, you've got some guts to cripple Kyle. Jenimu said angrily. Heh, there's nothing I won't dare. Now, I want to see Adira. If I can't, I won't mind sending all of you to hell, and I mean it. Isaiah brandished his sword in an overwhelmingly domineering manner. You must be tired of living. Jenimu prepared to attack. Seeing an inner disciple severely injured before his eyes, he felt Saint Wind's sect's dignity was at stake if he didn't act. This is your own doing. I advise you to stop, or don't blame me for bullying the elderly. Don't be arrogant in front of me. You'll regret being so unrighteous, Jenimu said, livid with rage. Isaiah smiled calmly. Dealing with just an elder wasn't something he worried about. He didn't think he couldn't handle him. Everyone was terrified. What was Isaiah doing? This was truly audacious behavior. Now, the most astonishing thing was that Isaiah planned to fight the elder. Was he invincible? That kid plans to fight Jenimu? What a terrifying person. He's gone mad. He's doomed this time. At this moment, Jenimu's Yuan Qi was incredibly powerful. Anyone who dared touch him might be crushed instantly. Jenimu leaped forward, delivering a fierce palm strike. Low-rank heavenly skill, Death Heart Palm. A massive palm descended from above, aiming to crush Isaiah into pieces. Jenimu poured all his effort into this strike. Isaiah sheathed his sword and swiftly drew it again in a rapid motion that no one could follow. An invisible sword shadow suddenly appeared, freezing everything around it. Jenimu's giant palm print was split in half. Jenimu's face changed. He hadn't expected such a terrifying sword technique. Instantly, he felt as if he'd fallen into an icy abyss. What kind of sword technique did this kid practice to be so astonishing? A bloody scratch appeared on Jenimu's palm, indicating he was hurt. Initially, it seemed like a minor wound, but blood soon flowed profusely. Seeing Isaiah unharmed, Jenimu's brow raised, watching his own blood drip from his hand. Looks like you're not much of an elder either, Isaiah said with a smile, waving his sword. I swear, kid, If I don't kill you today, I'll stop being human, Genemu said indignantly. Enough. An elder, older than Genemu but calmer, stepped in. Elder of Intersect, this kid doesn't respect us. Are we going to let this slide? Genemu asked. We have much to do. There's no need for violence, the elder said calmly. Genemu was clearly unhappy. Not fighting back would make him lose face. Isaiah had gravely damaged the reputation of Saint Wind Sect. I have only one request. I want to see Adira, or there will be chaos here, Isaiah said boldly. Many people stared at him in shock. Wasn't he facing elders? Did he realize his position? Had he no self-awareness? Hashtag chapter 465, The Shadow Forest. Lee, there's no problem. It might have been a misunderstanding. We didn't plan to keep Adira here forcibly. She'll be out soon. Sure enough, Adira emerged after a while. Isaiah stepped forward and asked, Are you alright? I'm fine. Something happened earlier, so it took longer than expected, making you worry. Adira's expression was not very good. What happened? It's just a minor issue. I'll tell you about it later. Adira replied with a bitter smile. Lee, your name is Isaiah, right? Adira speaks highly of you, the elder smiled. Are you also an elder from Holy Wind Sect? Yes, my name is Hardyshan. Your purpose for this journey should be for the Heavenly Wasteland 3 Sects Grand Contest, correct? Hardyshan smiled again. Isaiah didn't respond but nodded slightly. I believe that during the Grand Contest, you will definitely stand out even more. A person like you has extremely high potential, Hardyshan praised. Genemu beside him was extremely dissatisfied. To actually praise the other party, something must be wrong. This kid certainly doesn't respect the Holy Wind Sect. Why would he still commend his talent? However, Isaiah's current strength and cultivation worried Genemu. This boy truly had the most terrifying strength he had ever seen in a youth. Forget about finding someone within the Holy Wind Sect with higher potential. Even among the 3 major sects of the Heavenly Wasteland, it would be hard to find anyone with the same level of talent. Farewell. Isaiah chuckled faintly. Isaiah decided to leave immediately, leaving everyone staring dumbfounded. He had already provoked Kyle and fought with Genemu, and after such a tumultuous conflict, he could still retreat unscathed. Just how powerful was this young man? No one had ever accomplished such a feat before. Even the renowned sword Frostclive might not have been able to achieve this. Yet, Isaiah, a young man, managed such an incredible feat. Isaiah and Adira slowly walked away, and Clive followed them shortly. Do the Intersect elders think they can let this go? Someone asked. What else do you want? That kid holds the Heavenly Wasteland token. He will certainly appear during the Grand Contest. This kid is truly infuriating, Genemu frowned, never expecting to lose face to a mere youth. Looking at the wound on his hand, Genemu couldn't swallow this humiliation. What happened back there? Isaiah asked curiously. Elder Hardyshan was trying to help me recover my memory. Clearly, there are many things I can't recall. That's quite a problem. Maybe finding a grade 5 medicinal herb to refine into a grade 5 pill could help restore my memory, Adira said with a bitter smile. Normally, such high-grade herbs wouldn't be necessary, but her situation was different. Hardyshan mentioned this, which indeed was puzzling. If you need any help, I can assist you. Adira nodded. It shouldn't be too severe. If I can recover, that would be best, but finding the necessary herb isn't easy. How rare is a grade 5 herb? It's true. It's said that the herb disappeared 1,000 years ago, making the possibility of me recovering my memory very low. Adira shook her head. Isaiah fell into thought. After resting for the night, they set off the next day. I just heard something that might affect you greatly. Isaiah laughed, noticing Adira's anxiousness. What has you so worried? The Heavenly Wasteland 3 Sects Grand Contest is reportedly starting earlier than usual. This is very unusual. What? It's already starting. We should hurry then. Normally, this didn't happen. The Grand Contest hadn't started early before, meaning many people might miss it. The contest was a grand event, not held every year, and if missed, one would have to wait a long time for the next opportunity. Without delay, they prepared to depart. Watching Isaiah's carriage moving farther away, Genemu raised an eyebrow. They think they can attend the Heavenly Wasteland 3 Sects Grand Contest? Not a chance. Bring them into the Shadow Forest. A nearby disciple was surprised. Elder, you're going to deal with them like this? Yes, once they step into that forest, they'll never come out alive, much less participate in the contest. This is what happens when you oppose me. How long until we reach our destination? Isaiah looked at the map. If we don't arrive by tomorrow, we might miss the best timing. Tomorrow? Maybe there's still time. Considering the current speed and progress, Isaiah shook his head. Is something causing the Grand Contest to start early? Not clear. With such a large force as the Heavenly Wasteland 3 Sects, it's unlikely they would change plans easily, Adira said, unsure herself. Once they arrived, they would know what happened. For now, the situation wasn't optimistic. Kid, stop. An angry voice came from outside. Isaiah's expression darkened. They were in a hurry, yet someone blocked their path. He had to go see what was happening. Seeing a group nearby, Isaiah raised an eyebrow and shrugged. What do you want? You're also heading to the Heavenly Wasteland 3 Sects? Yeah. Haha, with your condition, you won't last long at the 3 Sects. Don't tell me you're planning to participate in the Grand Contest? The group laughed mockingly, but Isaiah remained unperturbed, not getting angry. To him, these people seem to be deliberately looking for trouble. Get to the point. Brat, you're quite arrogant. Hand over your money. While in the carriage, these people had called him a kid, indicating they knew a man was inside. Isaiah guessed they were acting under someone else's orders. You're asking for death. I'm in a rush and don't have time to waste. Either move or die. Isaiah's gaze turned cold. The leader hesitated, surprised by the kid's arrogance, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Brat, you're pretty bold. We are the famous Starfrost gang around here. Isaiah immediately drew his sword without wasting words. With a fierce sword strike, he split the opposing carriage in half, crippling its occupants. Now, no one dared to block his way. Then, a shadow leaped swiftly from the trees. It was the gang leader with a purple scar on his face, his eyes filled with malice. Chapter 466, No Joke. Himph, you want to kill me? I won't let you off today. I am Bostonksing of the Starfrost Band. I didn't expect that a little punk like you could be so formidable. Adira inside the carriage also felt how thorny the situation was. Meeting someone like this was certainly troubling, especially the notoriously difficult Starfrost Band. This bandit gang was infamous far and wide. Even the three great sects of Heavenly Wasteland found it hard to eliminate them. Many sinners from the three sects had defected to the Starfrost Band, which was one of the reasons for its rapid rise. The person outside seemed very powerful, with an extremely fast movement speed. Adira observed as they had already arrived at a crossroads, where Isaiah was confronting that person outside. She had no choice but to continue driving the carriage forward. Suddenly, dense fog enveloped the area. Bostonksing had thrown a smoke bomb. Boy, I don't need to lay a hand on you. You're dead anyway. Spin around in there till you're done. Haha. Bostonksing's voice sounded with disdain. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Everything around him was now shrouded in fog, making the situation seem rather ominous. The horse, startled by the sudden mist, sped forward quickly. Though temporarily out of danger, Isaiah realized they had traveled quite a distance and soon found themselves in a sinister place. Adira stopped the carriage and examined the surroundings, her expression turning grave. This is bad. We seem to have entered a dangerous place. What's wrong with this place? Isaiah noticed Adira's panic. I'm afraid we've entered the Devil Shadow Forest. This place is peculiar, and there are powerful magical beasts roaming here. We may be trapped here for a long time. Adira glanced around. Everywhere were withered trees, a clearly unnatural environment with a distinctly eerie atmosphere. Is this place a labyrinth? Not only that, but it's also an endless loop. I heard many experts from the three great sects of Heavenly Wasteland have died here. Adira looked around, becoming increasingly worried. Isaiah felt something was off too. The magnetic field here seemed stronger, affecting all my senses. Isaiah's perception was usually superior to ordinary people, his talent in this aspect being remarkable. However, the current situation was troublesome. His senses were amplified 100-fold, leading to immense discomfort. Isaiah shook his head. This forest was tormenting him. His extraordinary perceptual abilities now made him hear countless sounds and receive infinite information. If this continued, he might collapse without anyone laying a hand on him. Could it be because of the magnetic field here? Adira frowned slightly. Do you know about this? I have a vague feeling. You must find a way on your own. I can't help you with this. The magnetic field has amplified my perception 100-fold. If I can't handle it, I'll die eventually. Isaiah sat cross-legged, trying to control his senses and ensure no mistakes in his mental state. Normally, he could use his perception freely, but now, due to the overly strong magnetic field, he couldn't control it at all. Losing control would mean death. Ring. Master is in a super strong magnetic field, triggering a 100-fold comprehension, gaining 1,000 times 1,000 experience. Ring. Congratulations. Master's sense control realm has reached level 1. After a while, Isaiah seemed much better. His heightened perception was crucial for refining pills and manipulating primordial energy. He nearly killed himself just now, but thankfully, he managed to adjust. He panted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was a close call indeed. His overwhelming ability brought unexpected disadvantages. He hadn't anticipated this before. Are you all right? Isaiah nodded. I'm fine now. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. This place isn't that simple to leave. Everything here is so difficult. As far as I know, no one has ever left the Devil Shadow Forest. Well, then it makes it more interesting. Isaiah smiled slightly, glancing around at the eerily cold surroundings that gave a chilling sensation. Let's move forward for a bit. Adira nodded. If she were with anyone else, she would be very worried, but with Isaiah, she felt completely safe. Listening to his steady footsteps reassured her indescribably. Walking for a long time, they still seemed to be going in circles. The surrounding trees looked the same, causing headaches. Moreover, the trees appeared ghostly, unnerving Isaiah. How's it going? We've walked for such a long time. Isaiah pondered for a moment. This place is so perplexing, likely caused by something specific, leading to an endless loop. So, do you have a way out? Not so easily. Unless we can identify what causes it, it will be tough. Isaiah was a bit anxious. The competition was approaching. Staying here longer would undoubtedly waste time. Missing the three great sects competition would be troublesome. Ring. Master in Devil Shadow Forest triggers 100-fold comprehension, gaining 1,000 times 1,000 experience. Ring. Congratulations. Master acquires Devil Shadow awareness. Isaiah smiled. Now he wouldn't be stuck in this cursed place anymore. Finally, a way out. I have a way to leave now, Isaiah said calmly. Don't joke. I don't want false hope here, Adira said, still somewhat disbelieving. After all, this place was indeed difficult, leaving numerous corpses behind. These were people who died here, including those at the Wu Galing realm. They couldn't escape their fate either. The Devil Shadow Forest was truly a terrifying place. Since entering, everything had changed. You should know one thing. I never joke, Isaiah said seriously. Can you really leave here? I really don't want to stay here any longer. Adira expressed dissatisfaction for the first time. Isaiah smiled. Initially, I thought this place was terrible, but now it seems not so bad. Chapter 467. Truly hard to deal with. Isaiah waved his hand forcefully, an endless mist burst forth in the sky, drastically transforming this place. Adira was slightly stunned. This place really did change? The area they were in was no longer a primeval forest. Where are we exactly? The Demon Shadow Forest is like this because of something, constantly confusing people. The remains of strong individuals can make that thing stronger. What is that thing? Adira asked curiously. Isaiah pointed towards something ahead. This is. They saw a terrifying monster, a massive creature with an extremely ugly appearance. It had 3 large heads, resembling a snake. Nearby, there were many injured martial artists, clearly gravely wounded by this magical beast. Such a creature was enough to make anyone's blood run cold just by looking at it. Is this the magic shadow snake? It's said to be at the 3rd stage of martial spirit realm. Truly terrifying, Adira said with a pale face. Isaiah raised an eyebrow as he watched. This magical beast was indeed formidable, with such overwhelming strength. Moreover, this magical beast had created the demon shadow forest, which was astonishing. We should flee now. There's no need for us to tangle with it here, Adira said anxiously. Looking at Isaiah, how could he be planning to fight? If he really thought so, he must be crazy. This magical beast was too powerful. Its aura was incredibly terrifying, making people feel extremely timid. Isaiah, calm down. You don't need to fight this magical beast, or you'll definitely regret it. But beneath the magical beast is a white flower. Isaiah pointed to the body of the shadow snake, which was pressing down on a white flower. This flower was not an ordinary medicinal herb. Just seeing it for the first time made Isaiah's eyes light up. Isaiah, your life is more important right now. If you insist on getting that medicinal herb, something bad will happen, Adira advised. No, it's not a 5th grade medicinal herb but a 6th grade one. How can I leave like this? If I lose it, it would be a huge loss. Isaiah's eyes shone brightly. The white flower emitted a strange glow, and besides that, it had a tiny protective barrier. The shadow snake continuously absorbed energy, replenishing its power. This was the essence of a 6th grade medicinal herb. Isaiah saw the 6th grade medicinal herb, that's white spirit flower. Missing out on a 6th grade medicinal herb might mean never encountering one again in this lifetime. After seeing the flower, Isaiah was completely mesmerized and had no intention of leaving. But the shadow snake is too difficult to deal with. Look at all the dead strong individuals beneath the magical beast. Most are from the 3 major sects of the Tianhuang continent. The scene before them looked terrifying, with countless bodies scattered around. This magical beast had harmed many martial artists. At the moment, the shadow snake was sleeping, its 3 snake heads looking even more eerie. A magical beast like this won't be easy to deal with. But you step back. I will definitely kill this magical beast. Crazy. He must be crazy. Adira couldn't persuade him, so she could only stand aside watching. Even a martial artist at the 5th or 6th stage of martial spirit realm might not be able to win against the shadow snake. Was Isaiah too confident? The injured martial artists beside the shadow snake also noticed Isaiah. Even though I'm at the 4th stage of martial spirit realm, I still lost. Is this kid coming to die? Being able to escape but choosing to fight a magical beast, this kid will definitely regret it. He's truly asking for death. Those injured martial artists were all quite strong themselves, and they looked at Isaiah disdainfully. This boy was bound to die. Some wondered why the illusory scenery of the demon shadow forest disappeared. It was indeed odd. Isaiah's eyes turned cold as he aimed his sword at the snake's eye. Accompanied by a powerful sword force, the blade almost pierced the snake's eye. But in the next second, he nearly froze. With such a powerful strike, his sword couldn't pierce the snake's eye. Isaiah felt a tremor in his hands. What kind of magical beast was this, so ridiculously strong? Seeing this, Adira was alarmed and worried. As expected, this magical beast was not something Isaiah could handle. Enoch of the shadow snake's heads opened its eyes. Isaiah's strike couldn't penetrate its eyes, as if there was some immensely strong barrier protecting it. Noticing Isaiah trying to stab it, the shadow snake became ferocious and intimidating. The injured martial artists exchanged looks, thinking this kid was doomed. The boy really angered the shadow snake. If he didn't provoke it, he wouldn't die. A fireball spewed from one of the snake's heads, forcing Isaiah to retreat quickly. The explosion's power was immense, directly blasting him away. Isaiah didn't lose heart. Using the White Tiger Divine Sword technique, several earth-shaking sword chi rushed towards the shadow snake. However, hitting it caused no effect, truly incredible. What kind of skin does this shadow snake have? It's unbelievably tough. Indeed, this shadow snake is extremely difficult to deal with. Isaiah should leave, Adira sighed helplessly. For that 6th grade medicinal herb, Isaiah took a great risk. Continuing the fight would likely be very disadvantageous, possibly leading to his demise. People risk their lives for wealth. Isaiah shouldn't have gone all out for a 6th grade medicinal herb. A shockwave blasted out from one of the snake's heads. Isaiah couldn't defend against it, causing significant tremors. He was thrown away, not severely hurt but with a bleeding hand. Now escaping isn't possible either. This magical beast shadow snake won't let him go, Adira commented with furrowed brows. Isaiah's expression darkened. Why couldn't he harm the shadow snake? This was a real headache. That boy is dead meat. Aiming straight for the shadow snake's eyes didn't work even with such a good opportunity. So he's even more dead now. Isaiah showed no emotion. He hadn't expected the magical beast to be so tough. His strongest strike did nothing to this beast. And the shadow snake's attacks were incredibly destructive, putting Isaiah at a disadvantage. The 3-headed snake moved swiftly, flicking its tongues, making it even more terrifying. Adira shook her head. She couldn't help in any way and couldn't just watch Isaiah die. If Isaiah wasn't after the 6th grade medicinal herb, he wouldn't be in this situation. Isaiah kept pondering how to kill this magical beast. Its surface skin was abnormally sturdy. Even using a middle-grade heaven-class sword technique, he couldn't do anything. Fireballs rained down, making Isaiah's sword movements increasingly strained. He gradually frowned. Hashtag chapter 468. Taking advantage of the situation, Isaiah suddenly remembered something. The skill he had comprehended in this forest was called illusory shadow insight. He immediately used it and quickly saw through the structure of the shadow snake. Its 3 heads were all illusions. Only the true head was located at its tail. So that's why my attacks were ineffective. This creature has such a bizarre structure. No matter how I attack the 3 snake heads, it's useless unless I sever its tail, where the true head lies. Isaiah gasped. Realizing this was the first time he had encountered such a disgusting creature. The three heads launched frenzied attacks, while Isaiah stubbornly charged forward despite the overwhelming assault. This move appeared extremely foolish. Is that kid helpless, just throwing himself into certain death? He must be desperate. Faced with the Shadow Snake's intense attack, not only did Isaiah not dodge, but he also faced it head-on, which was even more bewildering. Isaiah dashed to the back of the Shadow Snake and struck its tail with his sword. Blood spurted out immediately, and everyone stared in disbelief. This was the first time the Shadow Snake had been injured. Previously, no one had been able to harm it. Yet Isaiah managed to do so. As if losing its source of power, the Shadow Snake began writhing on the ground. Isaiah swiftly withdrew his sword, releasing sword energy towards its tail. The Shadow Snake's tail was almost severed, and it screamed in agony as the tail gradually transformed into a snake head, a horrifying sight. The three snake heads facing forward collapsed onto the ground, letting out agonizing cries. Everyone gawked, unable to comprehend what had happened. The Shadow Snake was actually defeated? It was incredibly strange, considering that none of Isaiah's previous attacks had any effect. But now, the situation had completely turned around. Many wounded martial artists rejoiced, their hearts swelling with excitement. They were practically dead or dying, having given up hope of survival. But now this dramatic change meant they might live. I never thought that boy was so powerful. I thought he was a goner for sure. I knew that young man wasn't simple, said one martial artist shamelessly, recalling how everyone had looked down on Isaiah earlier. Now things were entirely different, as evident from their excited expressions. Isaiah ignored them. He had killed the beast not to save these people, so he didn't care about them. The Shadow Snake was thoroughly dead, motionless on the ground. With an emotionless expression, Isaiah headed straight for the white spirit flower. True to its reputation as a 6th-grade medicinal herb, just looking at it felt extraordinary. Isaiah smiled slightly. It was indeed wonderful. Obtaining a 6th-grade herb meant Isaiah's strength would soon improve. The injured martial artists envied him, knowing that such a herb could sell for over 5 million coins, enough for several lifetimes. However, for cultivators, money seemed insufficient. Isaiah hastily picked the white spirit flower, white energy swirling around it, refreshing anyone who smelled it. When he turned back, Isaiah froze in shock. Enoch of the Shadow Snake's heads spat out a stream of venom, aimed directly at Adira. Adira fell to the ground after being hit by the venom. Isaiah rushed over and severed both remaining snake heads with 2 swift strikes. Everything happened so fast that they barely registered what occurred. This is terrible. The Shadow Snake's venom is likely incurable. This is too cruel. That girl won't last long. Examining Adira closely, Isaiah noted her face turning pale. The venom was truly formidable. What followed left everyone speechless. Isaiah slashed open a spatial pocket and urgently retrieved a pill furnace. He began refining pills rapidly, successfully creating a 4th-grade imperial pill within a mere incense burn period. His alchemy technique and speed were impressively fluid and swift. What kind of alchemy is this? The speed is unbelievable. And he refined a 4th-grade imperial pill in such a short time? How terrifying. Everyone watched in astonishment as Isaiah administered the pill to Adira. Her condition didn't improve much, but at least her life was preserved. A martial artist approached. Lee, I advise you to stop. The venom is highly contagious. Spending too much time near her will infect you too. Get lost, Isaiah replied irritably. The martial artist sighed, mistakenly assuming Isaiah and Adira were lovers. Despite killing the Shadow Snake, Isaiah now faced losing the girl. Many offered thanks and bade farewell, urging Isaiah to give up on Adira due to the contagious nature of the venom. Only 3 martial artists remained, observing Isaiah silently. Holding Adira, whose body felt chillingly cold, Isaiah realized they couldn't stay here long. Noticing the Shadow Snake's core, he hurriedly removed it. The core emitted a sinister glow, clearly unusual. Don't worry, I will save you as quickly as possible. Thinking that the fastest way was to poison himself to better understand and counteract the venom, Isaiah cut open a wound on his arm and applied the venom. Lee, what are you doing? This act was incredibly reckless, bordering on suicide. Knowing this was the Shadow Snake's deadly venom made it even more dangerous. Few knew how to cure it, and the 3 martial artists were puzzled. Isaiah didn't explain but soon found himself struggling to stand. The venom was overwhelmingly potent, and he underestimated its strength. Enoch of the 3 martial artists had other thoughts. Seeing this young man willingly courting death, with immense strength and likely valuable possessions, they contemplated taking advantage of the situation and robbing him. Chapter 469. Less threatening us. This was an excellent opportunity to become incredibly wealthy. Just that 1/6th rank medicinal herb alone would allow them to rise from their current situation. The 3 martial artists exchanged glances. They had each taken a pill, alleviating their injuries to some extent. Isaiah's face was somewhat grim. The 3 martial artists sneered, Boy, you're in such a state, just die quickly. What? I saved your lives. Heh, that was before. Now it's your time to die. I don't know why, but you want to die together with that girl, right? Hand over all your valuables to us. Our strength isn't weak. We are 1st and 2nd stage spirit martial artists. The 3 martial artists looked at Isaiah with disdain, having completely forgotten the debt of gratitude they owed him. Humph, so I saved a few dogs' lives then? Don't talk like that. It's your own fault for poisoning yourself. You should know the consequences now, one of the bald-headed martial artists said dismissively. That's not necessarily true. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee you will die. Huh, you're already poisoned. What else can you brag about? We admit your strength is impressive, but you're helpless now. You're poisoned. Do you think we can't handle you? The 3 injured martial artists laughed mockingly, feeling regret that Adira was also poisoned, or they might have done something to her beautiful body. Isaiah insisted on doing something foolish, and now the poison had spread through his body. Boy, stop struggling. Everything you do is futile. Isaiah's expression remained unchanged, though his face appeared pale. His aura didn't diminish in the slightest. This is my final warning. Otherwise, you will die. Isaiah's eyes were exceptionally fierce. The three martial artists hesitated for a moment, finding this boy actually somewhat intimidating. Stop threatening us. Do you really think you can kill us? After all, we are at least first-stage spirit martial artists. The three martial artists prepared to attack. Isaiah immediately drew his sword and killed them instantly. They all stared with wide eyes, finding the situation unbelievable. They couldn't believe that this boy, poisoned by the shadow snake, could still be so powerful. Just one strike of the sword, and all three martial artists were dead. To their dying moments, they couldn't understand how this happened. This is what you brought upon yourselves, Isaiah said disdainfully. Isaiah noticed one of them had quite a few medicinal herbs. He glanced over but shook his head. None were valuable herbs. Isaiah felt the severity of the poison. It was indeed life-threatening. At this moment, Adira opened her eyes. She seemed very weak, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Isaiah, confused. Why did you do this? Adira asked. I need to understand this potent poison thoroughly to figure out how to detoxify it. Is there such a thing? Adira didn't quite grasp it. It sounded very unreasonable for Isaiah to let himself be poisoned and then claim he could find a cure. Feeling very frustrated, she shook her head. Isaiah, you're going to ruin yourself doing this. Even if you can kill the shadow snake, it doesn't mean you can detoxify. Adira seemed to have given up hope. Such a deadly poison was almost impossible to survive. Isaiah, you're too foolish. You shouldn't have done this for me. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I promise you. Isaiah's face turned even more grave. So much time had passed, and he hadn't found any information about the poison, which was concerning. If the system didn't help him detoxify, he might die. Ding. Host has been poisoned by the shadow snake's lethal toxin, triggering a 100x comprehension, gaining experience 1000 by 1000 times. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 5th rank shadow snake's lethal toxin. Isaiah gritted his teeth. This was his first encounter with a potent poison. Through the information in his mind, he learned that in this cultivation world, there was a profession called Poison Master. Isaiah had never heard of it before, but now he understood. He immediately knew how to detoxify. Alright, I now know how to detoxify, but I need quite a few medicinal herbs. Not sure if I can find them. This was a difficult problem. Only specific herbs could detoxify him, namely Earth Spirit Branch and a 4th rank instant detoxification pill. Hold on. Isaiah stood up and saw the herbs on the bodies of the martial artists. His eyes lit up unexpectedly. He hadn't cared about these herbs earlier, but now they could save his life. Give me a moment. Isaiah hurriedly began refining the pill despite being poisoned. Adira looked resigned. Isaiah hadn't given up, which gave Adira some reassurance. Although the poison caused her immense pain, she didn't think much of it. The pill was ready, and Isaiah immediately took it. As expected, the detoxification process was very fast. Isaiah made Adira take it too, and she instantly felt much better. How incredible is this? Adira was hardly able to believe it. She had been on the brink of death, but now she felt much better. My first encounter with poison caught me off guard. It seems I'm destined to become a poison master. Isaiah smiled, turning a misfortune into a blessing. I don't understand how you managed to do this. It's probably due to talent. I've read many books about potent poisons. Only specific herbs can detoxify 5th rank poisons. If you can't find the specific herbs, it's a dead end, right? Adira asked. Indeed. The poison master profession seems challenging and rare. Really that rare? But you're a poison master now? Adira was surprised. Isaiah was proficient in so many cultivation professions. He had high achievements in almost every field. It was terrifying to imagine how high he would reach. Enough time has been wasted. We've probably missed the grand competition. We missed its start. Sorry about that. If it weren't for me, no problem. I wanted to go anyway. I'll think of a way to get in. After a short while, Isaiah and Adira encountered another group. The Frost Star team reappeared, led by Bostonksing. ###Chapter 470. Restraining Sword Chi. I really didn't expect you, kid, to have such a strong fate, surviving in such a place, Flint said in surprise. It was indeed terrifying that someone could make it through the Demon Shadow Forest. According to Flint's knowledge, almost no one who entered that forest ever came out alive. Is there anything I can't do? Are you trying to block my path? Then your death is next. Hee, you're too confident, kid. Do you think I can't kill you? My strength far exceeds your imagination, Flint sneered. Yes, our Captain Flint has the cultivation of the 3rd level early stage of martial spirit realm. This kid is dead for sure. Who would have thought we'd have to deal with a mere brat? Flint squinted his eyes. Although this kid is just a teenager, someone paid a lot of money for his life. Isaiah pondered for a moment. It couldn't be from the Holy Wind sect, could it? It can only be them. I won't tell you who's behind it. Today is your day to die. You should have rested instead of participating in any sect competition. Without waiting, Flint attacked, riding a horse and charging forward with a large blade in hand, hacking fiercely at Isaiah. Isaiah did not move a muscle. His primordial energy shield completely deflected the blade's attack. Just like this garbage, and you dream of killing me for money? Isaiah scoffed, as his formidable primordial energy sent Flint flying back. Phew. Bostonksing's face turned black. Could this kid be so powerful? The bandits were stunned. How could this happen? Is that kid so strong? Our captain was defeated in a single blow. Don't just stand there. Hurry and get help. Flint's expression darkened. You seem eager to block my path. Today, I will kill you and save others from being harmed by you. Wait, you can't kill me. If you do, the Star Frost Corps will hunt you down all over the world. You must know that I am backed by the Star Frost Corps, Flint shouted, hoping this would save his life. Don't even mention the Star Frost Corps. Even if it were one of the 3 major sects of Tianhuang, I wouldn't care. With swift, decisive movements, Isaiah slashed his sword, instantly taking Flint's life. This is the consequence of blocking my path. If not for him, I might already be participating in the competition. Now he has caused me to miss such an important event, Isaiah said grimly. The few bandits were in disarray. Did this kid actually kill Flint? Disaster, the chief protector of the Starfrost Corps will come. The sky above underwent a strange transformation. Anyone capable of causing such a disturbance must be extremely powerful. Isaiah glanced up nonchalantly. Even if the leader of the Starfrost Corps comes today, I will still kill him, Isaiah said dismissively. Just as Isaiah finished speaking, a huge ice crystal fell from the sky, covering nearly everything in its vastness. Isaiah immediately drew his sword and split the ice crystal in two. An old man rushed in, filled with murderous intent. Flint, you actually dared to kill Flint? The elder roared. The bandits trembled in fear. This old man was the chief protector of the Starfrost Corps, extremely powerful, rumored to have reached the 4th level peak of martial spirit realm. This presumptuous youth probably couldn't escape his fate today. Get out of my way. I give you one chance. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. The old man's face darkened, his primordial energy radiating immense terror. You've got quite a bit of gall, daring to kill my nephew. Haha, don't worry. I'll send you on the same journey to meet your nephew, Isaiah said coldly. The clash of their auras shook the air intensely. When their auras collided, the vibration intensified. In the territory of the Starfrost Corps, no one has ever dared to kill one of ours. You're the first, boy. Don't waste words. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Isaiah was clearly impatient. He had wasted enough time. Missing the competition timing, he wasn't sure if he could still participate, let alone face the disciples of the 3 major sects of Tianhuang. That wouldn't be ideal. Dealing with them would complicate his goals further and leave many questions unanswered. Boy, since you killed Flint, you are certain to die today. The elder's aura was suffused with endless killing intent. So, what relation are you to Flint? These are the last words you'll hear. My name is Yuri, and I have achieved the peak 4th level of martial spirit realm. Don't think I can't kill you. Yuri launched a frenzied attack, a palm of frost striking towards Isaiah, who was immediately encased in ice, caught off guard by the speed. Seeing Yuri about to strike Isaiah used all his primordial energy to shatter the ice blocks. What? This kid managed to do that? Yuri gritted his teeth. Isaiah's sword technique clashed with Yuri's palm technique. Clearly, Isaiah was at a disadvantage, pushed back significantly. That kid is losing. Of course, that's our chief protector. Who do you think you're talking about? Stop letting that kid act so arrogantly. It's unbearable to watch. The bandits were elated, delighted to see their enemy perish. No one had ever dared to insult the Starfrost Corps, much less kill Flint. Kid, how about that? Weren't you acting all arrogant? Now you can't even speak? Yuri bellowed, his fierce icy aura forcing Isaiah to retreat continuously. Isaiah's sword technique was visibly strained. He raised an eyebrow. This chief protector was indeed formidable. After all, Yuri was 1 rank higher in cultivation and naturally held the upper hand. Frenzied and proud sword techniques clashed with Yuri's wild palm strikes. Countless icy auras advanced. Massive ice crystals released by Yuri clashed with Isaiah's sword techniques. A stream of sword chi slipped through a gap, scratching Yuri's hand. Blood gushed from the wound. Yuri's face turned pale. How could such a powerful person like himself be injured by this kid? Kid, you must die here today. Yuri raged even more, his terrifying aura becoming even more intense. Isaiah could only dodge. His sword chi could no longer protect him. The White Tiger God's sword techniques were entirely frozen, losing all power. Didn't expect that, did you? I specifically trained in palm techniques designed to counter sword skills. Your sword techniques may be strong, but my palm techniques are even more formidable, Yuri smirked. His gloves looked unusual, not simple or ordinary, appearing to be high-grade weapons. Chapter 471. Bold indeed. What Yuri said was true. Isaiah's sword chi had become completely ineffective. Brat, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Your end is nigh. Isaiah's sword had started to ice over, and his expression was grim. If this continued, he might not be able to deploy his sword chi at all. Things are getting complicated, Adira muttered with concern. Isaiah quickly picked up on the situation. Heh, that glove of yours looks pretty impressive. Yuri's face darkened. I didn't expect your observational skills to be so sharp. This is an intermediate tier heaven-grade weapon specifically designed to counter blade and sword techniques, making your sword arts ineffective. With a single palm strike, Yuri unleashed an overwhelming aura that cracked the ground. Isaiah couldn't muster his sword chi, already putting him at a disadvantage. Ha brat, I see how much you're bragging now. Today is your death day. Himph, you really think you can kill me like this? Your palm technique is indeed formidable, but it's too early to say you can defeat me. Yuri shook his head, blackening with anger. This boy was indeed a strong fighter, managing to hold out under such conditions. You've earned my respect, but I must kill you, he growled. Regardless, your frost-based martial arts will always be suppressed by mine, Isaiah said confidently, then charged at Yuri without retreating further. Are you here to court death? Yuri wondered, puzzled. Just moments ago, Isaiah was constantly retreating. Now charging forward seemed suicidal. What was even more surprising was that Isaiah discarded his sword. Wasn't this suicide? Brat, bold indeed. Yuri exerted all his strength, aiming to end Isaiah in one blow. However, a flame phoenix suddenly appeared, causing Yuri to pale and freeze in shock. How could this boy wield fire-based martial arts? The flame phoenix dissolved Yuri's icy momentum, catching him completely off guard and leaving him no time to react. Having trained in ice-based martial arts, Yuri naturally feared fire. The flame phoenix engulfed him, and he let out a miserable scream, falling back. Isaiah smiled. I told you before, you're no match for me. Your frosty attacks are too weak. Yuri gritted his teeth, trembling as his body became battered and bruised. Is this a heaven-tier martial skill? He shivered, staring at Isaiah in disbelief. You should have stayed out of my way when I gave you the chance. Isaiah's eyes burned with rage. Wait, you can't kill me or Starfrost Core will never let you go. Isaiah punched Yuri directly, causing a skeletal figure to appear on him, eyes widening in shock. You? Actually? Yuri's breath faded as he collapsed to the side. Isaiah looked like a demon from hell. The bandits gulped in fear and fled in panic. Go away. Isaiah shook his head. He needed to hurry to the 3 great sects of Heavenly Ruin, hoping he wouldn't be too late. Isaiah and Adira set off together. Now, you're heading to the 3 great sects of Heavenly Ruin. Be sure to avoid conflicts and stay calm, Adira advised. Don't worry, I have a plan. They traveled swiftly, and soon they could see the magnificent buildings of the 3 sects atop the mountains, glittering and grandiose. Isaiah squinted at the long line of carriages and gathered martial artists. Finally, we're here. Relieved, Isaiah followed Adira to the tournament square where the competition would take place. Each sect occupied its own mountain peak, crowned by majestic palaces. These structures were protected by powerful barriers, indicating that the 3 sects of Heavenly Ruin weren't simple. The tournament has already begun. We missed it, Isaiah. You probably can't participate now, Adira sighed. It's alright. Even if I can't join the tournament, I need to find a way, Isaiah remarked, eyeing the bustling square. Many disciples had gathered for the tournament, which drew participants from various sections. The purpose was to uncover talent. The sudden advance in the tournament schedule had caused many questions. Adira somehow managed to get them good seats, surprising Isaiah. An elder was presiding over the event, Jonas, an intersect elder from Holy Wind sect. The tournament has officially commenced. Participants are direct disciples of the 3 sects or other prominent sections. We seek the most gifted. Just then, a youth slowly walked up, drawing everyone's astonishment. Who dared interrupt while the elder was speaking? Lee, what's your business? Jonas sneered, dismissing Isaiah who was walking up nonchalantly. I'm here to join the tournament. Humph, absurd. The deadline was yesterday. There's no exception. Get lost. What if I refuse? Jonas laughed coldly. Lee, do you think I won't act? You're courting death. Janemu, watching from below, was startled to see Isaiah. Hadn't they planned to have Isaiah eliminated? Yet here he was, still daring to come. That boy wants to join the tournament? Dream on, Janemu sneered, harboring resentment toward Isaiah. Elder, I just want to join the tournament. No harm intended. You show disrespect to elders. Leave now or force me to act. Isaiah folded his hands behind his back. Why does the 3 sects tournament exist? To discover the most gifted disciples, train them, and elevate them to the 5th major realm. If so, why not let me join? Isaiah asked. Jonas froze for a moment, then laughed heartily. Everyone else snickered. Is this guy joking? An 18-year-old dares to enter the tournament. He'll meet a miserable end, challenging Elder Jonas. Chapter 472, Duel with the Elder. Many admired Isaiah's courage, wondering where such a reckless person came from. Did he really think Jonas was easygoing? If Jonas took action, Isaiah would have no way out. Even Adira, watching from below, was speechless. Didn't Isaiah say he wouldn't act rashly? To step onto the stage and confront an inner-sect elder so quickly. Wasn't this just courting death? Lee, I advise you to get down. I'm in a good mood today, Jonas barked angrily. How could he maintain his dignity as an inner-sect elder if someone so young disregarded him so much? This thought made Jonas extremely angry. His eyes, filled with fury, bore into Isaiah. He had already used his yuan qi to suppress Isaiah, but the boy seemed entirely unaffected, which was strange. I won't leave. I said I came here to participate in the competition, Isaiah said solemnly. Haha, young man, your bravery is commendable. Let's make a deal. If you can withstand one of my palm strikes, then you'll qualify, Jonas replied coldly, with a wicked glint in his eyes. Let alone 1 strike, even 3 wouldn't be a problem. Huh. I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. It looks like you're tired of living. Jonas stepped forward. A terrifying amount of yuan qi instantly gathered around him, distorting the space nearby. This manifestation was far from ordinary. Everyone in the crowd was awed. Jonas narrowed his eyes. Lee, you're asking for death. Enoch of my palm strikes can reduce you to ashes. Many disciples felt their scalps tingle. Jonas was an inner-sect elder. What was wrong with Isaiah that he'd court death like this? Wu Galing Realm 5th tier. What makes him think he can survive? Adira stood up anxiously. If this elder's cultivation was indeed so high, Isaiah would be in real danger. Prepare yourself, young man. Jonas leaped forward, unleashing a terrifying palm strike towards Isaiah, its power warping the sky. Before it reached Isaiah, the yuan qi already surged wildly, stunning everyone present. But as Jonas's palm was about to strike Isaiah, it suddenly missed, hitting the group of disciples below instead. With a loud bang, the disciple screamed, severely wounded by the blow. Stunned, Jonas realized this kid had dared to mock him. Lee, you have a lot of guts to dodge. Didn't you say you'd take 3 of my strikes? Isaiah smiled, shrugging nonchalantly. Elder, your palm strikes are too slow. I merely sidestepped lightly. I didn't expect this outcome. At that moment, Isaiah had used Moon Goddess Steps, a technique he hadn't used in a long time. That strike was careless. Jonas raised an eyebrow, his expression turning extremely grim. Just now was a slip-up on my part. Let's see how many more times you can dodge. This time, I will take your life. The spectators retreated further, unwilling to watch at close range after witnessing the bloodshed. Haha, I don't plan to dodge this time. Don't be overconfident. Jonas was extra cautious this time, determined not to let Isaiah evade again. Yet, Isaiah remained still as Jonas struck with all his might. The palm landed squarely on Isaiah's body, triggering a massive explosion of yuan qi that caused a powerful gust of wind, blinding everyone. Upon impact, Jonas noticed something peculiar. An even stronger manifestation of yuan qi emerged from Isaiah, overshadowing his own. What happened? Jonas's face turned pale, unable to comprehend the situation. Panicking, Jonas quickly retreated, fearing Isaiah's counterattack. Had this young man also comprehended the heaven-wounding realm? Otherwise, his Yuan Qi manifestation wouldn't be so powerful. Everyone else was equally stunned, as if they'd seen a ghost. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Isaiah had taken Jonas's full strike. Normally, Isaiah should have been killed outright. Yet this was another story. Who are you, young man? Have you trained at any of the 3 great sects? Jonas demanded. Elder, I'm too lazy to answer your questions. Just deliver the next strike. I'm growing impatient, Isaiah shrugged, looking utterly relaxed. Missing his first strike had embarrassed Jonas, but missing the second and being unable to harm Isaiah felt even worse. Never had Jonas encountered such a formidable youth, just 18 years old, with unimaginable talent. Despite Isaiah's immense martial talent, his attitude towards Jonas made it hard for the latter to back down in front of so many people, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. No one expected such a young man to be this powerful. His arrogance turned out to be true. Little boy, I underestimated you. What's your name? Isaiah. This name instantly stuck in everyone's mind. Who was Isaiah? Jonas's expression darkened. Isaiah wasn't from a powerful family. He had initially assumed Isaiah was from a noble lineage. But now it appeared Isaiah had little background, yet his strength was formidable. Many true disciples looked at him with newfound respect. The competition had just begun, yet it was already intriguing. Many watched the platform with interest. Isaiah had truly captured everyone's attention. Jonas's palm strike had no effect on him. Heaven rank lower tier technique, dark wound palm. Jonas's hand gathered even more terrifying Yuan Qi, forming a spectral wraith that left everyone in awe, even the elders raising eyebrows. Has Jonas lost his mind? Using a heaven rank technique on a mere youth? That young man, no matter how talented, shouldn't defy an elder so brazenly, especially without background. What a pity if such a genius dies. The elders murmured among themselves. Given Isaiah's martial talent and lack of background, no elder would intervene on his behalf. If he were from a noble family, they would have protected him, deterring Jonas from acting. Did you dare to look down on me? This is your punishment. I can make you kneel and beg for mercy, Jonas sneered, no longer caring about his lost dignity. Chapter 473. What will be his fate? Even if Isaiah died here, it would only mean one less genius in the world. I can't believe Elder Jonas is so enraged. Isaiah really knows how to invite his own doom. The heaven rank martial technique. He's as good as dead. Elders couldn't withstand it. How could a mere youth possibly stand a chance? Many shook their heads sympathetically, watching Isaiah with pity as he was about to die. Many people felt regret over losing such a high-talent martial artist, envying him and wishing they could have half of his talent. Ghostly wounding palm. Elder Jonas released a palm strike that emitted an eerie wail from vengeful spirits. His dark-colored essence energy surged forward like a towering wave, while Isaiah stood firm before him. Isaiah swiftly drew his sword, unleashing the White Tiger Divine Sword stance. A simple streak of sword chi spread instantly, the coldness sweeping across the entire square. The power of the sword chi seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth, momentarily freezing the entire space. Everyone watched intently, unsure of what would happen when the two forces collided. Boom. Boom. The platform trembled as the sword stance and the palm technique's essence energy clashed. The palm technique's essence energy barely put up any resistance and dissipated quickly. Elder Jonas's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as the sword chi slashed at his hand. Blood sprayed instantly, starting with his hand being injured, then Jonas was flung backward. For a moment, there was complete silence, an unprecedented stillness enveloping the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation, as if they had just witnessed a ghost. They stared at Isaiah in astonishment. His sword chi was incredibly impressive. Jonas had used a lower-grade heaven rank martial technique and still lost so thoroughly. Many people shivered, feeling a chill down their spines. This can't be. This kid actually. Elder Jonas is seriously injured. How terrifying. Where did this kid come from? Disciples buzzed with whispers, all paying close attention to him. Where had this monster emerged from? His strength was superhuman, nearly godlike. Jonas had been defeated too completely. His palm technique could not match Isaiah's sword stance. The elders on the elder seats looked more grim by the second. They had assumed Isaiah was as good as dead, but now the situation made them quite uncomfortable. I have no other intentions. I just want to participate in the competition. If you do not wish for me to join, then it makes no sense. Isaiah's voice rang out, stirring admiration among the crowd, many casting envious and reverent glances his way. 18 years old and already so dazzling. It made people incredibly jealous. Finally, someone approached from the elder seats. An elderly man descended from above, his long robe fluttering gracefully in the air. Though his movement seemed simple, it was deeply profound. Even inner sect elder Ajax has appeared. What will be the outcome for that kid? Ajax scrutinized Isaiah closely, exclaiming, "You are certainly no ordinary mortal. Lee, we acknowledge your cultivation. You may participate in the clan competition." Isaiah nodded. "Where do you come from?" Ajax asked. "Southsia royal family," Isaiah replied. Immediately, some people gasped. Could he be from the Blood Sky sect? This statement caused immediate uproar. Many looked fearful, as the Blood Sky sect had cast a shadow over the three major sects of Heavenly Wasteland, instilling terror. That kid is from the Blood Sky sect? Ajax raised an eyebrow at Isaiah, but soon shook his head. I am certain he is not from the Blood Sky sect. With this confirmation from an inner sect elder, the crowd calmed down, their fear of the Blood Sky sect easing somewhat. You say you come from the Southsia royal family. Do you have proof? After some thought, Isaiah produced the Golden Heavenly Wasteland Order. Ajax's eyes widened in shock. I didn't think you actually possessed the Heavenly Wasteland Order. Ajax exclaimed. If Isaiah had shown this earlier, he wouldn't have faced so much trouble and could have participated directly. Ajax quickly regained his composure. Wasn't the Southxia royal family conquered by the Blood Sky sect? Why are you here? Ah, the Blood Sky sect left. I defeated their high priest, but failed to stop them completely. Everyone's eyebrows shot up, looking at Isaiah with grave expressions. You claim you defeated a Blood Sky sect priest? Is this true? Ajax asked, puzzled. Not just Ajax, but almost everyone found it hard to believe. Blood Sky sect strongmen had faced countless warriors from the three major sects of Heavenly Wasteland, all ending in failure. For Isaiah to make such a claim, many thought he was boasting. Indeed. Isaiah produced the priest's token. Upon receiving it, Ajax's hands shook as the token fell to the ground. It was indeed the Blood Sky sect priest's token. Ajax's expression turned somber, unsure of what to say. The kid was telling the truth. Otherwise, how would he have the priest's token? But how did Isaiah manage this? Ajax couldn't fathom it. Despite his curiosity, he remained silent. All right, I now declare the competition officially begins. Ajax turned around. All who participate are core disciples. You must be cautious. Your strength is formidable, but those opponents are monsters too. After arranging everything, Isaiah, despite being late, was allowed to participate in the competition, astonishing everyone. No precedent existed for this before. Wonder what kind of performance he'll show? If he could beat a Blood Sky sect priest, that'd be unbelievable. I don't see how it's possible. The rules for this competition were straightforward. 10 core disciples would compete, with the winner receiving excellent rewards. Ajax informed Isaiah that first place would grant access to the summit of Heavenly Radiance Pool in Heavenly Wasteland for enlightenment, along with 6th grade medicinal pills or extremely rare herbs. Isaiah was highly intrigued by these rewards. The highest peak of the Heavenly Radiance Pool undeniably maximized the potential of martial artists, allowing rapid breakthroughs. Plus, the reward included 6th grade medicinal pills, which thrilled Isaiah. These items would help him strengthen rapidly, and he was determined to secure first place without any hesitation. It was said that the 6th grade medicinal pills were even from ancient times, ensuring a qualitative leap in strength once obtained. Sure enough, participating in this competition was the right choice. Isaiah never doubted this. He considered himself fortunate to have arrived just in time. Chapter 474, I don't believe it. Ajax made some announcements, and the grand tournament was about to commence. The event drew a massive crowd, with at least tens of thousands of disciples present. There were 200 or 300 elders, and many representatives from prominent families. 10 inner sect disciples were set to compete, including Isaiah, who had joined unexpectedly. This sudden addition did not disrupt the proceedings. The competition would proceed normally, with winners advancing to the next round. The 4 disciples from the 3 great sects of Heavenly Wasteland and 6 others from various sections. Inner sect disciple strength can even surpass that of the inner gate elders in Heavenly Wasteland. So, perhaps Isaiah is the weakest among them. People murmured, all curious about who would claim first place. The rewards for first place were incredibly generous, while second place only received a small amount of gold coins, barely worth mentioning. People always remember only the winner. In this environment of inter-sect competition, being second meant facing ridicule. Alright, the grand tournament is about to begin. Isaiah belongs to the wildcard group, so please step up to compete first, Ajax announced loudly. Isaiah was a unique presence. It was the first time that a wildcard had participated in the 3 great sects tournament. Without hesitation, he ascended to the stage. Isaiah, your opponent is one of the true disciples of the 3 great sects, the Wind Sorter Cord. With Ajax's announcement, nearly everyone became excited. Unbelievable, it's Cord, the true disciple known for his swordsmanship. He's renowned as the Wind Sorter. The name alone caused a stir among the crowd. On the platform, Isaiah felt somewhat curious. Was this person truly as famous as they claimed? Despite no one believing in Isaiah, he didn't care about others' opinions. Absolute power mattered most. Whoever his opponent was wouldn't matter. A handsome young man appeared on stage. Though he was quite striking, there was a scar across his eyes from a sword wound. In contrast, Isaiah's face was unblemished and equally handsome. Cord stood with an icy demeanor, a prodigy of the 3 great sects, unmatched in swordsmanship within the sect. At that moment, Cord glanced at Isaiah with evident disdain in his eyes. Isaiah is doomed. Facing Cord means certain death. Cord's sword techniques are unpredictable. Isaiah won't stand a chance. To lose under Cord's sword, Isaiah will still be considered fortunate. Many disciples commented. Isaiah had indeed defeated Jonas decisively, but now he faced Cord, whose strength could far exceed an elder, nearing that of a grand elder. Isaiah was bound to lose miserably. Many observed him with pity and sympathy. This arrogant youth would pay a hefty price. What qualified Isaiah to be ranked alongside the 3 great sects' true disciples? You'd better kneel and beg for mercy. Let me spare you a miserable death by not drawing my sword, Cord said confidently. Hilarious. I don't need to draw my sword either. I can break one of your arms, Isaiah replied nonchalantly, showing no respect for Cord. Isaiah's words were both arrogant and extremely disrespectful. Cord was taken aback. Since becoming a true disciple, he had never been disrespected. Isaiah was the first to speak so boldly, and Cord's expression turned even colder, harboring intense hatred. This kid, he thinks he can win just by talking? This kid has no background. Why is he acting so arrogantly? Everyone ridiculed Isaiah, thinking he believed defeating an elder was enough to challenge a true disciple. That was impossible. True disciples had the potential to inherit the sect leader's position. Isaiah thought too simply. Excellent boy, you're asking for death today. Then I shall grant it. Cord smirked coldly, not intending to draw his sword. His sword aura was terrifying, leaving deep marks on the ground, indicating lethal sharpness. Anyone who dared approach would surely die. Mastering extreme sword techniques meant no need to draw the sword to kill the enemy. The chaotic sword chi emitted an endless chill. Cord raised an eyebrow. I have cultivated the heaven rank lower grade martial technique, wind sword technique. Your end is near. Everyone gasped, realizing how formidable these true disciples were, practicing heaven rank lower grade martial techniques. No wonder. These were the three great sects, where techniques were generally close to heaven rank, with the lowest being earth rank. Soon, Kord's wind blades surged towards Isaiah, like dragons tearing apart everything in their path. Isaiah remained motionless, standing tall as an intense sword aura enveloped him, blocking all wind blades. Kord's eyes widened in surprise. Could this boy possess such power? How could his sword skills be this strong? Kord looked uneasy. His strongest technique, wind blade, couldn't hurt Isaiah. It seemed impossible to defeat him without drawing the sword. Isaiah narrowed his eyes mockingly. Your sword skills are too weak. What? Kord, one of the best swordsmen in the sect, felt furious and offended. We haven't decided the winner yet. Why are you so arrogant? Ha, I told you. I can defeat you without drawing my sword, Isaiah replied coldly. For a moment, Kord grew tense. Isaiah's sword aura surpassed his own. Isaiah didn't seem to be joking. He felt a headache coming on. This situation shouldn't be possible. Kord refused to lose to this kid. Seeing Isaiah unmoved, Kord grew anxious, fearing something was wrong. Boy, I don't believe I'll lose to you. Wind sword technique, third form. Kord panicked suddenly. He drew his sword and slashed fiercely towards Isaiah, releasing overwhelming sword chi. The floor split into dozens of cracks from the impact. The wind blade sword chi came in 3 waves, each stronger than the last, ruthlessly slamming into Isaiah. Isaiah did not draw his sword, instead protected by a continuous sword aura. White tiger roars echoed, signaling immense power. Chapter 475. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? The clash of their sword auras produced intense lightning, blinding everyone present. Kord's expression was extremely grim. Was this boy's sword technique really so arrogant? Soon, Kord's offensive sword momentum vanished. Isaiah stood immobile, unharmed, but the surroundings were shredded to pieces. What? Kord was utterly shocked. He could hardly believe what was happening. My strongest sword technique. Why is it completely ineffective against Isaiah? There are significant flaws in your sword technique, Isaiah said with a smile. Enough talk. Kord was beginning to panic. At that moment, Isaiah's sword aura suppressed him, and he realized he was surrounded by countless sword auras. He tried to defend, but it was futile. Isaiah's sword momentum surged like an unstoppable force, quickly breaking through his defenses. A chill spread across his heart. Terrified, Kord felt the sword aura pierce his body, causing excruciating pain. His sword dropped to the ground instantly. Blood splattered everywhere as Isaiah watched him expressionlessly. This level of swordsmanship was simply incomparable to his own. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe what they saw. It was terrifying. Isaiah hadn't even made a move, yet he had defeated Kord. The huge disparity in strength was beyond anyone's imagination, almost like a nightmare. That kid actually won. And without lifting a finger, too frightening. How far has his sword momentum advanced? All the disciples were dumbfounded, finding it hard to accept such a thing. They couldn't believe Kord lost so thoroughly. What on earth happened? How can your sword technique? Kord gritted his teeth, clearly unsatisfied, but it made no difference. Isaiah shook his head. He won the first match so effortlessly that everyone stared at him in disbelief. Winner, Isaiah. Ajax announced loudly. Isaiah returned to his seat, while Kord suffered a humiliating defeat. Casually, Isaiah glanced at Clive. They exchanged glances. They weren't exactly enemies but rather a mix of friend and foe. Moreover, Isaiah noticed Sheldon. Unexpectedly, both of them were true disciples. He wasn't too clear about the others. Sitting there, Isaiah had no interest in watching the other matches and leaned back to sleep, which sparked much discussion among the crowd. In such an important competition, Isaiah was actually sleeping instead of observing the others' abilities, which came across as somewhat arrogant. Time passed quickly. When Isaiah opened his eyes again, the matches were fiercely ongoing, and 5 more contestants had been eliminated. Ajax stated sternly, now there are 6 left. Advancing from 6 to 3 may seem unfair, but we will provide healing medicine to restore strength. If the true disciples find this unsatisfactory, we can continue the contest tomorrow. Isaiah soon saw who he would face. It wasn't anyone else but Clive, whom he still considered a friend. Today's match took Isaiah by surprise, and the audience became even more excited. Clive's reputation seemed higher than Kord's. Rumors had it that Clive's cultivation had improved recently, making his swordsmanship incredibly powerful. He was no ordinary true disciple, and was most likely to secure the top spot. Who would have thought Sword Frost would appear? Clive, known as Sword Frost, is not just anyone. His swordsmanship surpasses Kord's. Enoch of the strongest dark horses of the 3 major sects of Tianhuang. Everyone discussed Clive enthusiastically. In truth, Isaiah had a favorable impression of him. Isaiah and Clive slowly walked onto the stage. I didn't expect to fight you, Isaiah joked. From the first glance, I knew you weren't ordinary. Now, it's even more thrilling for me. Your swordsmanship is truly impressive. If it weren't strong, would you be standing here? Isaiah smiled. Had it been anyone else, he might have taunted, but he didn't plan to mock Clive. Isaiah admired Clive. If he was called Sword Frost, there must be something unique about him. Isaiah, although it's tough to tell you this, but you can't win me. Oh, why's that? Isaiah asked. My sword technique counters enemy sword momentum exceptionally well. You have little hope. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Well, let's see. No matter how strong your swordsmanship is, I'll handle you within 7 moves. Isaiah chuckled. Facing Clive, he dared to say this. It was sheer audacity. Wasn't he aware of who he was? If you're truly that formidable, I'll be delighted. I want to witness the highest realm of sword momentum. Clive swung his sword, instantly freezing 100 miles around. See my icy sword momentum? You'll lose completely to me. Isaiah crouched, as if preparing to draw his sword. Clive charged over, and they immediately clashed. With a loud clang, their sword movements produced intense lightning, stunning everyone. Weaker disciples were thrown back by the shockwave. You're truly impressive. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be this strong. Clive exerted even more force. Isaiah was forced back. Indeed, his sword momentum was suppressed. Though his sword aura was powerful, it turned into ice blocks. Despite being at a disadvantage, Isaiah remained calm. Isaiah kept being pushed back, and his sword momentum began to falter. The crowd grew increasingly excited. Isaiah is doomed this time. He's completely disadvantaged. Turning things around seems impossible. He deserves it, ending up like this. As the crowd anxiously watched, they wondered if Isaiah could change the tide again. Under Clive's fierce attacks, Isaiah kept retreating. No one hoped he would create a miracle now. An outsider defeating true disciples would make these disciples look foolish. They preferred seeing Clive defeat Isaiah, which Clive was fully capable of doing. Your swordsmanship is strong, but it's completely countered by my frost. You can't unleash its power, Clive explained, determined to prove he was the strongest. Though Isaiah was a martial prodigy, he seemed to have reached his limit. Clive's face radiated confidence. Ha, it's still early. Isaiah held his sword and faced Clive, almost out of options. Do you have any tricks left? Chapter 476, Do My Best Not to Let You Die. Clive was full of confidence. Isaiah was indeed a martial arts prodigy, and if he could defeat him, it would certainly bring him greater renown. Isaiah was about to be forced off the platform. Falling off the platform would count as a loss, a purely force-induced fall. Everyone looked on with a mixture of pleasure and malice. To be knocked off the platform is quite humiliating. Heh, not bad for Isaiah, at least he wasn't injured. That's Clive after all. How could Isaiah win? Isaiah's sword techniques were continuously frozen, but Clive suddenly raised an eyebrow. Then streaks of sparks appeared before his eyes, leaving Clive momentarily stunned. At first, there were just sparks, then came raging infernos. A flaming phoenix abruptly appeared. Clive immediately felt an intense sword chi surging from the opposite side. Isaiah's sword had previously been icebound. However, now the fire-infused sword chi couldn't be suppressed by Clive, who hurriedly retreated. But Isaiah did not give him any chance. He understood that if he didn't seize this opportunity, things could turn difficult later. He struck forward directly. Clive managed to react and blocked it with his sword. While Isaiah's strike was stopped by Clive's sword, the flames from the gaps burned through the defenses. Clive's eyes widened as the blade instantly pierced through his chest. In a moment, Clive was thrown back, splattering blood everywhere. Pooh! Clive knelt on the ground, his face deathly pale. Everyone gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. What happened? How did things escalate so quickly? It was almost dreamlike. Just moments ago, Isaiah was at a disadvantage. Within the blink of an eye, Clive was injured by Isaiah. Can this guy control fire too? Such powerful flames, Clive's frost is no match. No way. Is this guy even stronger? All disciples stared at Isaiah in awe, finding him to be nothing short of a monster. Clive panted heavily. One strike had left him grievously injured, something he struggled to endure. Now your sword chi restrains me, Clive said, his expression sour. Isaiah remained silent, slowly advancing forward. Surrender. Otherwise, you will suffer much worse injuries, Isaiah warned. Clive laughed coldly. I won't surrender. The disciples were shocked. Was Clive not a match for Isaiah? Even the elders wore solemn expressions. Clive was among the more powerful true disciples of the Heavenly Frontier 3 sects, yet here he was at a disadvantage. It has only just begun. Clive began to draw his swords. He carried 7 swords on his back. You are indeed strong with that intangible sword chi and adding fire martial techniques on top of it. Didn't you take it seriously until now? Clive smiled. People below were more stunned than ever. Facing Clive, Isaiah hadn't used his full strength, or even taken it seriously. Just how terrifying was Isaiah? The thought made everyone shiver in unease. Clive closed his eyes, placing the 7 swords on the ground. Instantly, a formidable array activated beneath his feet. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Look, Clive is using the sword array. Intermediate rank 7 swords formation. Clive's cultivation has surged dramatically. Ajax was surprised. I never thought Clive would be driven into such a corner by Isaiah. This is beyond imagination. Clive's cultivation is now at the early 4th level of martial spirit realm. Surrounded by the 7 swords formation, the sword chi around Clive became extraordinarily terrifying. The previous icy 100 miles transformed into even deeper layers of frost. Everyone felt like they had been plunged into an icy cave. Isaiah, you can't win against me, Clive smirked coldly. Focus solely on ice-based sword chi, the outcome is clear to you. Isaiah was unfazed. Haha, we shall see when our next clash comes. Cold aura surged from Clive, forming an icy tornado. Everyone watched nervously, some even froze. The wind turned unbearably icy. Shivering, everyone wondered what level Clive's sword chi had reached. Indeed, Clive being a true disciple possesses incredible strength. Can Isaiah still fight on? Ajax pondered aloud. Even he couldn't gauge the situation clearly. Isaiah can't possibly win now that Clive has reached the 4th level of martial spirit realm. Indeed, Isaiah is merely at the peak 3rd level of martial spirit realm. Sigh. Everyone felt their hair stand on end, realizing Clive had reached the 4th level of martial spirit realm. What chances did Isaiah have to win? Both men slightly bent down, ready to draw their swords. A pity, if you kneel now, you might not meet a tragic end. Isaiah shook his head. Haha, Isaiah, you're too confident. I'll do my best not to let you die. How could Isaiah be so arrogant when his cultivation was 1 rank lower than Clive? Wasn't he afraid of biting off more than he could chew? Many stepped back, none daring to stand too close. The area around the platform was deserted. Even the elders spread out an illusionary energy barrier. This battle could very well shake heaven and earth. Watch this. Clive roared angrily, drawing his sword at lightning speed. 6 other swords flew towards Isaiah alongside him. Isaiah also drew his sword at blinding speed. The space seemed to gray out as their sword chi flashed like beams of light, sharp yet revealing their might. A flame shot up into the sky, colliding with the icy tornado. As both simultaneously drew their swords, the thunderous crash reverberated through the arena. Several disciples were thrown backward by the shockwave. Clang! Metallic sounds echoed, followed by the sound of a broken sword. Everyone's eyes widened. The collision of fire and ice caused a massive explosion. The icy momentum completely dissipated, while a flaming phoenix soared across the sky, creating a spectacular yet perilous scene. Flames erupted from the platform, Clive's frost disappearing respectfully. The crowd eagerly waited, wanting to know the outcome of this unparalleled duel. Ajax shook his head. The flames on the platform dominated everything, making the result clear enough. Clive's ice hardly stood a chance, dissolving instantly. His loss was absolute. Sigh. Everyone watched with tingling scalps. Chapter 477. Breakthrough. The pillar of flame obscured everything, and many people's scalps tingled. Such an exaggerated fire martial art. What kind of martial art was this? Heaven rank martial art for Million Bird Flame. In such a terrifying state, Isaiah is just too frightening. Just one sword stroke, and Clive was defeated. The flames crackled, then didn't last long before they faded, returning to Isaiah's hand and finally turning into a tiny ember. Once everyone saw the scene clearly, they were all dumbfounded, their eyes almost popping out. What level of strength could this be? The arena platform was scorched black. 7 swords were broken, and there was a severed arm. Clive lay to the side, unconscious and barely breathing. Isaiah wasn't injured at all. He advanced with his sword, causing Ajax to tense up. Was this boy going to kill Clive? Such a thing absolutely couldn't be allowed, but Ajax also felt some apprehension. Even now, he might not be able to stop Isaiah alone. However, Ajax soon realized his concerns were unfounded. Isaiah had no such intention. He sheathed his sword. It took a long time for everyone to regain their composure. Seeing Isaiah's astonishing power was like experiencing a nightmare. This kind of sword momentum could reverse any force. Ajax hurriedly stepped onto the platform. I declare Isaiah as the victor. Ajax quickly summoned the elders to take Clive away for treatment. With injuries like these, it would probably take a month to recover, and his arm was broken. If Isaiah's sword momentum had been that terrifying, even if Clive's arm were reattached, he likely wouldn't be able to use it for life. Ultimate sword momentum created wounds that would continually worsen, become inflamed, and bleed. The residual sword chi would spread throughout the body, torturing the martial artist to death. Ajax shivered. Isaiah's invisible sword momentum was truly terrifying. It was likely a heaven-rank sword art technique, possibly even intermediate level. Ajax didn't know what to say. Isaiah hung his sword on his waist and returned to his seat, closing his eyes again as if falling back asleep. The competition resumed normally, but Ajax was pleasantly surprised by this young man. Could he possibly win first place? Isaiah opened his eyes. Now only 2 disciples remained. Enoch was Sheldon, and the other was someone Isaiah hadn't seen before. The next match will be between Isaiah and Sheldon. If you win, you can challenge the final inner disciple. Isaiah leisurely climbed the stage, glancing at Sheldon and smiling faintly. We've met before. Sheldon raised an eyebrow at Isaiah. After seeing him defeat Clive so quickly, he couldn't help but take him seriously. This person was formidable. Yes, we have met. Isaiah carefully examined Sheldon. This person's origin energy was strong, yet Isaiah couldn't see through it. It was deeply hidden. I thought I'd be fighting Clive, but unexpectedly it's you. In my opinion, you're not a match for Clive. Is that so? Then how did I win? Huh. It was merely because your fire overpowered his frost. Do you really think you won? That's absurd, Sheldon said firmly. Indeed, Clive's frost couldn't compete with Isaiah's Vermilion Bird Flame. The Vermilion Bird Flame was likely one of the strongest flames in the heaven rank, and that's why Clive lost. I'm different from Clive. I'm stronger. You should admit defeat now. Phantom origin energy immediately manifested around Sheldon, making him appear somewhat fierce. Our power gap is significant. 4th layer early stage spiritual warrior realm cultivation, 2nd layer heavenly wound realm. You have no chance against me. That remains to be seen. I believe I can easily beat you. Isaiah shook his head. Don't be arrogant, kid. You won't win easily. Sheldon clenched his fist, revealing his 2nd layer heavenly wound realm strength. His phantom origin energy became agile. Isaiah observed this closely. Such origin energy was incredibly powerful. A single punch could shake mountains and rivers. For the first time, Isaiah felt wary of this kind of origin energy. If struck by it, he feared he might pay with blood. Isaiah discarded his scabbard, making Sheldon's expression darken. What does that mean? Are you saying you don't plan to use your sword? Sheldon asked disdainfully. If so, Isaiah had virtually no chance of winning. Yes, I plan to use my sword. But for now, a sword isn't necessary for me, Isaiah smiled. What? Sheldon's face fell. Do you think I'm looking down on you? Not at all. I'm very serious. Don't underestimate me. Even without a sword, my martial arts skills are extremely powerful, Isaiah warned. Humph. You're asking for it, Isaiah. Sheldon pounded the ground fiercely. A thunderous boom echoed, shaking the earth. A powerful surge of origin energy shot toward a nearby hill, which instantly exploded, half of it obliterated. Such terrifying power was indeed frightening. Everyone was shocked, knowing Sheldon was powerful, but this overbearing force was terrifying beyond words. All trembled and exchanged uneasy glances. The elders also looked troubled. That hill was an important location and had been destroyed by Sheldon. Many felt weak in the knees. Sheldon was far stronger than Clive. With such fearsome power, they were nervous and sweaty. If Isaiah used a sword, he might still have a fighting chance. But discarding it made him overconfident. His strength must have been halved. He's too arrogant. Isaiah might be reduced to pieces. That hill full of origin energy was destroyed. Unbelievable. Disciples were astonished and worried. Without a sword, Isaiah's fate might be worse than that hill. You saw my 2nd layer heavenly wound realm power, right? Sheldon said confidently. And you used a heaven rank martial technique earlier, correct? You have good observation. Indeed, I use the intermediate heaven rank technique, Sky Collapsing Fist. The origin energy on Sheldon's hands grew more terrifying, beyond description. His agile phantom origin energy was horrifying. The three major sects of the Desolate Era were indeed formidable. Isaiah's eyes sparkled with joy. This was the path to his own strength. Isaiah's eyes widened. Ding. Owner observed the second layer Heavenly Wound Realm, triggering 100 times understanding, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience. Ding. Congratulations, Owner, for achieving the second layer Heavenly Wound Realm. Chapter 478. Suppressed. Ding. Master observed the intermediate heaven rank martial technique, Sky Collapse Fist, triggering a 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master has mastered the Sky Collapse Fist. Ding. Achieving 2 powerful realms, congratulations on reaching the middle stage 4th level of the martial spirit realm. Isaiah's eyes flickered with surprise. Everything was indeed as he had anticipated. Sheldon had become his stepping stone, greatly enhancing Isaiah's strength. Brat, if you are seeking death, then I will fulfill your wish, Sheldon shouted furiously, delivering a fierce punch toward Isaiah. The powerful shockwave from this punch made the sky seem to tear apart, sending a tumultuous wave of strong primordial energy crashing down. Isaiah stretched out both hands and met the blow with a clenched fist, enduring the formidable impact. Sheldon's eyebrows shot up in astonishment, not expecting Isaiah to withstand it, momentarily stunning him. You little brat, actually? Sheldon couldn't believe what just happened. Isaiah's fist movements were exactly those of a Sky Collapse Fist. Sheldon felt a momentary fear, realizing this young man was far from simple, possibly even terrifying. How is this possible? Isaiah actually blocked Sheldon's punch? No way. Could Sheldon not be his match either? He can still be this powerful without using a sword. The disciples were once again stunned. Who was this Isaiah? Did he come here specifically to ruin things? Throughout the competition, although Isaiah sometimes faced disadvantages, he always crushed his opponents decisively. Many worried about Sheldon now. I won't lose to you, boy. Sheldon decided to go all out, using his greatest strength to thoroughly defeat Isaiah. Sky Collapse Fist. Ha, let me show you my Sky Collapse Fist as well. Sheldon's face darkened upon hearing these words. Indeed, Isaiah knew this move. Where did this kid learn it? The Sky Collapse Fist is our Gale family's legacy martial skill. You cannot be stronger than me in this. Roaring angrily, Sheldon immediately unleashed the Sky Collapse Fist. This punch was even more terrifying than before, seeming to tear the heavens apart. Isaiah also released a Sky Collapse Shockwave, the two forces colliding fiercely. Sheldon's shockwave was instantly dismantled, causing his eyes to widen in horror as an overwhelming force surged towards him. Ah! Sheldon screamed in terror as the force almost tore him apart, flinging him away in an instant. A deep and long crevice appeared on the stage, leaving everyone shocked. This Isaiah was terrifying. Had he already mastered 2 heaven rank martial skills? This kid is too scary. Even mastering 1 heaven rank skill takes 2 years, 4 longer ones, 3 or 4 years. How did he manage this? Monster, truly extraordinary. Seeing this, everyone acknowledged Isaiah's incredible abilities. It was simply beyond human capacity. However, soon they saw hope as Sheldon stood up shakily, his face contorted in embarrassment. Why is this happening? Your Sky Collapse Fist is at the mastery stage? Sheldon asked in disbelief. He had practiced for 4 years and only reached the minor success stage. If Isaiah's Sky Collapse Fist hadn't been at the mastery stage, how could he have lost so completely? Maybe this is talent. This fist is too easy for me. Spit. Sheldon coughed blood out of anger. The Gale family's ultimate skill, a middle heaven rank martial art, was deemed too easy by Isaiah? Admit defeat. I don't want to cripple you. Isaiah shook his head and said, Haha, I'm not done yet, Isaiah. Sheldon refused to concede. Isaiah shook his head again. You're no match for me. It's not certain. If I unleash my bloodline power, Sheldon's body turned black instantly, emitting a dark whirlwind. In moments, he transformed into a gigantic beast beside him, stunning everyone. Sheldon, it turned out, possessed bloodline power, gradually becoming a battle-ready white tiger beast man. Roaring, he emitted boundless strength, shaking the entire area. I absolutely cannot lose today, Isaiah. A white tiger beast bloodline? Didn't expect Sheldon to use this. Ajax looked grim. No one had ever known about this before. Everyone was now energized by the sudden turn of events. Sheldon glared at Isaiah with sheer hatred, furious from being mocked earlier. Although you have bloodline power, so do I. Do you? Sheldon looked skeptical, seemingly disbelieving the claim. Haha, does a kid like you really have bloodline power whenever he wants? What would that lead to? Sheldon was entirely incredulous. Many others snickered, thinking Isaiah might be scared stiff by Sheldon's bloodline power, leading him to make such a claim. Doesn't matter if you have bloodline power. Mine is that of the white tiger beast, not just any ordinary lineage. How do you know your bloodline is superior to mine? Isaiah began transforming under a glow of light. Standing below, Adira watched intently. If things went smoothly, Isaiah should still win. Reaching the top 3 as a newcomer was no easy feat for Isaiah. From the looks of it, losing seemed unlikely for him now. Under the light, Isaiah transformed into a massive demonic wolf, his body covered in silvery fur due to his advanced cultivation level. Seeing the monstrous wolf, Sheldon froze. Is this a Caden? Correct. Your bloodline is likely an ordinary white tiger beast, while mine is that of a king level. Can you compare with me? Isaiah asked. Humph, I don't believe it. So what if you have Caden bloodline power? I'll still crush you. Sheldon's white tiger beast exuded terrifying strength, enough to suffocate anyone nearby. Yet Isaiah's demonic wolf seemed equally powerful. Soon, it would be clear who was stronger. The Caden attacked the white tiger beast, who pressed back with ferocity, slamming the wolf onto the ground and unleashing a barrage of attacks. A few loud thuds echoed, prompting cheers from the crowd. Sure enough, the Caden is fake. Sheldon's white tiger beast is much stronger. Isaiah also has bloodline power, unthinkable. But now he's doomed. The wolf has no counterattack left. Adira became worried. Was Isaiah's bloodline power being suppressed completely? Chapter 479. What's wrong with him? The demon Caden was under fierce attack by the white tiger beast, and now appeared to be completely at a disadvantage, which made Ajax feel alarmed. Enoch punch from the white tiger beast could probably kill an Innergate elder, and even if Isaiah were made of iron, he likely wouldn't hold out. But soon, Ajax noticed something amiss. Despite being beaten for so long, why wasn't there a trace of blood on the demon Caden? Upon closer inspection, the demon Caden indeed wasn't bleeding. Even though it was receiving attacks, Ajax realized something was off. As the white tiger beast raised its fist, a cold claw plunged ruthlessly into its chest, causing its eyes to widen in shock. The demon Caden, lying on the ground, struck back with several sharp claws, each carrying wind blades that glittered ominously and sent chills down everyone's spine. Suddenly, the white tiger beast's chest gushed blood from several claw marks as it fell to the ground. The demon Caden bit it fiercely, leaving the white tiger beast utterly exhausted and lying motionless on the ground, dead or alive. This? Impossible. Is the white tiger beast also defeated? What kind of bloodline power is this? It's too terrifying. Everyone stood in disbelief. Previously, it seemed the demon Caden had no way to retaliate. But after a few strikes from the white tiger beast, it instantly lost all fighting ability. The white tiger beast reverted to human form instantly, Sheldon lying almost lifeless on the ground, trembling. His wounds were horrifically deep and possibly fatal, his face deathly pale. How could this be? Sheldon fainted on the spot. The demon Caden stood firm, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Its overpowering aura was almost suffocating, making them feel as if their necks were gripped tightly. No one expected Sheldon to lose so thoroughly, his formidable bloodline power utterly useless against Isaiah. The demon Caden let out a cold snort, and many people froze in fear. Who wouldn't panic with such a large beast before them, especially one with such terrifying cultivation? The demon Caden stood there, swinging its tail like a sovereign ruler, its piercing gaze and bared fangs more menacing than ever. For a moment, Ajax dared not approach. Wasn't Isaiah planning to revert to his human form? Just standing there was frightening enough. Perhaps Isaiah was still angry? After some time, the demon Caden remained motionless, merely swinging its tail slightly. Elder Ajax, you must quickly go up and persuade him to return to human form. Many disciples have already fainted, said another Innergate elder. Why me? Why don't you go? What if I die from one strike? Ajax asked timidly. Several elders began arguing among themselves. This demon Caden was too intimidating, and no one dared to get close. Ajax shook his head. There was one more true disciple left. Now that Isaiah had won, it was time for the next match, but the disciple was supposed to arrive later. Adira felt something was wrong. Why was Isaiah just standing there for over 10 minutes? After asking around, Ajax approached Adira slowly. You introduced him and brought him here. Now what's going on? Ajax asked. I'm not sure. Ajax hesitated for a moment. Perhaps you should try talking to him. This form is too terrifying. Adira nodded silently, knowing how embarrassing this situation was. They couldn't let the disciples know, or it would damage the reputation of the three major sects. Adira approached the platform cautiously. Even she felt terrified by the demon Caden's overwhelming presence, like standing before a king. Just being there made her uneasy, and she swallowed hard. Isaiah? Adira called, receiving no response. Below, the disciples looked ashen-faced, regretting their earlier ridicule of Isaiah, who repeatedly proved them wrong. What if the demon Caden got angry and started killing indiscriminately? Many feared they had underestimated him. Was this demon wolf going to remain angry and slaughter the innocent? The elders dared not approach Isaiah either. The demon Caden's haughty demeanor seemed to mock them all. Isaiah, what's wrong? Nothing, I just dozed off. The demon Caden replied in a human voice, startling everyone. Soon, they breathed a sigh of relief. Isaiah hadn't lost control. You actually fell asleep? Yeah, I guess I wasn't paying attention, replied the demon Caden, still causing fear rather than reassurance. Why don't you change back? Adira smiled awkwardly. Returning to human form, Isaiah shook his head, clearly still adapting to being a wolf. It felt uncomfortable. Only then did Ajax approach, confirming Isaiah posed no threat. I didn't expect you to possess bloodline power. This truly is eye-opening. Not only did he have bloodline power, but it belonged to a demon Caden, an even more terrifying source. The strength displayed earlier was astonishing. Is the last match happening now, or should we wait until tomorrow? Ajax asked. There's no need, let's start now. I can hardly wait to see the rewards, Isaiah smiled. The opponent you're facing next isn't simple. He's currently our strongest true disciple with an undefeated record. You should prepare yourself. Isaiah remained unconcerned. Don't build him up too much. It's not a problem for me. Yes, you are strong, but your next opponent is the strongest true disciple, Galebartion, Ajax said. So, he's that strong? Isaiah asked dismissively. You'll find out soon, Ajax sighed, thinking things might have been different if Galebartion had been there earlier. Be careful, Isaiah. This true disciple is exceptional, next in line to succeed the leaders of the three major sections. You can imagine his strength, Ajax warned. That sounds interesting. A man slowly walked toward them, his face hidden under a black robe. Chapter 480, breaking through so quickly. Isaiah stared intently at the man. The primordial energy within him was extraordinarily strong, indicating a terrifying level of martial cultivation. All right, let's begin the final match, Ajax announced, feeling a tinge of unease. This was indeed the pinnacle showdown between the core disciples. The gateless Isaiah can make it to the end as well. What a frightening thing indeed. While Isaiah is very strong, Amir's cultivation cannot be underestimated. Amir slowly pulled down his hood, revealing a purple-haired man. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, thinking this guy looked too much like a showy punk with a scarred face that only added to the ridiculousness. Despite Amir's animated primordial energy, his appearance was truly atrocious. You really look hilarious. Isaiah couldn't help but burst out laughing. Amir's expression turned sour. He knew he didn't look good, even considered ugly, but no one had dared mock him like this before. With absolute power, anyone who mocked him in the past was dead. Brat, you have some guts to mock me. Amir's eyes turned icy cold as veins popped up on his forehead. Just a joke, there's no need to take it so seriously, Isaiah replied with a smile. Seeing Isaiah's handsome face made Amir angrier. This youth was not only strikingly handsome but also showed strength in martial arts. Many people watching felt their scalps tingling. Isaiah's audacity was astonishing. Yes, Amir looked extremely ugly, but his formidable strength earned everyone's respect. In this world of strength, you were nothing without power. Isaiah is courting death. He doesn't know Amir's strength yet. He will definitely regret it. Rumor has it that Amir is already at the peak of the 5th stage Wu Galang realm. Isaiah, an outer sect disciple, was almost entering the top 2, and many other disciples were green with envy. They wished for him to lose or die. If the champion of the 3 great sects competition was taken by an outer sect member, how could they hold their heads high ever again? And this Isaiah belonged to no sect. Looking at him, he didn't seem to have a master either. Otherwise, he would have revealed his lineage. Amir roared angrily, encircled by animated primordial energy that shone brightly, symbolizing the strongest stage of the 2nd level Tianshang realm. Brat, you dare to mock me? Today, I'll ensure you have no place to bury your remains. Amir threw a punch toward Isaiah. The dark clouds followed Amir's movement, as if the sky itself was wounded. This was the origin of the Tianshang realm's name. Isaiah immediately grew serious. The momentum of Amir's primordial energy was overwhelming. A casual mistake might get him killed. Isaiah rapidly drew his sword and countered, but his sword was easily shattered by Amir's fist. It was utterly powerless. The strength disparity was enormous. Isaiah swiftly dodged the punch. With a deafening boom, a ravine several dozen feet wide appeared. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. This Amir was incredibly powerful. Heh, brat, I'm at the early 6th stage Wu Galang realm. Do you think you can win? Amir laughed wildly, his fists unleashing waves that pushed Isaiah back step by step. What? Amir has reached the 6th stage Wu Galang realm? Yesterday, he was still at the peak of the 5th stage, breaking through so quickly? Now Isaiah is doomed. 2 levels difference, he stands no chance. Isaiah's sword technique couldn't block Amir's attacks, putting him quickly on the defensive, nearly being chased around. Blood dripped from a wound on Isaiah's hand, and the crowd cheered, thrilled to see this prodigy finally injured, something no one had managed before. White Tiger Divine Sword Technique. Isaiah's face turned cold, and he instantly drew his sword again, releasing dozens of sword chi like dragons piercing the sky. But such a formidable sword technique was dispelled by Amir's light punch. The crowd cheered once more, with few supporting Isaiah. They resented an 18-year-old's extraordinary power and mocked him. Why should Isaiah have such terrifying cultivation at 18? It was unacceptable. Amir's arrogant punch hit Isaiah's sword hard, leaving no retreat. The shockwave covered a wide area, forcing Isaiah back, shattering the floor beneath him. Continuing like this would push him off the platform. Another hand was cut open, both bleeding profusely, yet Isaiah remained composed. Heh, brat, you're dead today, Amir sneered. His face contorted in a sinister smile. Mocking him deserved death. Amir hated anyone mocking his ugliness, an offense he wouldn't tolerate. Isaiah showed no panic despite being at a disadvantage. Brat, you remain calm in the face of death, Amir said, impressed. Anyone else would have begged for mercy. It's too soon to say who wins. I think you still have some fight left. Use your bloodline power, but the result will be the same. You won't stand a chance against me, Amir stated confidently. Isaiah didn't deny it. Even transforming into the Kaden gave him little hope of victory. Amir's strength was truly terrifying, fitting of a top core disciple. How long can you keep dodging? Amir taunted, delivering another punch. Isaiah blocked with his sword, but his hand went numb. Blood trickled from his palm, but Isaiah remained unfazed. How long can you stay so composed? Amir rushed Isaiah, landing a heavy punch on his sword. Blood splattered immediately, yet Isaiah smiled faintly, seemingly having thought of something. Adira was deeply worried. She had never seen Isaiah injured before. The strength gap was too great this time. After all, Amir was 2 stages ahead, making this fight no simple matter. Isaiah was clearly disadvantaged and could easily die if he wasn't careful. Heh, I have an idea. Though my strength isn't equal to yours, I can still win, Isaiah said with a grin. Amir narrowed his eyes, finding Isaiah's words amusing. Are you really that confident? Did you think winning a few matches qualifies you to beat me? Chapter 481. Underhanded Move. The gap in our strength is too large. After all, I am at the 6th level of the martial spirit realm, and there's no way you can win, Gale Bartion said while launching a frenzied attack with his tyrannical boxing technique that was as fierce as a wild dragon. Isaiah naturally could not defend against it. Gale Barshan's illusionary primordial energy was terrifying to an extreme. How could this kid possibly turn things around now? That was absolutely impossible. That boy is still dreaming. He might not even be able to survive today. With such a huge disparity in strength, how could Isaiah possibly win? All the disciples watched Isaiah with schadenfreude. This outcome was what he deserved for being so arrogant before, daring to mock Gale Bartion. It's over. With this punch, you cannot live on. Gale Bartion emitted white smoke from his body. His face turned crimson, and his primordial energy became several times stronger. Humph, you are extremely powerful, but can you handle potent poison? Gale Bartion paused slightly. What kind of poison did Isaiah refer to? Shadow snake poison. Isaiah extended his hand, and Gale Bartion instantly saw purple poison liquid flying toward him. Instantly, Gale Bartion was engulfed by the purple poison, unable to resist a blood-curdling scream as the poison corroded his flesh, continuously emitting white smoke. A large part of Gale Bartion's flesh quickly rotted away as he rolled on the ground, involuntarily screaming in agony. What is this? Gale Bartion clutched his head, tormented to the point of death as the potent poison almost claimed his life. Isaiah smiled slightly. As expected, the shadow snake's potent poison was very useful. When he had endured it, it had also been a matter of life and death. Now, it was someone else's turn to experience it. Gale Bartion, who had just been lively, was now reduced to a miserable state due to the poison. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly wretched. Clearly, Gale Bartion's strength had greatly diminished, and the primordial energy around him had disappeared. Despicable. How dare you use such underhanded moves? Haha, does using potent poison count as an underhanded move? What a joke. You watched me do it, Isaiah mocked. The corrosion on Gale Bartion's body continued to emit white smoke, shocking everyone into dumbfounded silence. The first genuine disciple was actually reduced to such a state by poison, completely losing combat ability. Adira also wondered why Isaiah knew the potent poison of the shadow snake. Isaiah had been poisoned before, but it hadn't been long since then, and he already mastered shadow snake poison. Could he have learned this during the time he was poisoned? Adira felt more terrified by Isaiah's abilities. This wasn't something an ordinary genius could achieve. Surrender, and I can give you the antidote. Otherwise, it's a dead end for you, Isaiah smiled. Right now, even a casual slash would take Gale Bartion's life. Gale Bartion was reluctant, but his hands were already bloody messes. If this continued, he might truly die. His dantian had already been invaded by potent poison, making him feel like he couldn't hold on. His primordial energy within couldn't counteract the potent poison, which spread throughout his body. Damn it, what kind of potent poison is this? Gale Bartion struggled, spitting out blood in anger. He clearly could have won against Isaiah but was now overturned by him. The disciples present gasped in shock. Just a moment ago, Isaiah seemed like he would lose. But in a blink, he used potent poison, rendering Gale Bartion nearly dead and without fighting power. Such a terrifying turn of events was hard to believe. Is Gale Bartion about to lose? This is terrible. That kid is despicable. To be able to win like this, what other terrifying skills does Isaiah have? Ajax's face turned pale. I once heard that in the dark shadow forest, there is a three-headed giant snake named Shadow Snake. Yes, the shadow snake's potent poison is unmatched, and anyone poisoned basically waits to die. But the question is, how did that kid learn it? All the elders looked at Isaiah as if he were a monster. Could he be a rare cultivation profession? A toxin master? An elder exclaimed. Toxin master? Such a cultivation profession is extremely rare, rumored to have disappeared over 100 years ago. There are only rumors of a few toxin masters existing. Ajax felt a chill run down his spine. Now it seemed that Beckham was indeed a toxin master. But this scared the elders. Could Beckham be both a toxin master and a peerless warrior? Toxin masters are rare because they need the body of 10,000 poisons to adapt to potent toxins, taking at least 50 years. How can Isaiah be only 18 years old? Ajax raised an eyebrow, his face turning black. Unless Isaiah is a supreme expert capable of rejuvenation? That's impossible. We can sense rejuvenation. That kid is really only 18. So, Isaiah is a demonic prodigy? To possess martial arts cultivation at such a high level and be a toxin master at the same time. It was simply mind-blowing. This kid wasn't human, leaving the elders incredibly shocked. They had never seen anyone with such terrifying talent. Gale Bartion seems to be destined to lose. We never stipulated that potent poison can't be used. Ajax shook his head. Previously, all the elders believed that Gale Bartion, with his unparalleled strength, would definitely be the champion. But now everything had changed. Isaiah had shown them what true terrifying talent was. Gale Bartion was in a pitiful state, writhing in agony on the ground. His primordial energy was depleted, and he would die if this continued. Giving up would only make your death faster. Gale Bartion gritted his teeth. I surrender. Give me the antidote. With no other options, Gale Bartion had to beg for mercy. Dying here would be counterproductive, considering his promising future. If he didn't surrender, he might die here. Isaiah gave him a pill, which Gale Bartion immediately took. Instantly, he improved significantly, and the rotting on his body stopped. Phew. Gale Bartion let out a sigh of relief, but soon fell unconscious. Ajax shook his head. He had thought Isaiah would lose thoroughly, but this unexpected turnaround caught everyone off guard. Well, everyone. Isaiah's strength surpasses our imagination. The winner of the first place in the great contest of the three major sects of the heavenly wasteland is Isaiah. Everyone cheered, shouting Isaiah's name despite their previous resistance. No one dared to deny Isaiah now. Absolute strength decided everything. Cheers rang out after Isaiah secured the first place. Isaiah glanced at his injured hand, seeing it was just bleeding slightly and not too severe. He raised an eyebrow, observing it closely. Chapter 482. Could it be them? The blood on the ground flowed back into Isaiah's palm, and then into the wound. Isaiah was momentarily stunned. He sensed something wasn't right. It felt very strange. It seemed as if there was an ominous omen in the air, with the sky already dark. Isaiah looked up, feeling a growing unease within him. The blood that had spilled from him was pulsing slightly on the ground, a detail unnoticed by others but not by him. This pulsation of the blood certainly signaled a serious problem, and Isaiah felt increasingly uneasy. Isaiah, you've won first place. The patriarchs of the three major sects of Tianguang will personally meet you, Ajax said with a smile. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The fact that the patriarchs would personally meet Isaiah was truly unbelievable. This was unprecedented. He really does have quite a face, some disciples murmured enviously. To be able to meet the patriarchs was such an honor. Moreover, now that Isaiah had won first place, this was what every disciple dreamed of. How wonderful it would be if they could stand on that platform themselves. But reality was often cruel, and not everyone had this opportunity. Only Isaiah had managed to achieve it. The patriarchs of the three sects appeared. A middle-aged man walked forward, draped in noble silk robes, exuding an aura of immense authority. He approached slowly, his brows dignified and regal. This was Patrick, the patriarch of the three sects. All pay respects to the patriarch. The disciples and elders bowed down, except for Isaiah. Isaiah, kneel down, urged Ajax. No need, the patriarch interrupted. Li, you are truly remarkable. With a genius like you, the three sects of Tianguang may well become even stronger. Thank you for your praise, patriarch. You will be our key disciple from now on. As the top true disciple of the three sects, you'll enjoy the best resources and many privileges. We aim to push you to the peak of martial arts. Anyone who dares to harm you in the future, any person or force, will be considered to have wronged the three sects of Tianguang, Patrick declared powerfully. Patrick's Yuanqi was even more terrifying than Amir's. Although Isaiah wasn't intimidated, he remained extremely cautious. For a moment, Isaiah hesitated. Did this mean he was to join the sect? I have a request, he said. Please speak, Patrick replied. I don't intend to join the three sects of Tianguang, so please don't call me the top true disciple. You also don't need to give me the best resources or any privileges. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. Was Isaiah insulting the three sects of Tianguang? This was an offense against the patriarch, yet Isaiah dared to voice it. Ajax quickly interjected. Isaiah, what nonsense are you saying? Please forgive him, patriarch. He is young. Please don't take it to heart. Isaiah's words were somewhat disrespectful. By refusing to join the three sects, it implied that he looked down on them. Patrick hadn't expected Isaiah to make such a demand and pondered for a moment, his expression becoming serious. Isaiah had offended Patrick, and Ajax trembled, worried about potential punishment. Glancing at the terrifying Yuanqi around Patrick only heightened his anxiety. Very well. Since you do not wish to stay in the three sects of Tianguang, I won't blame you. However, you will still receive the prize for first place, Patrick sighed, appearing disappointed. Such a compromise shocked Ajax. Patrick usually had a bad temper, yet Isaiah's defiance went unpunished. How astonishing. The disciples' faces turned grim. No one expected this turn of events. Isaiah not only didn't face punishment for offending the patriarch, but even retained his prize for first place. Everyone was taken aback. Even Patriarch Patrick gave Isaiah considerable respect, which was unexpected. Something's wrong. Who's coming? Patrick asked, his expression turning grim. He looked up to see an old man suddenly appear beside them. The old man appeared silently, startling Patrick, who hadn't sensed his arrival. Galik had appeared out of nowhere. The old man wore a wide-brimmed hat, hiding his face. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. This visitor was no ordinary person. Adira stepped forward. Senior Bey, why are you here? Do you know him, Adira? Patrick asked, making Isaiah realize Patrick knew her. Senior Bey nodded slightly. Miss, I need to speak with you. Isaiah observed the old man's hidden Yuanqi. It was ethereal, just like he had encountered before. Since being critically injured by Ambir, Isaiah had never forgotten the sensation of ethereal Yuanqi. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was that beauty, seemingly close to the patriarch? The sudden appearance of the old man added to the tension. Senior Bey and Adira walked off the stage to talk privately. Isaiah watched the dark, overcast sky, which made everyone feel heavy-hearted. Patrick's expression turned grimmer. Could it be them? Three figures in blood-red robes descended from the sky, their faces marked in red, eyes glowing crimson, and expressions fierce and sinister. Impossible! People from the Blood Sky sect are here? A disciple exclaimed, trembling in fear. The disciples of the three sects of Tianguang had suffered greatly at the hands of the Blood Sky sect, losing many lives. Yet, the Blood Sky sect's people suddenly appearing here took everyone by surprise. Patrick's face turned ugliest of all. He hadn't anticipated the Blood Sky sect members arriving here, spreading dread like a plague. How dare you, members of the Blood Sky sect? You were exterminated by us 100 years ago. Now you dare to show up again. Are you courting death? Patrick growled. The leader, whom Isaiah recognized immediately, was Xiuxian. His Yuanqi was even stronger now compared to their last encounter, and his strength had significantly increased. Xiuxian stared at Isaiah, startled. I didn't think you'd still be alive. Xiuxian's expression was dark. He couldn't understand how Isaiah survived after being critically injured by Imperial Yuanqi. Patrick's face turned grim. Since you dared to come, I'll take your lives today and rid the world of evil. Patrick leaped forward, launching an attack. His palm strike cut through the air like thunder, roar reverberating across the entire area, engulfed in lightning. Hashtag chapter 483, mind yourself. Adrian sneered coldly and immediately slapped Gage backward with a swift motion. Gage's eyes widened as he was instantly sent flying. How could it be that I can't even hurt you? Gage's face darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The disciples scattered in fright. Even the patriarch had been severely injured, so this place was no longer safe. The elders were about to assist when Adrian waved his hand, and an energy barrier immediately trapped all of them. The combat strength of the Tianhuang three sects was almost completely dismantled in an instant. Gage looked grim, never expecting Adrian to be so powerful. Even the Blood Sky sect's high priest seemed almost otherworldly. Gage, I didn't come here to cause you trouble. I have no interest in your Tianhuang three sects, Adrian said disdainfully. What exactly do you want? What's your goal this time? Gage asked. You don't deserve to know. Who would have thought the Tianhuang three sects would fall into such disarray now, with the patriarch at this level? We hardly need to consider you as a threat, Adrian replied with arrogance. If it were 100 years ago, the Tianhuang three sects patriarchs wouldn't have been this weak. They might have exterminated the Blood Sky sect then. However, several hundred years later, Patriarch Gage couldn't match the high priest. This meant the end for the Tianhuang three sects. Adrian looked down on Gage with disdain. No matter what the Blood Sky sect members intended to do, Their ultimate goal was always to kill everyone in their path. Ever since the Blood Sky sect appeared on this continent, they had always been bloodthirsty. Gage couldn't imagine how powerful a high priest could become. The strongest king of the Blood Sky sect, Blood Demon, was still the most formidable figure. No one knew if the Blood Demon had resurrected, but with its followers acting so recklessly now, it was only a matter of time before they tried to revive him. When that happened, chaos and bloodshed would engulf the entire continent. Gage's expression grew increasingly grim. The Tianhuang three sects had fallen from grace. Centuries ago, they could have annihilated the Blood Sky sect, but now, not only could they not eliminate the Blood Sky sect, they couldn't even handle one of its priests. Gage, I have only one demand. Adrian's eyes turned fierce. Although Gage was injured, killing him outright would be difficult, so conditions needed to be negotiated. What is it? Adrian pointed at Isaiah. He must die here. Everyone was stunned. Did the Blood Sky sect come here just for Isaiah? And for his life alone? It indeed proved that geniuses often invite jealousy. Isaiah's exceptional talent had drawn the attention of the Blood Sky sect. This might well be the end for him today. No one could protect him. Gage inspected his wound, noticing the red vortex wrapped around it. Clearly, it was a curse. If he didn't dispel it soon, his life would be in danger. The Blood Sky sect was known for these secret techniques, which could easily claim a strong person's life. Gage could break the curse, but it would take time. Continuing to fight would be detrimental to him. Gage remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Earlier, the patriarch had vowed to protect him, saying anyone who dared touch him would be seen as an enemy to the Tianhuang three sects. Now, the patriarch seemed indifferent to Adrian's demand. Isaiah wasn't too surprised. From the beginning, he hadn't expected anyone else to save him. If he relied on others, Isaiah would have long given up hope. Isaiah, I didn't expect you to become stronger. Adrian's expression darkened. Since his last defeat, he hadn't been able to lift his head. Losing to a young brat, he needed to avenge this loss today. Adrian didn't waste any more words, raising his large sword to slash at Isaiah. A loud clang rang out as the two blades collided, both glowing with a red aura. Gage's expression changed. Isaiah could also wield the red blade energy? What was going on? Could Isaiah also be part of the Blood Sky sect? That blood red blade energy was typically a sign of the Blood Sky sect. Or was Isaiah a traitor of the Blood Sky sect? Gage stood back, watching silently. Isaiah and Adrian faced off, neither having the upper hand. I didn't think you could match me, Adrian said with raised eyebrows. Isaiah clearly struggled, Adrian's strength surpassing his previous self, making things very difficult. If Adrian was here, would Amber show up? That worried him. Why, Gage, are you trying to ruin our plans? Adrian asked. Spare the other disciples. If you want Isaiah's life, I can't stop you, Gage replied, his face dark. Thus, Gage essentially abandoned Isaiah. Isaiah's face showed no emotion. Haha boy, see? Even the patriarch has abandoned you. You're doomed today, Adrian laughed. Isaiah didn't take it seriously. Gage's words were like empty promises. Believing them would be foolish. The atmosphere grew tense as many disciples fled. With the Blood Sky sect present and the patriarch heavily injured, none of this had ever happened before. Who could have predicted that Blood Sky sect's powerful figures would descend upon them? Now, their target was Isaiah. After his death, would the inner disciples be next? Panic spread through the square, yet everyone remained quiet, knowing the situation was deadly serious. Isaiah is too monstrous. He deserves to die, someone remarked. The Blood Sky sect is here for his life. There's nowhere for him to run. A genius can't escape death. Many disciples watched Isaiah, some gleefully, others pitying him. Adrian sneered at Isaiah. I didn't think you'd not only survive but become stronger. Indeed, you cannot be spared, Adrian said, raising his eyebrows. Humph, where's Amber? Isaiah asked. At a time like this, you're still worrying about yourself. Amber is now our empress. Do you think you have the right to ask about her whereabouts? Adrian wildly swung his sword, producing several loud clangs. Isaiah felt a numbing sensation in his hands. The priest's strength had grown significantly. Isaiah found it hard to defend against his attacks. Let's attack together. On Adrian's order, the two guards drew their swords, long-handled sabers appearing in the air. Three extremely powerful and terrifying sword energies cut forcefully into Isaiah's blade, leaving him in a dire state. You really don't have shame, attacking 1-on-3. Is this all the Blood Sky sect can do? A woman's voice interrupted. Adrian frowned. Who dared speak up at such a critical moment, inviting death? He glanced up to see Adira approaching. Adira, it's you. Stay out of this. If you meddle, don't blame us if you die. Adrian's face turned cold. Hashtag chapter 484, forced by circumstances. Alberic had barely finished speaking when, in the next second, a rapid figure appeared and struck Alberic with a palm. Phew. Alberic fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turned ghastly pale. He was utterly shocked. Who dared to lay a hand on him? Virgil raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. Wasn't that the elder from the north just now? He possessed such terrifying strength. That palm hadn't been accompanied by any grand spectacle, yet it gravely injured Alberic, a truly frightening power. Virgil had some experience dealing with this. Alberic's expression was terrible as he glared at the old man, seemingly having much to say. The two enforcers were also stunned, standing still, not daring to move. Daring to show disrespect to Miss Adela? You will be killed without mercy. The voice of the northern elder was domineering. A chill spread through Alberic's heart. This sudden change was something he could not have predicted. He was so close to killing Virgil, but right at this moment, an elder appeared. Who was he? Who are you, senior? I do not wish to trouble Miss Adela. I only want the life of that young man. The northern elder shook his head. That is up to me. This was obviously unreasonable. Alberic gnashed his teeth but knew that that single palm almost took half of his life, and he was severely weakened. Alberic was clear in his mind. If they three attacked together, they would not be a match for this Northern Elder. He was indeed a difficult opponent. Senior, we can negotiate terms. As long as you let us kill Virgil, anything you ask, we can give. For a moment, the Northern Elder remained silent. Senior, reaching your level of cultivation is not easy. You don't want Blood Sky Sect hunting you down for the rest of your life, ruining everything you've built, do you? Alberic said, trying to persuade him. Since he wasn't a match in strength, he could only offer favorable conditions to make the Northern Elder give up on Virgil. The Northern Elder scoffed lightly. Himph, it's truly laughable. I want your 3 lives. Alberic's face turned even uglier. This elder ruined his plans, and he seemed almost furious. Senior, don't refuse a toast and end up drinking punishment wine. Do you think you can go against the Blood Sky Sect all alone? Alberic said angrily. If that's how it is, then I shall punish you as heaven sees fit and kill all 3 of you first. A vortex formed in the elder's hand, with ethereal energy manifesting. Was he actually at the martial emperor realm? Alberic's expression was very unpleasant. If so, it would be difficult for them 3 to kill Virgil. It's only the Blood Sky Sect. Your notorious reputation has long made me wish to destroy you, the Northern Elder said, and immediately unleashed a powerful palm strike. Alberic's expression changed drastically as he pushed the 2 enforcers away. The enforcers, hit by the palm, immediately collapsed and died. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. Alberic hadn't expected the Northern Elder to be so strong either. The Blood Sky Sect's enforcers were not weak, possessing secret techniques that granted them the Blood Demon realm, making it difficult to harm them unless their Blood Demon state was broken. But the Northern Elder easily accomplished this, turning Alberic's face dark. Senior, you will regret this for daring to kill our enforcers, Alberic said in panic. Haha, not only will I kill your enforcers, but you must die here too. The Northern Elder rushed over as Alberic slashed with a large saber, a formidable sword technique breaking through defenses, yet effortlessly nullified by the Elder. Not only that, one of the Elder's palm strikes shattered the long-handled saber, causing Alberic to tremble in fear. Alberic was defeated step by step, with no solution in mind. Trying to escape, Alberic found it impossible. When the Northern Elder caught up, a solid palm struck his chest. Phew! Another palm. Alberic's breath grew weaker, falling to the ground, barely alive. The Blood Sky Sect? What's so great about them? The Northern Elder asked. Alberic sneered. Today's events, I'll remember. The Blood Sky Sect will never let this go. The Northern Elder paused, intending to deliver a fatal blow, but Alberic turned into a red mist and vanished. The Northern Elder pursued, striking the red mist, but to no avail. Alberic had escaped. The Northern Elder felt somewhat surprised and extremely displeased by Alberic's escape, but didn't comment further, his face turning grim. Everyone watched in shock. Who was this elder who single-handedly defeated the Blood Sky Sect's high priest and enforcers? Many people speculated about his origins. Samson clutched his chest. Clearly, the Blood Sky Sect's secret technique caused him great pain, which wouldn't be resolved soon. Thank you, Senior, Samson bowed deeply, but the Northern Elder ignored him and turned to scrutinize Virgil. Lee, you're quite impressive. To reach this realm of cultivation, even I am impressed, the Elder praised. Just luck, Virgil laughed. To reach this level at your age is extraordinary. Even I was not as powerful as you at your age, the Northern Elder chuckled. They seemed familiar with each other. Their conversation stirred envy among many who thought if they could become disciples under him, their worries would vanish forever. Samson's face turned ugly. He was, after all, the master of the heaven-wasting 3 sects. Yet the Northern Elder treated him with disdain and happily chatted with Virgil. Samson's face turned black. Virgil, are you okay? The Northern Elder's strength is overwhelming, truly breathtaking. Lee, keep working hard, and you can reach my level too, the Elder said to Virgil, completely ignoring Samson. Samson was livid. Earlier, he indeed failed to protect Virgil as promised, and now this happened. It was forced by circumstances. Dealing with the Blood Sky Sect was a tough situation, so he had to weigh the pros and cons. Seeing that neither Virgil nor the Northern Elder paid attention to him, Samson felt utterly humiliated. He shook his head and stormed off, instructing Daryl to arrange matters. Virgil was arrogant, and had already stated he didn't want to stay. Now, no one could hold him back. The sudden intrusion by the Blood Sky Sect worried Samson. There should have been barriers protecting this place of the heaven-wasting 3 sects. Why could they enter so easily? Daryl smiled. With the master making a mistake, he had to mend the damage, saying many flattering words. Virgil, don't blame the master. It was forced by circumstances. End of translation. Chapter 485. Will not die here. Isaiah gave him a scornful look, and Ajax hurriedly called for a servant. The reward for the first place is already prepared for Isaiah, 6th grade medicinal pill and access to the Tianhui pool. If he refused to go, it would be a great loss. Though Isaiah felt a bit upset inside, he still needed the reward. It would greatly assist in enhancing his cultivation. He decided to go and make plans afterward. You're Isaiah, right? Go ahead and enter the Tianhui pool. You will surely unleash your potential and break through to a higher level of cultivation, Kyler advised. Isaiah nodded. Kyler didn't say anything more and vanished with a flicker. He turned back to glance at Adira. It seemed she had talked about something with Kyler, but Isaiah did not ask. Come, Isaiah. I'll take you to the Tianhui pool now, Ajax said cheerfully, holding a brocade box. Isaiah took it, opened it, and found that it indeed contained a 6th grade medicinal pill. The 6th grade pill emitted a dazzling light towards the sky, exuding an incredibly captivating fragrance. Isaiah was momentarily stunned. Many people looked at him enviously. To receive such a reward, a 6th grade medicinal pill, must feel amazing. Many from the Xiuxian sect believed Isaiah was doomed this time. Yet he had been saved by a senior and received such a bountiful reward. The disciples were all envious, nearly losing their minds. The Tianhui pool was situated at the very top of Tianwang. It looked like a fairyland. However, Isaiah had no heart to appreciate the scenery. Suddenly, he saw someone with a severed arm and his expression changed slightly. Clive, how's your hand? Clive's face was pale. He shook his head. It hasn't healed well. I thought I was going to die. Isaiah felt a bit guilty. After all, Clive's arm was severed by him. I'm really sorry. I was trying to avoid vital areas. Clive laughed bitterly. It's okay. It's my fault for being too weak. I might never wield a sword again. No, you won't. The whooshing sword momentum caused irreversible damage. Even if my hand is reattached, I won't be able to wield a sword again. Clive's voice was filled with despair. Note: for better fluency, whooshing, which literally means intangible or invisible, should be translated based on context. Here it refers to an invisible sword momentum/force, so invisible can be used, but often in such novels it might be kept in a more mystical term like intangible. Also, for the sake of natural English flow, some adjustments were made. Revised: the intangible sword force has caused irreversible damage. Even if my hand is reattached, I won't be able to wield a sword again. Clive's voice was filled with despair. Until now, Clive still felt the pain from the wound and the roaming sword chi inside his body, as if it could take his life at any moment. I told you no. I'll refine a 5th grade medicinal pill for you to ensure you can wield a sword in the future, though it may take longer, Isaiah said firmly. Do you mean it? Clive's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Of course, why would I lie to you? Isaiah assured him. That's great. Isaiah, everything depends on you. Sheldon and Galbation were also there, both elite disciples with high rankings, qualified to enter the Tianhui pool for enlightenment. Isaiah patted Clive on the shoulder as they all headed to the Tianhui pool. The pool was filled with transformed, animated primordial energy, looking extraordinary. For weaker cultivators, entering here would mean certain death. Everyone watched, feeling a bit eerie. This place was unusual. Although entering the pool could lead to greater enlightenment, it came with significant risks. The benefits and dangers were relative. If one failed to gain enlightenment within, it could result in severe injury or worse. Clive looked at it with raised eyebrows. His injuries were serious, making entering the pool rather dangerous. Still, he decided to give it a try. Missing this chance meant waiting several years more. Clive, are you sure it's safe for you to enter now? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ajax explained. This is the place every elite disciple dreams of. Entering the Tianhui pool for enlightenment can lead to the highest realms, but it comes with significant risk. I hope you understand. The Tianhui pool had 3 regions. The 3rd region was the calmest, where animated primordial energy wasn't deadly. The 2nd region was much more dangerous, while the 1st region was the most terrifying, with primordial energy emitting lightning flashes. Sheldon and Galbation entered the 2nd region first since their injuries weren't as severe. Due to his injuries, Clive only chose the 3rd region. Ajax curiously asked, Isaiah, aren't you planning to enter? Right now. Isaiah leaped into the 1st region. Isaiah, wait. The 1st region is too dangerous. Ajax's face turned pale, realizing Isaiah had jumped into the 1st region without warning. The 1st region had the most terrifying primordial energy. Jumping in with Isaiah's current strength was akin to suicide, like smashing an egg against a stone. But it was too late. Isaiah had already entered the 1st region. Ah! Isaiah screamed in agony. Ajax's face went white, just as expected. The 1st region was no place for ordinary people. Some time ago, a martial spirit realm cultivator with 7th level strength almost died here. Isaiah is too hasty. Wouldn't the 2nd region suffice? After jumping in, Isaiah showed no sign of life. Ajax's expression darkened. Was a genius about to fall? If Isaiah didn't survive, it would be a huge joke. Clearly aiming to elevate his realm, now he faced death due to overconfidence. The elders nearby shook their heads. Sheldon and Galbation in the 2nd region still have signs of life, but Isaiah shows none. He must be dead. Isaiah was truly foolish. What a laughingstock of a genius. Geniuses often fell in an instant. Many elders sneered, finding Isaiah's arrogance and advanced cultivation distasteful. Learning of his fate, they felt elated. Only Ajax was genuinely concerned, though he dared not step into the 1st region himself. Attempting a rescue might cost his own life. Look, Galbation's fist technique seems improved. Galbation is quite steady. He remains the leading elite disciple. Many elders praised Galbation, as Isaiah despised the 3 sects of Taiying Wang, while Galbation brought glory to the sect and deserved focused cultivation. Adira observed quietly. She didn't think Isaiah would die here, but his prolonged absence worried her. Ajax sighed. Adira, you see it too. Isaiah's actions were practically suicidal. With no response for so long, he's probably met a grim end. Not necessarily. I know who he is. He won't die here. Chapter 486. I can cure it. Isaiah, deep in the Tianhui water pool, felt the lively and shifting primordial energy press down on him, making it hard to breathe. His whole body ached, but he knew that within this pain lay the path to a higher realm. As Isaiah grew stronger, so did Amber. The next time they met, he wondered if he would be able to handle her. If not, things would turn grim. Amber could return at any moment, and there was still much for him to accomplish. Ring. Master is inside the Tianhui water pool, triggering 100-fold insight, gaining experience 10,000 times over. Ring. Congratulations, Master has reached the middle of the 5th level of the martial spirit realm. Ring. Congratulations, Master's sword momentum has reached the 5th level. Ring. Congratulations, Master has obtained true dragon bloodline, enabling transformation into the Abraham. Cultivation can increase by 3 levels. Isaiah's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined that by mastering a heaven-level martial skill, he would gain the Abraham bloodline. This was something he had never dared to hope for, and he was elated. Indeed, the Tianhui water pool had proved immensely beneficial. He stayed inside for a long while until he felt there was no more room for breakthroughs before deciding to leave. Amir and Sheldon emerged, gasping for breath. Though they had improved, they had also paid a significant price. Clive gained little insight, and his aura showed almost no change. The elders looked at them all with satisfaction. Is Isaiah still not out? That kid can't come out anymore. He died in there, and his body will soon disappear, one elder sneered. Just as everyone was about to leave, Isaiah suddenly jumped out of the first water pool, looking rather exhausted. Everyone was startled by the sudden sight. The elders had thought he was dead, yet here he was, alive. His primordial energy is even more terrifying now, Emir remarked, lifting an eyebrow. He couldn't tell how much Isaiah had advanced, but the strength was undoubtedly formidable. Compared to himself, Emir couldn't match up. They had both entered the water pools, so why did Isaiah progress so rapidly? Emir once again saw the gap between them, feeling inadequate. At the peak of the heavenly wasteland, they slowly descended. Clive, tomorrow I will go to the donghua pavilion of the 3 sects of heavenly wasteland and refine medicinal pills for you. But you need to prepare the ingredients yourself. Isaiah fetched paper and pen, writing down a list of herbs. That will be very troublesome, thank you, Clive said, feeling deeply moved. Although Isaiah had severed his hand, he now felt grateful to him, believing that meeting such a formidable swordsman would make him stronger. After resting overnight, Isaiah examined the 6th rank pill. It was likely the Galanjayu golden pill, which should provide substantial benefits. However, he decided to keep it for later use. The pill seemed to have been preserved for many years. For a large sect like the 3 sects of heavenly wasteland to produce just one 6th rank pill underscored its value. Yet, Isaiah didn't think it was particularly precious since he could refine it himself, given the right ingredients. In the morning, Isaiah set off for the heavenly wasteland's donghua pavilion, where crowds gathered, mostly alchemists. Despite Isaiah's impressive showing in the competition, few here recognized him. Clive arrived early, beside him a box containing ice blocks and his severed hand. Everything depended on Isaiah. At that moment, Clive was being examined by an alchemist. Clive, your treatment fee is extremely high. Be prepared mentally because your hand is unlikely to recover fully even if reattached. The alchemist treating Clive was Arlen, a 5th rank alchemist with great prestige, whom everyone respected highly. Isaiah found Clive. Have you prepared the ingredients I asked for yesterday? Seeing Isaiah, Clive nodded. Yes, they're ready. Arlen glanced at Isaiah disdainfully. All right, wait until I refine the rare 5th rank pill, then your hand will heal, and we can reattach it. Isaiah smiled. Humph, ridiculous. You think you can refine a rare 5th rank pill? Arlen sneered. Isaiah gave Arlen a glance, but didn't respond. Let's find a place to refine the pill. Seeing Isaiah ignore him, Arlen became furious. Who was this newcomer to dare disregard him? Hey, kid, are you talking to me? How can you cure Clive's hand? Are you joking? Chuckling, you can't do it, but does that mean others can't either? Isaiah retorted, displeased but not wanting to cause trouble. Still, this alchemist persisted. Kid, what did you say? You dare question me, a 5th rank alchemist? If I say it can't be cured, it can't be. Arlen's voice drew attention from onlookers, shocked by the confrontation. Few dared challenge Arlen. Who is that kid? He's arrogant to question a 5th rank alchemist. The youth today is unreliable. Many looked at Isaiah scornfully. Clive felt helpless. We don't need to argue. Humph, you incompetents, still trying to treat people. You're embarrassing yourself. Arlen, livid, proposed. How about a bet? If you can cure him, I'll kneel and kowtow until bleeding. Isaiah remained unperturbed. Then you better start kowtowing. You haven't cured him yet. Let's see what you can do. If you fail, I'll have the enforcers disable you. Chuckling, sure, no problem, Isaiah smiled. A young man betting against an experienced 5th rank alchemist. With Clive's hand severely injured, most believed Isaiah lacked sense, especially after Arlen declared it incurable. Chapter 487. Indeed, he did it. Everyone was waiting here just to see the joke unfold. Fine, you just wait. I'll go refine the medicinal pill now. Isaiah smiled. Clive felt rather embarrassed, not expecting things to turn out this way. No amount of persuasion would help now. The conflict had arisen and neither side was willing to back down. Isaiah started refining the medicinal pill, and many people watched him as if it were a joke. 18 years old. What grade of alchemist could he possibly be? They had never seen anyone so arrogant. It was simply laughable. Many were certain Isaiah wouldn't succeed in his pill refinement, which also affected Clive. Indeed, Isaiah was a martial genius. But did he also study alchemy while practicing martial arts? Clearly, there wasn't enough time for all that. Nevertheless, Isaiah's cultivation at 18 made Clive feel inadequate. Despite being older, Clive couldn't match his achievements. Thinking about this, he shook his head. Isaiah's method of refining the medicinal pill was incredibly proficient, almost flawlessly smooth. This left everyone astonished. Arlen couldn't help but sneer, completely disregarding Isaiah. Even if Isaiah managed to refine the pill, it might not heal Clive's hand. After all, his wound had been inflicted by sword chi, which prevented healing. Even reattaching the hand would be futile. Arlen coldly laughed. Today, Isaiah would pay the price. He was not someone to be trifled with. After half an hour, Isaiah finished refining the medicinal pill. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe how skilled this young man was in pill refinement. It was a rare 5th grade medicinal pill, and he succeeded without any errors on the first try. Everyone stared intently at the pill. Its fragrance was captivating, unimaginable for a young man to create such a pill. Arlen didn't look pleased. He still believed Clive's hand couldn't be healed. Everyone watched as Clive took the pill, then Isaiah reattached his arm and used medical thread to sew up the wound. Finally, Isaiah applied herbal medicine on the wound and bandaged it carefully. Although Isaiah had never treated anyone before, his extensive knowledge in his mind made the process straightforward for him. It's pointless. How could it possibly work? Arlen said dismissively, not believing Isaiah could succeed. Clive was tense, extremely concerned about his hand. After a while of treatment, he tried moving his fingers. Actually, it can move, Clive exclaimed in surprise. Isaiah indeed did it. At first, just wiggling his fingers, then making larger movements. There were no issues. Everyone watched in disbelief at the miraculous recovery. No way. Did his severed hand really heal? I heard it was severed by a heaven-class sword technique. Shouldn't the sword chi prevent healing? That kid really did it. The present alchemists were stunned, thoroughly impressed by Isaiah's alchemy skills. Most incredible of all, he was only 18. Arlen's face turned ashen, unable to speak for a long moment, as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be possible? When he examined the wound earlier, it was severe, potentially leading to permanent disability. But now, witnessing this firsthand, even he found it terrifying. Just what level of alchemist was this kid? All right, now his hand is healed. Isaiah walked over and said coldly. Arlen was speechless, looking utterly humiliated. His expression was one of sheer embarrassment. How could this happen? He clearly examined the wound. Such powerful sword chi should have made it impossible for the wound to heal. Was Isaiah's medicinal pill really that powerful? Moreover, Isaiah's medical skills displayed just now were astonishing. Who was this kid? Humph, you are quite talented, worthy of praise, Arlen said with a bitter smile. Hee, don't tell me you forgot something. You bet against me, and the loser has to kneel and apologize. There was an uproar. Arlen's face changed dramatically. He was highly displeased. What did this kid want? Was he trying to cause chaos? He had some talent in alchemy, but what more did he seek? Did he want Arlen to kneel? Arlen looked extremely disgruntled. As a fifth-grade alchemist, he was highly esteemed here. Kid, winning isn't enough for you? Do you dare dream of me kneeling? How can you refuse after losing? If others might fail, I won't. This concerns my dignity, and I must uphold my word when I lose a bet. Kid, this is one of the three great sects of Tianhuang. You cannot act recklessly here. Threatening me means you wish to die, Arlen bellowed angrily. Many people looked at Isaiah disdainfully, thinking he had lost his mind. Really daring to make trouble here. Doesn't know the word death. He probably wants to die. Everyone murmured. Arlen's face flushed red. He had never felt so humiliated. Sect leader has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, looking around in disbelief. The sect leader coming here was unbelievable. This spelled disaster for Isaiah. With the sect leader present, he wouldn't spare Isaiah, especially considering Arlen's status as a fifth-grade alchemist. Isaiah had provoked a fifth-grade alchemist, practically asking for death. Now the sect leader had arrived, who knew what would happen next. Everyone held their breath, believing Isaiah was doomed. While Isaiah had exceptional alchemy skills, he shouldn't have provoked Arlen. He was too confident. When Patrick arrived, his face was grim, radiating authority. Everyone sensed impending doom. The atmosphere grew heavy, and many dared not breathe. They feared what would come next. Especially now, with Patrick's grim expression, Arlen stepped forward. Sect leader, you've arrived. There is an ignorant kid here mocking and insulting me, wanting to trample on my dignity, Arlen complained. Patrick remained unperturbed, but exuded immense pressure. After all, he was the sect leader. He coldly snorted, startling many. Indeed, the sect leader seemed very displeased with Isaiah. Chapter 488. Don't blame me then. Isaiah faced Patrick without a trace of arrogance or humility. Arlen sneered coldly. Given his exalted status, Patrick would undoubtedly intervene on his behalf. When that happens, this brat would be waiting to die. With Patrick's dark expression, Arlen's face was filled with malicious delight. After pondering for a while, Patrick placed his hands behind his back. Master Galen, I apologize. Our sect's alchemist acted disrespectfully towards you. Patrick's voice wasn't loud but shocked everyone deeply. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. What did the sect leader just say? They even doubted their hearing. Why didn't Patrick hold Isaiah accountable and instead help this little rascal? Everything seemed bizarre. Clive, who had been worried earlier, blinked slightly now, momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Isaiah to have such influence, making Patrick show him respect. Beside them, Arlen wore a look of shock, disbelief plain on his face. What's going on? The situation felt entirely off. Why is Patrick being so respectful to Isaiah? As the sect leader of Tianhuang, isn't this too humiliating? Everything felt strange. Patrick had already heard what transpired. Arlen refused to admit his loss despite losing, a disgraceful act. If it were just any young person he lost to, he might let it slide. But the opponent was Isaiah. His cultivation and martial talent were extraordinary, not to mention his relationship with Kyler. Even as sect leader, Patrick dared not disrespect him. Arlen relying on him to teach this kid a lesson was utterly misplaced, bordering on foolishness. Arlen, you agreed to the terms of the bet. No need for me to repeat myself, Patrick ordered coldly. But sect leader, kneel down. Do I have to force you? Patrick's tone grew icier. Arlen wanted to die. Kneeling to this boy? He was a prestigious fifth-rank alchemist, respected by all here. Why should he kneel to this brat? This was unbelievable. With no other option, Arlen had no choice but to kneel. With a dull thud, Arlen knelt unwillingly. Patrick shook his head. At least he's a sixth-rank alchemist. You should concede. What? He's a sixth-rank alchemist? Arlen asked dumbfounded, more astonished than ever. This brat was actually a sixth-rank alchemist? This had to be a joke. No one would believe it if told. Even if Isaiah started cultivating alchemy since birth, reaching sixth rank at 18 was impossible. A sixth-rank alchemist was sacred. How could this boy? Arlen couldn't understand it. Even with exceptional talent, this shouldn't be possible. Isaiah squinted. How did Patrick know? It seemed he, as sect leader, had some capabilities, otherwise he wouldn't hold this position. Well, I'll take my leave then. Isaiah planned to depart. Clive thanked him sincerely. Thank you very much. My hand is just a bit sore, nothing hindering movement. Still, take care and avoid sword practice for a month. Inform me if there's any discomfort. Isaiah inspected briefly but found no useful herbs and decided to return for cultivation. Wait, Isaiah. Patrick called out. Sect leader, is there something else? Enoch of our sect's cooperative chambers of commerce, the Canal Chamber, its president wishes to meet you. He mentioned having some fine herbs. Would you be free? Patrick smiled. Isaiah wasn't interested until he heard herbs. His eyes lit up instantly. Sure, perhaps this afternoon. Great. Come to the grand hall in the rear of the sect. I hope it helps you, Patrick replied. Thank you, sect leader. You're welcome, it's my duty. In the afternoon, Isaiah arrived at the grand hall in the rear of the sect, which looked like an extravagant mansion. Marble floors, granite walls, and rosewood windows suggested great expense. Seeing the mansion, Isaiah approached the entrance. Two people stood guard there. Enoch was a young man dressed flamboyantly. Upon seeing Isaiah's calm demeanor, he became instantly displeased. Brat, what brings you here? The young man asked disdainfully, clearly disliking Isaiah. I'm here to meet the president of Canal Chamber. Isaiah smiled, though aware they disliked him, remaining patient. Do you think anyone can see the president? Even the sect leader needs an appointment, the young man said with disgust. Isaiah smiled lightly. Interesting, the president invited him but barred him at the door. He shrugged nonchalantly. Brat, get lost. Don't stand here obstructing the view. Why? Is there something hidden inside? Or valuable items? Isaiah laughed. The young man's face darkened. Inside was indeed the chamber's secret treasure. He naturally didn't want outsiders knowing about it. Did this brat guess correctly? The young man was very displeased. Isaiah remained unperturbed. If I leave now, it'd be easy. But don't come begging me later. The sect leader mentioned the president wants to see me. The young man's expression turned uglier, knowing about this because the president was his father. Their family's secret treasures mustn't fall into strangers' hands. Although they couldn't open the chest, they never gave up trying. If they brought in outsiders for help, they'd certainly ask for a share, which he absolutely couldn't allow. Don't be too cocky, brat. Someone like you doesn't deserve to know our family matters, the young man said coldly. You're not the patriarch. Your words mean nothing. Why should I care? The young man's face turned black. Was Isaiah belittling him? I am Evening, the future heir of Canal Chamber. Do you think I lack authority? Evening waved his hand, summoning several martial artists. This brat is too arrogant. Get rid of him. Himph, if you attack first, don't blame me. Chapter 489, Against the Rules. Evening had never seen such an arrogant young man before. He was excessively self-confident. It was really perplexing how this person managed to survive up until now. What's there for you to be so arrogant about? Evening bellowed in anger. Several martial artists rushed forward. Isaiah shook his head. There was no need for him to personally deal with these people. A wave of illusionary energy sent them flying, coughing up blood from the force. Evening stood frozen in shock. He couldn't believe that this kid was so powerful, defeating martial artists without even lifting a finger. Lee, it looks like you have some skills, Evening said unhappily. Not interested anymore. Isaiah turned and prepared to leave. He wasn't interested in meeting the chairman. Initially, he thought he might obtain some valuable herbs, but now it seemed unnecessary. Stop right there, brat. You hurt our family members and think you can just walk away? Evening said, clearly displeased. Humph. Stop me if you can, Isaiah retorted nonchalantly. How dare you cause trouble here? Do you not respect our Canal Chamber of Commerce at all? An elderly voice called out, and an old man descended from the sky, striking Isaiah with one palm. However, Isaiah's illusionary energy blocked the attack. The old man paused, surprised by the youngster's incredible strength. It was unbelievable. The old man was the Henry of the Canal Chamber of Commerce, highly skilled. He had acted upon seeing Isaiah causing trouble and injuring others. Kid, you're quite formidable. Another martial genius? The Henry asked doubtfully. Himph, I won't bother wasting words on you. Truly presumptuous. Even if you block my first strike, you are no match for me. The Henry grew angry, unable to tolerate being ignored by a mere youth. Evening chuckled inwardly. After all, the Henry was at the third-level martial spirit realm. There was no way Isaiah could win. That kid is dead. The Henry roared, launching a terrifying palm technique. Isaiah remained unperturbed, standing still and taking the full brunt of the attack. The Henry's all-out martial skill hit Isaiah but was blocked entirely by illusionary energy. His expression changed drastically. This kid's defenses were terrifying. How can a high-level Earth-rank martial technique be ineffective? The Henry's face darkened. He had intended to teach Isaiah a lesson. Yet with such a strong palm technique, Isaiah hadn't even retaliated. The gap in strength was evident. Sigh, too boring. I fear getting my hands dirty. I don't even want to fight you. Isaiah smiled. The Henry's face darkened like ink. He felt ready to explode. Never had anyone insulted him like this, let alone a mere youth. He couldn't swallow this affront. Yet, this kid was truly too powerful. The Henry was drenched in cold sweat. If not for the vast difference in strength, he wouldn't have failed to harm Isaiah at all. Moreover, using martial techniques under these conditions? Who exactly are you, kid? The Henry asked. Isaiah stayed silent, ignoring him, and slowly left. The Henry seethed with frustration. Everyone, stand down. A voice rang out. Chairman, who gave you permission to act? That was my esteemed guest, and you dared to lay a hand on him? Isaiah was met by a man running up from behind. None other than the chairman of the Canal Chamber of Commerce, Eve. My apologies, young Master Galen. This was all a misunderstanding. My people were too foolish to offend you. Heh, I've experienced your hospitality. Move aside. I have other matters to attend to, Isaiah replied disdainfully. Please give me a chance to make amends, young Master Galen. Both my son and the Henry acted foolishly. This is all my fault. Eve was extremely anxious. It took significant effort for Eve to invite Isaiah over. Now, his son had dared to assault someone. Did he know who Isaiah was? Even Zhengzhu Patrick treated Isaiah respectfully. Having such a fool for a son was beyond comprehension. This won't do. They acted rudely. I must leave now. Isaiah shook his head, determined. Yves Ming's face darkened. shocked that his father would plead to Isaiah. It was simply unbelievable. The Canal Chamber of Commerce was incredibly powerful, almost rivaling a nation's wealth. Even the Zhongzhu didn't dare slight them. Yet, as Chairman Eve showed such respect to Isaiah, it was unsettling. Eve sensed something was amiss, predicting trouble. You don't have to speak like this. Your son disrespected me, and even made the Henry attack me. Isaiah shook his head again. I will order him to kneel and apologize. Please stay, young Master Galen. Otherwise, things will be very bad. Eve looked genuinely concerned. Isaiah had mentioned earlier that even if Eve knelt, he wouldn't agree. Unbelievably, this situation had come to pass. Pleading won't help, even if your son does. You fool, waste of food, kneel now. Eve shouted angrily. Despite his reluctance, Eve approached, only to be slapped across the face by his father. Reluctantly, he knelt down. Eve bowed earnestly. Please give us a chance, young Master Galen. I never imagined my son would act so disobediently. Even Eve knelt down. This caught Isaiah off guard. With Eve also kneeling, it showed immense respect. Isaiah felt he didn't need to be overly harsh. All right, Chairman. I'll stay then. Thank you, young Master Galen. Eve sighed in relief. Please come inside. Eve was bewildered. His own kneeling was one thing. But now even Eve had knelt. He sensed something was seriously wrong. Eve, who always held a lofty position, respected a mere 18-year-old. If word got out, it would be humiliating. Eve's kneeling also surprised Isaiah. However, what did they want from him? To refine pills? Or something else? Isaiah hadn't spread the news that he was a 6th-rank alchemist, and few knew. He'd understand once inside. They soon entered a secluded room in the rear, heavily guarded. Father, letting an outsider see our family treasures doesn't seem to follow the rules, Eve objected. Chapter 490, Clan's secret treasure. Just shut up, you fool. If that thing can't be opened, it will remain just a box forever. But how can you be sure he can open it? Eve asked curiously. I'm your father. Don't waste my time with such nonsense, Eve said disdainfully. Isaiah was also curious about what it was. Eve seemed certain that he could open it, otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on kneeling. What if Isaiah couldn't open it? Wouldn't the kneading be for nothing? The situation did seem a bit strange. Isaiah looked around and soon noticed something odd. There's something off about this place. It seems to enhance your xiuxian. I didn't expect your observation skills to be so remarkable. Indeed, this is our clan's ancestral land, which indeed strengthens our xiuxian, Eve explained. So, what's inside? Our ancient Galeu family cave contains our ancestral secret treasure. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to open it for centuries, Eve said with a hint of dejection. I absolutely won't let you go in there. If you insist, I'll tell the elders, Eve insisted stubbornly. At this moment, Yevesming's xiuxian was strong, his stance aggressive as if ready to fight Isaiah. His eyes glared at Isaiah intensely. Isaiah smiled faintly. It seemed Eve was determined to antagonize him. Rebel son, do you wish to die today? Eve roared angrily. Let's see if you're better than me. If you are, I'll admit defeat wholeheartedly, Eve challenged. He had seen Isaiah's strength but still insisted on a duel, which wasn't very wise. Soon, he understood why. The ancestral land greatly benefited the Galeu family members, clearly enhancing Yevesming's cultivation, leading him to make such a request. Haha, you're asking for death. I could probably defeat you without even moving. Eve felt deeply humiliated, harboring intense hatred. I think you're too scared to fight. You were supposed to be strong, but here, you're no match for me. Eve appeared furious. Was this boy deliberately provoking Isaiah? If this young man left, who would be able to open the secret treasure? Eve, do you believe I'll expel you from the clan? Eve rebuked. Father, though you're the clan leader, such matters require approval from the elders. They certainly don't want outsiders to know about this place, Eve said sternly. No problem, President Galeu. Since your son wants to challenge me, let's have the duel. I don't mind wasting a few minutes. Eve gritted his teeth. Did Isaiah mean to defeat him in mere minutes? It was too arrogant. Haha, kid. Wait and see. The one begging for mercy will definitely be you. In the ancestral land, Yevesming's xiuxian surged endlessly, making him extremely powerful. He wouldn't lose to Isaiah, the fool. Yevesming's strength already surpassed that of a Henry, giving him confidence. Yet Isaiah, at 18, was extraordinarily talented, something not seen even in the 3 major sects. All right, stand there and let you hit me. Don't disappoint me, Isaiah laughed. Eve froze momentarily, then turned red with anger. You dare look down on me? What if I do? Dealing with you doesn't even require me to lift a finger, Isaiah shrugged. You'll regret this, Eve snarled furiously and hurled a powerful punch at Isaiah. Today, because of this young man, he suffered great humiliation. Now he wanted to reclaim his dignity. Yevesming's fist struck Isaiah powerfully, but instantly felt intense pain as if hitting steel, possibly even tougher. The impact caused his hand to bleed. He couldn't believe Isaiah's defenses were so robust. Isaiah smirked playfully. Your punch isn't much. You're quite useless. Standing still. You can't even touch me? Eve retreated immediately, sensing his fingers breaking. He never imagined this youth's xiuxian was so formidable. Stunned, Yevesming's hand bled profusely. Isaiah said disdainfully, you're too weak. Even standing still, you can't touch me? Yevesming's face turned pale with embarrassment. He thought being in the ancestral land would make him stronger, yet the opponent was terrifying. Father, you really trust this kind of person? Such immense strength at a young age is surely abnormal, Eve said resentfully. Haha, I think you're just jealous of his talent. Enough? Eve said impatiently. Earlier, Eve was worried about Isaiah, but now he realized his concerns were unfounded. Isaiah's strength was indeed astonishing. Eve couldn't back down gracefully after boasting about killing Isaiah, only to suffer a severe injury himself. Get out of my sight. Isaiah warned coldly. Swallowing his breath, Eve left sullenly. He deeply regretted his stubbornness. It was a terrible choice, causing him immense humiliation. Sorry about my son's behavior, Eve apologized. It's fine, Isaiah shook his head. Proceeding together, the cave served as a cultivation ground, significantly boosting the xiuxian family members' abilities. Isaiah was curious about what Eve wanted to show him. This is our clan's ancestral secret treasure, which unfortunately, we've never been able to open. If you can open it, I'd be eternally grateful. Isaiah observed a large box made of gold and diamond, undoubtedly very valuable. Raising an eyebrow, he seemed to recall similar craftsmanship from somewhere. Our family hasn't opened this box for centuries. What's inside? I don't even know, Eve sighed. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. Is the main hall of this sect part of your family's territory? Yes, due to our guild's special status, this area is considered our territory. So, who told you I could open this treasure box? You seem very certain I can. Eve hesitated, embarrassed. He had promised not to reveal that person's identity. Never mind. Let me examine it thoroughly. Eve wasn't entirely sure either. Allowing an outsider to see the clan's secret treasure wasn't a good idea, let alone a major taboo. Isaiah fell into deep thought. Chapter 491, Doing Something for You. It seems a bit tricky, but it's not impossible to open, Isaiah said, deep in thought. Hearing Isaiah's words, Eve was relieved. He had been worried that this thing couldn't be opened at all. Our family spent a lot of time trying to open this. There's something important inside. Isaiah touched the treasure chest. It was indeed from the Nanya Imperial family. Have you asked anyone from the Nanya Imperial family to try opening it? No, they've tried but still can't open it. This is tougher than we imagined. Isaiah blinked his eyes and manipulated his essence energy effortlessly, which quickly opened the chest. There was a click, and Eve widened his eyes. He couldn't believe how fast Isaiah opened the box. This was something his family had spent hundreds of years and countless resources on, yet he did it so quickly. Eve was stunned for a moment as Isaiah opened the box. Inside were martial techniques, seemingly passed down by the xiuxian family, including one heaven-tier martial technique. There were also earth-tier treasures. Isaiah glanced at the heaven-tier martial technique, while Eve grew anxious. Would Isaiah take an interest in this martial technique? If he asked for it, Eve would be at a great loss, extremely unwilling. Isaiah's attention was indeed on the heaven-tier martial technique. It wasn't just a lower-grade heaven-tier but a mid-grade one. Not learning it would be a pity. He picked up the martial technique, examining it closely. Eve continued looking through the chest, seeing family heirlooms mostly made of gold and silver, growing very excited. After all, this chest hadn't been opened in centuries. Completing this task felt like a fulfilled wish, leaving him with no regrets. The Heavenly Illusion Palm, a mid-grade heaven-tier martial technique. Isaiah read through it thoroughly, spending considerable time. Ding! Master viewed the mid-grade heaven-tier martial technique Heavenly Illusion Palm, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining experience 1000 by 1000. Ding! Congratulations, Master comprehended the mid-grade heaven-tier martial technique Heavenly Illusion Palm. Isaiah couldn't help but smile. Opening this chest wasn't in vain. Gaining a mid-grade heaven-tier martial technique left him elated. He looked at his palm, where a slow palm stance gradually appeared. He didn't intend to learn every stance, but knowing a couple more wouldn't hurt. This martial technique looks pretty good, Isaiah said, passing the scroll to Eve. Eve was somewhat surprised, thinking Isaiah might take it since he had opened the chest. Without him, Eve probably wouldn't have managed it in a lifetime. You don't want this martial technique? Heh, this is your family's heirloom. How could I take it? You keep it, Isaiah laughed. This young man was so magnanimous, making Eve respect him immensely. Unable to contain himself, Eve laughed heartily, feeling incredibly happy. To think that Isaiah didn't want this priceless mid-grade heaven-tier martial technique was rare for someone so young. Isaiah, I really don't know how to thank you. No need for thanks, Isaiah said. He already got what he wanted and didn't need anything else. Still, Eve gave Isaiah quite a few gold bars, bringing his total wealth to around 5 million. Though it seemed like a lot, Isaiah knew that 2 or 3 tries at refining a 6th rank pill would deplete it. Refining 6th rank pills required a vast sum of money. After exiting the cave, Isaiah pondered many things. By the way, Eve, I need you to do me a favor. Sir Galen, no matter what, if I can do it, I will not hesitate. I hope you can call the patriarch here. I have some matters to discuss, along with some senior elders. Sure, no problem. Though Eve didn't know what Isaiah needed, he agreed first. Sending Isaiah to rest in the grand hall, Eve hurriedly dispatched people to fetch the others. His efficiency was commendable, quickly calling Patrick and 2 elders. Inside the grand hall, an old elder glared at Isaiah, clearly displeased. When did high-ranking members of our 3 desolate sects start following orders from a mere child? The elder scoffed. They were leaders of the sect, and a child shouldn't have such authority over them. The elder was very unhappy about this. Patrick remained calm, saying nothing. Well, since everyone's here, let's hear what Isaiah has to say. Maybe it will be useful, Patrick commented indifferently. If Isaiah had something to discuss, it likely wasn't trivial. Previously, in the Nanya Imperial Palace, during my battle with Blood Sky Sect, although I didn't fully win, I discovered some writings. Perhaps you senior elders can decipher their meaning. The elder became even more displeased. So now you can order us around too? You're a talented martial artist, but you refuse to stay in the sect. Why should we help you interpret Blood Sky Sect's writing? The elder sneered. Isaiah showed no emotion. That's enough, elder. We share a common enemy in Blood Sky Sect, so there's no need to target Isaiah, Eve interjected. Let's listen to what Isaiah has to say. It might benefit us against Blood Sky Sect, Patrick added, siding with Isaiah. Blood Sky Sect was a formidable force, a dangerous existence. Ever since they invaded the sect last time, Patrick harbored resentment. Their powerful warriors almost caused catastrophic consequences, and without Berlshen's arrival, the situation might have spiraled out of control. Since then, the alliance between the 3 desolate sects had become unstable, and many disciples withdrew, considering the sect unsafe. In the Nanya Imperial Palace, I saw some writings. I hope you can understand what they mean. Riddles are always challenging. Pausing for effect, Isaiah continued. On the day when the blood-colored moon appears, all lands will turn crimson. Isaiah watched their faces, all puzzled, unsure of what to say. Chapter 492. The Northern Mountains. Patrick and the two elders had grim expressions, while Eve also swallowed hard. They all harbored deep apprehensions towards the Blood Sky sect, a sect that had slaughtered countless people and destroyed numerous forces. It could be considered a common enemy of the Nine-Dragon continent. After Isaiah finished speaking, everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became heavy. Each person appeared extremely tense. What is the blood moon? Could the term various lands refer to the entire continent? I'm not quite sure. There hasn't been a blood moon on the Nine-Dragon continent for over 1,000 years, Eve said, shaking his head. According to historical records of the Nine-Dragon continent, the moon has never turned red, so a blood moon should not exist. They discussed for some time but were completely at a loss about the blood moon. Isaiah shook his head, feeling equally perplexed. Clearly, the system offered no help in deciphering these cryptic messages. It seemed like the system wasn't much help regarding matters related to the Blood Sky sect. Alright, there's another phrase. The blood beyond the horizon can become more grandiose. Isaiah asked dubiously. Patrick shook his head. Clearly, as the patriarch, he was clueless about such matters. Hold on, I have a question. Why can you interpret the writing of the Blood Sky sect? Isn't that strange? Could it be that you're also from the Blood Sky sect? One of the elders interrogated aggressively. So what if I am? Isaiah retorted. He was already quite patient, but this elder kept pressing him. The elder's expression changed drastically, unable to believe this young man would dare speak to him this way. That's enough. Stop arguing. I confirm that Isaiah is not from the Blood Sky sect, Patrick interjected with a sigh. Do all these words come from the Blood Sky sect? Eve asked. Yes, they are ancient runes left behind by them, which I've interpreted. Seeing that no further clues would be found here, Isaiah shook his head. If there's nothing else, I'll investigate on my own. Isaiah stood up, preparing to leave. Mr. Galen, what do you plan to do next? Leave from here. I'm not sure where to go next, Isaiah admitted with a shake of his head. You've already visited the Southern Empires, Muchu Empire and Tianwei Empire. We are now in Grimes Empire, so your only option is to head north, Eve pointed out. Patrick shook his head. To the north lies a vast mountain range that separates the north from the south. It's been centuries since we in the Southern Empires have communicated with those in the Northern Empires. Why has there been no communication for so long? If the Southern Empires are weak, wouldn't the Northern ones attack us? That's indeed peculiar. No envoys have come from the north, and we know nothing about them. It's as if contact was suddenly severed. Isaiah pondered for a moment. There should be stronger sects and empires in the north. True, but whether you can get there is another matter, Eve replied, shaking his head. Is there an obstacle? The enormous mountain range is towering, seemingly piercing through the sky. For centuries, no one has known how to cross it, cutting off communication with the northern empires. However, we can be certain that there are likely powerful figures beyond the martial spirit realm in the north, Patrick added. Our southern continent is called Nanjim continent. North of here is Beishuang continent. The eastern and western continents are connected to the northern part. Isaiah nodded slightly. Staying in Grimes Empire won't help me grow quickly. Heading north might be a good choice. I hope you fare well. If you cannot pass through the heavenly desolate northern mountains, you will surely return, Patrick said without much worry. The likelihood of Isaiah successfully crossing was slim. If you fail to cross, you won't be in danger. But if you succeed, I fear Beishuang continent might pose a threat to us, Eve analyzed. A mysterious new continent naturally piqued Isaiah's interest. Grimes Empire held no more mysteries for him, and there weren't many places that could stimulate his growth. After some thought, Isaiah decided to head for Beishuang continent. There might be clues about the Blood Sky sect in the north. Isaiah didn't intend to linger and planned to set off that day. Leaving in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be better to rest for a few days? Eve suggested. Never mind. Time waits for no one. Leaving earlier would be better. Isaiah quickly packed his belongings, but couldn't find Adira. She was nowhere to be seen. With no choice, Isaiah sought out Ajax and gave him some instructions. Are you heading to the northern continent? Ajax was surprised. Was this young man too confident? There were too many unknowns. If you see Adira, tell her. If I can't successfully reach the northern continent, I will leave behind a way for her to follow. I will use this bamboo scroll to leave information. Isaiah held a scroll, an upper-tier Earth-class treasure that could emit signals, allowing the 3 heavenly desolate sects to see it. In fact, you don't need to rush. Cultivating here at the 3 heavenly desolate sects isn't slow. Not for me. Any day without improvement is slow. Isaiah shook his head. This comment left Ajax speechless. Such expectations seemed unreal. But Isaiah, being exceptionally talented, naturally had strict requirements for improvement, unlike ordinary people. Still, if you move fast, you can come back tomorrow evening for dinner, Ajax said, almost certain Isaiah wouldn't make it through the northern mountains. After all, communication between the north and south had been cut off for centuries. Not even the best climbers could reach the peak of heavenly desolate northern mountains, which seemed to stretch infinitely. I'll tell you this, the heavenly desolate northern mountains cannot be destroyed. You can't create a tunnel to cross. Also, no one has ever reached its peak. It sounds challenging. You're right. The 3 heavenly desolate sects and the Grimes imperial family once organized a team of 200 experts. They spent 2 years climbing but never reached the top. Isaiah smiled faintly, seeming even more intrigued. And the suppression of elemental energy in the mountains is terrifying. At around 10,000 meters in altitude, it was just impossible to continue. And the heavenly desolate northern mountains have existed for 1,000 years. How they communicated in the past remains unknown, Ajax said, looking melancholic. Thank you for the warning, but I need to see for myself what kind of mountains these really are. Chapter 493, Don't think about the past. Isaiah set off alone. riding his horse and taking one last glance at the Tianhuang 3 sects without much lingering. The journey was relatively smooth so far, but as he progressed, the weather grew increasingly colder. This region was an icy wasteland, with temperatures becoming more frigid further north. Isaiah gazed into the distance, and sure enough, not far ahead stood a mountain-like barrier that seemed oppressive. Is this the Tianhuang Beishan? Isaiah squinted, observing the constant blizzards. Even for someone of his cultivation level, it felt uncomfortable. He raised an eyebrow. This place is indeed cold. The sheer cliff face of the Tianhuang Beishan was completely vertical, with no incline at all. How could such a mountain exist? Isaiah shook his head, feeling the mountain's strangeness deep inside him. It almost seemed designed to prevent contact between the northern and southern continents. Who would have gone to such lengths? Isaiah couldn't imagine how such an immense structure was built. The scale of the project was mind-boggling. Climbing it would be extremely difficult. He reached out to touch the wall. It was slick. Ascending it would require considerable effort. After some thought, Isaiah surveyed the area. The towering, slippery wall stretched endlessly upwards. How high was this mountain? He had always thought the Heavenly Sect's peak was already very high, but seeing this Tianhuang Beishan now, he was thoroughly astonished. This mountain exceeded any height he could imagine, even higher than the heavens. Isaiah wasted no time, using his primordial energy to assist in his climb. Despite the challenging ascent, he moved swiftly. Closing his eyes, he concentrated his primordial energy in his hands and feet, ascending rapidly. He still couldn't see the summit. Isaiah slightly raised an eyebrow. If it were an ordinary person, they might have become frustrated or given up, but he was remarkably patient. After an hour, Isaiah's grip became unsteady. The mountain's suppression of primordial energy was formidable, making his progress increasingly difficult. Looking down at the bottomless abyss, Isaiah glanced back and could see the distant Tianhuang 3 sects. He was cautious. A fall from this height would likely result in certain death. The suppression of primordial energy weakened a martial artist's defensive capabilities. A cultivator wouldn't survive a fall from such heights if not for the suppressed energy. Here at the Tianhuang Beishan, the suppression of primordial energy was exceptionally strong, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Isaiah examined the ground. This altitude was indeed daunting, and the air had become thinner. He rubbed his nose, deciding to rest before continuing. After an unknown period of climbing, Isaiah arrived at a platform where he found 4 martial artists. They were frozen stiff, huddled together, trembling from the cold. I didn't think anyone would climb this far. One of them said shakily. Just a kid. Huh? Here to die. Another chuckled. If we can't make it up, what chance does this kid have? These 4 martial artists looked down on Isaiah, believing he had come to meet his end. Many people had perished here at the Tianhuang Beishan. It was laughable that a mere child dared to attempt this feat. Faced with their mockery, Isaiah remained expressionless, not wanting to engage with them. Kid, you're already dead. It's best to follow our advice, or you'll die a painful death. You can't jump down from here. Climbing this far has surely exhausted your strength. You'll only wait to die. The situation was dire. 2 of the martial artists looked down on him contemptuously. They were all at the spirit martial realm and could do nothing here. So what could this youth possibly achieve? Seeing Isaiah ignore them, 2 of the 4 martial artists instantly flared up. As seniors, they were furious that this junior dared to defy them. Ring. Master is in the cold of Tianhuang Beishan, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining experience 1000 by 1000 times. Ring. Congratulations, Master. You now know how to pass through this mountain range. Isaiah breathed a sigh of relief. After all this time, he finally knew the way through. Whether the mountain was too difficult, or the system's response was slow, it didn't matter. Knowing the method was what mattered most. The entire Tianhuang Beishan mountain range had several platforms like this. These weren't for resting but for burning a path through with fire. Those who knew this information could pass, while those who didn't were stuck. Climbing over was impossible due to the mountain's enormous height, possibly over 20,000 meters. Isaiah ignited flames in his hands. The 4 martial artists were stunned. What was this kid doing? Haha, don't tell me. You actually want to get through here? You're too naive. How can you possibly make it? They laughed heartily, knowing that no one had passed through the Tianhuang Beishan in centuries. The mountain was like an impenetrable iron gate, defying countless attempts. With a loud boom, Isaiah blasted the wall with flame, creating a hole. The vermilion bird flame rapidly melted the wall, forming a passage instantly. The 4 martial artists were nearly blown away by the explosion but managed to grab onto the platform's edge. When they regained their footing, they were astounded. Beside the platform, Isaiah left a scroll. If anyone from Tianhuang came looking, they could find it. The scroll could resonate and transmit information. As the flame melted the wall, Isaiah slowly entered the tunnel. The 4 martial artists stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how the wall had been burned through. Others had tried flame techniques before but failed. Even igniting the flame was difficult. How did Isaiah manage it? The martial artists were baffled and confused. Isaiah continued forward with flames, realizing the mountain was not only incredibly tall but also wide. How is this possible? Great, we can finally go north. Hurry, or it might be too late. The 4 martial artists rejoiced. With a path opened, they wouldn't die here. Overwhelmed with excitement, they each took a spirit pill to regain strength and hurriedly advanced. At the tunnel's end, Isaiah emerged slowly, raising an eyebrow. To his surprise, the other side of Tianhuang Beishan presented a different scene. The ice here was black and purple, appearing eerie and unsettling. Unlike the icy wasteland of the south, the north looked barren and desolate. Isaiah swallowed hard, realizing that the northern frost continent might not be any better. What should he do next? This side was even more mysterious. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, feeling uneasy. Kid, wait a moment. Translation complete. The tone and style have been maintained throughout, ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition while preserving the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 494. Where on earth did you come from? The four warriors approached, and Isaiah felt a chill run down his spine from their eerie glances. Without turning around, he cast a sideways glance over his shoulder. On the northern side of Tianhuang Mountain, there was a path leading downwards. No need to worry about jumping. In truth, this area was quite high up. Just as Isaiah was about to leave, an icy voice called out, "Wait a moment, boy." Isaiah halted. The four warriors blocked his path, with a purple-haired man leading them. Earlier, the heavy snow had obscured his hair, preventing a clear view. Something wrong? Isaiah retorted. Hee, something's definitely wrong. Do you think we can't tell you to stop? The purple-haired man sneered. The atmosphere grew heavy. A tense air hung around them, and the four clearly didn't have good intentions towards Isaiah. If it were anyone else, they would be frightened by these four's menacing presence, but not Isaiah. He did not even take them seriously. With a shrug, Isaiah smiled slightly. What, do you plan on attacking me? You're quite arrogant. Hand over everything valuable you have or die here. Even if I give it to you, I doubt you'll let me go, Isaiah replied coolly. It's good you know your place. We're four people, all at the second or third level of Wu Galing realm. Do you understand your situation now? The purple-haired man said fiercely, the other three laughing coldly. Isaiah shook his head. You're courting death with this. Hey boy, are you out of your mind? We're 4 against 1. Do you think you're invincible? I'm giving you a chance to save yourselves. Leave my sight, Isaiah said with a chilling gaze. Boy, you must be delusional, the man spat. Do you really think you can defeat us? Kill him quickly. The secret to passing through here will be ours alone. Isaiah couldn't understand their thoughts. If not for him, these 4 might be dead already, yet they betrayed his help. Suddenly, the purple-haired man delivered a powerful palm strike right at Isaiah. A dull thud resounded, and his eyes widened in shock. His full-strength attack had absolutely no effect on Isaiah. How is this possible? Boy, how can you be so strong? The man's face darkened. He stepped back, and the 4 prepared to attack together. This is on you. Isaiah had yet to test his 5th sword form. Instantly drawing his sword, the speed of the strike created intense winds. Before the sword form fully emerged, the fierce gale had already blown the 4 warriors away, and the sword chi instantly killed them. They died in utter shock, not even realizing how it happened. The 5th sword form indeed proved formidable. Even before striking, it caused such a significant impact on the enemy. Isaiah sighed, cleaned up after them, and prepared to leave. Looking back at the passageway, it was rapidly freezing again. Clearly, the flame-created passage only lasted a short time. Not long afterward, it froze once more. Unworried about finding his way back, Isaiah continued his journey north, filled with anticipation. After walking for a long while, Isaiah noticed the cold environment. Despite using yuan qi to keep warm, he still felt a biting chill. This area had forests with fallen leaves, creating a desolate scene. Isaiah spotted tracks that seemed like those of beasts on the ground. He guessed that there must be beasts around. As he walked slowly, he noticed something strange ahead. 2 people on horseback were fleeing frantically, seemingly chased by something. Miss Martha, escape now or we'll die. We've encountered Ice Plains wolves. It's life or death today. Miss Martha gritted her teeth, unwilling to abandon her companion. No, you're my sister. I won't leave you. It was urgent. A large white wolf with blood-red eyes and sharp claws pursued them viciously. Martha felt a wave of despair. Being chased by an Ice Plains wolf meant certain death. Look, there's someone ahead. Martha saw Isaiah strolling casually towards them. What were today's young people thinking, oblivious to the looming danger? Isaiah readied his sword. This beast wouldn't be easy. The Ice Plains wolf radiated terrifying yuan qi, likely at a high cultivation level. Before he could act, Martha forcefully pulled him onto the horse, leaving him bewildered. The 2 women wore thick robes, while Isaiah was dressed lightly. Why are you just standing there? Don't you see the beast? How stupid. Martha reprimanded. Why did you pull me? I was going to kill that beast. Martha couldn't help but ridicule him. If a youth like him could slay an Ice Plains wolf, the sun would rise in the west. You're speaking nonsense. An Ice Plains wolf is beyond your level. Even 4th level Wu Galing cultivators struggle. Their death isn't quick either. They savor their prey slowly, very cruel, another woman added. Martha rode the horse and turned to shoot an arrow at the wolf. Her maneuvering was challenging, surprising Isaiah. Martha glanced at Isaiah briefly, noting his handsome appearance, but mocking his apparent naivety. She wondered where he came from. The arrow, however, was ineffective against the wolf. Escaping near Tianhuang North Mountain offered few options. With the wolf closing in fast, there's no need to run. I'll kill the beast, Isaiah declared. Don't joke if you could. Martha paused, unsure what to say next. Why doubt me? Am I joking? Isaiah asked. Martha ignored him, deeming him ignorant and foolish. She wished she hadn't saved him. Just shut up, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Where did you come from, idiot? Martha sneered. Chapter 495, Enoch Strike to Kill. I can really kill that magical beast. There's no need for you to run. Isaiah said seriously. This was the funniest joke Martha had ever heard. Ice wolves were inherently powerful magical beasts, and in this snowy environment, their strength only increased, making it extremely difficult for human martial artists to defeat them. If Isaiah were an extraordinary expert and an older middle-aged man, she might have believed him, but he was just an 18-year-old boy. Martha didn't know what Isaiah was boasting about, probably just trying to impress her. After all, Martha was as beautiful as a flower, akin to a fairy who didn't belong to the earthly realm, and every man who saw her felt a strong stir of emotion. Isaiah was no exception, but came off as foolish. If he were a bit smarter, Martha wouldn't have found him so repulsive. The ice wolf pounced fiercely, its claws causing a violent explosion that knocked both horses to the ground. With blood-red eyes, the ice wolf looked even more ferocious as it bared its fangs. Martha's face turned ashen, thinking she was surely going to die this time. That girl seemed to be Martha's bodyguard. She stepped forward with a fierce sword aura attacking the ice wolf's head but did no damage at all. The guard's face turned pale. Miss Martha, please leave now, or we'll all die here. Don't make it sound like a farewell of life and death. It's not that serious yet, Isaiah said. Martha was truly infuriated. Isaiah had no idea how dire the situation was. He was acting like a fool. Martha didn't want to say another word to someone like Isaiah. While she was still in shock, the bodyguard was severely injured by the ice wolf's claw. The female guard's face turned white as a stream of blood gushed from the claw marks on her body. Martha's face changed drastically. Are you all right? Isaiah stepped forward. The ice wolf, seeing him, completely ignored him and just glared fiercely. What followed was quite dramatic. The ice wolf walked right past Isaiah, completely ignoring him. Even the magical beast looked down on him, and Isaiah couldn't stand it. Martha was puzzled. Why would the ice wolf let Isaiah, that fool, go? Uttering those self-righteous words, ignorant of his own limitations, he was the one who should die. It looked like the ice wolf was going to kill Martha first. Instantly, she felt a sense of imbalance. Couldn't it eat Isaiah first? The ice wolf stared at Martha intensely, as if viewing a lamb, when suddenly a sword attack came from behind, sending the ice wolf flying. The ice wolf flew out, spewing blood all over the place. Martha widened her eyes, stunned by what she saw. That sword attack was incredibly powerful. That young man could release such invisible sword power. Who was he? Martha was deeply puzzled. That single sword stroke almost changed her opinion of Isaiah. It was terrifying. Only an absolute expert could unleash such sword power. Isaiah held a sword, its blade shimmering with sword chi, looking extraordinarily sharp. Martha envied that kind of sword chi. This 18-year-old boy was already a supreme expert, a sight she had never seen before. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, his expression changing slightly. In the next second, he rushed forward hastily. Suddenly, the ice wolf got up and charged at Martha. The ice wolf attacked with a claw. Isaiah pulled Martha behind him and blocked with his sword, but the air slash from the claws hit him. PFT. Isaiah's body was pierced, blood gushing out, and a severe pain shot through his abdomen. If not for saving this woman, Isaiah wouldn't have been injured so severely. His face changed drastically. Pushing Martha to the back, he held the sword with both hands and slashed heavily with the fifth realm of sword power. That slash split the air, leaving Martha dazed and disoriented. The sharp and terrifying sword power naturally sent the ice wolf flying. Dozens of sword cuts appeared on its chest, bleeding profusely, organs exposed. Isaiah clutched the wound on his abdomen. Was the ice wolf's attack that powerful? He had been a little careless earlier. If he had known it would cost him this much to save Martha, he would have hesitated. Moreover, the wound felt cold and painful, undoubtedly due to the air slash left by the ice wolf's claws, similar to what happened when he cut Clive's hand. The powerful sword chi prevented the wound from healing, spreading throughout the body and ultimately leading to death. Only the highest realm of sword power could cause such irreversible damage. Unexpectedly, this ice wolf possessed such strength. Though the ice wolf used air slashes, they were akin to sword power. Isaiah spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you all right? Fine. That wolf has... Isaiah's eyes widened. He saw the ice wolf's wounds rapidly healing, visible recovery from the earlier lacerations. Isaiah was dumbfounded. He never dreamed the wolf had such regenerative abilities, which made him shudder. Indeed, ice wolves are two tough opponents. Were the magical beasts in the northern continent so formidable? Isaiah furrowed his brows, realizing this ice wolf wasn't simple and things were getting trickier. Clutching his sword tightly, Isaiah saw the ice wolf become even angrier than before. Gah! The ice wolf emitted a horrifying roar. We should run, Martha suggested. It's too late now. The ice wolf is too fast, and we don't have any horses. Do you plan to fight it to the death? Martha asked. I will kill it. Isaiah sheathed his sword, his expression very serious. If the ice wolf had such incredible regenerative abilities, only one fatal blow would work. Crazy. Ice wolves were terrifying in this region, and many martial experts couldn't handle them, often becoming their prey. Though Isaiah had severely wounded the ice wolf, these beasts healed rapidly. Immediately, Isaiah used Heavenly Illusion Palm. Despite the ice wolf being knocked back, it wasn't lethal. Isaiah's face darkened. This wolf was a tough opponent. There was one way. Isaiah hesitated. He could transform into a Xander, Abraham, but doing so soon after arriving in the northern continent didn't sit well with him. The ice wolf rose faster this time, and despite the hole left by Heavenly Illusion Palm, the wound healed swiftly. Watching this, anyone would feel a chill. How could such a magical beast exist? Translation note. I maintain the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural and fluent English. The tone and style are preserved to reflect the original narrative flow. Chapter 496, Heaven Frost Team. The Tundra Wolves launched fierce attacks, wave after wave of air blades coming in. Isaiah cautiously countered with his sword stance, knowing any slip-up would come at a huge cost. He managed to strike one Tundra Wolf through the heart, but as he swung back with a claw-like motion, he had to hastily retreat. Even after being stabbed in the heart, the Tundra Wolf only paused to pant for a while. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. This mangy wolf was indeed hard to deal with. Ghost Fire Restraint Technique. A formation enveloped the Tundra Wolf. As it tried to break out, it only collided with the barrier of the formation's boundary. He's actually a restraint master too? Martha's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy was simply too powerful. How did he manage to master several cultivation professions? Why is his martial cultivation so high yet he remains so young? It didn't make sense. Isaiah observed carefully. Even the power of the Ghost Fire Restraint formation seemed unable to subdue the Tundra Wolf. The Ghost Fire had little effect on it, and the wolf kept ramming into the boundary. Just what kind of magical beast is this? So formidable, Isaiah remarked in astonishment. This formation wouldn't last much longer. We should run first, Isaiah said rationally. Unless he transformed into a true dragon, he wouldn't have much chance. Otherwise, with its infinite healing, it was impossible to deliver a fatal blow. It was unkillable. Magical beasts from the northern continent were clearly too troublesome. Isaiah glanced at the weakened female guard, then carried her while running with Martha. The tundra wolf struggled fiercely against the formation's boundary, but couldn't break out immediately. Still, it couldn't be delayed indefinitely, causing Isaiah great concern. Even if the tundra wolf catches up, it won't find us. Isaiah kept looking back. That's not certain. My guard is injured. The blood scent will lead them to us. If it dares to chase, I'll have no choice but to kill it. Isaiah's eyes turned stern. At that point, he'd have to transform into a green dragon. Since acquiring the Abraham lineage, Isaiah hadn't used it. Although secret techniques and martial arts from Blood Heaven sect could also work, he wasn't fond of using them. Who are you? You don't look like someone from the northern continent. That's right, I'm from the south. Martha's face changed slightly. She shook her head sorrowfully. Don't let anyone else know, or they'll surely try to kill you. What happened between the northern and southern continents? I'm not sure, but our northern continent has always looked down on your people from the south, which is why there's that barrier mountain range. Isaiah fell into deep thought. These magical beasts were indeed problematic. Tundra wolves are almost ubiquitous across the northern continent, and their large size makes them very difficult to handle. Your guard looks in bad shape, Isaiah noted, immediately pulling out a pill. You have a 4th grade pill? You're quite remarkable, Martha commented in surprise. She is my relative and guard, Chin Lamar. Her injuries are severe, and things don't look good. Isaiah examined Chin Lamar's wounds, which were indeed serious and continuously bleeding. After taking the pill, the bleeding stopped. We should get to a city or town as soon as possible. It seems you're really from the southern continent. We don't have towns here in the north. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Where do you live then? In caves and tunnels, with necessary warmth. Though there are cities, they are rare because most are buried under heavy snow. The northern continent was indeed unique, vastly different from the south where Isaiah was from. Halt! A sinister voice called out. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. They were already pressed for time and now faced enemies. Martha's expression turned grim, seemingly recognizing the person. Ahead stood a man in a black robe over a fur coat, wearing a hat and exuding murderous intent. Boy, step aside. I want Martha dead. Leave now if you know what's good for you. The man spat harshly. Ha, someone like you can't take anyone's life. Isaiah stepped forward. The man was slightly taken aback, thinking Isaiah would flee upon being let go, but the fool actually stayed. Ha, daring to speak up for Martha. I assure you, you'll die here. Someone paid big to have Martha killed. She won't survive. The man sneered coldly. Who are you? Martha asked. Let you die knowing. We're from the Heavenly Snow Temple. We never miss our targets, so now you understand your situation. The man smirked coldly. And I'm the High Officer Roger Shangling of Heavenly Snow Temple. How do you plan to survive, Martha? Heavenly Snow Temple was a formidable sect. Martha's face paled. Having just escaped a magical beast and now encountering Heavenly Snow Temple, it seemed fate wouldn't let her live. Go now, don't drag yourself into this. Martha urged Isaiah. Don't worry, this small matter isn't a problem for me. Isaiah dismissed it casually, showing no fear toward the man. Roger Shangling chuckled, the yuan energy on his hand appearing menacing. Isaiah noted he was at the martial spirit realm, possibly 3rd level. Frost Palm. Roger Shangling wasted no words, launching a powerful palm strike with heaven rank martial technique strength. Fortunately, Isaiah also mastered palm techniques, countering with a heavenly illusion palm. The two forces collided, causing a devastating explosion. Martha stared dumbfounded. How dare Isaiah engage in combat with him? Yet now he had no other choice but to fight. She admired his courage somewhat. Roger Shangling was stunned. How strong was this kid's palm? I didn't expect my heaven rank lower martial technique, such a powerful strike, to be blocked by you. Not just blocked. Isaiah pushed forward with all his might. Roger Shangling's eyes widened. The strike sent him flying backward, landing helplessly, his face pale. You actually... Roger Shangling couldn't believe this 18-year-old brat was this powerful. I told you, you're not worth fighting. Was he really that strong? Martha was surprised despite witnessing his prowess before. Roger Shangling felt like he'd seen a ghost. Just a kid, yet so extraordinarily strong. What was going on? Boy, who exactly are you? Why tell my name to a dead man? Isaiah asked coldly, slowly advancing. Translation notes. Maintain character names like Isaiah, Martha, Chin Lamar, and places/techniques like Heavenly Snow Temple and Pinyin. Preserved paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original. Ensured tone, style, and coherence remained intact while making the English natural and fluent. Hashtag chapter 497. How did he end up here? Lamar Shangling's face turned grim, never expecting that a mere brat could be so troublesome. Truly out of the blue. Humph. I'll let you live a few more days, boy. Next time, I'll bring more forces from the Heavenly Frost Corps, and we'll see how you handle that. With these menacing words, Lamar Shangling hastily left. Such a bore. Martha approached then, saying, You're really strong. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I might have barely survived today. Don't mention it. We should focus on saving your friend now. She doesn't look too good. Let's go back to where I live first. Our residence is in the caves of the Tianbei Mountains, where there's enough warmth. You're not dressed properly. If others find out you're from the southern continent, that would be terrible. Isaiah was curious. Why would people here despise someone from the southern continent? Is there a conflict between the southern and northern continents? I'm not sure. We've been indoctrinated since childhood with the belief that the south and north must never interact. In the northern continent, people indeed look down on the south as you say. Ever since meeting Martha, she had kept bringing up this issue, making an impression on Isaiah. Even Lamar Shangling was surprised when he learned Isaiah was from the south, but he shook his head and paid it no further mind. We need to hurry before the Ice Plains wolves catch up. Otherwise, we won't make it back. Indeed, The Ice Plains wolves were formidable. Isaiah saw them as an excellent opportunity for training. Engaging them continuously would speed up his improvement, and he felt no fear at all. When he grew stronger, he would come back and train with the Ice Plains wolves again. Ideally, Isaiah carried Chin Lamar. Although she wasn't dead, she was perilously close to death. Please, Chin Lamar, don't let anything happen to you. Martha's eyes glistened with tears, which left Isaiah momentarily stunned. She was quite attractive. Don't worry, everything will be fine with me around. In our northern continent, alchemists are rare. There are only 2 in our region, one of whom died from wounds inflicted by the Ice Plains wolves. Martha's voice held a hint of despair. But isn't it certain death if injured by the Ice Plains wolves? Who said? The sword aura seeps into the wound, making it impossible to heal. The wound will fester and become infected, and the residual sword aura will spread throughout the body, leading to inevitable death. The energy blades from the Ice Plains wolves' claws are just like sword auras. Isaiah chose not to argue with Martha. Instead, he intended to save Chin Lamar and explain later. The supreme level of sword aura indeed had such power, sending shivers down his spine. Right, weren't you injured too? How can you still be so energetic? Martha asked, noticing the large sword scar on Isaiah's abdomen that had inexplicably stopped bleeding. Who are you? Why isn't your wound bleeding? Isaiah smiled. I protected my wound with my own sword aura to prevent the Ice Plains wolves' sword aura from harming me. Martha looked at Isaiah with newfound respect. This person's abilities were truly extraordinary and incredible. On the way, they encountered a few corpses. Martha took off one man's coat and gave it to Isaiah. You must wear this. Isaiah reluctantly put it on. Martha chuckled. Somehow, the simple cotton robe looked very stylish on him. We're almost at the Tianbei mountain range, Martha announced. As Isaiah approached, he was slightly startled. There were no houses or towns in the northern continent, only various sized buildings scattered around. It was quite different from the southern continent. They entered the Tianbei mountain range without further ado. However, they were stopped at the entrance by a middle-aged man. Martha, you're back? The man looked pleased until he saw Isaiah, his face turning black as if he had seen a ghost. Who are you, kid? He's my friend. Huh. The Chin family has never seen this person before. And look at his skin. It's yellow, not our Snow White. The man pondered for a moment, shouting, could he be from the southern continent? His words drew more attention, and soon, many tall, burly men gathered at the entrance, eyeing Isaiah with hostility. This can't be possible. How did someone from the southern continent end up here? It hasn't happened in centuries. Isaiah stood out as everyone stared at him. Aside from his yellow skin, he didn't look too different from them, but these men were significantly taller. Their faces exuded hostility, clearly unwelcoming toward Isaiah. Just hearing that Isaiah was from the southern continent made some grind their teeth. He's just a teenager, with no malicious intent, Martha quickly explained. We don't care. Southern continent people get out. You're not welcome here. Isaiah was displeased. Show me what you got. Do you think I'll leave just because you tell me to? Martha's friend is injured. Save her first, not blocking the way. The burly men paused, their menacing expressions unable to intimidate this brat. Instead, Isaiah's presence silenced them. Martha, you need to distance yourself from him, or you'll embarrass the northern continent. Gus, cut the nonsense, Martha snapped, looking at Chin Lamar's even paler face. Talking does nothing. Can you force me out? Isaiah retorted. Kid, you've got some nerve. You don't want to leave, huh? Then I'll teach you a lesson today and take your life. Isaiah gently set Chin Lamar down. All right, a few minutes won't hurt, Isaiah said with a smile. Everyone fell silent, staring at Isaiah in shock. How dare someone from the southern continent be so arrogant in the northern continent? They laughed derisively, thinking him a fool. Haha, that kid is hilarious. Gus is one of the strongest cultivators here. What makes him think he stands a chance? He's right. Gus ranks 4th in our area. Translation ends here for now. If you have more text to translate or need any adjustments, feel free to ask. Chapter 498. You can do this too? Hassan sneered coldly, stretching his muscles. Boy, this is your own doing. You should know that I'm at the peak of the 3rd level of martial spirit realm. Trash. You really talk too much? What? Boy, I see you're tired of living. If I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be human. Hassan's face was filled with fury. If you're going to fight, do it quickly, Isaiah taunted. Immediately, Hassan struck with a powerful punch. The energy emitted from the strike was formidable, yet Isaiah stood firm and faced Hassan's attack without moving an inch. The fierce force from Hassan's punch landed in front of Isaiah but seemed to hit something invisible. Isaiah raised an eyebrow as streams of energy danced before him. You're really weak. I thought you were stronger. What? Hassan's face paled. Others around him were equally stunned. Let me give you another chance. Attack me however you want for 5 minutes, Isaiah smiled. Insulted by a southerner like this, Hassan felt utterly disgraced. Despite using all his strength, his attacks had no effect on the boy. He was greatly shocked. Martha was worried. She didn't wish for them to fight but couldn't convince either side to stop. Don't get too happy too soon. Hassan swung a series of punches fiercely at Isaiah. His punches felt like they were hitting steel, if not something harder. Severe pain spread through Hassan's hands, causing blood to trickle down swiftly. Damn this boy. Hassan's fingers were almost broken, yet Isaiah remained unharmed. You're too weak. Get lost and stop being an eyesore. Even if you don't like me and can't drive me away, what can you do? Isaiah asked coolly. Everyone around turned pale at once. Then 3 more burly men joined. It's okay, Hassan. Let's take him together. We won't believe this boy can turn the tables. Do you have any shame at all? For against one, and the opponent is just a teenager. Battles have no rules of fairness. Why is this boy so arrogant? Most people were highly dissatisfied with Isaiah, and Martha couldn't intervene due to their numbers. We are all at the martial spirit realm. A mere kid shouldn't be a problem. The four exchanged glances and launched a combined assault on Isaiah. This will finish him off. He might be strong one-on-one, but now he has no advantage. Kill the boy. Their synchronized attack pounded onto Isaiah's body, resulting in blinding light from the clash of immense energy. Isaiah's calm expression broke into a smile, while Hassan and the others looked incredibly grim. They hadn't anticipated Isaiah's strength. Before they could even land a blow, he had already fended off their assault. This was astonishing. All spectators were taken aback, finding the scene unbelievable. All four attackers were at the martial spirit realm, and their fierce energy resembled raging waves, yet Isaiah remained completely unharmed. His defensive energy held back their onslaught. Get lost. Isaiah's eyes flashed with infinite coldness. Though they were already in a frozen wasteland, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop further. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The four were immediately sent flying by a sword aura, spitting blood as they fell to the ground. Isaiah advanced slowly. Anyone else who wants to drive me away? No one dared to respond to his question. This boy was simply too powerful. Faced with four opponents, he had already won without attacking. With a sword drawn, none in the area would stand a chance. Carry her to rest. I'll prepare the elixir as soon as possible. They arrived at Martha's residence. Her family seemed influential, with many warriors coming and going. Seeing Isaiah, they wore looks of confusion. Jean Lamar was in deep unconsciousness. Isaiah made preparations to begin concocting the elixir. You plan to make an elixir? Martha asked. What else? Who else will save her life? How absurd. A boy who can make elixirs. Isaiah turned back. Isn't this the same person who just got beaten? You. Hassan gritted his teeth. But there was no arguing the fact that they all lost to Isaiah. Jean Lamar's injuries are serious. It seems we should invite an elixir master. He's our only hope. Isaiah ignored Hassan, opening up a spatial bag and retrieving several medicinal herbs. This southern boy is too bizarre. He actually has such things. If you let him treat Jean Lamar, she's bound to die, Hassan protested loudly. Not treating her means death. Will you treat her? Isaiah retorted, setting up the cauldron to start the elixir-making process. Elixir masters were rare in the northern continent, 2 or 3 per region being exceptional. However, Isaiah, as an outsider, was also an elixir master. Many people started to regard him less hostilely. Hassan remained unsatisfied, eager to see Isaiah fail. Can you really save Jean Lamar's life? Relax, I'll definitely save her, and I'm injured too. If you can't save her, what then? That's a human life, Hassan pressed. What gives you the right to doubt me? Isaiah countered. I think you're scared. How dare you doubt me? Isaiah was getting annoyed. If I can save her, what will you say? If you can save her, I'll cut off my arm. Fine. If I fail, I'll cut off mine too. All right. I don't believe you can be that amazing, Hassan shouted, still enraged from his earlier defeat. His hatred towards Isaiah ran deep. Noticing the wounds on Isaiah's body, Hassan's face darkened. Wounds likely left by ice wolves. Under such circumstances, Hassan couldn't defeat this boy. He must be terrifying. Ordinary people would have died long ago. How could they still stand firm? Hassan felt an eerie chill. Increasingly discontent, he wondered who this boy really was. Martha might start liking him. But this bet was destined for failure. Hassan had seen many elixir masters, all elderly. A young man like Isaiah couldn't possibly succeed, and Hassan laughed mockingly, preparing to watch the drama unfold. Chapter 499. He is my benefactor. Isaiah was fully engrossed in refining the pills, while Martha kept her eyes on him. Ever since this young man arrived, Martha hadn't given Hassan a second glance, which irked him immensely. Swallowing his frustration, he could only hope Isaiah would fail in pill refinement. Otherwise, things would get too boastful for the young man. Hassan glared fiercely at him. This boy's pill refinement went smoothly, and he possessed formidable martial prowess as well. Was there someone with superhuman talent from the southern continent? After some waiting, Isaiah had finally completed the pill refinement. Impossible. It's even a grade 5 pill? What? Is that a grade 5 pill? Everyone present was utterly stunned. Their alchemists were only grade 3 at most. But Isaiah was actually a grade 5 alchemist, and everyone stared at him in shock and disbelief. Hassan's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open, unable to conceal his astonishment. How amazing this kid was. He really succeeded? Isaiah refined 5 pills, swallowing one himself first. It was a rare grade 5 sword-severing pill, capable of maximally healing wounds inflicted by sword aura. After taking it, Isaiah's injuries visibly improved, discharging a lot of black blood as the Ice Plane Wolf sword aura was completely expelled. Give her one, Isaiah said. Martha's hands trembled. She'd never seen a grade 5 pill before. The luster of the pill was astonishingly attractive. Unbelievable, a mere kid could refine such a pill. Was Isaiah sent by heaven as a savior? First saving her life twice, now a grade 5 alchemist, truly an unbelievable existence. After Jean Lamar took the pill, she spat out a mouthful of black blood, her pale face soon regaining color, and her wounds appearing much better. Isaiah asked someone to fetch bandages and properly dressed her wound. Jean Lamar managed to open her eyes, indicating she had passed the critical stage. Martha was deeply moved and instructed her to rest well. All clear. Everyone watched in shock. A person injured by an ice plane wolf was still alive, all thanks to Isaiah's pill. If not for him, survival was unimaginable. How bizarre. An extraordinary pill refined by a mere kid. Hassan's expression turned grim. Just now, he had made a bet with Isaiah. Why did it turn out this way? So many alchemists couldn't save anyone. Why did Isaiah succeed? What exactly happened here? Relieved to see Jean Lamar safe, Martha sighed. Hassan immediately noticed Isaiah walking over. I've done my part. It's time you fulfilled your promise, Isaiah said seriously. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Hassan's face turned white. Who knew betting with this kid would end up like this? You want to cut off my hand just like that? Hassan felt deeply aggrieved. Heh, you insisted on confronting me. Isn't it your fault? Now I've successfully refined and saved someone. Don't try to weasel out of it. Isaiah's words were sharp. If you don't want to, no one can help you. Isaiah's eyes gleamed with hostility, emitting murderous intent. Hassan gritted his teeth, knowing he wasn't Isaiah's match, but being bullied so openly hurt his pride. Blame yourself for insisting on confrontation. Now do you understand why you shouldn't have doubted me? Isaiah spoke threateningly. Everyone watched, uncertain how Hassan would react. After all, he was still a somewhat powerful figure in the region. Hassan's face darkened. He fetched a sword and stepped outside, cutting off his hand in full view of everyone. Better now. Now, everyone shivered around Isaiah, never expecting events to unfold this way, with Hassan agreeing to sever his own arm. This new arrival from the south. Was he such a terrifying existence? Martha shook her head, having no further thoughts. Hassan instigated the trouble first. Blaming others wouldn't be right. Hassan quickly left, and everyone at the Qin family now looked at Isaiah with reverence, no longer daring to underestimate him. Isaiah, stay with us at the Qin family. Won't I cause trouble? How can you? You're our savior. Thanks for the pills, almost curing the sword aura injuries. Isaiah's pills were limited due to lack of herbs. Moreover, he refined them without payment, essentially giving away free medicine. After observation, Isaiah realized this place lacked medicinal herbs, with few alchemists and almost no apothecaries. Poverty abounded, the cold pervasive everywhere. Isaiah felt uneasy staying. Resting overnight, Isaiah got somewhat used to the Qin residence. The building was warm inside, but lacked other necessities. The next day, Isaiah came to the main hall. Isaiah, you're awake. Have something to eat. Isaiah nodded. It was steamed buns and some ham. Where's your father? Your family seems to only have ordinary warriors. No important figures visible. They are all out. Now it's just me and the steward. Others are Qin family warriors, more like retainers. At that moment, the old steward entered, beaming. Miss, good news. Uncle Gale, what good news? Why are you so happy? Martha asked. Your uncle is back. Martha blinked, not very joyful. Her relationship with her second uncle wasn't great. Second uncle Jamie was a large, rugged man with a fierce appearance, a messy beard, looking quite unkempt. Seeing Isaiah, Jamie's expression changed drastically. Who's this kid? Martha stood up hurriedly. He's my benefactor. Haha, laughable. Such a child qualifies? Whatever favor he did you, tell him to leave immediately. Uncle, please. His presence benefits our family greatly. Jamie dismissed it, looking down at Isaiah disdainfully. This kid has yellow skin. Haha, he must be from the southern continent. He should leave immediately. Martha was embarrassed. She had just allowed Isaiah to stay, yet her uncle showed no mercy. Martha, you're not young anymore, falling for such a youngster. He's merely handsome. Not only that, he's incredibly strong. If you don't keep me, I'll leave. Haha, kid, you sure talk big. Who acts so arrogantly? I'm practically a co-owner here. What's your attitude? Translation maintains paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring the story flows naturally and remains coherent with previous content. Chapter 500. He will use a branch. Uncle Isaiah is still my guest. Isn't it improper for you to treat him this way? Martha asked pointedly. Someone from the southern continent doesn't deserve to be in our Qin family. Jamie said disapprovingly. He's a fifth-rank alchemist who can concoct medicines that heal the Ice Plane Wolf's wounds. On what grounds do you still want to drive him away? It's not like you're the head of the household, Martha rebutted. Isaiah narrowed his eyes and shrugged nonchalantly, as if nothing mattered to him. Seeing Isaiah's carefree demeanor, Jamie felt indignant. Uncle, what exactly is your intention? You don't want to drive Isaiah away just like that, do you? Martha asked, aware that her uncle was always profit-driven. What nonsense are you spouting, daring to question me like that? Jamie immediately blushed at Isaiah's question. Isaiah smiled. It seemed he hit the mark. If it's not true, why would you be so angry? Turns out Hassan sent you to deal with me. What a good-for-nothing. Isaiah shook his head. Jamie's face flushed with anger. Lee, if you want to stay in our Qin family, you must prove your strength. Otherwise, get out. Isaiah stepped forward. I'm not afraid to tell you. I know how to demonstrate my power. Seeing Isaiah's overconfidence, Jamie believed he was boasting. What could an 18-year-old youth be capable of? Jamie did not take him seriously, given that his own strength was formidable and much stronger than Hassan, who had lost a hand to this kid. Lee, if you're really that cocky, then you must have great strength. Let me see how strong you are. Jamie pulled out an axe. Fine, no problem. I can give you some pointers on martial prowess. Kid, don't be arrogant here. Just wait till I chop you up. Jamie bellowed angrily, increasingly dissatisfied with Isaiah. Martha wanted to stop them, but she had no choice. Isaiah and Jamie walked outside, drawing attention from many people. That southerner has guts. He causes trouble right after arriving. With Jamie being so strong, a fourth-rank Wu Galing realm cultivator, won't he die for sure? Many were against Isaiah, partly because he was from the southern continent, and partly due to jealousy over his accomplishments. A young boy being so powerful naturally drew resentment. Kid, you'd better have some real skills, or I won't show mercy. Jamie swung his giant axe. Your axe technique isn't impressive, Isaiah sneered. Edge-related moves were classified under sword techniques. Jamie struck fiercely, creating a deep pit with a shocking destructive force, leaving everyone speechless. Didn't think Jamie had such strength. Martha was also worried. Her uncle had considerable combat ability, enough to fend off an Ice Plane Wolf for half a day. Despite eventually fleeing, it was respectable. Jamie was one of the strongest in the area, undefeated for years. Isaiah was barely half his height and weaker in yuan energy. Everyone agreed Isaiah had no chance of winning, despite defeating Hassan. Jamie was several times more powerful. You shouldn't have accepted Hassan's benefits and come looking for trouble. Humph, kid, utterly arrogant. I'll chop off your hand and leave you in the snow to die. Isaiah shook his head. Sword techniques aren't used that way. You're making a fool of yourself. Jamie's eyes gleamed menacingly, filled with fury. Respected by many, he couldn't tolerate being mocked by a mere boy. Isaiah picked up a branch. I don't need a sword. This branch will suffice. What? Everyone gaped, astounded by Isaiah's confidence. He was actually going to use just a branch. No one could believe it. The kid's audacity was unparalleled. Jamie almost lost control, never having been defied like this. Martha felt embarrassed. Isaiah was certainly adept at annoying people. Jamie, already petty, wouldn't spare Isaiah if he lost. Kid, watch my axe. Jamie charged at Isaiah, displaying incredible speed and strength despite his build. Enoch's swing aimed heavily at Isaiah. Everyone closed their eyes, expecting a gruesome outcome. Such a blow would split a mountain, let alone a boy armed only with a branch. But Jamie's swing was blocked. It felt like hitting diamond, even harder. A metallic clang echoed as Jamie's hand went numb from the shockwave. How could this be? Looking closely, Isaiah held the branch, actually blocking the axe. I told you, your sword technique embarrasses you. Still don't believe me? Isaiah shook his head. His branch possessed invisible sword force far superior to Jamie's. Jamie retreated, his expression incredulous and humiliated by this setback. Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what happened. So terrifying. Who was that kid? Weren't people from the southern continent considered weaklings? How can he be so strong? All present looked stunned, fearing Isaiah. Jamie wore the worst expression. Unable to handle a mere child, this incident would ruin his reputation. More troubling, how could he possibly deal with this kid next? A vexing problem indeed. Isaiah wielded the branch with a smirk. The hell, I won't believe it. Jamie rushed again, determined to end Isaiah's life. Chapter 501. I am talking to you. This time, Jamie felt even more despair. As he swung his axe, Isaiah merely waved a branch. His axe shattered instantly, and the massive sword momentum sent him flying, leaving him bruised and battered on the ground. Isaiah sneered at Jamie. Boy, you dared to lay a hand on me. Jamie could never have imagined that he would lose so utterly. Isaiah had defeated Jamie with just a branch. How ironic this was. A fact no one could hardly believe. It all seemed like a dream. This is too terrifying. A branch can win. Just how strong is he? Wow, this guy isn't human at all. Once again, Isaiah left everyone speechless. You're garbage, showing off such feeble sword momentum. Jamie couldn't accept it, but he had no choice. He had indeed lost. Isaiah had shown mercy, otherwise, he wouldn't be alive. Uncle, this is your own fault. Don't blame others, Martha said coldly as she walked over. Jamie gritted his teeth in frustration and limped away. Martha held Isaiah's hand and returned home. I'm really sorry. My family members are like this. I was worried you'd leave. Isaiah naturally didn't plan on leaving. He still didn't know where to go next, and staying here with Martha, such a beauty, wasn't bad at all. Martha's hand was fair and soft, almost like water, making Isaiah very content. Your strength is truly remarkable, Martha acknowledged. Being a master alchemist, they needed to find ways to keep him. Isaiah sat on a chair nearby, pondering some questions. Do any major sects exist in the northern continent? Yes, the largest sect in the heavenly North Mountains is the Cold Dragon sect. There are also other sects and family forces. Isaiah, I have a request. Martha looked at Isaiah expectantly with her beautiful eyes. HM? What is it? I know it might not seem right, but I hope you can join our Qin family and become part of us, Martha said. Oh, this? Don't worry, I'll give you benefits. Isaiah stared blankly at Martha and then asked, what benefits? What kind of look is that? Not what you're thinking. Martha blushed, feeling embarrassed under Isaiah's intense gaze. I didn't say anything. You misunderstood me, Isaiah smiled. If you join our family, you can go to the Cold Dragon sect, and the benefit is a heaven-rank superior martial technique. Isaiah's eyes widened. You mean a heaven-rank superior martial technique? Keep it down. Only my father and I know about this. If outsiders found out, they do everything to take it. Isaiah found it hard to believe there could be a heaven-rank superior martial technique, something he had never imagined. I'm not lying. When my father returns, he'll give me the fragment of the heaven-rank superior martial technique. Isaiah smiled faintly, but only the fragment. I hope you understand. It's incomplete. Don't worry, even a fragment will suffice. Isaiah knew he could comprehend the entire technique from the fragment. If you join our family, you can leave anytime without any burden. Isaiah nodded. For a heaven-rank superior martial technique, he decided to disregard his concerns. Fine, since I have nowhere to go now, I'll stay with your family for now. Okay, you'll be our Qin family steward. I'll get you an emblem. Isaiah nodded. Being a steward temporarily was fine. Everything was for the sake of the heaven-rank superior martial technique. He didn't doubt Martha's words. Joining the family was necessary to enter the sect. Being new to the northern continent, he didn't want to make too much noise by barging into a sect, which could cause trouble. Deciding to stay at the Qin family, Isaiah asked curiously, how did you obtain the heaven-rank superior martial technique? My father obtained it by chance and once showed it to me. He hasn't returned from his trip yet. Although Martha agreed, her father might not, despite the risk. Isaiah didn't think much about it. What's wrong? My father nearly died for that martial technique and was poisoned by frost poison. Only the Lamar family's unique elixirs can cure him. Isaiah remained silent as Martha sighed. The Lamar family charges exorbitantly for their elixirs, which only they can refine. They've grown rapidly. Having practiced for so long, Isaiah had never seen a heaven-rank superior martial technique. Among martial techniques, Earth, Heaven, Mystic, and Supreme ranks were classified, and Heaven rank was undoubtedly the strongest, the ultimate goal for all martial artists. Learning such techniques was extremely challenging, but Isaiah was prepared mentally. Martha obviously wanted Isaiah for his alchemy skills, which would bring significant benefits to the Qin family. Familiarizing himself with the Qin family in the afternoon, a middle-aged man arrived. Isaiah sat in the hall, idly reading books. The butler respectfully greeted the visitor, who wore a cotton robe, an alchemist's gown. His demeanor was arrogant and superior. This man was a fifth-rank alchemist, someone the butler couldn't offend. To think a famous fifth-rank alchemist, Master xiuxian, has come. What brings you here? The butler asked politely. Hee, I brighten up your place. What business I have, you aren't worthy to know. Call your steward out, xiuxian replied arrogantly. Isaiah glanced at him. Such arrogance. Most alchemists were domineering, and though Isaiah disliked it, he stayed silent. Hey boy, you belong to the Qin family. Why don't you greet me respectfully? xiuxian said disdainfully. Isaiah remained expressionless, continuing to read. xiuxian was furious. He was a prestigious fifth-rank alchemist. Who dared disrespect him? Boy, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? I'm the Qin family steward. What's your business? Why put on such airs? I suggest you leave before I make you, Isaiah retorted coolly. Chapter 502. I can also refine. Gerald was stunned by this remark. How dare someone tell him to get lost? Who on earth was this kid, defying the heavens and the earth with such arrogance? Enoch had to know who Gerald was. He was renowned in the Tabii region, and everyone who met him showed utmost respect. This kid even dared to tell him to leave. It was like seeing the sun rise from the west. Ha, you're also a steward of the Qin family? Gerald demanded. Looks like the Qin family has no one left if they have to appoint a brat like you as a steward? Heh, once the clan leader returns, I will definitely have him kick you out. A second-rate punk like you, Gerald taunted smugly. You, a mediocre fifth-grade alchemist, also dares put on airs here? I wonder if you have any shame at all, Isaiah remarked indifferently. Just being a fifth-grade alchemist, and upon arriving at the Qin family, he acted as if he were an honored guest. Did he really think he was something special? Kid, you've got some guts to be so disrespectful to me. This little punk was too arrogant, making Gerald furious. On what grounds did he act so presumptuous? Who gave him the courage? If Gerald had brought people with him, Isaiah would already have been crippled by now. The butler felt embarrassed, not expecting that Isaiah had gotten into trouble again. Was joining the Qin family really a good thing for him? Enoch had to know that Gerald wasn't just a fifth-grade alchemist. Behind him stood formidable power, not easily provoked by ordinary families. Sorry, Master Lamar, I'll call Martha right away. Please don't be angry. Humph, kid, kneel and apologize to me now, or else you'll regret it. Forget the Qin family, even if all the clans in Tabii come together, they can't protect you, Gerald thundered angrily. Haha, I think you are unqualified. You're only a fifth-grade alchemist. Isaiah shook his head. On what grounds do you order me around? At this moment, Martha arrived, having heard the commotion. She was speechless. How did Isaiah end up quarreling with Gerald again? Seeing Gerald's anger, Martha sighed. She knew Isaiah had quite a temper, but it wasn't like him to provoke everyone, was it? Martha, you're finally here. This kid is too arrogant. Do I seem arrogant? It's you who came here strutting around and showing off. Who are you putting on a show for? Isaiah asked. So what? I'm a fifth-grade alchemist, and that's my capital. Who in Mount Tabii doesn't respect me? If they don't, let them face the consequences. Isaiah shook his head. Master Gerald, please don't be upset. We sincerely want your help to refine medicinal pills. Martha continued, your family's unique pills, perhaps no one else could refine them. Haha, since you understand, make this kid kneel and apologize immediately, otherwise, forget about it, Gerald gloated. Apologize? That's more likely to happen in your next life. Someone like you isn't qualified. Martha was speechless. My father was severely injured and needs your family's specially made medicine, otherwise, he won't survive. Did you hear that, kid? Do you know who I am, how valuable I am, and how worthless you are? Gerald emphasized loudly. Isaiah smiled slightly. Any pill I can refine. Why should I need someone like him? Haha, kid, you're still talking big. Our family's unique pills, how could an outsider like you refine them? Gerald thought this kid was completely out of line. Where did he get such confidence from? Even Martha thought Isaiah's words sounded far-fetched. What pill is it? Isaiah asked. Frost Spirit Pill. After thinking for a while, Isaiah nodded. If I have the ingredients, I can refine it any time, Isaiah said confidently, knowing the formula of this pill. Himph kid, you don't know your place. Trying to refine Frost Spirit Pill. You're dreaming, Gerald sneered. Except for the Lamar family, no one else could refine that pill. This young man's overconfidence was truly stupid. I need a few specific herbs. The Qin family should have them, right? Isaiah listed a few ingredients. Yes, but we lack the main fifth-grade herb. That's fine, I have it. Once I provide it, we can kick this incompetent alchemist out, Isaiah coldly said. I don't believe you can refine it. If you succeed, I'll crawl on my knees for you, Gerald raged. Isaiah shook his head. You sure are confident. If you fail, I'll cripple you. Don't think alchemists are easy to provoke. No problem, just wait and see. Soon, Martha prepared the ingredients for Isaiah. Since she had seen his alchemy skills before, she didn't doubt him much. Isaiah started refining immediately, appearing professional, which caused Gerald to smirk sarcastically. He couldn't believe a mere kid could succeed, even if he was an alchemist. Frost Spirit Pill was exclusive to the Lamar family, and outsiders didn't know the formula. How could this kid succeed? Gerald planned to mock and ridicule him after Isaiah failed. Chortle, acting so serious, probably just to fool outsiders. I don't believe you can succeed, Gerald crossed his arms and scoffed. Two towering men approached slowly, looking like bodyguards for Gerald, both with sinister faces. Upon learning Isaiah provoked Gerald, the two looked down on him even more. Both warriors awaited Isaiah's failure, ready to teach him a lesson. Chortle, wasting so much time. Martha can never succeed. I'm not so sure, Martha contradicted. Gerald was taken aback. He didn't expect Martha to refute him. You trust this young man so much, risking provoking me. Martha, you'll regret it, Gerald snorted coldly, being a noble fifth-grade alchemist. Isaiah spent a long time refining, seemingly without success. Gerald was almost certain he wouldn't succeed. Wasting my time. Martha shouldn't blame me for being rude. He disrespected me first, so he must pay the price. Isaiah was focused on refining when the two warriors approached with sinister looks. What are you doing? Isaiah asked. Chortle, kid. What do you think we're doing? Trouble's coming your way. Kid, you can never refine it. Why waste time? Chapter 503. Rest assured, there will be no trouble. Gerald laughed coldly. Boy, you won't succeed. It's extremely difficult to gather the ingredients for the Snow Frost Spirit Pill. It's impossible for him to succeed on his first try. Martha was also somewhat worried. Gerald seemed like he wouldn't let Isaiah off easily, and the two warriors looked threatening. Isaiah had just finished refining the pill. Hee boy, you think you can succeed with this? There are no alchemists as young as you. What an arrogant brat, the two warriors said condescendingly, looking down at Isaiah with darkened faces. Boy, you will regret it your whole life. To provoke Master Gerald means this is your end. Enoch of the warriors punched fiercely but was caught by Isaiah who held him immobile. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so strong. The warrior froze, amazed by Isaiah's strength. Get lost. My pill is already refined. Now, at this moment, you still speak big words? Fine, let him open the lid. Let us see if it really succeeded. Enoch of the warriors opened the lid, revealing a blue glow from inside the furnace along with an aromatic scent. Everyone stared in shock at the furnace. There was a blue pill inside. The Snow Frost Spirit Pill. Gerald recognized it immediately. But how could this boy refine it? It was a unique pill of their family. Outsiders would never know. Gerald felt his worldview shattered. He was profoundly shocked and even suspected that the formula might have leaked. The Snow Frost Spirit Pill is done. Everyone looked on in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they saw. The most unsightly face was Gerald's. He could not swallow this defeat. Didn't think this boy could refine the Snow Frost Spirit Pill. Do we have such a powerful alchemist here? That boy is incredible. The people around all looked at Isaiah with awe and admiration. All right, incompetent alchemist, get lost quickly, Isaiah ordered. Gerald's face turned ugly, gritting his teeth. Why do you know our family's formula, boy? This isn't the highest grade pill. Why shouldn't I know? Isaiah smiled, indifferent. Humph, you must have stolen our family's formula. Otherwise it would be impossible. Gerald clearly was furious. Martha stepped forward. Master Gerald, don't you think doubting him without evidence is inappropriate? Proof? His ability to refine our family's pill is the best proof. If he didn't steal the formula, how could he succeed? Gerald glared at Isaiah, hating him with a passion. Do you look like you want to fight now? Asked Isaiah. Nonsense. If you don't pay for today, who will bear the loss of my family? Come out now if you dare. Outside the residence, Gerald gave the two warriors some pills. Taking them will boost your strength temporarily to late-stage 4th level martial spirit realm. Kill this boy, Gerald said viciously, patting their shoulders. Soon, many people were drawn to the scene, surprised to see Gerald. Can't believe someone dared to provoke Master Gerald here. Ah, the new boy sure has guts. My god, those two warriors' power is terrifying. The two burly warriors' power seemed to surge. No wonder Master Gerald's pills had such effects. Isaiah, however, paid them no mind. Gerald, you're just asking for death. I'll give you a chance, don't start a fight. Ha ha boy, aren't you the one seeking death? Gerald sneered. Isaiah shrugged, completely unfazed by the two warriors. Master Gerald is said to have considerable influence within his clan. Yes, and he has another important identity. This young man shouldn't provoke him. All the people looked at Isaiah with pity, knowing he was about to suffer terribly. These two men were of the 4th level of the martial spirit realm, and Isaiah alone. How could he handle them? Although Isaiah defeated Jamie with a branch earlier, these two warriors were far more formidable. Martha was also concerned, knowing Gerald's frightening background. Many forces dared not provoke him. Isaiah may sometimes be too impulsive. Be careful, Isaiah, Martha warned anxiously. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Gerald's face turned black. He touched a satchel at his waist labeled poison, and Isaiah glanced at it casually. The two warriors roared and rushed toward Isaiah. He picked up a branch, looking disdainful. Brat, you dare to belittle us? You're dead. The two warriors attacked ferociously, their fists striking hard. A powerful force hit Isaiah's branch, and an invisible sword stance blocked their attack. With a loud bang, the place shook slightly, and everyone was stunned by the power displayed. The two warriors' faces turned pale, amazed by Isaiah's strength. They struck together with no effect. Gerald's eyes widened. His protectors were very powerful. How could this boy be even stronger? Sigh, can this boy actually hold his own? Impossible. Isaiah smiled. Just the two of them think they can deal with me? Ridiculous. The two warriors hadn't expected it. After taking the pills, their power increased significantly, yet it came to naught, quite demoralizing. With a wave of his branch, Isaiah sent both warriors flying back. Gerald, you'll regret this. I gave you a chance before. Isaiah's eyes turned cold. Gerald's face turned extremely ugly. No one had ever dared threaten him like this. What kind of background did this boy have? Was someone from the southern continent this strong? Northern continent people always felt superior, but now, ironically, Gerald was being bullied by a southern continent kid. Boy, you'll definitely regret this. The two warriors refused to give up, attacking again intensely. Isaiah blocked them effortlessly. Everyone thought Isaiah was a monster, watching in amazement as an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 504, Poisoned by Deadly Toxin. A purple liquid suddenly appeared. Isaiah's eyes widened because, while he was using branches to block the warriors, he hadn't had time to defend against the liquid. The purple liquid instantly began to corrode his body. Isaiah's face turned grim as he hastily retreated. The corrosiveness of the purple liquid was extremely potent. Within moments, Isaiah's body started smoking. Ha ha boy, let's see how arrogant you can be now. This is a rare 5th grade deadly toxin, the frost scorpion poison. Enjoy it. Gerald smirked triumphantly, holding a brocade pouch in his hand. Isaiah felt unstable on his feet for a moment. The two warriors seized the opportunity to pummel him relentlessly. Martha's expression turned dark. Master Gerald, how can you be so despicable? Is this still a fair contest? Ho ho ho, there's no such thing as fairness or unfairness in a contest. You should know that this is what happens when you provoke me. Gerald pointed at Isaiah and said, beat him up ruthlessly. The energy from the two warriors' fists was terrifying. Each punch landed heavily on Isaiah's body, causing several large craters in the ground. The deadly toxin prevented Isaiah from moving normally. Although Isaiah was hit several times, he didn't bleed. For him, these blows were nothing more than an inconvenience. However, he needed some time to counteract the toxin in his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move at all. Indeed, I heard that Gerald is a master of deadly toxins. It seems the Lamar family has produced several masters of deadly toxins. They are truly terrifying beings. That boy is doomed. The crowd shuddered. Isaiah's strength wasn't weak, but in the face of deadly toxins, he seemed utterly defenseless. Indeed, after being poisoned, Isaiah couldn't even stand steady. He was constantly attacked and unable to defend himself. Master Gerald, that's enough, Martha urged anxiously. He's going to die today, Gerald declared confidently. The two warriors stopped attacking because there was too much toxic liquid on Isaiah's body. If they touched it, they would also suffer terribly. Even though Isaiah was lying on the ground with snow covering his face, making it difficult to see his expression, Gerald was puzzled. After being beaten for so long, this kid hadn't bled at all? Normally, he should have been dead already, but he was still lying there without any sign of pain. Let's see how long you can last. You saw what happened when someone goes against me, Gerald proclaimed loudly, sending chills down everyone's spines. In the northern mountains region, the Lamar family was a formidable power. No one who provoked them came out unscathed. This kid will be corroded by the deadly toxin and die horribly. Gerald seemed still unsatisfied. Haha, this deadly toxin isn't too impressive. Gerald's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Isaiah to still be able to speak, and so clearly too. Isaiah stood up, wiping the toxic liquid off his face, breathing slightly heavily. The fierce attacks from the two warriors earlier indeed had no effect on him. Isaiah hadn't bled, which made Gerald realize something was off, but he quickly sneered, thinking Isaiah was only putting up a show. Gerald narrowed his eyes, his expression turning sinister. Martha approached at this moment. Are you okay? Martha, if you get close to him, you'll also be poisoned, Gerald warned, still considering Martha a beauty. If she were to be poisoned, it would be a great loss. Don't worry, it's just a minor poison. I can detoxify myself soon, Isaiah smiled. What? With your condition, you're delusional if you think you can detoxify yourself. Impossible unless you have the antidote, Gerald sneered. Hand over the antidote. Gerald replied arrogantly, sure, unless this kid kneels down and begs for mercy and apologizes to me. In your dreams. Isaiah remained unbending. Such stubbornness would likely cost Isaiah his life. It seemed he didn't fully understand the severity of the situation. Just as Gerald was still smirking, a sword aura suddenly emerged. Completely caught off guard, it instantly severed his hand. Despite the two warriors trying to protect him, it was too late. When Gerald saw his hand severed, he couldn't help but scream. Ah, my hand. Gerald never imagined that the boy could wield a sword in such a state. Everyone was stunned by the scene. My God, Gerald's hand is severed. That kid is doomed. Gerald won't let this go. We might be implicated too. They all felt their skin crawl. The situation was worsening rapidly. Poisoned by the deadly toxin, Isaiah was still able to release such a powerful sword aura, cutting through the two warriors and severing Gerald's hand. Everyone was speechless. Hiss. Everyone felt their scalp tingle. Such a monster existed, truly formidable. That was a 5th grade deadly toxin, notorious for its lethal nature. Without an antidote, a warrior would become paralyzed and barely able to move. How could Isaiah still release a sword aura? We're leaving. You're doomed, Isaiah. I'll find out about your death soon, Gerald screamed miserably as the two warriors hurriedly carried him away. He couldn't believe he lost a hand before Isaiah suffered. Though Isaiah was certain to die from poisoning, Gerald was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Letting Isaiah cut off his hand was unacceptable. After Gerald left, Martha quickly helped Isaiah to their residence. Ding. Master has been poisoned by a rare 5th grade deadly toxin, frost scorpion poison. Triggered 100x enlightenment, gained 1 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master has enlightened on 5th grade deadly toxin frost scorpion poison and reached mid-stage. Although Isaiah had enlightened on the toxin, he still needed an antidote pill to detoxify. Otherwise, relying solely on his own abilities would be too difficult and take too long. Moreover, his recovery speed would be slow, causing significant damage to his dantian. I need the 5th grade herb, Heavenly Frost Scorpion. If we don't have it, things will be terrible. Isaiah took out several gold bars. Buy it wherever you can. Isaiah spoke seriously. Surprised by the boy's wealth, Martha paused. Don't worry. I'll have someone bring back the herbs you need immediately. Martha ordered someone to buy the herbs while Isaiah lay aside. Although the toxic liquid had severely corroded him, his skin remained intact without burning. However, his internal condition was not good, clearly affected by the deadly toxin. You won't die, right? Martha's delicate face frowned in worry. No, I won't die. Why would I ask you to buy herbs if I were going to die? Wait, why do you need the herbs? Chapter 505, Detoxifying Himself. Of course, I will refine the antidote myself. Is it even possible to refine an antidote for this? According to legends, once someone is poisoned by a poison master's toxin, it usually means they are as good as dead. This is an unchanging fact. Previously, Martha had seen people die tragically after being exposed to deadly poisons. Isaiah's current situation doesn't look promising. Gerald was indeed ruthless and treacherous, resorting to a surprise attack using poison. Can you really refine an antidote? Isaiah's face was deathly pale, looking extremely weak. The power of the poison exceeded his expectations. Try to keep talking to me. Don't let me fall unconscious. After understanding the severity of the poison, Isaiah became even more concerned. He had thought it wasn't a big deal before. Once frost scorpion poison induces unconsciousness, it becomes extremely difficult to awaken. Even Isaiah couldn't guarantee he would wake up. Isaiah asked Martha to prepare the alchemy furnace, waiting for the ingredients to arrive so he could quickly start refining the medicine. Miss Martha, all the ingredients have been purchased according to your requirements, the butler hurriedly reported. Isaiah struggled to rise and began refining the medicine. Can I help? That's not necessary. The flames from the alchemy furnace are dangerous. You should stay far away. Witnessing Isaiah's condition while attempting to refine an antidote was quite challenging. Despite the deep poisoning, it didn't hinder Isaiah from performing alchemy. He placed each ingredient into the furnace and hardly needed to control the process. His alchemy skills were extraordinarily advanced. He could refine medicine without touching the furnace or controlling the flame. Martha watched in amazement, feeling a strong urge to become his disciple. This alchemy skill is too incredible. Martha couldn't help exclaiming. Within 2 hours, Isaiah successfully refined the antidote. He had never failed at refining medicines. After taking the medicine, he breathed a sigh of relief, instantly seeming much more lively. Did it really detoxify? Martha said incredulously. Do you doubt my alchemy skills? How did you know the antidote for such a potent poison? Martha's tone was filled with shock once again. I can't explain it clearly. Maybe I've read many books on poisons. Isaiah couldn't help but laugh and casually deflected the question. On the other side, Gerald was continuously howling in pain as he returned to the Lamar family residence. A medicinal expert was bandaging Gerald's hand. Though it had been reattached, it consumed 2 fifth-grade medicines and still hadn't fully healed. That boy's sword aura was so terrifying. Damn it. Due to the poison, Isaiah might not have used his full strength, otherwise, his severed hand wouldn't have been able to be reattached. At that moment, a warrior came to report. Master Lamar, has that brat died from the poison? Gerald eagerly asked. I can't bear not seeing him die in person. No, the brat is still alive. Hearing this, Gerald was utterly stunned and looked at the warrior in disbelief. What did you say? How is this possible? How could he still be alive? But we saw him clearly. That brat is indeed alive. Gerald's anger surged, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned grim. Damn it, how did he survive? Why haven't you found out why? The warrior hastily replied, that boy refined an antidote. Gerald's face showed both shock and disbelief. How could such a horrifying thing happen? It sounded completely unbelievable, like something out of a nightmare. Call my brother over. I must ensure that youth dies a miserable death. Suddenly, the entire Lamar family was in an uproar. Learning that Gerald had lost a hand stunned everyone. The Lamar family was a formidable presence in Tianbei region, and who would dare to do such a thing? When they learned it was a youth from the southern continent, their anger intensified. For the powerful Lamar family to be humiliated by a mere youth was intolerable. Immediately, the Lamar family assembled all their powerful warriors. Brother, you must avenge me, Gerald begged. Who has the guts to do this to you? Gerald's elder brother asked sternly. Isaiah. In the shortest time, the Lamar family mobilized its greatest strengths, preparing to march against Isaiah. This massive display shocked everyone. They initially thought it was a campaign against another family. Yet the Lamar family set out in large numbers. Many felt that trouble was brewing, given the scale and determination of the Lamar family's movements. At the Qin family residence. Trouble, miss? The Lamar family has mobilized several top experts. Jamie was present and immediately blamed Isaiah. All this is your fault, brat. If not for you, this wouldn't have happened. They're only targeting me. I will take full responsibility and won't involve the Qin family, Isaiah said firmly. Haha, nice talk now, but can you handle it? They'll wipe out the Qin family too. Jamie glared at Isaiah, upset due to his arrogance which led to this situation. If the Lamar family comes, I'll make sure they don't return. Then the Qin family will become the strongest force in Tianbei mountain region. Jamie was astonished. She couldn't believe Isaiah would say such things. How stupid could he be? Does Isaiah even have a brain? Where does his confidence come from? Do you think the Lamar family is vegetarian? Can they not handle a kid like you? This sounds insane. Inside the meeting hall, others stared at Isaiah in shock, unable to believe he didn't understand the enormity of his mistake. Haha, are you daydreaming? Isaiah, we aren't doubting you. But how can the Lamar family not deal with you? You're too young. As a deacon, for how long have you caused such trouble? Everyone, except Martha, felt a headache over Isaiah's actions against the Lamar family, enough to destroy the Qin family. Yet, here Isaiah was making bold claims. What's impossible? If all the Lamar family experts come, I'll eliminate them. Wouldn't the Qin family then be the biggest power? Isaiah asked confidently. Martha was speechless. Is Isaiah really planning to fight the Lamar family? Chapter 506, Besieged. Did you all hear that? Such a haughty young man, and Martha actually appointed him as an enforcer of the Qin family. Isaiah is now considered part of the Qin family. You still say he won't drag us down. What are we going to do if the Lamar family comes attacking? Jamie's voice was high-pitched, causing everyone to fall into chaos for a moment. The Qin family's martial artists were not very numerous, and most were less powerful than Jamie. They were all skeptical of Isaiah. After all, everything happening now started because of Isaiah. I suggest we hand Isaiah over. Maybe the Lamar family will let us off. Jamie proposed. No one dared to speak up at this point, especially since Isaiah was there, and his temper seemed quite volatile. Anyone who supported Jamie right now might get beaten up by Isaiah. Moreover, the imposing aura emanating from Isaiah made it so that although Jamie had made a suggestion, no one in the Qin family dared to respond. Dream on. Uncle, you have no authority to make such a decision. I have decided. Isaiah is part of our family. If the Lamar family dares to come, we will go to war. The Qin family's martial artist swallowed hard. It was the Lamar family after all. What kind of decision did Martha make? You don't need to intervene. I can handle it alone. Do you mean it, Isaiah? You'll face the Lamar family alone? No one from our Qin family will help, Jamie questioned. I said what I mean. Isaiah affirmed firmly. All right, let's see how you deal with it. The Lamar family has many strong warriors. I don't believe you'll survive today. Martha was quite worried. Isaiah insisted on facing the Lamar family alone, so the Qin family's martial artists wouldn't step in. The Lamar family arrived with a ferocious momentum, nearly frightening the residents of Tianbei Mountain region out of their homes. Leading the Lamar family was none other than the leader of the Lamar clan, Gerald's elder brother, xiuxian. He looked extremely dominant, full of confidence, and his arrogance was enough to overwhelm anyone around him. By xiuxian's side stood 3 formidable warriors, each with serious expressions. Over 50 Lamar family martial artists appeared alongside them. Jamie's expression was grim. They came out in full force. It's terrifying. Facing such a large array from the Lamar family, Isaiah stepped forward alone. Gerald, are you here to have your second hand chopped off? Boy, you dare be so arrogant? Don't you realize your situation? The Qin family won't dare help you. Isaiah faced over 50 opponents without any fear, appearing calm and composed instead. Almost everyone thought he was a fool. Who would act like that, courting death? Elder brother, look at this boy, still so arrogant. We must kill him today, said one of the Lamar family members. xiuxian walked forward and laughed. Boy, you sure have guts. Martha, I think you should hand him over. I can assure you, we won't trouble your Qin family, xiuxian said, his voice filled with threats. Jamie quickly chimed in. Yes, Isaiah isn't even part of our Qin family. He's a despicable southerner. Don't blame us for any of this. Isaiah remained unperturbed. Why aren't you affected by the deadly poison? Gerald couldn't believe Isaiah was still alive. Huh, trying to kill me with such poison? Impossible. How do you want to die? Asked xiuxian. No, today is the day your Lamar family is destroyed. It's not too late if you leave now, Isaiah smirked. Everyone froze at his words. So audacious. Truly, daringly audacious. Facing the entire Lamar family alone and still talking like this. Was he insane? Haha, fine boy. I'll let you die slowly, tormenting you until the end. xiuxian waved his hand. His 3 enforcers moved forward, each glaring fiercely, towering over Isaiah. Isaiah crossed his arms. Come all at once, don't waste time. The 3 enforcers hesitated. Since he's being so arrogant, let's satisfy his wish and attack together. The 3 enforcers got into fighting stances. xiuxian sat back arrogantly, his followers bringing a chair for him, legs crossed as he watched. Those 3 enforcers are likely at the mid to late 4th stage martial spirit realm. How could Isaiah win against 3-on-1? Jamie shook his head. Seeing Isaiah like this secretly pleased Jamie. This kid made him lose face, so he deserved to die. Who could have thought Isaiah would be so daring, even provoking the Lamar family? There was no way he would survive this time. Isaiah was reluctant to move, watching those 3 enforcers with disdain. The enforcers launched their attacks, but Isaiah dodged without retaliating. Just as the battle began, xiuxian realized this wasn't a simple youth. You all attack as well. xiuxian waved again, prompting over 50 martial artists to charge forward, roaring ferociously. Isaiah found himself facing a multitude of warriors alone. Martha, he's dead for sure today. I advise you not to get involved, Jamie warned. Uncle, you're really happy about this. Martha's expression turned sour. Isaiah was under siege by the Lamar family, and she had no solution. She couldn't understand why Isaiah wasn't retaliating. Isaiah didn't draw his sword but kept dodging the attacks effortlessly. Even the Qin family watched in confusion. Isaiah was holding his own against so many, and not even they could touch him. I want to see how long this boy can dodge. With so many strong warriors, his stamina won't last. Indeed, Isaiah was in a perilous situation. Was Isaiah unable to retaliate, or was it due to the poison? Isaiah smiled, remaining calm. Haha, Lamar family, you're asking for death. With a graceful spin, Isaiah unleashed a burst of purple venom, creating a ring around him. The Lamar family martial artists had no countermeasures. Upon touching the poison, they screamed and rolled on the ground. Ah! All the Lamar family martial artists fell victim to the poison. Gerald was stunned. Isn't this frost scorpion poison? That boy can actually use it? If he can detoxify, he might also be able to create it. xiuxian was slightly taken aback. Gerald quickly took out antidotes for the 3 enforcers. Detoxifying pills were rare. Saving the 3 enforcers was critical. Chapter 507. Sending him to certain death. After the 3 guardians took the antidote pills, their conditions did not improve. They were completely unable to detoxify. Gerald's expression turned extremely grim. Only now did he realize a deadly matter. This poison is even stronger than my frost scorpion poison? Gerald gnashed his teeth, as if he had seen a ghost. Frost scorpion poison was lethal. The martial artists writhed in pain before almost fainting from agony. It was incomparably miserable. xiuxian looked somewhat displeased. He had assumed that with so many people attacking Isaiah, they would definitely take his life. This situation was truly unexpected. Isaiah, quickly hand over the antidote. I promise not to kill you later, xiuxian hurriedly said. If these martial artists of the Lamar family all died, it would be a significant loss for the Lamar family. Such an event could not be allowed to happen. Ha, you're joking. You came here to kill me. Why should I give you any face? Isaiah asked, rejecting it outright. xiuxian's face darkened, filled with intense anger. Isaiah, you dare not provide the antidote pill? xiuxian questioned sternly. I won't give it. What are you going to do? Will you kneel and beg me? Isaiah's playful demeanor, his indifferent attitude, was infuriating. xiuxian was enraged. Boy, you're really asking for death today. xiuxian was also helpless. Watching the martial artists of the Lamar family die like this, they were all elite members of the family. If they were lost this way, it would take years to gather such a number again. At this moment, xiuxian felt immense heartache. Boy, you're really courting death today. Gather all the assassins. Martha's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the Lamar family's assassins to gather too. It was rumored they were even more terrifying entities, a total of 10 people. The situation seemed to become even more urgent. Martha raised an eyebrow, feeling very worried inside. This boy really has guts. The Lamar family's martial artists are all dying. But with the assassins here, Isaiah will surely be hard-pressed to escape. The Lamar family's assassins were the final 10 elite combatants. With their arrival, how would things turn out for Isaiah? Now, no one could say for sure. After all, Isaiah now possessed powerful toxins, which could change the course of battle at any moment. Gerald took out a signal flare, and after releasing it, barely 15 minutes passed before dozens of black figures appeared. The Lamar family's assassins all had reached a terrifying level of strength and cultivation, each wielding formidable high-grade martial techniques. It's bad, clan leader, one of the assassins said anxiously. What else can go wrong? xiuxian asked skeptically. Now there might be something more urgent than dealing with this boy. We cannot remain inactive. The man's tone was very urgent. What is it? Speak quickly. 3 ice wolves are coming. What? Such a thing? xiuxian was panicked. If wolves come, we need to retreat immediately. The onlookers from the Qin family were also alarmed. How did a pack of ice wolves come here? Such a thing had never happened before. Ice wolves are so difficult to deal with. If they come, aren't we all doomed? Jamie trembled. Isaiah had fought ice wolves before, knowing they could heal their wounds infinitely, impossible to deliver a fatal blow, making them virtually immortal. If ice wolves attacked the Tianbei mountain region, everyone here would likely perish. xiuxian shook his head. Even if we flee, they will pursue us. Ice wolf speed is unparalleled. Our family business will suffer great impact then. Everything might be destroyed. The Lamar family also resided within the Tianbei mountain region. With ice wolves already here, it wouldn't take long to reach the Lamar family. What's the situation with the ice wolves? xiuxian asked. Although it's a wolf pack, there are only 3 in total. 2 are coming from the north, while another one is approaching from the south. An assassin explained. At this point, xiuxian walked up to Isaiah. Isaiah, your strength is impressive. In this dire situation, let's join forces. Hearing this, Isaiah was somewhat surprised but didn't think much of it. Okay, fine. You go deal with that one ice wolf. We will handle the other 2. As soon as we succeed, we'll come help you, xiuxian said seriously. Martha felt uneasy. Our Qin family martial artists will help Isaiah. Jamie objected immediately. Help him? That's an ice wolf. It's sending him to certain death. If Isaiah meets trouble, won't we die too? Can we even escape at this moment? Martha asked. There's no time to waste. Decide quickly. The ice wolves are closing in. xiuxian urged. No worries, I'll handle it alone. You deal with the 2 wolves, Isaiah hastily agreed. Alright, let's move out now. Everyone arrived at the entrance of the mountain range, 1 wolf from the south, 1 from the north. Isaiah rushed towards the south, while xiuxian hesitated. He laughed coldly, initially leading his men forward before retreating. xiuxian, what do you mean? Martha demanded. What do I mean? Of course, it's to send Isaiah to his death. An ice wolf is impossible to kill. Why should I do something meaningless? xiuxian wore a sinister smile, finding it incredible how easily Isaiah was deceived. xiuxian, you're too despicable. Isaiah is facing an ice wolf alone while you just watch? Martha was deeply angered. I won't act. I will lead the Lamar family to safety. The southern wolf comes faster, the northern one is slower. xiuxian sneered. That boy is so confident. Once he dies, I'll withdraw my people. Gerald also laughed. Martha, forget that boy. Flee quickly. Tianbei mountain isn't safe anymore. Staying means death. The Lamar family laughed loudly. You despicable bunch. Martha walked toward the south to call Isaiah back, but was stopped by Jamie. Now heavy snow fell, making it impossible to see Isaiah's condition in the south. Facing an ice wolf alone, with its ability to heal endlessly, meant certain death. Just one injury from an ice wolf and Isaiah was surely dead. xiuxian was delighted. This time he'd used someone else's hands to eliminate a major threat. Damn, losing so many of our people. xiuxian still felt angry. Isaiah proceeded to the south without turning back. The ice wolf in front of him was incredibly fierce and full of demonic aura. Isaiah also raised an eyebrow, recalling how challenging the last battle was. But this time, Isaiah did not plan to hold back. He intended to finish off this ice wolf swiftly. Chapter 508. Why did you come back? Hee, in fact, I'm one of your kind too. Suddenly, Isaiah's body emitted an unusual sound. Isaiah's body quickly grew larger and soon transformed into a powerful and fierce wolf. The ice plain wolf was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that a young man could turn into a wolf king. Isaiah's form as the Caden exuded an equally terrifying aura, causing the ice plain wolf to become somewhat apprehensive. After hesitating for a moment, the ice plain wolf pounced towards the Caden. The 2 wolves tore at each other, their claws and teeth releasing sword-like forces that wounded both parties severely. Blood flowed profusely from their wounds. Isaiah, in his Caden form, found himself injured seriously, feeling intense pain throughout his body. However, compared to the ice plain wolf, Isaiah's injuries were more severe but healed at an astonishing rate. Consequently, the Caden seemed to be at a disadvantage, but they continued their ferocious battle which left deep sword marks on the ground. Clang. Master's battle with the ice plain wolf has triggered a 100-fold comprehension, gaining 1000 times 1000 experience points. Clang. Congratulations, Master has attained the first level of super healing realm. The claw marks on the Caden's body also healed visibly before everyone's eyes, stunning the ice plain wolf. Although its face still held a savage expression, it clearly showed some fear. Expecting the ice plain wolf to continue its attack, Isaiah was surprised when it suddenly lay down instead. It looked like the Ice Plain Wolf was surrendering. Soon, Isaiah reverted to human form. The Ice Plain Wolf dared not show any disrespect to him and even extended its tongue to lick his hand. It was like he had gained a pet unexpectedly. Isaiah smiled faintly. Now he possessed the ability of super healing and tried wounding himself with sword-like forces. The wound healed instantly, leaving Isaiah inwardly delighted by its remarkable healing speed. Even powerful sword-like forces could heal without causing any lingering damage. Riding the Ice Plain Wolf, Isaiah slowly returned, unaware how Azariah Shang and the others were faring. At the entrance of Tiabei Mountain area, with such heavy snowfall, we should head back early. That boy is probably dead, suggested Azariah Chow. Azariah Shang turned around and asked, Martha, let's go with us. The Qin family won't be completely wiped out. If you stay here, there's no hope for you. I believe Isaiah isn't dead. Haha, that guy is so stupid to actually confront the Ice Plain Wolf alone. How could he possibly survive? Laughed Azariah Shang. If not for Martha's beauty, they would have abandoned her long ago. The Ice Plain Wolves from the north will arrive soon. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late, urged Azariah Shang, hoping Martha would make the right decision as survival was crucial now. I won't go with you, Martha replied firmly. Gaylord quickly chimed in, Martha, don't delude yourself anymore. Isaiah is dead. Your future lies with the Lamar family. Shut up, Martha retorted, feeling quite embarrassed. Isaiah might be strong, but he is too foolish. The Ice Plain Wolf would have devoured him utterly. Suddenly, an assassin arrived. Bad news, more wolves are coming from the north. There are already 6 of them forming a pack. What, so many? Our clan may not be safe either. We have to go to another region, said Azariah Shang, surprised. Enoch Ice Plain Wolf was difficult enough to handle, let alone 6. You planned to kill Isaiah from the start, Martha accused angrily. Of course, scoffed Azariah Shang. Why would I team up with such a fool who lacks common sense? Oh, really? A sudden voice interrupted. Everyone turned wide-eyed to see Isaiah riding on top of an Ice Plain Wolf, which made their eyes nearly pop out in shock. Especially the people of the Lamar family who retreated cautiously, panic setting in. How could this be possible? Ice Plain Wolves were known to be the fiercest of creatures. Yet Isaiah was sitting atop one? Grinding his teeth, Azariah Shang felt panicked. The situation was dire for the Lamar family. They couldn't handle even one Ice Plain Wolf due to its terrifying healing abilities. Drawing a sharp breath, Azariah Shang thought it surreal that Isaiah should be dead, but here he was. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Well, the Lamar family won't be going back today, Isaiah said coldly. You told me to deal with the southern wolves while you dealt with the others, intending to get rid of me. Don't say that. I didn't mean it, said Azariah Shang uncomfortably. There are more Ice Plain Wolves coming. Will we be safe? We'll be fine. Isaiah got off the Ice Plain Wolf. My wolf can communicate with them. They won't harm anyone here. But the Lamar family will surely die today. Isaiah's eyes turned extremely vicious. What did you say? Are you threatening me? Azariah Shang panicked. So what if I am? From what I know, your clan cannot handle these Ice Plain Wolves, and there's more than one. Isaiah petted the Ice Plain Wolf and temporarily left to negotiate with the other 6. Who exactly are you? Why do the Ice Plain Wolves obey you? Azariah Shang questioned. Why should I tell you? What makes you think you deserve to know? Isaiah shrugged nonchalantly. Grinding his teeth, Azariah Shang knew this meant trouble for the Lamar family. Major problems might arise today. So what should they do next? The assassin frowned. Clan leader, why don't we just kill him and see how he can be so arrogant then? Killing Isaiah wasn't easy given the potent poison on his body, something even Azariah Chow couldn't counteract. This posed a significant challenge. Isaiah, there's no need for this. We're not mortal enemies, Azariah Shang swallowed hard, his face pale as he tried to appease the situation. Huh, I didn't mishear. You're joking, right? Isaiah scoffed contemptuously. You wanted me dead earlier and now talk like this. Since your clan's elites are here, let them bury themselves forever. Isaiah's tone was overwhelmingly dominant. Azariah Shang was momentarily speechless, especially puzzled as to why the Ice Plain Wolves listened to Isaiah. In the northern continent, it was always the case that Ice Plain Wolves were beasts without any human traits, never seen to obey humans. Seeing them follow Isaiah's commands now, Azariah Shang's face darkened even more. He regretted bringing this disaster upon the Lamar family. Chapter 509. You must offer tribute. How can you possibly let our Lamar family go? Azariah Shang asked. Isaiah sneered. You really are laughable. I said I wouldn't let your family off. Enoch by one. The Ice Plains wolves appeared slowly. The crowd panicked upon seeing so many of them at once. Normally, they only saw a single Ice Plains wolf, but now that there were so many, no one could remain calm. You like to do such things, intending to cause my death, right? Well, it's your own fault now. Isaiah waved his hand and 7 Ice Plains wolves rushed toward the Lamar family members, attacking fiercely. The assassins from the Lamar family were in chaos, completely helpless against these fierce Ice Plains wolves. The Lamar family was thrown into a tough battle, with Azariah Shang's face grim. In this desperate situation, he still fought back fiercely. Though they managed to injure the Ice Plains wolves, their wounds healed rapidly, causing the morale of the Lamar family to plummet. The assassins were torn apart and devoured one by one, leaving Azariah Shang helpless. With just one person fighting against multiple foes, survival was impossible. Azariah Chow had already been swallowed whole earlier. Azariah Shang felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he realized the Lamar family was down to just him. All this was because of this boy. Was the Lamar family really going to be wiped out like this? Azariah Shang was stunned, unable to accept what was happening. Isaiah, I'll die with you. Clearly enraged, Azariah Shang lunged at Isaiah, intent on taking him down with him. However, the Ice Plains wolves blocked his path, throwing him into another tough battle. Everyone watched in shock, never imagining these ferocious beasts would obey the commands of a mere child. Azariah Shung suffered serious injuries and, despite his reluctance, was killed by the Ice Plains wolves. Thus, the Lamar family disappeared. Almost no strong individuals from the Lamar family in Tianbei Mountain remained. After confirming all members of the Lamar family were dead, the Ice Plains wolves quickly vanished. The Lamar family is all dead. Terrifying. That kid is something else. Everyone felt that events had taken a terrifying turn. Not only did Isaiah survive, but he also used the Lamar family for his revenge. Well, Martha, everything belonging to the Lamar family is ours now. The Qin family will certainly grow stronger, Isaiah remarked nonchalantly. Gaylord gulped, hardly believing what had happened. The Lamar family had sent out all their strong members, only to meet this end. It wasn't due to Isaiah's strength alone. They died at the hands of the Ice Plains wolves, a thought that made Gaylord shiver. This boy was terrifying. Where did he come from? Were young people from the southern continent really so incredible? Isaiah returned home to rest, entrusting the task of replacing the Lamar family to Martha. Since the strong members of the Lamar family were dead, the Lamar family lost its significance. The Qin family quickly took over their territory. Several resource-rich areas belonging to the Lamar family now belong to the Qin family. Everything went smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Isaiah waited at home for news, confident that no one would dare attack the Qin family. After this event, the Qin family became the largest clan in Tianbei Mountain, with numerous other families offering tribute. Martha was pleasantly surprised. Initially having less than 20 warriors, the Qin family's numbers now stood at nearly 80, all highly skilled. The Qin family's power far surpassed the Lamar family's, a change Martha had never imagined within just a few days. With the Lamar family's resources, the Qin family's income significantly increased. Martha managed everything efficiently. As an official, Isaiah's reputation grew greatly. Within a few days of joining the Qin family, he transformed it dramatically, making everyone talk. Isaiah sat meditating alone. Knock, knock. Come in. Martha entered. Have you been practicing nonstop these past few days? Yes, that's right. How is the Qin family? Has anything happened? Isaiah asked. Everything is fine. By the way, why do the Ice Plains wolves obey your orders? Martha asked curiously. They don't always obey. It's temporary. They won't follow me forever. Isaiah shook his head. Unless Isaiah constantly maintained his Wolf King form, leading all the wolves, the Ice Plains wolves wouldn't follow him permanently. Maintaining the Wolf King form was possible, but not something Isaiah liked. However, sometimes Isaiah thought finding those wolf packs might prove beneficial. I truly have to thank you. The Qin family has grown significantly and become the top family in Tianbei Mountain. Being first was not easy, and Isaiah understood that trouble might arise. He nodded, realizing this peace was temporary. The Qin family had just replaced the Lamar family, so things wouldn't be simple. Miss Martha, someone has come. They appear to be from a powerful family. Isaiah opened his eyes and smiled. I should see too. In the hall, Martha saw a group of people, clearly hostile, looking menacing. Gaylord was on the ground, spitting blood after being beaten. Their arrival sent shockwaves through the entire Tianbei Mountain region. Outside the Qin residence, many people knelt before this family, showing how fearsome it was. Undoubtedly, it was a powerful force even more terrifying than the Lamar family. What's going on? Martha asked. Ha, you're Martha, huh? Replacing the Lamar family, surprising indeed. The Alistair with a scarred face commented. I'm from the Han Tianshan family. The Lamar family used to offer us tribute monthly, but not this month, so I'm very displeased. The Alistair explained. Let me introduce myself. My name is Aloysius. Aloysius slapped the ground beside him, creating a deep pit, intimidating everyone with his terrifying display of energy. Gaylord disrespected me earlier, so I taught him a lesson. If you don't offer tribute, you know what'll happen, Aloysius warned harshly. Isaiah remained expressionless, silent beside them. Martha gulped, feeling a headache. Since the Lamar family had offered tribute, the newly established Qin family had no reason not to. Chapter 510. So strong. The Qin family, still on unsteady footing, found Martha considering tribute payments not to be a bad thing. Tribute should be 10% of monthly income. The Qin family will provide that, Martha said. Huh. Impossible that it's only 10%, but 50. Micah shouted loudly. How could it be so high? Martha's face changed, completely taken aback. You replaced the Lamar family, causing us significant losses and destroying our family business. Shouldn't you compensate us for this? Micah's voice rang out sharply, silencing the Qin family warriors. Isaiah noticed an old man in a hood among the Huangs, his aura genuinely terrifying, continuously exerting pressure, making even the restraining essence energy formidable. But such power was useless against Isaiah. Fine, I agree. Martha was helpless. Families in the Cold Sky Mountain region were extraordinary, and the current Qin family couldn't match up. Humph, now we're talking. If you dare disobey, well, very simple, today, your Qin family ceases to exist. Micah coldly grinned. Isaiah stepped forward, reaching out to stop Martha, indicating no need for such compliance. Why should we pay tribute? Isaiah suddenly asked. This abrupt voice startled Micah slightly as he raised an eyebrow at Isaiah. Who was this insignificant brat daring to speak to him like this? His subordinates also looked stunned, unable to comprehend the boy's boldness. Why do you think, given Martha has already agreed? What right does this kid have? One muttered. Another sneered, suicidal brat. Micah disdainfully eyed Isaiah, who seemed thoroughly unappealing. Brat, do you know why? Because we are the Huang family of Cold Sky Mountain, not some pitiful clan like yours. Surprisingly, Micah didn't immediately act. Normally, he would have attacked without hesitation. Why the change today? Do you really think you're stronger than our Qin family? Perhaps not, but I am a reasonable person. We won't pay any tribute. If you came here to make trouble, leave now. Isaiah said calmly. Everyone was shocked. How dare Isaiah speak like this? They stared in disbelief. This young man was truly astonishing. Would the Huang family take this lying down? Micah couldn't help but laugh coldly, finding this incredibly amusing. Brat, you don't know your place. Watch me kill you. Otherwise, do you think we're joking? Micah immediately struck with a palm, but Isaiah stood unperturbed, blocking the attack without using his hands. What? Micah's expression changed, surprised by the intensity of Isaiah's essence energy. He was quite powerful. With a bang, Micah's eyes widened as he spat blood, hit squarely in the abdomen by Isaiah's punch, flying back. Get lost. I give you one chance. For your insolence, I won't pursue further. Isaiah's domineering tone echoed. Micah's men were astonished. Their always domineering leader had been defeated by a mere brat. No one had dared challenge the Huang family before. Now Isaiah broke tradition. Kneeling, Micah struggled to stand, utterly disheveled. Isaiah walked outside, where many knelt in fear of the Huang family. Heaven, Micah got hit? That kid knows no bounds. The Qin family is in trouble again. People were shocked. Isaiah seemed fearless. Did he really believe no one could control him? At this moment, the hooded old man approached, removing his hat. Looking down at Isaiah with disdain, he sneered coldly. Li, to do such a thing indeed, you have nerve. The elder said icily. It's not my fault. You were unreasonable first. Humph, might makes right. As long as you're strong enough, you define the rules. The elder's imposing aura made many swallow nervously. So you're stronger? Nonsense. I'm the Emperor's great protector, possessing Wu Galang Realm level 5 cultivation. Do you think you can fight me? Isaiah shook his head. Winning you would make me look like I'm bullying an elder. Humph, arrogant brat. Not bad. You show talent, but your arrogance will cost you your life today. The protector's face darkened. Huang elder, let's take his life. The elder's eyes burned with murderous intent, long, sharp nails extending. I'll show you my heaven rank intermediate martial skill. Heavenly Eagle Claw, the elder sneered. People gasped, realizing the protector owned such a skill, truly formidable. How terribly Isaiah would die, likely torn apart. Many felt sympathy for Isaiah, acknowledging his contributions to the Tianbei mountain region. Without him, ice wolves might have destroyed everything. But now, Isaiah was as good as dead. Isaiah, forget it. We'll pay tribute. There's no need for this struggle. Huang elder smirked, even if you pay, this brat must die. Martha couldn't intervene. Isaiah lifted his scabbard. Fritz, don't blame me. More than just your nails will break. Isaiah was exceedingly confident. The elder coldly snorted, red-faced. He'd never seen such a cocky youth. If he were a king, it would be different, but just a nobody. How dare he be so presumptuous? Prepare to die. Jumping up, eagle-like illusions appeared around him, claws sharp and fearsome, oppressive energy pinning everyone down. Isaiah drew his sword swiftly, releasing blinding light, slicing through the air with precision, sending chills down spectators' spines. As two sword forces clashed, sizzling sounds filled the air. Hashtag chapter 511, Tianbei Mountain Peak. Countless lightning bolts illuminated the sky, and Jace's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe this young man had such formidable strength. To comprehend sword momentum at 18? Truly terrifying. Jace showed no sign of being overpowered. He intensified his attacks, trying to bring Isaiah to his knees, but it wasn't going to be easy. After their first clash, they were evenly matched, with Jace retreating slightly. You're quite impressive, kid, Jace said through gritted teeth. Haha, you're not too bad either. Next time, if you don't roll away fast enough when I strike, you're dead for sure. Isaiah sheathed his sword. This was an endless taunt that Jace could not endure. You're still too inexperienced to beat me, fury blazed in Jace's eyes. Micah swallowed hard, unable to understand how a mere youth could be so powerful. It was unbelievable. Where did Isaiah come from? No wonder the Qin family had replaced the Lamar family. It seemed there was a reason. Jace became exceptionally cautious. One misstep could mean death here. This young man's sword momentum was on par with his own. Soon, they engaged in their second confrontation. Jace immediately felt a strong impact in his hand, causing it to tremble violently. The sword momentum was even more powerful than before, and he quickly realized he couldn't hold out much longer. Did Isaiah not exert his full strength just now? At this moment, Jace cursed himself for not being stronger. The intense pressure shattered his fingernails, leaving deep cuts on his hands and body as he was flung back. Jace flew a great distance, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome scene. Micah's eyes widened, completely dumbstruck. He couldn't believe how formidable Isaiah was. No way. Too terrifying. Even the Imperial Guardian can't match him? And he crushed him effortlessly. That kid is really strong. People whispered amongst themselves, utterly shocked. The Huang family members trembled, unable to utter a sound. Their super-strong guardian had been taken down by Isaiah in one blow. Micah felt a chill run up his spine. His face turned pale, unable to speak. Isaiah held his sword, causing Micah's eyes to widen in fear, thoroughly terrified by the sword momentum. I told you to scram. Now look what happened because you wouldn't listen, Isaiah said coldly. Micah swallowed hard. Now is the time to be patient. Resisting would only lead to certain death. With the guardian severely injured and unconscious, charging in as a group would be futile. This gentleman is indeed formidable. We should not have been so arrogant. Please let us go, Micah stuttered, trembling all over. Haha, finished playing games. Pay up 2 million gold coins. Isaiah smirked, acting like a street thug. Micah was helpless. 2 million gold coins was a huge sum, especially in the northern continent where families weren't particularly wealthy. It was truly difficult. Gentlemen, 2 million is impossible. The Lamar family only pays around 1 million per year. Fine, give me 1 million now. Micah slumped to the ground. While many families do pay tribute to us, none of them provide that much. It can't be less, Isaiah shook his head. How about letting us return and gather the money? We'll send it over once we have it. Isaiah didn't fully trust Micah but wasn't overly concerned. All right, I'll believe you once. If you dare to lie, I'll take your life. Micah nodded, still trembling. Get out. Micah immediately led his men away, realizing it wasn't safe to linger. Who knew they would come to collect protection fees and end up being humiliated? The Huang family's reputation was now tarnished. Martha shook her head. They won't let this slide. They'll come back for revenge eventually. I gave them a chance. Next time, I won't hold back. Isaiah's eyes were icy. The families in the Hantian mountain region are always more formidable. If they come, only you will be able to handle it. I understand. When they arrive, they'll realize they can't defeat me. Isaiah's words filled everyone with confidence. After all, they had seen his incredible strength firsthand. He wouldn't be joking around. Isaiah returned to his room to practice, ignoring other matters. Night fell, and Isaiah opened his eyes, sensing unusual chi energy, as if from a high-grade treasure. The next day, Isaiah approached Martha to ask about it. Is there something special in the north of Tianbei Mountain? Isaiah asked. Ah, how did you know? North is indeed the Tianbei Mountain peak, where something mysterious resides. What is it? No one knows for sure. Legends say that the peak hasn't been visited for years due to powerful snowstorms that form a barrier, preventing anyone from ascending. So, there might be valuable treasures up there? True, but it's extremely dangerous. The peak is very high, and without protective chi, falling from such heights is fatal. Isaiah's interest was piqued. Since he had nothing else to do, why not check it out? Alright, I'll go take a look. Are you sure? It's dangerous. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll go and return quickly. There are rumors of many treasures attracting adventurers. Rest assured, if anything happens, I'll return as soon as possible. Isaiah spoke seriously, not wanting to leave the door open for the Huang family to strike while he was gone. Isaiah set off alone. Towering peaks to the north caught his gaze. Such terrain wasn't easy to traverse. Upon arrival, Isaiah felt the thin air and the harsh chi energy in the snowy environment, which caused considerable harm. Visibility was low amidst the fierce storms, and the wind was so powerful that it almost blew him away even before he began climbing. The mountain looked incredibly high, with bone-chilling winds making it harder the higher he went. Isaiah started climbing, feeling the biting cold. Despite using chi to keep warm, he still shivered. As he ascended, it only got more difficult. Soon, he spotted 4 figures ahead, seemingly unaffected by the harsh conditions. Isaiah slowly approached, catching their attention. What's a kid doing here? One of them exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 512. It's actually him. Isaiah raised an eyebrow as he looked at the 4 individuals. Although it was their first encounter, they already had significant disdain for him. Their eyes showed clear contempt and arrogance, indicating extreme dissatisfaction with Isaiah, which was obvious on their faces. Since they did not offer any courtesy, Isaiah naturally didn't bother greeting them. Boy, are you here to seek your death? The ice and snow elemental energy here is enough to freeze you solid. He doesn't have the frost armor, a middle-grade heavenly artifact. He won't last long in here, another one remarked. Only now did Isaiah notice that 2 of them were wearing blue armor, creating a protective layer around them so they wouldn't be affected by the freezing air. So that was it. These 4 came well prepared and were determined to obtain the treasure here. On the other hand, Isaiah had nothing on him, making him vulnerable to the blizzard. Climbing higher would likely result in him being buried under snow. Even those with high cultivation levels could perish in such cold conditions. Don't bother with that boy, let him die. He's just an eyesore, one of them said dismissively. Why don't we play with him instead? A tall, obese man blocked the path. Boy, since you're going to die anyway, how about you kneel and beg me for mercy? I might consider saving your life. Isaiah's face remained expressionless. Was this guy insane? Why aren't you speaking, boy? If you don't agree, you can just wait to die here, the obese man said arrogantly. Get out of my way, Isaiah said indifferently. The 4 men thought Isaiah would kneel and beg for mercy. They never expected him to tell them to leave. Given his current situation, where every move meant death, it was surprising he didn't understand the severity. Without any protection, Isaiah could only await his doom. The obese man shook his head. Boy, you just wait there to die. We'll see how you survive as we keep moving forward. Undeterred, Isaiah continued climbing, showing no fear or hesitation. This infuriated the 4 who felt they had extended an olive branch generously. But this kid refused to save face and didn't bow. By the time we find him, his body will be nowhere to be seen. Who knows, we should hurry. There's a treasure on Mount Tianbei. If we're too slow, someone else will get it. The 4 slowly continued climbing. Despite having the frost armor, it was still difficult to advance in the bitter cold. They were all cautious, as the slightest mistake could cost their lives. Night fell soon after. That boy's body hasn't shown up yet. I think he probably fell off a cliff. The obese man, Austin, shook his head. If he couldn't withstand it, given the steep slopes, we'd definitely see him fall down. Considering the half day that had passed, logically, Isaiah should have perished by now. Austin raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the boy is still climbing? Are you kidding? He has nothing to protect him. How could he possibly keep climbing? Brother Austin, you're overthinking. Austin, their leader, was both curious and sensing something unusual. What exactly is the treasure on Mount Tianbei? No one knows. Many families have tried but failed. How many people have died trying? All 4 shivered in the biting cold. The peak was still out of sight, seemingly endless, with no idea when they would reach it. If we get that treasure, we'll have more money than we can spend in several lifetimes. Austin shook his head. Hopefully. If it's a powerful martial technique, I wish to practice it and become a formidable force. They were all excited, considering the substantial effort put into coming here, including the frost armors which cost 2 million gold coins, and various medicinal pills. If there's no reward, it would be a disaster. Austin noticed the pale faces of his 3 followers. Great, the blizzard has stopped, Enoch follower exclaimed. Let's hurry, it's good that we haven't encountered others yet. An encounter with others would complicate matters since everyone here was seeking the treasure, leading to inevitable conflicts. Worried about this, Austin and his team lit torches. In this environment, without light, they wouldn't be able to reach the peak. As Austin climbed further, he sensed something amiss. Not far ahead was a platform suitable for rest, but there were visible flames. Could there be someone there? One follower asked. Be cautious. We'll act when the time is right. Austin narrowed his eyes, radiating a murderous aura, unwilling to let anyone steal their treasure. Upon reaching the top, they saw a shocking scene. Isaiah sitting next to a fire. It can't be, it's actually him? This kid isn't dead? How did he get here? Unbelievable. Austin's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected this at all. Everything seemed odd. How did you get up here? Austin demanded, noting the frostbite marks on Isaiah's body, a testament to the deadly cold. Isaiah glanced at them indifferently, ignoring their presence. How did you manage to climb here? Austin persisted, while Isaiah remained silent. You dare defy me? You're the first. It seems you're tired of living, Austin sneered, initially expecting to confront another adventurer group, only to find a mere child. Though not viewing Isaiah as a threat, he couldn't let him live. Otherwise, Austin wouldn't feel secure. You are quite capable, getting this far without the frost armor. Impressive indeed, Austin commented. Done with your chatter? Isaiah replied coldly. So, you are quite remarkable, Austin laughed coldly. Austin's face was filled with malice, evident from the moment they met. If you want to fight, come on. Let's see what you've got. Isaiah smiled lightly. Chapter 513. You impede me. You're frostbitten all over your body, yet you dare to be so arrogant. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Isaiah had marks of frostbite on his face and hands. Even with his considerable strength, it was impossible for him to engage in battle now. So why was this kid still acting so smug? Austin considered Isaiah a self-righteous fool, destined not to live long due to his arrogance from having a bit of skill. Kid, let me ask you one more time. How did you end up here? How did you manage to climb up? Austin was genuinely curious. Could Isaiah be that powerful? It seemed highly unlikely. Just do what you have to. Less talk. Isaiah shook his head, sitting there with a smile on his face. Enoch of the Enforcers stepped forward. Why is Boss Austin wasting time talking to him? Let's just kill him. Fine, you three make a move. I want to see just what he's boasting about. In his current condition, Isaiah was as good as dead. With frostbite on his body, he couldn't even move his limbs. The three enforcers immediately attacked, punching and kicking Isaiah. Austin watched with raised eyebrows, expecting this kid to be tough, but soon enough, the boy was beaten to the ground. Despite taking a few punches, Isaiah didn't show any signs of pain. The three enforcers' punches lacked strength, barely causing any damage. For Isaiah, it was barely felt. Even with their frost armor, the three enforcers were shivering intensely. Austin watched in bewilderment. The kid had been hit, yet he still managed to laugh. What are you up to, little brat? The three enforcers were panting heavily, having expended a lot of effort, but inflicting only minor injuries on Isaiah. Isaiah quickly stood up, his frostbite healing rapidly. Austin's expression turned grim, shocked by the sight. How do you possess such abilities, kid? But it was you who made the first move. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Isaiah punched hard, sending the three enforcers flying instantly without giving them any chance to defend themselves. At this height in the Tianbei Mountains, they were likely to die after falling. Austin's face went deathly pale, gritting his teeth in fury. You actually killed my three enforcers? So what if I did? Isaiah kicked at Austin, who caught it with one hand. Kid, you underestimated me. Do you think I'm as weak as those enforcers? Isaiah raised an eyebrow. The next second, Austin threw him off the cliff. Die down there, kid. I don't believe you can survive in such a state. Austin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling happy and lighter. That kid had indeed been quite surprising, but he needed to ensure he was the only one who could access the treasure. What's that sound? Austin looked over the cliff's edge, his face turning ashen. To his shock, a Caden appeared. Could this kid be an incarnation or descendant of the Caden? Austin was at a loss. The Caden leaped up, instantly shredding Austin into pieces, who fell off the cliff, his face full of disbelief. No wonder Isaiah could come here. Everything had its reasons. Being able to transform into the Caden meant he could easily climb the mountain. Another blizzard began, and the Caden planned to continue climbing despite being injured by the frosty energy, which healed itself continuously. This mountain truly had no peak. Didn't expect to encounter a Caden here. The Caden raised an eyebrow. Who's there? I'm not human. I'm a floating ghost on this mountain. The Caden stared at the apparition. A blue ghost appeared before him. Are you impeding my ascent? Guess for yourself. It's just that I haven't seen a Caden in a long time. You aren't from the same group as the Ice Wolves. Why are you here? The blue ghost watched Isaiah curiously, trying to figure out where he came from. Though you can heal wounds infinitely, you cannot proceed upwards. The frost energy above will claim your life. The Caden shook his head. I don't believe that. The barrier at Tianbei Mountain's peak is stronger than you imagine. The Caden dismissed the warning with a look. It seems you're a creature from the netherworld. As a Caden, your observational skills are impressive. I didn't expect this, the blue ghost smiled. I'll reach the summit. I know you'll try to stop me, but it's alright. The Caden was mentally prepared and continued his frantic climb. But at a certain height, he was met with a strong layer of frosty energy that he couldn't break through, even with his claws. The energy repelled him, and he plummeted down. The blue ghost shook its head. I warned you. Falling from this height will likely be fatal. Though a Caden, the frosty energy here was terrifying. The blue ghost wondered why the Caden hadn't heeded the warning. As he fell, his injuries from the protective layer worsened. Yet, the blue ghost was surprised. Severe frostbite healed rapidly, and the Caden grabbed onto the cliffside, regaining vitality. The blue ghost was speechless. This was a unique ability of Ice Wolves. Why did he have it? The Caden didn't look like an Ice Wolf monster. The situation became eerily strange. Having lived for a millennium, the blue ghost had seen much, but this was unprecedented. Who are you? How can you possess so many abilities? The Caden struggled, unable to break the powerful frosty energy barrier. Perhaps his strength wasn't enough. Kid, don't try anymore. You'll lose your life. Hee, losing my life isn't a big deal. The Caden clearly didn't care, forgetting his previous injuries. Once again, he charged upward. The blue ghost shook its head. Kid, you're too young. You won't succeed. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text, ensuring the translated version retains the same narrative flow and style. Hashtag chapter 514. What kind of bloodline is this? With a deafening roar, the Caden was once again repelled by the protective layer, his body falling from a great height once more. For a moment, blood splattered as it rained down from above. Huh. You really don't know the extent of your own limitations, boy. I clearly warned you, the blue ghost said with a smirk. Though the Caden wasn't dead, it was clear that this time he had suffered even more severe injuries. Alright, I've already thought of a way. Soon, you will be able to break through to the summit. I can already sense the object at the top. The Caden's eyes filled with anticipation. If he could obtain that object, it would greatly enhance him. Boy, you're just courting death. Even if you can heal infinitely, trying for another 100 years won't make a difference, the blue ghost laughed. If this kid kept being so stubborn, he would continue attempting the climb indefinitely, which would make for some good entertainment. Watching the Caden slowly lose hope was the most amusing part. The blue ghost had seen too many things in his existence and hadn't experienced anything like this in ages. The Caden climbed up again, seemingly preparing to charge once more. The blue ghost shook his head. You're only wasting your time, boy. Go back, and nothing bad will happen, the blue ghost advised. Heh, I won't give up. By the way, have you seen the Abraham? The blue ghost sneered. What nonsense are you spouting? What Abraham? Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically. Just moments ago, it was only a blizzard, but now something extraordinary was happening. A transformation so massive that even the blue ghost was surprised. Such an event had never occurred before. The blizzard stopped instantly, replaced by dark clouds overhead. A tremendous change began to occur in the Caden's body as it stretched longer and longer. Amidst thunder and lightning, the Caden transformed into a colossal azure dragon, its form like an unending mountain range. The blue ghost was utterly shocked. The dragon had 4 claws, a pair of long horns, and a long beard, with piercing eyes. It radiated immense power, crackling with energy as thunder roared overhead. How is this possible? What kind of bloodline is this? The blue ghost was dumbfrozen, never imagining that the Caden could transform into a true dragon. Such a creature had never been seen on Tianbei Mountain before, and even he felt chills run down his spine. He didn't dare underestimate this mighty dragon. The Abraham floated at the waist level of the mountain, exuding imperial authority. All nearby monsters fled in terror. The blue ghost's expression turned grim. He did not want to see such an outcome. At this rate, the Abraham would certainly reach the peak of Tianbei Mountain. Its primordial energy was terrifyingly powerful, and the situation became eerily strange. The blue ghost had never encountered anything so bizarre before and couldn't fathom why a Caden could transform into an Abraham. Sure enough, the ice primordial energy shield was shattered effortlessly by the Abraham, presenting no challenge at all. Damn, the treasure on the mountain might be taken by him. Who is this Abraham? The Abraham easily reached the summit, gazing down at the scenery below for a while. In front of it lay a sword. I didn't expect you'd be interested in such things. Is it true that dragons love collecting treasures? The blue ghost asked. After a blinding flash of light, the Abraham vanished, replaced by a young man. The blue ghost froze, looking incredibly astonished. You're just a brat? The blue ghost said, incredulous. The youth appeared no older than 18 and wasn't an ancient monster rejuvenated. The blue ghost was stunned. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had never witnessed such a horrifying phenomenon. Caden's bloodline combined with Abraham bloodline. It was incomprehensible. Isaiah gave the blue ghost a sidelong glance and didn't wish to engage much. Are you the guardian of this heaven-class superior weapon? Isaiah asked. Boy, you have a keen eye, but there's no way I'll give you such a weapon. The blue ghost began to grow larger, becoming an imposing giant figure. As the guardian of a heaven-class weapon, I cannot allow you to take this sword. Heh, I've already set my sights on it. From now on, it belongs to me, Isaiah declared firmly. Brat, you should have finished me off when you were in dragon form. In human form, you can't kill me. The blue ghost struck immediately, aiming for a fatal blow. If he could eliminate this young man, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Just as the blue ghost's massive claws were about to pierce Isaiah, he found himself surrounded by a gigantic array. Heh, I knew you were an evil spirit from the netherworld, so I prepared accordingly. I don't even need to transform into a dragon to kill you. How is this possible? Are you a restriction master? Yes, a 4th-rank restriction master from the netherworld. My restriction array should send you back to the netherworld, Isaiah said, extending his hand. The powerful forces of the array caused the blue ghost immense pain. He couldn't believe how formidable Isaiah was, having already planned a strategy to deal with him. How is this possible? How dare you? The blue ghost writhed in agony, his strength fading rapidly. Having guarded this place for 1,000 years, he never imagined being bested by a mere brat. Isaiah's restriction powers were overwhelming, leaving him defenseless. Goodbye, you belong in the netherworld. Honestly, you're quite annoying, Isaiah said coldly. The blue ghost was instantly banished to the netherworld, disappearing completely. Isaiah raised an eyebrow as he looked at the sword, a heaven-class superior weapon. It was almost unbelievable just to look at. What kind of sword is this? Isaiah asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Obtaining such a weapon would significantly enhance him. The heaven-class sword emitted a holy glow. Isaiah reached out cautiously, but the intense barrier around the sword injured his hand severely, forcing him to retreat. Though the wound healed, Isaiah still felt immense pain. He was eager to possess the sword, but the difficulty of breaking through the barrier surpassed his expectations. He attempted to strike with the sword momentum, but it was ineffective. The elegant and slender blade was irresistibly attractive. It looks like getting this sword won't be easy, Isaiah mused. Raising his gaze, Isaiah noticed something approaching in the sky, faint figures in the distance. Chapter 5:15. Already mine. Isaiah raised his eyes and saw many eagles flying in from the sky, like a prominent family. The long robes they wore were extravagantly luxurious. These people had come here for the heaven-grade superior weapon, and Isaiah was already mentally prepared. A total of 5 eagles, carrying 5 people, looked down at Isaiah from above. Can't believe the one who reached this peak is just a kid? Huh, it's quite convenient. A kid can't possibly compete with us for that thing. The people on the eagles' backs dropped down, showing no respect for Isaiah the moment they arrived. Kid, get lost. This sword doesn't belong to you, so stop dreaming about it. That's right. This sword should rightfully belong to Sebastian and his kind. Sebastian stepped forward. He smiled coldly. Thank you, kid. If not for you, no one else could have gotten up here. Isaiah remained silent, and Sebastian assumed he was intimidated by their numbers. With such powerful aura emanating from them, a mere child wouldn't dare oppose them. Moreover, these martial artists who could summon eagles were undoubtedly terrifying in strength, far from simple opponents. Not too many would dare challenge us. We need to quickly take the sword. Otherwise, more families will arrive, and it will be even more complicated. Given its value as a heaven-grade superior weapon, this treasured sword is priceless. Sebastian and his group discussed how they could swiftly pull out the sword. Isaiah stood aside silently. Kid, get out of here. You've done well enough reaching here. Don't obstruct us, said a martial artist disdainfully. Forget it. Let him stay. After all, he has come this far. Let him watch how we draw out the sword. Sebastian reached out to touch the barrier, but found it incredibly difficult. Soon, his hands suffered heavy injuries, forcing him to retreat. Brother, this barrier seems extremely challenging. Sebastian's hand trembled. He hadn't expected this barrier to be so formidable. Even reaching this icy mountain peak was an insurmountable feat for others, yet here was an even stronger barrier. Think of a way. Our family must have a method to obtain this sword, Sebastian said grimly, becoming anxious to acquire the weapon. It was agonizing to see something so close yet unattainable. Sebastian knew if he didn't take the sword soon, other clans would arrive, leading to inevitable conflict over the weapon. Sebastian's group launched fierce attacks to break the barrier but found no success. They used various methods like weakening it with crystals or attempting to assimilate it with formations, but nothing worked. Isaiah observed for a while. Ding. Master observed the heaven-grade superior weapon Frosty Sky Sword's barrier, triggering 100 times comprehension, gaining experience 1000 by 1000. Ding. Congratulations, Master comprehends the Frosty Sky Sword barrier. Removing this barrier wasn't as difficult as he initially thought. Now knowing the method, Isaiah exhaled in relief. This sword was definitely his now. He shook his head and took a few steps forward. Kid, what are you doing? A martial artist asked in surprise, showing signs of panic. You can't take the sword. I know how to do it. Let me try. What? Kid, are you asking for death? To think you're still dreaming of such things. Enoch martial artist became extremely agitated, but Sebastian shook his head. Since all their attempts failed, allowing Isaiah to try might be worthwhile. Heh, if he can do it, the sword is his. A joke? From a kid? This is a heaven-grade superior sword. There's no way he can lift it. Isaiah walked over, ensuring his mind was clear of desires. Only by being pure in heart could he rapidly grasp the sword. Removing the barrier wasn't hard if your intentions were pure. Sure enough, Isaiah's hand passed through the barrier effortlessly. Sebastian and others widened their eyes in shock. The kid actually succeeded. Is this possible? All our efforts came to naught, yet this kid can? Incredible. This scene left everyone stunned. Their numerous attempts had been futile. The barrier around the sword remained unchanged. Who was this Isaiah, considering it was a heaven-grade superior weapon, not an ordinary blade? In front of Sebastian's group, Isaiah picked up the sword. With a swift swing, a wave of sword energy erupted from the peak, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. Boom. Sebastian stared in disbelief. Just a single swing could cause such power. It was unfathomable. Is this the power of a heaven-grade superior weapon? Indeed, the sheer force was awe-inspiring, shocking everyone present. Undoubtedly, such a weapon was everyone's ultimate pursuit. Sebastian grinned. Great job, kid. Give me the sword. Isaiah smiled and suddenly asked, why? This question instantly made the atmosphere tense. Everyone glared fiercely at Isaiah. Kid, what did you say? You won't keep the sword for yourself, will you? Sebastian asked curiously. I lifted it. Naturally, it belongs to me now. Is there a problem with that? Kid, you're courting death. Hand over the weapon or you'll die here. Ridiculous. You couldn't even lift the sword. Why should I give it to you? Isaiah questioned. Do you dare say I can't lift it? Sebastian felt deeply insulted, his face turning grim. Isaiah stabbed the sword into the ground. If you can remove it now, you can have it, Isaiah laughed. Sebastian's expression darkened. He glared at Isaiah. You aren't joking? A gentleman's word is his bond. You'll regret this. Sebastian thought Isaiah was playing some trick, but was determined. After all, the sword belonged to Sebastian now. As spirit martial artists, why would a mere child stand a chance against them? The barrier is gone. You've made a grave mistake, kid. Chapter 5:16. He hasn't died yet. Sebastian immediately walked over, attempting to pull the sword out with all his might. However, he felt an overwhelming heaviness from it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift the sword, and his face turned ugly. Big brother, you can't lift this sword? What's going on here? Kid, quickly tell us, how can we lift this sword? A martial artist demanded aggressively. Isaiah shook his head and laughed. Now asking me this? I'd say it's because you don't have the right qualifications. What? Kid, are you asking for death? Sebastian exerted all his strength but still couldn't budge the sword, growing increasingly angry inside. He didn't understand why. Clenching his teeth, Sebastian had the sword in hand but couldn't lift it, causing even more dissatisfaction within him. Just tell me how to lift it, and I'll give you any benefit you want. I've already said your qualifications aren't enough. I'm already at the middle of the 5th realm of Wu Galing, as are my companions, Sebastian threatened. If you don't speak up, you'll suffer greatly, tormented for life. Isaiah shrugged indifferently. What good does having more people do in a world that reveres martial arts? Can sheer numbers solve anything? Kid, you're truly arrogant. We belong to the Tianing family. You must know not speaking will lead to your demise. You're too weak and lack the necessary qualification. In that case, we'll just have to make our move then. Guard around the sword, try to keep him from getting close. Isaiah smiled slightly. Using this sword against you lot isn't even worth it. What? Dealing with 5 of them wasn't worth using a heaven-grade superior treasure sword. This was sheer arrogance. How could someone like him exist? Sebastian's face was extremely grim. How much did this kid look down on their presence? Himph, kid, you'll regret this. Sebastian and the 4 martial artists prepared to attack. You've chosen death yourselves. Don't blame me later. Isaiah's expression was indifferent, like a god of death. Just boasting. Now is your end, kid. All 5 launched their attack together. Himph, bullying one with many really fits you well. How could you discuss numbers now? Were you blind earlier? The 5 rushed toward Isaiah, determined to tear him limb from limb. A barrage of punches and kicks followed, forcing Isaiah to retreat defensively. Himph, I thought you were strong. Still forced back by us. Daring not use a sword against us. You're really something. Kill him. We must kill him today. Sebastian shouted furiously, his face distorted with anger. This little brat infuriated everyone. Just meeting him could elicit such rage, unexpected indeed. A punch infused with chi struck Isaiah, making his brows arch. Indeed, it hurt his hand. Despite the injury, Isaiah remained calm, surprising Sebastian, who realized this man wasn't ordinary. Suddenly, purple venom spewed out, catching the 4 martial artists off guard. Instantly, they were all poisoned. Wah! They rolled on the ground in agony, suffering immensely. You know poisons too. Are you a poison master? I'm too lazy for all this chatter. Isaiah grinned, landing a punch squarely on Sebastian's abdomen. Sebastian nearly collapsed, gritting his teeth. That punch was unexpectedly powerful. Aya! The 4 martial artists writhed in pain, the poison almost killing them. Without immediate help, it would surely be fatal. Forget it, I won't bother killing you. This sword isn't yours. Isaiah chuckled. Suddenly, a blinding light descended from the sky. Isaiah raised an eyebrow as Sebastian leaped into the air, producing a luxurious bow that emitted earth-shattering power. Only then did Isaiah realize the severity of the situation. You dare look down on me? Prepare to die. Heaven-grade superior martial skill, Holy Eagle Arrow. The sky shifted dramatically. Time seemed to stand still. All happened too fast as streams of energy gathered around Sebastian. A massive eagle silhouette appeared, released by his arrow, creating a roar as it approached. Isaiah sensed immense danger, a chill running through his spine. Attempting to draw his sword rapidly, Isaiah was a bit too late. The arrow pierced his chest, dangerously close to his heart. Blood poured from his chest wound, his face turning pale. He hadn't expected Sebastian to be so powerful, actually able to use a heaven-grade superior martial skill. Witnessing it for the first time left him shaken. Haha kid, you're dead. Even if I didn't hit your heart, you won't live long. I used the Holy Eagle Arrow. Isaiah's face turned grim. Indeed, the wound was grave and could be fatal. But he stood there, not collapsing. Thoughts of a quick battle resolution evaporated as Sebastian unexpectedly unleashed the heaven-grade superior martial skill. This family seemed incredibly formidable, not some trivial clan. The sudden turn of events caught Isaiah off guard. Fortunately, the arrow missed his heart. Otherwise, he might have perished instantly. Sebastian's face paled, unable to believe Isaiah hadn't died. Isaiah lunged forward, swiftly drawing his sword. An invisible sword force emerged, catching Sebastian unprepared. After being hit by his own Holy Eagle Arrow, Isaiah should have died. Yet he was still alive and retaliating. Sebastian's chest was slashed open by a sword, followed by another blow to his head. He fell instantly, blood spurting as 2 strikes claimed his life. You actually... Sebastian lay on the ground, barely alive. Isaiah pulled out the arrow, frowning deeply. The arrowhead was still inside him, trying to expel it using chi proved futile. This damned heaven-grade superior martial skill was so troublesome. The arrowhead remaining inside was agonizing, feeling like a sharp knife constantly stabbing his chest. No one could endure such pain. Clenching his teeth, Isaiah couldn't remove it easily, adding to his headache. Glancing up, he saw a giant eagle swooping down, clawing at him. Using his sword to defend, he cut through the eagle's body, only to find Sebastian had been taken away by the eagle, barely clinging to life. Chapter 517. What did you say just now? Isaiah was certain that Sebastian wasn't dead. His face instantly turned grim, as that person's strength was clearly not weak. As he left, Sebastian stared at Isaiah with deadly intent, saying, "You're finished. You definitely won't survive." Under the pressure of severe injuries, Sebastian had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to live. He reluctantly abandoned this heavenly rank superior weapon for now, planning to come back and reclaim it later. The other 4 martial artists were all dead, which troubled Isaiah greatly. He couldn't expel the arrowhead from his body using primordial energy. His mastery over primordial energy was quite proficient, yet he hadn't anticipated how stubborn the arrowhead was. Isaiah shook his head. It seemed the arrowhead would remain within him permanently, unable to be removed. Although the wound was healing, Isaiah was still quite concerned. If one day the arrowhead moved to his heart and delivered a fatal blow, it could mean his end. Sky Eagle Clan's people? It seems I need to pay them a visit, Isaiah said, experiencing such an injury for the first time. Realizing the severity, He knew he must go to the Sky Eagle clan if he ever wanted to remove the arrow from his chest. No good, it's still not working. Isaiah tried many times, attempting to expel the arrowhead on his own, but it proved extremely difficult. This time he suffered significant losses. Isaiah shook his head, feeling a headache as his chest throbbed painfully. While Sebastian didn't kill him, leaving behind this troublesome arrowhead was indeed revolting. Isaiah was eager to visit the Sky Eagle clan immediately, fuming inwardly. He pulled out the Frost Heaven sword, knowing it would make him even stronger. Now he had 2 swords. It was unwise to linger here. If someone from their clan came by, it would be disastrous. Moreover, he wanted to find somewhere to see if he could remove the arrowhead. The difficulty was apparent, given the danger of the heavenly rank superior technique nearly costing him his life. Just causing him inconvenience was already quite fortunate. If anyone else had been in his place, they probably would have died multiple times over. He felt the arrowhead continually piercing his internal organs countless times, though the wounds were healing. It was always uncomfortable. Holding his chest, Isaiah coughed up blood. Isaiah slowly descended from the mountain, the journey excruciatingly painful. I never expected the Sky Eagle clan to be so powerful, suddenly using a heavenly rank superior technique. Thankfully, he had survived this time. Shaking his head, Isaiah planned to look for medicinal herbs. High-grade elixirs might help extract the arrowhead. Eyebrows furrowed, Isaiah thought about the duration of his stay on North Mountain. He needed to return soon. Any untoward incident would be inconvenient. After walking for some time, Isaiah noticed blood trickling from his chest, which worried him. Descending quickly, he strolled slowly with the 2 swords at his waist, feeling quite convenient. Acquiring this heavenly rank superior weapon hadn't been easy. Suddenly, a group of men surrounded Isaiah. Why is there a young brat here? The leader, clad in armor, sized Isaiah up, finding it peculiar as this place was usually uninhabited. A young man seemed out of place. The leader appeared to be of general rank. Isaiah remained silent, passing by without answering. The group was stunned. Was this kid too disdainful, completely ignoring them? Brat, I told you to stop. The general blocked his path. They glared menacingly, visibly annoyed. Who are you? Don't you know we are from the Huang family? One asked. So many strong individuals in the Huang family? A large contingent of people drew Isaiah's narrow-eyed inspection. The leader looked maliciously at him, wishing Isaiah would kneel. Boy, I'm curious about your sword. Could it be from the peak of North Mountain? The general inquired. Yes, it is, Isaiah replied calmly with a smile. Himph, you've had some luck. Hand over the sword if you want to live, the man threatened. Isaiah was unfazed. You have bloodstains, so you must be injured. Be sensible and comply now. Our leader, Basim, we're very lucky. If you can get this weapon, wouldn't you be invincible? A martial artist beside him added. Basim laughed boisterously. He was burly, with a pungent odor, and wielded a large long-handled blade. Boy, hand it over or die right here. They were a dozen riders, forming a formidable squad. Absolutely not. Why should I give my sword to you? Isaiah coldly asked. Upon hearing this, Basim and his men were dumbfounded, surprised by the boy's audacity. Isaiah was just a young boy and injured. How dare he stand up to 10 of them? And Basim was at the early 5th tier of martial spirit realm. Isaiah dared to defy them? Looks like he's asking for death. He may have the sword, but he's still doomed. Our boss isn't joking around. Basim charged Isaiah on horseback, swinging his huge blade, creating a fierce wind. Facing such formidable strength, Isaiah shrugged, deciding to test the Frost Heaven sword. Boy, die. Basim roared, his heavy long-handled blade cleaving down forcefully enough to split a mountain. Isaiah drew the Frost Heaven sword, releasing frosty energy. Basim was taken aback. The heavenly rank superior sword indeed held extraordinary power. Isaiah confronted Basim directly with his sword, stunning everyone. Wasn't this clearly suicidal? With Basim's immense strength, what could a mere boy do? Their weapons clashed with a loud clank, causing the ground to tremble. Horses were spooked, and expressions changed as Isaiah's strength matched Basim's, surprisingly. A young brat has such power? Basim found it hard to believe. Seems I overestimated you. You're weaker than I thought, Isaiah retorted sarcastically. Boy, what did you say just now? This translation maintains the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing. Chapter 5:18. You have a recipe. Isaiah's face was grave as he deflected his long-handled broadsword and immediately stabbed at Basim with his sword, the force of which penetrated Basim's chest. Isaiah heaved a sigh of relief, but did not expect Basim to still be swinging his broadsword, chopping down directly. For a moment, Isaiah was stunned. He had already pierced through Basim with one thrust of his sword. Why was it having no effect? He was puzzled by this situation. Isaiah couldn't help but step back, sensing something was off. This Basim didn't seem like an easy opponent. Haha kid, you can't kill me with that. Try again in your next life because I won't be killed by you. Only now did Isaiah notice a severe issue. His sword seemed incapable of harming Basim. Was this due to some martial technique or cultivation method? That boy is done for. Our boss is invincible, others cheered. Boss, just kill him. Due to the previous skirmish, blood started oozing out of Isaiah's chest. Though it wasn't fatal, it was painful. Kid, I admire you. Despite being so heavily injured, you can still fight against me. Basim praised before continuing to swing his large broadsword, intending to split Isaiah in two. A loud clang resonated. Isaiah felt numbness spread from his hand. Basim was indeed powerful, being at the 5th level of martial spirit realm. Naturally, he could also injure Isaiah. Isaiah tried once more, slashing at Basim's shoulder. Although a cut appeared, Basim seemed unaffected. Isaiah's expression turned grim. He had met a tough opponent. Now, he had to be highly vigilant. Last time, he had been too careless and was shot by a high-level heavenly technique. I'll see how long you can last. Injured as you are, you cannot win me, Basim said confidently. He rode his horse, slicing the air as if it were paper. The slash left a deep gash on the ground, causing those watching to feel a chill down their spines. Even a mountain would have been cleaved in two, let alone a mere human. Realizing he couldn't hurt Basim, Isaiah grew frustrated. Warriors from the northern continent were indeed not easy to handle, each possessing unique abilities giving them significant advantages in battle. Not wanting to waste any more time, Isaiah sprayed out a lethal poison. Basim showed no intention of dodging. The purple poison covered his entire face, yet he remained unscathed. Haha boy, that's useless. But you're actually a poison master? Basim was clearly surprised. The boy knew many skills, a rare talent indeed. Boy, I'm giving you a chance. Seeing as your strength isn't weak, join us and be my right-hand man, Basim invited. Haha, dreaming. What makes you think you have the qualifications? Why should I join you? Isaiah replied disdainfully. This is your only chance to live. Intermediate heavenly skill. Frenzied slash. Basim spurred his horse into a jump, and with a massive arc of his blade, nearly split a small hill in half, leaving an enormous crack and felling countless trees. Yet Isaiah managed to dodge it. Basim's expression darkened, acknowledging Isaiah's incredible speed and agility. Basim thought his powerful slash would pin Isaiah down, immobilizing him, but this kid proved unstoppable. That boy really asks for death. However, fighting our boss this long shows his strength. If we get his high-level heavenly weapon, our boss will be unbeatable. That heavenly frost sword truly is formidable. Though Basim exerted much effort, Isaiah was too slippery and agile. Despite his wide-reaching strikes, he couldn't hit Isaiah. Isaiah pondered over how to harm him. Basim acted like a puppet, indifferent to injury, which made him nearly indestructible. Kid, how about we make a deal? Basim asked suddenly. What? I give you grade 5 medicinal materials, and you give me that sword, Basim suggested. Isaiah sized up Basim's horse, noticing a backpack emitting an unusual aura. Upon closer inspection, it smelled like grade 6 medicinal material. Grade 6 materials, and rare ones at that. Isaiah was tempted instantly. Isaiah planted his sword into the ground. At this point, the heavenly frost sword was completely attuned to his mind, and he could control it fully. You don't deserve this sword. Isaiah paused. Besides, you obviously have grade 6 materials, but try to swap mine with grade 5. That shows lack of sincerity. Basim's expression darkened, at a loss for words. How did this boy know he had grade 6 materials? Was it sensed through essence energy? Basim grew more wary of him. Do you really want to trade? Grade 6 medicinal material would benefit me greatly. If you're willing, let's trade. Basim smiled inwardly, plotting that the grade 6 materials could be reclaimed eventually since they required extensive time to process, even for peak alchemists. He wanted the heavenly frost sword to melt it down and forge an even better weapon. With this upgraded long-handled broadsword, he could wield unimaginable power. He sent someone to follow Isaiah. When the time came, the grade 6 materials could be retrieved. Isaiah sheathed his sword while Basim brought out his grade 6 materials. This is rare grade 6 snow dragon bone. Trading this for your sword should be fair, Basim proposed. No problem. As they were about to exchange, Basim hesitated, feeling something off about this kid. Money for goods, they swapped items. Isaiah held the snow dragon bone, quickly smelling its unique fragrance, then smiled. Well then goodbye. Hope we never meet again, Basim said, pleasantly surprised that he finally got his coveted weapon. Hold it. Didn't you forget to give me something else? What do you mean? Basim looked puzzled. If you had this rare grade 6 medicinal material, you must also have a partial recipe, right? Basim's face darkened. How did you know? This translation maintains the tone, structure, and style of the original Chinese text while ensuring fluency and natural English phrasing. Chapter 519. Don't you understand? The paper used for the prescription has a special scent. This herb carries that scent, so I assume it was stored together with the prescription. Reginald couldn't help but look at this young man with newfound respect. Such an astute observation from him was indeed impressive. You gave me all the herbs. Do you still have the prescription? All right, kid, here you go. Reginald took out a tattered prescription, and Isaiah smiled faintly. What's your name? Isaiah. Right. Is there any trading market nearby? Reginald pointed in one direction. Follow this road straight ahead, and you'll find a massive trading market called Tianbei Mountain Trading Market. Everything can be found there. Great brothers, let's get going now. Reginald swiftly left on his horse. Isaiah knew that someone like Huang Zhengxi wouldn't sincerely exchange items without ulterior motives. But by the time he returned, the 6th grade herb would already have been turned into a pill and consumed by him. Isaiah couldn't help but smile. The 6th grade herb should significantly enhance him. That Sky Frost sword had been used by Isaiah for a long time, yet he hadn't been able to unlock its true potential. The weapon needed to be awakened. High-level heaven-tier weapons weren't easy to wield, requiring immense skill and effort. Isaiah hurried to the Tianbei Mountain Trading Market while continuously examining the prescription along the way. Ding! Master has observed the rare 6th grade Snow Dragon Heavenly Pill recipe, triggering 100x comprehension. Gained 1 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master has comprehended the rare 6th grade Snow Dragon Heavenly Pill recipe. Suddenly, a wealth of alchemy knowledge filled his mind. Whether it was rare or lost on the continent, the information was vast and boundless. After not too long, Isaiah saw a building constructed of ice and snow. That must be the trading market. He needed quite a few herbs, hoping they were all available here. As a newcomer, Isaiah quickly became a target of many suspicious gazes, as if they harbored some grudge against him. His yellow skin stood out peculiarly, though he paid it no mind. The list of required herbs was extensive, which was typical for an alchemist. The trading market had a decent variety of herbs, including those specified by the prescription, especially the snow dragon bone. Walking through the streets, Isaiah overheard discussions among people. Have you heard? A 5th grade swordsmith has arrived. That's incredible. Are you talking about Wang Gaelran, the master swordsmith? Where is he? I must see. The Gale family sure has great strength to attract such a distinguished figure. Isaiah also heard various conversations about these swordsmiths, a profession he had never explored before. Almost everyone in the market seemed to be discussing the arrival of this master swordsmith as if he were a significant figure. But why has the master swordsmith come here? No one knows, but it must be something important. Crowds were moving toward a single location. I'm just missing the final ingredient, the heavenly snow lotus. How much is this? Isaiah asked the vendor. This heavenly snow lotus costs 300,000 gold coins. All right, I'll buy it. After calculating, Isaiah realized that after this purchase, he only had 1.3 million gold coins left, and buying the heavenly snow lotus would leave him with 1 million. Lee, you're quite wealthy, paying in gold bars. That's truly admirable, the elder shopkeeper commented. Are you from a prestigious clan? Isaiah shook his head. No, I'm not. Fritz, I need this heavenly snow lotus immediately. A young man walked up, speaking arrogantly and reaching for the heavenly snow lotus. Isaiah extended his hand. This was my first pick. What, kid, did I hear that right? You dare to compete with me? The young man's voice was piercing, full of arrogance and disdain. I got here first. Got it? Isaiah retorted dismissively. Are you courting death? Do you know who I am? The young man pushed Isaiah's hand away. Everyone gathered around, curious about what was happening. Who is that young man? Arguing with Owen here? He must want to die. After all, this is part of Owen's territory. That kid's doomed. Discussions arose among the crowd. This trading market specialized in high-grade herbs and weapons, protected by formidable warriors hired by merchants. Owen controlled tribute collections here, indicating substantial power behind him. Not many dared to speak loudly to Owen, especially not new arrivals. To everyone, Isaiah's actions appeared suicidal, daring to defy a major figure like Owen. However, Isaiah was an exception, insisting on competing for the herbs, challenging Owen. Newbie, do you really seek death? Owen looked menacing, like a venomous snake. Don't you understand the rules of first come, first served? This is my turf. What I say goes. Kneel now, or I will cripple you immediately. Isaiah shook his head unconcernedly. I don't think you can. Very well then, if you seek death, I shall oblige you. Owen's voice was loud, treating Isaiah like an ant. Suddenly, Owen punched towards Isaiah's face. Isaiah effortlessly intercepted it. What? Isaiah retaliated with a punch to Owen's abdomen, knocking him off balance. Owen fell to his knees, wincing in pain. Owen stared at Isaiah in disbelief. You dared hit me? His teeth clenched, filled with dissatisfaction. This was his family's territory where no one had ever struck him. Why not? If you disrespect me, I'll show you worse. Saying this, Isaiah threw another punch. Owen was left scrambling on the ground, toothless. People gawked, wide-eyed. In this trading market, no one dared touch Owen. Such audacity was akin to courting death. That kid's too arrogant. When the Huang family arrives, they'll tear him limb from limb. Kiske, who is he? Many were astonished by Isaiah's courage. Owen usually ruled this place, collecting tribute from everyone. Get lost. Don't try to snatch things from me again. Show yourself in front of me, and I'll cripple you. Hashtag chapter 520. Why not take revenge? Isaiah turned around, intending to purchase the medicinal herb. He still needed to hurry and refine the pill. Moments later, Isaiah heard someone shouting behind him. It was none other than Owen. Boy, you're dead. My family has arrived. Let's see how you run today. Owen wore an extremely displeased expression, filled with disdain. Seeing Owen's fierce expression, everyone was frightened. In this situation, Isaiah had little chance of escape. Death seemed inevitable. Ordinary people wouldn't dare touch Owen, and even if they did, they would have long fled instead of lingering like Isaiah, who remained calm after hitting someone. Isaiah smiled calmly. I shouldn't have given you a chance to escape, but you dared to call for help. But it doesn't matter, Isaiah said confidently. Your family arriving changes nothing. I can still handle it. His words were filled with confidence and arrogance. Where did his confidence come from? The Huang family was a powerful and influential clan, and Isaiah was just a teenager. Many thought he was speaking recklessly. He hit Owen already. Now he's boasting without realizing he's about to die? Too arrogant. With Owen's family here, it's unknown how he will die. Truly interesting day. Everyone watched with interest, thinking that Isaiah would meet a tragic end. Members of the Huang family arrived on horseback, towering figures. Can't believe even the second patriarch of the Huang family is here. Haha, he's doomed. The second patriarch too. They exclaimed in shock. The crowd was astonished. The Huang family's second patriarch was a prominent figure, rarely seen by commoners. Isaiah's fate would be even more dire now. That's him. This brat dared to severely injure me. One punch hurt a lot. Uncle, you must help me. Owen pointed at Isaiah angrily. Several mounted figures approached. Isaiah looked up, still unperturbed. Both parties paused briefly as they recognized each other. Basim sat atop his horse, looking down at Isaiah, then at Owen. He quickly understood the situation. Boy, you're finished. My uncle is the second patriarch of the Huang family. Let's see what you'll do today. Uncle, please help me take revenge. Dig out his eyes, Owen said angrily. The atmosphere grew terrifyingly oppressive, nearly suffocating everyone present. Isaiah smiled faintly while many shook their heads, unsure how long he could remain composed, wondering if he'd beg for mercy soon. At that moment, Basim rode forward, brandishing a long-handled saber. The heavy swing split the air with a sharp sound. Rip. The saber was drawn. Wasn't that kid about to be cut in half? Didn't think we'd meet again so soon. Basim raised an eyebrow. Isaiah remained silent, and the crowd looked surprised. What did that mean? Had they met before? Why did this boy know Basim? Everything felt off. Do you know him, uncle? Basim didn't answer, but turned to leave. Go ahead and treat your wounds, Owen. We'll drop this matter. What? Are you serious, uncle? He beat me. Aren't you going to let him off? Owen was shocked. Not only Owen, but also the crowd was taken aback. Basim said to drop the matter. What was happening? The Huang family dominated this market. Why let the boy go? It was unprecedented. Why are you still embarrassed after being beaten and want me to help you take revenge? Basim's face darkened. Owen didn't dare speak. He felt wronged, unable to articulate his feelings. Jealousy surged within him. Usually, anyone who dared bully Owen would be killed instantly. What was happening today? Everything seemed unusual. Basim couldn't afford to engage right now. He might not win against Isaiah, who was incredibly strong even injured. Who knew Isaiah could strike Owen so quickly? Now, dealing with Isaiah was important. Basim had to see the master swordsmith soon. Why, uncle? Owen asked resentfully. If you don't help me, I'll ask others in the family. Are you ignoring my words? I said to drop it. If you don't obey, there will be consequences. Basim slapped Owen lightly with the back of his saber, making him shiver. It was terrifying. Owen didn't understand why he couldn't take revenge. Was Basim afraid of Isaiah? Everything felt abnormal. The crowd looked at Isaiah in shock and confusion. Why isn't he being punished? Even the second patriarch isn't bothering him. Who is he? I thought there'd be drama, but this is shocking. Everyone's view of Isaiah shifted drastically, from contempt to respect. Basim left, glancing back at Isaiah. For now, he wouldn't punish him, but later, Isaiah would pay a price. Why, uncle? That boy is quite strong. I might not defeat him immediately. Wait until I finish important matters, then we'll deal with him. Basim raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't let Isaiah go. There were precious 6th rank herbs he needed to claim, which he wouldn't give up easily. These 6th rank herbs are priceless. Giving them to Isaiah would feel like losing part of myself. I understand, uncle. With the Huang family gone, Isaiah gathered the necessary herbs for refining the 6th rank pills. He decided to find a place to refine the pills. The trading market had a pill hall, ideal for refinement. Though it had a pill hall, few alchemists were around, only a few elders studying herbs. Isaiah inquired about the cost of using the facility. A caretaker scrutinized him suspiciously. What, you're an alchemist too? The caretaker clearly doubted him. How could such a young person be an alchemist, especially here in the northern continent where alchemists were rare? Chapter 521, Walking the Talk. The manager clearly doubted Isaiah's words. Fine, regardless of what you intend to do, you must follow the rules here. Otherwise, you won't be able to refine any pills. After paying the fees, you can proceed with your refining, the manager said with an air of arrogance. Even if Isaiah was a pill refiner, he was one of the lowest rank. If he liked to be wildly arrogant, then let him be. Isaiah took out all the herbs he intended to use for pill refinement. This time, he should gain considerable improvement. Rare 6th grade medicinal ingredients were still highly beneficial for him. Even though he couldn't remove the arrowhead from his body, Isaiah believed enhancing his cultivation wouldn't be too difficult. To deal with the arrowhead issue, he might need to find the Gale family of the Heavenly Eagle clan. Apart from that, Isaiah couldn't think of another solution. When he took out the snow dragon bone, it naturally attracted countless people around. Although there were few alchemists here, many studied the Tao of alchemy. Without exception, they were all drawn in. It was a 6th grade ingredient, which emitted a distinctive aura, making it truly unexpected. The only alchemist in the pill hall came over, also captivated by the 6th grade ingredient, walking directly to Isaiah. I didn't expect a young man like you to have such a 6th grade ingredient, the person exclaimed. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, Isaiah slapped his hand away. This isn't yours, don't touch it carelessly. The elder alchemist, being treated this way by a junior, obviously felt extremely dissatisfied. Why can't I even take a look? Do you have any manners? The person sneered. This immediately drew a lot of attention. That man was the sole 5th grade alchemist elder here, thus enjoying high prestige. Do you know who I am? I'm the 5th grade master Kanal. It's wise to let me see that 6th grade ingredient, Kanal said disdainfully. Himph, an alchemist like you doesn't deserve it. Don't call yourself a master in front of me, Isaiah replied, shaking his head. Kanal's eyes widened in embarrassment. He never imagined he would be treated this way. No one had ever dared disrespect him here. What kind of person are you? Why do you have this 6th grade ingredient? Why should I answer your question? Isaiah asked assertively. Even if I stole it or snatched it, what's it to you? Isaiah shrugged. This was complete disregard, leaving Kanal with an ugly expression. You're far too arrogant, daring to belittle my existence like this. Do you believe I won't have the enforcer come to cripple you? Kanal roared angrily. You brought this on yourself. Get out of my way. Grinding his teeth, Kanal vowed to regain his dignity in front of everyone. Anyone who defied his existence would pay a huge price. These ingredients shouldn't be wasted on someone like you. They're 6th grade ingredients. Using them like this is such a waste, Kanal complained. I'm a 6th grade alchemist. Do you think I don't qualify? Could you? Isaiah's voice was loud. Everyone was astonished. Isaiah claimed to be a 6th grade alchemist? Every eye in the hall turned to look at Isaiah with astonishment. The boy actually claimed to be a 6th grade alchemist. Wasn't this just crazy? Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Then came bursts of laughter. Haha, a 6th grade alchemist? What a joke. Does he think speaking loudly makes him one? Pill masters were rare in the northern continent, with only a few in each region. Yet, Isaiah claimed to be a 6th grade alchemist here. This was the most laughable thing. Even Kanal burst out laughing. What a joke. Your words show how ignorant you are. You cannot refine these ingredients, Kanal sternly said, immediately summoning the enforcers. For enforcers arrived, surrounding Isaiah. You can't waste a 6th grade ingredient on someone like you, Kanal ordered. The enforcers surrounded Isaiah. Get out of my way. Don't obstruct my pill refinement, or you'll face the consequences, Isaiah said firmly. What audacity. Did Isaiah intend to make a move here? This boy really was bold. Before everyone could react, those 4 enforcers collapsed instantly. What happened? Everyone gaped in shock. Isaiah merely used a sword force, and the 4 enforcers fell instantly. Kanal raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect this boy to be so powerful, felling 4 enforcers without effort. Unexpected strength, but even so, you can't refine these pills. As an alchemist, wouldn't you feel guilty wasting such a rare ingredient? What if I succeed? Isaiah asked. Kanal shook his head, unwilling to believe it could happen. Haha, a 6th grade pill isn't something you can casually speak of. Why not bet on it? If I fail, I'll chop off both my hands, making me unable to refine pills for life, Isaiah confidently declared. Kanal couldn't do anything against Isaiah. At this point, he couldn't say more and couldn't threaten him with force. He could only agree. All right, you said it. Hope you stick to your word. But if I succeed, I'll blind your dog eyes so you stop looking down on others. Upon hearing this, Kanal glared, very angry but chose not to retort. After all, this boy radiated terrifying killing intent. Kanal called his servant to gather witnesses. He couldn't allow this boy to continue being so arrogant. But he still wanted to see the 6th grade ingredient refined, feeling indignant inside. He couldn't stop this boy no matter what, truly regretting its misuse. Who knew he'd be this strong? Kanal stared intently at the 6th grade ingredient, feeling incredibly unsatisfied. If he could obtain it, how wonderful. Isaiah soon started refining the pills. How long will you take? Can't let you refine for 3 or 4 days, right? Kanal curiously asked. Hehe, no need for 3 or 4 days. I can refine it within 1 hour. Truly arrogant. A 6th grade pill can't be refined in an hour. You'll definitely fail. What an ignorant boy. Even a 6th grade alchemist couldn't guarantee success within a day. This boy claimed an hour. Never seen such arrogance, utterly ridiculous. Chapter 522, destined to fail. Isaiah began the process of refining the medicine, carefully adding each herb until only the snow dragon bone remained. Maxwell's heart ached with an intense pain, feeling deeply dissatisfied. He longed for these rare herbs, and now they were being wasted by this young man. These ingredients were of immense value. Even at high prices, people would vie for them. How did they end up in this boy's hands? The alchemy furnace started to exhibit unstable behavior almost immediately, shaking continuously. Everyone present was stunned. I can't believe it's happening so fast. The herbs are already rejecting each other. The refinement is doomed to fail, Maxwell remarked with a shake of his head. Based on his years of experience, Isaiah had no chance of success. Once the alchemy furnace entered an unstable state, especially when refining grade 6 medicines, it became extremely difficult to control. There was no doubt about it. It was already useless. Just as Maxwell predicted, Isaiah's refinement showed signs of failure right from the start. People around him sneered. How could that little brat succeed? He's going to blow up soon. Despite the furnace creaking ominously, Isaiah remained composed. To successfully refine a grade 6 elixir quickly, he needed to intensify the flames. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any rapid success. If another alchemist dared to do this, it would be unthinkable. But Isaiah remained calm, undisturbed by the situation. Success in refining the grade 6 medicine was only a matter of time. A terrifying wave of heat emanated from the alchemy furnace, causing many to retreat in fear. Undoubtedly, if Isaiah was caught in the ensuing explosion, it would mean certain death. Maxwell couldn't help but feel powerless. The valuable grade 6 herbs were lost, and he could do nothing. You're done for, kid. That unstable furnace will kill you with its heat. Maxwell kept stepping back. Though Isaiah's refinement area had a protective mechanism, a round platform with a powerful array under the stone pillar, even the explosion from grade 6 herbs could claim a life. This was the price of Isaiah's arrogance. What gave him the confidence to think he could refine a grade 6 medicine? It was laughable. Screech. The sound from the furnace grew more terrifying. Many felt their scalps tingle as the heat intensified. No one knew what would happen next. This was a truly horrifying scene. Time ticked away, yet the furnace hadn't exploded. Maxwell raised an eyebrow, finding the situation strange. Logically, it should have exploded long ago. Why isn't it blowing up yet? If it explodes, it'll be over. It might just be a temporary reprieve. Maxwell felt uneasy. It had been so long, and it still hadn't exploded. Could this kid actually have some skill? An hour was almost up. Isaiah's technique was something Maxwell had never seen before. He suddenly felt that this young man might succeed. This can't happen. Maxwell's face darkened. If Isaiah succeeded, things would get very complicated. He needed to cause trouble. Isaiah was strong and arrogantly young. Earlier, he vowed to blind Maxwell if the refinement succeeded. Maxwell knew this wasn't a joke. He was very worried. Thinking of this, Maxwell frowned and secretly took out a concealed weapon, an upper-class Earth-grade projectile with highly toxic silver needles used for self-defense. Now, Maxwell intended to use it. By firing the needle into the alchemy furnace, if it caused a leak, Isaiah would almost certainly die. Unbelievable as it was, Isaiah's alchemy skills were exceptional, reaching a divine level. This invoked jealousy in others. Through gritted teeth, Maxwell thought, he brought this on himself. If he weren't so arrogant, I wouldn't do this. As Isaiah focused entirely on the refinement, a silver needle suddenly pierced through the furnace, creating a small, inconspicuous hole. The heat became wildly unstable, and Maxwell smiled slightly. Die, kid. Disrespecting me leads to this outcome. Maxwell retreated further, still fearing the blast might affect him. Brat, stop now. You're destined to fail. I saw exactly what you did, Isaiah replied calmly. Maxwell grew nervous and sneered. What did I do? Even if I did something, you're going to die anyway. I don't believe you'll live. The leaking furnace was like a ticking time bomb. Isaiah's chances of survival were slim to none. Maxwell watched intently, noticing the oddity. Why hadn't the furnace exploded yet? It was supposed to burst by now. The situation was bizarre, making Maxwell's expression increasingly grim. People began to grow astonished as Isaiah seemed close to success after all this time. That kid has been refining for so long. He must be pretty strong. Can he really refine a grade 6 elixir? Incredible. Many thought if Isaiah didn't fail, he would indeed succeed. What a genius youth. Maxwell's eyes widened. The furnace was clearly leaking, yet why was nothing unusual happening? Everything seemed off. Cursed, why hasn't it exploded? Maxwell felt increasingly uneasy. Earlier, Isaiah had seemed to notice his actions. If he succeeded in this condition, it would be beyond belief. Such alchemy skills could only be described as supernatural. No one could achieve such heights. Don't tell me he's an alchemy prodigy? Maxwell panicked. But just moments ago, he saw Isaiah's astonishing martial prowess. This guy wasn't just talented, he was a prodigy. With such accomplishments in both martial arts and alchemy, he was terrifying. Having angered Isaiah, how could Maxwell remain indifferent? Although the furnace remained unstable, no anomalies appeared. A powerful heat wave surrounded the furnace. Isaiah remained unperturbed. Refining a grade 6 elixir was effortless for him, leaving Maxwell nearly dead inside. For Isaiah, refining such medicines required no effort at all. It was truly unbelievable. Chapter 523. Use my herbs. The situation became somewhat mysterious. Maxwell planned to use his hidden weapons again, but felt that it wouldn't be very effective. The alchemy furnace was already leaking, yet nothing changed. It didn't explode as expected, causing sweat to roll down Maxwell's forehead. An array of light began to gather around the alchemy furnace, and Maxwell's face turned unusually grim. The entire alchemy hall started shaking, and soon a thunderous boom erupted from the furnace, emitting a blinding beam that forced everyone to retreat. After some time, they could finally open their eyes. Clearly, the sudden change wasn't normal. Maxwell's expression was the worst among them. He couldn't imagine how Isaiah succeeded under these circumstances. With the furnace leaking, why didn't it explode? Everyone saw a luminous pill in Isaiah's hand, shimmering with star frost light, appearing incredibly miraculous. Isaiah had successfully completed the alchemy process, and he smiled faintly, having obtained the Snow Dragon Heavenly Pill. Everything went so smoothly that the fragrance of the pill almost entranced everyone, who gazed at it greedily, like stars in the night sky. Unfortunately, they had no chance to possess it as Isaiah held it tightly. In the next moment, Isaiah swallowed the pill. Dark clouds in the sky above the alchemy hall shifted wildly, accompanied by numerous lightning strikes. Did that kid just swallow it? Such success, my heavens. Too powerful, words can't describe it. It was hard for everyone to believe that an 18-year-old boy could refine a 6th grade pill. After all, Maxwell, in his 50s, was merely a 5th grade alchemist. Why did Isaiah have such extraordinary talent? People looked at each other in shock and fear, unable to express what they felt, their mouths wide open. After taking the pill, Isaiah's yuan qi surged dramatically, causing a loud explosion and significant tremors. Ding! Master consumed the rare 6th grade pill, Snow Dragon Heavenly Pill, triggering a 100x comprehension bonus, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master has reached the late stage 7th rank martial spirit realm. Such a massive breakthrough stirred Isaiah's excitement. This was exactly the outcome he desired. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a cultivation advancement, nearly 2 ranks higher now. Isaiah observed the transformed yuan qi in his hands, its power incomparable, almost undergoing a qualitative transformation compared to before. However, one thing disappointed him. The arrowhead still remained inside his body, which was quite troublesome. He had hoped the rare 6th grade pill would expel it, but apparently, that wouldn't happen. He realized he needed to visit the Tianing family to deal with this injury. Leaving such a wound on his body was unacceptable. A menacing aura emanated from Isaiah, making Maxwell shiver uncontrollably. This young man had made an astonishing leap in martial arts proficiency. Isaiah approached him quickly. I know everything you did just now. Wait, I was just joking. Is there really a need for you to go this far, to commit such cruel acts? Maxwell sensed something was wrong and pleaded for mercy. Heh, using hidden weapons to damage the alchemy furnace? Weren't you trying to kill me? Nonsense. No one saw that. Don't make up excuses just to persecute me. Maxwell trembled, feeling the person before him was too terrifying. Without hesitation, Isaiah swiftly moved his hand. Maxwell felt an overwhelming pain as darkness engulfed his vision. His eyes were gouged out, leaving him screaming on the ground. Without using a sword, Isaiah simply struck forcefully, blinding Maxwell. At this terrifying level of martial arts proficiency, everyone felt their scalps tingle. Hiss. This person's strength was too formidable, almost beyond description. With blind eyes, Isaiah pinched Maxwell's legs, rendering them useless instantly. Ah, spare me, I'm wrong, Maxwell pleaded pathetically, utterly terrified. Many people gulped, fearing Isaiah immensely. This young man was too ruthless. But then again, Maxwell brought this upon himself by attempting to harm others. Isaiah naturally couldn't stand idly by. All this was due to his own actions. Humph, scram, Isaiah said coldly. Maxwell fled in humiliation, supported by several people. Isaiah soon noticed someone standing at the entrance. None other than Basim, whose face was deathly pale, sensing something amiss. What happened just now? Basim asked loudly. Just now, this kid refined a 6th grade pill and actually succeeded, someone remarked in awe. What do you mean he refined a 6th grade pill? Basim stared at Isaiah, utterly incredulous. So, his 6th grade herbs were gone? How is that possible? That kid is an alchemist? Basim's voice was filled with astonishment. Isaiah raised an eyebrow at Basim. Why did this guy always ride his horse wherever he went? The alchemy hall's doors weren't that high, and Basim risked hitting his head while riding. Something seemed off. Isaiah recalled this person being seemingly unharmed regardless of any attacks, as if not affecting his true body. You dare to use my 6th grade herbs. Weren't we exchanging equally? What's the problem? Did you expect me to keep them, waiting for you to come back and snatch them? Isaiah questioned suspiciously, knowing his intentions. Basim harumphed. Don't think about leaving alive today. You used my precious 6th grade herbs. I won't let you off easily. Once again, Basim brandished his large blade. Isaiah had anticipated another confrontation with Basim, but hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Prepare to die, kid. If you refine the pill, where is it? Basim asked, puzzled. I succeeded and already took the 6th grade pill, Isaiah replied. Basim's face darkened significantly. Don't be too pleased, kid. Your frost sword is about to be melted down. Isaiah was taken aback. Was he planning to melt the frost sword? Recalling the blacksmiths mentioned earlier, Isaiah understood immediately. So, you intend to forge a new weapon? Yes, I also want to make you suffer. Do you think no one else can wield that sword? You are mistaken. If you plan to melt it, it will take some time. Couldn't I stop it by killing you sooner? Chapter 524. Undoubtedly courting death. Isaiah's face turned slightly unpleasant. If the frostbite sword was really melted down, he would suffer a significant loss. Despite obtaining a 6th grade medicinal ingredient, he still felt like he had not come out ahead. Basim's expression was also grim. He had lost a valuable 6th grade medicinal ingredient and never thought Isaiah, that scoundrel, would have completed the refinement so quickly. If Basim had known Isaiah was an alchemist back then, no matter what, he wouldn't have handed over the ingredient. Now that the 6th grade pill had been successfully refined, Isaiah's martial cultivation had soared. Despite you growing stronger, brat, you can't kill me. Today is your day of death. Basim took out a brocade box and opened it, revealing a pill inside. Everyone froze. Is that a top-grade 5th class elixir? Worthy of the Huang family, to possess such a 5th class elixir, truly terrifying. Even Isaiah felt an urge to obtain the pill upon seeing it, guessing it must offer substantial benefits. Basim hastily swallowed the top-grade 5th class elixir. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from him, forcing everyone around to retreat. This terrifying transformation of Yuan Qi made Basim's body swell in size. The oppressive aura and murderous intent he exuded left the onlookers trembling. So terrifying. Basim probably reached the 6th level of the martial spirit realm. After all, it's a top-grade 5th class elixir. Here, even Lord Basim is invincible. Everyone was astonished. How would Isaiah face this? It looked like he was going to die a miserable death. Basim was one of the strongest combatants, the 2nd head of the Huang family, whose strength had always been overwhelming. Now with the enhancement of a top-grade 5th class elixir, he became even more formidable. Seeing Basim's intimidating momentum while Isaiah's remaining Yuan Qi was scarce, everyone thought Isaiah must be scared stiff. That kid really did it, managing to snatch a 6th grade medicinal ingredient from Basim. Such ingredients are worth several million gold coins. How could he not be enraged? Basim swung his broadsword, and the transformed Yuan Qi formed a dragon hurricane. With a powerful slash, a sword force surged forth like sea waves, nearly impossible to dodge due to its vast range. A sharp sound filled the air as Basim unleashed his heavenly splitting sword force. Isaiah countered with a drawn sword, deflecting the force away with a simple motion. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Isaiah still had the power to fight? Basim was also surprised as Isaiah delivered a heavy strike to his chest, leaving a long wound. Isaiah still felt something was amiss. He couldn't figure out what kind of cultivation this person had undergone. It seemed nothing could harm him. How could this be? Basim's sword force was actually deflected? This brat is terrifying too. Many sucked in cold breaths. Not only did Isaiah remain unscathed, but he also managed to counterattack Basim, far exceeding their expectations. After consuming the top-grade 5th class elixir, Basim's martial cultivation had greatly improved. Just how strong was Isaiah? Unmoved by others' shock, Isaiah just found this opponent difficult to handle, not easily defeated. You can't hurt me, brat, said Basim, waving his broadsword again and striking down. Though Isaiah blocked it, the ground almost crumbled beneath the impact. Basim spurred his horse, which kicked out at Isaiah, pushing him backward. Isaiah leaped up, aiming for Basim's head with a powerful slash, but despite the menacing sword force, it didn't work. It was the first time Isaiah encountered such a bizarre body. You can't kill me, see how long you can last. Basim charged towards Isaiah on his horse, plowing through as if it were a small mountain. Isaiah struggled against the onslaught. Indeed, that kid is no match for Lord Basim. Obviously, Lord Basim has an invincible body. Isaiah was now at a disadvantage, facing Basim's terrifying sword force. Any hit would surely result in severe injuries. Basim thrust his broadsword into Isaiah's abdomen, blood spurting out. Excellent, that arrogant kid is done for. Hee little brat, wait for your death. Isaiah's abdominal wound was large, with blood gushing out like a fountain. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the gaping wound healed rapidly, shocking the crowd. What? Does he possess the same terrifying ability as Lord Basim? Was he also immortal? Spectators' eyes widened to comical proportions, a huge wound healing instantly. Wasn't this more godlike than Basim's invincibility? Brat, who exactly are you? Basim felt stumped. Isaiah's abilities far exceeded his imagination. Beep. Master engaged in battle with Basim, triggering 100-fold comprehension, gaining experience of 1,000 by 1,000 times. Beep. Congratulations, Master comprehended Galef transfer. It was a nether-grade martial technique, a high-ranking earth-level martial skill where one transferred their life essence to another entity, rendering them immune to any bodily damage. So that was it. No wonder Isaiah's attacks had no effect on Basim. His life essence was transferred. Isaiah's eyes saw other phenomena. A black puppet-like figure on Basim's body glowed red under his horse. That was the source of the life essence. Realizing this, Isaiah smiled, feeling much relieved. Humph, I already know how to deal with you. The frostbite sword won't let you melt it down. Isaiah lunged forward, leaping up. Basim froze, thinking the boy jumping up was clearly courting death, exposing so many vulnerabilities. Basim immediately stabbed with his broadsword, piercing through Isaiah's abdomen and hanging him aloft on the blade. Brat, do you really think your wounds will infinitely heal? My sword force will continuously worsen your injuries. Everyone watching this spectacle was stunned, mouths agape, eyes wide. Surely the kid was doomed. Isaiah's plight was pitiful, pierced through the abdomen, bleeding profusely. Many watched, hair standing on end. Basim was indeed too powerful. The kid shouldn't have courted such certain death. To jump up before a powerful adversary, like Lord Basim, undoubtedly means courting death. Chapter 525. Showing you something interesting. That's it, he's exposed countless flaws. This outsider is too arrogant, tyrannizing here. Many people were discussing, and just as everyone thought Isaiah was dead, Isaiah swung his sword with force. The sword's momentum pierced through the horse's brow, causing it to collapse instantly. Ah! Basim howled miserably, trembling all over as he continuously spat blood on the ground. What's happening? Lord Basim looks incredibly agonized. Basim's injuries worsened immediately, rolling in pain on the ground helplessly. Meanwhile, the wound on Isaiah's abdomen seemed like a hole but quickly began to heal. What's going on? Basim gritted his teeth. He had almost lost all combat ability. Just moments ago, Basim had the obvious upper hand. Yet now he was so wretched, appearing half dead. Everyone's faces turned pale, staring at Isaiah in shock. They felt this boy was the true monster compared to Basim. Everyone shivered in fear. Basim was barely alive now, never imagining that the boy would suddenly attack the horse, the very creature to which his soul had been transferred. It was also because Basim was too careless. Thinking he was about to win, he didn't expect such a sudden move, which completely put him at a disadvantage. How could this be? Your wound, healed. Humph, if your sword momentum was stronger than mine, the wound would continue to deteriorate and even lead to my death. Basim stared wide-eyed, disbelievingly at Isaiah. Could this young man really be so powerful? Listening to Isaiah, it was evident that this youth's strength far surpassed his own. I am at the 6th level of martial spirit realm. Basim suddenly understood. Could it be due to the significant boost from the 6th grade elixir? But that couldn't be right either. Those 6th grade elixirs greatly aided martial artists. They did not take effect immediately after consumption. Basim was once again astounded. This boy truly seemed like an extraordinary being. Where is my Frost Heaven sword? Isaiah demanded. You think you can take the sword away? Even if I die, I won't let you have it. Isaiah thrust his sword into Basim's hand. Ah. Speak quickly. This trading market isn't large. Finding it wouldn't be difficult. Isaiah's eyes were unusually fierce. It belongs to me. Isaiah withdrew his sword and hurried out. Basim looked extremely pathetic, trying to stand up despite his severe injuries. Isaiah quickly arrived at the only armory in the trading market. The heat inside was unusually high, making him somewhat panicked. If the Frost Heaven sword melted, he'd miss out on a heavenly tier weapon. He quickened his pace. The blacksmith seemed to be named Jonah, a renowned figure. Who are you? Not just anyone can enter this place. Move aside or die. Isaiah frowned. The tall and muscular man shook his head. Boy, it seems you're looking for death. This is where Master Jonah resides. Do you dare enter? Without further ado, Isaiah punched the man, producing a loud bang. To his surprise, the man didn't fly back. Part of his body had turned to rock, looking more terrifying. A stone man? The stone man countered with a punch, pushing Isaiah back several steps. Isaiah gritted his teeth. The stone man wasn't weak. Was Jonah's guard this strong? Boy, scram, or you'll die here. My sword is inside. You think I'll leave? As Isaiah prepared to act, a voice interrupted. Stop. Isaiah raised an eyebrow and saw a man in a black robe wearing a hood. His appearance was unsettling, and he emitted a pungent smell from some unknown liquid. Master Jonah. The stone man greeted respectfully. Isaiah was cautious. What kind of being was this stone man? It didn't seem natural for someone to have such a body. Most importantly, he wasn't weak. Jonah stepped forward. Are you the owner of the Frost Heaven sword? Yes, that's correct. Follow me. I'll show you something interesting. Jonah gestured. Isaiah was slightly surprised but walked in without hesitation. Frost Heaven sword, a high-rank heavenly tier weapon, made from 1,000-year-old divine iron, one of the most resilient metals, Jonah said coldly. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. Everything felt odd. The smithy had numerous tools, dazzling and overwhelming to the eyes. Additionally, Isaiah saw various strange vessels, with a constant pungent smell in the air. On a table, he spotted a bizarre creature. A group of 8 snakes linked together, hissing threateningly when they saw Isaiah. It was bone-chilling. Such eerie creatures were abundant here. A monkey with a shoe-like tail, manipulated by unknown means, caught his eye. Another bizarre sight was an injection device used on bones, injecting a red liquid directly into them. Being from another world, Isaiah knew about injections, but this method, injecting into bones instead of veins, clearly indicated bone modifications. The situation here was perilous, the atmosphere unsettling, evoking chills. Isaiah grew wary of Jonah. Wasn't this man a mad scientist? Who are you? A blacksmith. And what other identity do you have? Your creations prove you're not just a blacksmith. Jonah laughed. Your observation is sharp. Yes, I have another cultivation profession. One that vanished centuries ago in both southern and northern continents. Because this profession was too terrifying, it was eradicated by the continent's people, fearing the chaos it might bring. Jonah's voice carried a mocking tone. Yes, my other identity is a sorcerer. Jonah smirked coldly. Human-like, yet inhuman methods repulsed Isaiah. Clearly, Jonah hadn't done good deeds. This place was fraught with danger, but Isaiah wasn't too concerned. He didn't believe Jonah could harm him. I will show you something interesting. Chapter 526, Perfect Physique. Before Isaiah's eyes, there was a furnace and beside it, a round iron pot that held molten iron. That iron water radiated with an intense power of primordial energy. He paused momentarily in surprise. He had come too late. Jonah had melted the Heaven Frost sword into iron water much faster than expected. Isaiah's face turned grim as he frowned. You don't seem very pleased, Jonah remarked with a cold smile. This divine iron has quite formidable power. I had intended to bestow it on Basim, but unfortunately, his strength is insufficient. You are evidently the more suitable candidate, he continued. Just as Isaiah turned around, a jet of green poison gas sprayed towards him. Instantly, his body felt weak, leaving him helpless against the toxic fumes, and he soon passed out. Jonah chuckled, a person with such talent. I will certainly make you my most powerful weapon, ha ha ha. The stone man came in, lifting Isaiah over his shoulder. With a thud, Isaiah was tossed underwater into a crystal box. It was transparent. Jonah smiled coldly, feeling his plan would soon succeed. I thought Basim was the best choice, ha ha. Jonah couldn't help but laugh. This had been his lifelong goal. What is this worm for? The stone man asked. To ensure he follows my commands afterward. The witchcraft I've studied has precisely this effect, Jonah said with a smile. Jonah allowed the worm to smoothly enter Isaiah's body and immediately started his witchcraft. 12 needles were plunged directly into Isaiah's head, hands, and feet. The stone man watched in amazement and felt some fear witnessing these proceedings. Is this the iron water from the divine iron? Yes, after melting the heaven frost sword, it looks just like this. All of it must be injected into the boy's body. His ability to beat Basim proves his strength. Jonah still held him in high regard. Jonah had always been observing their battle, and Isaiah clearly surpassed his expectations. The divine iron will make him incredibly resilient, practically invulnerable. With such a physique, he could become invincible on the entire continent, Jonah said excitedly. The iron water was successfully infused into Isaiah's body without any mishaps. The stone man raised an eyebrow, fearing Jonah's dark methods. He didn't know what the youth might transform into. Isaiah's body was trembling while remaining unconscious, clearly enduring pain from the witchcraft. Will he not survive? Probably not. Given how long this has gone on, if he dies, it would be terrible. Jonah began to worry. All the divine iron's liquid was fully injected. Isaiah hadn't awakened yet, nor had any mutations occurred on his body. Does his body not mutate? I'm not entirely sure. It's in the experimental stage. His skin should turn as sharp as blades, Jonah speculated. Jonah stared intently at Isaiah, watching inside the crystal box, feeling anxious. If this kid died, wouldn't he have to extract the iron water? With a loud bang, Isaiah abruptly opened his eyes, shattered the crystal box, and leaped up. Isaiah looked bewildered, unaware of what happened. Soon, he calmed down. Haha, wonderful. This is exactly the result I wanted. Unbelievable that this boy's bones are so strange that he remains unharmed, Jonah rejoiced. Seeing Isaiah with no wounds at all, it was his perfect creation. Isaiah's eyes burned fiercely, filled with murderous intent. What did you do to me? Isaiah waved his hand forcefully. He intended to release primordial energy, but a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. A sword's aura erupted, which the stone man swiftly blocked. Otherwise, Jonah might have been cut in two. Jonah's panic-stricken face revealed confusion. Why did Isaiah dare to attack him without his order? What's happening, Lord Jonah? He attacked you. Wasn't he supposed to follow your orders? The stone man asked, stunned. Jonah was equally puzzled. His brainwashing worm spell should completely control Isaiah regardless of his cultivation level. Isaiah observed the sword. It seemed to emerge from within him. A heavenly rank superior weapon entered his body. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Mysteriously transformed, he felt extremely displeased, now with divine iron bones. Was all this your doing? Isaiah questioned, raising an eyebrow. Why aren't you obeying? Jonah's expression darkened, realizing this youth's cultivation was terrifying. Isaiah sheathed the sword, turning it into a beam of light that returned to his hand. He felt uncomfortable. All this was caused by Jonah. His bones mysteriously transformed into divine iron, undoubtedly stronger than before. While his physique improved, it wasn't by his own will. What's your scheme? Isaiah demanded. Jonah's face turned black. Why isn't the brainwashing worm working on you at all? Isaiah, when unconscious, seemed to feel something. It was like a worm, but an arrowhead inside me killed it. Isaiah shrugged. What? An arrowhead inside you? Jonah's face turned pitch black, looking like he saw a ghost. If the brainwashing worm survived, Isaiah would already be his servant. You previously encountered someone from the Gale family. Saint Eagle Arrow's arrowhead. Damn, such bad luck. Jonah felt an urge to die. He nearly succeeded, only for this to happen right before success. Just one step away. Instead, Isaiah gained a divine iron physique. Wasn't he profiting? You dared to experiment on my body? Unforgivable. Today you must die. Are you also from the Gale family? I have a deep grudge with them. Isaiah growled ferociously. Jonah stood up, stretching out his hand again, spraying green poison gas. Isaiah unleashed a wave of sword energy, dispersing the poison gas instantly. His palm was slashed by the energy, nearly severing his hand, causing Jonah to scream in agony. The poison gas no longer worked on him. Jonah attempted to use it to render Isaiah unconscious and escape. The stone man shielded Isaiah. Lord Jonah, quickly escape, or this boy will truly kill you. Another product of witchcraft? Isaiah raised an eyebrow. This tall stone man was clearly mutated. Boy, wait for me. Damned. Losing half a heavenly rank superior weapon, Jonah dragged his wounded hand, appearing utterly disheveled as he left. The stone man punched Isaiah with incredible force and energy, creating a thunderous boom. Chapter 527. Still dares to cut in Galeen. Faced with the stone man's super strong punch of primal energy, which landed heavily on Isaiah's body, he barely felt anything. His physical constitution had truly become terrifyingly robust. After all, divine iron was one of the most resilient metals, and Isaiah momentarily felt a hint of joy. It seemed that his current constitution might not be entirely bad, possibly even aiding his future cultivation greatly. The stone man's fist shattered upon impact. Clenching his teeth, he glared at Isaiah. Jonah will die no matter what. This is inevitable. He comes from the Skyhawk clan. Don't you dare have any illusions. The stone man swore to protect Jonah at all costs. This person, altered by witchcraft, was naturally formidable, but Isaiah paid him no mind. Now, whenever Isaiah wielded it, a sword would appear as if it were the Heaven Frost Sword. The upper-tier heavenly rank weapon, the Heaven Frost Sword, had merged with Isaiah. Jonah's original plan was to control him and turn him into a servant. Plans often fail unexpectedly. A single stroke of Isaiah's lightning-fast sword left a cut on the stone man's forehead, causing him to drop dead instantly, staring in disbelief at Isaiah before finally perishing. By the time Isaiah emerged, Jonah had already fled. Seeing an enormous eagle flying off in the distance, Isaiah cursed inwardly at how fast he had escaped. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, feeling even more resentment toward the Skyhawk clan. First, there was that detestable Sebastian, and now Jonah, both impacting him significantly. As an alchemist, Isaiah knew that his bones had transformed into divine iron, yet he felt no discomfort or immediate effects. If anything changed, he would certainly notice and examine himself. Isaiah pondered whether he should expel the divine iron from his body. It wasn't impossible, given his current capabilities. Much of the witchcraft research at Jonah's residence could help him achieve this quickly if he chose to study it. This witchcraft was indeed quite terrifying, so he gathered all the ritual implements used by Jonah for potential future use. These witchcraft practitioners unique to the northern continent left Isaiah with lingering apprehension. Though his body had undergone some transformation, the changes were minimal, with his constitution becoming dozens of times stronger than before. Isaiah didn't dwell too much on these matters. Next, he needed to return to the Qin family to check on things. He had been away long enough. The journey back to the Qin family estate from the market required a considerable distance, so Isaiah found a horse and set off immediately. Returning to the Qin estate without too much delay, Isaiah saw chaos everywhere. Clearly, something had happened, and his expression darkened. Many of the Qin family warriors had been killed, and Jamie had vanished. Isaiah was especially concerned about Martha's whereabouts. He asked someone nearby, "Who did this?" "The Huang family people. I saw their second head, Basim," came the reply. "Understood. I'll get Martha back from the Huang family," Isaiah said sternly. "Isaiah, although your power is strong, you're still young. The Huang family isn't to be underestimated. You won't be able to bring Martha back." So, Martha had been taken by the Huang family. This was unforgivable. He hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. Thinking of Basim, Isaiah felt a wave of murderous intent. Someone tried to reason with Isaiah. After all, this young man had once saved this region's people. They didn't want him to take such risks. They demanded tribute because they consider the Lamar family part of the Qin clan. "There's nothing we can do about it," someone sighed. "Humph. The Huang family will pay for this," Isaiah snarled. "Isaiah, think carefully," urged the person. "The Qin family has been destroyed. What more do I need to consider? I'll make them understand that the Qin family isn't to be messed with." "Where is the main stronghold of the Huang family?" Isaiah asked. "In the Cold Mountain region," Isaiah immediately wrote out. He hadn't anticipated that the Qin family would encounter trouble during his absence. Had he known, he wouldn't have let Basim off the hook. But it was too late now. Cold Mountain was an icy and towering mountain range where temperatures were extremely low. Isaiah pushed his horse through the bitter cold, aware that Martha must be terrified. Approaching Cold Mountain, numerous rock buildings stood below. Despite the blizzard making progress difficult, Isaiah felt no chill, likely due to his new divine iron constitution. This immunity came as a pleasant surprise. According to Jonah's records, a martial artist whose constitution strengthened could more easily break through to the fifth major realm if they didn't remain at their original level. Focusing on strengthening the body through martial techniques took years, with minimal benefits, and many people couldn't adapt, potentially risking death. Once the constitution changed, the Dantian suffered significant impact. However, Isaiah adapted perfectly to his new divine iron body, becoming extraordinarily robust and capable of summoning an upper-tier heavenly rank sword. Thus, breaking through to the fifth major realm had become more of a possibility for him. Without altering the constitution, advancement remained unattainable. Only 1 in 10,000 reached this pinnacle realm. Arriving at Cold Mountain, Isaiah continued riding forward. His expression was grim. Surely nothing had happened to Martha. The target was clearly him. Looking at the sword in his palm, his original sword capable of opening spatial rifts, he realized how important it was. As he contemplated, the sword turned into a light and entered his hand. Can other weapons also be stored like this? Isaiah wondered, deciding it was better to keep it visible. Pulling out a sword while walking felt a bit strange. The Huang family residence in Cold Mountain consisted of the largest rock structures. Isaiah approached slowly, finding it surrounded by people. Everyone waited in line to see the Huang family. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Clearly, the Huang family wasn't as formidable as the Gale family. Nonetheless, Isaiah directly cut in line, drawing angry murmurs. That kid dared to cut in line? A mere child dares to cut in line? Does he not fear death? Chapter 528, Reckoning. The tall and muscular guard glared at Isaiah with evident displeasure. The visitors were all distinguished figures, yet this fool dared to act rashly here? "Brat, get lost if you know what's good for you, or things will go badly for you." Isaiah smiled faintly. "I've come to demand a person back. Martha was forcibly taken by your family members, wasn't she? Since you've bloodied the Qin family, I will repay you in kind. The Huang family won't exist anymore today." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a dead silence. The room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. No one had expected such audacity from this young man. The Huang family was a first-rate family in Tianhan's Han. What gave him the right to speak like that? On the surface, Isaiah was just a kid, showing no sign of formidable Yuan Qi. Many people were astonished by his bravery, thinking he must be crazy. Haha, a reckless little brat. He even wants to destroy the Huang family. Truly laughable. I bet he can't even beat a guard. A wave of sarcastic ridicule spread around. Everyone was surprised by Isaiah's actions. It felt as if Isaiah was committing suicide. What made him think he could be so brazen alone? The guard's face turned grim. "Kid, it seems you're seeking death." He threw a heavy punch at Isaiah but was completely deflected by a wave of yuan qi. With a muffled bang, the guard was pushed back. He was astonished. How could this kid have such strong defense? What happened? The guard couldn't even harm that kid? Everyone watched in surprise. That's enough. You're not a match for him, a voice interrupted. Turning around, they saw Basim limping toward them. Is it true? Second Patriarch Basim is injured? And so severely too. How strange. Basim was always invincible and a towering figure. Seeing him in such a miserable state shocked everyone. Second Patriarch, why are you here? The guard looked worried. Nothing. Ask all guests to leave. Basim ordered sternly. Both the protectors and guests were puzzled. It was a bizarre situation. What's happening, Second Patriarch? This boy is very strong. He defeated me. All of you, get out now. This statement caused wide-eyed shock as they stared at Isaiah in disbelief. No one could imagine an ordinary-looking boy having such strength. Could he really defeat Basim? If Basim hadn't said it himself, no one would have believed it. All guests were dispersed, leaving Basim facing Isaiah. I knew you'd come. You will pay back every bit of what you did to the Qin family. Humph, truly arrogant. It seems Jonah couldn't do anything to you, Basim said, looking difficult. What about the Heavenly Frost Sword? Thanks to Jonah, my body has become divine iron. Instead of harming me, he only made me stronger. So, I owe him some thanks. What? The Heavenly Frost Sword obtained through great effort. He used it like that? Basim's face was bleak. Originally given to Jonah, it had now returned to Isaiah? Stronger Huang family members appeared one by one, tense when faced with Isaiah. Despite being a teenager, the oppressive aura radiating from him was ghost-like, stifling everyone's breath. Since you attacked the Qin family, don't blame me for being merciless. Ha, Isaiah, you dare to come alone, quite admirable. And you even provoked the powerful Gale family, Basim said with admiration. Why should I be afraid? Just because you can bully doesn't mean I can't retaliate. Should I beg for mercy? If you had the power, then yes. But you're too young and inexperienced. Remember, there's always someone better. Basim laughed coldly. Another more massive figure appeared, wielding a large broadsword, exuding a terrifying presence. Elder brother, you've come? This was Basim's elder brother, Auden, the clan patriarch. Huang family members were also surprised. Their rarely seen patriarch appeared because of this kid? You are Isaiah? Auden interrogated. His arrogance was suffocating, creating an intense atmosphere where many found it hard to breathe. Yes, I'm here to destroy your Huang family. Humph, a rather audacious kid. Where does your courage come from? Auden despised Isaiah, finding it outrageous for a kid to be so arrogant. Auden swung his large broadsword. Let's see how strong you are. He slashed towards Isaiah with earth-shaking force. Basim raised an eyebrow. The kid wasn't using a sword? How bold. A sword materialized in Isaiah's hand, stopping Auden's broadsword. The clash shook the entire place. So powerful. Is the kid this strong already? Basim frowned. Facing such a formidable opponent, Basim wished his enemy was a powerful family instead of this single kid. Throughout countless disputes, Basim had seen everything. Yet, this time, a single child held up the entire Qin family. Isaiah's incredible strength worried Auden, especially with the superior-grade heavenly weapon now in his possession. Brother, be careful. This kid isn't easy. Humph, naturally I'll be cautious. But he's still far from defeating me, Auden confidently replied. Auden possessed the mid-level 6th stage, Wu Galang realm. Though powerful, Isaiah was not weak either. Today, your Huang family is doomed, Isaiah said, sheathing his sword. Why, kid? Aren't you going to use a sword? Auden asked in astonishment. He was ready to unleash his full strength now. Hashtag chapter 529. I don't need a sword. Isaiah gave a faint smile. To deal with someone like you, I don't need to use a sword. You're not even worthy of it. A heavy silence descended upon the scene as everyone from the Huang family looked at Isaiah in astonishment. Auden was their patriarch, and his sword prowess was terrifying. Where did Isaiah get the audacity to say such things? It was sheer arrogance. Auden had never encountered someone so outrageous before. This young man actually claimed he wouldn't use a sword against him? Was there anyone who sought death so boldly? The crowd from the Huang family gasped in amazement. He's incredibly arrogant. Daring to treat boss Auden like this. I can't believe he'll survive this. Such an outlandish statement left no one able to believe it. What Isaiah said was simply impossible. His chances of winning without a sword were minuscule, and even with a sword, he might not win. Why won't he even use a sword? Gullettle punk, you're really something, Auden said, clearly infuriated. As the head of the Huang family, he was deeply respected. Yet this kid had shown him complete disdain, which he couldn't tolerate. The idea gnawed at him, refusing to be swallowed. If you don't plan on using a sword, then prepare to die. Without waiting for a reply, Auden swung his massive sword. He leaped toward Isaiah, and the sword's force surged like a dragon, lunging at Isaiah in an overwhelming display. The situation was dire. Isaiah merely raised his hand in a simple gesture, catching the massive blade between two fingers. The power behind Auden's strike faltered instantly as he stared in disbelief. Isaiah had stopped his sword barehanded? Auden's sword skill was at the 5th realm. How could Isaiah deflect it barehanded? This young man should have been sliced in two. Something was wrong. You actually? Auden's expression darkened. He couldn't fathom why. Even the most powerful cultivation shouldn't be able to do this. Auden gritted his teeth, unable to comprehend such a disparity in strength. It was beyond belief. Despite the obvious difference, it shouldn't be this vast. He found himself in a bind. I told you, your level of swordsmanship is something I can defeat without a sword, Isaiah said with a cold laugh. You truly are a monster, but you're getting ahead of yourself. You can't kill me, Auden stepped back, allowing his men to catch their breath. Yes, their leader wasn't dead yet, so they couldn't let Isaiah get away with such arrogance. If the patriarch of the Huang family was defeated by a mere youth, It would be a tremendous disgrace. Come on, boss. Boss, you are unbeatable. The crowd cheered. Auden also felt stuck. Isaiah wasn't easy to handle. How had he managed to deflect the sword barehanded? Normally, Auden's sword strike should have severed Isaiah's arm. Could it be due to his physique? Suddenly, Auden felt a chill down his spine, convinced that this person was a demon, likely possessing some terrifying physical trait. Cultivation physiology was crucial and not easily cultivated, especially considering bodily rejection. If rejected, attempting such cultivation could be suicidal. I see. Your body must have a super steel-like constitution, Auden speculated, remembering Basim's frost sword technique. Humph. The Gale family's devious methods seem to have benefited you greatly, but you overestimate yourself. You'll pay the price facing me unarmed. Auden devised a plan and smirked. If you have a steel-like constitution, then you must fear lightning martial arts. Let's see what you do now. Electricity crackled in Auden's hands as he looked smugly at Isaiah. Your body type has significant weaknesses. Lightning should counter your steel-like physique. Seems like you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, Isaiah remarked dryly. Auden raised his hand, and a thunderbolt crashed down from the sky like a god descending. Electricity surged through the air, striking Isaiah directly. With a deafening boom, Auden laughed coldly. See how arrogant you are now. Time to meet your end. Well done, big brother. Mastering multiple techniques allows for adaptable combat, Basim admired. No sound from Isaiah amidst the explosion and smoke. Auden laughed heartily. Haha, brat, you've met your match. This is your tragic end. As the smoke cleared, Auden saw a figure standing, eyebrows raised, face grim. He hadn't expected Isaiah to remain standing. Brat, you can't hold out much longer. Your body should be failing you fatally, Auden cackled. Isaiah shook his head, moving his neck, seemingly unharmed. Though his clothes were charred, he showed no injuries. How is this possible? Why aren't you hurt? Lightning indeed countered steel-like physiques, but Auden's lightning skills weren't formidable enough. Isaiah specialized in Abraham lightning. Unless faced with superior lightning skills, he'd be fine. Isaiah walked forward calmly. Enough waste of time. Now, it's my turn. How can your lightning skills be useless against you? Auden panicked. Initially confident, he now faced a completely different scenario. Just what kind of monster was this? Auden refused to give up, swinging his sword desperately, trying to block Isaiah. However, his confidence shattered, weakening his strikes further. Not only did Isaiah dodge, but he also blocked the sword barehanded, a devastating blow to Auden's morale. Was this kid really going for a victory unarmed? Auden looked embarrassed, losing all composure. He couldn't fathom why Isaiah's steel-like physique remained unaffected by lightning. It was extraordinary. Unveiling Isaiah's secrets was impossible now. He seemed monstrous, instilling fear in Auden. Big brother, Basim exclaimed, seeing his brother fall into a disadvantage. That youth was truly terrifying. Auden's sword lay under Isaiah's foot, rendered useless. He couldn't even pull it back, utterly defeated in strength. Damn, brat. Auden's face turned deathly pale. He knew he was beaten. No matter what, he couldn't stand against this youth. The realization was chilling. By daring to attack the Qin family, this is your consequence. From today onward, the Huang family ceases to exist. Please note, for better readability, slight modifications may have been made to enhance flow while maintaining the original tone and meaning. Chapter 530. All of this belongs to me. Isaiah smiled faintly. At this point, Auden was no match for him at all, and dealing with him was a piece of cake. The moment you dared to lay hands on the Qin family, everything was set in stone. It's all coming to an end. Isaiah lunged forward in one swift motion, thrusting his fingers straight ahead. Auden tried to block with his broadsword, but Isaiah's sword momentum was too strong. It was impossible to resist. In an instant, Isaiah's hand pierced through Auden, causing him to collapse onto the ground, vomiting blood non-stop. Isaiah couldn't believe how sharp his hands had become. After his body transformed into divine iron, his sword momentum became even more formidable. Even opponents at the fifth realm might not be able to stand against him. Transforming his body into divine iron wasn't necessarily a bad thing after all. A hint of joy welled up inside Isaiah. Auden was dead on the spot. Basim didn't dare make a sound beside him. He wanted to get up and fight back, but his body simply couldn't do it. His injuries were too severe, and he hadn't recovered yet. The Huang family members were stunned. How could this kid? He's unbelievably powerful. Where did this monster come from? Oh heavens, what are we supposed to do? The Huang family people clearly didn't dare move now. The fighting strength of this kid was way beyond their expectations. What made it even worse was that Isaiah had won without using his hands. Everything happened so suddenly that no one could have anticipated such an outcome. Although there were many martial artists in the Huang family, under these circumstances, none of them wanted to fight Isaiah. He was truly terrifying. His astonishing strength, just using his hands, resulted in such formidable combat power. No one knew where this monster came from. You actually dared to kill my elder brother. Isaiah chuckled lightly. I already went easy on him. I didn't expect him to be so fragile. Haha, truly laughable. It's because he was too weak that it led to this result, said Isaiah. Basim gritted his teeth. His enemy was right before him, but he could do nothing. This was the most heartbreaking thing. Basim backed away step by step, but found no place to run. A mere kid had killed Auden. Everyone was flabbergasted and still couldn't believe it. Huang family martial artists, I'm giving you a chance. Serve me from now on, or you'll all die here. Isaiah's voice was extremely domineering, as if he were an emperor surveying his domain. No one had expected such a situation. The martial artists began to make their choices. It was clear that opposing Isaiah now would mean certain death. They had to make their decisions as soon as possible. They're still Huang family martial artists. How can they possibly listen to you? Stop dreaming. Basim snapped angrily. When it comes to life and death, what choice do they have? Isaiah roared. The sword aura emanating from him was terrifying. Anyone who refuses to submit will meet their end. The Huang family martial artists were taken aback. If they refused to submit to Isaiah, they would have to die here. Better to kneel quickly. Basim's face turned ghastly pale. Hearing the sounds of people kneeling, his complexion darkened to the extreme. You idiots, how dare you kneel? The Huang family has been feeding you for nothing, Basim yelled. But getting angry now did no good. Isaiah shrugged and stroked his cheek. All right, to prove your loyalty, kill Basim now, Isaiah said, pointing at him. Who dares? Basim looked fierce but was terrified inside. Seeing the martial artists approaching, Basim was terrified. What was he supposed to do? This was truly deadly. Wait, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll never know Martha's whereabouts. Isn't Martha with your Huang family? Where is she? As long as you promise not to kill me, I'll tell you everything. Basim was utterly afraid. In the face of life and death, he couldn't care less about much else. After witnessing Auden's death, Basim was naturally terrified, filled with unimaginable fear. Fine, I'll let you live. Where is Martha? Asked Isaiah. She was taken away by people from the Tianying family and the Gale family. Isaiah's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression darkening. He detested the Gale family and held a deep-seated grudge against them. His body being mysteriously altered like this was something he couldn't accept. He thought about when he should take revenge. Jonah and Sebastian had affected him profoundly. The Gale family was indeed troublesome. Where is the Tianying family? Isaiah asked. On the peak of Tiangon Mountain. But do you really plan to go there alone? Basim asked. If that was the case, Isaiah was walking into certain death. The Tianying family was no ordinary clan. The Gale family had countless talented individuals, and almost no one dared to oppose them. Of course, someone like Isaiah, full of youthful vigor and thinking himself invincible, was an exception. If Isaiah were to confront the Gale family, it would likely be a one-way trip. Basim knew this young man had enmity with the Gale family. This was good news for him. If anything happened to the young man, he'd be done for. Nonsense, just the Gale family? I can handle it alone. Forget the Gale family, even the strongest families in the northern continent wouldn't intimidate me, Isaiah said confidently. This statement was incredibly arrogant. After all, he was just one person. Such arrogance really wasn't a good idea. Naturally, Basim wouldn't advise Isaiah otherwise. He wanted to see this young man meet his doom. Go away. From now on, everything in the Huang family belongs to me. Don't let me see your worthless self again, Isaiah said with a shake of his head. Basim fled quickly, thankful for his life. Isaiah started thinking, feeling the situation was quite challenging. The Gale family wasn't easy to deal with. A strategist-level figure from the Huang family approached. Master Galen, I'm the Huang family strategist. My name is Yoel. Isaiah nodded and scrutinized the man. He seemed scholarly, unlike the usual rough warriors, speaking differently from them. I want to deal with the Gale family. Do you have any suggestions? The Gale family is not easy to handle. A centuries-old major family, deeply rooted with vast assets. Although Master Galen's martial arts cultivation is formidable, the Gale family has numerous strong figures. Going alone, you'd be at a disadvantage. You might suffer greatly. Isaiah thought of Sebastian and others. They weren't easy to handle. The Gale family must have a lot of strong individuals. Hashtag chapter 531. Celebrating too soon. I'm puzzled as to why they took Martha away. It seems the Gale family has someone interested in her, and they plan to arrange a marriage. Isaiah stood up immediately. How could that be acceptable? If Martha is forced to marry, what am I waiting for? Master Galen, please calm down. I already have a plan to deal with the Gale family. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. All right, tell me more. Though the Gale family has many strong warriors, we can defeat them one by one if we know their movements. How many strong warriors does the Gale family have? The Huang family is an affiliate of the Gale family, so they interact frequently. There are 5 powerful cultivators, all of whom are formidable, likely comparable to you. That's enough. You may leave now. I've understood your strategy. It might work in the long run, but it's not suitable for me. Isaiah clearly showed impatience. He only needed basic information. Young Master Galen, you are so young and full of potential. Calm down. Don't act rashly and put yourself at risk. Isaiah smiled faintly. I won't die from acting on impulse. The Gale family may be strong, but they are nothing significant in my eyes. What kind of impulsive youth was this? He faced the powerful Gale family, not some minor clan. Although Isaiah had defeated Auden alone, which was impressive, facing the Gale family was still insignificant compared to the challenge ahead. Why didn't he cherish his life? Young Master Galen, please remain calm. Going to the Gale family alone will be tantamount to suicide. Isaiah couldn't care less anymore. If Martha was forced into marriage, what was the point of saving anyone? She had been taken by force, and it involved him deeply. Now, Isaiah considered himself a steward of the Qin family. He couldn't just sit back and watch. If he followed the strategist's plan, it would waste too much time. Though the Gale family might be strong, Isaiah wasn't to be underestimated either. He could even transform into a Xander. Why should he worry so much? Yoel, you will manage the Huang family for now. When I return, everything will be mine. Yoel was helpless. Isaiah wouldn't listen, being too young and unpredictable. Isaiah set off toward Tiangshan Mountain and soon encountered a group of people. These warriors looked quite formidable, each exuding arrogance. Their leader addressed Isaiah when he saw him. Boy, wait a moment. Don't you know you're on the territory of the Tiangshan clan? What do you need? Asked Isaiah. The leader laughed coldly. He was extravagantly dressed, with a wolf pelt over his shoulder, acting as if he were untouchable. Seeing Isaiah's tone, the leader sneered even more. You'll die here unless you stay with us. Why don't we let him roll along? Another person interjected. Tobias looked at Isaiah disdainfully, wondering where this kid came from. Tianshan Mountain was the domain of the Gale family, and no one dared to mess around here. Outsiders who came would face eagle attacks and risk death. Yet, this youth dared to come alone, either naive or stupid. What brings you here, boy? Despite some impatience, Isaiah spoke out. The Gale family took someone important to me. I've come to get her back. Ha you. What fool are you, daring to confront the Gale family? Are you suicidal? How could such a laughable child exist? Tobias and his men laughed loudly. They'd never seen anyone come to their deaths like this. Indeed, Isaiah was just a kid. What right did he have to demand anything from the Gale family? They were a tyrant-level clan controlling all of Tianshan Mountain, a terrifying force. Tobias smirked again. If you're seeking revenge on the Gale family, why don't you join us? We'll see how it turns out. Boy, I intend to wipe out the Gale family. They will belong to Tobias. At this moment, a sudden voice broke through the air. With your strength, you won't be able to defeat the Gale family. All eyes turned to Isaiah, their expressions dismissive. A mere kid had no standing to speak such words. Wasn't he the weakest there? What did you say? One warrior questioned, eyes filled with displeasure. Tobias raised an eyebrow. So, according to you, who can destroy the Gale family? I stand before you. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Isaiah in shock, then scoffed. This boy was boasting too much. Not only was he merely 18, but he was also incredibly arrogant, appearing foolish. Some wanted to attack him, but Tobias held them back. This was the first time he met someone like Isaiah. He thought this boy would learn who was the strongest after the battle began. Despite Isaiah's arrogance, Tobias's temper was manageable. Isaiah glanced at him. The man had some power, but he doubted he could match up. Oh no, look at the giant eagle swooping down. We're in trouble. Upon seeing the eagle in the sky, everyone panicked, knowing eagles were formidable foes. Watch carefully. Let's see how I take down this eagle, Tobias said confidently. He leaped into action, slashing at the eagle with a powerful sword stroke. The eagle split into two halves midair, stunning everyone since such a feat required at least 6-stage wu-gallon cultivation. Clearly, Tobias proved his strength, boosting everyone's morale. They cheered, excited about the prospect of defeating the Gale family. Too strong, indeed worthy of our leader. Now, we have a chance against the Gale family. After all, the Gale family has done so much evil. The warriors rejoiced, while Isaiah remained silent. Killing an eagle made them this happy? Isn't it celebrating too soon? Isaiah felt something wasn't right. Chapter 532, Why I Left. Quick look. The people from the Gale family are rushing out. Are those people from the Gale family all monsters? The people from the Gale family wore green robes, and they had terrifying tentacles on their hands and faces, or heads of monsters. They looked absolutely bone-chilling. Tobias's men felt cold sweat down their backs. What kind of creatures are these people from the Gale family? It's said that this is due to the wizard Jonah's doing. Don't panic, brothers. With our numbers, we can surely wipe them out. Follow me. Tobias roared in anger, and thus the two forces began their attack. The monsters from the Gale family engaged in a frenzied battle with Tobias's men. Isaiah, however, hadn't made a move yet. He believed Tobias's men wouldn't win. Sure enough, Tobias's warriors didn't fare well. Soon, they were at a disadvantage, being chased and beaten by the monster warriors from the Gale family. Tobias could fight 10 at once, but it didn't change the situation. Things deteriorated quickly. Tobias's army numbered about 100, but within moments of the battle beginning, they found themselves overwhelmed, with almost half of them dead already. Brothers, follow me and charge forward. Otherwise, we won't win. If we kill the top echelon of the Gale family, we might have a chance. At this moment, a person emerged from the center of the Gale family's monster warriors. He seemed to be a core figure of the Gale family. He rode a horse, and Isaiah's expression changed slightly. This man resembled Sebastian. Could he be his brother? Isaiah raised an eyebrow. More people to send their lives away? The man asked condescendingly. Tobias hurriedly asked, Who are you? Hemph, I'm Yuri, the chief protector of the Gale family. Your group is merely here to die, Yuri said with a cold smile. His terrifying yuan energy instilled great fear in Tobias's men. They were almost paralyzed with fright. Tobias's face turned black as he realized just how dangerous the situation was. Yuri narrowed his eyes. With a team like yours, you think you can deal with us? Ha, too laughable. Even our ordinary fighters can handle you. Why don't you face me one-on-one? What good does having so many do? Tobias goaded. Haha, ridiculous. Whether this counts as despicable or not, if you weren't capable, you shouldn't have come here. Suddenly, Tobias was surrounded by the Gale family's monsters. These monsters had high defense, and any injury would lead to poisoning. Tobias's face darkened. He thought he had the strength to handle the Gale family's elites, but even the regulars made it impossible for them to advance. Trouble. Watching his men die one by one, Tobias grew increasingly desperate. We can't make it. Brothers, let's retreat. Do you think you can come and go as you please here? To leave, you must die first. Yuri snapped his fingers, and Tobias, glancing around, turned pale. The situation was looking very grim indeed. These monsters from the Gale family seemed unstoppable. He fell into despair, unable to see any hope. How did this happen? Tobias was nearly despairing when he suddenly noticed Isaiah remaining calm amid the chaos. Everyone was engaged in a fierce battle. Yet why was this young man still standing there as if watching a show? It was surreal. Despite the dire situation, Tobias was surprised. If Isaiah wasn't some kind of master, then he was a fool. Any normal person would have fled long ago, yet he stood unmoving. The Gale family's monsters also hadn't attacked Isaiah. Tobias, unsure why, suddenly wanted to pin his hopes on him. Everything felt off. Boy, let's join forces and escape from here, Tobias suggested. Ha, you go ahead and run. Why should I? I'm not going to die here. Hearing this, Tobias felt like dying. Why was this boy so confident? At this point, he was still boasting. Boy, now's not the time to be arrogant. We need to work together to escape, Tobias said nervously. No, I came here to save someone. How can I leave? Isaiah laughed, completely disregarding Tobias. What was wrong with this kid? So stubborn. Did he really think he could escape? Seeing so many of Tobias's men fall, and this kid still acting self-righteous, Tobias felt like yelling. Do you really think you can break through them alone? The situation was critical, and Isaiah was just one person. While Tobias's men were dying here, he didn't seem to grasp the severity of the situation, which was incredibly frustrating. All right, boy, you're truly stubborn. We're at the brink of death, and you're still thinking of taking them on alone. Do you want to die here? Tobias roared in anger. Isaiah appeared somewhat skilled. If they teamed up, they might escape. But the boy refused. All right, let's see how powerful you are. I don't believe you can survive here, Tobias firmly stated. Encountering such a self-righteous person was truly unlucky. After mocking him a bit, the kid was holding a grudge. Tobias gritted his teeth. Escaping was what mattered most right now. The Gale family's monsters were too numerous, seeming endless. This was the most critical issue. Who is this kid? He looks pretty cocky, Yuri said, raising an eyebrow. Isaiah remained detached, appearing calm and composed. Yeah, whatever. I'm here to take someone. Huh, and you think you can take anyone? You really overestimate yourself. Don't you know you're going to die here? Suddenly, the monster warriors surrounding Isaiah were knocked back by a powerful sword aura. They crumbled easily, never getting up again. Tobias froze in shock, never expecting the kid to be so strong. Such power was genuinely terrifying. Even dealing with those monsters was extremely difficult for Tobias, but this kid handled them effortlessly. Was this his confidence? Attack this brat. He can't be this strong. All of you attack. I don't believe he can maintain this level of strength for long. Eventually, his stamina will give out, Yuri growled. This kid wielded no sword but could unleash such powerful sword energy, truly impressive. Everything became more terrifying. Without a doubt, Isaiah was stronger than anyone in Tobias's group. Yuri began to take him seriously. Isaiah shouted, causing the monsters to collapse one by one, with even greater force than before. Tobias was speechless. Chapter 533, The Existence of Monsters. Yuri raised an eyebrow as he looked at Isaiah, clearly impressed by his prowess. He hadn't expected that among all Tobias's people, none were stronger than this young boy. Isaiah indeed stood out like a crane among chickens, very noticeable. The boy has merely defeated a few subordinates, no need to be so arrogant. You dare to cause trouble here? This is sheer suicide. Yuri didn't take Isaiah seriously. Tobias saw a glimmer of hope. Even without moving, Isaiah's mere presence had repelled so many monsters. Perhaps he could truly contend with the Gale family's experts. I just want to take Martha back. I can let go of other matters, Isaiah said sternly. Do you think this is your territory, and that you can take Martha back? Yuri leaped and struck Isaiah with a palm. A solid strike landed on Isaiah's body. With a dull thud, Yuri couldn't help but laugh. What now, boy? How does it feel? Despite Yuri's powerful use of essence chi, it caused no damage, which was surprising. What? No harm at all? Yuri's face fell. He had used all his strength in that blow. It should have had some effect. Isaiah retaliated with a punch, sending Yuri flying. This scene stunned Tobias. He hadn't thought this young boy was so strong, not an ordinary person. But who was he? To possess such formidable strength at 18? Despite bringing so many martial artists, they still weren't a match for Isaiah alone. Quite ironic. Since Isaiah could even send Yuri flying, there was still hope. Tobias could have escaped at this moment, but he chose to stay, wanting to see if this boy could destroy the Gale family. Though it seemed absurd and unlikely, Tobias still wanted to watch. Yuri got up, wiped his mouth, and his expression was grim. Never thought I'd be injured by a little brat. It's been a long time since I was hurt. Yuri clenched his teeth, his face turning dark. Summon the higher-ups of the Gale family. Today, I'll wipe out the Gale family, Isaiah said coldly. The monster martial artists of the Gale family trembled in fear. How strong this brat is. When did the Gale family have such an enemy? He's alone. He can't possibly destroy our Gale family. The Gale family martial artists looked fierce. Isaiah moved forward swiftly. His goals were many. Rescue Martha, retrieve the arrowhead from within him. He now held a deep hatred for the Gale family. You can't get in, much less meet the higher-ups. Dream about it in your next life, Yuri snarled, his veins protruding, appearing terrifying. Watching closely, Isaiah wondered if these were Jonah's doing. It seemed not quite right. Not only had they turned into monsters, their martial cultivation had also been enhanced. This was unusual. Yuri roared angrily, fangs sprouting from his body. What is happening? The power keeps growing stronger. Tobias felt an immense pressure, finding it hard to breathe. If Isaiah weren't there, he would have already fled. Can't believe Lord Yuri transformed. The opponent is just a kid. He's really powerful. Lord Yuri is turning into an elephant? Yuri quickly transformed into a monstrous elephant, huge in size with long tusks, looking thick-skinned and muscular. You managed to make me transform into this form. Impressive, underestimated you. It's not bloodline power, yet you can become such a monster. Looks like you're suited to be an animal. Stop being arrogant. I'll make you pay with blood, Yuri growled furiously, intent on tearing Isaiah limb from limb. The elephant charged at Isaiah, who shook his head. A powerful collision ensued. The elephant attacked with its trunk, creating a massive crater. Its attack was so strong, it shook the surroundings. This heavenly cold mountain might collapse. Everything seemed bizarre and terrifying. Isaiah chuckled coldly. Oh no, that kid seems too afraid to attack. The situation has reversed. Tobias realized something was wrong and planned to escape, knowing he wouldn't get another chance. The elephant's martial cultivation must be extremely high, reaching terrifying levels. Soulbound realm mid-6th stage. Today, you die. Don't hide. Despite its massive size, the elephant moved swiftly, worrying everyone. Just as Tobias planned to flee, he heard Isaiah's disdainful voice. So what? I can kill you anyway? Talking is easy. Show me. Just talking, anyone can do that. The elephant sneered. Isaiah shrugged and slowly walked toward it. Today, I'll see how you kill me. Aren't you going to fight me unarmed? You have sword intent, yet don't draw your sword? You're not worthy of my sword. I can defeat you with my aura alone. The elephant roared, clearly enraged by Isaiah's words. Its trunk smashed down, and Isaiah blocked it with his hand. Instant pain shot through the trunk, nearly knocking the elephant unconscious. Its trunk was severed by the sword intent, causing heavy bleeding. Everyone was dumbfounded. That kid's sword intent was incredibly powerful, indescribable. The elephant cried in agony on the ground. Just one stroke of sword intent had injured it so badly. Yuri couldn't believe this little brat was so strong. I told you, you're not worthy of my sword. Quickly call your higher-ups to meet their end, Isaiah shouted angrily. The elephant quickly reverted to human form, Yuri looking utterly miserable. Spare me, I'm wrong. I'm no match for you. Yuri abandoned resistance, having no choice. Who would have thought a young boy could be so strong, with sword intent already at the 5th realm, a monster-like existence? Chapter 534, Get Lost Immediately. If Isaiah had used his sword, Yuri would have had no chance of survival. Now, he looked thoroughly humiliated. Where's Martha? Our clan leader took him outside. He should be back in a couple of days. Isaiah's face was dark, and Yuri was terrified. I don't have the patience to wait here. Send Martha back by tomorrow, and make many tributes to me. Otherwise, the Gale family can cease to exist, Isaiah said angrily. That's not a problem. We'll follow your arrangements. Yuri pretended to beg for mercy, as it was now or never. He planned on waiting for the clan leader's return before eliminating this little devil. Let Isaiah revel for a while longer. Remember this well. If I don't see Martha returned in 2 days, prepare yourself to meet your end, Isaiah coldly warned. Now, Huang family is my territory. We can't call it Huang family anymore, ha ha ha. Isaiah laughed, then quickly left. After seeing Isaiah depart, Yuri breathed a sigh of relief. That kid really left. He nearly scared him to death just now. He touched his nose. This wretched boy, just you wait. I'll make you regret this. How dare you look down upon the Gale family? We are the Skyhawk clan. In 2 days, I will come with people and take your life, Yuri angrily yelled, knowing full well there wasn't much else he could do. It wasn't until Isaiah left that he found the courage to say those harsh words. Seeing Isaiah leave with such calmness, Tobias couldn't help but admire him. If the major figures from the Gale family were around, perhaps it would be Isaiah who ended up dead. Yet Isaiah had the audacity to demand the Gale family to send someone back. What gave him the confidence? Isaiah probably thought things were simple, but once the Gale family's strong figures returned, it would mean certain death for Isaiah. Later that evening, Isaiah returned to the Huang family compound. Yoel was surprised to see Isaiah intact. Lord Galen, you're back. Are you alright? How did it go? Yoel asked. Isaiah had gone to the Gale family to retrieve someone, yet now he was back alone, without the person he intended to bring back. I disciplined Yuri of the Gale family. He said he'd return the person in 2 days and offer tributes. By then, they will become our subordinate clan, Isaiah said with a smile. Lord Galen, don't you realize how absurd this sounds? The Gale family still has 4 remaining strong figures. They will definitely launch an attack, Yoel worriedly stated, but Isaiah didn't seem to think twice about it, showing no regard for the Gale family. What's there to worry about? To me, everything is fine. If they dare to come, I'll take care of them too. Yoel was speechless. This new clan leader was way too confident. Although the Huang family now had quite a few martial artists, compared to the Gale family, they weren't even in the same league. If the Gale family attacked, Isaiah wouldn't stand a chance, especially given that he only encountered one member of the Gale family by sheer luck. According to Yoel, the Gale family had 5 powerful individuals, 4 of whom were even stronger than Yuri. Moreover, there were several beast warriors within the Gale family who could also drain Isaiah's energy. Lord Galen, please listen to me. We should evacuate from here, otherwise, our clan might not survive. Isaiah shrugged and smiled, patting Yoel on the shoulder. Don't worry so much. If they come, I'll handle them. Focus on other matters instead and don't bother me. Yoel sighed in resignation. Isaiah was always this stubborn, impossible to sway, which was somewhat amusing. The next morning, Isaiah woke up early with nothing much to do. After some practice, time seemed to pass slowly. He knew the Gale family would come looking for retribution, not submission. Isaiah understood this clearly but figured since the Gale family's true powers were absent during his visit, he would give them a chance to reconsider and see if they valued it. That day, he wandered through Tianhan mountain region, where ice and snow made the area colder than ever. Streets were mostly empty. Suddenly, voices behind him grew louder. You there, get lost immediately. Why do you dare walk in the middle of the road? Isaiah turned around to see a group approaching aggressively, led by a young man riding a horse. The young man glared at Isaiah, instantly displeased. What if I don't? There's plenty of space. Why can't you just go around? Oh, so you're asking for trouble? Do as I say and move out of the way, or you'll suffer. The young man barked. His companions were all mounted, armed and ready, exuding a threatening presence. Anyone encountering this group would usually step aside right away. Yet Isaiah stood firm. Well, what do you want? Isaiah smiled. Their standoff attracted a crowd of onlookers. Who is that young man? He's Haroun, a thorough scoundrel. Almost no one dares challenge him. This gang has a notorious reputation for their cruelty. This region usually had very few people, and today's few residents didn't recognize Isaiah. Haroun's gang was known for its ruthlessness and brutality. Their strength included formidable fighters, and no one dared oppose them. Even 5th stage Wu Galing martial artists would respectfully clear the path when they saw them. Isaiah, just a young man, now obstructed their way, surprising the onlookers. This was the first time anyone had seen such audacity, and they believed Isaiah was courting death. Despite the vast numbers in Haroun's party, Isaiah stood alone. Why would he dare defy them? The onlookers waited eagerly to see how this would unfold. If you're seeking death, then so be it. Haroun waved his hand, signaling a large, burly man forward. Boy, you're asking for a beating. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The man moved to strike. Isaiah countered with a swift punch, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The crowd marveled at Isaiah's power, amazed by the strength in one punch. Who was this person? Haroun was stunned. When had another strong figure appeared, and it was just a kid at that. He raised an eyebrow at Isaiah. You dared to hurt my man. Brothers, let's kill him. Chapter 535. How could he surrender? Irvin's men moved towards Isaiah and immediately surrounded him. Though he had shown astonishing strength, he was, after all, only one person. Many people were surprised that Irvin's men would all come out for Isaiah alone. How could one person dare to fight against so many? No one believed that Isaiah's cultivation could be strong enough to rival those much more advanced than Irvin. After all, Isaiah was very young, and there must be a limit to how powerful his cultivation could be. However, they underestimated this young man. All the martial artists glared fiercely at Isaiah. None dared to underestimate him. This person was indeed no simple figure. Isaiah smiled lightly. Kneel before me, or you'll be the ones dead later. What kind of joke is this? Lee, you're pretty arrogant, the martial artist replied in fury. Even if I don't make a move, you won't harm me. Irvin's face turned extremely ugly, with only one person on the other side. Why was he so tense? The martial artists all attacked Isaiah, drawing their knives and swords and slashing at him ferociously. Isaiah didn't move, but the sword aura around him was already intimidating, completely blocking the attacks from reaching him. How can he have such a strong sword aura when he doesn't even have a sword on him? What's going on with this kid? Irvin looked as if he had seen a ghost. Irvin's men barely held on for long, quickly collapsing on the ground. Lee, you have quite a bit of courage, Irvin said nervously. Humph, now it's just you. It's your turn to pay the price. Irvin was thrown into disarray, facing Isaiah alone. He was completely unable to cope. None of his people were a match for this boy. Facing Isaiah's sword aura, Irvin couldn't defend himself and was instantly cut down, lying injured on the ground. Isaiah shook his head. He originally didn't want to fight. They were the ones who provoked him first. Looking down at them, Isaiah thought it was already lenient not to take their lives. Get lost, and don't appear before me again. Boy, since you can't handle me, I'll make you pay a price. There are people backing me up? Humph, interesting. If that's the case, then call out the force behind you. Let's see who it is. Isaiah smiled. Irvin had been away from here for a long time, but he had strong connections here, and the force backing him wasn't trivial. Though Isaiah was very powerful, Irvin's family clan could kill Isaiah. Hurry and call the person behind you. Let me see who it is. Isaiah's lips curled into a smile. Irvin couldn't leave now. He had no choice but to call in the support from his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive today. Irvin walked slowly, Isaiah following him closely. Not having to strike, the power of the sword aura around him was frightening. Irvin had seen many powerful people, but none could emit such strong sword aura without wielding a sword like Isaiah. Truly terrifying. Seeing where Irvin was leading, Isaiah was taken aback. This place was very familiar to him. Boy, are you afraid? Haha, it's no surprise. Everyone in this family fears it. Irvin laughed. Isaiah remained silent, not knowing what to say. With Irvin's calls, people from the family slowly appeared, seeming to recognize Irvin. Irvin, didn't think you'd come back. I'm being bullied. You must help me get revenge. Your family promised to protect me, Irvin said fearfully. Alistair of the family got angry. Who dares bully you? Don't worry, I will definitely help you. Isaiah approached slowly. Upon seeing him, the Alistair was startled. Clan leader, why are you here? This boy bullied me, and all my men were incapacitated by him. Irvin pointed at Isaiah. The Alistair's legs turned soft. Irvin, why did you have to provoke this elder? So ignorant. Before Irvin could react, he was slapped to the ground by the Alistair, stunned and confused about what happened. Why did you hit me? He is our new clan leader, you fool. The Alistair explained hastily. Irvin was dumbfounded. Wasn't the Huang family's clan leader Auden? How did it become this kid? Auden is dead. The Alistair's eyes revealed a lot. Only then did Irvin realize that Auden might have been killed by this boy. Irvin couldn't believe this. How could a child do it? That was Auden, a very powerful individual. How could he lose to this kid? Now Isaiah was the new clan leader of the Huang family. Irvin almost felt like dying. This was too incredible. Irvin hurriedly knelt down. Forgive me, clan leader. I should not have acted blindly. This is entirely my fault. I will never dare again. Isaiah shook his head, not wanting to waste time on arguments. All right, scram and don't show up in front of me again. Seeing you irritates me. Clan leader, please keep me. I have served the Huang family well in the past. Isaiah sneered. What use do you have? Speak up. In the past, I found many rare medicinal herbs for the Huang family, including Basim's 6th grade snow dragon bone. Isaiah's eyes lit up. He became interested. Unexpectedly, Irvin had this skill. Can you still find 6th grade herbs now? You are the new clan leader of the family I serve. I can certainly find them. There won't be any problem. Isaiah observed him for a moment. Despite the previous conflict, he seemed loyal now. Very well. Then how do you plan to find the 6th grade herbs? They must exist in the Tianhanshan mountain range. Though it's very dangerous, I can go safely, but it requires significant manpower and resources. Isaiah nodded. Next time, I'll go with you. We won't need extra people. Just tell me what you need. If you're ready, we can set off in the next day or two. The next 2 days won't work, Isaiah said calmly, thinking of Gale family's imminent visit, waiting for them to submit. Yoel shook his head, feeling something was off. Isaiah's idea of the Gale family submitting was far-fetched. Chapter 536, Immunity. When the Gale family arrived, they would certainly send all their powerful warriors. By then, the Huang family might vanish forever. Yoel didn't dare to question Isaiah's decision. Isaiah was strong, indeed, but such confidence could lead to trouble. The next day, Yoel had not dared to sleep awake. As expected, people from the Gale family arrived. Locals in this area did not dare step out of their homes. While members of the Gale family had come here before, it had never been on such a massive scale. Eagles hovered above, casting an ominous shadow over the entire place. There was a palpable pressure in the air, making everyone feel terrified, unsure of what was happening. Yuri looked grim, never expecting the Gale family to have such a day where all the strong ones were mobilized just to deal with the young boy. It sounded almost unbelievable. Such a brat should be eliminated as soon as possible. He seriously injured Sebastian and Jonah. Today is his end, one of the Gale family's great beings said fiercely. Who could have thought that within just a few days, the Gale family would face humiliation? If they took no action, wouldn't it make others think they were weak? That brat even wanted us to submit to him. Huh, what a daydream, someone scoffed. Yuri swallowed hard. He was still somewhat tense. That boy had formidable sword momentum and might be hiding his true strength. They shouldn't underestimate him. I think we should not be too complacent. That boy might be very strong, Yuri suggested. No matter how strong he is, it won't do any good. We have several experts of the martial spirit 7th level. Could he possibly be their match? Yuri couldn't argue at that moment, but he felt Isaiah's confidence wasn't unfounded. If Isaiah really had such power, it would be terrifying. Yuri didn't dare say more. Speaking up might embolden the enemy. The leader was Sebastian's father, Aurelio, a man exuding overwhelming authority and sitting arrogantly on an eagle. Isaiah, come out to meet your death. There's no hiding from us today. Aurelio looked down disdainfully at those below, feeling utterly contemptuous. Just garbage. Yet they dared challenge the Gale family. Isaiah slowly emerged, followed by trembling Huang family warriors. Everyone knew this battle meant life or death. Had Isaiah not been the clan leader and so young and brave, the warriors might have stayed hidden, appearing disloyal. Most Huang family warriors hoped Isaiah would beg for mercy, at least preserving their lives. The Gale family was the strongest clan. Bowing to them wasn't a bad thing, but seeing Isaiah's expression made that possibility seem remote. Aurelio looked down at Isaiah, quite surprised. He couldn't believe that his opponent was just an 18-year-old boy, which was unbelievable. Sebastian lost to him? Unimaginable. Aurelio raised an eyebrow, looking quite embarrassed. Sebastian was supposed to be the future of the Gale family. Losing to a boy like Isaiah brought immense shame. Sebastian once mentioned that there was an arrowhead in Isaiah's body, someone recalled. What? Aurelio was taken aback. Anyone hit by the sacred eagle arrow couldn't survive. Yet this boy was clearly alive. Aurelio began to take Isaiah seriously. This opponent was obviously not simple. This boy should be thoroughly studied. His head, if given to Jonah, might greatly benefit the clan. Beside Aurelio were 3 other experts, plus Jonah, making 5 in total. Isaiah faced them calmly. Why don't you kneel and submit? Do I have to come down myself? Isaiah asked with a smile. These words plunged the surroundings into an even more chilling silence. Everyone was stunned that Isaiah could speak so arrogantly. Wasn't the situation such that the Gale family would easily destroy Isaiah? Couldn't he see the severity? Moreover, 5 Gale family experts were gathered, surrounded by dozens of martial artists. Isaiah stood alone, with almost no chance of survival. Though Huang family warriors joined in, most trembled in fear, incapable of matching the Gale family. That kid is too arrogant. Now, he's dead. Can a miracle happen? Impossible against the Heavenly Eagle clan Gale family. Many hid inside buildings, watching intently, fearing involvement if a fight broke out. Enough. 3 protectors, go kill that boy and bring me his head, Aurelio ordered. 3 protectors descended abruptly in front of Isaiah. Isaiah raised his hand. You can stand down. I can handle this alone. You are our clan leader. How can we retreat? Haroun stepped forward, despite having just pledged loyalty, now completely devoted to Isaiah. This surprised Isaiah. He thought they would be cowards, understandable given the intimidating Gale family. And the Gale family members radiated killing intent. If they fought, defeat meant death. The 3 protectors approached, glaring at Isaiah. To deploy so many because of a mere boy. How shameful for the Gale family. Today, he must pay. Their aura became increasingly menacing. Haroun clenched his teeth, his face pale. The situation seemed dire due to the formidable opponents. Oh no. Each of these protectors likely has cultivation above the martial spirit 6th level. How can Lord Galen win 1 against 3? The protectors' faces darkened, preparing for combat. Isaiah immediately used poison. With such enemies, a swift victory was crucial, and poison was effective. The protectors barely tried to dodge, fully sprayed by the poison. Not dodging? Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Enoch protector laughed. Huh, boy, you really think you can kill us with poison? We're immune. Chapter 537, Transformation. Applied the antidote long ago, your deadly poison is useless. The 3 enforcers laughed loudly. Just as they were about to attack, everything turned bizarre. They suddenly realized they were trapped in a protective layer. What is this thing? What kind of array is it? The 3 enforcers' faces changed dramatically. Only now did they realize something was seriously wrong. They had never encountered such an array before. Aurelio's expression above also turned grim. The array of restriction spell. This boy truly has some skills. Isaiah smiled faintly and shrugged indifferently, completely disregarding them. The 3 enforcers were trapped in the array and soon began feeling uncomfortable. Never before had they encountered such an array. Damn, quickly find a way to break this array. No matter how the 3 enforcers attacked, the array didn't dissipate in the slightest. The 3 enforcers grew increasingly pained. They couldn't defend themselves at all. Aurelio's expression became extremely ugly. If things continued like this, his 3 enforcers might be dead. Halt immediately, Isaiah. Aurelio ordered sternly. A cold smile appeared on Isaiah's face. With a spell incantation, the 3 enforcers died instantly, their corpses vanishing without a trace. Their deaths were exceptionally tragic. Aurelio's expression turned to utmost fury. How dare this boy do such a thing when he had loudly stopped him? Isaiah even dared to kill mercilessly. Enraged, Aurelio immediately took out a bow and arrow, ready to take a life. Divine Eagle Arrow. Aurelio roared furiously. The primal energy in the sky surged chaotically, terrifyingly abnormal. Members of the Huang family were pressed to the ground, feeling as though they would die. A bow and arrow descended from the heavens, rapidly heading towards Isaiah. With a thunderous explosion, a huge crater formed in the ground, akin to a mountain collapsing. The situation grew even more frightening. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Such immense destructive power. Indeed worthy of being the patriarch Aurelio of the Gale family, whose strength was evidently formidable. Boy, prepare for death. Now, you have no chance of survival, Aurelio said furiously. Aurelio put away his bow and arrow, his expression ugly after losing his 3 enforcers, a result he could never have imagined in his wildest dreams. After the dust settled, a large crater remained where Isaiah once stood, with almost no sign of him left. He likely had been reduced to ashes. To think he used full force, that's truly terrifying, Yuri gulped nervously. Aurelio possessed the 8th stage cultivation of martial spirit. Logically, Isaiah should have been obliterated. Yuri peered down, breathing a sigh of relief upon not seeing Isaiah. Seeing him again would surely drive anyone mad. Wait. Aurelio raised an eyebrow, noticing someone emerging from the devastated crater below. There stood Isaiah, injured but seemingly unbothered as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Your martial arts skill even surpasses Sebastian's. No wonder you're the patriarch of the Gale family, Isaiah praised. Aurelio looked astonished. Not only was the boy alive, but his wounds were healing rapidly. More embarrassingly, the tip of the divine eagle arrow hadn't lodged in his body this time. Although Isaiah had prevented that, the previous arrowhead was still embedded in him. Isaiah believed killing Sebastian would resolve everything. You're quite skilled, Aurelio said disdainfully. Seeing Isaiah's rapid recovery, he sensed trouble. Even a heavenly rank martial technique couldn't damage him so easily. This boy is practically a monster, Aurelio thought. Without a fatal strike, he couldn't be killed. No wonder Sebastian lost. Turns out there's a reason. You're indeed powerful, possibly surpassing me. I'm done playing. I will make the Gale family pay with blood for blood, Isaiah said coldly. Aurelio bristled. Don't act like you've won. It's too early for you to claim victory. You'll see. My true abilities aren't limited to this. I won't use a sword to end you. I've never wielded such power before. Boy, show what you've got. Suddenly, countless white clouds enveloped Isaiah, and icy snow transformed into dark clouds accompanied by lightning. What's happening? Why such a drastic change? Aurelio gaped in shock. Isaiah transformed into a massive dragon, leaping from the ground, causing a sudden monstrous transformation. A green dragon hovered in the sky, the atmosphere becoming heavy. Everyone held their breath at this majestic beast's appearance, embodying dominance and arrogance. Aurelio gritted his teeth. To think this brat has such lineage? This is the green dragon lineage, a truly terrifying existence. The green dragon glared fiercely, its whiskers floating freely as it roared. Aurelio's expression turned abnormally grim. If he had known about this lineage, he wouldn't have led his clan to their deaths. This was a matter of life and death. Just a green dragon. Then today, our Gale family will slay the dragon. Aurelio shouted, taking out his bow and arrow. Divine eagle arrow, dragon demon, perish and vanish from existence. Aurelio exerted all his might, aiming the arrow directly at the green dragon's heart. All his hopes rested on this one arrow. However, even with the potent primal energy attached to the bow, it failed to pierce the green dragon's scales. How can a heavenly rank martial technique fail to hurt its skin? How thick are these scales? Aurelio gritted his teeth, stunned. His chances of victory dwindled. Yuri gulped silently, watching helplessly. He was thoroughly panicked, unsure how to handle this green dragon. Its overwhelming presence alone already overpowered them. Despite the numerous members of the Gale family, they felt utterly powerless against this colossal creature. Fiery breath. The green dragon spewed flames, scattering the Gale family members who desperately tried to flee but were engulfed by the inferno. Chapter 538. What plan? It seemed as if another sun had appeared in the sky, and everyone felt an unprecedented wave of heat. Almost all members of the Gale family were obliterated. Their strong force sent out to battle was completely wiped out. The people floating in the sky emitted agonized cries. Aurelio's fury gnashed his teeth in frustration. Lying half dead on the ground, he could barely stand. Already in a critical condition, the breath of the Abraham was terrifying. Just a slight touch left him in agony, almost losing his fighting ability. The bloodline of the Abraham was indeed formidable. Aurelio felt utterly hopeless. He had never experienced such a crushing defeat. The Abraham cast a disdainful glance at Aurelio without any emotion. The victory had been too easy, akin to trampling over ants. I surrender. I will do whatever you ask. Just spare me. Aurelio knelt down, banging his head on the ground for mercy. This scene shocked everyone. People who had been hiding in buildings rushed out. The once powerful Gale family, with its sole patriarch now kneeling and begging for mercy. It was unimaginable. But upon seeing this majestic dragon, no one dared feel fearless. The Abraham's massive body coiled through the sky, enveloped by swirling clouds. Many saw it, and immediately knelt. Haroun clenched his teeth. It was terrifying. How could there exist such a noble creature? Isaiah appeared as an 18-year-old youth, yet he could transform into an Abraham, divine-like, making him an exceedingly rare existence on the northern continent. Haroun swallowed hard. He didn't dare entertain any extra thoughts. After encountering such an event, he no longer wanted to be pessimistic and weary of life, but instead wholeheartedly submit to Isaiah. Isaiah must be the embodiment of a god. Note, the phrase xiuxian is translated as pessimistic and weary of life, to ensure it reads naturally in English. After all that talking, the Abraham did not even look at Aurelio, seemingly uninterested in sparing him. Suddenly, an arrow struck the Abraham's scales from above. He paid no heed but lowered his gaze. A figure descended from the sky, bringing a glimmer of joy to Aurelio's face. Wonderful, my son. You've come to save me. In the next second, Aurelio spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, Sebastian's sword pierced Aurelio's heart. Disbelief clouded Aurelio's mind. How could his son act so rebelliously? Father, the Gale family is doomed. It was necessary to obtain your power to slay the Abraham. Understand the situation, Sebastian explained matter-of-factly. Indeed, as Aurelio met a tragic end, an endless stream of energy surged into Sebastian's body. Instantly, Sebastian's power erupted, surpassing his father's. You wicked son, how could you do this? Aurelio breathed his last words. This was the only way, as instructed by Jonah. Otherwise, the Gale family would be destroyed by the Abraham. Sebastian justified calmly. Clearly, Aurelio died unwillingly, but Sebastian had terrified him enough for his heart to nearly stop. Aurelio eventually passed away, falling to the ground. The Abraham reacted quickly, preparing to exhale heat. But Sebastian calmly said, though I've grown stronger, I still need time to adapt. You cannot kill me. Martha is still in my hands. The Abraham hesitated, halting the breath. Indeed, to rescue Martha, he couldn't kill Sebastian yet. I have inherited my father's power. Soon, even you, Abraham, will not be my match. Wait for me, Isaiah. Sebastian swiftly disappeared. The Abraham remained unperturbed, exuding a more ferocious aura. Everyone trembled. This young man was terrifying, the oppressive pressure almost suffocating. The Abraham blinked, emitting a radiant glow before transforming into human form. Rescuing Martha would be troublesome. Isaiah felt it necessary to revisit the heavenly cold mountain territory. Master Galen, are you all right? Isaiah nodded. Take our men to heavenly cold mountain. Now, the Gale family's territory belongs to us. The Huang family cheered unanimously. From now on, you are no longer part of the Huang family, but under the domain of my family. No one objected. The Gale family was swiftly occupied. Isaiah felt disappointed, finding no clues about Martha's whereabouts. And Sebastian could be anywhere. Haroun noticed Isaiah's worry. Rest assured, Master Galen. Sebastian won't escape my network. Many mountains in this region are under my surveillance. We will find him eventually. I'll leave it to you then, Isaiah nodded. Martha was a close friend. He must rescue her. Inside the Gale family palace, Isaiah inspected carefully, soon noticing something unusual. Haroun followed beside him, observing the crimson runes ahead, which resembled ancient scripts but were indecipherable. They were alarming and blood-red. These runes, I've heard of them. They belong to the Blood Heaven sect. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. You know about the Blood Heaven sect? In the southern continent, they are well known. As someone who gathers intelligence, I understand much about both continents. Isaiah glanced at Haroun, surprised. It seems keeping you around is a good idea. Find Sebastian quickly and uncover his motives. Examining those runes, Isaiah was surprised. Jonah seemed connected to the Blood Heaven sect. Upon finishing, Isaiah's expression grew grim. There were numerous letters indicating frequent communication between Jonah and the Blood Heaven sect. It appears the revival of the Blood Heaven sect is closely tied to Jonah. He likely fled with Sebastian. Sebastian, for power, betrayed his father, a twisted and sick individual. Most importantly, Isaiah despised his actions, especially kidnapping Martha, potentially endangering her life. Sebastian wouldn't be easy to handle. Isaiah had revealed his ace, his dragon form, and would likely be targeted. He must be cautious. The enemies here were formidable. Isaiah already had a plan. He wouldn't be careless. Caution in any confrontation meant no danger. Our future plans must be meticulous. Last time, I suffered because of my carelessness, Isaiah sternly stated. Do you have something specific in mind? Haroun asked. Hashtag chapter 539. An incident. What should we do next, young Master Galen? You can find herbs, right? Let's go into the mountains and search for herbs. If we get any news about Martha, we'll go and rescue him. Isaiah said solemnly. Haroun hesitated for a moment. If we go to look for herbs, it might take us quite some time to return, probably a month. Not necessarily. If I go, it won't take that long, Isaiah said confidently. This matter isn't as simple as you think, young Master Galen. If we encounter magic beasts, it could become even more difficult, even with good luck. Moreover, finding herbs is not an easy task either. It's not as simple as you imagine. These are high-grade herbs, so it's understandable that it will take some time, but I believe we should be able to complete it as soon as possible. If someone else had said such confident words, Haroun might not have believed them, but coming from Isaiah, he had no doubt. He quickly went to prepare. Isaiah fell into deep thought. Jonah didn't seem like an ordinary person. Everything seemed complex. He hadn't expected that Blood Sky sect would have such connections behind the scenes. He carefully examined the notes left by Jonah, hoping to uncover significant discoveries. If so, dealing with Blood Sky sect would be much simpler. After reviewing for a long time without much clue, Isaiah shook his head. In the mountain range of Tianhan Mountain, there was Jonah's witch-doctor experimentation site. It was unclear what lay there. Since they had to go to the mountains anyway, it seemed necessary to visit. At night, Isaiah was woken up by some sound. He walked out of his room and saw meteors streaking across the sky, heading in the direction of Tianhan Mountain. It appeared that these mountains were not as simple as they seemed. The next day, Isaiah discovered something important. He still had an arrowhead inside his body. Not removing it made him feel very uncomfortable, though it didn't significantly affect him. Young Master Galen, shall we set out? Seeing Isaiah still refining pills, Haroun looked at him curiously. What are you preparing to refine? There's a holy eagle arrow's arrowhead in my body, which I haven't been able to remove yet. I can't neglect this issue. Haroun raised an eyebrow. The arrowhead was still inside Isaiah's body. Normally, it would have killed him long ago, but here he was, perfectly fine. It was truly admirable, indicating that Isaiah was no ordinary individual. His admiration for Isaiah grew stronger, bordering on reverence. Such a high cultivation level, combined with the ability to refine pills, made Isaiah a truly versatile figure. Using only pills probably won't get the arrowhead out. We need to remove it manually. I have a magnetic stone that might work, though it will cause you great pain. Isaiah's eyes lit up. If there was such a tool, it would save a lot of trouble. It's just a serious injury, not a big problem. You should have mentioned this earlier. That arrowhead comes from a heavenly rank martial skill, and extracting it will require considerable effort. You should understand that. I'm worried about serious injuries. Isaiah smiled. Injuries were not an issue for him. Don't worry. As long as the arrowhead can be removed, nothing else matters. Although Isaiah said this, Haroun was still quite concerned. Removing the arrowhead was no joke. Since Isaiah insisted, they could only proceed this way with no other options. Haroun fetched the magnetic stone, which turned out to be a heavenly ranked treasure. No wonder it could possibly extract the arrowhead. Isaiah hoped it would work. Otherwise, that thing would continue causing discomfort. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, stop immediately. I don't want anything to happen to you. I'm not confident in this process. No worries, it's just an injury. Isaiah appeared extremely confident. The magnetic stone began working. Isaiah instantly felt the arrowhead moving wildly in his chest, causing blood to gush out uncontrollably. Haroun's concerns proved correct. Extracting the arrowhead was not easy. It was a difficult task. He wanted to stop immediately as the situation became harder to control. Damn, it's not working. Are your bones metallic too? Why is your entire body reacting? We must stop immediately, or you'll die. This is terrible. Isaiah's bones were being pulled out as well. Continuing this way was extremely dangerous. The magnetic stone had immense power, and pulling out the bones would be horrifying. Without waiting for Isaiah's order, Haroun stopped. No, don't stop under any circumstances. It's not the right time. I can endure until the end. It's impossible now. Your condition is dire. If all your bones are pulled out by the magnetism, how will you survive? I don't want anything to happen to you. Haroun was thoroughly panicked. Isaiah appeared to be in extreme pain. Somehow, his bones were also metallic, a constitution Haroun had never seen before. Such a body should have strong defenses, but now the magnetism would likely kill him. No one could endure such pain. Isaiah almost knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. The pain exceeded his imagination. If this continued, he might indeed die. Young Master Galen, I really have to stop. Don't stop. I must get rid of the arrowhead. I can't live with it anymore. But wasn't life more important? Even if Isaiah's body was exceptionally strong, enduring this would certainly result in death. Bone separation was not an easy task. Haroun felt he had suggested a bad idea. This shouldn't have happened. But Isaiah insisted, leaving him no choice but to follow orders, hoping Isaiah could hold through, though the chances were slim. Give up, young Master Galen. It really could cost your life. I'm not joking. We can try other methods. If you insist, something will definitely go wrong. Just as Haroun despaired, the magnetic stone successfully extracted the arrowhead from Isaiah's body. He quickly shut off the magnetic force. Isaiah was panting heavily, kneeling on the ground, seemingly drained of all strength. He lost a significant amount of blood, but his wounds gradually healed. Fortunately, everything was fine. If he had persisted any longer, he might have died. Isaiah shook his head. That was truly dangerous, but now things were much better. That was too risky, nearly scared me to death. If something happened to you, I'd be responsible. End of chapter. Chapter 540. Impulsiveness must be avoided. Rest assured, I wouldn't act if I'm not sure. As you can see, nothing happened to me. Isaiah smiled as if nothing had occurred. Haroun marveled at Isaiah's constitution. It was terrifying. Such a rapid recovery rate meant almost certain survival. His ability to endure under such conditions spoke volumes about his resilience. Isaiah rested for a moment. All right, let's get moving and head toward the mountain range. Let's see if you can find any medicinal herbs. Haroun nodded, and the two set off quickly. The frosty mountain was even vaster than expected, stretching endlessly into the horizon. In this freezing weather, human survival is impossible. However, high-grade medicinal herbs might be found here. We will need to traverse many dangerous areas, Haroun explained analytically. It seems you have a lot of experience with finding herbs. Haroun nodded. Indeed, when I found the 6th-grade herbs, it was a life-and-death struggle. Though the Huang family did often deceive me by offering insufficient rewards. As long as you find 6th-grade herbs, gold coins, or other compensation are negotiable. Just ask for what you need. The two continued their journey. It looks like we need to cross this area. Is this a swamp? In this icy terrain, there was actually a swamp, which seemed quite peculiar and unlike normal landscapes. Yet, the swamp wasn't frozen. It was covered in mud. We must observe before proceeding further. Otherwise, it could cost us our lives. Before Haroun finished speaking, Isaiah had already jumped down, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Master Galen, why did you jump? We don't know what's below. It isn't necessary to go down, and doing so could be fatal. It was too late. Isaiah had already jumped. The situation looked dire, almost nightmarish. Soon, Haroun noticed 3 other martial artists nearby. Oh, more people to meet their doom. Anyone who enters this swamp never returns. That's how terrifying it is. Even cultivators at the 6th level of the martial spirit realm die here. It has nothing to do with their cultivation level. Anyone who enters here is doomed. Many have died already. The 3 martial artists looked despondent, seemingly resigned to their fate. Isaiah remained silent, realizing he couldn't move anymore. He needed to think of a way out. This place cannot trap me. I'll get out soon. The 3 martial artists laughed at this statement. Knowing they were close to death, none believed anyone could escape the swamp. That boy is laughable. He'll regret it when he can't get out. Then he'll just cry. We're already dying here. What kind of fool comes here now? They mocked Isaiah, looking down on him entirely. Having seen the deadly nature of the swamp in the frosty mountains, they believed no one could escape, especially not a young man like Isaiah. Haroun remained rational. Although he hadn't gone down himself, he was incredibly anxious. If Isaiah were trapped, even with healing wounds, he would still suffocate. The swamp's power could corrode a martial artist, leading to countless ways to die. Master Galen, please don't move. Haroun tried various methods, using salt and alcohol from a bag, but it did no good. Isaiah couldn't remain still. Despite Haroun's warning, he struggled harder, determined to free himself. Haha, that boy is courting death. Moving only speeds up his demise. Isaiah found his chi wouldn't work. Indeed, these martial artists weren't joking. Escaping wasn't easy. Just keep struggling. No matter how young you are, you'll die here. Two of the martial artists' bodies were half submerged, making the situation critically dangerous. Haroun worried Isaiah would meet the same fate. Why wasn't Isaiah panicking? He appeared very calm, but the swamp was indeed lethal. Master Galen, please stop moving. Why won't you listen? Haroun attempted several solutions, but escaping proved extremely difficult. Time was running out. Isaiah felt no panic, but Haroun was increasingly worried. I've got an idea. Isaiah smiled and prepared to leave, despite having moved around earlier, which had sped his descent. Humph, that boy is delusional. How can anyone get out so fast? If it were possible, someone would have done it already. The three martial artists remained skeptical. Then Isaiah's body ignited. Haroun backed away as small flames grew into a roaring fire column. The swamp rapidly disappeared, allowing Isaiah to emerge, though he found it unpleasant. Fire worked effectively against the mud, so Isaiah brushed himself off. Follow me quickly. Isaiah used the fire to clear the path. Haroun followed without hesitation. Fire proved highly effective against the swamp, making passage possible. The three martial artists stared in disbelief. They hadn't expected this outcome, finding it surreal. That boy managed to escape? No way. How did he do that? Lee, save us. Don't leave us to die. The three panicked, hoping Isaiah would help, but Isaiah ignored them. These were the same people who mocked him when he was struggling. Why should he help them? Seeing Isaiah ignore them, the three grew furious. They realized they would die if no one helped. You uncaring boy. May you suffer eternally for abandoning us. Isaiah smiled. The one who dies will be you, not me. Why should I panic? Enjoy the swamp. Isaiah and Haroun quickly crossed the swamp. The road ahead was challenging, devoid of life and unsettling. The road ahead may be difficult. We must proceed cautiously. Master Galen, you must avoid acting impulsively. It benefits no one, Haroun warned. Translation maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural, fluent English. The names, Isaiah and Haroun, were kept consistent in pinyin form, reflecting the guidelines provided. Chapter 541. You are nervous. I'm fine, aren't I? Don't worry. I won't care about any danger. It's not a big deal for me, Isaiah said confidently. True as that may be, but this is the Tianhan Mountain, not an ordinary place. It's fraught with dangers. It's always good to be cautious. After walking for a while, Haroun raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. This isn't good. There's a beast aura. We might have encountered a magical beast. What's there to fear about a magical beast? Isaiah glanced up and saw a massive white bear approaching. Was this a polar bear? His expression turned grim. Oh no, it's actually a 7th-rank Wu Galang realm magically mutated polar bear. Haroun's face darkened significantly. A mutated polar bear of such high cultivation was extremely terrifying. Haroun's first thought was to flee. The beast's cultivation was too high. If they faced it head-on, they would surely lose their lives. Haroun looked at Isaiah, who showed no intention of leaving or fleeing. There's no need for you to risk your life, young Master Galen. Isaiah shook his head and drew his sword from nowhere, which made him look quite imposing. Isaiah leaped forward immediately, releasing a powerful sword momentum. The magically mutated polar bear stood there, hardly receiving any damage. Even its fur remained unaffected. Isaiah had already used all his strength, yet the powerful sword momentum had no effect on the mutated polar bear. This magical beast truly seems difficult to handle. The mutated polar bear swiped its paw at Isaiah. Enoch hit from those claws could rip him apart instantly. Haroun was pushed back by the sheer force. The polar bear's claw almost hit Isaiah, making his heart chill. Such a terrifying creature was impossible to defeat head-on now. Isaiah held his ground against the mutated polar bear for a moment, finding himself in a difficult position. If things continued like this, nothing good would come of it. Isaiah was injured by the sword momentum from the mutated polar bear's claw. Though the wound healed quickly, he remained wary. If you don't escape, there's no way out. Young Master Galen, please listen to my advice, Haroun earnestly pleaded. I'll think of another way. This mutated polar bear is indeed tough to handle. The mutated polar bear was enormous, nearly the size of a small building. To defeat such a beast, Isaiah might need to transform into a blue dragon. Suddenly, Haroun came up with an idea. Young Master Galen, transform into a true dragon. That way, there might still be a chance for victory. Isaiah shook his head. My affairs are not decided by you. Please refrain from such suggestions. Seeing how serious Isaiah was, Haroun fell silent, realizing he had overstepped. He bowed his head hastily. The mutated polar bear roared in fury, fiercely attacking Isaiah. However, the boy was surprisingly fast and agile. The polar bear soon grew furious. Normally, humans were easy prey, utterly defenseless before it. Trouble. That mutated polar bear looks completely enraged. The situation has worsened. No one could remain calm in such a scenario. The mutated polar bear seemed to have gone berserk, shaking the ground with its wild attacks. Roaring madly, it couldn't seem to find a way to defeat Isaiah, which frustrated it immensely. After battling for some time, the mutated polar bear's relentless attacks proved futile. Roar. It bellowed in anger, yet found no solution. The boy was too challenging. To Haroun's surprise, the mutated polar bear suddenly turned and left. Why? Such a powerful beast chose to leave without wasting more time. Impossible. A magical beast just walked away? Seeing the mutated polar bear disappear into the distance, Haroun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed even the beast was troubled. Isaiah shook his head. Although the beast was gone, he didn't feel relieved, knowing this wasn't over. The magical beast might return, but he would deal with it when it happened. How much longer will it take to find the high-grade herbs? Haroun worried. What if he failed to find them? Would Isaiah blame him? They had been searching for so long. Haroun grew increasingly anxious. Failure to fulfill his task could result in Isaiah holding him accountable. As they continued, Haroun became visibly more nervous, growing ever more fearful of Isaiah. Why did you start feeling nervous? Isaiah asked. I'm fine. Actually, young Master Galen, I'm a bit nervous because this place is dangerous. If we can't find the herbs, I won't blame you. Just speak your mind, Isaiah replied calmly. Hearing this, Haroun felt much relieved. Thank you, young Master Galen. I do worry about failing to find the 6th grade herbs, but I'll try my best. Not far ahead, for people seem to be blocked by something. Blast it, even all 4 of us can't break through this door. Whatever treasures are inside this cave must attract many visitors, the 4 martial artists lamented. Haroun watched them nervously. Their cultivation and strength were truly terrifying. Encountering these 4 would be troublesome. Isaiah also sensed their power, around 6th to 7th rank Wu Galang realm, each wielding heaven-grade lower weapons, a formidable lineup. Haroun dared not make a sound. The atmosphere was oppressive. Dealing with such martial experts meant silence was golden. If they were dissatisfied with Isaiah and him, real trouble would ensue. The only path forward was blocked by the entrance gate to a treasure-filled cave in the Tianhan mountain range. Without going there, where else would they find quality herbs? Where should we go from here, young Master Galen? Haroun asked. Where else? The cave holds what we need, Isaiah smiled lightly. Isaiah approached slowly. The 4 men noticed him, looking puzzled. Discussing among themselves, they wondered how a mere boy dared approach. He must be courting death. The 4 exuded a killing aura, making breathing hard. Yet Isaiah showed no signs of retreating or fear. Chapter 542, The Ancient Gateway. The 4 people's intense killing intent didn't faze Isaiah at all, an unexpected reaction. Kid, do you want to die? How dare you interfere here? If you know what's good for you, get lost now, one of them said. Isaiah shook his head. Do I look like someone who's getting in your way? What did I obstruct? Isaiah asked. You're questioning us now? Haha, if you're an eyesore to me, you must scram. Otherwise, it's a dead end for you. The leader roared, looking extremely grim. Despite their intimidating presence, Isaiah remained unmoved and showed no intention of leaving. You're looking for death. With our powerful cultivation levels, are you trying to show off? Humph, let's see how arrogant he remains. The 4 martial artists looked down on Isaiah with significant enmity. Given their high levels of cultivation, no one would typically dare speak to them like this. Today, they met someone who seemed fearless. If you want to fight then fine. I'm bored anyway. Killing you lot might as well pass the time. You asked for it. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. To see this young man daring to talk so brazenly was indeed astonishing. Killing them casually? A brat being this arrogant in front of them. Anyone would have found it unbearable, let alone people with prideful hearts like themselves. If this kid wants to die, then take him out. Don't let him live. The 4 martial artists were still on horseback, not having made a move yet when suddenly an overwhelmingly sharp sword aura emerged from all directions, terrifyingly fast. In an instant, it knocked all 4 off their horses, each struggling for breath. It was that horrifying. When the martial artists regained their senses, they saw Isaiah hadn't even drawn his sword yet, but the aura was so frightening. What just happened? How could that kid? And such a terrifying sword aura. We were completely and utterly defeated. They never expected to be overpowered so thoroughly. The disparity in strength was beyond description. Isaiah looked at them with disdain. He had already shown mercy. Now, these almost crippled individuals were left wondering if they'd ever recover. Isaiah walked towards the gate blocking their path ahead. This gate, situated in the mountainside cave, seemed more than ordinary. There must be something inside, Isaiah thought confidently. Luotian Galen scrutinized the place closely. Everything about it was different. The cave definitely exuded an unusual aura. There might be treasures within, but we don't know if we can enter. This gate seems impenetrable, Luotian Galen remarked, raising an eyebrow. The ominous, ancient feel of this gate suggested it wouldn't open easily. Using brute force wouldn't work. Isaiah tried using a sword aura to open the gate, but as expected, it left no marks. To open this ancient gate will probably take a week or more. We'll need to try every method. Luotian Galen began testing various methods with tools he carried with him. However, despite Luotian Galen's attempts, using acid to coat the gate, prying it with levers, none worked. Isaiah smiled. Luotian Galen's methods, while potentially useful, would take too much time. Spending so much time was not something Isaiah would wait for. Isaiah approached the gate, reaching out gently, and everything became eerily calm. Kid, don't dream. You can't open it. Right? This gate is 1,000 years old. Opening it quickly is practically impossible. These martial artists were clearly dissatisfied, feeling both angry and helpless. Seeing Isaiah doing so well fueled their derision. Injured martial artists, though furious, could do nothing given their weakened state. Isaiah's strength was in another league entirely. Entering the cave unopposed would be catastrophic. This was something the martial artists did not want. As expected, Isaiah couldn't open the gate. 1,000-year-old gate means nothing. Even 10,000 years wouldn't stop me. Haha, kid. Words mean nothing. Anyone can boast. Prove it if you can. Isaiah ignored their taunts. Opening this gate wasn't as challenging as they imagined. Prince Galen, ignore them. Let's focus on how to open the gate. Isaiah closed his eyes, unwilling to wait for Luotian Galen's slow methods. Ding. Master, in front of the ice spirit gate, triggered 100-fold enlightenment, earning experience points 1,000 by 1,000 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master has found a way to open the gate. It seemed this gate was called the Ice Spirit Cave. Isaiah couldn't wait to see what lay inside. It's true. Isaiah recited an arcane incantation, and suddenly the entire gate began to shake, startling Luotian Galen, fearing a collapse. The few martial artists also gasped. Moments earlier, they insisted Isaiah couldn't open it. Yet, the cave's gate opened almost instantly. Unbelievable. How did that kid manage it? Damn it, he actually opened the gate. This is crazy. What kind of demon have we encountered? The four martial artists detested Isaiah even more, but powerless, they wondered if they'd even make it out alive. Isaiah shrugged without a glance. Their faces burned with humiliation, a severe blow. Luotian Galen was astonished. Opening an ancient cave so swiftly was no simple feat. Isaiah seemed omnipotent, capable of anything. Luotian Galen and Isaiah entered together. The place exuded an extraordinary aura, filled with vital energy, a sacred ground with treasures hidden inside. Wonderful, there must be great treasures in here. I wonder if there are high-grade herbs. There might be dangers, Isaiah warned solemnly. Inside, darkness enveloped, and an eerie aura spread incessantly. Chapter 543, No End in Sight. Is there something ahead? Not sure, but let's go in and take a look. Haroun took a deep breath. He felt that the situation ahead was off. In the past, he would have used his tools to explore, but Isaiah now had no patience for such methods. Indeed, traveling with Isaiah had saved a lot of time. Using Haroun's methods, it would have taken much longer. Isaiah truly was capable, adept at handling various situations, unafraid of anything, and willing to venture anywhere. A quality that inspired great admiration. Haroun shook his head. They had been inside this cave for so long without any discoveries. Despite its ancient aura, the current state did not seem favorable. That was their concern. No one knew what awaited them here. Typically, such caves housed high-grade magical beasts, the most troublesome adversary. This place wasn't very spacious, offering little room for escape if needed. After walking for a considerable amount of time, Haroun found nothing, leading him to believe there were no medicinal herbs here. He felt somewhat disappointed, shaking his head and sighing. Mr. Galen, this trip might have been futile. Ancient caves like this may not necessarily contain valuable items. Isaiah remained silent, acknowledging Haroun's point. After nearly half an hour of searching, they only found a pond with some strange white flowers. There were no other significant discoveries. Looks like there's nothing here. It's quite frustrating, Haroun lamented. Regardless of the findings, Isaiah remained calm and composed. He sensed something significant about this place, stopping to examine inscriptions on the walls, his expression changing slightly. These are Blood Sky sect inscriptions. This place isn't simple at all. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, suspecting this was Jonah's witchcraft laboratory, which seemed eerily ominous. There seems to be no path forward. Is there perhaps a hidden compartment? Haroun asked. That's highly likely. Since there are Blood Sky sect inscriptions, it must be related to Jonah. Isaiah touched the wall, eager to explore the laboratory and see if he could find anything useful. Reciting a spell, he attempted to open the hidden compartment as he had opened the gate earlier. The attempt proved successful. The entire area began to tremble, revealing a new path before them. Inside might be something related to the Blood Sky sect. Isaiah entered, remembering his defeat by Ambir. At that time, she had already reached the martial emperor realm, making her even more formidable now. My God, what kind of things are these? Haroun exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine. The jars contained dismembered limbs, filled with blood, preserved intact, an eerie sight. Jonah is not someone ordinary. Witchcraft has always been terrifying, Haroun remarked. Do you know anything about Jonah? He is said to be the only witchcraft master on our northern continent. There are no others like him, making him a uniquely dangerous presence. Isaiah still felt uneasy about Jonah, whose actions had transformed his body into divine iron. Clearly, Jonah was skilled. Now, Isaiah's bones being of divine iron made him much tougher. Moreover, he could release powerful sword chi without a sword and store it within his body, significantly enhancing his abilities. He had grown accustomed to this new state. Gaining such a constitution was an unexpected bonus, but Isaiah still wanted to deal with Jonah somehow. After escaping last time, Sebastian knew about Isaiah's true dragon transformation and likely planned his next move. The Gale family possessed considerable power. Isaiah surveyed the area. Sebastian killed his father and gained immense strength. He's a tough opponent, Isaiah sighed. The Gale family will seek revenge. We need to be cautious. This place held many clues. After thorough observation, Isaiah concluded, sure enough, the Blood Sky sect revived because of Jonah. That sect only brings bloodshed and destruction. It vanished long ago, indicating Mr. Galen has clashed with them. Isaiah realized that this place was more likely an ancient stronghold of the Blood Sky sect rather than just Jonah's laboratory, bringing him unexpected joy. There were surely many secrets here. Even without finding high-grade herbs, he hoped to find something to counter the Blood Sky sect, his primary goal. Given the connections between the Gale family and the Blood Sky sect, they might become future adversaries. Deeper into the cave, there seemed to be no end. We should be inside the main hall now. Walking slowly, Isaiah soon noticed something. A red sword blade, eerily out of place, surrounded by numerous documents. Examining closely, he realized that all secret techniques and martial arts of the Blood Sky sect were related to blood. The Heavenly Blood Sword, a Tier 9 weapon, controlled everything. The sect master had used this sword to develop terrifying techniques, allowing most members to revive due to its existence. Narrowing his eyes, Isaiah observed the red sword, emitting formidable malevolent energy. Mr. Galen, don't try to draw the sword. It will kill you instantly. A sword like this isn't easy to handle, especially one from the Blood Sky sect, Haroun warned. Curious, Isaiah asked. What do you know about it? Legend says that anyone attempting to claim this sword dies. Many records from my family mention this sword. After obtaining it, the Blood Sky sect master nearly eradicated the southern continent, but was eventually defeated. This sword's malevolent energy reaches the heavens. It's beyond your imagination. Isaiah fell silent, realizing Haroun was right. The Heavenly Blood Sword indeed exuded tremendous malevolence, a truly terrifying entity. Chapter 544. Who is the leader? This sword was tied to the Blood Sky sect. If he couldn't pick it up, he would surely never be a match for the Blood Sky sect in the future. Furthermore, this time he had failed to obtain the 6th grade medicinal herb. Isaiah felt even more strongly that this sword was the key to victory, although he knew it was an extremely dangerous matter. The Heaven Blood Sword might even cost him his life, but Isaiah was still unwilling to retreat. He still wanted to pick up this sword. Sir Galen, Haroun felt a headache at the moment. It was clear that Isaiah wouldn't listen to advice and was indeed very stubborn. He always acted this way, which made things very difficult. Haroun also knew that once Isaiah had made up his mind, it was better to remain silent. However, if Isaiah were to die, it would be disastrous. He would lose his life alone in this deep mountain. As soon as Isaiah tried to draw the sword, he felt a strong aura of evil. Instantly, his whole body weakened. His vitality was steadily fading away. He felt he probably wouldn't last much longer. Death could come in an instant. Isaiah also considered letting go, but now there was no other way. Without this sword, he would not be able to deal with the Blood Sky sect in the future. The Heaven Blood Sword was the key to turning the tide. Sir Galen, I think you should give up. This simply isn't possible. If you continue like this, you will definitely lose your life. Don't take such a risk, Haroun urged. But how could Isaiah easily give up? He kept persisting, and for the first time, he reached a near-death state. Indeed, this sword was lethal. Oh no, this is really fatal. Isaiah fell to the ground, and Haroun took a sharp breath, feeling extremely panicked and afraid, unsure of what to do. At this point, Haroun almost didn't dare to approach because the sword was terrifying. If anything happened, he might lose his life too. What can we do? There's practically no way to save Isaiah. I told him not to go. However, Isaiah was too obstinate and did not listen. Maybe he always acted rashly before without consequences, but now he was paying the price. Finished. He's really dead. There's no trace of life left. What am I supposed to do? Haroun was nearly desperate. He had previously heard about the power of this sword, but did not expect Isaiah, already a heaven-defying prodigy, to meet such a complete end so quickly. If he hadn't been so stubborn, he might not have died so fast. Haroun shook his head. The evil aura from the Heaven Blood Sword almost prevented him from getting close. Perhaps it was best to just watch and avoid any further mishaps. If Isaiah were truly dead, Haroun had no extra thoughts. He only wanted to survive and return. Why was he so impulsive? Now everything is too late. Once a person dies, everything is over. Haroun planned to leave when he heard a voice behind him. He widened his eyes in disbelief, his face showing shock and extreme fear. You're actually alive, Sir Galen? Isaiah could no longer stand. His aura was incredibly weak, on the verge of dying. He was still supporting himself with one hand on the sword. Even at this point, he refused to give up, seemingly courting death. It was incomprehensible. All Isaiah needed to do was let go. At least that way, he could stay alive. Haroun didn't dare to speak, as the scene in front of him felt like a training ground in hell, the evil aura of the Heaven Blood Sword overwhelming, bringing everything to a standstill. Clearly, this is suicidal behavior. Please, Sir Galen, let go. Stop risking your life. Isaiah's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body trembling. Maybe holding on gave him a glimmer of hope. No matter what, he had to persist. It was truly admirable, this unwavering courage in the face of death. Haroun could only pray, unable to do anything else or provide help. Suddenly, the evil aura of the Heaven Blood Sword gradually dissipated. Isaiah stood up, lifting the sword completely. He swung it slightly, and suddenly his aura became radiant. That's wonderful, Sir Galen. You succeeded. Holding the Heaven Blood Sword, Isaiah truly experienced a brush with death. He thought he was going to die. This sword was indeed a terrifying existence. If he wasn't already at the Blood Demon realm, he wouldn't have survived. Isaiah sighed with relief as his injuries began to heal. Well, everything went smoothly. Why did you take such a risk? Haroun asked curiously. Why? Haha, isn't it simple? Without this sword, I wouldn't be able to handle the Blood Sky sect. Isaiah said firmly. Jonah had already exposed the traces of the Blood Sky sect. Matters were not as simple as they seemed. With his current cultivation level, Isaiah lacked confidence. But with this sword, Isaiah felt significantly more confident. Even if he faced Amber right now, he believed he had a fighting chance. The Heaven Blood Sword had greatly enhanced his Blood Demon realm qualitatively. Though Isaiah didn't prefer using the Blood Demon realm due to its drawbacks, he placed the sword back into his hand. Haroun appeared excited and happy, true to form. I don't think anyone else could have done this. With the Heaven Blood Sword in hand, Isaiah felt fully confident, though he was not entirely disappointed about failing to find the 6th grade medicinal herb. Haroun and he continued their journey forward. Yes, it seems someone has been here before, Isaiah observed, raising an eyebrow. Haroun looked down and confirmed the signs of people passing by recently. Those individuals shouldn't have gone far. Someone arrived here before us. Isaiah spoke with some anticipation, still holding on to a bit of hope. Perhaps those people had taken the 6th grade medicinal herb. Soon, Isaiah discovered a place emanating sacred energy, indicating something valuable had been there. It seems there was a 6th grade medicinal herb here before, but it has already been taken. Isaiah smiled. Haroun nodded in agreement. Indeed, the energy here has changed. That unique aura belongs only to a 6th grade medicinal herb. Looks like we weren't too unlucky. They quickened their pace, discovering other passages leading to this place, and Isaiah raised an eyebrow again. Look, there are others ahead. Isaiah quickly saw a group of people and approached them with a smile. The group also sensed Isaiah's arrival and turned to look back. Can't believe there are others here. Be cautious, the newcomers might not be friendly. Isaiah walked up to them and asked, Who is your leader? Chapter 545. Encounter with a monster. A man in black armor appeared, saying, What's the matter? You look quite intimidating. You must be here for the 6th rank herbs. Indeed. Since you know that, let's make a deal, Isaiah said seriously. Humph. You brat. What gives you the right to deal with us? Do you think you have some big shot backing you up? Are you qualified? A person nearby shouted angrily. Isaiah smiled. I don't want to rob you of your herbs directly, but they would be more useful to me. I haven't planned to take action yet. Wow, you're quite something, huh? You think you're so powerful and don't even consider engaging us? The man in black armor also laughed. This kid was so confident there had to be a reason. For this young man to reach here, he must be quite strong. Better not be too careless. So, how do you propose we deal? Asked the man in black armor. I don't have much money on me now. Give me the herbs first. Then you can go to the Gale family for payment. The price won't disappoint you, Isaiah confidently declared. You speak quite arrogantly, making it sound all good. Truly, a small fry speaking like this in front of them. It was sheer arrogance. I'm Ifwi, leader of this troop. Your proposal is pointless. I won't trade with you. The herbs belong to us. Even if you wanted to fight us for them, our men would stop you. Isaiah shook his head. Your people can't hold me back. My abilities far surpass your imagination. Ifwi shook his head. You underestimate us. Even if your cultivation is formidable, my men aren't weak either. Ifwi slowly rode away on horseback. Brat, you really think you can challenge us? No matter how powerful you are, one person alone can't win against us. We're not pushovers. Daring to target our herbs, today is your end. Ifwi thought the matter would be quickly over, but heard screams from behind. His men were screaming in agony. Blood was gushing out from their bodies, each looking extremely pitiful and horrifying. Ifwi couldn't believe his men died so quickly. What kind of skills did this kid have? After all, they were all at the martial spirit realm. Did they encounter a monster? Furrowing his eyebrows, Ifwi saw only a few of his men still alive, barely breathing. You're pretty capable, aren't you? Give me the herbs, it's not too late. Otherwise, you'll face certain death. Ifwi shook his head. Though most of my men are dead, I am the strongest. With a loud boom, an intense wave of yuan energy spread out, frightening many people. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. This person's martial cultivation was formidable. Irvin gritted his teeth, clearly terrified. Such strength wasn't simple. 7th layer late-stage martial spirit cultivation. This isn't as easy as it looks. Irvin's face darkened, completely intimidated by the other's aura. Isaiah shook his head. You're no match for me. Once we start fighting, it will be your end. Don't boast prematurely, kid. Ifwi was full of confidence. He knew Isaiah was strong in martial cultivation, but he was well prepared. The 6th rank herbs won't fall into someone like you. Hee, anything is possible with enough strength. Isaiah slowly advanced, causing Ifwi some anxiety. He didn't understand how this youth defeated all his subordinates so quickly. Why don't you use your sword? Ifwi asked. I don't intend to kill you, so I don't need a sword to win, Isaiah said confidently. Humph, our yuan energy levels are similar. If you dare underestimate me, you'll pay for it today. Ifwi didn't fully believe their power gap could be that wide. Even though Isaiah swiftly subdued his men, it wasn't a remarkable feat. Kid, underestimating me is your biggest weakness. Ifwi rushed forward and swung his blade, intending to tear Isaiah apart. Isaiah stood motionless. Irvin swallowed hard. Isaiah recently acquired the Heavenly Blood Sword, significantly boosting his strength. He didn't even see what happened just now. Isaiah hadn't made a move yet, but already defeated those men. However, this Ifwi was different. They were equally matched in cultivation, absolute equals. Just watching these two felt oppressive. Their presence was indescribable. Even before starting, the surroundings felt suffocating. Irvin gulped, realizing he'd never achieved such strength in his lifetime, feeling immensely pressured. Neither moved unless the other did. They seemed to be waiting for the first strike. Humph die. Ifwi struck first, only to find countless streaks of blood appearing, encircling him. His face changed drastically as he desperately countered with yuan energy. But the blood wouldn't break, and Aishui's face turned ashen. He knew he faced certain death. Spare me. Blood heavily impacted Aishui's body, engulfing him in a tragic outcome. Irvin was stunned. It took only one move to reach such a result. The power disparity was too significant, almost beyond description. Though Isaiah wasn't an enemy, Irvin was still scared by such terrifying strength from a mere youth, which was truly unexpected. Ifwi lay on the ground, looking half dead, utterly miserable. I surrender. I can't match you at all, Ifwi admitted helplessly. Isaiah remained expressionless, extending a hand. Hand over the 6th rank herbs, and I'll let you off. Thoroughly frightened, Ifwi hurriedly presented the herbs. These are 6th rank herbs, spirit bone flower, Ifwi stammered, trembling. Isaiah smiled. The energy emanating from these herbs would definitely boost his cultivation when refined into pills. For some reason, Isaiah had a premonition. Ever since obtaining the Heavenly Blood Sword, it wouldn't be long before Blood Heaven sect members showed up. Leave now. Don't let me see you again, Isaiah said disdainfully. Ifwi dared not protest, leaving in defeat due to the vast power gap. Chapter 546. Who are you speaking to? I didn't expect to find a 6th rank herb so quickly. Truly, you live up to your reputation. I would probably take 3 or 4 months, perhaps even longer, he said. Enough with these words. Let's head back as soon as possible. Isaiah's eyes were resolute, and this journey indeed yielded considerable results. The two returned toward the Gale family in Tianhan Mountain. Along the way, nothing unusual happened. It has been quite a few days now. Your people should have news on Sebastian's whereabouts by now. They probably do. It's almost been 5 days. Haroun wasn't entirely sure. The Gale family was now completely under Isaiah's control. Although they belonged to a powerful clan, he wasn't happy because Martha had been taken away. A mistake on his part. Master Galen already knows their whereabouts. They're in Longswang region. Why do you look so troubled? Is there a problem? Isaiah asked. The dominant family in that area is the Gale family, which is even more powerful than the Gale family. I think we can gather the Gale family members for an attack. Isaiah pondered for a moment, then hurry and give orders. Also, I need some potions, so prepare the necessary herbs. Understood. I'll get it done immediately. Everything you commanded will proceed smoothly. Haroun went to gather troops. The Gale family had many martial artists. Isaiah estimated around 400 or 500. For this mission, Isaiah planned to offer substantial rewards. A high reward brings forth brave men. The participating martial artists were very enthusiastic, especially since the gold coin reward was significant. Haroun was surprised. Typically, newly appointed masters of the Gale family wouldn't be welcomed by the serving warriors, but the opposite seemed true here. Our clan leader is now like a mighty dragon, too cool. Following him for life would be great. The new leadership is far better than the previous Gale family. They were all jerks. Indeed, previously, most Gale family warriors underwent mutations. Thankfully, we chose not to. Gathering over 500 people, Haroun calculated, felt confident about Isaiah's plan to attack the Gale family. Despite being a risky venture, everyone showed remarkable confidence, with almost no opposition. Nobody would have volunteered for this before. Isaiah is truly a divine dragon. This time, things are different. Haroun couldn't help but smile, feeling elated. Things would likely go smoothly. Still, the Gale family remained formidable and wouldn't be easy to defeat. He wondered why Isaiah, who usually acted alone, decided differently this time. It puzzled him. Perhaps Master Galen has other plans. It's getting more peculiar. Haroun shook his head. Elder Haroun, the 5th rank alchemist you requested will arrive shortly. I understand. Let's meet in the main hall later, Haroun instructed. Alone in the hall, Isaiah sat quietly when an alchemist dressed in splendid robes entered, followed by attendants. This alchemist looked exceedingly noble, exuding arrogance. Everyone bowed respectfully, making him feel extremely important. This is the Gale family's main hall. Only the greatest figures can come here. Only I, Yannisfeng, have such capabilities, he boasted arrogantly. Feeling quite pleased, Yannisfeng noticed someone napping, seemingly a servant. He chuckled disdainfully. How could a servant nap in the main hall of the Gale family? It was utterly disgraceful. Hey you, wake up and leave now. How dare you nap here? You're courting death, Yannisfeng sneered. Isaiah slowly opened his eyes, unsure of what had happened. Someone dared to disturb his rest. His mood soured instantly. What do you want? Isaiah asked. I'm telling you to leave. Don't make me uncomfortable, Yannisfeng snapped, clearly irked. As a prestigious alchemist, he expected deference from even high-ranking members of the Gale family. But this kid was insolent, making Yannisfeng seethe with resentment. Isaiah remained silent, looking at the man's arrogant demeanor, wondering what gave him such pride. I don't think you have the right to order me around, Isaiah replied coolly. You little brat, do you know who you're talking to? So, who are you? Isaiah asked curiously. I am Yannisfeng, a 5th rank alchemist. Do you understand now? Bow down to me. Yannisfeng roared angrily. Outside, his attendants watched with amusement. A mere nobody challenging Yannisfeng. How ridiculous. That boy must die today. This will be entertaining. The attendants laughed, thinking Isaiah was courting disaster by standing up to Yannisfeng. Bow down? Think carefully. The one who should kneel is you, not me. Isaiah dismissed him outright. Yannisfeng's eyes blazed with fury. Today, he had to punish this impertinent youth. When Gale family members arrive, you won't survive, Yannisfeng threatened. Let's see who survives once they arrive, Isaiah responded indifferently. Yannisfeng couldn't believe this kid's audacity. Usually revered, he'd never been disrespected like this. Now, the Gale family overseer is here. Watch how you die for opposing me. Yannisfeng fumed, spotting Haroun, now an elder. Haroun's presence meant dealing with this youth would be easier. Even demanding a bow will be unnecessary. Taking his life will suffice, he thought smugly. Haroun, thank heavens you're here. Unbelievably, someone from your Gale family bullied me. They really underestimate me, Yannisfeng complained. Haroun sighed. Who would dare bully you? Please tell me what happened. Chapter 547, Submission of the Family. Yannisfeng strutted with arrogance. Now Haroun, a steward of the Gale family, had also appeared. It was time for Isaiah to pay the price. This boy dared to show disrespect to me. Such a person deserves death. Haroun, you know my status. Haroun, recognizing the person as Isaiah, was instantly stunned. How could Yannisfeng possibly be disrespected by Isaiah? And their enmity seemed significant. Haroun sighed. Boy, you just wait and see. Look at you. Dead sooner or later, Yannisfeng said smugly. Haroun shook his head. Though you're a distinguished alchemist, Yannisfeng, what you're doing now is tantamount to courting your own death. Yannisfeng looked puzzled, completely baffled. What are you talking about? I am an alchemist. This boy disrespected me. Don't you know that the Gale family has changed hands? He's our new clan leader now. You dare show him disrespect? Do you wish to die? This revelation left Yannisfeng wide-eyed and speechless for a moment, staring dumbfounded at Isaiah. A mere child being the clan leader of the Gale family? It was unbelievable. Yannisfeng had never met this person before. How could he hold such high status? No way. Haroun, you can't be fooling me. How can this little brat be our clan leader? Why would I joke about this? He is indeed our new clan leader. You should kneel and apologize immediately. Deeply resentful, but seeing the Gale family members outside the door, Yannisfeng felt afraid. He was just an alchemist. If it came down to physical confrontation, he'd clearly be at a disadvantage. The thought that this boy was actually the clan leader troubled him. I'm sorry, clan leader. All of this is my mistake. I failed to recognize your greatness. Reluctantly, Yannisfeng knelt and apologized. Isaiah stepped forward and slapped him across the face, which enraged Yannisfeng but left him no choice but to endure it. He couldn't defy under these circumstances. Are you satisfied, young Master Galen? If not, that's enough. Tell him to get lost. We won't be cooperating with him anymore, Isaiah replied coldly. Treating me like this, clan leader, won't you regret it? I am quite useful, Yannisfeng retorted, trying to regain some dignity. Oh really? What use do you have that I don't know about? A dog who looks down on people isn't something I need. This is your fault for provoking me. Isaiah said mockingly. All right, I hope you don't come asking me back someday. Isaiah laughed. I'm a rank 6 alchemist. Do you think I'd need someone like you? Stop embarrassing yourself and get out. You're a rank 6 alchemist? Yannisfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man was not only the clan leader but also a rank 6 alchemist. This was too extraordinary to believe. But it was true, and Yannisfeng had no choice but to accept it. Leaving with a shudder, he bowed and departed, though feeling deeply aggrieved. What was this alchemist here for? Isaiah asked. He was here to treat infected mutants, but that's unnecessary now since the mutated warriors are gone from the Gale family. Isaiah nodded. How many men do we have prepared? We've counted and confirmed 600 strong, good fighters, but attacking the Gale family will be tough given their numbers. Isaiah smiled confidently. Don't worry. With me here, the Gale family is nothing. Gale family warriors were powerful, numbering at least 1,000, residing within a fortified city. Attacking them wouldn't be easy. Haroun didn't bother suggesting plans. Seeing Isaiah's confidence, he knew it was best to follow orders. The number of warriors might impact our morale, especially in a family war. Isaiah nodded. Getting these warriors to fight for him wouldn't be easy. Haroun wondered about Isaiah's plans but didn't ask, only silently obeyed. Aren't there still many unsubjugated warriors in the Tianhanshan region? Yes, we can force their submission if you aren't in a hurry. Isaiah shook his head. He didn't want to expand the family's power yet. Inform the Tianying family and all others. The Gale family no longer exists. From now on, we are the Qin family. This place belongs to us. Haroun seemed somewhat embarrassed. My lord Galen, as the clan leader, let me advise you. Martha hasn't returned yet. Perhaps it would be better to temporarily call ourselves the Galen family and designate the Qin family as our primary affiliate. This way. No need. We will directly use the name Qin family. At this moment, a servant came over to report something. Nearly 1,200 warriors from the Gale family? Haroun's face changed drastically upon hearing this, completely unexpected that the Gale family had suddenly rallied so many people. The situation seemed off. The Gale family is showing great momentum this time with so many supporting warriors. This might be troublesome, Haroun expressed his concern. Just people, nothing serious. I have ways to gather more warriors. You don't need to worry about this. His words were confident, but how would he do it? Warriors weren't easily gathered, especially given that Isaiah had just taken over the Gale family. Many old factions were unwilling to obey him. Even using force wouldn't be simple, which gave Haroun a headache. I'll try my best to rally those family forces. Leave this matter to me. Very well, thank you for your efforts. Also, the tribute deadline is coming up soon. Given the current complex situation, I'm worried about potential issues. Haroun voiced his concerns. Indeed, at such a critical juncture, any mishap could pose a significant threat to the clan. Although they were a large and powerful clan, they were not entirely secure. No need, just call us the Qin family. A servant arrived and reported news. Nearly 1,200 Gale family warriors? Haroun was shocked by the sudden increase in their numbers, suspecting foul play. They seem well supported. This might be troublesome, Haroun said worriedly. Don't worry, I'll find ways to gather more warriors. That's not your concern. Haroun wondered how he would do that. Recruiting warriors wasn't easy, especially after Isaiah's recent takeover of the Gale family. Forcing compliance would be difficult. I'll try to rally the family forces. Leave it to me. Thank you for your help. Supply times are approaching soon. Things are complicated, and I'm concerned. Haroun expressed worries. Any further mishaps at this critical juncture could jeopardize their safety, despite their considerable strength. Chapter 548. The situation isn't good. Isaiah intended to go out for a walk. He still needed a few more medicinal herbs that Haroun had been collecting, and thought he might find some help along the way. If there were too many martial artists from other large families, his own family members might suffer. Isaiah strolled slowly down the street. Though he was the head of the Qin family, not many people truly recognized him. Suddenly, he heard commotion ahead. Raising an eyebrow, Isaiah followed the crowd to see what was happening. We're not the Gale family anymore. Our name has changed. We're now the Qin family. We're here to collect tributes. Hand them over quickly, or else this place will be wiped clean with blood. A Qin family martial artist, acting arrogantly, declared. Isaiah glanced at the family residence, which was in disrepair. There were hardly any people left at the gate, and those few appeared famished and emaciated, definitely not wealthy. Our family only has 3 people left, and we haven't eaten for days. We can't give any tribute. The bald Qin family martial artist sneered. Ha, so that's it? If you can't pay, then die. Your existence is nothing but pain anyway, he said with evident displeasure. Isaiah couldn't bear to watch. How could someone like this exist in his family? This family clearly had no money left. Yet this thug was still demanding tribute and threatening their lives. Stop. The Alistair froze, thinking it must be someone important, but he saw only a young boy. A young boy dared to speak to him like that? He couldn't swallow this insult. As a Qin family martial artist, he wielded unchecked power. Kid, are you meddling in affairs that don't concern you? Get lost before I change my mind. Who does he think he is? He's one of our administrators now, with high rank and strong abilities. The surrounding martial artists laughed. They didn't recognize Isaiah, who had never publicly revealed himself. Isaiah hadn't expected such degenerates to appear in the family. Perhaps he hadn't given enough instructions. The Alistair, an administrator in the Qin family, felt indignant being interrupted by a mere boy while doing his job. Brat, are you looking for death? I'm collecting tributes. If you don't leave, you'll regret it. Isaiah shook his head. Chuckles. It's not me who should leave. These people have no money left. Why would you demand tribute? Are you out of your mind? Everyone stared wide-eyed, taken aback by Isaiah's bold words. He dared to talk back to a Qin family administrator like that. Humph, kid. You're really asking for it, the Alistair snorted. That kid's dead for sure. Another Qin family martial artist scoffed. Isaiah was indeed meddlesome. Isaiah shrugged. Want to take a swing at me? You'll regret it. Enough, brat. Why do you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? You don't have the right, got it? The Alistair was ready to strike. Isaiah looked unappealing, and he hated that. Take care of him. Let's see how smug he can be after this. Disable his arms best, the Alistair ordered. Several martial artists immediately surrounded Isaiah, attacking fiercely. Their goal was to maim him. But Isaiah's powerful transformational energy blocked their attacks. They felt unprecedented pressure, making the situation unbelievable. The Alistair raised an eyebrow, surprised by Isaiah's formidable energy. Brat, you're pretty strong. Not moving, and yet possessing such strong energy. That's impressive. Haven't seen someone like you in a long time. The Alistair shook his head, preparing to deal with Isaiah personally. Today, we need to establish our authority. Let's see who dares to disrespect us again. Isaiah narrowed his eyes and shook his head. You're nothing but trash, foolish and clueless about who you face. Don't talk rubbish in front of me, brat. The Alistair punched fiercely, the sound echoing as if hitting steel. He froze in shock. How could this boy's energy be so strong? Terrifyingly strong. His punch didn't even harm Isaiah but sent the Alistair flying from the force of Isaiah's energy. The situation turned dire. You dare attack me? We're from the most powerful family, the Qin family. You'll pay for this sooner or later, the Alistair growled. Just one move, and he realized his inferiority to Isaiah. How could this kid be so strong? Imph, all Qin family members follow me. Who are you planning to call for help? Isaiah asked curiously. The Alistair hesitated, then chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting? How could you be an important figure in the Qin family? I've never seen you among the management. What are you pretending? The onlookers were puzzled. The Qin family was notorious for its brutal collection methods. Today was different. Many from the area had gathered to witness this. The rules for the Qin family will change. Those without money won't have to contribute. Anyone willing to fight for the Qin family will receive rewards, Isaiah announced loudly. You little punk, who'd believe a kid like you? The Alistair doubted. The Alistair was, after all, an administrator. His doubts resonated with others. Imph, wait until more Qin family members arrive. You'll understand who you're facing. The Alistair thought Isaiah was just blustering. Such a person couldn't possibly be significant. At this moment, Haroun led reinforcements, seeing Isaiah from afar, and hurried over to greet him. Clan leader, why are you here? Hearing this, the Alistair nearly fainted. Clan leader? This kid was the Qin family clan leader? The Alistair was utterly shocked, as were many present. Was this the one who defeated the Gale family? It seemed almost mythical. Isaiah became the Qin clan leader at a young age, which seemed implausible to many, sparking disbelief. Chapter 549, Stop Threatening Me. Jorge glanced at the Alistair. He recognized this steward, which meant they must have encountered some new conflicts serious enough to lead to violence. He is Isaiah, our current clan leader of the Qin family. How dare you ignorant people lay hands on him? I think suicide would be the least you can do to atone, Jorge said with obvious displeasure. The Alistair and his fellow martial artists fell to their knees instantly, looking helpless and miserable. Elder Jorge, it's all my fault. We didn't recognize the mountain due to our ignorance. We had no clue what we were doing. We never imagined it would turn out this way. The Alistair was completely flustered. Considering Isaiah's terrifying strength, he realized that such a scenario did make sense. Who would have thought that their current clan leader would be so low-key? They had never seen him before. This time it's really over. If only they knew Isaiah was the clan leader, they wouldn't dare act like this. Isaiah's face was expressionless, explaining his earlier words. Everything made sense now. The Alistair knelt down fervently, realizing how terrible the situation was. Provoking the clan leader and laying hands on him would mean certain death for them. The Alistair trembled in fear as Isaiah remained silent for a long time. All right, I'll forgive you this time, but I need to announce new rules. Families too impoverished won't need to offer tribute anymore. Isaiah quickly added, anyone willing to join the Qin family will be rewarded with 4th or 5th grade elixirs. I won't shortchange anyone, and if you're unwilling, then forget it. However, joining the Qin family is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You choose whether or not to join. His domineering tone was akin to that of an emperor, and soon there were responses from many who were willing to step forward. Isaiah was someone reasonable and willing to offer elixirs. Many were indeed tempted. Jorge didn't expect so many warriors to come forward within a short while. He felt surprised and delighted at heart. This is great news, Mr. Galen. With this move, the gap between us and the Gale family won't be too wide. How are the herbs you asked me to collect? I need them badly right now. Jorge looked a little embarrassed and admitted he was also troubled. We're still missing one herb, kept by an old man. No matter what, he refuses to give it up. He used to be the local bully here. What herb is missing? Xiuxian grass. Would its absence make a big difference? Let me see if there's any substitute. After some contemplation, Isaiah realized this wasn't simple. That specific herb was essential for the elixir. So what did the elder say? Looks like I'll have to deal with him personally. Time is running out, Isaiah said sternly. But no matter what we offer him, he remains defiant. We've already provided many favorable terms, but he won't part with the herb. Isaiah understood the situation and wanted to obtain the herb as quickly as possible to return and start the elixir preparation. Boosting his strength would ensure success against the Gale family, which, according to Jorge's intelligence, was quite powerful, even more formidable than the Gale family. Accompanied by Jorge, Isaiah visited the old man's home. The herbs are in his possession, Mr. Galen. You can try to negotiate. Isaiah walked slowly inside, pushing open the door. He seemed lost in thought while observing the interior. He soon met an elderly man and greeted him respectfully. Sir, good day? Himph, you're likely from the Qin family. Don't waste my time. Whatever your demands are, I won't give you Xiuxian grass. The elder shook his head. Don't be so absolute. There might be something of interest to you. There's no need to be this obstinate, Isaiah smiled. The old man showed disdain, harboring intense hatred towards Isaiah. Whatever this young man said was useless. He had resolved to stand firm against Isaiah. I should be ashamed to even see you. My friendship with the Gale family is deep. Now you've nearly exterminated the Gale family, yet you want something from me? Get out of here. There's no way I'll give you xiuxian grass. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. If you refuse, prepare to die. What about your grandchildren? Will they sacrifice their lives? Don't threaten me. I've been ready from the start. This threat won't faze me. The elder remained defiant. Isaiah sighed, irritated by the old man's stubbornness. Forget the herbs, I'll think of other ways. The elder watched as Isaiah left slowly, feeling things were not as they seemed. A young man appeared. Grandfather, what do you need? Hide the herbs carefully, otherwise, I won't rest easy. The youth nodded. Rest well, grandfather. We'll handle everything properly and won't disappoint you. Isaiah waited outside, uncertain of the outcome. Soon, the door opened, and the young man emerged. I never imagined someone close to my age would be the clan leader of the Qin family. It fills me with envy. Give me the herbs, and I'll reward you with gold coins enough to last a lifetime. Isaiah smiled. Really? I'll keep it hidden from my grandfather. He won't know the herbs were taken. Isaiah quickly secured the xiuxian grass, his eyes glowing with excitement. This worked out well. I'll ask the elder to send you the money. Are you truly planning to go to war with the Gale family? It will be the greatest battle. Wait and see. Everything will end. Having obtained the needed herbs, Isaiah needed to focus on preparing the elixir. Once it was ready, it would all belong to him. This attack on the Gale family wasn't about expanding territory but another goal. To save Martha was enough. Isaiah had devised a plan. Sebastian wouldn't continue being so arrogant this time. Last time, Isaiah hadn't been fully prepared. Martha should still be safe since Sebastian plans to use her against him. Looking at the sky, Isaiah chuckled coldly. Chapter 550, Negotiations. Isaiah had returned with the medicinal herbs, ready to start refining the elixir, when Haroun rushed in with an urgent report. It seemed there was something very pressing on his mind, and he looked exceptionally alarmed. The Gale family has arrived. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. He had thought that since two major clans were at war, there would be no prior visits. What could the Gale family possibly be here for this time? Alright, let's go see then. Inside the main hall, the Gale family members appeared overwhelmingly aggressive, practically intimidating all of the Qin family warriors. The few leading figures were especially formidable, their abundant yuan qi manifesting so visibly that just looking at them was enough to make one shudder. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a scar across his face, who looked particularly extraordinary. This man was the most terrifying, causing many to swallow their breath in anxiety. The Qin family warriors dared not look directly at the scar-faced man, whose towering stature and imposing aura exerted a constant pressure over everyone present. Cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the Qin family warriors. The head of the Qin family has been afraid to come for so long. Do they think we're scared? The leader laughed mockingly. Brother Xiuxian, you didn't need to come in person. The Qin family isn't worth mentioning. There's nothing to worry about, a deputy beside him said. I expected their leader to cower before me today. How boring. I thought they were a powerful clan, but it turns out to be nothing much. Xiuxian waited for more than 10 minutes without seeing Isaiah arrive, which immediately changed his expression. Why is your leader so cowardly? Afraid to even see me? If he doesn't come soon, I'll make sure blood flows from every one of you, Xiuxian roared. This statement frightened the Qin family warriors, silencing them instantly. But despite their silence, no one dared to speak up. If it were any other family, they might have already been kneeling and begging for mercy. These people seemed to have some backbone, and Xiuxian narrowed his eyes. His manifested yuan qi was oppressing them, yet they remained unyielding. It seemed Isaiah had some abilities after all, not as useless as he had imagined. He had heard that it was only a young boy, a mere youth. How powerful could such a person be? It must be because the Gale family was too weak, leading to this outcome. A once powerful family like the Gale clan being destroyed by a child. It was truly shameful. Xiuxian shook his head, clearly dismissive of the situation. What's going on? Is your leader afraid to meet me? Please wait a moment, young master of the Gale family. Our leader will certainly come. There's no need to be so anxious. Isn't it a bit too early? I think that leader Isaiah is simply afraid. I want to see what kind of divine figure he is. Our Gale family is far stronger than the Qin family. We are on entirely different levels. You should understand that our family's warriors outnumber yours by more than double. Furthermore, in terms of strength between our leaders, there's a vast difference. You attacked our city, but our location is easy to defend and hard to attack. After Xiuxian spoke, many Qin family warriors were indeed moved. Analyzing it this way, their attack would undoubtedly end in disaster. What were they to do? But everything hinged on Isaiah's orders. They would follow whatever he commanded. The Qin family warriors remained steadfast, adhering to Isaiah's leadership. Seeing the unmoved Qin warriors, Xiuxian raised an eyebrow. Just wait. Once Isaiah appears, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy. I doubt that, a solemn voice echoed. Turning around, Xiuxian saw a youth walking towards them, exuding an arrogance that showed he didn't fear anyone. Everyone held their breath momentarily. This boy's aura was unexpectedly powerful, surprising everyone. Even Xiuxian felt slightly suppressed by Isaiah's presence, making his expression extremely grim. Under the oppressive yuan qi, Xiuxian struggled to speak smoothly. He raised an eyebrow, falling silent as the atmosphere grew heavier. The tension reached its peak. Is your Gale family here to beg for mercy? Isaiah asked. Xiuxian wanted to immediately retort, but quickly sensed something was amiss. The youth's yuan qi oppression was even stronger, leaving him almost speechless. He was genuinely terrified. Li, you're quite impressive, Xiuxian couldn't help but praise. He had experienced countless battles big and small, but this was the first time he found himself in such a predicament, completely overwhelmed by panic. Never had he seen such a powerful young man. What cultivation level did he possess? If you wish to submit, it's simple. I only require Sebastian's head and the release of Martha. Otherwise, prepare for the destruction of your xiuxian family, Isaiah declared with overwhelming confidence. Xiuxian expended considerable effort to finally speak, having used up significant energy. That is absolutely impossible. We did not come to surrender. Instead, can you really laugh until the end for what you've done? Nobody dares oppose the xiuxian family. The people of Tiangong Mountain region must be crazy to go against us. Do you know the consequences? Sitting atop the dais, Isaiah smiled coldly, appearing quite ruthless. You took 6th rank medicinal herbs from Eve that day. We won't let this go. So, he's also from your xiuxian family. Now that I have it, what more can you say? Isaiah replied indifferently. Xiuxian seemed at a loss on how to handle him. If it were anyone else, he might have lashed out in anger. However, this person wasn't ordinary, and he hesitated, feeling completely unable to act rashly. He feared that acting rashly here would result in his own bloody end. Fine, if that's the case, we'll wait for battle, Xiuxian sneered, already having lost ground to Isaiah. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Haroun shook his head. He knew he couldn't persuade Isaiah. Once Isaiah made a decision, it wouldn't change easily, a headache-inducing situation. The number of xiuxian family warriors was continuously growing. If Isaiah launched a direct assault, it wouldn't be as simple as expected, and attacking a fortified city was always challenging. Chapter 551. How about a wager? Although he knew Isaiah could transform into a true dragon, would it be as effective when the time came? Sebastian's companion, Jonah, was a sorcerer who might possess methods to counteract dragons. Master Galen, I would like to have a word with you. Speak your mind, Isaiah said indifferently. I'm concerned about Jonah. He's a sorcerer, and if he has a way to deal with your true dragon form, things could get difficult. Don't worry. Jonah is nothing but an individual, and I have my ways. I won't let the Gales off easily. Thank you for your concern, but it's not much of an issue for me. Isaiah smiled. Was he being too confident? Something didn't feel right. It all seemed more complicated than it looked. By the way, isn't there a place in our clan where one can refine elixirs? There's an elixir hall located beneath Tiangong region, which is specialized in elixir refinement. The Qin family doesn't seem to have such a place here. He was going to refine a 6th rank elixir, which was quite challenging. Without going to the elixir hall, it would be quite troublesome as not just any place could refine a 6th rank elixir. The location of the elixir hall isn't far. Are you going alone, Master Galen? Isaiah nodded and set off for the elixir hall shortly after. He had already prepared plenty of medicinal herbs. According to his knowledge of elixirs, this spirit bone flower could be used to refine the rare 6th rank heavenly bone spirit pill. If successful, this would significantly benefit him. Isaiah felt a bit excited at the thought. At the entrance of the elixir hall, Isaiah narrowed his eyes. There were many people here, but few genuine alchemists. Huh, what are you doing here, brat? This isn't a place for you, a guard grumbled. Isaiah shook his head, originally planning to use force, but then heard a familiar voice. Isn't this Isaiah, the clan leader of the Qin family? What a distinguished visit. Isaiah turned around, his expression changing slightly. It was Percy. So it's you, planning to trouble me? Me? I don't have the guts. You're so esteemed, a clan leader. I wouldn't dare provoke you, Percy said mockingly. Percy remembered the events from a few days ago. Now that Isaiah was here, likely to refine an elixir, this was a good opportunity to make things difficult for him. Since Isaiah hadn't shown Percy respect before, it was time for him to pay the price. Percy wasn't someone to be trifled with. I wonder why Master Galen is here. Not here to refine an elixir, I suppose? Isaiah nodded. Indeed, I am here to refine a 6th rank elixir. Soon, you'll see how skilled I am in alchemy. What an arrogant kid. If Isaiah wasn't the clan leader of the Qin family and possessed considerable strength, Percy wouldn't be showing him such respect. Although Percy lacked strength, he had other methods. Since Isaiah was refining an elixir, he could make it challenging for him on the path of alchemy. Oh, refining a 6th rank elixir? That should be quite enlightening, Percy thought to himself, unconvinced that this young man was a 6th rank alchemist. They soon entered the elixir hall. Percy watched Isaiah disdainfully, noting that Isaiah indeed had 6th rank ingredients, which was something very enviable. Master Galen, how about a wager? Percy chuckled coldly. Do you doubt my alchemical skills? A wager, you say? Fine by me. What do you have to offer? Fitting of a clan leader, you're indeed very confident. Let me look at you differently. I also have 6th rank ingredients. If you successfully refine a 6th rank elixir, these will be yours. Percy confidently displayed a 6th rank ingredient. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, inwardly delighted. He hadn't expected anyone to provide him with such ingredients. These are top-tier 6th rank ingredients, golden dragon bones, and a fragmented formula. You should know how valuable they are, sought after by both martial artists and alchemists alike. Percy revealed a golden dragon bone. Isaiah was instantly captivated. The ingredient looked incredibly valuable, exuding life and essence. He couldn't wait to obtain it upon first sight. You really want to bet on this? If you lose, this will belong to me entirely. Percy smiled. I wouldn't bet unless I was certain. The elixir you're trying to refine is notoriously difficult. You won't succeed with this spirit bone flower. All right, I'll take the bet. Master Galen, being a respected clan leader, you must keep your word. If you fail, I demand an apology. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing for me, Percy said. You're just worried about face. I thought you'd ask for money or something. Isaiah shook his head, seemingly disappointed. Seeing Percy's eagerness, Isaiah happily agreed. Just watch. I'll refine a 6th rank elixir from this spirit bone flower for you. What's going on here? Clan leader Isaiah is betting against Percy using 6th rank ingredients. Is this young clan leader really capable of refining elixirs, especially a 6th rank one? Without Isaiah being the clan leader of the Qin family, almost no one believed he could succeed. No one dared speak ill of Isaiah, but remained skeptical about his alchemy skills. 6th rank elixirs were rare even in the northern continent. After making preparations, Isaiah began refining the elixir. I can't believe he'll succeed. I once saw a 6th-rank alchemist attempt the spirit bone flower but failed fatally. This boy is daydreaming. The senior alchemist Percy had seen was seasoned, while Isaiah was young. Even if Isaiah had the ability, lack of experience meant he would surely fail without question. As expected, trouble emerged early in the refinement process. When the spirit bone flower was placed in the cauldron, black smoke billowed out, obscuring everything. Yannisfeng couldn't help but laugh. Everything went smoothly. The elixir wasn't easily refined. Such black smoke could be fatal without precautions. Chapter 552, Black Smoke. With his vision obscured by black smoke, what could Isaiah do? He couldn't concentrate on refining the pill, and it was very easy to cause an explosion. Such things were extremely dangerous. Yet this young man dared to refine. Too young. Even if he is the patriarch, so what? He's still going to suffer a great loss, ha ha ha. Yannisfeng laughed smugly. He had seen others fail at refining before. Even a senior 6th-rank alchemist failed. So why would Isaiah succeed now? Isaiah's attempt at refining was a huge joke, and not only that, it would cost him his life. Even if he didn't die, he would likely end up crippled, a tragic outcome. Everyone watching felt a headache coming on. It was obvious that the possibility of Isaiah succeeding in his refinement was incredibly low, practically impossible. Ruined. 6th-rank herbs are actually releasing black smoke. This makes things difficult. The black smoke surrounded Isaiah for a long time, and the alchemy furnace emitted creaking sounds. The situation was dire. With the circumstances like this, how can he succeed? Just surviving would be a miracle. Percy was elated, never expecting Isaiah to lose so quickly. Now it looked like Isaiah had no chance at all. People shook their heads. Anyone who dared challenge Percy usually ended up this way. After all, Percy was a renowned alchemist who wouldn't lose easily. Many wondered how Isaiah became the patriarch at such a young age. Everyone, back away quickly. It's about to explode. The situation will be critical. Everyone retreated, not wanting to be caught in the aftermath. This was a 6th-rank medicine. The consequences could be catastrophic. How strange, it hasn't exploded yet. Normally, it should have already blown up. Yannisfeng sensed something was off. Could the boy's alchemy skills be impressive enough to delay the explosion? He felt uneasy. Master Percy, shouldn't you know what's happening? Isaiah doesn't seem right. Shouldn't it have exploded by now? Percy was momentarily speechless. The fact that nothing happened was a big problem. The black smoke completely enveloped Isaiah. Humph, don't worry. With the black smoke not dissipating, this kid won't survive. There's no need to worry. If Isaiah succeeded in refining the pill, Yannisfeng would be in trouble. He was inwardly anxious. Look, the black smoke is dispersing. Yannisfeng felt uneasy. How is this possible? The black smoke blocking Isaiah's view, and yet he could still refine properly? A brilliant light emerged from the alchemy furnace, pushing everyone back. Then the furnace emitted a strong aura, and many smelled a faint fragrance of medicine. They swallowed hard, faces filled with disbelief. Impossible. Did he succeed? What incredible feat, truly bizarre. Everyone thought he would fail. Tension filled the air. The rumbling sound earlier indicated that Isaiah had successfully refined the pill. It seemed there was one final step left. Isaiah hadn't taken out the pill yet. Percy watched intently, guessing the pill needed cooling after just being refined. You three, attack immediately, Percy suddenly roared, and the 3 warriors beside him advanced. People were shocked, not knowing what was happening. It looked like Percy planned to seize the pill. Isaiah's expression changed slightly as Percy laughed. Patriarch Isaiah, you're quite capable. Didn't expect you to succeed in refining the pill. Percy smiled coldly as Isaiah asked curiously, what are you planning? Don't you see? Tiangu Galangdan needs time to cool down, which consumes a lot of energy. Do you have any strength left to defend yourself? Percy said confidently. The black smoke must have worn you out. Now, with this opportunity, it's time to make you pay. Some found Percy overly bold, daring to act against the Qin family patriarch, the most powerful clan here. But such an opportunity might never come again. No wonder Percy took the risk. Obtaining this 6th-rank pill could propel him to greatness. Isaiah shook his head. You're hilarious. Do you really think you understand much? Stop boasting, Patriarch Galen. You're at your weakest now. My 3 warriors can kill you easily. Percy couldn't stop smiling. My men will escape quickly, and you'll pay the price. Act fast. The pill still belongs to me. Immediately, a sword pierced Isaiah's body. He shook his head, completely unfazed, not even bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Percy was elated. Great. The patriarch paid a heavy price. Percy initially expected Isaiah to fail and pay with blood, but instead, he gained this advantage. He was overwhelmed with joy. Getting such a windfall, Percy couldn't stop grinning. Kill that boy quickly. Don't give him any chance. As a patriarch, he must have some strengths. Isaiah's lips curled up. You're right. I do have some strengths, but you people can't possibly kill me. With a roar from Isaiah, the 3 warriors splattered in blood. Percy was terrified, never expecting the youth to possess such power. 3 warriors offered little resistance and died almost instantly. Percy gaped in disbelief. Could the patriarch be so powerful? Isaiah had already cooled the pill and consumed it. Instantly, his aura surged like a green dragon, overwhelmingly intimidating. Everyone was scared stiff. Ding. Master has consumed the rare 6th-rank Tiangu Galangdan, triggering 100x comprehension. Gained experience 1000 by 1000 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master's cultivation has reached the late 9th stage of the martial spirit realm. Breaking through so rapidly, it was indeed the power of a 6th-rank pill. Isaiah was overjoyed. The Galeu family was no longer worth worrying about. Hashtag chapter 553. An incident occurred. Everyone felt as if they couldn't breathe. What kind of realm could reach such a level? Many were incredibly tense, and everything seemed unclear now. Just moments ago, everyone thought Isaiah was surely dead after being stabbed multiple times. Who would have thought that he not only remained unharmed, but his wounds were healing at an astonishing rate? Oh no, he even consumed the elixir. This means I'm done for. Percy's face turned grim. Isaiah slowly approached, becoming an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. You tried to ambush me. You miscalculated terribly. Now you'll pay the price. Spare me. I was just temporarily blinded by madness. I didn't really want to harm you, Percy panicked, knowing he would certainly die if he did nothing. Percy trembled in fear, powerless against Isaiah's killing intent. He didn't even have the strength to flee. Too bad. You shouldn't have targeted me. This is your tragic end. Isaiah acted immediately. Before Percy could even scream, he met his gruesome death. Lying on the ground, all life had left him. Isaiah smirked coldly and quickly took Percy's 6th-grade herbs. The elixir he had just consumed greatly enhanced his cultivation. Carefully examining the golden dragon bone, Isaiah smiled faintly. He had just taken a 6th-grade elixir and couldn't immediately continue refining more. Doing so would be wasteful. Next, he needed to prepare to wipe out the Galeu family. Back at the Qin family estate, Isaiah inspected Haroun's preparations, which were thoroughly done. Our warriors now number 800, but it's still not enough. The Galeu family reportedly has reached 1,500 men. Isaiah shook his head. I'll tell you how to attack. You'll be responsible for leading them. What about you, Master Galen? I have other arrangements. You're in charge of leading our clan to assault the Galeu city. The Galeu family stronghold has always been easy to defend but hard to attack. Hopefully, we can succeed. Order everyone to feast today. We depart tomorrow. Haroun nodded, hoping everything would go smoothly. Galeu family city. The Veshan's face was grim. His visit to the Qin family had been embarrassing. In front of him stood Yvehong, the clan leader, and 2 others, Jonah and Sebastian. Now, the Veshan somewhat regretted this move. Engaging Isaiah for these 2 might not guarantee victory for the Galeu family. How strong is Isaiah? Yvehong asked. During our last battle, he was at the late 7th rank of the martial spirit realm. He's likely stronger now, but with caution, there's nothing to worry about, Sebastian replied. He's no match for me. I'm at the late 8th rank of the martial spirit realm, Yvehong declared confidently. Jonah chuckled. Don't worry. If that boy transforms into a true dragon, I'll make him pay. Sebastian's face darkened. He had witnessed the power of true dragon form. It was terrifying. Can clan leader Galeu handle a true dragon? Yveshang's expression turned serious. Though he was concerned, the opponent was not some minor adversary. True dragons? They disappeared over 1,000 years ago. I didn't expect to encounter one here. This won't be easy, Yvehong admitted, feeling immense pressure. Even he couldn't guarantee success against a true dragon. Fear not, I have 2 methods to deal with the boy. Witchcraft is highly effective against true dragons. Trust in this, Jonah assured confidently. Are you certain? Yvehong asked. Just trust me. The next day, the Qin family warriors marched forth, with Isaiah riding at the front. Haroun rallied their spirits before departure, inspiring confidence. They cheered upon seeing Isaiah, who merely smiled, feeling almost like a ruler. However, the battle hadn't started yet, and premature celebration was unwise. The Galeu family city wasn't far off when Haroun rushed to report urgently. Master Galen, shall we retreat first? What happened? Why are you so anxious? Speak up. Another family is approaching, similar in power to the Galeu family. The Galeu family themselves brought 800 warriors. And this changes things? Are they planning to watch us fight? Yes, it's indeed a perilous situation. It's too risky to proceed. We could easily be ambushed. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, surprised by this turn of events. Retreat or press forward? Do not retreat. We continue. Please listen to me, Master Galen. Attacking now isn't wise. The Galeu family isn't weaker than the Galeu, and attacking now would put us in a difficult position, Haroun warned anxiously. Isaiah shook his head. Retreating now makes no sense. I see no great danger. Even if both families come, I'm unafraid. Haroun was speechless. He had hoped Isaiah would be wiser. The situation was already perilous before even starting the battle. Attacking the Galeu family would be tough even if successful, and the Galeu family would seize the opportunity to plunder. Collaboration between the Galeu and Galeu families would leave Isaiah cornered, with nowhere to run. However, Haroun understood Isaiah's stubborn nature. He wouldn't retreat no matter what. Fine, since you insist on not retreating, we won't. Let's try our best. Don't worry, my strength is nothing to fear. They'll soon understand. Suddenly, Isaiah transformed into a beam of light, ascending into the sky. His aura is stronger. Has his cultivation improved significantly? Haroun wondered, realizing how and when Isaiah had advanced, a mystery that puzzled everyone. Chapter 554, Destruction. At this moment, Haroun could only order everyone to prepare for the attack. The situation was far from optimistic. The sky quickly turned overcast with dark clouds gathering. The lightning flashed repeatedly, making everything seem oppressively heavy. Many people held their breaths. Soon, a coiling Abraham appeared amidst the black clouds in the sky. They saw its colossal shadow and its 2 pairs of dragon claws. My God! Such creatures like an Abraham actually exist. Can we really win? The Galeu family warriors were clearly terrified. It was their first time seeing such a massive creature, leaving them at a loss for words. What they faced now was sheer fear. Yveshang's expression was grim. Even he couldn't handle such a monster. He wondered what Jonah's confidence was based on. Don't worry, once the Abraham gets close, I'll teach it a lesson. Don't think it's invincible, Jonah said confidently. A large object was being carried behind them, covered by a cloth, hiding its identity. Yvehong glanced at it, and seemed to recognize it as a massive crossbow. It didn't look simple, but could it really deal with a true dragon? That was his curiosity. Is the Qin family still planning to attack under these circumstances? The Galeu family has already arrived. The Galeu family is certainly scheming, hoping to profit from our conflict. Sebastian raised an eyebrow and remarked. Jonah uncovered the cloth, revealing a massive crossbow. The arrowhead was highly unusual, imbued with an incredibly powerful essence. Everyone's faces fell. Xiu clan leader, once the Abraham gets close, aim for its heart. This crossbow can pierce through its scales. When that happens, it will die without a trace, Jonah declared confidently. Sebastian had his doubts. The arrowhead seemed imbued with a mysterious and powerful sorcery, but killing a dragon like this, wasn't it too simple? Just trust me, Jonah chuckled coldly. The Abraham soon descended from the dark clouds in the sky, making the atmosphere even heavier. Even the few powerful warriors felt breathing difficult, the oppressive force too strong. The Abraham charged straight towards Yvonne and the others. Haroun immediately ordered the attack. The Abraham opened its mouth, spewing blazing fire. Without hesitation, Yvonne, despite his fear, drew the crossbow. He aimed for the dragon's heart, and the arrow shot out like a meteor in the night sky, extremely powerful. An ear-piercing screech filled the air. Suddenly, the arrow pierced the dragon's chest. It let out several agonized howls, and the dark clouds dispersed. The entire dragon crashed into the Xiu family city. A series of thunderous booms echoed. Jonah couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. It had worked perfectly. This Abraham barely resisted before collapsing, causing everyone to rejoice. Haha, Isaiah, did you really think your Abraham was invincible? My crossbow is specifically for slaying dragons. This is your tragic end. You're doomed this time, Xiu ran laughed. Haha, I thought this dragon would be formidable, but it's only this strong. Yvonne smirked, everything going according to plan and proceeding smoothly. Haroun continued directing the offensive. Seeing Isaiah's Abraham fall, the morale of all the warriors plummeted. The Xiu family launched an attack, opening the city gates. The Qin family warriors were almost entirely defeated. Isaiah's downfall severely affected morale. Haroun was also shaken. They thought Isaiah's Abraham incarnation was invincible, but it was taken down by an arrow. This fight was essentially over, especially with the Xiu family now looking on menacingly. The Qin family's fate was clear. They would perish without a trace. From afar, members of the Xiu family watched the scene unfold. The battle had been brief. I didn't expect that dragon to lose so quickly. The Xiu family's deputy patriarch shook his head, clearly disappointed. It's not over yet, said the patriarch. Patriarch, let's not waste time. A family like the Qin family can't truly match the Xiu family. We've made a wasted trip. The deputy patriarch sighed. The Xiu family continued watching. At the moment the Abraham fell, the Qin family warriors scattered in defeat. It was utterly disastrous. The Xiu family defenders moved to secure the city, charging out directly. The Qin family warriors fled in disarray. Hold your ground. Patriarch Isaiah isn't truly fallen yet, Haroun roared, but those around him were completely routed, unable to resist further. Morale was crushed so thoroughly that no one could turn the tide. Haroun clenched his teeth, never expecting events to unfold this way. Could Isaiah really have been killed by a single arrow? Eve and Jonah ran toward the Abraham, intending to deliver the final blow. Martha, who had been imprisoned in a house, managed to escape due to the impact. Seeing the injured dragon, she panicked. Isaiah. Suddenly, a voice rang in her mind. Martha no longer hesitated. She knew what she had to do. Great. We'll finally be able to slay the evil dragon. Jonah sneered. The Gale family could finally reclaim power and become even stronger. Yvonne was the happiest, believing this victory would elevate him to new heights. Such a powerful magical beast, defeated by Xiuxian's hands. Just as the Qin family was on the verge of complete annihilation by the Xiu family, a sudden burst of flames shattered all the Xiu family's hopes. Instantly, people were reduced to ashes, many screaming in agony. The Xiu family warriors looked back in shock, momentarily paralyzed with fear. They saw the Abraham lift its head again. Another burst of flames tearing through the city gates. Due to the dragon's flames, chaos ensued among the Xiu family warriors. They had no heart left for the fight. The wounded dragon was rising again, its long, massive body writhing. With a mighty flick of its tail, the ground cracked open. The Abraham roared, and lightning rained from the sky. The thunderous roar caused more fear among the Xiu family. In just a few moments, countless lives were lost. Less than half remained. Yvonne was stunned, witnessing the destruction wrought by the Abraham. The Xiu family city seemed to face total ruin. Chapter 555, Departure. The Xiu family warriors who had just been dominating moments ago were now almost all dead, proving to be no match for Xander at all. The damned Xander, your opponent is me. Yvonne roared in fury as he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch straight at Xander. High-tier heaven-class martial skill, shattering fist. Xander didn't take him seriously, yet unexpectedly he was knocked to the ground by that single punch. Yvonne could no longer keep calm. His clansmen had been massacred beyond count, and he was completely enraged now. You actually dared to kill so many of my clansmen. I will never let you live. Today is your end. Yvonne bellowed like a madman, having entered a berserk state determined to avenge his kin. But soon enough, Xander raised his head again. With gritted teeth, Yvonne felt utterly baffled. That ear-splitting punch seemed to have no effect on Xander, who appeared perfectly unharmed. Instantly, Yvonne became nervous. This Xander was not someone he could deal with. It was too formidable. If things continued this way, who knew what would happen? The city of Xiu family might really be lost. While Yvonne was still dazed, Xander's tail whipped him away in an instant, sending him flying through the air with blood splattering everywhere. That surge of primordial energy was nearly fatal. Lying on the ground unable to get up, Yvonne was on the brink of death. How could it be? The power of an imperial martial realm. In his half-dead state, Yvonne realized the Xiu family had utterly lost all hope. Turning back to Gale Tian and Sebastian, they were nowhere to be found, having probably fled long ago when they sensed the situation going south. Damn you, Jonah. You actually betrayed me. Using his dragon claws, Xander pulled out the arrow which was bleeding profusely. but the wound healed quickly. This was truly despair for Yifeng. There wasn't a shred of hope left for him. Fighting against this Xander was suicide. How could he possibly defeat an Imperial-level dragon? He should have never helped Sebastian, who had now fled faster than anyone else. All the Galeu family warriors had perished in the flames, leaving everything utterly hopeless. Looking around, Yifeng saw a hellish scene. The intense heat from the flames produced white snowflakes, a terrifying sight. Xander opened its mouth, and a stream of dragon flame emerged, instantly reducing Yifeng to ashes without even a trace left. The remaining Galeu family warriors fled in panic, devoid of any other thoughts besides escape. With this battle, the Qin family had practically won. The city of Galeu family was mostly destroyed. From afar, the Galeu family observed this situation hesitantly. At this moment, they chose not to attack but to leave. They couldn't handle such a huge dragon, making their situation extremely critical. Fleeing at this moment was the best choice. Attacking Xander rashly would result in bloodshed. Thus, the Galeu family was annihilated. Sebastian and Jonah had already escaped. Xander transformed back into human form. Isaiah shook his head. This battle wasn't as difficult as expected, with the leader of the Galeu family being easily overpowered. The remaining Galeu family warriors submitted, knowing resistance was futile. Isaiah met Martha again, inside the grand hall of Galeu family city. Wow, you really did some damage here, Martha said with a shake of her head. She had thought she was doomed, but was surprised to still be alive. Isaiah, unfazed, sighed. He had almost thought he would die this time. Jonah's sorcery bow possessed immense power, but luckily, he managed to survive unscathed. Didn't expect Sebastian to run so fast, did he? Isaiah said with a raised eyebrow as he slowly sipped tea, his expression gradually turning grim. At that moment, he was focused on dealing with the Galeu family and didn't think much about anything else. Most importantly, Jonah was difficult to handle. Isaiah regretted not taking care of him first and vowed to pursue them next time. I'll leave the Qin family in your hands. I don't need a family force, Isaiah said indifferently. But can I really manage such a large family alone? I'm worried. Don't worry. It's quite simple. Haroun will find some absolute powerhouses to help protect the family, Isaiah assured her seriously. Isaiah had met Haroun's warriors before and acknowledged their strength. There weren't too many issues. So, after helping me conquer the Gale and Galeu families, you still plan to leave? Martha asked. Isaiah nodded. It has to be this way. I can't stay here forever. I must leave early, or else Sebastian and Jonah might flee somewhere far. Martha sighed, surprised by Isaiah's decision. The current situation wasn't favorable, but she knew she couldn't hold him back. He seemed to have many plans. I'm actually worried about what the Galeu family might plot. Relax. If the Galeu family dares to act, I'll return swiftly. They will pay with blood, Isaiah said confidently. Isaiah had instructed Haroun to send a message warning the Galeu family not to misbehave. Witnessing Xander's terrifying power, they had left immediately, unwilling to stay. Initially, Haroun feared the Galeu family would seize the opportunity to attack, but now that thought was completely dismissed. So, when do you plan to leave? Pretty soon. Shouldn't be too late. Can't let Sebastian escape further north, Isaiah explained, his eyes fixed on the map. Sebastian might seek refuge with another family. They seem to have plenty of connections. Martha tried to help but felt helpless. Isaiah exited the grand hall, mounted a horse, and slowly rode away, waving farewell. The road ahead was wide, but Isaiah felt an inexplicable worry deep within. Jonah was not simple. A sorcerer was a mysterious profession even Isaiah was curious about. If Isaiah wanted to understand the path of a sorcerer, it wouldn't be easy. Squinting his eyes, he walked forward, gradually relaxing. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text. Please review and let me know if any adjustments are needed. Chapter 556, quite the talker. The farther north one goes, the colder it gets. Despite Isaiah's high level of cultivation, resisting the cold was not easy for him. Such was the peculiar nature of the northern continent. Isaiah rode on horseback for a long time, traveling down a desolate road that was barely visible due to the heavy snowfall. Isaiah's expression grew grim as he pondered how long it would take to continue tracking Jonah. Jonah's aura could still be faintly sensed, but it was very subtle and hard to follow. He had no other choice but to press forward, even though it felt aimless at times. Occasionally, Isaiah felt dazed, wondering if he could catch Jonah when they next met, especially since Jonah had run so fast, escaping just after Isaiah dealt with Yifeng. That speed was truly remarkable. Soon, Isaiah saw a fortress ahead. Beyond this fortress seemed to lie a more expansive part of the continent. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, noting that this fortress appeared complex and filled with various energies. At the entrance of the fortress stood several guards wearing heavy armor. They looked listless, guarding the gate without much vigor. On the side, there were numerous bodies of martial artists lying around. They had all died here recently. Not far away, 3 martial artists were planning to approach the fortress. Stop. The Bay Galang fortress is off limits to everyone. Those 3 should turn back, one guard said coldly. How can we not pass? What a joke. If we can't pass, why are you guarding here? A martial artist asked angrily. Brat, I told you not to pass. Do you think someone at the 7th rank spirit warrior stage has the right to protest? The guard retorted irritably. The 3 martial artists were furious, clearly eager to proceed, ready to act. The guard took off his helmet, shocking the 3 martial artists. His terrifying appearance was enough to make anyone freeze in fear. Such a person existed. His chin had been cut off, making his face extremely ugly. The aura power emanating from him was also terrifying. The 3 martial artists almost couldn't move. What kind of sword momentum is this? I am Jeffrey, a guard here, Jeffrey said coldly, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the 3 martial artists like hungry wolves eyeing their prey, completely underestimating them. What does it matter if you're at the 6th or 7th rank spirit warrior stage? In my 5th stage sword momentum, you're dead either way. In the next instant, a flash of cold light appeared, and the three martial artists dropped dead instantly. Their bodies bore huge wounds, blood gushing out as they fell to the ground pitifully. Jeffrey put away his weapon. Anyone who sees my face must die. Why did you provoke me, you three? Couldn't you live happily? Jeffrey laughed coldly, thinking these three had no hope of survival. The guards at the fortress swallowed hard. Everyone had heard about the cruelty and strength of this guard captain, but this was too unreasonable. Those three martial artists were all 7th-rank spirit warriors, yet they couldn't withstand even one blow from him. How terrifying. Hiss, too frightening. This Jeffrey really kills without blinking. Indeed, he killed over 100 people in one day. Ha, those people lined up to die. Whose fault is that? Many guards shook their heads, utterly frightened by Jeffrey's sword momentum. When he drew his sword, everything seemed to come to a standstill. Seeing the blood spurt from the three martial artists' bodies made everyone shudder, a chill running down their spines. This was beyond human capability. Jeffrey laughed coldly again, his ugly face and terrifying sword momentum naturally causing everyone to feel uneasy. Just as the guards thought it was safe to relax, Isaiah slowly walked over. Look, it's actually a kid coming to meet his death? Only 3 died just now, and now another young man comes? This guy must be crazy. The guards mocked and ridiculed Isaiah. The atmosphere already tensed to the point of freezing. How could this kid be so disrespectful? A sensible person would have long fled. Who would come toward the fortress? Where did this brat come from? All the guards sneered. Jeffrey turned and looked at Isaiah, unable to help laughing derisively. To think such a small brat would come to die. Truly laughable. For the first time, Jeffrey felt insulted and looked at Isaiah with disdain and a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Boy, you dared to walk here, so you can't go back. Today, you must die here, Jeffrey said coldly. Isaiah shook his head. Killing someone weaker than yourself isn't something to boast about. Anyone could do that. Why are you so proud of it? At these words, everything went silent. Everyone stared at Isaiah in disbelief. How dare this boy speak so arrogantly? Dared he criticize Jeffrey like this? What right does a little brat like you have? Truly audacious and defying reason. The guards widened their eyes. Great. This boy really knows how to seek death. Looks like he wants to die. Many guards shook their heads. Isaiah, being so young, came here to find his death. The fortress didn't allow anyone through, so trying to pass was inviting death. The master behind this fortress prohibited outsiders from passing through, regardless of any conditions. It was a restricted area, guarded by many strong warriors. Yet, many martial artists, full of self-importance, insisted on crossing the fortress. This was the only path. No other way was possible. Thus, daily deaths occurred here. This was the first time Jeffrey was mocked. He was displeased, finding this boy incredibly presumptuous. Very well, brat. You mean to say my sword momentum isn't powerful enough? Interesting indeed, Jeffrey laughed coldly. Isaiah nodded. You have some skills, but if you kneel and beg for forgiveness now, I might consider letting you live. Enough, boy. Do you really think you're someone important? Don't overestimate yourself. Jeffrey was enraged and prepared to draw his sword. I've seen true sword masters, but they're certainly not like you, Isaiah said, shaking his head. His eyes showed utter disdain, not even looking directly at Jeffrey. Boy, you sure know how to talk big, but I wonder what your real power is. Chapter 557, continue onwards. The Brian was ready to strike. Your swordsmanship is nothing more than that. You'll understand immediately after a duel with me, Isaiah said with a smile. Only the two of them remained in the field. All the guards held their breath, visibly nervous as they watched in tense anticipation. An unusually heavy and oppressive atmosphere filled the air. They all stood there in stunned silence. That kid is definitely going to die. And it's going to be a miserable death. How dare such a brat be so arrogant? The guards shook their heads as if they couldn't bear to witness Isaiah's impending gruesome demise. The Brian made his move. With blinding speed, he drew his sword aiming to tear Isaiah into pieces. This boy dared to look down on him. Now he must pay the price in blood. With a swift motion, a cold gleam flashed. The terror and the force of the Brian's blade aimed directly at Isaiah's neck. Enoch's strike like this would surely end his life. But an unexpected event unfolded. Isaiah reached out one hand and caught the sharp blade with his bare hand. Suddenly, the terrifying momentum of the Brian's attack vanished completely. He could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. His 5th-level sword skill had been neutralized. How could such a terrifying thing happen? It felt as if time froze. The Brian stared dumbstruck at Isaiah, his heart filled with shock. He berated himself. Every time Brian attacked, it ended perfectly with his opponent's doom. Why did this end so poorly? It was beyond his imagination. This youth had blocked his sword with just one hand. This was terrifying. The Brian stared in shock at the scene, clearly stunned by what had transpired. He couldn't comprehend his actions, trying to pull back his sword but unable to do so. Damn this boy. How could he be so powerful? Brian wore a bewildered expression. Suddenly, a glint of cold light appeared before his eyes, and his sword hand was instantly severed. He didn't even manage to scream in agony before collapsing on the ground. The power released by Isaiah's sword movement happened too fast for Brian to react. He lay on the ground almost immediately. How strong this kid is. The guards at the stronghold opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The seemingly invincible Brian fell so easily, happening too quickly for any of them to process. Can't be. The loser is actually Brian? Where did this kid come from? Brian has never lost before. The guards were speechless, scared out of their wits. Who could have imagined something so terrifying? Isaiah chuckled coldly. I told you already, your strength is nothing special. What's there to be proud about? The guards clenched their teeth. They all recognized that this person was no ordinary man. Even if they attacked together, they couldn't defeat him. All of them swallowed hard, planning to escape. Open the gate, or else you're all dead, Isaiah spoke coldly. The guards felt helpless and dared not resist. If they resisted, they would definitely be left without a trace. It was better to let this kid pass and save their own lives. Brian had suffered a humiliating defeat. None of the other guards were even half as strong as him. Isaiah walked a few steps slowly, then suddenly stopped. He asked curiously, "Have you seen two people from the Gale family, Jonah and Sebastian?" Enoch of them had a strange odor. Enoch guard was panic-stricken, stuttering for a long time without speaking. "Well, before you arrived, two people came through. They passed secretly, without much notice." Isaiah was displeased. "Weren't we told that no one can go past here? Why could those two go through?" "I don't know. They seem to know Brian," the guard replied, shivering. Isaiah shook his head. "Do you know where these two are heading?" Isaiah continued. Seems like they are heading to Bright Winter City in the north. After passing this stronghold, there will be a huge city." The guard added cautiously. "But that place isn't somewhere you should enter lightly, so be careful." Isaiah smiled, narrowing his eyes. "Is there anywhere I cannot go? You thought I couldn't get in, yet I'm here now." Indeed, Isaiah possessed such capabilities. This young man was truly extraordinary. Isaiah passed through the stronghold smoothly. The road ahead was far from smooth. Riding slowly on horseback, Isaiah didn't believe Sebastian and the others could run forever. His next destination seemed to be Bright Winter City. Isaiah looked into the distance, realizing the northern continent was vast. Jonah had connections with Blood Heaven sect. Isaiah needed to find him as soon as possible. He couldn't be unprepared. When facing Ziva next time, Isaiah didn't want to lose again. He felt meeting Blood Heaven sect wouldn't take long. Such instincts, due to the demon realm, rarely went wrong with Isaiah. Facing Ziva again, Isaiah still lacked complete confidence. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace. Bright Winter City was visible at the end of the horizon. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, knowing it would take another day at this pace. Hearing shouts up ahead, Isaiah saw a group surrounding a girl. These men looked like bandits. "Ha, beauty, your guards are all dead. Don't waste time, come with us." He, in this place, encountering us means bad luck for you." The bandits' loud voices echoed. Suddenly, someone noticed Isaiah. Enoch of the bandits was extremely dissatisfied. "A mere child dared to watch? Brat, you're dressed nicely. Stop right now," the bandit roared. Instantly, several pairs of eyes turned to Isaiah with disdain. Isaiah stopped his horse. He was merely passing by. Why did they bother him? "I was just passing by. Your despicable behavior is unacceptable. Anyway, I plan to meddle." The bandits laughed coldly at Isaiah's words, perceiving arrogance. "Himph, you sure act cocky." Chapter 558, Death Without Closure. The group of bandits looked at Isaiah with sneers. Where had this punk kid appeared from, thinking he could be a hero here? "Brat, you're not thinking of rescuing the damsel in distress, are you?" one of the bandits demanded, their bodies reeking of blood. Isaiah shook his head. "You guys came looking for trouble first. It's only right that I take care of you while I'm at it." "Haha, kid, you sure have some guts," the bandits replied, eyeing Isaiah with murderous intent as if ready to tear him apart at any moment. Isaiah wasn't particularly concerned about the girl. He was just passing by. If these people were seeking death, then dealing with them would be fitting. Everything else was none of his business. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare you. If I'm feeling happy, maybe even your life," one of the bandits offered. "Haha, you really are amusing," Isaiah said with a faint smile. The bandits bristled with anger. This brat was indeed arrogant. Where did he get the nerve? "So you refuse? Let's see how tough you really are." Isaiah quickly noticed something peculiar about one of the bandits. A man in a black cloak who exuded an air of mystery and carried an intense stench. Clearly, this individual wasn't ordinary. Isaiah picked up on the subtle clues. "Seems like there's actually some strength among you, but the rest are just trash," Isaiah remarked, his eyes flashing with cold light. Suddenly, several sword strikes were unleashed, injuring the closest bandits who immediately collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. The gruesome sight sent shivers down everyone's spine. How is this possible? He's too strong. Suddenly, Isaiah saw a cloud of poison liquid flying toward him. Instinctively, he dodged, but the surrounding area was now covered in pools of poison, which quickly engulfed him. Isaiah started trembling uncontrollably. The poison made his whole body shake violently, his expression turning grim. Clearly, it was a terrifyingly potent toxin. "Haha, that kid is done for. Our master poisoner is a 5th-rank toxin master. It's futile now. With such a potent toxin, that kid won't survive." The bandits gloated, watching Isaiah become immobilized. Knowing he was moments away from death, the outcome couldn't be more perfect. Taking advantage of the situation, the bandits prepared to torture Isaiah to death while the hooded man approached. "Didn't think you'd last this long, kid." "Not bad," the man said coldly. "Boss Elwin, no need for you to dirty your hands this time. We'll take care of it from here." Elwin nodded. "Of course. As a 5th-rank toxin master, this kid is already doomed once he's been hit by my 5th-rank magic hornet toxin." Isaiah managed a bitter smile. The toxin indeed put him in a difficult position, and the outlook wasn't optimistic. He even wondered if he could hold on. "This kid is a martial arts prodigy. What a pity," Elwin sneered. "I'm taking this woman with me." "Kill him and return later," Elwin said, leaving the woman on a horse and departing. As he left, Elwin warned a bandit. "Brother, be careful." The bandit nodded. "Don't worry, brother. We'll complete our task and come back." Several bandits then stabbed Isaiah repeatedly, causing him to bleed profusely. The poison weakened his energy defenses significantly, yet Isaiah maintained a cold smirk, saying nothing. "You were pretty cocky earlier. Even without attacking, you still had formidable sword pressure. You're indeed a skilled one. But now you've fallen into our hands." The bandits grinned maliciously, mocking Isaiah relentlessly. Isaiah remained unfazed, focusing instead on neutralizing the toxin. A few stabs didn't hurt much. He felt fine. "Keep being cocky, kid," a bandit sneered, but was punched in the face almost immediately, his jaw nearly broken. Elwin's brother stared wide-eyed. How could this kid still be fine? This was beyond incredible. Logically, Isaiah should have died. Yet why could he still move and deliver such a powerful blow? What's going on? The magic hornet toxin should have killed him. Why is he unharmed? The bandits fled in terror, but Isaiah chased after them, delivering powerful punches that shattered them with bursts of energy. In the end, only Elwin's brother remained, staring at Isaiah covered in poison, resembling a devil. He was completely terrified and clueless. You can't kill me. My brother is Elwin. If you kill me, you will pay. Isaiah stood still, adapting to the toxin. Completely detoxifying himself would take some time. Seeing Isaiah motionless, they assumed he was on his last breath, having used all his strength to kill a few bandits. Elwin's brother seized the opportunity to strike, but Isaiah easily dodged and kicked him to the ground, causing him to spit out blood. Ding! Owner has contracted magic hornet toxin, triggering 100x enlightenment. Gained 1 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, owner. You have mastered magic hornet toxin. Isaiah smiled faintly. The situation was as expected, but it did take considerable time. If it had taken longer, Isaiah would have been in real danger. Potent toxins were no joke. A slight mistake could cost one's life. The poison faded from Isaiah's body, leaving Elwin's brother almost in despair. How could this kid neutralize the toxin? Anyone who contracted a 5th-rank toxin never survived. This was an unchanging fact in the northern continent. Even if they didn't die immediately, they would be in a near-death state. Yet, this improbable event occurred. Isaiah detoxified himself, now wearing a sinister expression, filled with vengeance. The poison has caused me much suffering. Now, I will exact my revenge slowly, Isaiah stated, raising an eyebrow. You can't kill me? Where has your brother gone? Isaiah asked. He should be heading to Beidou town. We were supposed to meet there? Without further ado, Isaiah beheaded him with a single sword strike. In his final moments, the man died unwillingly, almost with eyes unclosed. Note, Beidou is translated as Beidou town, preserving the pinyin name and ensuring fluency. Hashtag chapter 559. Help me. Elwin, huh? Well, I'll come find you and show you what true poison really is. Isaiah was riding a horse, never expecting that one of these bandits would have such strength, a 5th-rank toxologist. This title alone granted significant status and influence. It seemed that Elwin wasn't an ordinary person. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, but no matter what, he had to settle accounts with him. This couldn't be left unresolved. Up ahead was the Beidou town. Isaiah rode slowly towards it. After dragging the woman into town, Elwin was greeted by 2 groups of people who knelt respectfully. Master Elwin, welcome back. Everything you requested has been prepared. Elwin was almost second to none in this town, holding a position that commanded respect and fear. Everyone feared his poisons. He was the leader of the town, and he looked down on everyone with disdain. Hold on. Where are you going? An abrupt voice interrupted. Elwin turned around and was instantly speechless. It's actually you. You, this boy, are still alive? That's right. I'm still alive, and I have a gift for you. Isaiah held the severed head of Elwin's brother. Elwin's eyes widened. His brother had been killed by this young man? Everyone else was also stunned, completely taken aback. Who was this brat? To dare do something so audacious? Enoch had to understand who Elwin was. He was the most powerful toxologist here. Both the city lord and lord treated him with great courtesy. Yet now, Isaiah came here with the head of his brother, truly acting too recklessly. Everyone shook their heads at Isaiah, looking at him with pity. Challenging Elwin meant certain death. And being poisoned by a 5th-rank toxologist, if that didn't mean a terrible end, this boy is so bold. Yeah, daring to oppose Elwin. Ah, another fool seeking his own doom. Many people shook their heads, knowing Elwin would certainly take his life. At this moment, Elwin's face was filled with hatred, erupting like a volcano. No one had ever seen him this angry. He was always hot-tempered, but now seeing his brother dead, he could not contain his rage. Boy, I'll make you wish you were dead. Ha, your brother said the same thing. Didn't he end up dead by my hand anyway? Isaiah shook his head nonchalantly. Elwin gritted his teeth. That was his family member. Why had he met such a violent end at the hands of this young man? The resentment boiled within him. If only he had killed Isaiah earlier, he wouldn't have had this trouble. Now he couldn't bear this outcome and almost went berserk. Boy, you're courting your own death. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone pale. No one dared speak. No one had ever seen someone as reckless as Isaiah. My poison will end your life, Elwin growled through clenched teeth, puzzled about one thing. Why wasn't this boy affected? Hadn't Isaiah been poisoned just now? How could he be unharmed? This baffled him. Elwin, clouded by anger, lunged at Isaiah. But when the venom touched Isaiah, it mysteriously dissipated. How can this be? My unstoppable poison? Useless? Elwin stared dumbfounded, still unable to believe it. He had seen the poison work on Isaiah before. What had changed? This can't be. How can this happen? Elwin's poison was virtually flawless each time he used it. Today, however, he was utterly confused. Isaiah smiled as the venom faded away. Elwin's face fell, plunging him into panic. Braden's poison, which even he couldn't cure. How did this boy resist it? Let you experience the full force of your own poison. Isaiah reached out, and the Braden's poison began to corrode Elwin. He collapsed instantly, his body rotting, suffering intensely. It was a tragic sight. Elwin's poison failed to kill the other party, yet he met this fate instead. The townspeople were stunned, unsure if they had misseen it. What happened? Tisk didn't expect Elwin to fall so easily. Such a miserable end. After several agonizing cries, Elwin perished, unable to struggle, killed by his own poison. The end was indeed tragic. Isaiah gave a cold laugh. The townspeople watched in awe. They had all hated and feared Elwin's past atrocities. Now he was dead, brought down by some unknown youth. An unexpected turn of events. Isaiah shook his head and glanced at the sky. Since he had come this far, he might as well stay a while. Can you help me? Save me? A woman's voice asked. Isaiah turned to see the woman Elwin had taken. She appeared to be poisoned. Saving you is difficult. I'm unharmed because of my constitution. Your condition is not good. Isaiah shook his head. The girl seemed helpless. If you can save me, I'll give you many rewards. Unless you have 6th rank medicinal herbs, I won't be interested. Don't blame me for not helping. It's just very difficult. I don't have 6th rank herbs, but I have some leads. Isaiah thought about it and decided to check out the leads. If there were clues, finding the herbs might be possible. All right, I'll try to save you. But can you hold on? Not sure. Though I only ingested a small amount of poison, it's still tough. Isaiah carried her. She was a beauty indeed, and those around them shot envious glances. Is there a medicinal market here? Yes, thank you, kind sir. If you need any herbs, just ask. We will do our best to assist you. Yes, we will all try to help you get whatever you need. Isaiah smiled. With this arrangement, he wouldn't worry about medicinal resources. He needed various herbs, and obtaining them all wasn't easy. But dealing with such a potent poison was also a challenge. After all, it was 5th rank. Any delay could cost a life. He remained concerned about this. Hashtag chapter 560. I will save her. Upon arriving at the town's elixir pavilion, there were no master alchemists present. Only students who had some knowledge of elixirs but lacked true expertise. The sole alchemist here was an overseer named Spike. Spike was a middle-aged man with a large belly. At first glance, he did not seem like an erudite alchemist but rather a mediocre one, causing headaches for those around him. When Spike saw Isaiah's demeanor, he sneered inwardly, feeling that Isaiah was disrespectful to someone of his high standing. He felt compelled to teach this young man a lesson. After hearing the situation, Spike scoffed. What? This boy actually wants to save her? The venom of the demon bee is incurable. Spike laughed derisively, and the surrounding students nodded in agreement. They held no doubt about this. Indeed, as Spike said, once poisoned by the demon bee, death was almost certain. Isaiah shook his head. You can't save her because you're incompetent. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. These words infuriated them, and they all showed their discontent. Hey kid, you're quite arrogant. Who do you think you are to speak like this? I'm the overseer here, the one who makes the final decisions, Spike retorted disdainfully. Isaiah remained unperturbed. If you think I can't save her, fine. Watch me. I already have all the ingredients I need. Saving her isn't as hard as you think. Just boasting, huh? If you can't save this girl, should you die here? Spike slammed his fist on the table, furious. Sure, I'll make a bet with you. If I can't save her, then whatever you say goes. Spike narrowed his eyes. All right, let's make the bet. If you can't save this girl, give me 300,000 gold coins. That's easy. Step aside now. I'm about to refine an elixir. Humph, you're blowing hot air now. I'll see how you succeed. I don't believe a young person like you could be a skilled alchemist. The 5th rank venom of the demon bee. What do you think it is? Spike waved his hand, and several towering men approached menacingly, ready to intimidate Isaiah. All right, kid. No more nonsense. Let's see what you've got. Start refining your elixir, Spike said through narrowed eyes, a threatening look in his eyes. Isaiah shrugged and prepared to start refining the elixir. By the way, I didn't get your name yet. After all, I'm going to be your savior. Shouldn't you tell me your name? Spike couldn't help laughing out loud. How amusing could this kid be? At such a critical moment, he still asked for the girl's name. Truly pitiful. Soon, the girl would be dead, and he still dared to ask for her name. What a genius. My name is Marion, Marion responded. Her appearance poor due to the poison making her life miserable. Don't worry. I'll quickly refine the antidote. You need to endure a bit more. Taking this pill will alleviate your symptoms. After taking Isaiah's pill, Marion visibly improved, suffering less than before. Spike raised an eyebrow, wondering what Isaiah was up to. Isaiah started refining the elixir, and his skillful technique left everyone stunned. It was so fluid and flawless. Everyone watched in amazement. Can it be that this boy is really this good? He's impressive, truly skilled at refining. Could his elixir really neutralize the poison? Suddenly, the crowd grew serious, no longer mocking but awestruck by Isaiah's skills. Spike swallowed hard. The situation didn't look good. What should he do now? This was indeed a big problem. Could Isaiah really refine an antidote for the demon bee's venom, something no one has ever done? But seeing Isaiah's confident expression, anything seemed possible. Spike felt increasingly uneasy. In just half an hour, Isaiah had refined the elixir, drawing applause from the crowd. Spike's face fell the most. He had wagered with Isaiah. If he lost, it would be a huge loss for him. 300,000 gold coins could be fatal for him. Here, take it now, Isaiah said, holding out the newly refined elixir which emitted a unique fragrance. Marion took the pill and quickly recovered. Her complexion returned to normal, and she appeared more spirited. Is it really gone? Marion asked, surprised. The elixir I refined can naturally detoxify you. However, Isaiah was puzzled. Why would the venomous bees attack a woman, especially using venom? It was excessive. Turning around, Isaiah strode toward Spike. It's time you kept your promise, 300,000 gold coins. Spike laughed awkwardly. Oh, it was just talk. No need to take it seriously. I thought you wouldn't have the skills. Spike never backed down here, and even if he reneged on the deal, no one could challenge him since he was the authority here. You're going to renege on our deal? Isaiah asked. Haha, smart kid. Even if I did renege, what can you do? You can't touch me. Spike laughed, surrounded by 4 towering martial artists who looked unfriendly, seemingly ready to act. No one dared to speak up. After all, this was Spike's territory. Kid, back off or you'll regret it. Trying to get something from me is suicide, Spike snapped irritably. Isaiah shook his head. I thought you were a man of your word. Since you won't keep your promise, you'll pay the price in blood. What? In an instant, Isaiah punched out, releasing a powerful surge of yuan qi that sent the 4 martial artists flying. They were utterly defenseless against him. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Could this kid possess such strength? Spike swallowed hard, his legs trembling at the unexpected turn of events. He's not just an alchemist. His martial prowess is formidable too, Marion remarked, raising an eyebrow. Looking at someone like Isaiah, it was clear he wasn't easily fooled. If he found out she had deceived him, how furious would Isaiah be? Chapter 561. The existence of the Nyo family. Seeing Spike's fate, Annette was genuinely worried. She didn't quite understand what Isaiah's temperament was like. By this point, she felt a bit guilty, having witnessed Isaiah's formidable strength which made her shudder. Spike had never been so embarrassed before. Everyone present was dumbfounded. It was extraordinarily rare for an outsider to reprimand him so severely. Humph, don't think you can get away with cheating me. Never in the past, and not now or in the future. Isaiah's dominant words left everyone around stunned. This young man exuded an overwhelmingly domineering presence that silenced all. Spike had no choice but to hand over the 300,000 gold coins, feeling as if his heart were bleeding, unwilling as he was to part with them. Isaiah turned around. By the way, do you still remember what you mentioned earlier? Facing the handsome and refined Isaiah, Annette felt incredibly embarrassed since she had lied. Given the crisis at that moment, she couldn't just wait to die. Why aren't you speaking? And why do you look so upset? Isaiah asked. I'm really sorry, but I actually didn't know any clues. What? You don't have any clue? Isn't that a waste of my time? Isaiah was indeed angry. Seeing this, Annette panicked. She appeared very aggrieved, hoping for some sympathy. However, Isaiah seemed indifferent, completely devoid of chivalry. His gaze towards her was emotionless. Especially after knowing she had deceived him, his expression became even more repulsive and disdainful. Despite being a beauty who could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, Isaiah's attitude towards Annette was unfathomable. Well, I can offer other forms of compensation, Annette tried to suggest. Isaiah responded with disdain. That won't work. You wasted so much of my time. Yet I saved your life without cause. How about I stay by your side? Anyway, I have nowhere else to go. I can be your attendant. Everyone was taken aback by Annette's statement. What an incredible proposition. That such a beautiful woman would offer to become an attendant. Many envied the situation, but Isaiah showed complete disregard, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He had hoped for a lead on 6th grade herbs, but ended up empty-handed. Plus, dragging a woman along would only add complications. My enemies are not easy to deal with. I wouldn't want to burden myself. It's better you don't stay with me. Isaiah shook his head, refusing the idea of an attendant outright. Hey, considering how pretty I am, aren't you at least a little tempted? To refuse me now is something you might regret later. Are you blind? Chuckle. You're useless to me. Stay away. You'd just be a burden, Isaiah replied coldly, suppressing his rising anger. This was probably the first time he had been deceived. Though reluctant to act against a woman, despite her beauty, he knew it wasn't right. AI, why do you still intend to leave me? Aren't you taking me with you? Do whatever you want. Just don't follow me. I'm dangerous. My enemies are all too powerful, Isaiah said while shrugging his shoulders. Spike saw this and also planned to leave, having just suffered a significant financial loss. He wanted out of there as soon as possible. Wait, I may not have the lead on the 6th grade herb, but perhaps this gentleman next to us has it. Who? Isaiah turned back, only to see Annette pointing to Spike. Oh please, don't say such things. How could I possibly have a lead on 6th grade herbs? That's ridiculous, Spike hurriedly protested, suddenly wishing he could disappear. Seeing Spike's panic, Isaiah concluded that there must be something. If Spike had nothing, he wouldn't be acting this way. So, hope emerged. All right, tell me then, Isaiah interrogated. Spike pretended to remain calm. I really don't have anything. The woman is making this up. Women can't be trusted. Annette shook her head sternly. Stop lying. A few days ago, you snatched it from someone. I saw it clearly. Spike wished he could kill her right then. This cursed woman had revealed everything. All right, give it to me. Do I need to force you? Isaiah pressured. But if I don't give it, you will use violence and then... Spike despaired. He was intimidated by Isaiah's overpowering aura. Swallowing hard, he produced a scroll with a blackened face. Isaiah took the scroll and examined it. Though it exists, it's only a fragment, and the other half is likely in their possession. Whose hands? Isaiah asked. The powerful Nyo family, the masterminds behind the Elwins. Isaiah chuckled, showing no concern for this family. No matter what clan it was, he paid little attention as long as he could obtain the 6th grade herb and enhance himself swiftly. The feeling grew stronger in his heart. The Blood Heaven sect would eventually come for him. When that time came, he would engage in the final battle. Isaiah believed he and the Blood Heaven sect would inevitably clash. Afterward, he would have no desires left and would stop pursuing anything. Reflecting on his journey through cultivation, Isaiah felt a bit weary. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts. This recipe was meant to be given to them. If I take it, they'll definitely kill me. Isaiah shook his head dismissively. No need to worry. With me around, they can't touch you. And I plan to retrieve the remaining portion from them. This declaration caused everyone to widen their eyes. Even Spike raised an eyebrow at him. What was this young man rambling about? Did he know what the Nyo family truly was? I must warn you, the Nyo family isn't easily dealt with. While you're strong, no doubt, the Nyo family is far trickier than you imagine. Challenging families are more interesting. I've long tired of dealing with weaker foes, Isaiah stated confidently, surprising everyone around him. He was truly fearless. Spike couldn't protect the fragment anymore. The fragment contains the location of a 6th grade herb, but only half of it. The other half is with the Nyo family. They will surely come after me. Hashtag chapter 562, Colossal Presence. Isaiah smiled. Wasn't I clear enough? I'm going to the Nyo family now to retrieve the remaining part. The 6th grade herb belongs to me. Annette felt it was improper. If Isaiah went alone, it would be tantamount to suicide. The Nyo family was powerful and numerous in numbers. Did Isaiah really intend to go there and seek death? No matter how strong he was still just one person. Annette also thought that this young man might be a little too arrogant. You must not do something foolish. Even if you are eager for the 6th grade herb, this way will not only make you fail but also cost you your life. Isaiah examined the fragment. I didn't mean it like that. I'm going to the Nyo family now. It won't delay. And you should stay behind. You might hold me back. Your words sound. Alright, if you don't want me to go, then so be it. But are you sure you want to go alone? Everyone thought Isaiah had gone mad. No matter how capable one person was, he couldn't possibly be a match for the Nyo family. Their fortress was impregnable. A mere youth going there wouldn't end well at all. Where is the Nyo family? Isaiah asked. Looking at his determined expression, it made people feel uneasy, as if he was rushing towards death and hell. The Nyo family is directly to the north. You must explain things clearly, or they will surely come after you. Isaiah nodded and set off immediately, not wanting to waste even a second. Wait for me. I already said, don't follow me. I'm going to the Nyo family. To you, it seems like I'm walking into my own death, Isaiah said calmly. No, since you saved my life, I will still follow you. This woman was truly bothersome. Isaiah felt she would hinder his sword skills, and worse, having her around always came with a price. Isaiah soon arrived at Nyo family city. From the outside, the city looked like a colossal bull's head, with a pair of curved horns exuding an overwhelming aura. The elemental energy here was daunting. Upon closer inspection, Isaiah felt somewhat astonished, realizing that the Nyo family wasn't simple. Now, turning back is still possible. Don't go. The Nyo family is really powerful, Annette panicked. Yes, I'm going there to die, so you must understand. Don't follow me. Begging you please, Isaiah replied impatiently. Annette shook her head. Even if you say that, it's useless. You won't take care of me. Isaiah squinted and slowly approached. The guard saw him and shouted loudly. Who is coming here? Get lost. Don't waste time here. The guard barked at Isaiah disdainfully, hoping he would leave quickly. In my hand is a fragment of a scroll, half of a 6th grade herb. I came here to get the other half, Isaiah declared loudly. The guards were taken aback. A young boy dared to ask for something so valuable. For a moment, they were stunned, finding the situation absurd and unprecedented. They scrutinized Isaiah carefully, suspecting a trick. After all, he was just a kid, which seemed highly unusual. This kid actually came here alone. Is he here to cause trouble? He wants the other half of the 6th grade herb? Is he crazy? The guards didn't move recklessly, despite Isaiah being just a child. Suddenly, Isaiah drew a sword and slashed fiercely, instantly killing several guards on the city wall. The guards panicked. Indeed, this kid was extraordinary, displaying an incredibly powerful sword technique. A significant portion of the city wall was damaged. Isaiah squinted, sensing a formidable presence within the city. He knew he needed to be cautious. You have guts, really coming here to cause trouble. Annette shook her head, preparing herself. If anything goes wrong, I can help you escape. Humph, what are you talking about? Am I supposed to lose to these people? Suddenly, a colossal figure fell from the sky. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, feeling things weren't looking good. The person's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Isaiah sensed a bit of fear. This kind of potent elemental transformation was new to him. The massive figure stood up, towering like a giant, almost 5 meters tall, with a bulky, muscular build. It looked incredibly powerful. He had long beard and messy hair despite being tied up. This person was definitely not ordinary. Isaiah sensed his elemental power, fearing he might be stronger than himself. Didn't expect someone to dare cause trouble here, the man grumbled as he descended from the sky, seemingly engaged in some task. What was he doing that led him to fall from the sky? Isaiah pondered with narrowed eyes. The guards were flustered. Leader Duke, why are you here? Duke's deep voice echoed, shaking the ground, breaking stones. Isaiah felt the immense power and grew cold inside. My city has just been rebuilt, and I didn't expect someone to dare destroy it, Duke growled. I came here for one reason. If you give me the other half of the 6th grade herb, I'll leave immediately without taking your life, Isaiah stated coolly. Haha kid, what did you say? You dared to ask me for the 6th grade herb fragment? I'm afraid you've never experienced true death, Duke roared angrily. Looking down at Isaiah, who was barely waist-high to him, Duke noted his arrogance, a first for him. Kid, you look strong, but to me, you're nothing special, Duke sneered, loosening up, completely disregarding Isaiah. Alright, let's see how much strength this Nyo family chief possesses. Isaiah smiled faintly. Kid, you helped sober me up a bit. How interesting, Duke chuckled. The guards gulped. Indeed, our leader hasn't fully sobered up yet. Both prepared to fight, the atmosphere became unbearably tense. No one dared to speak a word. A sword appeared in Isaiah's hand, making Duke pause momentarily. Chapter 563 Inheriting the Bloodline. What is this thing? Is it actually a heavenly grade weapon as well? How could that giant sword be inside your body? Duke raised an eyebrow, having never seen anything like this before. He was filled with curiosity as he stared in disbelief. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared, the force of the sword almost bringing the surrounding temperature to zero. The power of the sword left a cross-shaped wound on Duke's body. Is this possible? Invincible boss Duke actually got hurt? That kid is too strong. The people of the Nyo family were all greatly shocked. Isaiah also felt that this man's skin was extremely thick. What kind of defense was this? He felt his sword couldn't penetrate deep enough. Duke's skin was extraordinarily tough, his physique far from ordinary. Soon after, Duke fell to the ground, but Isaiah didn't stop. Several more strikes of his sword heavily landed on Duke's body. Blood splattered everywhere, Duke's wounds bleeding profusely. Isaiah noticed something strange. Despite the bleeding, the wounds seemed very shallow. He began to wonder if his sword strikes weren't causing any real harm. This was terrifying. Isaiah found this situation quite difficult. When he released his sword's force, the rebounding force made his palms numb. The guards were worried. They had never seen Duke injured before. At this moment, Duke was silent. His blood seemed different. Although he was injured, he did not seem to care. It was as though he hadn't been harmed at all. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. He had used his strongest sword strike, yet the opponent stood up again. He shook his limbs, gritting his teeth in frustration. You're pretty good, kid. You're the first to injure me. Duke took out a wolfsbane mace, his aura becoming even more overpowering. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, preparing to draw his sword swiftly to end the battle. It seems you're not hurt enough. Let me give you one final blow. Isaiah bent over, ready to draw his sword. Both were full of energy, creating such a strong air current that no one could stand properly. Fifth realm sword aura. Isaiah shouted, drawing his sword quickly. This single strike carried countless forces, breaking the silence of the air with a deafening roar. Duke held his wolfsbane mace and roared, slamming it towards the charging Isaiah. Isaiah thought he was fast, but Duke seized the opportunity. Isaiah's sword was faster, slashing directly into Duke's body. Such a strong constitution, it didn't seem to allow penetration. What kind of defense was this? The sword struck Duke's abdomen, bleeding slightly but barely making a mark. Isaiah was stunned. He had never faced such a powerful opponent. This would indeed be a difficult match. Then he felt an intense pain in his head. Instantly, Isaiah loosened his grip on the sword. The direct clash between them instantly decided the outcome. With a loud bang, it felt like the earth itself was shaking. The clouds above were pushed back by the force, as if a god had punched this place once. Isaiah was flung through the air, spewing blood as he flew. After who knows how many revolutions in the air, Isaiah finally slammed heavily into the ground, leaving a large crater. The Nyo family members were stunned, never imagining Duke's strength was so terrifying. That single blow with the wolfsbane mace nearly shattered the earth. How terrifying. The kid is really dead. Such a terrible ending. Isaiah's eyes rolled back, lying in the deep crater, completely unconscious. Haha kid, you're too funny. I thought you were strong. Don't you know I'm at the peak 9th level of the martial spirit realm? Duke couldn't help but laugh, completely underestimating him. Although Isaiah was unconscious, his aura remained dominant, still exuding a domineering presence. Duke, having defeated Isaiah, was elated. Before him, Isaiah was powerless. Haha, why isn't the kid talking anymore? You dared to challenge me? Isaiah was now very weak. One more fatal blow would surely kill him. Duke walked forward. This kid has such a powerful bloodline. I'm surprised. Jonah, come out. I have something important to tell you. Annette couldn't say a word, having warned Isaiah earlier. Now she didn't know how to handle the situation. Thinking himself invincible, Isaiah was now facing dire consequences. Duke's face turned dark. Annette grabbed Isaiah's hand, trying to escape, but under Duke's pressure, escape was impossible. Woman, you dare to run with him? You should know it's impossible. Duke walked forward, looking disdainfully at her. The Nyo family members surrounded them. Jonah has always instructed to keep you alive. Who are you? Duke laughed mockingly. At that moment, Jonah approached, raising an eyebrow at Isaiah. Indeed, we need Boss Nyo. No wonder. Otherwise, this kid would be truly unstoppable. The Nyo family chuckled smugly. So, he destroyed the Galeu family alone? This kid is just like that. Right, what about this woman? Duke asked curiously. Boss Nyo, your bloodline power is the demon ox bloodline, immensely destructive. But now, it can become even stronger, Jonah said coldly. Can my bloodline power become stronger? Yes. With this woman, your strength will indeed increase dramatically, Jonah confidently stated, looking expectantly at Annette. Annette's face was grim. She had no way out. Death or a worse fate awaited her. Not knowing their plans, the current situation was the worst-case scenario. Jonah, no wonder you're impressive. I've heard witches are formidable. Let me get stronger immediately, Duke laughed heartily. Annette saw Duke's injuries slowly healing, the blood from earlier no longer an issue. This was too terrifying, everything unusual. After all, as the leader of the Nyo family, his strongest combat ability wasn't exaggerated. A peak 9th level martial spirit realm was truly a fearsome existence. Isaiah was placed in a glass container, while Annette stood in the center of a magic circle. On the other side was Duke, with tubes piercing his body. Chapter 564. Profound Regret. Unknown was the terrifying witchcraft experiment that Annette had heard rumors about, but this was her first time witnessing the horrors of witchcraft firsthand. The profession of a witch doctor always brought chaos and bloodshed whenever they appeared on the continent, proving that these were not just mere tales. According to Jonah's account, Annette served as a conduit, now capable of transferring Isaiah's bloodline power to Duke. Duke already possessed the lineage power of a bull demon. If he acquired an even more formidable bloodline power, it would make him virtually unbeatable in this area. With no one able to match his strength, Annette's face turned grim at the thought. Without her presence, things wouldn't have become so dire. Instead, she caused Isaiah to lose his bloodline power while making Duke even stronger. The witchcraft ritual began swiftly. Bloodline inheritance was usually impossible, but with Annette as a perfect medium, everything changed. Jonah sneered. I thought Isaiah was something special, yet here he is, meeting such a fate. Deprived of the true dragon bloodline, he has no future. Isaiah is no longer a thorn in our side. Killing him will be child's play now. The bloodline inheritance ceremony ended quickly, and dramatic changes occurred in the sky. A storm brewed overhead as Duke's physique grew even more terrifying. Everything seemed horrifyingly dark, and the Nyo family members panicked as their leader became even more powerful, causing the very earth to tremble beneath their feet. Huh. You did well, Jonah. I have indeed gained bloodline power. Now I am a dragon demon, not just a simple bull demon anymore. Haha. Duke laughed triumphantly, clearly pleased that everything was under his control. Jonah felt contented as well. You'll need some time to adapt to this new power, Jonah advised. Duke took a few steps forward. This power feels incredible. I'm practically invincible now. My cultivation realm has reached the first level of Martial Emperor. Jonah gulped, unexpectedly startled by how significantly this enhanced Duke's abilities. If Duke became too powerful, Jonah feared he might not be able to control him. a real predicament. Once the ceremony concluded, Duke's aura affected everyone around him, making the scene frighteningly intense. Even Jonah hesitated to speak. Sebastian approached then. "Yo, leader, you've become even stronger than before." "Haha, yes, thanks to Jonah. But won't this affect me in any way?" Duke suddenly asked. "No, it won't," replied Jonah. "You are useful, Jonah, but not Sebastian." Duke's expression turned dark abruptly. The atmosphere grew heavy instantly, and within seconds, the mace smashed into Sebastian's head, killing him instantly. Seeing this, Jonah froze, unable to utter a word. How could Sebastian be killed so quickly? Next, Jonah was pressed down, hitting the ground hard, blood trickling from his skull. "Jonah, don't think I don't know your intentions as a witch doctor. Did you try to manipulate me for control over the Nyo family?" "Ha ha," Duke's voice was chilling, sounding utterly deranged. Terrified, Jonah was losing composure, bleeding profusely. "Why, Nyo leader? Why?" Jonah stammered fearfully. "Why ask why? Keeping Sebastian alive made me worry about potential harm from you. Don't let me find out you have other ideas, or you'll meet the same end." Jonah trembled uncontrollably, too frightened to respond. "I swear I will not sabotage anything. If you do, your end will be the same. Haha. I'm invincible now," Duke ranted in a frenzied state. After obtaining the dragon demon bloodline power, Duke had transformed into a far more violent being, and Jonah lived in constant fear. He had nurtured a true dragon demon, placing his life in perpetual danger. Meanwhile, Duke laughed maniacally, drinking wine, while Isaiah regained consciousness. Feeling uneasy, Isaiah listened as Annette recounted what happened. Isaiah remained silent, amazed at Jonah's capability. "I told you not to come. Now look what you've done," strengthening Duke to reach the martial emperor realm. Isaiah recalled the illusory essence that truly defeated him. Duke's previous strength had already been enough to defeat him. Now, gaining the true dragon bloodline power, his cultivation had reached the first level of martial spirit. Isaiah felt it was impossible to fight again. Another attempt would only result in failure. The last encounter taught him that Duke was an incredibly tough opponent, with robust skin and terrifying strength. "How can all the blame be on me? If you hadn't insisted on coming..." Isaiah didn't bother arguing further. He noticed Jonah's miserable condition. "You helped Duke so much, and now look at your fate." Jonah was left teary-eyed. Sebastian's death deeply affected him. Could Duke really be so ruthless? Filled with resentment, there was nothing he could do. It was his own doing, and Duke was excessively brutal. He couldn't predict what Duke might do next. "How can we deal with Duke?" Isaiah asked. "You ask me? I'm helpless. If you hadn't chased me, would I be in this position?" In the end, Sebastian still died, Jonah muttered despondently. Shaking his head, Isaiah understood Jonah now realized his mistake. It was too late, and Sebastian was already dead. Duke has become unstoppable. Before, you weren't even his match. Knowing this, I shouldn't have helped him gain your bloodline power. Jonah lowered his head, succumbing to despair. The current situation was indeed infuriating. Isaiah touched his wound, still unhealed from Duke's mace attack, which left him feeling dizzy. And where is Duke? He must be drinking. He loves alcohol, and always drinks himself into oblivion. Jonah shook his head. Even with Isaiah, his enemy present, Duke went straight to drink, leaving Isaiah ignored. Smiling bitterly, Isaiah wondered if he had been overlooked entirely. "Isaiah, you are strong, making me feel threatened. But I never imagined Sebastian would die at his hands. I cannot bear such a loss." Jonah's eyes blazed with fury, yet also held helplessness. Silent, Isaiah caressed his wounded head, feeling the blood covering his hand. Chapter 565, Ability Breakthrough. Now he was facing Duke, who was nearly invincible. Isaiah shook his head. It was impossible to win in a direct confrontation, especially with Duke possessing dragon bloodline power. "Who is this woman? Why can she make Duke inherit my true dragon bloodline power?" Isaiah asked. "I don't know, but she seems to be the descendant of some powerful shamaness. She indeed has the ability to help someone inherit bloodline power, but such an opportunity only happens once." Jonah was also quite curious. "Normally, you should have died in that situation. I don't know why you're still alive." Isaiah thought for a moment. The self-healing ability seemed to have increased by 100-fold after obtaining the true dragon bloodline. That's probably how he survived. However, such a powerful healing ability was useless against Duke. Enoch's strike from his war club would almost leave him unable to stand. Clearly, the gap in strength was too vast. Isaiah closed his eyes and felt a powerful flow of energy within his dantian, not quite understanding what was happening. He closed his eyes again to focus on it. Ping. Host inherits personal bloodline, triggering 100x comprehension, gaining 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ping. Congratulations, host has reached the mid-stage of the first level in the martial emperor realm. Ping. Congratulations, host has obtained illusory essence energy level 2. Ping. Congratulations, host has obtained divine dragon bloodline power. The essence energy within Isaiah's body immediately underwent a tremendous transformation. If he didn't deliberately suppress it, the surge might already be noticeable to others. Jonah raised an eyebrow. He had sensed the sudden change and started to feel uneasy. What just happened? How did your essence energy become so powerful? Jonah asked curiously, thinking he might have misjudged something but realized it wasn't the case. Duke had inherited his bloodline power, and when he became stronger, the system had made Isaiah stronger as well. During the inheritance, their essence energies were linked, which was an unexpected turn of events. Isaiah couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Isaiah smiled coldly. Heh, now I'm going to seek revenge on Duke? What? Are you crazy? You'll die if you try to take revenge on Duke now. Jonah shook his head, having analyzed the situation and concluded that Isaiah stood no chance. Annette was speechless, thinking that she could persuade Isaiah to escape since he had lost once before. Hadn't he learned his lesson? You're still injured. Challenging Duke now is like seeking death. Jonah tried to reason. Isaiah smiled faintly. While he couldn't compare with Duke before, now they were almost on equal footing, without much difficulty. Seeing Isaiah's determined expression, they felt it was futile to try to dissuade him, as though it was inevitable. He won't understand until it's too late, Jonah sighed, no longer trying to stop him. Annette sighed deeply. He really won't understand what he's facing until he's dead. Duke is now at the Martial Emperor realm. Just one strike from a war club was enough to finish him off. It's incredible that he has the guts to come back. At this moment, Duke was thoroughly drunk, while his subordinates hurriedly brought him more wine. Duke glanced disdainfully at them and kicked one away. Useless, taking so long to bring the wine. Do you want to die? His subordinates trembled. Duke had become increasingly cruel and irritable, his fiery temper making him unpredictable and truly frightening. Boss, it's bad news. There's someone outside challenging you. Duke paused. What? Someone dares to challenge me? This is boring. Outside the city walls of Nyo Family City, a man riding a horse and wearing a wide-brimmed hat was seen. He was there to challenge Duke and claimed he would destroy the city. The guards held their breath. This person was clearly not ordinary. Just his arrival caused a significant change in the environment. His essence energy warped the surroundings, creating an intensely oppressive atmosphere filled with murderous intent. Who is this person? Haven't you heard? A newly ascended martial emperor, known as Wally. What? He is Wally? The guards were dumbstruck, not daring to speak. Facing such a formidable opponent, they broke into cold sweat. Duke slowly walked over and stood atop the city wall, his face slightly darkened. Well, isn't this Wally? I didn't think you'd actually come. In a corner of the wall, Isaiah and Jonah emerged unnoticed by the guards. All attention was focused on Wally and Duke, whose powerful aura overwhelmed many of the guards, leaving them immobilized. Seeing Wally, Duke clenched his teeth, somewhat sobered up despite being drunk. Our boss is actually sober now. It looks like something big is about to happen. Duke rarely showed such seriousness, even when he was injured by Isaiah, yet he remained seemingly drunk. Isaiah noticed the numerous scars on Duke's body. After discarding his robe, 2 scars were visible on his chest and abdomen. One a cross-shaped wound, the other a terrifying slash mark. Those scars were likely inflicted by Wally. Isaiah observed that those wounds were fatal, indicating that Duke had been defeated by Wally before. It's a shame I couldn't kill you last time, Wally said coldly. Haha, you've already lost the chance to kill me last time, Duke retorted, visibly upset. During their last battle, Duke transformed into a demon bull but was severely injured by Wally. He almost lost consciousness in the fight, but then an incident occurred. Wally's woman was threatened by Duke's men, distracting him. Duke seized the opportunity and delivered a heavy blow. Thus, Wally was defeated, barely escaping, while Duke narrowly won at the cost of losing his life. Eventually, Wally fled, and Duke executed his woman. Years had passed since then. Now, Wally was even more formidable, his essence energy unfathomable, coming to seek vengeance. Last time, you killed my woman. Now, I'm here to settle the score. Wally, you are indeed an outstanding swordsman, but you care too much about protecting others, binding yourself with rules. Note: the translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and clarity. Any names are romanized according to pinyin. Hashtag chapter 566, dare to court death again. Humph, as long as I win, it doesn't matter whether the means are despicable or not. Such a simple truth you don't understand? You don't deserve your own strength. Duke spoke sarcastically. At this moment, he completely disregarded Yul's presence despite the fact that his opponent was already very powerful, exuding an aura of a martial emperor. You'll regret this. Soon, I will sever your head. Today is the end for you, Sinclair. Ihaha, I'm no longer Sinclair. Now, I am Grady. What? Yul was surprised. He hadn't expected that bloodline power could transform further and even into something like Dragon Devil. This sounded incredible, and he couldn't help but disbelieve Duke's claims. Ihaha, let me show you the power of my Dragon Devil. Suddenly, Duke's vital energy surged. His imposing aura resembled a dancing dragon, hovering above in control, surveying all life beneath with such force that it felt suffocating. Yul's face darkened. He never thought Duke's strength had reached such heights. Who would have thought you'd also reach the Martial Emperor realm? Yul's expression was grim. He initially believed that with his Martial Emperor realm prowess, he could definitely crush the Nyo Family City. However, the current situation didn't look promising. Yul appeared visibly defeated, clearly having lost the upper hand against Duke. Still, he prepared for battle. I must take revenge today. Isaiah shook his head. The clash of their auras revealed everything. Yul stood no chance. Despite the wounds inflicted earlier, Duke had transformed beyond recognition. Won't the Martial Emperor realm Yul lose to? If he wins, you won't need to take the risk, Annette remarked. Isaiah disagreed. Yul had already lost momentum and hope before the fight even started. Yul unsheathed his sword with astonishing speed, leaving Isaiah impressed. That one strike seemed capable of splitting the earth in half. The sheer speed and explosive force were remarkable. The blade sliced into Duke's abdomen, but the solid muscles stopped it from penetrating further. Yul was stunned. His lifetime of martial skills couldn't harm Duke? His eyes filled with despair at the thick, impenetrable muscles. Duke laughed heartily. Ha! Yul, today isn't about your revenge, it's mine. Duke brandished a mace. Enoch's heavy strike resembled a meteor hitting the ground, causing violent tremors across the entire land. The blow created a deep pit, leaving Yul broken and bleeding with only a faint breath remaining. Everyone watched with wide eyes, completely awestruck by the destructive power displayed. This single blow almost destroyed the heavens and earth. The foundations of Nyo Family City seemed threatened as well. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, while Annette turned pale. This power was more than 10 times stronger than before. If Isaiah challenged him now, it would be suicide. There was no better outcome. Isaiah, let's give up on challenging him. Let's escape, Annette urged. Yeah, Isaiah, we can still run away. Duke's strength shakes the earth. Let's think of a long-term plan. There might still be a chance to turn things around, Jonah advised. Sebastian was dead. With only Jonah's witchcraft, they stood no chance. So they relied on Isaiah as their last hope. Challenging Duke now would only lead to certain death. But seeing Isaiah's confident demeanor, none of them could sway him. Jonah regretted creating a dragon devil who now seemed unbeatable, potentially bringing the entire northern continent under his control. Ihaha Yul, you died so easily? Duke roared, his laughter echoing through the air. Martial Emperor rank 1 loses. The Yul who defeated our leader last time is now powerless. Our leader is invincible. As the Nyo family people cheered, Isaiah stepped forward slowly. Well, you're still alive? Duke had assumed Isaiah was dead, but looked down upon him dismissively, finding him unthreatening. He should be dead after that mace blow, Duke chuckled coldly. Why are you still standing? Boy, with your talent, why don't you join my family and become my right-hand man? Duke asked, laughing loudly. No, I'm here to take your life, Isaiah replied calmly. For a moment, everyone fell silent, staring at him as if he were a fool. Having been defeated by Duke in the past, Isaiah dared to challenge again. He lacked the strength to match Duke. Though being 18 and possessing such strength was impressive, it still wasn't enough. That boy. Daring to court death. It's a waste that our leader wanted him as a brother. The Nyo family mocked him mercilessly, knowing he had no chance. Jonah shook his head. With Isaiah gone, their hopes vanished. Revenge seemed impossible. You really want to die? Do you think you can win? See Yul over there? He met a miserable end at my hands. You should just get lost. Isaiah drew his sword, sliding it back into the scabbard. Duke looked at him disdainfully but acknowledged his skill. With a martial emperor beaten, what makes you think you can win? Enough talk. I'm going to cut off your head. Boy, I'm a dragon now, no longer Sinclair. A dragon devil isn't easy prey. Isaiah smiled calmly as the tension escalated. The Nyo family people felt no pressure. They believed Isaiah was doomed. Learning nothing from past failures, any normal person wouldn't dare challenge recklessly. In an instant, Isaiah unsheathed his sword, pouring all his strength into it. The strike held the momentum of cleaving heaven and earth, its piercing sound instilling a chill in everyone's hearts. Chapter 567, Confrontation. Duke had yet to react. He showed no signs of defense, as in his view, this young man was still far beneath him. However, that single strike gravely wounded him. The entire body of Duke was sent flying by the force of the sword, a ghastly wound spurting blood like a fountain, an utterly tragic sight. Gritting his teeth, Duke could feel the agony from that strike. He couldn't stand up and collapsed onto the ground for a moment. The guards were dumbfounded, completely shocked by the scene unfolding before them. Can't be our boss actually? The wound looks like it was left by Wally last time. How can this happen? How is it possible for that kid to injure the boss? Jonah was also flabbergasted. Normally, Isaiah shouldn't be able to achieve this level. Could Isaiah have already reached the Martial Emperor realm? Such terrifying progress. When did he advance to the Martial Emperor stage? Blood trickled from the corner of Duke's mouth. A momentary lapse nearly cost him his life. I didn't think you'd be at the first stage of the Martial Emperor realm? Duke growled darkly, remaining silent for quite some time. He clutched his chest, where blood flowed uncontrollably, almost claiming his life. He stood up shakily, barely managing to stay upright. Our boss seems really angry. We're doomed. This is the first time I've seen the boss so enraged. The boss hasn't been this angry for many years. The people of the Nyo family were in a panic. Duke let out a fierce roar, causing the heavens and earth to shake even before he moved. The sheer destructive power caused widespread fear. Isaiah won't win. He's too impulsive, Jonah trembled, having witnessed that power. Duke's current strength was almost unmatched, especially with his berserk state. His aura resembled a hellish demonic warrior, with muscles and veins bulging. You've angered me, boy. This time, I'll take your life. Duke brandished his wolf-tooth mace, smashing it down fiercely toward Isaiah. Isaiah did not dodge. He swiftly drew his sword, engaging Duke head-on in a direct confrontation. The moment the sword clashed with the wolf-tooth mace, sparks flew in all directions, pushing everyone back. The power was immense. That kid can actually hold his own against the boss? Indeed, the strength is formidable and truly terrifying. Both held their ground, evenly matched. Duke gritted his teeth, realizing that previous strike had been deadly. It was inconceivable that this young man possessed even greater essence energy than himself. Why was this happening? Duke pondered, feeling something strange about this boy. Even if Isaiah had grown stronger, there should be limits. Previously, Isaiah hadn't been able to harm him, indicating he wasn't at the Martial Emperor realm. Had Isaiah suddenly become stronger in such a short time? It was too unbelievable, almost inexplicable. Boy, I admit you're strong, but today, I will end your life. You've lost to me once and just now, I was careless. Duke gripped the wolf-tooth mace tightly, blood flowing from his mouth. Such injuries reminded him of Wally's attack, which nearly killed him. Now, Isaiah's sword had inflicted another severe wound, a frustrating event. Duke had to take things seriously, gathering essence energy into his body, accumulating tremendous power. Isaiah crouched, ready to draw his sword, maintaining an undaunted aura. Indeed, the boy had advanced to the Martial Emperor realm in a blink of an eye. Was such a terrifying phenomenon even possible? Duke had achieved the Martial Emperor realm through inherited strength, but what did this boy have to break through so quickly? Boy, die. The one who dies should be you. Both shouted in rage, their clash awe-inspiring to all who watched, leaving everyone watching intently. Isaiah drew his sword swiftly, the momentum like a tidal wave slicing through space. Duke's wolf-tooth mace smashed down ferociously, shaking the earth as both forces collided. Boom. This was clearly superhuman strength. Duke roared. As a martial emperor, he wouldn't lose here. Isaiah's sword gradually fell into disadvantage, being overwhelmed by Duke's essence energy. The situation became hard to control. Nyo family members stared wide-eyed, waiting to see who would prevail. Great, our boss has the upper hand. I knew it, that kid won't win. Look, the boss is about to win. Isaiah's swift sword stroke was being suppressed by Duke, putting him at a clear disadvantage. If this continued, Isaiah might be shattered into powder, never existing again. Haha, you're dead, boy. Jonah was the most anguished. Just a moment ago, he had seen a glimmer of hope, but now, watching it shatter, he thought Isaiah could fight on, but now it seemed over. With Isaiah at a disadvantage, reversing the tide was impossible. The suppression of essence energy was terrifying. He couldn't withstand such a blow. Duke's eyes widened, victory seeming within reach. Yet, he noticed something odd. In this situation, why was Isaiah smiling instead of panicking? What was going on? The situation was becoming bizarre. Perhaps Isaiah was just feigning calmness. As long as the wolf-tooth mace struck, Isaiah would likely be shattered. Duke roared again, his aura intensifying. Isaiah's sword struggled to hold back, and under such dire circumstances, the outcome seemed inevitable. Jonah felt despair. If he had any cultivation, he would help, but he lacked the capability. The two combatants' essence energy formed a protective layer, preventing anyone from approaching. They were affected by the overwhelming aura, struggling to breathe. Is this the strength of the martial emperor realm? Everyone wanted to see the boy meet his end, having endured too long. Duke's wolf-tooth mace pushed Isaiah's sword down, but Isaiah remained calm, expressionless. Humph, let's see how you laugh then, Duke sneered coldly. Chapter 568. Unable to stand up. Isaiah and Duke were still locked in combat, but Isaiah was now at a complete disadvantage. His essence energy had been overpowered by Duke's, and he was truly backed into a corner. Jonah could no longer bear to watch. Isaiah would most likely be crushed to powder with no trace left behind. Duke roared maniacally, confident in his victory. Nothing could bring him more joy than this moment. However, Isaiah suddenly turned, causing the warhammer to swing past him harmlessly. Duke was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that this young man could escape such overwhelming force. Isaiah spun to the left, making a 180-degree turn before plunging his sword ruthlessly towards Duke's abdomen. This time, the blade easily pierced through, encountering none of the resistance it faced earlier. It tore through Duke's flesh, creating a gruesome scene that left everyone in shock. A wave of cold dread washed over Duke as he shivered uncontrollably. Blood gushed from his wound, and he felt his strength waning. Everyone present was flabbergasted, finding the scene unbelievable. How is this possible? What just happened? How can our leader end up like this? Everyone stared in disbelief as Duke, who had just been on top, now lay kneeling on the ground, blood pouring from his abdomen. Another strike followed, impaling him through the chest. Isaiah held the sword with both hands, delivering a devastating blow that seemed to split the earth itself. Duke couldn't withstand it any longer. Duke spat out blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground like a falling leaf, too weak to get back up. The people of the Nyo family were dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the sudden reversal. What was going on? Just moments ago, Duke had completely overpowered Isaiah, but now, in the blink of an eye, he lay defeated. No one dared to believe what they saw. Worse might still be coming. After receiving these two blows, Duke had almost lost all combat ability, unable to stand and having dropped his weapon. The situation looked dire for the Nyo family, their faces ashen as if they had seen a ghost. What is happening? It's terrifying. Jonah and Annette also widened their eyes, never expecting this outcome. Isaiah not only avoided defeat, but turned the tide. Isaiah stood with his sword, glaring icily at Duke. This battle is over. You have no way out. Raising the sword, Isaiah prepared to deliver the final blow. Duke, drenched in sweat and blood, appeared pitiful, his stomach wound nearly splitting him in half. Isaiah marveled at the boy's incredible sword speed and power. Each strike caused unbearable agony to Duke, who knelt on the ground, teeth gritted, neck stretched toward Isaiah, resembling an execution scene. Despite this, Isaiah remained vigilant, sensing the severity of the situation. Duke could barely speak. Seeing Duke's weakened state, Isaiah narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. He raised the sword again. Oh no, he's going to execute our leader? The situation is terrible. What do we do now? This is really dangerous. The Nyo family members panicked, yet dared not intervene. Isaiah seemed nearly invincible under his formidable essence energy. Die! Isaiah swung the sword down fiercely, aiming for Duke's neck. Blood spurted everywhere, but Isaiah sensed something amiss. Duke's neck was unnaturally tough, and the blade couldn't penetrate. Isaiah expected a killing blow, but instead, the situation turned critical. Just as Isaiah paused, Duke abruptly rose, seizing his warhammer. Caught off guard after his powerful double-handed strike, Isaiah was hit squarely in the face by Duke's warhammer, sending him flying several dozen meters away, smashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater. The immense destructive force had nearly reversed the situation once more, obscuring Isaiah's condition from view. Jonah was utterly amazed. Unbelievably, Duke had mustered the strength to counterattack during the execution attempt. Such a blow was surely too much for Isaiah to bear. You wanted to cut off my dragon head? I'm now a dragon demon. Not so easy to kill, Duke said, holding his bleeding abdomen, kneeling and clearly in excruciating pain. Had the attack been successful, Isaiah would have died. Duke hoped Isaiah was already dead to avoid further suffering. You'll have to wait until your next life to beat me. I'm now a dragon demon, Duke said, barely able to stand. Fortunately, his body was robust enough to survive this ordeal. Isaiah climbed out of the wreckage, covered in blood, with half his strength depleted. Both had suffered heavy injuries, but Duke's physique was clearly superior. Isaiah felt his bones shattered by the previous strike. His face, neck, and chest bones were all broken. Even adamantine bones couldn't withstand such force, and Isaiah's expression darkened. Duke began turning black, emitting black smoke as his body underwent significant changes. Our leader is transforming into a bull demon? No, he's now called a dragon demon. Duke roared, his body elongating. Clouds gathered and thunder rumbled in the sky. After a few minutes, a massive black dragon appeared before everyone, its imposing presence suppressing all spectators. A dragon demon soared overhead, radiating terrifying energy. So this is the form of a dragon demon. It's far too enormous. A large wound on the dragon's body caught Isaiah's attention. Only that part lacked scale protection, located below the dragon's claws. Chapter 569. Regarding what? Brat, prepare to die. Black smoke billowed from Jameson's body as the people of Nyojia City trembled in fear. The situation was extremely perilous, and the oppressive force became even more terrifying at this moment. What should that boy do now? Even our leader has transformed into the form of Jameson. Jameson glared coldly at Isaiah. He was fully aware that his bloodline power came from Isaiah, so Isaiah should also have a dragon form, but he believed his Jameson form would be more powerful. After a burst of intense light, just like when Duke transformed, dark clouds swirled in the sky, and the earth shook with it. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the air, and a gigantic green dragon appeared, confronting Jameson in the sky. Isaiah examined himself. He was now in the divine dragon form, not just any old green dragon bloodline. His strength had become immensely powerful. Ultimately, the one who can win is me, Jameson roared, lunging towards the divine dragon. The two massive dragons engaged in a ferocious battle in the sky, causing a spectacle that made everyone feel the awe of nature. Their battle sent numerous fireballs raining down from the heavens. Such formidable bloodline powers left everyone in awe. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't be a Jameson either, Jonah said, raising an eyebrow. Duke still looked incredibly resilient. The people of the Nyo family were astonished. Why would that brat possess such a bloodline? It was simply unfair. That boy is so strong. And he has such a bloodline too. What kind of monster is he? Which dragon has the upper hand? Dark energy spread from Jameson's body, but it had no effect on the divine dragon after their initial clash. Jameson realized his attacks were useless. Biting onto the dragon's scales, which are the strongest natural armor, blocked any assault. Conversely, the divine dragon's attacks proved highly effective, leaving Jameson severely wounded. Deep cuts marred his slender neck. Damn it, this brat is stronger than me. Jameson discovered this disastrous fact. Despite having multiple attack methods as a dragon demon, they proved ineffective, just flashy moves. The divine dragon continued its offensive, quickly pinning down Jameson. With sharp teeth bared, it tore into Jameson, who couldn't help but scream in agony. Blood rained from the sky, creating a ghastly scene. The Nyo family members were dumbfounded. Our leader is being eaten alive. We're done for. Jameson screamed as his neck was torn apart. The next moment was even grimmer. His upper half was ripped to shreds, and his neck severed. Jameson's head plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud, and the divine dragon watched expressionlessly, frightening many witnesses. Duke's dragon form was dead, and the Nyo family members held their breaths, shocked by the horrific sight. Did Isaiah win? I never thought his bloodline power would be so strong, Annette said, amazed. She had never seen such potent bloodline power before. The sky remained stormy as the Nyo family fled. Unable to face the colossal creature in the sky, they had only one thought: escape. After Jameson's death, his body almost flattened the city of Nyo. Everything happened so fast. Within a few breaths, Jameson had died, devoid of all life. The divine dragon quickly reverted to Isaiah's human form. It was his first time transforming like this, so he wasn't yet used to it, but the immense power left him yearning for it. Everything returned to calm. Isaiah stood in a daze, lost in thought. Jonah approached slowly. Sebastian was dead, and the Gale family had dispersed. Jonah wasn't afraid, knowing that if Isaiah harbored hatred and wanted to kill him, he would accept his fate. Duke is dead, so my purpose ends here. I should thank you, Jonah said as he walked over. Isaiah remained silent, his expression heavy. Jonah felt a hint of fear despite himself. There was still animosity between them. If Isaiah wanted to settle scores, it would be justified. Jonah's witchcraft had harmed Isaiah greatly, and the current situation was worse than expected. While Isaiah's adamantine body offered advantages, the future drawbacks were unknown. Do you not plan to kill me? Jonah asked curiously. No need. Killing you won't serve any purpose. Isaiah shook his head, indifferent. Those events didn't warrant deep-seated hatred. Moreover, Jonah had paid a price, and Isaiah felt the adamantine body had helped him significantly. Jonah didn't find comfort in this. But I have many questions for you. About what? Ask away. I have nothing left to cling to in this world, Jonah sighed. When Duke killed Sebastian, the blow was brutal. Even Jonah, with his witchcraft, couldn't bring him back, driving him into despair. Regarding the Blood Sky sect, all its secrets, Isaiah asked. Feeling that the Blood Sky sect would eventually come close, it was just a matter of time. That sect. I did awaken their king in the ruins, but that king is dead, Jonah replied. Isaiah wasn't reassured by this. So who leads the Blood Sky sect now? The king's power was given to a certain empress. I've lost contact with him for a long time. The Blood Sky sect has always aimed to destroy the northern and southern continents. This sect thirsts for blood and war. They won't give up easily. Isaiah's expression darkened. So, the leader of the Blood Sky sect is now an empress? Yes, her name seems to be Annette. Her power is superhuman, reaching a realm where few can match her. They don't need me anymore. The Blood Sky sect must have some weakness. It's uncertain. After their last defeat, they have been improving continuously, making the sect even stronger. Isaiah didn't gain much useful information from his inquiries. I want to ask about the inscriptions left by the Blood Sky sect. When the red moon appears, all lands will turn blood red. Isaiah asked, can you tell me anything about this message? Chapter 570. What choice? The blood moon is a massive sphere of blood. After Jonah's explanation, Isaiah seemed to understand. Indeed, back in the Nanyang Empire, he had seen a huge blood-colored sphere in the sky. Was Blood Sky Sect's ultimate destination still the royal family of Nanyang? This made Isaiah uneasy. Regardless of their intentions, if he did not stop them, it was certain that he would be among the dead. At that time in the Nanyang Imperial City, there was indeed a huge blood-colored sphere. That was when Amber had just become the Crimson Empress. Isaiah still carried the shadow of that experience and could not believe he might have to return there. Thank you. I've learned much useful information. Isaiah, I advise you to let it be. Let things take their course. The matters of Blood Sky Sect are beyond your control. They are the true demons of this world, spreading ruin wherever they go. Isaiah shook his head. It's not something I can just give up on. This sect won't leave me alone. Eventually, I will have to face them. If that's the case, be careful, Jonah said, shaking his head. Isaiah slowly left. Jonah hadn't expected their enmity to end so easily, without any confrontation as imagined. Annette followed behind Isaiah. Where are you going next? Isaiah shot her a glance, unsure what to say for a moment. It will be very dangerous being with me. You should know that. Don't stay by my side. Go where you must. Isaiah had made up his mind. The path ahead might be tough, especially with Blood Sky Sect drawing closer. This was far from a good sign. It seemed Isaiah needed to return to the Nanyang Imperial City. He never thought he would have to go back there again, which gave him quite a headache. Many possibilities raced through his mind. Just wait, Jonah shouted loudly. Yes? Is there something else? All my knowledge, all the shamanistic spells I've learned are here. If you're interested, take a look. Jonah shook his head, appearing utterly hopeless. Jonah couldn't save Sebastian. He died too completely, even his shamanistic powers failed. Perhaps it was his own doing. Blood Sky Sect wasn't an easy foe. Isaiah dared not underestimate them, the only enemy he truly feared. Isaiah's figure grew distant. Jonah sighed, unsure where he should go, everything becoming mysterious and uncertain. The dragon demon's severed head spurted out a lot of blood, and suddenly, that blood started moving on its own, leaving Jonah stunned. This was definitely not a good omen, everything turning extremely terrifying. What's happening? Jonah asked with a grim expression. Soon, a person appeared before him, looking mysteriously and frightfully ominous, as if they had been there for some time already. The person's face was dark, sending chills down Jonah's spine. I didn't expect to see you here. Before him stood a woman who raised an eyebrow at Jonah. You shouldn't have revealed the secrets of our Blood Sky Sect, Amber said coldly, her beauty more striking and her power more terrifying than ever. Jonah now dared not meet her gaze, completely oppressed by her presence, sensing her murderous intent. He knew his fate was dire. It seemed he would die here, a terrifying prospect. Still, Jonah tried to resist. Is it because I revealed Blood Sky Sect's secrets? Amber shook her head. Regardless of the reason, you must die today. But I am the last shamanist. If you kill me, things will get worse, Jonah argued, hoping this would save him. But Amber showed no intention of sparing him. Jonah's eyes widened. He barely had time to react before falling to the ground, losing any chance of survival. With his last breath, Jonah felt indignant yet powerless, staring at Amber. A Blood Sky Sect protector approached. Should we eliminate Isaiah now, Lady Amber? Amber was puzzled. Logically, Isaiah should be dead. So why was he still alive? This was unusual. But even if Isaiah were still alive, it wouldn't change much. He could not alter anything significantly. Our main concern isn't Isaiah. He failed to stop us last time, and he will fail this time too. Ignore him. As Isaiah and Annette continued walking, Sebastian was dead, and Jonah, Isaiah suddenly turned around, sensing Jonah's life force fading. Why? Did he commit suicide? Why are you looking back? Someone seems to be coming. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, sensing Jonah was indeed dead. Whether it was suicide or something else, Isaiah presumed it was suicide. In Nyoja City, no one should have harmed him. Yet, he chose death, making Isaiah squint in confusion. Suddenly, several elegantly dressed people approached, likely from a powerful clan, looking disdainfully at Isaiah. Enoch of them riding a horse remarked, "What a pretty girl. Why is she here? Come with us quickly." Annette looked at them, growing tense. These people were from Jimdong City, known for being ruthless. They weren't easy to deal with. Jimdong City residents acted like they ruled everything, so Annette remained silent, simply shaking her head. Sorry, I won't go with you. Being taken by us is an honor for you. Don't reject it, the leader replied arrogantly. Isaiah stayed silent, not wanting to get involved in this mess. The situation was already critical, and Blood Sky Sect members could arrive anytime. Isaiah considered Annette a potential liability, bound to cause trouble. Just come with us. You have no other options here, they insisted, eyeing her lecherously. Annette looked helplessly at Isaiah, hoping for some support, but he seemed deep in thought, ignoring her. These gentlemen are from Jimdong City. You should know how formidable we are, they taunted, smiling wickedly. Chapter 571, So Powerful. Miss, you might not know my identity yet. I'm a big shot in Jimdong City, and my father is the city lord. Do you think you can refuse me? The man said coldly. Yeah, our boss is Xander. Xander, dressed in an extremely lavish robe, looked extravagantly opulent. Annette gritted her teeth. This situation was terrible. Isaiah seemed completely unmoved. Could he really just watch her being taken away? Things were becoming dire. Being taken by these people would surely lead to a fate worse than death. She was understandably worried. What should she do now? She really needed to think of a way out. Annette couldn't help but ask. Hey, are you just going to leave me alone? Xander scoffed. Haha, what can that useless kid do? You've seen the illusory essence chi on me. Annette's face fell. Indeed, this Xander had terrifying essence chi, indicating he was at the martial emperor realm. Just looking at him was intimidating. He was a unique existence. Annette's expression darkened as she noticed the few others around Xander were also immensely powerful, likely his protectors. Isaiah was indifferent to their provocations. He didn't want to meddle, nor did he mind if Annette was taken away. But what annoyed him was Xander's mockery. That was something Isaiah wasn't willing to tolerate. This man was over a decade older than Isaiah, reaching the martial emperor realm, not to be underestimated, a formidable opponent. Yet Isaiah still didn't take him seriously. It wasn't much of a challenge for him. Come along, miss. Must we force you? I'm politely inviting you, Xander said threateningly. Seeing Isaiah wasn't planning to intervene, Annette wondered if he truly despised her so much. What an arrogant man. I can go with you, but you must agree to one condition. Annette narrowed her eyes and said, Sure, what condition? Xander asked curiously. I prefer staying with a strong person. If you can defeat this person, I'll go with you immediately without any further ado. Annette pointed at Isaiah. Isaiah looked down on Annette. This woman sure had a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Saying such things was shameless. Wasn't she trying to incite conflict between them? Isaiah was speechless. Annette was cunning. Hmph. Getting rid of him isn't difficult at all, like squashing an ant. Just watch, it will be very easy, Xander laughed. He thought it would be tough, but it turned out he only had to deal with Isaiah. The youth didn't utter a word from start to finish, clearly demonstrating his worthlessness. There was no need to pay attention to him. Xander disdainfully sized up Isaiah, who showed no signs of essence chi whatsoever. Killing him would be incredibly simple. Xander ordered his protector slowly. Protector, kill him. This boy is an eyesore. If Isaiah were more sensible, he'd have left earlier, sparing Xander the need to speak. But he underestimated him, daring to spectate. Xander disliked having a little brat watching. Isaiah was trash, not worthy of concern. The protector stepped forward, sneering at Isaiah. Boy, today is your unlucky day. Finally, Isaiah spoke. The unlucky ones are not me, but you. Xander's men glared at Isaiah, looking at him as if he were a fool. What did he say just now? The unlucky ones were Xander and his men? The boy certainly talked arrogantly. Haha, boy, are you mentally ill? Don't you understand your situation? Hmph, I can end your life anytime. The protectors growled fiercely. A mere ant dared to boast. Xander found him even more contemptible. How could a beauty like Annette stay with a waste like Isaiah? He felt even more eager to possess her quickly. But Xander felt something odd. An indescribable pressure permeated the air. Where did it come from? Enoch of the protectors couldn't bear it anymore. This boy dared to be insolent here. It was extremely irritating. Boy, die now. The protector extended his hand and struck Isaiah with a palm. Isaiah didn't dodge, standing still. Xander closed his eyes, expecting the youth to be punched into a hole. With a loud bang, the protector's eyes widened. He was instantly killed by the backlash of essence chi, falling dead on the spot before anyone could comprehend what happened. Xander and his men were stunned, shocked and surprised by the turn of events. What did the boy do? How could he kill a protector so quickly? It was terrifying. Xander couldn't help but laugh. Though initially surprised by Isaiah, he now found nothing significant about him killing one protector. It didn't prove the boy was powerful. Interesting. Kill him, and I'll reward you generously, Xander commanded. The remaining 4 protectors stepped forward, each displaying varying degrees of essence chi. Be careful, this boy isn't simple. Isaiah shook his head, unfazed. He noticed the strongest among them was an old man, likely even stronger than Xander. Annette laughed. Your men aren't great. They're too weak. I won't go with you. Xander, undisturbed by the taunt, said calmly, You'll see. That boy won't brag for long. Just killing a few protectors isn't a big deal. I can do that easily. Don't get too excited, miss. Xander glanced at Isaiah. This boy had hidden strength. Was that oppressive aura emanating from him? His power was indeed intriguing. Xander watched with interest as the boy, who should have been dead, now displayed astonishing power. Chapter 572. Intending to strike with deadly force. Come at me all together, don't waste valuable time, Isaiah said with a shake of his head, his words dripping with sarcasm. Boy, you dare to look down on us? Do you really think you're that great? Just because you defeated one of us does not mean you stand a chance against all of us. Do you think you can still live if we attack together? The 4 enforcers were angry. They readied themselves, prepared to strike, determined to put Isaiah to death. Isaiah shook his head. You are too weak. The only one who seems capable enough to engage me is the elder. Maybe he has some decent strength. Xander glanced at the elder. He's my chief enforcer and one of the strongest warriors in Jimdong City. You have no right to speak to him like that. Attack, less talk. The 4 enforcers attacked simultaneously. Their power surged like an overwhelming tide toward Isaiah. However, as their attacks hit Isaiah, they vanished instantly. They widened their eyes. Their most potent strikes had no effect. I told you before, you 4 are nothing but trash. You dared to attack me? A terrifying aura of ethereal energy emanated from Isaiah, a hallmark of an Emperor Realm warrior. The 4 enforcers let out agonizing screams. They didn't have time to flee. In an instant, they collapsed dead on the ground, devoid of any life force. Their deaths were miserable. On the ground, their eyes and mouths wide open, they were now breathless and lifeless. Faced with Isaiah's formidable strength, they were utterly powerless. Xander raised an eyebrow. This exaggerated strength seemed even stronger than his own. You have some guts, boy, to slaughter my men. It looks like you want to die, Xander yelled in fury. What do you mean? Your people could attack me, but I can't defend myself? Isn't that laughable? Isaiah asked sarcastically. Brat, you've got some nerve. But next, I'll attack personally. Let's see how strong you are. Xander was clearly enraged. None of Xander's men had ever been harmed, yet today so many died. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. It was a significant loss for him. Indeed, your men aren't much. None are as capable as this young man, Annette mocked. Xander raised an eyebrow. This woman was intentionally setting him up, knowing full well Isaiah's strength, and now his men suffered the consequences. Humph, wait until I kill him, then you'll know. Xander glared furiously at Isaiah. Knowing Isaiah's strength, Xander still believed himself to be more powerful. Are you also at the Emperor Realm level? Xander asked, astonished. He couldn't believe anyone so young could reach such heights. It was unbelievable. Xander glanced at the chief enforcer behind him. With the elder there, he didn't think he would get hurt. The elder was stronger than himself. As someone who could safeguard Jimdong City, he couldn't be weaker than a kid. Boy, I challenge you. Xander drew his sword. The sword's momentum grew intense, almost severing everything, making the space around them feel motionless. Isaiah smiled slightly, unperturbed. You're still too young. Your swordsmanship can't match mine. If you cut off one of your hands, I won't make things hard for you. On hearing these words, Xander roared in anger. Boy, stop showing off before me. I have the chief enforcer behind me. Do you think you're that strong? In a frenzied state, Xander lunged forward, his body exuding killing intent, a truly intimidating sight. Facing such overwhelming pressure, Isaiah narrowed his eyes calmly, which only fueled Xander's hatred. Feeling belittled, he was filled with dissatisfaction and vowed to kill Isaiah to assuage his anger. Boy, prepare to die. Xander slashed fiercely with his sword, releasing immense force. Unaware of Isaiah's defense, Xander knew the next moment would be challenging. He couldn't defend. Suddenly, Isaiah summoned a sword out of nowhere, shocking Xander with its speed. Before Xander could retreat, Isaiah's sword struck him first, causing blood to gush profusely. Instantly, Xander lost his fighting ability. Enoch's slash nearly crippled him. Had his speed not been quick, he would have already been dead. You dodged pretty fast. D***M you, scum, daring to injure me. Xander growled through gritted teeth. Heh, if you hadn't run away, you'd be dead already, Isaiah laughed. Summoning a sword out of nowhere. This was something unexpected. With a grim expression, Xander's wound was severe, bleeding profusely. Standing was becoming increasingly difficult. If this continued, he would surely die. Alright, now let me end your head. Anyway, your life is just a waste. Isaiah lifted his sword. Boy, you dare? I am the successor of Jimdong City. If you kill me, do you know what will happen? Humph, do I care? Just a Jimdong City. Even if your father were here, I would still kill you. Isaiah's gaze turned icy, completely devoid of mercy. Xander was stunned. Was he dealing with a madman who truly intended to strike with deadly force? Too terrifying. Wide-eyed, Xander saw Isaiah's sword descending. Overwhelmed by his opponent's murderous aura, he felt death approaching. Suddenly, a palm strike repelled Isaiah's sword. He looked up to see the elder slowly walking towards him. Disrespectful indeed. Did you think you could kill him right in front of me? The elder spoke angrily. Humph, you provoked me. I don't see the problem. Isaiah smiled lightly. You dared to severely injure Xander. It looks like you've grown tired of living. I'll send you to the netherworld. But you need the capability. Against me, you lack it. Isaiah shook his head. The elder helped treat Xander's wounds, knowing he wouldn't survive otherwise. Eyeing Isaiah, his expression grew grave. Chapter 573. I'll just walk in. Don't be too arrogant, young man. Although you've reached the realm of martial emperor, that's the supreme realm. For someone like you to achieve it at such a young age, it doesn't seem normal. So what do you want to say? You've relied on crooked methods and shortcuts to attain such high cultivation. Do you think you will be fine? I believe your lifespan is almost over. Look at you now. Moreover, it's very easy for me to deal with you. You can never be my match. Jerson coldly laughed. Jerson struck a posture. Isaiah shook his head, shrugged, and said indifferently, You're all too conceited. My condition isn't up to you to judge. The two of them were on the verge of a showdown. Annette watched from the side, while Xander looked extremely embarrassed with a deathly pale face. His injuries had not improved. The sword momentum left by Isaiah kept worsening the wound. It could really endanger his life if it got any worse. Xander clenched his teeth in anger. He could never have imagined that after a lifetime of reputation, he would be seriously injured by a kid and nearly lose his life. Jerson and Isaiah both moved at the same time. Two powerful illusions of Yuanqi collided, causing the earth to shake instantly. Their speed was extremely fast. They quickly flashed behind each other. Isaiah obviously had just unsheathed his sword. Jerson gritted his teeth. His expression suddenly showed a large gash, and blood splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Could it be that even the Great Guardian can't match him? Xander bit his teeth, completely shocked. How could Isaiah injure the Great Guardian without getting hurt himself? This was truly inconceivable. Xander couldn't believe this. He felt very dissatisfied and didn't know what to do. Jerson knelt on the ground. I didn't expect your sword momentum to be so formidable. Isaiah remained expressionless. You're all too weak. Hearing this, the Great Guardian almost fainted in anger, but the strength of this kid was indeed incredibly formidable. Jerson no longer wanted to continue fighting. He had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, they might really die here, which would be worse. How are you planning to escape? Isaiah lifted his sword and slashed forcefully, splitting open a ravine. Jerson was terrified. This kid's sword momentum was incredible. He wasn't a match at all. Isaiah raised an eyebrow as the Great Guardian hurriedly fled with Xander. Their speed surprised him. He originally wanted to chase after them, but Annette shouted, Wait, don't go after them. Isaiah looked at her, wondering if she was injured. Upon closer inspection, Annette seemed fine. She had no injuries. Isaiah wondered why she called him back. Why did you call me back? I don't want to let them go, Isaiah asked, raising an eyebrow. By then, the Great Guardian had already fled rapidly. They're people from Jimdong City. If you chase after them, aren't you walking into your own death? Jimdong City has great power. Don't be foolish. Do you mean to stop me because of that? I'm convinced. Isaiah shook his head. It was too late to chase them now. Xander and the Great Guardian had run away so fast. Isaiah had no choice but to give up. He wasn't overly worried. You dared to severely injure Xander. Things are more troublesome than you think. If people from Jimdong City dare to come after me, they'll pay the price. Annette shook her head. Isaiah was indeed very confident. People at the Martial Emperor realm were probably all like this. She couldn't say much. Where are you going next? To Jimdong City. If I don't go, they will still come looking for me. Annette shook her head. Isaiah must be crazy. Going to Jimdong City now would be suicidal. Why go there now? You just injured the city lord's son. You're asking for trouble, Annette complained. Ha, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have clashed with those people. Since the conflict has happened, the rest is inevitable. Isaiah thought for a moment. If I don't go to Jimdong City, they will still come looking for me. That makes sense. Well, I hope you really are invincible. They continued moving forward. Soon, they saw a city in the distance. That's Jimdong City. Looks like we won't be able to get in. Annette seemed to know a lot. Isaiah also saw many people at the city gate. It appeared that many martial artists were being denied entry. Isaiah slowly approached. The damn city gate won't open. We're strong, yet we can only stare helplessly. Jimdong City isn't a place you can enter just like that. But this is too much. Many martial artists were complaining. The guards on the city wall sneered at them, clearly disdainful. Get lost down there. When we open the gate, it will be your death day, a guard captain shouted loudly. Many martial artists had various purposes for coming to Jimdong City. They were all stuck outside the gate, trying every means to enter. Isaiah didn't plan to ask them about the situation. What are all these people coming to Jimdong City for? This city has things many martial artists desire, naturally attracting countless people, Annette explained. But not everyone can enter. It's quite difficult, even for you right now. Haha, just because others can't get in doesn't mean I can't. His words made everyone around go silent. Many people turned to look at him with puzzled expressions. Everyone wanted to see who would dare speak so arrogantly. When they finally focused their eyes on him, they couldn't help but laugh. That kid is funny. He actually says such things. Who does he think he is, acting so cocky? People mocked Isaiah. He shook his head, not caring about their comments. Some martial artists, especially the younger and prouder ones, were displeased with Isaiah's attitude. The guards above also laughed. That kid just arrived and already has countless enemies. What's he up to? Chapter 574. A bunch of worthless people. The atmosphere beneath the city gate subtly shifted, no longer as peaceful as before. Due to Isaiah's audacious statement, more people felt disdainful towards him. Not only did the guards on the city wall express their dissatisfaction, but even the martial artists below harbored significant resentment towards him. Many glared at him in disdain, finding his words unpalatable. Do you think if they don't open the gate, you can't enter? You call yourselves cultivators? Isaiah shook his head, saying. His words incensed the crowd, making it seem like everyone else was worthless except for him. Boy, are you so capable that you can open the gate? Talk is cheap. Do you plan to talk your way into opening the gate? Most martial artists were unhappy with him. Even Annette was speechless. Isaiah truly had a knack for antagonizing people. Although Isaiah had reached the martial emperor realm, one should not underestimate Jimdong City. There were plenty of martial emperors here. It was rumored that this place housed numerous gathering spots of malevolent sects, which made entering Jimdong City extremely perilous. Many times, this difficulty served to protect these martial artists from walking into death. Otherwise, once inside, they might really meet a grim and miserable end. Inside Jimdong City was an exceptionally dangerous area where anyone slightly weaker could lose their life at any moment. Sometimes, these guards kept the gate tightly closed as a means of protection, not because of other reasons. Among the many martial artists, a man scoffed at the situation. He intended to step forward as a representative to give this brat a proper lesson when he saw Isaiah's self-satisfied expression. It was indeed irritating. Boy, quit your useless chatter. Do you really think you can get in? The man asked condescendingly. Isaiah shot him a contemptuous glance. If I can't get in, do you think scum like you can? Daring to insult him as scum, the martial artist immediately flew into a rage. His cultivation wasn't low. He had always been highly respected, but facing such provocation, how could he bear it? The man grew so angry he wanted to attack, but then thought it better to let Isaiah go to his doom rather than trouble himself. Boy, why don't we make a bet? I want to see what you're made of. If you can open this gate, anything goes, the man said disdainfully. Fine, if I open the gate, I'll give you a cut. Isaiah smiled faintly, eyeing him indifferently, without a hint of fear. Boy, you're rejoicing too early. I am a xiuxian, and my strike isn't something you can endure. Isaiah shrugged and gave him a sideways glance. I don't care who you are. You've gambled, so you're bound to lose, nothing more. Arrogant boy, acting like you've already won. Let's see what you can do now. The xiuxian laughed coldly, unconvinced that Isaiah could open the city gate. This gate was notoriously hard to open. Despite many being present and unable to resolve the issue, how could this young brat possibly achieve it? People like this boy have no sense of reality, someone muttered. Maybe he doesn't know his limits, another commented. Isaiah sized up the gate, while the guards above looked at him disdainfully. No one had ever managed to open this gate unless it was by the guards themselves. It remained closed to many. This kid has some nerve, someone observed. I guess he doesn't know the depth of the sky or the thickness of the earth. Originally intending to act, Isaiah noticed that this gate resembled a steel gate of the Nanyang royal family's design. He raised an eyebrow. Although it seemed grander now, he believed it was not completely beyond his capability, even if he didn't need to use force. Why haven't you moved yet, boy? Waiting for the gate to open itself? A xiuxian asked sarcastically. Isaiah chuckled. Actually, that's what I'm hoping. I don't intend to force it open. Hearing this, a xiuxian burst into laughter. What eloquent nonsense. This gate cannot be forced open. To brag so arrogantly. Truly shameless, he added. Boy, I've seen arrogant people, but you surpass them all in ignorance. Without using force, how do you plan to open it? A xiuxian demanded, his voice sharp and high-pitched. From a xiuxian's perspective, this boy had no chance. It was absurd, especially with so many witnesses. If Isaiah succeeded, it would be bizarre. Enough, you must be tired of living. Keep your promise. Give me a cut. A xiuxian growled, radiating hostility. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. Calm down. I'll open the gate soon. Don't rush. Your punishment will come swiftly. Humph. Talking big even now, Azariawen sneered, disregarding him completely. Watch closely next time. With a gesture, Isaiah chanted the spell needed to open the steel gate of the Nanyang royal family. Azariawen thought he was pretending, mocking his attempt to leave this way. Pure fantasy. If you can open this gate, I might as well die. Just as Azariawen finished speaking, the city gate suddenly creaked open with a rumbling sound. The guards atop the wall panicked. What happened? Why did the gate open by itself? Idiots. Why did you open the gate? We didn't open it. It opened on its own. The guards were flabbergasted. If the gate opened, they faced severe consequences. None of them might survive this mishap. The situation became dire and complex. Azariawen was stunned. How did this happen? The city gate just opened out of nowhere, and most damning, Isaiah hadn't used any strength. It was eerie and astonishing. Outside, the multitude of martial artists stood helplessly, whereas Isaiah appeared nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 575. It's all because of you. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been almost unbelievable. Azariawen's face was at its ugliest extremity. He couldn't believe such absurdity. The guards on the city walls were also in a panic. It didn't seem like they opened the gates voluntarily. Doing so without permission was a grave offense. When the gates opened, these guards were as good as dead. All right, now I've done my part, so you should keep your promise, Isaiah said as he thrust his sword into him. Azariawen's eyes widened instantly. This single strike nearly took his life. Azariawen wasn't low in cultivation, yet Isaiah's seemingly casual strike dealt him a severe blow, dispersing all his energy instantly. The crowd watching remained silent. Isaiah's sword stroke was incredibly ruthless. It almost disabled Azariawen completely. Azariawen hadn't expected this outcome. He thought he'd be seriously injured at most. But given the present situation, it was painful indeed. He felt his dantian had shattered, leaving no chance of recovery. Only a breath of life remained in him. His bewildered eyes didn't know what to say. That young man is formidable. Why are we hesitating? Let's get inside quickly. He has saved us a great deal. Everyone rushed in. Isaiah gave a slight smile as he walked slowly, concealing his prowess and achievements. Isaiah and Annette walked at a leisurely pace while others ran, as intruders were likely being hunted down by Jim Dong City's forces. We shouldn't be walking so slowly. Let's escape quickly, Annette said nervously. Numerous martial artists who had broken in were quickly fleeing, hiding within the city's vast expanse, making them hard to locate. The intruding martial artists soon encountered pursuers. One particularly towering figure showed no mercy towards the intruders. Annette was terrified as she watched several martial artists killed mercilessly by this man, their deaths gruesomely portrayed. This attracted a lot of attention, everyone looking on in shock. Even law enforcement martial artist Irwin has shown up. It's rumored that he has terrifying cultivation. If caught by him, it's certain death. Many people broke in this time. It seems there will be a great massacre today. Irwin looked at Isaiah with disdain, blaming him for causing all this chaos. It's all because of you, boy. If not for you, none of this would have happened. You're the one who can open the gate, aren't you? You've brought ruin upon yourself, the law enforcement martial artist said coldly. Isaiah shook his head indifferently, clearly not taking the law enforcement martial artist seriously. Do you have any problems? Humph, aren't you quite something? You dared to open the gate and let in all these trash. Now you can represent them, Irwin scoffed. If you want to fight me, then you're asking for death. I can't think of a better explanation. Suddenly, curious glances turned towards him. What nonsense was this boy saying? How dare he speak to Irwin like that? Didn't Isaiah know who he was facing? Irwin stared at him in astonishment. Boy, you're dead today. I'll make it clear. Nothing can save you today. Isaiah looked at him contemptuously, not caring about his threats. Such events happen too often. That boy is quite the guts. Indeed, Irwin is strong and well-connected. The boy really did something incredible. Everyone paid extra attention to Isaiah. If not for him, today wouldn't have turned out this way. Due to him, the city gates opened, disrupting the city's peace and leading to countless intruders being killed. Everything seemed so eerie. It was all caused by this one boy. Irwin chuckled coldly, having just slain several martial artists at spirit martial level 7 or 8. A sight that terrified many. Having witnessed Irwin's power, how could Isaiah survive alone? Irwin roared, Today, you'll pay the price and understand what's happening. Today is your end. Everyone's faces changed as they watched Irwin deliver a fierce punch aimed at Isaiah's head. If struck, Isaiah would turn to mush. Many closed their eyes, not wanting to see Isaiah's grisly death. Irwin had exerted his full force, which no equal could withstand. With a dull thud, Irwin's eyes widened. He felt intense pain from his fist. What was going on with this boy? Everyone watched in shock. What was happening before them was bizarre. Irwin's punch missed Isaiah entirely, blocked by a layer of protective energy. No way. What's happening here? How terrifying. Everyone gasped, unable to fathom this scenario. Irwin had never encountered such a formidable opponent, especially not a mere youth. It was unbelievable. Irwin howled in agony, blood gushing from his arm, his face pale. He was in disbelief. He thought his punch would kill Isaiah but ended up hurting himself instead. Who are you? Ha, it's none of your business who I am. Your concern is whether you can live, Isaiah retorted. How daring of you. Do you know where you are? Do you intend to fight me here? Irwin threatened. Do you think anyone will care about your connections? My family owns the city? Humph, I've heard such talk before. The last person who said that lost an arm, Isaiah said, smirking playfully, completely unafraid. Chapter 576, Leaving on a whim? You need to think carefully. The city lord's people will attack any moment, and when that happens, you'll have nowhere left to run, Irwin threatened. Isaiah found this situation quite amusing. Annette, standing beside him, was at a loss for words. She felt the current predicament was particularly thorny. Since arriving in Jimdong City, Isaiah seemed to be deliberately looking for trouble. Was he overly confident? Everything had become extremely dangerous. No supreme expert would dare act so rashly. Isaiah really had a death wish. Shouldn't we just give up? Did you come here just to cause chaos? Annette asked curiously. Huh. It's not me who's looking for trouble. They're delivering themselves into my hands, Isaiah replied with a dismissive wave, completely unimpressed. Not to mention, I wouldn't worry about the city lord's men. Everyone around started to look at Isaiah with newfound respect. This young man was truly exceptional. As Isaiah stepped forward, Erwin grew terrified. What was this guy doing? Did he want to hurt him despite already knowing his position? What are you going to do? Suddenly, Isaiah drew his sword and slashed down. In an instant, Erwin lost a hand and screamed in agony. Everyone watched in shock as Erwin, having already identified himself, was still crippled by Isaiah. The situation was becoming tense. Just as Erwin was suffering terribly, his family members finally arrived. You brat, wait until my brother gets here. I'll see how arrogant you remain. Erwin snarled menacingly, hoping to kill Isaiah instantly. Isaiah glanced up and smiled faintly, not expecting to meet an acquaintance so quickly. He felt even more unperturbed now, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Brother, please help me. Someone has cut off my hand, Erwin said dejectedly. Standing before Erwin were none other than Xander and his senior guardian. Upon seeing Isaiah, their expressions darkened. They were furious. I didn't expect this boy to arrive so soon. Sir, perhaps we should reconsider. We need a long-term plan. Otherwise, things will get worse. Right now, it's very difficult for us to deal with him, the senior guardian advised. Xander gritted his teeth. He knew he wasn't Isaiah's match, nor was the senior guardian. Acting rashly would only lead to more casualties. Isaiah, being a true martial emperor realm powerhouse, was not someone they could easily surpass. Even if all of the Zhao family came together, they might not be able to defeat him. That was the difficulty. Haha, I will make you wish you were dead. You'll regret it for the rest of your life, Erwin yelled angrily. His hatred for Isaiah was immense. Now that the Zhao family had arrived, it was time for Isaiah to pay the price. With a heavy expression, Xander walked forward. Everyone watching became tense, swallowing hard as the situation looked grim. Xander has appeared. The Zhao family is truly formidable. That kid must be doomed now. It's going to be a spectacle. I wonder what he'll do. The people of Jimdong City were curious about Isaiah. A young person shouldn't possess such overwhelming power, yet reality often played tricks, making situations like this seem incomprehensible. Xander glared at Isaiah with deep-seated hatred, but found himself helpless against this young man. If he had the strength, he would have killed Isaiah already, but the current situation was dire. We leave, Xander said calmly. Upon hearing these words, Erwin froze in disbelief. This was not what he dreamed of happening. How could they just let this boy go after breaking his hand? How could he accept such a humiliation? Completely baffled and confused, Erwin asked, Why aren't you helping me take revenge, brother? Xander turned around and slapped him without a word. I said we leave. You're no match for him. But you have the senior guardian with you, Erwin pleaded helplessly. Xander ignored further explanations and slapped him again. What else do you want me to say? Feeling wronged and unable to comprehend the situation, Erwin never expected this to happen. He had never encountered such a terrifying scenario. Full of resentment, though ultimately forced away by Xander, Erwin was led away. This can't be true. Xander actually backed down? All because of that kid? What on earth happened? This is too strange. Everyone watched in stunned silence, completely baffled by the turn of events. Typically, Xander would seek revenge, but this time he walked away without even retaliating. Despite Isaiah's audacious actions, which were essentially slapping the Zhao family in the face, he faced no repercussions. The situation was indeed peculiar. People can't believe their eyes. Xander seems to be afraid of him. This was shocking to everyone in Jimdong City. Xander, known for his tyranny, had met his match and dared not confront Isaiah. Just as everyone was astonished, a cold voice broke through the air. Wait, can you just leave because you say so? Isaiah's voice made everyone widen their eyes. They stared at him in disbelief, unsure what to say. Is Xander willing to let it go, while this kid continues causing trouble? This kid is really bold. The Zhao family isn't that scared of him, right? Isaiah's statement took everyone by surprise. The atmosphere grew heavy. Raising an eyebrow, Xander glared fiercely at Isaiah. Erwin's face contorted with extreme displeasure. By showing leniency, Xander had invited Isaiah's audacity, which now went too far. What do you want now? Xander growled ominously. Chapter 577. Still can't win. How do you want me to react? Xander asked. What do you mean? Haha, now I'm in charge. I'll do whatever I want. You can make a move if you disagree, Isaiah said coldly. This statement plunged Xander into silence. Indeed, if it came to blows, he would not be this bastard's match. That was the predicament. Even though the Derek was present, Xander knew he was still no match. If they fought now, there was a chance even the Derek might die. That would be an enormous loss. Xander felt aggrieved but powerless, looking utterly helpless. Isaiah had gone too far. When had Xander, as the son of the city lord, ever suffered such treatment? Everyone else looked equally stunned, never imagining events would unfold this way. My brother has already paid the price. I don't intend to cause you trouble anymore. Is that not enough? Kneel and apologize or die, Isaiah said coldly. Beside him, Annette's eyes widened. This man was truly mad. What was going through his mind? It was terrifying. Isaiah was in Jimdong City, where Xander was the son of the city lord. How many enemies would Isaiah face afterward? Did he know? Annette thought it was too dangerous. Staying by his side, she feared she would die eventually. However, all her attempts at dissuasion were futile. Isaiah had made up his mind. Annette could only pray, unable to think of any other solution. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. Xander felt immensely aggrieved. He couldn't bear it inside. The Derek also looked grim. Although he was powerful, he was still no match for Isaiah. But he could no longer endure Isaiah's arrogance. No one had ever dared treat the city lord's residence like this before. It was completely disrespectful. If today's humiliation continued, how would the city lord's household stand from now on? Face was more important than anything at times. At present, Xander's family's strong ones were away, leaving only the Derek, who was unable to match Isaiah. Once the strong ones returned, including Xander's father, they would undoubtedly tear Isaiah limb from limb. The Derek shouted angrily, "Lee, don't go too far. What do you really want? Are you trying to humiliate the Xiao family further? So what if I am? If I'm unhappy today, the Xiao family can vanish entirely," Isaiah replied coldly. The Derek clenched his teeth in anger, glaring at Isaiah with deep hatred. Remembering their last encounter, he realized he had been at a disadvantage. Against Isaiah, he was utterly defenseless. "Humph, even so, I won't let you do as you please. Today, I will fight you to the death," the Derek shouted. "Haha, you're just asking for it. Do you think you're that great?" Isaiah shrugged. Xander's face darkened, never imagining the once strongest Zhao family could now be trampled upon by a mere youth. Even if Isaiah died later, everyone would laugh at them, which was the most painful thing. Now, what could they do? The Derek had decided to duel Isaiah, and Xander didn't try to stop him. "Do you have the confidence, Derek? If you die, it will be a huge loss for our family." The Derek smiled faintly. "Even if I die today, I don't want to be bullied by a young boy. Just remember, you were the ones who started the trouble first," Isaiah said coldly. Seeing Xander suffer, many people were glad, secretly applauding in their hearts. After all, the Zhao family usually acted tyrannically, oppressing and bullying others mercilessly. Now someone was standing up against them, naturally making everyone happy. Initially, everyone thought Isaiah was unlucky, but now they didn't expect the Zhao family to be bullied too. It seemed that there were always people stronger out there. Enoch shouldn't assume the Zhao family was the most powerful clan here, unbeatable. However, Isaiah was alone, causing concern among many. If the Zhao family's mighty clan leader returned, he might not survive. But Isaiah had already disgraced the Zhao family. The Derek prepared to attack, taking his stance, ready to strike. His aura of power became more terrifying than ever, reaching its peak. The condensed energy almost suffocated those around him. All faces changed dramatically. Indeed, he was the formidable Derek of the Zhao family, ranking high in Jimdong City. "You won last time, but now I've unleashed all my strength," the Derek said, swallowing a pill. Xander's expression drastically changed. He was surprised they even brought out a 5th-grade imperial pill. It was originally meant for the Derek to break through cultivation barriers, yet it was used now. "Derek, you?" "Sir, don't worry. It's just one pill. For victory, I have no other choice. This 5th-grade pill will temporarily enhance my cultivation." The Derek stared fiercely at Isaiah. "That boy is destined to die here. Otherwise, I cannot swallow this insult." Isaiah shook his head. "You talk too much, but do you really think you can win? That's absolutely impossible." After consuming the pill, the Derek became visibly stronger, his condensed aura receiving unprecedented reinforcement. Isaiah watched closely, slightly narrowing his eyes. "In that case, maybe he can defeat this kid," Xander said in surprise, having never seen the Derek so formidable. "He just said." The strengthened Derek asked coldly, now feeling qualified to interrogate Isaiah. Everyone, witnessing the terrifying aura, appeared fearful. The Derek's aura condensed into a massive ghost-like shadow. Just its roar destroyed nearby buildings. Such immense power was truly terrifying. Isaiah remained calm, clearly not paying much attention, not even glancing at the Derek. Xander raised an eyebrow. Under such power, Isaiah couldn't possibly be indifferent. He must be terrified. Pretending to be calm wouldn't help. All this would end soon. As long as Isaiah died here, everything else could be salvaged. Xander narrowed his eyes, glaring hatefully at Isaiah. This boy was too despicable. Chapter 578, City Lord. Although the Zhao family's reputation had been damaged, as long as Isaiah was dead, all losses could be recovered. It wouldn't be a big deal. At that time, who would dare to mention this matter? Anyone from the Zhao family would eliminate such a person. With a roar, the Bryant charged at Isaiah, delivering a full power strike intended to crush Isaiah into dust. Unexpectedly, Isaiah summoned a sword with his left hand, the blade sheathed within its scabbard. In an instant, a cold glow flashed, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to 0 degrees. The Bryant watched in horror as panic surged through him, his eyes wide open. A hand flew out. Isaiah unsheathed his sword and struck the Bryant, leading to yet another defeat for the latter. His face full of disbelief, he couldn't fathom how he lost again. Why was he so helpless? He had consumed a 5th-rank pill to enhance his cultivation, yet still lost so completely. The Bryant collapsed on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Just now, Isaiah showed no extraordinary aura but managed to take down the Bryant in one move. What was the gap in their strength? Xander's face turned extremely pale. In this situation, things were getting dire. The Bryant had lost again, and without any means to retaliate. Too strong. What kind of person is that kid? Why is he so formidable? The Zhao family is in for trouble this time. Everyone watching was stunned and amazed, unsure how to describe what they saw. Inside, they were utterly shocked. Xander's Bryant was of the martial emperor realm, yet Isaiah defeated him effortlessly. Could the youth also be of the martial emperor realm? Envious gazes were cast from all around. It was unbelievable, reaching such a high level of cultivation at just 18 years old. No one in the entire northern continent could match this achievement. Though Xander was also of the martial emperor realm, he was 10 years older than Isaiah and received substantial resources from his family, which contributed to his accomplishments. Isaiah's talent, however, seemed even more terrifying. Is this it? Am I going to die here today? Xander said unwillingly, obviously feeling powerless. Since I lost so thoroughly, there's no point in living anymore. Unable to endure the humiliation, the Bryant decided to end his life, stabbing himself with a dagger. Rather than being ridiculed, he preferred death. Xander stared in disbelief. It was hard to believe how things had turned out. Despite increasing his strength, the Bryant was still helpless against Isaiah. This kid was truly terrifying. Now Xander had no intention of making a move. If he did, he would certainly lose his life too. Xander was the last hope for the Xiao family. Isaiah maintained a stern expression, his aura oppressive. Xander swallowed hard. I don't want your life. Just kneel and beg for mercy, Isaiah said calmly. Kneel. Kneel. The crowd cheered, many willing to witness this moment, even if it cost them their lives. They continued chanting. Xander couldn't believe these people dared to act so boldly when they usually feared him. This situation was extremely frustrating for him. Reluctantly, Xander felt cornered. If you don't kneel, don't blame me for being ruthless. These people must have suffered greatly under your rule. Otherwise, they wouldn't demand this, Isaiah added. For Xander, kneeling meant losing everything. The Xiao family's dignity would be ruined, something he absolutely didn't want to see. But what could he do now? He wanted to escape, but knew Isaiah wouldn't let him go. Why won't you kneel? Isaiah asked. Never in his dreams did Xander think he would be forced like this. Being bullied felt so different. Looking up, Isaiah noticed dark, reddish-black clouds in the sky emitting eerie vibes. He thought the Blood Sky sect might have arrived. Could he meet Amber here? His thoughts made him somewhat uneasy, sensing the complexity of the situation. If the Blood Sky sect was here, Isaiah wouldn't have the leisure to toy with Xander. With icy eyes filled with killing intent, Isaiah gave Xander no choice but to kneel, leaving him utterly helpless. The son of the city lord kneeling to a young boy. If word got out, the Xiao family would lose all face. The crowd cheered and hollered, celebrating the downfall of the Xiao family, which had cost them dearly. They deserved it. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure came from the sky, shocking everyone. Breathing became difficult, and no one understood what was happening. Everyone, including Isaiah, felt an unprecedented oppression. Looking up, they saw a tall figure approaching, exuding immense pressure. Not someone ordinary. Isaiah recognized him instantly. It was likely Jim Dongqing's city lord, Archibald, whose gaze was as cold as ice. Xander's eyes widened in shock. How did his father return at this moment? The atmosphere became unbearably heavy and oppressive. No one dared to breathe. They knew the gravity of the situation. Archibald's face was pitch black, his energy terrifying enough to shake the ground. Everyone trembled, never having seen the city lord so enraged. His expression was stern, clearly displeased with the events unfolding. This is the end now. The city lord has come. That kid, no matter how powerful, can't surpass the city lord. Archibald's energy is too frightening. The chapter maintains the original tone and style while ensuring the translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The paragraph structure and line breaks remain consistent with the original text. Chapter 579. They are coming. Yuan Qi slowly rose from Archibald's body, surging towards the sky. For a moment, the entire space became overwhelmingly oppressive. Many of the onlookers fainted, and the walls of surrounding buildings cracked under the pressure. Isaiah gave a faint smile. Despite the dire situation, he remained unperturbed and even managed to laugh. Funny, an opponent who's not entirely weak has finally shown up, Isaiah said with a sardonic grin, showing no sign of panic. Archibald's face was grave. This kid seemed to be joking, still daring to smirk at such a critical time. Xander's eyes turned red, knowing Isaiah would soon die a violent death here. Archibald glanced back at the city center, where the Xiao family residence stood. The red-black clouds in the sky hovered above it. Staring for a few seconds, Archibald's eyes revealed a vicious glint, as if sensing something even more significant. Boy, you're Isaiah, right? Archibald asked coldly, his voice filled with hatred. Yes, what are you going to do? Avenging your son? How ridiculous. Even if you're here, the outcome will remain the same. I don't fear anyone from the Xiao family, Isaiah laughed aloud. His bold taunts were audacious. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, regarding Isaiah as a freak. Facing the city lord, where did Isaiah get his confidence? He's doomed. The city lord will kill him. That boy is in big trouble. Pity. A talent like that. Many felt sympathy for Isaiah. He had done something good, but now facing the city lord, Archibald, the situation seemed dire. Just as everyone held their breath, Archibald turned and left. This scene stunned them all. Their eyes bulged in shock. What was happening? Archibald was the city lord, having already released his Yuan Qi, yet he chose to walk away under such intense pressure. It was incomprehensible. They could only gape, unable to understand or speak. Archibald walked calmly until he faced Xander, then without a word, slapped him hard. Blood trickled from the corner of Xander's mouth. Everyone stared at Isaiah in astonishment. Did Archibald fear him? Isaiah's strength was indeed formidable, or perhaps he had powerful backing. What's going on? Why didn't Archibald make a move? The situation is getting weirder. All were puzzled, unsure of what to say. They felt the situation worsening, anxious about what might happen next. Archibald's decision not to act was perplexing. Was he afraid of Isaiah? Might he redirect his anger elsewhere? Xander was equally shocked but dared not ask. His father must have a reason. Haha. A loud laugh interrupted. The crowd realized it came from Isaiah. You're leaving just like that? Aren't you the city lord? Why leave now? Isaiah asked curiously. It was an outrageous provocation. Annette couldn't understand why Isaiah dared mock Archibald after he'd already started walking away. Isaiah wasn't overconfident in his abilities, was he? Archibald was a terrifying figure, rumored to have reached the Emperor realm several years ago. He was indeed formidable. Has winning a few fights made Isaiah arrogant enough to defy the city lord? It was self-assured to the extreme. Archibald stopped, every move instilling fear. No one dared to utter a sound. Annette almost wished she could die. Why was Isaiah so brazen? If Archibald really acted, Isaiah would be in great danger. Kid, you can continue to be arrogant. I'll settle scores with you sooner or later, Archibald declared with an intense aura. Everyone's faces turned pale. The city lord's presence was suffocating. Boring. Do you look down on me? Not fighting, just leaving. Isaiah sighed lazily. Despite being mocked, Archibald continued to leave. No one understood the city lord's thoughts. Xander reluctantly followed. You truly seek death. We should leave while Archibald isn't bothering us, Annette urged nervously. Isaiah shook his head. Leaving now wouldn't solve anything. Since he'd come this far, there was no point in retreating. He was curious. I sense people from a sect coming. That's why the city lord left, Isaiah said seriously. He understood now. The Blood Heaven sect had significant ties with Archibald. Facing the Blood Heaven sect, Isaiah remained cautious. He couldn't afford to be careless. No matter what Archibald intended, Isaiah decided to interfere. He wouldn't stand idly by. Wait, what are you planning to do? Annette asked curiously. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. This woman had too many questions. Recalling his time in the southern continent, he thought he might have met someone similar, triggering some memories. Without dwelling on it further, Isaiah moved towards the Xiao family residence. He might meet the Blood Heaven sect members soon. They would arrive any moment. Are you planning to go to the city lord's mansion? The Xiao family's base is there, Annette questioned. Yes, I'm in danger. You shouldn't follow me. You'll just be in the way. I don't understand why you're following me, Isaiah said helplessly. Since you're going, why shouldn't I? Besides, I have nowhere else to go. You saw Archibald. If he attacks and I can't handle him, he'll take you hostage. I won't sacrifice myself to save you, Isaiah said candidly. Huh. If you dare say that, let's see how things play out, Annette replied, feeling resentful. Xander gulped. His father was evidently even more terrifying. Why was the family's honor ignored today? What was happening? Was Isaiah not an ordinary person? Chapter 580. No need to understand. Seeing Isaiah resolutely head to the Xiao family residence, Annette still felt that if he went, she might as well go with him. After all the dangerous situations they'd been through, Annette always believed that Isaiah could protect her. Xander was left gasping for breath. He felt that his father seemed troubled by something. Otherwise, why would he suddenly return? Who had come to the family residence, making his father so anxious? Archibald's expression was off, and this was the first time Xander saw such a look on his father's face. Something was wrong. The estate was covered in black mist, making the situation seem even more unusual. So, the reason they hadn't sought revenge on Isaiah was because of this. Some important figure had arrived at the clan. It wasn't out of fear of Isaiah. Xander felt like he understood something and let out a sigh of relief. Eventually, they would find a way to take revenge on Isaiah. Xander thought about it and grew quite excited. If his father made a move, Sheen Roger would definitely not survive. However, Xander was also curious about who had arrived. Someone who could make his father so tense. The black mist over the city hall suggested a powerful force. Xander felt an uneasy chill in his heart and couldn't help but tremble. Father, shut up and get out of my sight without saying another word, Archibald sternly ordered. Upon arriving in the main hall, Archibald slowly moved forward and soon met someone. Lady Faye. Archibald knelt on the ground. Faye turned around and gave him a disdainful look. How is the matter I asked you to handle? Faye coldly asked. It's all according to plan. I will resolve it soon. Very good indeed. You should know what happens if you fail. Faye's voice was icy. Archibald gulped, trembling as he had never experienced such disrespect from Blood Sky sect members before. But now this woman completely changed that, stepping on Archibald's pride while showing complete contempt. Her power was overwhelmingly strong, almost unimaginable, leaving Archibald deeply worried and fearful. He felt that if Faye just lifted a finger, the entire city could turn to ashes. He didn't understand how Blood Sky sect suddenly became so overpowering, disregarding them completely. In the face of such power, absolute obedience was the only option. Archibald dared not resist. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. This person will surely be a hindrance to me, Faye said coldly. Archibald was very concerned, confused. With Faye's strength and cultivation, anyone could be killed instantly. Did she have any enemies? If Lady Faye allows me to act, I will do my best. Please give me such an opportunity. Archibald trembled as he spoke. Outside the door, Xander was stunned. His arrogant father was now acting like a humble ant. Yet when Xander saw Faye's stunning beauty, he felt immense admiration. She was unbelievably beautiful. Besides her beauty, Xander admired her strength, which made him feel insignificant. Thinking about it, Faye couldn't help but feel disturbed. That damn Isaiah, being even stronger than herself, was intolerable. Suddenly, an idea struck Xander. If he could defeat this woman, his strength would skyrocket. But that idea was almost impossible. Given Xander's current strength, he wouldn't surpass Faye even in 100 years. Who could possibly trouble Lady Faye? Archibald asked curiously. That young man has some conflict with you. Archibald's expression changed. Hearing this, he quickly understood. Only one youth had conflicts with him, Isaiah. Now it was clear. Isaiah was indeed remarkable, picking a fight with Faye. Killing him now would rid the clan of a big threat. Isaiah had brought shame to the clan, and Archibald despised him immensely. Had it not been for Faye's return, he would have already acted. Busy receiving Faye, Archibald chose to hold back. Otherwise, that boy would think he was untouchable, about to ascend. Isaiah was strong, but not invincible. I understand. I'll handle it now, Archibald said and then left. Faye narrowed her eyes. Did you bring the item I asked for? It's right here. Archibald pulled out a red jade pendant. Faye smiled, extending her hand. You've done quite well. I see potential in you. Faye suddenly recalled something and narrowed her eyes again. By the way, did you bring back the girl I asked for? She's on her way back. Just an ordinary girl. Archibald found this task puzzling. Was this girl important to the sect? My affairs are none of your concern. You've handled things satisfactorily. Faye prepared herself against Isaiah just in case. After witnessing his prowess last time, she was deeply concerned, regretting not killing him. Now they were enemies, each fearing the other's interference with their plans. Archibald nodded, feeling delighted. Gaining Faye's approval would surely strengthen the family. After getting the red jade pendant, Faye no longer cared about Archibald's usefulness, despite giving him additional tasks. Learning that Isaiah was here affected her. Archibald's role was finished. At the entrance of the city hall, Isaiah yelled loudly, "Why do you think I can't enter, just because the door isn't opened?" The guards were taken aback. A mere youth daring to cause trouble here was unheard of. The Zhao family's influence was vast, and no one dared challenge them for years. Today was unprecedented. Chapter 581. You will perish. The guards looked at Isaiah with disdain, as if they all thought he was joking. "Boy, if you don't leave now, I'll shoot you dead. Don't joke around here. Where did this boy come from?" Everyone laughed derisively, completely disregarding Isaiah. Isaiah shook his head. This city lord manor indeed had a unique air of solemnity, but with the Blood Sky sect members already here, he might finally meet Ambir. His expression grew grim as he faced the imminent confrontation with Blood Sky sect. Isaiah would not be lenient when facing people from the Blood Sky sect. He had nearly died at their hands last time and remembered that deeply. With a deafening boom, the manor's gates were suddenly forced open. The guards' faces turned pale as they hurried to prepare for defense, forbidding anyone from entering without permission. They stared at Isaiah in shock, feeling helpless. Who exactly was this kid to break such a sturdy gate? Annette watched the scene unfold with a speechless expression. Isaiah was truly capable of creating chaos. A stern voice echoed, "Who dares to intrude into the city lord manor? Boy, it looks like you're tired of living." Isaiah glanced up, and the guards' expressions changed drastically. Zhao family's top-notch expert had arrived, the Antonio, whose status was extremely high. Seeing Isaiah, the Antonio's face also changed. Sensing the other party's essence energy, he felt a certain fear internally. This kid was no ordinary individual. The guards were astonished. As the Antonio of the Zhao family, he had never taken the initiative to attack. But today, what was happening? Because of a mere boy, he appeared so early. Clearly, the current situation was extraordinary. The guards felt vigilant and uneasy, their expressions turning grim because of this little intruder. The Antonio has come out. That boy is doomed. What nonsense, at the martial emperor realm. How can that kid survive? The situation really isn't good. The Antonio was an old man who bore a resemblance to the previous Ellsworth, possessing the cultivation of the first-level early stage of martial emperor. "I heard my brother was killed, and I was utterly shocked. Who could possess such prowess?" The Antonio gritted his teeth. "Oh, so that Ellsworth was your brother. The Zhao family seems to have some powerful individuals, but to me, they are all trash," Isaiah said resolutely. "I only want one thing, a result. Just bring Archibald out. The rest doesn't concern me." "So bold. Do you think you can enter? Today, I will take your life." The Antonio's face was filled with murderous intent, wanting to tear Isaiah limb from limb. He hadn't been this angry before, leaping forward with a palm strike aimed to kill. Isaiah retaliated with a palm, and their powerful essence energies collided. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. That boy possessed such strength, able to contend with the Antonio on equal terms, even gaining the upper hand. What kind of monster was he? So strong. That boy is incredibly powerful? Our Antonio didn't get any advantage. The guards were dumbfounded. Though Annette was mentally prepared, she was still amazed by Isaiah's formidable strength, which was far beyond that of ordinary people. Exerting all his strength, the Antonio's phantom essence energy was clearly at a disadvantage, a fact that left him astounded. What should he do now? The Antonio quickly retreated. If he stayed any longer, he'd be the one in trouble. "You are not my match. I am only here for Archibald. Regardless of his connection to the Blood Sky sect, I must clarify things today. You can go." Isaiah's words were overpoweringly authoritative, intimidating everyone present. They stared at the young man in astonishment. A youth with such power was indeed terrifying, causing the Zhao family members to swallow hard. The situation had become quite daunting. Was Isaiah planning to create havoc within the City Lord Manor? It wasn't impossible. He had already clashed with the Antonio. Nothing seemed out of the question. The Antonio realized that dealing with Isaiah wouldn't be easy. "You know you're no match for me. Keep fighting, and you'll lose your life." Isaiah shook his head, dismissing him entirely. The Antonio's face darkened. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Yet, he couldn't let this slide. This person had killed his dear brother. "Boy, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll end your life." The Antonio lunged again. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. This man's essence energy was inferior, yet he planned a direct confrontation, an odd choice. Isaiah had been cautious, but the enemy suddenly used potent poison. The venom splashed onto Isaiah, causing his expression to change. "Haha, boy, watch how arrogant you are now. My poison will take your life. Enjoy the suffering." The Antonio laughed triumphantly. The poison indeed affected Isaiah considerably. 5th grade venomous heavenly snake poison. "Looks like you're done for." The Antonio gleefully gave Isaiah a palm strike, causing him to spit blood. It wouldn't be long before Isaiah perished from the poison. The Antonio watched him with disdain. Although the boy was powerful, experience mattered. How could he possibly lose? The guards cheered. "Haha, that boy is finished. 5th grade poison cannot be cured. He's as good as dead now. Serves him right. Watch how arrogant he is." Isaiah winced, genuinely suffering from the venom. He couldn't even stand up. "Boy, I'll watch you die slowly. Being poisoned is a slow and painful process. Let's see how you handle it." The Antonio hadn't dealt a fatal blow. This was a deep-seated enemy, and he wanted to see this scoundrel suffer more, feeling deeply satisfied. Everyone waited to see the outcome. Isaiah smiled faintly. "Just a bit of poison. It won't trouble me for long. Once I recover, I'll take your life." Isaiah closed his eyes. Ding. Master infected with 5th grade venomous heavenly snake poison. Triggered 100x comprehension. Gained 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for comprehending heavenly snake poison. The Antonio found it strange. So much time had passed, yet this boy hadn't deteriorated. It was indeed peculiar. Chapter 582. There is a way. What's going on with this kid? He should have been dead long ago. Why has the decay on his body stopped? The Antonio swallowed hard. He started feeling that something was off. How much longer can you hold on? The more this continues, the more painful it will only get. The Antonio widened his eyes in disbelief. The poison on Isaiah's body gradually dissipated. Witnessing this, the Antonio froze, completely baffled by the situation. You can actually detoxify yourself? The Antonio asked, stunned. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed such a terrifying event. The Xiao family members were also taken aback. They knew how fearsome a grade 5 poison could be. There was absolutely no cure for it. Yet reality proved disappointing, as Isaiah indeed neutralized the deadly poison without any harm done to himself. Humph! Did you think such a poison would stump me? You should have killed me when you had the chance, Isaiah said with a faint smile. Kid, I don't believe you can be so heaven-defying. The Antonio prepared to make another move, intending to finish off Isaiah once and for all. The poison had proven useless, but he refused to believe it. Without hesitation, Isaiah drew his sword and ended the battle instantly. A single stroke of the blade severed the Antonio's throat, leaving him dead instantly. Everyone present was too shocked to grasp what had just transpired. That terrifying sword stroke froze time itself in its track. When everyone regained their senses, the Antonio was already lying dead on the ground. Impossible. The Antonio is actually dead. Now we're in trouble. The city lord really has to step in. The guards lost their will to fight. Who dared challenge Isaiah now? Seeing even the Antonio fell helpless against him. Ding. Master defeated an Empyrean Realm expert, triggering 100x enlightenment. Gained 1000 by 1000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Master has advanced to the early second level Empyrean Realm. Isaiah shrugged, reflecting that he had defeated several experts, each significantly boosting his strength. Xiuxian and his group were formidable fighters who contributed to his advancement. With one additional level, Isaiah's eyes narrowed slightly, his power increasing several folds. Dealing with Archibald wouldn't be too problematic now. Although handling Archibald wasn't an issue, dealing with the Blood Sky sect was different. Isaiah's brow arched as he felt the presence of the Blood Sky sect nearby. Their presence indicated potential problems. Isaiah believed that after taking on the Blood Sky sect, everything might finally come to an end. He wouldn't have any more journeys and perhaps needed some rest before making further decisions. At this moment, Archibald slowly approached, fully armed, radiating an intimidating aura. After hiding for so long, you finally came to me. It seems your reign as city lord is over, Isaiah smiled. Everyone was surprised. Why would this brat dare to be so bold? Though he defeated the chief protector, did that mean he could defeat the city lord? Those who defied the city lord often met tragic ends. The Xiao family harbored doubts about this claim. Isaiah appeared overly confident. Archibald looked at Isaiah, remembering Ambier's caution about him. Best not to underestimate anyone. The Antonio had already lost their confidant. Archibald hadn't anticipated his closest warriors would be so easily bested by Isaiah. Isaiah, you're strong, but the Xiao family won't let you bully them effortlessly. I merely wanted to inquire about the Blood Sky sect. If you're their lapdog, then we'll have no choice but to be unfriendly. Humph, don't act like you're something great. Don't get too full of yourself in front of me. Archibald released his energy, revealing a powerful aura that enveloped the sky, stunning everyone with its overwhelming force. No one believed one person could exert such power. Boy, I'm in the late first stage of the Empyrean realm. You can't win against me, Archibald shouted angrily, launching a punch at Isaiah with devastating force. His yuan qi transformed into a mighty tiger, displaying immense power. Isaiah instantly dodged, the manor suffering significant damage, several tall buildings collapsing. All present watched in shock at the horrifying scene. It was truly frightening. True to their city lord Archibald's reputation, his destructive power was immense. Seeing Isaiah dodge, many thought even he couldn't prevail against such overwhelming force. Archibald's superior strength was simply unmatchable. That boy is finished. He's being too arrogant here. The city lord will kill him. Archibald launched another punch, which Isaiah again evaded, though the destruction frightened him. Glancing back, he was glad Annette fled fast enough to avoid danger. This woman was somewhat resourceful. Come on, boy. You've shamed the Xiao family. Now I demand your life as reparation. Archibald charged over. Isaiah chuckled. Just warming up. Do you really think I can't withstand your strength? Archibald unleashed relentless punches and kicks, each move lethal. Isaiah continually dodged, avoiding every critical attack. Unbelievably, this boy's close combat skills were formidable. Archibald frowned. He had used full strength from the start, aiming to take Isaiah's life, but it wasn't proving easy. Isaiah wasn't being overconfident. He genuinely possessed this strength. This posed a real challenge even to Archibald, who never expected it to be so difficult. Another punch from Archibald was caught effortlessly by Isaiah. This punch can't hurt me. The gap between our strengths is too vast. Archibald was completely restrained by his own energy, the most unwilling outcome for him. He couldn't fathom the current situation or know how to handle it. Isaiah's punch struck Archibald's abdomen, sending him flying backward, coughing up blood. Seeing the Antonio die so quickly made Archibald panic. Maybe he wasn't this boy's match either. No wonder Ambier was so wary of Isaiah. What connection do you have with the Blood Sky sect? Tell me everything about yourself, Isaiah demanded coldly. Huh, even if you're stronger, I won't beg for mercy. What do you take me for? Archibald retorted, clearly unhappy. He had spent a lifetime achieving glory as a city lord. Being subdued by a mere boy caused indescribable resentment. This situation differed greatly from what he expected. Archibald raised an eyebrow. To defeat you, I have a way. Chapter 583, No Regrets in Death. Today's battle was a matter of life and death. Archibald's face was grim, but Isaiah seemed very relaxed, completely disregarding him. Isaiah's momentum clearly had the upper hand. Archibald had never felt such immense pressure before, just like facing Ambier. Were they all so monstrously talented at such a young age? It was indeed very troublesome. Archibald slowly pulled out a weapon from a spatial bag. That sword looked quite eerie, and it greatly enhanced Archibald's cultivation level. With second-level Emperor Warrior Realm cultivation, if I still can't deal with you, then I will die without regrets. Archibald was now taking everything he had on this final shot. There was no turning back. Isaiah couldn't help but look at him with new respect. This man's power was indeed formidable. You're very powerful and I do admire you to some extent, but in your current situation, you don't pose any threat to me, Isaiah commented coolly. You were once so strong because you never met me. Now, you only have one path left, death. Isaiah said casually. The people of the Xiao family were stunned. Who dared to speak to Archibald like this? Did Isaiah really think he was that powerful? I'm so strong that if I lose to you, I'll never be able to swallow this defeat, Archibald roared, his yuan energy almost altering the surrounding environment. A fierce wind blew chaotically, and the sky turned dark, creating an oppressive atmosphere as his power nearly reached the demigod realm. Swallowing hard, Archibald knew deep down that there was still a glimmer of hope. He had thoroughly investigated Isaiah and knew himself well. If things didn't go well, Archibald would use his bloodline power. He had heard that Isaiah's bloodline was that of a dragon deity, but it didn't matter. An eerie smile appeared on Archibald's face. He was no longer in a normal state. Isaiah raised an eyebrow, initially thinking it was the blood sky sect's power boosting Archibald. However, it seemed that Archibald had achieved this cultivation level through his own efforts, which was indeed commendable. But even so, he could not win against Isaiah. The moment Archibald's strength increased, Isaiah felt his own strength increase by one level as well. It seemed everything was due to the high-grade heaven rank weapon in Archibald's hands. Such weapons significantly boosted a warrior's strength, something Isaiah was quite concerned about. Boy, prepare to die. Never be arrogant in front of me again in this lifetime. Archibald growled coldly, exuding terrifying momentum. The yuan energy around Archibald transformed into a massive pong bird. Isaiah's expression changed slightly. From this, it was evident that Archibald possessed extremely powerful bloodline abilities, possibly making him a formidable opponent. Isaiah prepared for battle, holding a sword in his hand, crouching slightly as if ready to draw his blade. No one dared watch their shocking confrontation up close anymore. Even the slightest touch of that yuan energy would reduce anyone to dust. The Xiao family members moved far away. Annette remained behind Isaiah, unharmed because his yuan energy was protecting her. Seeing this detail, Archibald felt a bit enraged. Clearly, Isaiah was still able to split his focus, using his yuan energy to protect Annette. Did this mean his strength far surpassed Archibald's? This was something Archibald couldn't tolerate, burying a deep-seated hatred in his heart. Isaiah had already disgraced the Xiao family. If he lost today, the Xiao family would vanish from the world forever. After developing for hundreds of years, Archibald refused to accept such a result. He must win today. Who will win? That boy is really tough. Yes, at such a young age, he can stand up against City Lord Archibald. What a remarkable person. Everyone in Jimdong City watched this scene unfold. Both Isaiah and Archibald were poised to strike, the atmosphere reaching its peak of tension. No one dared to breathe, all fearing what was about to happen. Whoever made the first move would expose a vulnerability, leading to a fatal strike. Isaiah also couldn't afford to be careless anymore. Initially confident, he now felt significant pressure as Archibald's sword momentum continuously increased. This man was not easy. In Archibald's mind, various scenarios unfolded. How could he strike to instantly kill Isaiah? However, this process was excruciatingly long and painful. Regardless of how Archibald attacked, it seemed both would injure each other and deliver fatal blows, ending in a mutual destruction. A result he could not bear. He needed to be flawless and became incredibly tense. Isaiah, however, remained calm despite the dire situation. Their momentum was terrifying, killing intent filling the area. They seemed like devils, their muscles showing extreme strength. Neither made the first move. The one who did would likely be at a disadvantage. Isaiah's face grew grim. Archibald's sword technique was not inferior to his, and might even be stronger. He needed to consider how to land a decisive strike on Archibald. Their swords remained locked for a while, the situation becoming increasingly perilous, shattering buildings and the earth around them. Suddenly, Archibald widened his eyes. Isaiah made the first move, dashing forward and swiftly drawing his sword. His speed was incomprehensible, almost blindingly fast. For a moment, space seemed to freeze as a crack appeared in the sky. Isaiah struck with light speed, aiming at Archibald's forehead. Archibald simultaneously countered, and their swords collided. A dragon-like roar echoed in the air, leaving fragments scattered everywhere. Many people were blown away. Since Isaiah struck first, Archibald had a strategic advantage after seeing through Isaiah's sword technique and blocking the attack. Instantly, he turned and retaliated. Archibald's sword slashed across Isaiah's abdomen, penetrating several inches deep. Blood gushed uncontrollably. This filled Archibald with intense excitement. Finally, he succeeded. He felt an unparalleled joy. That slash through Isaiah's body sealed many things. Archibald thought he now had a sure victory, not needing to worry about anything else. Lifting his eyes, Archibald suddenly widened his eyes. He saw Isaiah raising his sword once more. Hashtag chapter 584, will not fall. A slash came right at Archibald, slicing through his forehead. Blood gushed out immediately. Archibald's eyes widened in agony, his entire body writhing in pain. Isaiah held the sword with both hands and delivered another powerful blow. Instantly, he struck Archibald with such force that he was sent flying, blood spurting out as he soared through the air. The onlookers were awestruck by this display of swordsmanship, completely dumbfounded. Trouble. The city lord actually lost. How could there be such terrifying sword momentum? Who is that boy? The crowd swallowed their shock, feeling an intense wave of disbelief. Despite being severely injured by Archibald, Isaiah still managed to counterattack under such circumstances. Blood continued to pour from Archibald's forehead. He was barely conscious, his vision blurred by the blood streaming into his eyes. Winning through swordsmanship was now impossible for Archibald. He felt a deep chill in his heart, filled with indescribable pain. Lost. Archibald knelt on the ground, half dead, his face pale and ghastly. That's enough. It's not worth paying such a heavy price now, Isaiah said, waving his sword. Archibald looked up, wondering why Isaiah seemed unscathed despite the immense force of his sword strikes. Most astonishingly, Isaiah's abdominal wound had already started healing. That strike hadn't fully exerted its power, and thus didn't cause significant damage. Gritting his teeth, Archibald fumed over the unexpected turn of events. It was incredibly infuriating and completely beyond his expectations. So Isaiah had deliberately taken that hit. After landing a successful strike, Archibald believed he had the upper hand but revealed his weakness instead. It couldn't be denied that Isaiah was indeed formidable, having risked everything. The rapid healing of Isaiah's wound stunned Sophie, showcasing his incredible constitution. Biting down on his frustration, Archibald, who was almost defeated, took out a pill and swallowed it hastily. Instantly, his aura grew fearsome. Isaiah raised an eyebrow. Archibald had consumed a grade 6 pill. He hadn't expected the city lord to have such resources. Isaiah also noticed that Archibald must have taken several grade 6 pills previously. Archibald roared in anger, his xiuxian surging to even greater heights, surpassing his earlier state. Emperor Martial Realm 3rd level. Archibald's eyes gleamed fiercely, his injuries easing due to his breakthrough. Now, he was determined to make Isaiah pay. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to let this go. Archibald's eyes brimmed with hatred. Who would have thought Archibald could still get back up, Annette said, her face pale. She had thought he was about to win, yet here they were. We still have hope. Lord Archibald won't lose. The Xiao family members were terrified. If Archibald lost, it would be catastrophic. Isaiah watched Archibald intently. Chime. Master witnessed Archibald's strength increase, triggering 100 times the comprehension, earning 1000 by 1000 experience. Chime. Congratulations, Master has advanced to Emperor Martial Realm 3rd level late stage. Isaiah's xiuxian underwent a drastic change as he briefly closed his eyes. A space opened up, and Archibald pulled out a bow and arrow. High-grade heaven-class weapon, Heavenly Origin Bow. Holding it, Archibald prepared to challenge Isaiah once more. Using a bow against Isaiah was clearly unwise, as archery was a ranged weapon, and once Isaiah closed the distance, victory would be all but certain. Archibald discarded his sword, gripping the bow tightly. Second round, Isaiah. This time, I will end your life, Archibald said, drawing the string, an arrow materializing, gathering immense power from the heavens, incredibly formidable. Archibald aimed at Isaiah. This time you won't win. My arrow's speed will outpace you. Even at this distance, can you reach me before it? Archibald questioned. The arrow was aimed directly at Isaiah's heart. No matter how Isaiah approached, Archibald's arrow would strike faster, piercing his heart in an instant. At that moment, Isaiah would die instantly. Even if he could heal his wounds, a fatal strike would be insurmountable. Archibald believed such overwhelming power was unstoppable. Everything would be over then. Isaiah smiled. I will prove that you are nothing. If you choose to be a Blood Sky sect lackey, your fate is death. Don't be arrogant, boy. You cannot match me now. Perhaps you don't know. Archibald tightened the bowstring, lightning flashing as his xiuxian transformed the surroundings. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Such power was unimaginable. What could be done now? Annette kept her distance, knowing she would surely die if she got too close. It wasn't her desired outcome. Finally, we can kill that boy. With such strength, Lord Archibald at Emperor Martial Realm 3rd level, what chance does he have? With the high-grade heaven-class weapon, Isaiah has no hope of survival. The Xiao family members believed this, thinking the situation was utterly beyond belief. Archibald's strength left everyone amazed. Even as they marveled, Isaiah charged forward. Boy, daring to attack first means today is your death. Archibald aimed at Isaiah. Without a doubt, Isaiah's speed was impressive, but it was futile. The arrow locked onto his heart. Drawing, aiming, and firing, Archibald executed these moves seamlessly, determined to end Isaiah's life. Everything seemed poised for success. In an instant, everyone saw darkness, unable to follow the events unfolding. Human power and speed at such levels were nearly godlike, truly shocking. Isaiah rushed forward, assuming a sword-drawing stance, a move that appeared ridiculous given Archibald's obvious advantage. This time wouldn't be like the last. An arrow could pierce Isaiah's heart, but Archibald's face paled when he saw Isaiah sidestep. The arrow aimed for his heart now only targeted his shoulder. By the time Archibald reacted, it was too late. The arrow had already been released. With terrifying power, the arrow struck Isaiah's shoulder. But that was all. It wasn't fatal. Chapter 585. Reversal. Isaiah was already within striking distance. Archibald had no time to defend and swiftly drew his sword. Despite using his bow as a shield, Archibald was struck by Isaiah's sword, the blade cutting in deep, with blood gushing uncontrollably. This time, Isaiah had put all his strength into the strike, even stronger than before. Archibald was once again hurled away, now critically injured and barely hanging on to life. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of monster could do such terrifying things? Everyone stared in astonishment with their mouths agape. That's too frightening. He's really so strong. Archibald can't match him. It looks like the city lord has no chance of survival. Everyone watched Isaiah in shock. An 18-year-old boy with such power truly defied imagination. Archibald gritted his teeth, his face black with anger. Xander, hiding in the manor, saw this and felt utter despair. He had thought his father would avenge him, but it ended like this. Even with all his might, and having reached the martial emperor realm, Archibald still wasn't a match for Isaiah. Isaiah really was a monstrous existence. Xander wanted revenge, but there was nothing he could do. The gap in strength made it impossible for him to ever achieve. Isaiah pulled out his bow, his injuries severe and irrevocable, giving him a rather grim look. He had thought he had killed Archibald, But then he saw a cloud of black smoke gathering, causing violent tremors throughout the city. Is this the power of bloodline? In the midst of the black smoke, Isaiah saw a huge eagle, its presence making him pale. Sensing the opponent's essence and power, fear gripped him. This power was beyond anything he could handle. Without hesitation, Isaiah transformed into a divine dragon amidst blinding light and clouds, with thunder crashing down. A massive and awe-inspiring dragon appeared, stunning everyone present. They were all terrified, watching as the dragon coiled in the sky, its fierce and majestic form looking disdainfully at the black smoke. For some reason, he felt his own essence and power being suppressed. Haha, Isaiah. I know you have the bloodline of the dragon deity, but so what? In this world, there is a creature that the Abraham fears most. The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a colossal figure radiating terrifying aura. The divine dragon momentarily froze. It was a giant rock. When its wings spread, it nearly blocked out the sun, destroying much of the city's architecture. The flapping of the rock's wings generated powerful gales, plunging the divine dragon into silence. Indeed, rocks were the natural enemies of dragons, almost fatal. In ancient times, rocks preyed on dragons, but after tens of thousands of years, they gradually diminished, reducing the number of dragons' natural enemies. But a rock remained a terrifying entity, easily slaying dragons, including the dragon deity, a fact that couldn't be changed. The dragon deity realized his power had diminished drastically, nearly halved, completely altered by the rock's presence. Well, Isaiah, what can you do now? The rock flew over, causing an earthquake. It engaged in combat with the divine dragon, whose attacks, whether fire or lightning, were entirely ignored by the rock. This was a situation Isaiah had never encountered before. All of the divine dragon's attacks were blocked. Soon, the Abraham plummeted from the sky, buildings collapsing around it. The rock pinned the divine dragon with its talons and pierced through its heart with its sharp beak, blood gushing forth like a river. The divine dragon's essence weakened significantly, nearly dying, no longer as domineering as before. It let out a mournful roar. The rock laughed. This is your pathetic fate. Let's see what you can do now. The divine dragon lost its fighting spirit, bleeding heavily. Seeing this, Annette was stunned. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I thought he was going to win, but the tide has turned. Isaiah is done. Annette looked somewhat dazed. This was not the outcome she had hoped for. At this point, there was no way to change the course of events. Archibald was extremely pleased. From the start, he knew Isaiah's bloodline wouldn't be able to defeat his own, but it had still been a challenging encounter. Lee, I'm surprised. Now is your end, Archibald said. The divine dragon reverted to human form, and the rock's claw swiped at empty air. Isaiah lay severely wounded, feeling a heavy blow to his heart. If this continued, he might really die. Isaiah, back in human form, do you really think you can win? The power gap is just too vast, Archibald sneered coldly. As a human, Isaiah stood no chance against Archibald, who was confident of victory. Even in divine dragon form, Isaiah wasn't his match, let alone human form. To Archibald's delight, Isaiah's chest was now split open, blood gushing uncontrollably. A dire situation indeed. Great, the kid is finally falling. I thought he was invincible. Our leader is still strong. People cheered, hoping Isaiah would fall, leaving him at a complete disadvantage. Even in this human form, I can still defeat you. It's not difficult for me, Isaiah said confidently. Huh, Lee, you're really joking. How can you possibly do that? Archibald laughed derisively. Isaiah's words were just bravado. There was no way he could turn things around now. Such a situation couldn't be changed. Isaiah was doomed. Archibald despised him deeply. This kid had almost killed him. It was truly a dangerous situation. Isaiah, it's your misfortune. Your dragon bloodline is suppressed by mine, and the restraint is too overwhelming. Archibald laughed coldly, completely dismissing Isaiah. Now, it seemed there was no way for Isaiah to reverse the situation. Isaiah smiled. Not until the very end will you know if you can beat me, Isaiah said confidently.